The Ninja World Major Events Review System descended upon the ninja world, broadcasting the past and future of everyone in it. And just like that, the whole world's tone completely changed. At the end of the Warring States era, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces to fight the Otsutsuki. Minato Namikaze became a true yellow flash and thoroughly educated his beloved student, determined to make Uchiha Obito become a real Hokage. Uchiha Obito stopped thinking only about Rin and decided to make a true contribution to peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi no longer massacred his clan and instead spent every day getting along lovingly with his dear little brother. To change the ninja world, start with me. The story begins. The ninja world. Another bright and sunny day. But today, a huge event suddenly took place across the ninja world of countless parallel worlds. A giant screen abruptly appeared in the sky, where nothing had ever changed for ages. The moment it appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Konoha year 47. At this time, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was staring at the giant screen in the sky with a grave expression. Not long after, Nara Shikaku hurriedly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Before he could even speak, he heard the anxious voice of the third Hokage. "How is it, Shikaku?" Nara Shikaku shook his head in frustration. "No abnormalities have been found. Other than the extra screen in the sky, the whole world is still operating normally." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked grim. Although his status was not high, he deeply loved his village. So he held strong hostility toward the strange object that might destroy the village and affect the entire world. "How high is it?" The moment those words were spoken, Nara Shikaku immediately fell silent. "Infinitely high?" Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. "What do you mean? Can't be touched. Every time someone gets close to it, it becomes even farther away. And it also can't be attacked." Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the Hokage's chair and muttered, "Can't be attacked, can't be approached." After a long sigh, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If it's truly harmless, then we don't need to care about it." Nara Shikaku left the Hokage's office and passed down the Hokage's orders. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and continued with his work. At the same time, the leaders of the major ninja villages were in nearly the same situation as Hiruzen Sarutobi. They also helplessly gave up investigating the giant screen in the sky. "Teacher Minato, what exactly is that thing in the sky?" Uchiha Obito lay on the grass in the wild, his face full of curiosity. Minato Namikaze spoke calmly, "I don't know either, but there's no need to worry. This giant light screen has already been there for most of the day. If it were really dangerous, it would have broken out long ago. It wouldn't have waited until now." Uchiha Obito nodded. "That's true. After this much time, even if it was gathering power, it should be about done." Then he grinned and quickly sat up. "Teacher Minato, what delicious food is Kushina-sensei making for us today?" Kakashi, who had been quiet this whole time, glanced at Uchiha Obito, a mocking smile appearing on his face, as if laughing at how little ambition he had. "Hey Kakashi, what's with that expression?" Obito noticed Kakashi's look and instantly got annoyed. "Laughing at you." Kakashi's expression stayed flat, as if he were simply stating a completely ordinary fact. "Ha ha." Minato Namikaze and Noara Rin both laughed at the same time. Seeing Obito about to charge over and challenge Kakashi to a duel, Noara Rin quickly stopped him and comforted him. "Kakashi doesn't mean anything bad by it. As for what you just said about Kushina-sensei making, I bet there'll definitely be your favorite food." "You guessed right." A crisp voice rang out from the forest, and everyone's faces lit up with delight as they all turned to look. Before long, a woman with red hair appeared in front of them, carrying a huge lunchbox in her hands. Kushina smiled brightly. "Not only is there your favorite food, there's also what you hate the most." "Ah!" Uchiha Obito instantly wilted, but he didn't dare resist his teacher's wife. Kushina rubbed Obito's head. Being picky isn't a good habit. Out of the three of them, the one she liked most was Uchiha Obito. She had even once said she hoped her own child could be like him, helpful and cheerful every day. Then Kushina opened the lunchbox, and the group began to eat. "The Ninja World Event System is about to finish loading. Please be advised. The Ninja World Event System is about to finish loading." Cough, cough. Uchiha Obito was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly looked around. Seeing his reaction, Kakashi said speechlessly, "Idiot. It's in the sky." Obito hurriedly raised his head to look at the screen in the sky, no longer in the mood to bicker with Kakashi. Konoha year 63. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi all wore completely frozen expressions. It actually spoke? Kakashi's face darkened. He had originally thought it posed no threat to the ninja world. His first thought was to report to the Hokage, but then he reconsidered. The Hokage had probably known already, so going there now would be pointless. It actually spoke? Naruto stared dumbly as he stuffed food into his mouth. They had only just graduated not long ago, and the Land of Waves mission had only recently been completed. They had only recovered from their injuries for one day, And now they were planning to train only for something like this to happen. Naruto couldn't help feeling speechless. What do we do now, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura Haruno asked worriedly from the side. Naruto laughed and kept stuffing food into his mouth. What else can we do? Eat, obviously. This thing probably doesn't have any hostile intent. Otherwise, it would have attacked us a long time ago. Why would it bother saying it's about to finish loading? Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura Haruno all turned to look at Naruto at the same time, a little surprised. Naruto was startled and said with a trembling voice, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Sasuke said with a shocked face, "How come I never realized, Naruto, you're actually this smart?" "Yeah. Before, I thought you only knew how to charge forward without thinking. I never imagined you'd actually use your brain." Sakura Haruno nodded. Even Kakashi looked like he was more or less in agreement. Naruto's face flushed red, and he pouted. "You're all being really hurtful. Ha ha." The group immediately laughed, then turned to the screen in the sky with solemn expressions. Ding! Loading complete. The strange voice rang out again. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the ninja world, a huge animated face appeared on the giant light screen and spoke in an extremely mechanical voice. "Greetings, people of the ninja world. I am the Ninja World Event System. As the name suggests, I will next review major events that happened in the future, the past, and the present. To a certain extent, these are all events that can affect history. And any character who appears in the videos, regardless of strength, age, or gender, will receive rewards. The rewards include, but are not limited to, increases in strength, increases in chakra limits, learning ninjutsu, changing bloodlines, revival slots, and coin rewards. Simple and easy to understand, yet it stunned the entire ninja world. Naruto pointed at the giant screen with his right hand, his voice trembling. Was what it just said real or fake? No one answered him. Naruto looked at Sasuke, only to see the boy's face flushed red, as if he were thinking about something. Great, there are actually revival slots. Real or fake, I, Uchiha Sasuke, have to fight for one. I must bring my parents back. Even Kakashi was the same. The moment he heard about revival slots, 3 figures appeared in his mind: Obito, Rin, and his father. At that moment, he actually began to hope the giant screen in the sky was telling the truth. Seeing that no one answered him, Naruto could only keep eating his already cold lunch. "Naruto, don't you have any thoughts about it?" Sakura Haruno looked at Naruto acting as if nothing had happened and was a little dumbfounded. Naruto shook his head. "Not really. Look, we can learn ninjutsu ourselves and strength can be improved slowly. As for bloodlines, I think what I have now is already pretty good, so there's no need to change it. And for revival slots, I don't know who my parents are, and I'm not dead. Kakashi-sensei is here, and Grandpa Hokage isn't dead either. Everyone's alive and doing just fine. Even if you gave me a revival slot, I wouldn't have any use for it." The others all turned to look at Naruto in unison, suddenly feeling a bit impressed by his optimistic nature. Konoha Year 47. Uchiha Obito looked at the screen in the sky and instantly felt bored. He was very satisfied with his Uchiha bloodline. There was no need to change it. His grandmother was still alive, so he had no need for a revival slot either. But his grandmother did not have much time left. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up, and he looked at the massive screen in the sky again. Maybe he could get on the video too. Of course, it was just a thought. He did not think he could change the history of the ninja world. Minato Namikaze and Kushina looked at each other, especially Minato Namikaze. Right now, he felt like even Kushina's cooking, his favorite, did not taste good anymore. Finally, under the watch of everyone in the ninja world, the giant screen's voice rang out once more. "Next, please watch one of the top 10 events. Naruto Uzumaki's wife-stealing story." Naruto, who was still taking his last bite of food, choked on the spot and looked at the screen in the sky with a face full of shock. His expression seemed to say, "Why me?" Konoha Year 63. The people of Konoha immediately broke into heated discussion. The moment some of them heard Naruto's name, their faces turned as ugly as if they had eaten shit. "Why him, that Ninetales brat? He's the one who caused the death of the 4th Hokage and so many villagers. Fake. This damn screen has to be fake." "Exactly. Everyone knows that Ninetales brat is only a teenager. Wife stealing. What kind of bullshit is that?" Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly pressed down the brim of his hat, surprise filling his heart. He had not expected the first video to be about that kid Naruto. That really was beyond his expectations. But that was fine too. Judging by this, Naruto had successfully grown up in the future. Originally, he thought that as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, it would be very difficult for Naruto to make it to adulthood. But from the looks of it, Naruto was living quite smoothly in the future. Konoha Year 47. Who is Naruto Uzumaki? Obito looked completely confused. He had never heard of this person before. "Sensei, is he from your era?" Minato Namikaze nodded with a serious expression. "No, I've never heard that name either. Uzumaki? Could he be one of Big Sis Kushina's clansmen?" Kushina said, "That is possible. Even though our clan has already been wiped out, many people still escaped from the land of whirlpools. He could be one of my clansmen. The video gradually began to show an image. A giant poster appeared in the center of the screen. A blond young man was on the poster. His right hand was wrapped in white bandages, and a red scarf was around his neck. In the upper right corner was a woman. She wore a black veil over her head and a black dress. She was incomparably beautiful, with a graceful and curvy figure. Damn, it really is Naruto, and it's even Naruto after growing up. But who is that woman? Everyone who knew Naruto showed shocked expressions. Could that woman really be Naruto's wife? But how did that dummy end up finding such a beautiful wife? That's not normal. Absolutely not normal. Naruto's mouth fell open, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Why was it him? Did he really have that kind of ability to change history? He did not want to change any damn history. He would much rather become Hokage. That girl looks kind of like Hinata? Sakura Haruno muttered at the side. She looks really similar, especially those Byakugan. Now that you mention it, she really does. Kakashi stroked his chin and sank into thought. Naruto frowned slightly. Was he really going to marry Hinata in the future? Felt unbelievable. In his impression, Hinata was a strange girl. Every time she saw him, her face would turn bright red, and sometimes she would even faint. He had always thought Hinata disliked him and did not want to talk to him. But then why would the two of them end up together, and even get married? That was worth thinking about. Naruto. Sakura interrupted Naruto's thoughts and asked with a smile. So, now you know who your future marriage partner is. How do you feel? Naruto shook his head. Not much. It's different from what I imagined. Originally, he had planned to think about major life matters only after becoming Hokage. But now, it seemed the future had already developed far beyond his imagination. Team 8. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame looked at Hinata, who was too shy to even look at the screen directly, and found it very hard to believe. Could someone with Hinata's personality really get her wish and marry Naruto? They simply could not imagine it. Especially Kurenai Yuhi. She let out a bitter laugh. She was not even married yet, and she was already seeing her student's wedding. Fate really worked in strange ways. Across the endless parallel ninja worlds, some were shocked, while others were confused. Under everyone's gaze, the system officially began playing the first video. As the scene unfolded, what surprised everyone was that the video did not describe Naruto right away. Instead, it started with Hinata. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the Hyuga estate. Countless people were dressed in black. Little Hinata stood in the front row of the crowd, her right hand held by Hayashi Hyuga. Did someone die? Why is everyone mourning? Some people in Konoha were confused. But some, after seeing Hinata's age and the expression on Hayashi Hyuga's face, immediately understood. This was Hisashi Hyuga's funeral. Niji Hyuga, who was away on a mission, saw this scene, and his eyes gradually turned sharp, releasing intense killing intent. Why was it that people from the main family could live safely and soundly, while those from the branch family had to give up their lives for them? This was unfair. When everyone looked up at the screen again, little Hinata was looking around in confusion. Then she looked at Hisashi Hyuga lying in the coffin, and she seemed to understand something. The night gradually deepened. Hinata Hyuga kept crying as she walked out of the Hyuga estate. She did not understand. Why had Uncle Hisashi died? He had clearly been perfectly fine just a few days ago. Heavy snow was falling outside. Cold and hungry, Hinata collapsed beneath a street lamp. If this keeps going, can I see Uncle Hisashi? Hinata's inner voice was infinitely amplified, and everyone in the ninja world heard it clearly. Some fell silent, thinking it was only the words of a child. After all, a 3-year-old did not have a deep understanding of death. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. This matter was his fault. If he had been more forceful back then, maybe Hisashi would not have died. But at that time, the village's situation did not allow him to be forceful. They had just gone through the Ninetales attack. A large number of outstanding ninja had died. Even the 4th Hokage had died. They simply did not have the strength to stand against the Cloud Village at the height of its power. Left with no choice, they could only let Hisashi Hyuga become the scapegoat. Konoha Year 47. At the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga looked at each other. Then Hayashi tightly grabbed Hisashi's hand. Little brother. All right, big brother, no need to say more. If it's to protect the village and protect the clan, then even death doesn't scare me. Hisashi Hyuga's tone was extremely firm, as if he were talking about something utterly ordinary. Enough about that. That niece of mine really is adorable. She's this upset, so it looks like I must have spoiled her a lot in the past. Hisashi Hyuga burst into laughter. Hayashi Hyuga looked helplessly at the screen, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he absolutely could not let his younger brother die before his eyes. In the video, Hinata lay on the ground. The freezing, bone-piercing earth did not make her feel cold, because her heart was already cold to the marrow. She lay there and cried her heart out, her tears melting the snow on the ground. What are you doing here? Naruto came walking over from the distance with his feet splayed outward. The camera moved from far to near, clearly revealing Naruto's appearance. This child looks a lot like you, Kushina said to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze nodded. Indeed, there really is a strong resemblance to me in his features, especially that blonde hair. Uchiha Obito chuckled. Maybe this is Sensei S and Big Sis Kushina S child. That S possible. But why is this kid running outside so late? Rin Noera asked in confusion. We'll find out if we keep watching, Kakashi replied. In the video, Naruto slowly walked over to Hinata. Looking at the sobbing Hinata, he grabbed her and pulled her to her feet. Where's your house? I'll take you back. Hinata sobbed as she pointed in one direction. Then the scene shifted, and the two children, Hinata and Naruto, were standing in front of the Hyuga clan estate. Naruto said with a face full of envy, Seriously, you have such a big house, so why are you still crying? Hinata looked at Naruto in shock, not understanding what he meant. Look at me. He paused for a moment, then grinned. I don't have any friends, no parents, and I don't have a huge house like yours either. But I never cry. Never cry. After that, he turned and walked off into the distance. Hinata stared blankly at his back, and so the boy-s figure was etched into the girl-s heart for the rest of her life. Naruto's words were heartbreaking. Of course, the only ones who truly felt that heartbreak were the people close to Naruto, like Sasuke, Kakashi, and Shikamaru. They knew what Naruto's childhood had been like, so they could truly empathize. This child really hasn't had it easy growing up, Minato Namikaze sighed. He still had not figured out Naruto's identity, but Naruto's tragic background alone was enough to make him deeply sympathetic. Yeah, seriously. Feels like he had it even worse than me. Obito nodded as if that was only natural. The video continued. It was still within that world of ice and snow. Hinata was being bullied in the forest and Naruto, who had been playing on a swing in the distance, suddenly leaped up. Stop! He stood in front of Hinata, anger on his face. The three boys in front of him said with displeasure, Who are you? How dare you stick your nose into our business?
I am Naruto Uzumaki.
The man who will become Hokage. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the man who is going to become Hokage. The moment those words came out, the three of them burst into mocking laughter. Hokage? You? Can you stop joking around? Naruto's face turned red, and he instantly formed hand seals. Clone jutsu. But unfortunately, the two clones he made together weren't even an inch tall. Those brats were startled at first, but then they looked at the two tiny Narutos and burst out laughing. With clones like that, we could beat 100 of you. Then they rushed up and started punching and kicking Naruto. Even the red scarf on his body was torn apart. A moment later, Naruto jumped up from the ground and still shouted, It's not over yet. Come on. Keep fighting. But when he swept his gaze around, no one was there anymore. Seeing that he was awake, Hinata asked worriedly, Are you okay? Naruto covered his cheek and shook his head. But Hinata handed him the scarf in her hands, already torn to pieces. Naruto waved his hand, turned around, and left. Only the girl was left behind, tightly clutching the red scarf in the snow. Teammate, Kiba Inuzuka looked at Hinata with a face full of surprise. So you two knew each other when you were that young? Hinata blushed and nodded. These two events had left an extremely deep impression on her. It was also after these two things that she could never stop thinking about Naruto. Kiba Inuzuka clicked his tongue and laughed. Who would have thought Naruto actually knew how to play the hero and save the beauty when he was little, even if he got beaten up badly for it? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. If it were you, you probably would run away. Shino Abirame said from the side. You were pretty timid when you were little. That instantly made Kiba Inuzuka blush bright red. And then the few of them looked back at the screen. The scene changed to a classroom in the Ninja Academy. Irika stood at the front of the class and looked at everyone with a smile. If tomorrow were the end of the world, who would you want to be with? Naruto put both hands behind his head and said carelessly, How is that possible? That's the moon. How could it suddenly fall down? Isn't that just a joke? Teacher Irika scratched his head helplessly. This is just a hypothetical. A hypothetical, understand? Choji Akimichi shouted loudly. Compared to the moon, I'd rather have meat falling down. The moment everyone heard Choji Akimichi's words, the whole class burst into laughter. As expected of Choji Akimichi. When it came to eating, he was absolutely number one. Naruto shouted, Even if the moon falls, I'll still protect everyone. Teacher Irika said, Write down the name of the person you want by your side at the end of the world. Naruto held his head, his chin resting on the desk. Now this is a problem. I don't know who my dad is, I don't know who my mom is, and I don't even have any friends. Thinking that, he simply stopped writing and folded the paper into a little airplane, sending it flying into the distance. The little paper airplane flew past Hinata's eyes, and she looked a little surprised. But right after that, she heard Teacher Irika's roar. Naruto, don't throw paper around. But Naruto said, Can't help it. I don't have anyone I especially want to be with anyway. Hinata looked at Naruto, suddenly smiled, and quickly started writing on her paper. Naruto's little paper airplane flew out of the classroom and farther away. Time passed faster and faster, until it reached when he was 19 years old. At 19, Naruto looked spirited and imposing as he stood inside the ninja academy. Looking at the many students in front of him, he smiled and said, "Today I'm a special instructor, and I'll be teaching everyone taijutsu. Pay attention." As soon as they heard Naruto speak, the entire academy instantly exploded with excitement. Countless girls shouted Naruto's name in excitement. "Senior Naruto! Senior Naruto!" Looking at those fanatical girls, Naruto helplessly set his stance. Outside the academy, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and the others looked at Naruto and felt a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that Naruto would have a day where he is this popular too? Choji Akimichi stuffed potato chips into his mouth. Of course, as the greatest contributor of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the man who saved the world, I'd say this kind of treatment is still too little. Shikamaru Nara had both hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. Yeah, Naruto's finally entered his lucky season with women too. Ino Yamanaka said with a bright smile. "Let us go. We still have a mission." The figures of the three people in the scene disappeared. The screen kept going. Konohamaru pulled Naruto away and brought him to the house he used to live in, then dug out a huge pile of miscellaneous junk. Naruto looked speechless as he picked up a doll of the third Hokage. With a light touch, the two little symbols clashed together and made a sound. "This stuff," Konohamaru immediately said. "These are all Grandpa Hiruzen's belongings. They're important to me. You're not allowed to say they're useless." Konohamaru seemed a little uncertain, so he repeated it again. "You're not allowed to say they're useless." Naruto nodded helplessly, but in truth, this stuff really was useless to him. At this moment, a huge uproar swept through the ninja world. Shikamaru Nara hadn't said much, but every word had been explosive. What did he mean by the Fourth Great Ninja War? And what did he mean by Naruto being the man who saved the world? Was that kid sure he wasn't exaggerating? And those belongings of the third Hokage, did that mean the old man, the third Hokage, had finally died? Shimura Danzo looked thrilled. Hiruzen had finally died. That meant the fifth Hokage had to be him now, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and a creepy laugh escaped his mouth. Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, looked calm. To him, death wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The only thing he wondered was whether he had died in battle or of old age. Konoha Year 47. Minato Namikaze looked completely baffled. What did they mean by the Fourth Great Ninja War? They hadn't even seen the Third Great Ninja War start yet. How many years had it been for a Fourth Great Ninja War to already happen? The Third Great Ninja War had already begun to show signs, but no country had officially started fighting yet. Yet the video said the Fourth Great Ninja War had already ended. It left him speechless. War. Minato Namikaze felt heavy-hearted. No matter who won, war was always bloody and cruel. The third Hokage is already dead? How many years later is that? Obito looked shocked. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi had only just entered old age. His death was still far away. Rin Noara immediately felt a little sad. Even that kind old grandpa would have a day when he died. Konoha Year 63. Naruto out in the wild had an even bigger smile on his face. His mood unbelievably excited. The hero who ended the ninja war. The man who saved the world. With titles like those, he would definitely be able to become Hokage. He might even really surpass all the previous Hokage. Sasuke looked at Naruto in shock. No matter how he looked at it, this deadlass didn't seem like someone who could have titles like that. What's wrong, Sasuke? Jealous of me? Sasuke curled his lip. He had to admit, he really was a little jealous. Kakashi chuckled. As expected of the number one unpredictable ninja. Saving the world really is the kind of thing that should be left to him. At the same time, the people of Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and several other major ninja villages all turned grim. This intelligence was too important. The key point was that the ninja with those titles wasn't from their village. That was what mattered most. As for some damn ninja war or saving the world, they weren't interested in that. What they were interested in was the power behind those titles. Pass the order down. Investigate this Naruto Uzumaki with everything you've got. With one command, the intelligence agencies of all the ninja villages began operating at full capacity. All investigating the man named Naruto Uzumaki. In the video, the scene shifted. In a stretch of wilderness, Hayashi Hyuga stood there, his face grave as he looked up at the sky. That's the head of the Hyuga clan. Some sharp-eyed people recognized him, but Hayashi Hyuga's appearance, as if he were facing a great enemy, shocked everyone. After all, Hayashi Hyuga's strength was enough to rank near the top in Konoha. Yet right now, he looked as helpless as a child. You ask, I answer. Let me tell you, this is the Hyuga clan's answer. Hayashi Hyuga's figure flashed, and he instantly arrived in the air, striking out with a gentle fist attack. But that person blocked it with ease. Then, Right before everyone's stunned eyes, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. But at the same time, several puppets suddenly appeared in the sky. Chakra beams shot out from their mouths, and in just a few breaths, they had heavily injured Hayashi Hyuga. Left with no choice, he could only flee while badly wounded. You can't run. I'll find all of you. Hyuga! The mysterious man appeared high in the sky once again, his face full of icy killing intent. That white-haired young man was absurdly strong. Everyone had the same thought. In the current ninja world, no one could claim they could force the head of the Hyuga clan into such a miserable retreat within just a few breaths. Not even Nagato, who called himself a god, could do that. Nagato, what do you think? Conan asked softly at his side. For now, we observe. There's no telling what kind of information this video will reveal. Let us keep watching, Nagato said calmly, but in truth, his heart had already grown a little heavy. The strength of that white-haired young man had made him feel pressure. The scene in the video changed once more. Naruto and Konohamaru were walking down the street. Looking at the sights around him, Konohamaru said with a sigh, "That fast? It's already time for the Rinne Festival clearance sale?" Naruto had both hands in his pockets as he strolled along leisurely, casually glancing at the goods around him. "Naruto-senpai." A voice came from behind Naruto. Slightly puzzled, he turned around and saw a long-haired girl running up to him with a gift box in her arms. "This is a gift for Naruto-senpai. Please accept it." Since it was a girl's sincere gesture, Naruto found it hard to refuse, so he could only accept it, and then, before long, both Naruto's arms and Konohamaru's arms were stuffed full with all kinds of gifts, big and small. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sure, you were popular, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? This was way too outrageous. How much time had even passed? Yet their arms were already piled full of all kinds of things. So envious. Truly too envious. In the video, Hinata walked out of a knitting shop and happened to run into Sakura Haruno. "Is it for Naruto?" Hinata nodded softly. Sakura immediately smiled. "Then you'd better hurry up. Naruto's really popular right now. If you're too slow, someone else might snatch him away." Hinata looked at her anxiously. "Oh, you? Fine. I'll help you." At night, Hinata paced back and forth along the hallway of her home, feeling extremely nervous. Hanabi, who was behind a huge rock, couldn't stand watching anymore and jumped right out, waving the kunai in her hand around nonstop. "Hurry up and confess already," Hanabi said with a grin. Hinata jumped in fright and said angrily, "Hanabi, what are you doing here this late?" "Of course I'm watching you. A love-struck girl struggling with her feelings is just too interesting. Grown-up matters are none of a child's business." At this moment, Hinata put on the posture of an older sister, though it clearly had little effect. Hanabi swayed over to Hinata with a smiling face. "If we're talking about the insight of the Byakugan, I'm no worse than any adult. Forget that for now. Look, isn't this kunai cute? Using a kunai as a toy again." Hinata covered her forehead, feeling rather helpless. Grr. Before she could finish speaking, Hinata's stomach rumbled first. "Aha, this is at home right now, but if your stomach growls while you're confessing, people will laugh at you." With her head lowered, Hinata seemed a little embarrassed as she started walking off into the distance. "I already said it. I'm not going to confess." Hinata's figure gradually moved farther away. She carefully turned her head to look behind her, and after confirming Hanabi was no longer in sight, she immediately dashed out through the main gate. That cautious little appearance made everyone laugh, but the girls in their adolescence understood exactly how Hinata felt at that moment. She was worried the person she liked would reject her, and she was also worried she wouldn't have the courage to say what was truly in her heart. Konoha year 47. Kushina said somewhat helplessly, "That girl is a little too timid." "Well, of course. She definitely can't compare to you, Kushina." The people around her all rolled their eyes together. "But I don't dislike her." Rin Noera revealed a smile. She liked a girl like Hinata very much, and she had also discovered that the two of them shared some striking similarities. Konoha year 63. Looking at the grown-up Sakura Haruno, a smile appeared on her face. Then she quietly glanced at Sasuke, wondering whether she and Sasuke had ended up together in the future. If they really were together, that would be wonderful. Sasuke, meanwhile, was confused. Why had the video played this long without showing him at all? Had something happened to him? The scene shifted, and everyone saw the new 5 Kage summit. Kakashi, the Raikage, Mei Terumi, Gaara, and Inoki. The 5 Kage summit is being held again? Did some huge event happen in the ninja world again? If I remember correctly, the last 5 Kage summit was more than 10 years ago, when the Third Great Ninja War ended. I didn't expect that after so many years, another 5 Kage summit would be called. The people of Konoha saw that the one serving as Hokage was Kakashi, and their faces went blank. They were thinking, aren't your priorities a little off? The Hokage is Kakashi. Kakashi himself was a little dumbfounded. With a lazy personality like his, he could actually become Hokage? Who had recommended him? Ha ha ha, as expected of my eternal rival. My guy laughed loudly, feeling happy for his friend. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a face full of envy. I didn't expect Kakashi-sensei could become Hokage too. He had originally thought that with the title of hero of the ninja world, he could successfully become the 5th Hokage. But now it seemed he could only be the 6th. Still, the 6th was fine too. It was just pushed back a little later. Konoha year 47. Obito Uchiha opened his mouth wide, completely unable to believe that the Hokage at the 5 Kage summit was Kakashi. Even Kakashi himself didn't believe it. Only Minato Namikaze wore a smile as he said, "Looks like future Kakashi accomplished a lot to be selected as Hokage. As your teacher, I'm sincerely happy for you." Obito Uchiha curled his lip and said disdainfully, "I'm definitely the previous Hokage." Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance and said without any politeness, "You? Forget it. You're dead last." "Huh? What did you say?" Obito still hadn't even finished the food in his hand before he was already getting up to duel Kakashi. Rin no Era hurriedly stood up to stop them, but the smile in her eyes was perfectly clear. Obviously, she was happy for Kakashi. Kakashi touched the blade on his back, his heart heavy. Could he really shoulder the responsibility of an entire village? In the video, Kakashi Hatake rested his chin on one hand, his expression extremely serious. Before he could speak, the Raikage said, "After several years, the 5 Kage summit is being held again. Did some major event happen in the ninja world?" The other Kage all looked at Kakashi with grave expressions, waiting for him to speak. "That's right. And it concerns a matter that will determine whether the ninja world survives or perishes." Kakashi then began telling everyone the information Konoha had learned. The Raikage said in shock, "You mean the moon is falling?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right. The moon is getting closer and closer to the earth. If this continues, then in less than a week, the moon will collide with the earth. At that point, the entire ninja world will be destroyed." Gaara also nodded. "That's right. Recently, there have been more and more meteorites around Sunagakure." Terumi frowned slightly. "Then what should we do?" Inoki asked, "What is the cause?" A woman behind Kakashi stepped forward. "As for that, I'll explain. When two celestial bodies gradually approach each other, they attract each other because of gravity, and the moon's surface begins to break apart. That's why a huge number of meteorites are falling to the earth." Terumi asked, "Is this man-made, or is it a natural disaster?" Kakashi smiled faintly. "This matter is actually a very subtle one." "Subtle? Subtle my ass." Countless people across the ninja world roared inwardly. If the moon fell, the whole planet would probably be smashed into dust. At that point, no matter who you were or how strong you were, any ninja on Earth would die. If the Earth exploded, no living thing could possibly survive. What should they do? Everyone was sweating from anxiety, especially those in year 63 of Konoha, because they knew that future wasn't far off from their era at all. If it was a natural disaster, then that meant Earth would definitely be destroyed in a few years. If it was man-made, that was even worse. With a powerhouse like that, even if everyone in the ninja world charged at him together, they still couldn't possibly be his opponent. Even if Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were alive, it would still be absolutely impossible. The ninja world really was plagued with disasters. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. At this moment, he was already on the way back to Konoha. With such a world-shaking change happening, there was no way he could stay at ease. And Naruto was also the son of his beloved student, Minato. It was about time he went back and took a look. Konoha year 47. "Sensei, if the moon falls down, do you have a way to stop it?" Obito Uchiha looked at Minato Namikaze with hope all over his face. Obito, you're really thinking too highly of me." Minato Namikaze gave a bitter smile and turned his gaze back to the video. The scene continued. It was showing Naruto eating ramen at Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen really can survive. Countless people complained, especially the people of Konoha. Tucci was grinning so hard his face wrinkled up. It looked like he really had managed Ichiraku quite well. After going through so many wars, he was still able to keep the ramen shop running steadily. That truly took skill. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, several people were sitting there. Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino, and the others. They were eating and chatting with smiles on their faces. Naruto pressed his hands together and first said, "Thanks for the meal," then added, "Eating a bowl of ramen in weather this cold really is happiness." Listen to yourself. When have you ever not been eating ramen? Sakura Haruno was almost speechless. Whenever she saw Naruto, he was either eating ramen or on the way to eat ramen. He really did love ramen. Of course, because ramen tastes great. That's why I like eating it. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, Naruto seemed to think of something and took off the scarf hanging around his neck. "Can't let it get dirty. That scarf." Sensing that something was off, Sakura Haruno spoke up to ask, but she quickly heard Ino's voice. "Have you eaten yet, Hinata? Want some?" Ino stood up and walked over to Hinata with a smiling face. "No need to be polite. I'm paying today." Naruto picked up the conversation and stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. "But be more decisive." Sakura Haruno grabbed Hinata and pulled her into her seat. And right at that moment, a few girls walked up to Naruto and greeted him with cheerful smiles. To thank you for your gift at the Rinne festival. I'm treating today, so don't be shy, senpai. Sit here. One of the red-haired girls shook Naruto's arm and spoke in a spoiled tone. Meanwhile, Hinata stood up with a downcast expression, holding the scarf she had carefully knitted, and walked off into the distance. You're not eating? Looking at Hinata walking away, Naruto was a little confused. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Naruto found Hinata's behavior strange, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Sakura, standing nearby, said in frustration, go walk her home. Walk Hinata home? Why? The village is very safe. This is Konoha, who's tired of living enough to cause trouble here. Naruto could absolutely vouch for Konoha's public safety. What an idiot. Sakura was utterly speechless. Naruto felt a little annoyed by what Sakura said. Why would you say that? Figure it out yourself. The people outside the video were collectively speechless at what they were seeing, especially Sakura Haruno, who had spent time around Naruto. You weren't this dense when you were little. Naruto frowned slightly, seeming not to understand what Sakura meant. Forget it, you don't need to understand either. But this video's called Naruto Uzumaki's wife-stealing record. Looks like your road to pursuing Hinata won't be easy. Sakura let out a sigh. Kakashi had a smile on his face. It seemed that the #1 most unpredictable ninja didn't have very high emotional intelligence. On the other side, Hinata, seeing herself shrink back once again, turned pale. Kurina Yuhi comforted her from the side. It's okay. The future you will definitely end up with Naruto. She knew empty promises didn't do much, so she could only let Hinata keep watching for herself. In the video, Hinata stood beneath a street lamp, continuously practicing her confession, while Sakura Haruno's words echoed in her mind. Maybe it's because we're alike. Alike? Hinata muttered to herself, then a smile appeared on her face. Good, one more practice, then I'll go find Naruto. But right at that moment, Naruto suddenly darted out from around the corner. Seeing Hinata muttering to herself there, he curiously asked, Hinata, what are you doing here? Hinata was startled badly, her face flushing red. Nothing. But suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply, and she slowly said, that scarf is very pretty. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Right? You think so too? Then he added, are you hungry? You can come to my place. Hinata shook her head, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes as she ran off into the distance. Naruto scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Did he say something wrong? Hinata sat alone on a swing, her face full of sorrow. This scarf doesn't have any use anymore. Since it's useless now, how about giving it to me? Hinata suddenly raised her head and looked forward, her expression instantly turning serious. Who are you? My name is Tonari. I've come to receive you, the pale young man said flatly. With a rustling sound, a puppet suddenly jumped out from behind Hinata and tightly restrained her body. Tonari had already arrived in front of her. A flash of fluorescent light flickered from his right hand, and Hinata immediately lost consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Naruto rushed over at once. Seeing Hinata slung over the shoulder of a man in black robes, his face instantly filled with rage. Bastard! What are you planning to do to Hinata? His figure flickered, and he threw a punch at Tonari, but to his surprise, it hit nothing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A large number of black-robed figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere around them. Naruto's expression instantly became extremely ugly. What are those barrier team people even doing? That sentence made Konoha's barrier team burn with shame, all of them blushing bright red. Their barrier had been breached, and the enemy had invaded again and again. If those enemies had wanted to attack the villagers, Konoha would probably already be drowning in blood by now. Hayashi Hyuga stared at the video with a tense expression. One moment he had just been beaten like a dog, and the next he saw his daughter get abducted. The emotional whiplash was so intense that it was hard for him to accept. As for the Hyuga destiny Tonari spoke of, he had searched through a lot of records, but found nothing at all. Could it have been lost during inheritance? He couldn't help but suspect that, but right now, what worried him more was his daughter's safety. In the video, Naruto chased after them relentlessly, fighting the black-robed figures while forming hand seals. But those people seemed to realize how dangerous Naruto was, and kept interrupting his hand seals. Still, it didn't take long before Naruto found an opening and used the ninjutsu he was best at. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A massive number of clones rushed in from all directions, and the situation instantly reversed. Large numbers of black-robed figures were crushed in an instant. But the black-robed enemy ahead had already pulled quite a distance away from him. Naruto didn't get impatient. He leaped into the air. Raisin Shuriken. Golden chakra gathered in his palm and, in the blink of an eye, condensed into the shape of a shuriken. Then Naruto hurled it with force. All the remaining black-robed figures were wiped out. The huge Raisin Shuriken landed outside the village, and with a thunderous boom, smoke and dust filled the sky as a massive mushroom cloud rose upward, startling awake the entire village of Konoha. But the black-robed enemy carrying Hinata was exceptionally agile, and actually escaped the disaster. Naruto's eyes turned fierce. With another swing of his right hand, he sent out yet another Raisin Shuriken, shooting straight ahead. It sliced that man clean in half at the waist. But Hinata's body began falling uncontrollably. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted anxiously, his figure moving at high speed, but he still couldn't catch up to the speed of her fall. Hinata kept rolling down along the wall, and the scarf in her hand was instinctively used by her as a tool to reduce resistance. "My body feels so weak. I can't even use any strength." Rip, the scarf was torn apart, but fortunately, Naruto could already feel that he had tightly held Hinata and brought her to a safe place. Looking at the scarf that had already shattered in Hinata's hands, Naruto said with some regret, "The scarf broke." Hinata nodded dejectedly. She clearly still hadn't confessed. "The end is near. Before that, I will definitely come to take you away." "Shut up." Naruto was furious. This guy was trying to steal someone right in front of him. Didn't he even ask around who was backing the ninja world, and who was in charge of Konoha? Yet he actually dared to be this arrogant. His figure flashed, and he threw a fierce uppercut straight at Tonari's face. But this Tonari was only a phantom. The attack simply had no effect at all. "Who the hell is this guy?" Naruto looked into the distance with a dark expression, his face grave. While Naruto was fighting on this side, Hanabi was directly taken by force when Tonari's group broke into the Hyuga clan compound. Even Sai, who had discovered their traces, was knocked to the ground by him. Everyone knew the matter was getting bigger and bigger, especially Hayashi Hyuga. His face had gone completely dark. Why did his family have to suffer this? They had clearly done nothing wrong, yet they were being targeted by such a terrifying expert. He felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. And that bullshit destiny, he really didn't know anything about it. Konoha year 47. The two brothers, Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga, were both tense. They simply had no idea why they were suffering such a disaster out of nowhere. "Brother, go gather all the clan's documents and records. We'll search through them little by little. We must find that so-called bullshit destiny." Hayashi Hyuga clenched his teeth, rage burning in his heart. His two daughters had been abducted one after the other. He was furious to the extreme. Hisashi Hyuga nodded and arranged for people to search for all of the Hyuga clan's historical records. At the end of the Warring States era, at the beginning of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's reconciliation, and at the beginning of Konoha's founding preparations, the two of them were drinking a little wine at the moment. Watching Naruto display his overwhelming might, both of their eyes lit up at the same time. Senju Hashirama smiled proudly and said, "See that? That SA junior from our village. I told you, our goal in founding the village absolutely wasn't wrong." Uchiha Madara also burst into laughter, his mood relaxing a little. They had already decided on the name Konoha long ago. It was just that the village was still in preparation now. "By the way, the Hyuga clan is also planning to attach itself to our village, right?" Uchiha Madara suddenly asked. Senju Hashirama nodded. "That's right. There's also the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, and the Yamanaka clan. They're all major clans in the ninja world." As he spoke, Senju Hashirama's eyes brightened slightly. "You want to go ask about this so-called destiny of the Hyuga clan?" Uchiha Madara nodded and said with a grave expression, "You heard it too. In a few decades, the moon will gradually move closer to the earth. When that time comes, the entire ninja world will turn into nothingness. We worked hard our whole lives. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if it all ended like this? So I plan to first find this so-called destiny and let the ninja world return to peace." Senju Hashirama was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "Nice. As expected of Madara. You really are smarter than me." Uchiha Madara laughed and cursed. "Enough already. Let us go find the Hyuga clan head first." After that, the two of them went to the Hyuga clan of the Warring States era. At the same time, the Hyuga clan's actions were almost no different from the Hyuga family in the future era. They were all searching for what exactly that so-called destiny was. But they had nearly worn out all the clan records from flipping through them, and still couldn't find any so-called Hyuga destiny. Left with no choice, they could only look back at the video again, hoping it would give them some guidance. Report. The Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Madara, and the Senju clan head, Senju Hashirama, have important matters and wish to see you. Hyuga Ryo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Quick! Invite them in." Very soon, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara began discussing this matter with the Hyuga clan. "You should know why we came, so I won't waste words." Hyuga Ryo was stunned at first, then gave a bitter smile. So they had come for the Hyuga clan's destiny. Senju Hashirama laughed loudly. "Sorry, Madara's words just now may have made you misunderstand. Actually, it's like this." Senju Hashirama explained their purpose, and Hyuga Ryo also relaxed quite a bit inside. He gave a bitter smile and said, "It's not that I want to say it. It's that I also don't know what the Hyuga clan's destiny is. If I really knew the so-called destiny of the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga of today wouldn't be this desolate. To him, the current Hyuga clan truly was in decline. The Hyuga clan that once threw its weight around the ninja world had long since disappeared. Now they even had to depend on other clans. Just thinking of that made Hyuga Ryo's heart ache. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara exchanged a glance. They knew the Hyuga Ryo before them didn't have the guts to lie to them, so they could only raise their heads and continue looking at the light screen. In the video, because Hanabi had been abducted, Kakashi sent Naruto, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, Sai and Hinata to rescue Hanabi and, at the same time, investigate the matter of the moon. Kakashi-sensei, are you sure the moon's movement is connected to the person who took Hanabi? Naruto scratched his head as he asked. Kakashi smiled. Well, I'm not sure either. It's just my guess. But my guesses have always been pretty accurate, haven't they? Naruto was instantly speechless. Left with no choice, he could only follow the group. At the very least, he had to protect everyone's safety. At the same time, Kakashi also put a clock in Shikamaru Nara's hand. When that clock finished turning, it would be the end of the Earth. In other words, the Earth only had 3 days left before being destroyed. 3 days. Not exactly fast, not exactly slow. But after becoming Hokage in the future, Kakashi really has grown a lot. Kushina rubbed Kakashi's head with a smiling face. And you're also that blonde brat's teacher. If that blonde brat Naruto really is our son, then you can be considered to have taken care of him for us. Kushina laughed loudly, and her hands became even stronger. Kakashi's hair was rubbed into complete disarray. Rin watched from the side with a smiling expression, while Obito looked full of indignation. Where had he gone? Why had there been no sign of him at all even after the video had played this far? Could it be that he had died during some future mission? Even when thinking about his own death, the current Obito would never believe that he would become a rogue ninja. But in this video, up until now, I still haven't seen Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, Obito, or me. What's going on? Minato smiled and said that's normal. After all, it isn't being shown from our perspective. It's perfectly fitting that we don't appear. Maybe we just weren't involved in this matter. But Minato Namikaze knew that was only what he said on the surface. He knew what kind of person he was. With such a threat to the ninja world, there was no way he wouldn't step in. Yet now, he still hadn't appeared in this video. That left only one possibility. He was already dead. Perhaps Kushina had gone with him as well. He gave Kushina a meaningful glance and let out a deep sigh in his heart. He just didn't know when exactly they had died. Konoha year 63. Seeing that the ninja world had really been left to these few brats to save, both the Raikage and Inoki had dark looks on their faces. Had Kakashi made a mistake or what? No matter how they looked at them, they were only in their early 20s. At most, how strong could they possibly be? Who would have thought that at such a young age, he'd already started going senile? Inoki let out a cold laugh. Looks like I'm not that old after all. At this age, young people already have Alzheimer's. Admittedly, Naruto's move just now had indeed surprised him a little. Compressing chakra to the extreme and throwing it out in one burst really was shocking, and the explosive power was huge as well. But they were still just little brats. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the Raikage said with a dark face, "How is the development of the chakra cannon going?" The chakra cannon was a weapon secretly researched by several generations of Raikage. I was confident that once this weapon was completed, the entire ninja world would absolutely have no match for them. Mabui spoke up. It's almost complete. At this rate, in about 3 to 5 years, it should be ready for deployment. The Raikage shook his head. Too slow. But we don't have enough manpower, and our funds aren't very sufficient either. Mabui's expression was a little ugly. That's not a problem. I'll pull manpower from my direct subordinates, and I'll go ask the daimyo for the funds myself. But those direct subordinates are specifically assigned to protect you. S face instantly changed. He looked at Mabui. Do you think I need anyone to protect me? That's true. In the video, while flying halfway there, Hinata's Byakugan spotted a spark-emitting kunai hidden in the snow. Naruto and Hinata immediately rode Saiya's giant bird downward, found the kunai, and Hinata opened the backpack she had brought with her. Inside, there was still a scarf. Naruto said in surprise, "You even brought the scarf with you?" Wasn't it damaged? I wanted to mend it again. Hinata smiled brightly. The two of them sat on the giant bird again and flew into the distance. Not long after, the group stopped in front of a waterfall. Shikamaru Nara swept his gaze around, then asked Hinata, "Did you find anything?" Hinata nodded. There's a huge hollow below. A hollow? The next moment the group jumped down, and all their faces changed. There really was a hollow, and judging by its scale and age, who knew how many years ago it had been made, and how much manpower and material had been spent to create it. There was also a huge lake inside the hollow. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked toward the lake. But to her surprise, her vision was actually distorted, and she couldn't see the scene below at all. My Byakugan's vision is distorted. I can't tell what's below. Shikamaru Nara frowned slightly, somewhat unable to believe it. The Byakugan's perceptive power ranked among the very best in the entire ninja world. In terms of pure perception, it was much stronger than the Sharingan. Yet now, even such a powerful dojutsu had its vision distorted. Just what exactly existed beneath this lake? Naruto rolled his arms and grinned. Then we'll just have to go down and see for ourselves. Then he carefully took off the scarf around his neck. Sakura Haruno said speechlessly, "What does it matter? Just keep it on." Naruto shook his head. "No way, this is something precious." At the side, Hinata kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye, silent. Sai, standing beside them, reached his hand into the water, then stood up and said, "You don't need to take off the scarf. The water here doesn't seem to get you wet even if you touch it." The group was a little surprised, then tried it for themselves. It really was true. After that, they jumped down and entered the lake. But what shocked them was that inside the lake were countless spheres giving off a dim yellow light. It looked incomparably strange. Before the group could even react, they all fell unconscious. That light sphere seems to be some kind of jutsu, but it's different from genjutsu. At the end of the Warring States era, Hashirama Senju spoke. "Madara, did you see anything?" Madara Uchiha nodded. "That light sphere probably isn't genjutsu. Or maybe it's more accurate to say it's a kind of jutsu that can trigger other people's memories. Once someone sinks into it, they might never wake up again. It really is a good jutsu." Madara Uchiha let out a sigh of admiration. Ninjutsu really was fascinating. In the video, everyone saw the ancestor of all evil, the big shot Irika who had once predicted that the moon would fall. If tomorrow were the end of the world, who would you want to be with? The end of the world would never come. For example, something like the moon falling down. The conversation was exactly the same, without the slightest change. But at that very moment, the sky outside suddenly went dark. Everyone looked up. It was the moon. The moon really had fallen. Cough, cough. Naruto waved his hand to disperse the dust. From within a stretch of ruins, he arrived at the Chunin exams arena. But at this moment, his body had clearly shrunk. But he was obviously still confused. Before he could even react, he was sent flying by a barrage from Kiba Inuzuka's Fong over Fong. Kiba Inuzuka was delighted with himself after showing off his power. "Alright, what are you so happy about? You probably can't beat future Naruto." Shino Aburame delivered another ruthless jab, and Kiba Inuzuka instantly lost all enthusiasm. Karina Yuhi watched from the side with a smile, feeling somewhat relaxed. In the dim yellow lakebed, the torn scarf that had originally been hidden in Hinata's backpack was now tightly wrapping the two of them together. Then everyone saw Hinata's memories. Naruto's body was pierced through by countless black rods. Beside him stood Devapath Pain. In a cold voice, Devapath said, "Your death will bring peace. So please die in peace." Ah! Hinata's figure suddenly jumped out from who knew where. The moment Naruto saw her, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly shouted, "Why are you here? Run. You're no match for him." But Hinata stood in front of Naruto with a firm expression. "This time, it's my turn to protect Naruto-kun. All I ever did was cry, and give up from the very beginning. I've taken so many wrong turns, but every time, Naruto-kun was the one who brought me back. I've always been following Naruto-kun. No matter when, I always wanted to be with Naruto-kun. It was Naruto-kun who changed me. It was Naruto-kun's smile that saved me. If it's to save Naruto-kun, then even if I die, I won't be afraid. Because I like Naruto-kun the most." Gentle step, twin lion fists. Two lion heads made of chakra gathered over Hinata's fists as she charged at Pain. But regrettably, after only 2 exchanges, she was beaten into serious injury by Pain. Devapath Pain said softly, "I don't understand. You clearly knew that coming out would mean death, so why?" Then he raised both hands. Hinata's body flew high into the air, then slammed heavily onto the ground, completely losing consciousness. "Hinata, no!" At the lakebed, Naruto kept murmuring Hinata's name. The scene changed again, and the older Naruto arrived in the classroom once more. There, he saw the name written on Hinata's paper slip. It was for big characters. Naruto Uzumaki-kun. He looked at his little paper plane fluttering in the wind, and his gaze trembled lightly. And at that moment, Naruto was awakened by his companions outside. He was lying on a rock at this time. He shook his head. "What happened to me?" Shikamaru Nara guessed this is probably a jutsu that triggers people's memories. If you can't wake up, then you'll be stuck in there for the rest of your life. "Alright, if you're done, come over with us." Shikamaru Nara, sigh, and Sakura jumped back into the lake again. Naruto stood up and looked at Hinata, scratching his head. "Hinata, just now you." Hinata said, "I'm fine." Naruto seemed a little disappointed, then jumped into the lake as well. But right at that moment, Tonari suddenly appeared and blocked Naruto. "Originally, I wanted to come receive you personally, but I didn't expect you to come on your own." Tonari let out a light laugh and extended his right hand. "Come, Byakugan princess." Hinata faced a great enemy, her expression solemn. But just then, Naruto leaped out of the lake and smashed a punch into Tonari's face. "You bastard!" Outside the video, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Naruto had noticed that something was wrong in time and rushed back. Otherwise, the development of things definitely would have headed in a direction not suitable for children. Looking at Tonari collapsed on the ground as a pile of parts, Naruto frowned. "You're a puppet?" But Tonari did not answer Naruto. He just kept staring at Hinata. "I'll come for you. I definitely will." Year 63 of Konoha. Nagato's expression was grave. He had originally thought that he had not yet appeared during Naruto's growth process. But he had not expected himself to appear so early in the video. But he had also exited early. If his guess was correct, then he had probably been defeated by Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto couldn't possibly still be alive and kicking. But he couldn't understand how Naruto had managed to beat him. In the video, Naruto had clearly been pinned down by his black receivers. So where exactly had the problem been? Conan said worriedly, "Are you alright, Nagato?" Nagato looked at her and said, "Don't worry. I'm not going to lose heart and collapse just because of something like this. The me in the video failed. But now, absolutely not. No matter what method Naruto used to defeat me, I won't give him that chance again." Conan let out a sigh of relief. Good. She really had been worried that Nagato would be shaken by this. But Nagato's appearance had ignited the entire ninja world. For no other reason than his Rinnegan. You have to know, the Rinnegan was hailed as the Sage of Six Paths Eyes, the legendary eyes of a god. How could something like that be possessed by an ordinary person? And yet, that pain had the Rinnegan embedded in his eyes. How could that not shock people? Especially Jiraiya, who was hurrying along. The moment he saw the Rinnegan, his whole mind froze. Nagato? No, Nagato's hair was red. And his appearance didn't match Nagato either. If he had to say it, he looked much more like Yahiko. Jiraiya was shaken to the core. According to the intelligence he had, Yahiko and the other two had formed the Akatsuki, but they had died long ago. So why did this man, who looked like Yahiko, have the Rinnegan? Could it be that Nagato's corpse had been stolen, and the Rinnegan had been implanted into Yahiko's corpse? Jiraiya's face turned extremely ugly. Damn bastard. Who the hell was it? If I find out who did this, I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces. His beloved disciple had been treated like this. Hatred surged to the heavens in his heart. Exposed, the Akatsuki had finally appeared before the world. But Uchiha Obito was not panicked in the slightest. He stared calmly at the giant light screen. Nothing could stop his steps. Not even his former self. Konoha year 47. Yahiko was completely dumbfounded. The pain in the video looked exactly like him. No need to even say it, unless he had a secret twin brother, that person was him. But with his personality, how could he ever do something so utterly insane? More importantly, why were Nagato's Rinnegan embedded in his eyes? Nagato and Conan were also stunned. They couldn't understand it. They truly couldn't understand what was happening in the video. But Nagato, relying on the Rinnegan, sensed that the Yahiko in the video no longer had any life force at all. In other words, the Yahiko in the video was just a corpse. "I will definitely protect you, Yahiko." How could the son in his heart be so easily taken away by someone else? No matter who it was, he would not allow it. At this moment, Nagato, who originally loved peace and disliked practicing ninjutsu, made up his mind. He would train properly in ninjutsu, including the dojutsu of his Rinnegan. In the video, while Naruto and Tonari were confronting each other, Shikamaru and the others had already dealt with a giant crab. Sakura had punched it to death with one blow. The force of the impact was so great that even the cave kept trembling. Before long, Naruto and Hinata arrived. Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, Naruto said in shock, "So all of this was done by Sakura?" Sakura nodded. "Yeah. So don't bully Hinata, or I won't let you off." As she spoke, she waved her fist, as if she might throw a punch at any moment. Naruto laughed awkwardly. "I would never bully Hinata." Sure enough, he still couldn't make Sakura angry. If that punch really came down, he would get hurt too if he wasn't on guard. Tsunade looked at the strength of 100 seal on Haruno Sakura's forehead and was a little stunned. Then she understood. Looks like this girl is my future disciple. And her talent is quite good too. Shizen had trained for so many years and still hadn't gathered chakra to the top of her head. But this girl was still young and had already almost reached her level. She's worth training. A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Maybe she could return to the village now. With the world changing so drastically, that old fool Jiraiya had probably already returned to Konoha. She sighed inwardly and looked back up at the video. At this moment, Naruto and the others had already walked out of the cave. Looking at the twisted sky and the sun, all of them were dumbfounded. There can be a sun underground too? After carefully observing the surroundings, Nara Shikamaru said, "This probably isn't underground anymore." There was not a single sound around them, as if they had come to a strange world that had already gone beyond the ninja world. Not underground? The group was confused. "Sai, let's take a look first." Sai flicked his brush, and 3 giant birds immediately appeared in the air. Time gradually passed. They had already wandered around for quite a while, but still found nothing. Hinata, have you sensed any enemies? Something's not right. It's way too quiet here. The silence made Nara Shikamaru's scalp tingle. Hinata replied softly, don't worry. Within the Byakugan's field of vision, there are no enemies at all. Nara Shikamaru relaxed a little, and the group temporarily found a place to land. A sun underground? This had completely exceeded everyone's expectations, no matter the era, no matter what level of shinobi they were. Late Warring States period. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara with an excited face. Madara, did you memorize the route they took? Uchiha Madara nodded proudly. That's the power of the Sharingan. Hashirama, that's something you can only envy. Good. Once our village is finished, we'll go there and have an adventure. They were already the strongest beings in the world. There was almost nothing left in the ninja world that could move their hearts. What they cared about now was adventure. Things that were unique, things they had never seen before. Uchiha Madara nodded, feeling a little excited as well. Konoha Year 47. Kakashi, don't you think that waterfall looks familiar? Obito suddenly said. Kakashi frowned and nodded. It does. Very familiar. But where have I seen it before? Namikaze Minato said, you've seen it before? It wasn't that he didn't believe the two of them, but when they went on missions, they were almost always together. He had no impression of it, so how had these two kids seen it? Yeah. Kakashi, do you remember our first mission? I think we were escorting a merchant caravan. Back then, Kakashi and I had to pee, so we peed in front of that waterfall. Namikaze Minato stared at the two in stunned disbelief. He had never expected the ninja world's hidden secret place to have been found by two little brats like this. Very good. Once this video finishes playing, we'll ask Lord Hokage to let us go take a look. Namikaze Minato was all smiles. Of course, what he cared about most was the fact that the moon would fall in the future. He also wanted to see if they could find any valuable clues. And in the history of Konoha Year 63, Konoha had already sent people out to search for this giant waterfall. In the video, Naruto and the others casually found a place to camp. Naruto was lying on a tree resting, but right at that moment, Hinata walked by beneath the tree and headed into the forest. He followed her curiously. He saw Hinata sitting on a rock, mending that scarf that had already become tattered beyond recognition. Knowing Hinata's memories, he touched the scarf around his own neck. Was that scarf knitted for me? He was deeply moved. He only wanted to step forward and ask her. But Naruto, the hero of the ninja world who dared fight Six Paths Madara and seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, turned timid at this moment. He left with a lonely turn of his body. But where he couldn't see, Hinata gently raised her head and looked at his back. The next day, the group got up early and arrived at a desolate place where not even birds would shit. They looked around and in the end reached a conclusion. This was a ninja village, but its history was probably already several hundred years old. The walls were weathered, weeds grew everywhere, and everything here spoke of the marks of history. The group split up to investigate. Naruto and Hinata flew toward the center of the village, then landed steadily inside a house. War. The devastated sight made Naruto sigh with emotion. He had experienced countless large and small wars and battles, so he was all too familiar with this kind of ruined environment. Ah! A shrill scream tore through the sky, startling Naruto badly. He hurried over at once. Hinata, are you okay? Hinata sat on the ground and said with lingering fear, it's spider webs. I hate these things the most. Naruto crouched down helplessly. You're this strong as a shinobi, and you're still scared of stuff like this? He helped remove the spider silk from her hair. While Hinata stayed where she was without moving, her face flushed red. Everyone laughed. The famous Byakugan, known for its insight, couldn't even see a spider web? Are you sure you weren't playing tricks on purpose? But what was wrong with using a few little schemes in front of the person you loved? How could Naruto not understand? He was a little airhead and a little slow, but he wasn't stupid. So after Hinata used that move, he quickly started carrying out his own plan too. The two of them ran freely across the rooftops. Naruto-kun, where's your scarf? It isn't cold here, so I took it off. He held Hinata's hand, and not long after, they arrived by a pool of water. Naruto scooped up a handful with both hands and brought it to Hinata's lips. Hinata gently drank from it, but Naruto outside the video frowned. He had noticed his own arm a long time ago. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but now it seemed clear that something had definitely happened to his future arm. His entire right arm was wrapped in white bandages, and it looked extremely awkward. After drinking, Hinata said, now that I think about it, I'm a little cold too. But Naruto, who was only focused on drinking water, didn't hear what Hinata said. What did you say? Hinata's cheeks immediately turned red, and she shook her head. Nothing. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a pitch-black house and started eating cup noodles. A little later, Naruto got up to relieve himself, but suddenly, bang bang bang, a string of noises rang out. Hinata hurried over and quickly helped Naruto up. Are you okay, Naruto? I'm fine. A spider blocked my eye or something, and I accidentally stepped into empty air, Naruto said while rubbing his back. I accidentally bumped into something. I should have known better than to use my own chakra to injure myself. Did you hurt your back? Hinata asked anxiously. She quickly helped Naruto outside, lifted the clothes on his back, and applied medicine to the injury. Seeing the medicine, Naruto froze for a moment, then asked, "Did you give me a bottle of medicine before?" Hinata was startled, then said with a slightly resentful tone, "Naruto-kun, you still remember? I thought you forgot a long time ago." Naruto laughed awkwardly. Rather than remembering, it's more like I just now remembered. His voice was pretty soft, so Hinata didn't hear it clearly either. Everyone outside the video felt their eyelids twitching as they watched. All of a sudden, they didn't even want to pay attention to Naruto, this shameless guy. For the sake of his future wife, he was really using every trick in the book. Come on. You're a ninja with the title of hero of the ninja world, no less. So why are your girl-chasing moves this low level? Sasuke looked at the grinning Naruto with a speechless face. He suddenly realized he had still underestimated just how stupid this idiot was. Sakura Haruno was also holding her forehead, looking helpless. The tricks these two were using were way too obvious. Teammate. Hinata Hyuga's face was bright red. The version of her in the video might not have noticed, but the version of her outside the video could see it clearly. With Naruto's strength, even if that giant spider had hit him hard, he probably wouldn't have gotten hurt. But now he was injured because he fell? No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't normal. This was exactly what they meant by the person involved being confused while the bystander saw clearly. Year 47 of Konoha. Kushina thought silently to herself that if this blonde brat really was the son she had with Minato, then he really hadn't inherited even a bit of Minato's excellent genes. Thinking back to that time under the moon, when Minato held her in his arms, she still couldn't forget it even now. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Obito, standing to the side, was speechless. So weird. Women really were strange. Then he looked toward Rin Noara and gave a silly grin. Luckily, Rin wasn't like that. In the video, Sai called Naruto and Hinata over to help, and the group arrived at a dark secret chamber. What is this place? Naruto frowned slightly, but very soon, he heard Hinata cry out in alarm. He hurried over, and when he saw the scene before him, he was shocked too. So many skeletons? What exactly happened here? The group was stunned. At a rough glance, there were at least over 1,000 skeletons here. And now, all of their bones had been buried in this place. And right at that moment, a skinny old man came wobbling out from among the skeletons, giving everyone a huge fright. Not just them, even the people across the ninja world watching the video were the same. Just imagine it. An old man suddenly walking out from countless dead bodies and dry bones. Who wouldn't be scared? Especially Naruto. Sweat was already dripping down his forehead. Sakura said in surprise from the side, "You're scared of this kind of thing?" Naruto hurriedly shook his head, but the trembling of his body gave him away. Didn't expect that, Naruto. So you do have something you're afraid of. Kakashi and the others all burst into laughter. But the Naruto in the video was much calmer. After all, he could be considered someone who had already seen countless spirits. His own dad, the third Hokage, the second Hokage, the first Hokage, and even Uchiha Madara. Compared to all that, the humanoid thing in front of him that looked like dried bones simply couldn't scare him. The old man spoke in a trembling voice. No one knew whether he was being controlled by obsession, or whether some trace of life still remained in him. Very quickly, the expressions of everyone across the ninja world changed all at once. Some were shocked, some found it unbelievable, but some were ecstatic, especially the Hyuga clan. Good lord, our Hyuga clan finally has a real background now, and we're actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. No matter how you looked at it, it felt amazing. Hyuga Ryo was overjoyed inside, but in front of the two overlords of the ninja world, it wasn't good for him to show it too openly. But his tightly clenched fists completely betrayed his current mood. So our Hyuga clan also comes from a mighty background. Then he thought of his clan's Byakugan. To be honest, even though the Byakugan was known as one of the three great dojutsu of the ninja world, in terms of actual usefulness, it really couldn't compare to the Sharingan. Even he, as the Hyuga clan head, would sometimes complain about the Byakugan's weak points. But now that he knew the Byakugan had been passed down by Otsutsuki Himura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, there had to be secrets within it that he didn't know. Maybe the power of the Byakugan was far beyond his imagination. Cough, cough, cough. Calm down. The two big shots of the ninja world are right in front of me right now. No matter what, staying calm is for the best. Otherwise, if they see through my thoughts, that won't be good. However, he overlooked one important piece of information. The Tensigen, which could only be formed by condensing countless Byakugan together. If he remembered that later, then who knew whether Hyuga Ryo would choose to slaughter his own clansmen for power, just like Otsutsuki Tonari had. But at this point, the Hyuga clan had already learned what this so-called destiny was supposed to be. It was to help Otsutsuki Tonari sweep through the ninja world. But now the Hyuga clan had already become completely integrated with the ninja world. So how could they possibly help Otsutsuki Tonari? Uchiha Madara gave Hyuga Ryo a faint glance and asked lightly, "Did you know about this?" Hyuga Ryo hurriedly shook his head. Forget whether he knew or not, even if he did know, in front of this man he still had to say he didn't. Madara fell into thought. He hadn't expected that the Hyuga clan would actually be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. If that was the case, then the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan could be considered relatives? Watching a video and ending up recognizing family ties? Even Madara didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But the unrest in the ninja world had far exceeded everyone's imagination, especially within the great nations. Kaguya, the moon goddess who had originally been thought to exist only in myths and storybooks, and the Sage of Six Paths had both actually appeared. How could people not be alarmed? Year 63 of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his eyes full of worry. This was troublesome. He had never expected Kaguya to really exist, and to be sealed on the moon no less. And then there were the two brothers, the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother. They really were filial sons. Great filial sons. They had actually sealed their own mother on the moon in endless darkness. The two of them were really ruthless enough. And this Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't sound like a good person no matter how you heard it. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother wouldn't have sealed her away. He scratched his head in distress. What a pain. He was just a dying old man. Yet now he still had to worry about all this. In the video, after the old man finished saying those words, he completely lost all signs of life. Naruto buried the old man with some sadness. Shikamaru Nara said, "Looks like Tonari misunderstood Hamura's destiny." The others all nodded. "How about this, Naruto? Why don't you go try and see if you can persuade Tonari?" Sai suddenly said. "Are you kidding me?" Naruto held his forehead and said, "You've got to be kidding me. This guy is way harder to deal with than Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha." No matter what, those two were genuinely thinking about peace in the ninja world. Their methods were extreme, sure, but they still counted as human. But Tonari Otsutsuki has completely gone beyond that category, hasn't he? He wants to wipe out humanity in the ninja world. Forget it. Let us not talk about this for now. We should find a place to rest for the night first. The whole matter was too shocking, leaving the group at a loss. Naruto, on the other hand, still looked completely unconcerned. This was the confidence his overwhelming strength gave him. Soon the group found a campsite. At night, Naruto came out to take a leak. When he saw Hinata knitting a scarf under the starlight, he suddenly froze in place. So making knitted things means you just keep doing this the whole time? That's pretty boring. Naruto fell into thought and took 2 steps forward, even forgetting he had come out to pee. But what he was thinking in his heart was completely different from what came out of his mouth. He opened his mouth and asked, "Hinata, what did Tonari say to you today?" Hinata froze for a moment and didn't answer. She kept knitting the scarf in her hands. Only after a while did she speak. "He didn't say anything." "He didn't say anything?" Naruto was a little dumbfounded. What kind of answer was that? There was no way he said nothing. He had arrived pretty late, and with Tonari's personality, how could he not have said some shameless nonsense? "You should go rest first. Let me be alone for a while." Hinata's voice was calm and serious. Naruto froze, then left in dejection. Countless young girls in the ninja world were so mad their teeth itched. What is wrong with this guy? He has zero emotional intelligence. He deserves to stay single. Year 47 of Konoha. Kushina, Naruto's mother, was speechless too. She swore that if her son turned out like this in the future, she would definitely teach him properly and make sure he understood how to chase a girl. Obito Uchiha, on the other hand, had stars in his eyes. That big bro really was so much like him. Not just in thought but even in action. Hehe. If Kakashi knew what Obito was thinking, he would definitely mock him without mercy. In the video, the next day, the group expanded their search range, but they still couldn't find anyone. Everyone was feeling somewhat down. Night fell. On the moon without a moon, the only thing lighting up the land was the endless starlight. Naruto, with nothing to do, walked out from the gathering area and wandered around. In the woods, he ran into Hinata again. Hinata was still knitting that scarf. Under the starlight, she looked incomparably moving. For a brief instant, Naruto was actually entranced. He leaned lightly against a tree, not speaking and not stepping forward, just quietly watching Hinata like that. Under the starlight, the scene actually looked somewhat beautiful. Very quickly, though, he felt that this wasn't appropriate and slowly walked over. Yes, that's right. Countless people in the ninja world shouted inwardly. Of course, all of those people were girls. What boy would care about this sort of thing, right? He slowly opened his mouth. "Hinata." But before he could finish, Hinata said first, "Do you think I'm a terrible sister?" Naruto was dumbfounded. Where did that come from? Hanabi is in mortal danger right now, and I'm still here leisurely knitting a scarf. At that point, Hinata's hands suddenly stopped moving. Naruto immediately said, "How could that be? We came here to save Hanabi." Hinata's hands stopped completely. She said blankly, if I had been home at that time. Would things be different now? No. Tonari is very strong. Whether you were there or not, the result would have been the same. But don't worry, I'll definitely save Hanabi. Hinata raised her head and narrowed her eyes into a smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You really are so gentle. It was exactly that gentleness of yours that saved me. Hinata quietly thought that in her heart. Haha, I'm not being gentle because I like you. I'm just really worried about Hanabi. He gave an explanation that wasn't quite an explanation. No matter what, Hanabi was still a child of Konoha. Since he aimed to become Hokage, he would never abandon a single person from Konoha. What did you just say? It was as if she hadn't heard clearly, and as if she wanted to hear it one more time. Naruto took a deep breath. His expression suddenly turned serious, unusually proper. That kind of look was almost never seen on Naruto's face. I like you. I like you. Those words were deafening. They shook Hinata to the core and left her stunned. Hinata's pupils suddenly widened. Faced with Naruto's sudden confession, she was completely at a loss. She lightly covered her mouth, her eyes full of joy. If the timing weren't wrong, she definitely would have jumped straight onto Naruto. Good lord, he finally confessed. Kiba Inuzuka said helplessly. That kid Naruto really drags things out way too much. If it were me, I probably would succeeded ages ago. Are you thinking that if it were you, you would succeeded already? Shino Aburame said, firing another arrow. You're dreaming, he continued. If you know how to talk, then talk more. Kiba Inuzuka looked completely dead inside. This guy was seriously too much. He always loved ripping open other people's scars. Besides, he wasn't that bad looking either. Although the grown-up Naruto was very handsome, Kiba believed that future him would definitely be even more handsome. Right? Akamaru? Woof. Only a string of barking answered him. In the distance, Naruto's face turned red. He had never expected that one day he would actually say something like that. He was an idiot but not stupid. Even though he was somewhat confused about love between men and women, he was definitely not completely ignorant. Right now, he desperately wanted to know Hinata's answer. As Naruto's best bro, Sasuke also had an excited look on his face. He did care quite a bit about his best bro's lifelong happiness. In the video, just as Hinata was about to say something, she was interrupted. Tonari stood high in the air, coldly looking down at the two of them. Everyone was shocked. Where the hell did this guy come from? Hinata glanced at Naruto, sadness in her eyes. She handed him the scarf that was almost finished. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, walked toward Tonari. Naruto roared, Hinata, what are you doing? But Hinata remained expressionless. Naruto panicked and hurriedly chased after her. But how could Tonari possibly let him have his way? A large number of puppets suddenly appeared and instantly blocked Naruto's path. Move! Naruto's face darkened. But there was no way the puppets could understand human speech. They all rushed forward and attacked Naruto at once. And in the time it took Naruto to deal with those puppets, Hinata and Tonari had already flown up into the sky. Sai! Naruto shouted. And in an instant, a giant bird flew over. Give Hinata back to me. Naruto's eyes were red as he rode the giant bird and charged straight toward Tonari. Sakura Haruno and the others assisted at his side. Large numbers of explosive tags were thrown at Tonari's mount. But regretfully, they had no effect at all. Tonari spoke indifferently. Hinata came to my side willingly. We will also follow the decision of our ancestors and marry, and the earth will be destroyed. Naruto froze. But at that moment, a sphere of light condensed from chakra suddenly shot out from Tonari's hand. Caught off guard, Naruto had no way to defend himself. Or perhaps Tonari's words had struck straight into his heart. He could only stare blankly at Tonari's attack. In a flash, the light sphere shot into Naruto's body and took away all the chakra inside him, then slammed straight into the moon. Rumble! Rumble! Naruto's chakra directly pierced through the entire moon. The massive moon was actually blasted clean through, and they could even see the earth on the other side. He closed his eyes. Perhaps it was because his injuries were too severe. Or perhaps it was because his heart had been too badly wounded, and he no longer wanted to think. The scarf in his hand, caught up in the blast, slowly drifted down and rode the wind into the distance. Seeing such a tragic scene, Shikamaru Nara felt his scalp go numb. Was this the power of the strongest man in the ninja world? But right after that, he suddenly snapped back to his senses and hurriedly steered the giant bird to catch Naruto. Gulp! Everyone in the ninja world swallowed hard in unison. Some of the more timid ones had already fainted from fright. The moon had been blasted through. Ever since Hagoromo Otsutsuki and his younger brother sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki with Chibaku Tensei, this was the first time the moon had suffered such damage. Countless people had their mouths hanging open, completely unable to believe it. That was the moon. The moon that had hung above humanity's heads for who knew how many thousands of years. And now, it had actually been pierced through so easily by someone? Late Warring States period. Hashirama Senju said in shock. Have ninjas of the future already become this powerful? Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort. They should be exceptions. If everyone were that strong, the ninja world would have been destroyed long ago. Madara Uchiha was just as shaken inside. He had originally thought that he and Hashirama had already reached the peak of the ninja world, but he never expected that among future ninjas, there would actually be people even stronger than them. They were strong, yes, but they still hadn't reached the level of blasting a hole through the moon. As for Naruto and the others, with the moon's massive size, even that much area had been punched through in a single strike. If ninjas that powerful fought on Earth, the planet probably would have already been reduced to ruins. I feel like those two are even stronger than us, Hashirama Senju sighed, feeling somewhat powerless. Although he had always been humble, he still had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He believed that, in the entire ninja world, aside from Madara Uchiha, probably no one else could make him put in real effort. And even Madara Uchiha only made him exert himself a bit, far from reaching the point of fighting to the death. But now, after seeing the strength of those two, a sense of urgency actually rose in his heart. He felt that his strength was lacking. If in this era, the village they had just established ran into something like this, would he have any way to deal with it? That was an unknown. Then what if Madara Uchiha was added in too? He still wasn't sure. He wanted to become stronger. Madara Uchiha gave Hashirama Senju a faint glance. At this moment, he seemed to realize that Hashirama had changed. He seemed far more eager for power now. Otsutsuki Ashiki, who had hidden himself for countless years, revealed a faint smile. Not bad destructive power. Then he let out a sigh and glanced at his ruined body. The plan had to be sped up. If he couldn't find a suitable person to plant a comma into, he would remain like this forever. Damn Kaguya! At the thought of this, fury surged in his heart. If it weren't for that bitch, maybe he would be happily drifting through the endless starry sky right now. It was all because of that slut that he had become this half-human, half-ghost wreck. Konoha Year 63. Sakura and Sasuke with one strike. Kakashi looked at Naruto in horror, completely unable to believe that the one in the video, who had blasted through the moon just from his chakra exploding, was the same short kid standing in front of them. Will Naruto really become that strong in the future? Staring blankly at Naruto, Sasuke was a little stunned. Then his heart grew anxious. Why hadn't he appeared in this video yet? Jealousy welled up in him. It wasn't jealousy because Naruto's power was so great. He was jealous because why didn't he have power like that? If he were that strong too, then he could kill Itachi Uchiha. He could avenge his family. He could let his father and mother rest in peace. Why? He clenched his fists unwillingly. Everyone's shock at Naruto's power made them forget the reason Hinata had chosen to leave of her own will. Some believed in Hinata. After all, the girl before them had liked Naruto since childhood. She had even dared to save him under pain's threat. There was no way she would simply abandon Naruto that easily. But some people thought Hinata was a coward. When faced with an unknown enemy, faced with unknown power, she became afraid. So she chose to run away. She chose to leave with Tonari. But no matter the reason, everyone wanted to keep watching. They wanted to know the future. In the video, after being taken away, Hinata secretly investigated the secret behind Tonari's ability to move the moon. Those who liked Hinata and understood Hinata immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Hinata hadn't really betrayed them. That girl is really too foolish. Kushina sighed. She would rather bear everything herself than let the one she loved suffer. She glanced at Rin Noera. Sure enough, what Rin had said earlier about Hinata being like her wasn't nonsense at all. Now that she looked at it, the two really did seem like they had been carved from the same mold. Obito Uchiha stared blankly at the screen. So nice. The two of them had each other in their hearts. He secretly glanced at Rin Noera, only to see her face filled with worry. Is she worried about that girl? Obito thought to himself, then continued watching. In the video, ever since Naruto's battle with Tonari, he had remained unconscious the whole time. Meanwhile, more and more meteors were falling toward Earth. Although Shikamaru Nara was worried about Naruto's safety, he knew this was not the time to just sit around. He took a few others with him and found Tonari's castle, and they also gathered some useful intelligence. Of course, all of this so-called investigation was within Tonari's perception. Night fell. Shikamaru and Sai were sighing off to the side, and even the ramen in their cups tasted bland. Naruto was sleeping deeply beside them. This guy really can sleep. Shikamaru glanced at the sleeping Naruto and complained helplessly. Hinata! A heaven-shaking shout made the two of them jump. Then both of them hurried over to Naruto with delighted expressions. You're finally awake. Do you know how long you've been asleep? Joy was mixed into Shikamaru's voice. Then he asked, where's Hinata? What happened between you two? Naturally, he knew Hinata had been taken away by Tonari, but seeing how dejected Naruto looked right now, he wanted to provoke him a little. Naruto froze, and the focus in his pupils gradually faded. That question was hard to answer. Sai then said, guess how many times you shouted Hinata's name? I counted for you just now. A total of 99 times. Looks like you had a pretty good dream. There was teasing in his tone but also concern. He and Naruto had been friends for a long time too, so naturally he didn't want to see Naruto stay this depressed. Alright, stop talking, Shikamaru said helplessly. He couldn't understand Saiya's deeper intention, but even he felt uncomfortable hearing that, not to mention Naruto. Then Shikamaru looked at Naruto and said softly, "Are you going to save Hinata and Hanabi or not?" Naruto placed both hands behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling of the cave. But Naruto still didn't answer, only kept staring blankly at the ceiling. Shikamaru let out a helpless sigh and left with Sai. Meanwhile, Tonari brought Hinata to pay respects to the ancestors, and she finally discovered the Otsutsuki treasure Tonari used to move the moon. As long as it was destroyed, the moon's movement could be stopped. That scarf from before. You knitted it for Naruto? Tonari suddenly spoke while looking at the Otsutsuki treasure. Hinata knew he was asking her, so she nodded. Then can you knit one for me now? What a lunatic. Hinata cursed inwardly, but when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Most importantly, she still had to find a way to destroy this so-called Otsutsuki treasure. Left with no other choice, she could only nod and agree. Another night, looking at Naruto's current state, anger rose in Shikamaru's heart. When had this brat become like this? He had made it through so many blows in the past, but today he had turned into this because of a woman. What? Your beloved woman abandoned you, so now you've abandoned her too? Fine then. Forget being Hokage, forget being a ninja, forget the mission. Just give up on all of it. Stay here and be a coward with his head tucked in his shell. Naruto's expression changed instantly. He grabbed Shikamaru by the collar and roared angrily, "Shikamaru, are you looking for a fight?" Shikamaru pried his hand off and looked stern. "I don't know what happened between you and Hinata, but our mission right now is to save the Earth. Even if it's romance, at the very least it has to wait until afterward." Then he brought the dazed Naruto to another cave. Sakura was lying on the ground, barely breathing. "What happened to you, Sakura?" Before Shikamaru could finish, he shouted coldly, "Your chakra was knocked out by Tonari before, and you were badly injured. If Sakura hadn't exhausted her own chakra to save you, would you even still be here right now, thinking about love and romance?" Right after that, Shikamaru's tone eased up a little. "Think it over yourself." After that, only Naruto and Sakura were left inside the cave. "I really didn't expect this. I thought Hinata would be the one to confess first. I didn't think it would be you." After Naruto explained everything that had happened, a smile appeared on Sakura's face. Her right hand covered her forehead, and she looked indescribably exhausted. "You said before that you liked me, right?" Naruto looked up at Sakura, not understanding why she was bringing that up at a time like this. "I know. Naruto, you just didn't want to lose to Sasuke. You saw him as your rival for life, so no matter what it was, you wanted to compete with him. Even when it came to the person you liked." Naruto nodded lightly, admitting it. "But I know, Naruto, this time you're serious. Or rather, after knowing you for so many years, this is the first time I've seen you treat a girl this seriously. And besides, once a girl falls for someone, it's very hard for her to change." Naruto fell silent. The two of them both went quiet. At the same time, Hinata's side was reaching its limit too. After all, knitting a scarf for someone you didn't love was an incredibly dull thing. So she launched a night raid, planning to destroy the Otsutsuki treasure while Tonari wasn't paying attention. But unfortunately, with Hinata's strength, trying to avoid being discovered by Tonari and his puppets was almost impossible. Before long, Tonari quietly appeared behind her. Tonari said with a dark expression, "What are you doing, Hinata?" Hinata was startled at first, but then she quickly calmed down. "I want to protect everyone. I want to protect my home. Since you won't behave, then I'll lock you up and wait for our wedding day." Tonari waved his right hand. Hinata's head sank, and she instantly lost consciousness. "Damn you, Tonari!" Everyone shouted in their hearts. Naruto especially clenched both fists tightly. "This guy actually dared to bully my girlfriend like this. Damn bastard. Just let me get the chance, and I'll definitely beat you senseless." At the same time, he was moved by what Hinata had done. In order to keep him away from possible danger, she was willing to do all these dangerous things herself. If he let down a girl like that, then he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Hinata in the distance saw this scene and felt a little dejected. Sure enough, her own strength still wasn't enough. Kurinayu spoke up. "Hinata, you were too reckless. Tonari is extremely powerful. If you aren't careful, not only will you fail to destroy that so-called Otsutsuki treasure, you might even lose your life." She slowly crouched down and met Hinata at eye level. "You have to understand, no matter when or where, your life is the most important thing. Sometimes, compared to your life, even a mission is nothing." That was Kurinai's true belief. She had seen too many tragedies, but when that kind of tragedy fell onto her own student, she simply couldn't bear it. These were simple, easy-to-understand truths, but she wanted her student to truly understand them. Hinata nodded. Hiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame beside her both strongly agreed as well. Even though Kurena's words were somewhat different from the teachings they had grown up with, that didn't mean they thought she was wrong. A sigh echoed over from ancient times. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, and Himura Otsutsuki looked at each other. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths learned that the Moon S movement was related to his younger brother S clan, he had hurried over to the moon as fast as possible. At this moment he was smiling as he stroked his white beard. Himura Otsutsuki let out a helpless sigh. He had never expected his descendants would become this extreme. This was not the true meaning of the destiny he had left behind. What do you mean by the destiny you left behind? The Sage of Six Paths suddenly asked. Himura was a little dumbfounded, then gave a bitter smile. Even if you ask me, I don't know either. I only just got to the moon not long ago. There aren't even that many clan members yet. Then he thought for a moment. If I had to say it, then that so-called destiny probably means that when the ninja world is in trouble, my descendants should go help out. The Sage of Six Paths froze for a moment, then laughed loudly, his gaze once again landing on the video. After Hinata was imprisoned here, she became even more anxious. Taking advantage of the moment when Tonari was changing eyes, she secretly ran out, but very quickly, she was surrounded by countless puppets. Looking at the large number of emotionless puppets before her, Hinata gritted her teeth and charged forward. But these puppets were not weak, and there were far too many of them. Hinata was no match for them at all. Although Tonari had long since ordered the puppets not to hurt Hinata, these puppets were powerful and heavy-handed. They simply didn't know how to hold back. Very soon, Hinata was beaten until her whole body ached, and she collapsed to the ground. Stop. Tonari's indifferent voice rang out, and the many puppets immediately stopped. He stood in front of Hinata. There seemed to be regret in his expression, but there also seemed to be anger. Why do you still insist on doing something like this? He asked flatly. Hinata said with difficulty, I inherited Himura's true destiny. This is what I'm supposed to accomplish. The true destiny? Tonari muttered. I am the true destiny. In just an instant, Tonari's expression changed, and he imprisoned Hinata once again. As for Naruto's side, after being persuaded by everyone, he finally regained his fighting spirit. Hinata's face kept appearing in his mind. Wait for me, Hinata. I'm coming to save you right now. The scene shifted and arrived on Earth. A man appeared, broad and sturdy, yet solitary. Especially with the way he was dressed, everyone almost couldn't believe the face they were seeing. Sasuke. It was Sasuke. Some sharp-eyed girls in Konoha recognized him. It was just that compared to Naruto's simple style, Sasuke's look had a bit more of that edgy vibe. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief on his side. He hadn't appeared for so long that he had been worried he might be dead. Now it was good. He had finally shown up, and from the looks of it, his strength wasn't weak at all. Then his heart shook. Had his future self killed Uchiha Itachi and avenged his father, mother, and clan? So it's Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi let out a sigh. It looked like his future self had already been killed by Sasuke, and Sasuke had also grown up healthy. A future like that seemed pretty good. The Sasuke who flashed briefly through the video looked up at the countless meteors falling from the sky, sensed that something was wrong, and hurried back to Konoha. Looking at the meteors filling the sky, the Raikage A of Kimogakure not only felt no fear, but instead revealed a trace of excitement. That was because at his side was their ultimate weapon, the space-time chakra cannon. Its existence filled the Raikage with confidence. First, destroy all the meteors around us. Yo, alright. An excited Killer Bee started singing, dancing, and rapping. The chakra cannon immediately fired. A glowing beam shot out from the cannon, and at incredible speed, sent the surrounding chakra into another dimension. Seeing the power of the chakra cannon, a smile couldn't help appearing on the Raikage's face. Inside Tonari's castle, Hinata was wearing a black dress, worry hanging on her face, adding another layer of beauty to her. Hurry up. If you're any slower, your wife will be gone. Seeing this, Sakura Haruno felt extremely upset. Watching her good friend stay with someone she didn't love was undoubtedly a kind of indescribable torment. Naruto, in the future, you have to protect Hinata well. Naruto nodded solemnly. Of course he understood. Looking at what was happening in the video, he made up his mind that he would never let Hinata leave him again. Outside the castle, Naruto and the others had already started fighting against Tonari's puppets. The group quickly broke into the castle. Hiding behind a pillar, Shikamaru said, "What a drag." As he spoke, he used his glove to cover the watch in his palm. "Why do you cover it up?" Sai asked, a little confused. Watching the time shrink bit by bit, "I can't make calm judgments," Shikamaru said, as if it were only natural. Even he felt nervous inside. Staring helplessly at Earth's countdown, anyone with weak mental endurance wouldn't be able to hold on. Shikamaru said, "Naruto, can you sense Hanabi's chakra? Wait a second. Let me activate Sage Mode first." A few breaths later, faint yellow eyeshadow appeared around Naruto's eyes, and his entire aura changed instantly, as if he had fused with the surrounding space. Found her. In less than a single breath, relying on Sage Mode's powerful sensory ability, he quickly located Hanabi's position. Follow me. Explosive. Another insanely explosive video segment. First, everyone saw Kumogakure's hidden secret weapon, the chakra cannon. Right after that came Naruto entering Sage Mode almost instantly. Both of those were shocking beyond expectation, especially for those ninja who could use Sage Mode, like Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya, rushing forward at full speed, had finally stepped through Konoha's gates. Seeing that the village was peaceful and unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. On the way here, he had still been worrying whether the village would fall into chaos. It looked like he had been overthinking it. But when he saw Naruto activate Sage Mode in such a short time, he felt shocked, envious, and excited all at once. That was his disciple's son, his own grand disciple, and he was actually this badass. If word got out in the future, Jiraiya himself would get some glory from it too. Haha. Konoha Year 47. Minato Namikaze was starting to doubt life a little. With his experience, he could naturally tell that what Naruto was using was Mount Maiboku's Sage Mode. But why could Naruto enter Sage Mode so quickly while he couldn't? Why is my startup so long? He suddenly felt a little unbalanced inside. But once he thought about how this was a junior from his own village, maybe even his own son, he instantly felt much better. However, when he saw Kumogakure's chakra cannon, his expression turned extremely grave. In recent years, the relationship between Kumogakure and Konoha had only gotten worse, and there were already signs of war breaking out. If they already possessed a weapon with such terrifying power at this point, then if war really started, Konoha would have a hard time gaining any advantage. Looks like I need to think of something. Konoha Year 67, Kumogakure. The Raikage looked excited. Damn. Although the envisioned chakra cannon was supposed to be terrifyingly powerful, it had only ever been an idea. It still hadn't been successfully developed yet. But in the video, Kumogakure had already put the chakra cannon into actual use, and its power had exceeded even his imagination. Very good. He became even more determined to make Kumogakure's chakra cannon research succeed, no matter the cost. At the same time, the other great ninja villages all fell silent as they looked at Kumogakure's chakra cannon. Then they hurriedly gave orders. Money? They provide money. People? They provide people. No matter what, they had to develop a weapon that surpassed Kumogakure's. Otherwise, they simply couldn't feel at ease. Especially Iwagakure. Their relationship with Kumogakure was bad as well. The moment there was a spark, war could break out instantly. If they had no powerful weapon to counter Kumogakure, then Kumogakure's chakra cannon might just hit them head-on first. Inoki's expression was heavy. True, his dust release was incomparably strong, but that only mattered if it actually hit. Forget it. They still needed to have one of their own. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. In the video, the meteors were now falling onto the earth even more wildly. Countless people fled in desperation, and at a time like this, the convenience of ninja was fully displayed. They could create enormous air raid shelters in an extremely short amount of time. But even so, the countless meteors crashing onto the earth had already left the whole planet riddled with devastation. If Naruto and the others couldn't subdue Tonari quickly, then there would be no point subduing him at all, because by then, the earth would already be destroyed. Sanagakure. Gaara stood at the very front, looking at the flaming meteor in the sky with a cold expression. He raised his right hand high. Wind release, air sand protective wall. In the blink of an eye, countless pillars of sand surged up from underground and tightly wrapped around the meteor, barely saving this region. But countless other regions were still being ravaged by meteors. For Gaara to achieve this much with his strength was already the absolute limit. Gaara's strength is truly terrifying. The people of Sanagakure sighed in their hearts. But what they couldn't understand was why Gaara would become Kazekage. Could someone like that, a murderous demon, really become the Kage who protected an entire village? Gaara himself was even more dazed. He couldn't understand why he would undergo such a huge change. He clearly hated the Kazekage, hated everything in this world. The only thing that could prove his existence was killing, only by taking others' lives. Would he really change? And who changed him? Konoha. Kakashi stood at the very front with a solemn expression. His Sharingan had long since disappeared, and behind him sat Might Guy in a wheelchair. All personnel, prepare the crane wing formation. The crane wing formation was the strongest ultimate move used by Konoha's Taijutsu ninja, and right now, it was just right for dealing with that enormous meteor in the sky. Then, more than a dozen people stood at the front of the formation. They leaped high into the air, opened the 8 gates, and transformed into crane wings as they charged toward the massive burning meteor. At close range, that giant meteor was at least 10 kilometers wide, a true behemoth. Although the 8 gates had immense power, it was obviously not enough against something this massive. They only shattered half of it. The remaining half still continued falling toward Konoha. With such an enormous size, the moment it hit the ground, all of Konoha would be destroyed instantly. No, someone has to stop it. Rock Lee did not disappoint. With a furious roar, he shouted, "The sixth gate of joy, open." Turning into a streak of light, he charged at the meteor once more. This time, the meteor was shattered by another half, but the remaining piece still crashed into Konoha with an unstoppable force like an army none could resist. Just as everyone tensed up, a cry like a bird's call snapped everyone back to attention. Screech! At that moment, a bird-like cry rang out, and a burly figure stood in front of everyone. Chidori. Boom! The enormous meteor instantly turned into crushed powder and scattered across the ground. You are... If that guy isn't here, then the only one who can protect Konoha is me. The words were calm and cold, but Kakashi knew the man was telling the truth. That person turned to look at Kakashi, revealing the Rinnegan and those scarlet Mangekyo eyes. Then, with a single body flicker, he vanished. It's Sasuke. He let out a breath of relief, overjoyed. All personnel, retreat. With him here, there's no need to worry. Outside the video, Sasuke felt an indescribable emotion in his heart at being trusted so much by Kakashi. But at the same time, he was also shocked by his own strength. Kakashi looked at Sasuke in astonishment. This guy's future was truly terrifying. Kakashi knew the true power of the 8 gates. But even so many people using the 8 gates together had failed to completely deal with that meteor, while Sasuke had blasted the whole thing into powder with a single Chidori. That level of strength was probably already comparable to Naruto. And also, where the hell did my Sharingan go? And why is Might Guy in a wheelchair? Kakashi frowned deeply. Of course, he had no intention of asking Might Guy to investigate these things, because Might Guy would definitely say, "It's only one less leg, that's all. My youth will never decrease." In the video, Kumogakure's chakra cannon had already finished charging, and they were anxiously waiting for good news from Naruto. But sadly, up until now, the people of Konoha still hadn't received any notification, and they had no way to notify them either. And Naruto had finally arrived before Otsutsuki Tonari. Looking at the unresponsive Hinata by his side, Naruto's eyes split with fury. What exactly did you do to Hinata? Naruto roared in anger, readying himself for battle. Give her back to me. Tonari gave a strange smile. Sure, I'll give her back to you. With a wave of his right hand, Hinata shot out at once. Her eyes were vacant, and her body twisted continuously like a puppet as she attacked Naruto. Naruto was horrified and shouted, "Hinata, what's wrong with you? Wake up now." Tonari's sinister smile fell into Naruto's eyes, but Hinata's gaze remained empty, with no response at all. Damn it! Naruto suddenly realized that Hinata had likely been controlled by Tonari using chakra. Bear with it, Hinata. The moment he finished speaking, golden chakra spread from his right hand and invaded Hinata's heart. Then he pulled hard, and a glowing white ball of light was extracted by Naruto. He crushed it with force, fury blazing in his eyes as if he wanted to tear Tonari apart. Hinata had already broken free of the control, and Tonari could no longer manipulate her, but he still said, "Hinata is mine. Give her back." Right after that, he stretched out his right hand. Before Naruto could even react, Hinata was pulled back to Tonari's side once again. But Naruto was too anxious to use much power. In just an instant, he was overwhelmed again. After waking up, Hinata looked at Tonari's sinister face, and her heart was filled with shock. She struggled to get away, but with her strength, it was nothing but futile effort. Tonari spoke indifferently. "Now isn't the time for you to wake up." But all of a sudden, his pale white eyeballs began to tremble. Clearly, the Tensigan in his pupils had not fused with him as well as he had imagined. His eyes were in unbearable pain, and he covered his eye sockets with both hands. Hinata, meanwhile, was overjoyed and ran with Naruto toward the location of the Otsutsuki treasure. A moment later, Naruto looked at the enormous Otsutsuki treasure, and shock flashed across his face. What kind of Otsutsuki treasure was this? It was clearly a massive aggregation of Byakugan. The Hyuga clan felt sick to their stomachs. When Hinata first found this so-called Otsutsuki treasure, she had been taken away by Tonari before she could see it clearly. But now, they could already clearly tell that this so-called Otsutsuki treasure was a collection of Byakugan. No wonder there were no humans left on the moon. So they had all already died. The only question was whether they had been killed, or if there had been some other reason. At the end of the Warring States period, Hyuga Ryo's heart trembled. He had originally longed for the true power of the Byakugan, but at this moment, he was actually starting to hesitate. With this many Byakugan, even slaughtering every single member of the clan would not be enough to gather such a number. And slaughtering his clansmen was not his wish, yet he also did not want to give up the chance to gain power. At this moment, Hyuga Ryo was deeply conflicted. In the video, "As long as we destroy this, we can stop the moon." Naruto grinned. If there was one thing he was good at, it was destruction. With his strength, he was absolutely the right man for the job. He rolled his arms and said, Leave it to me. Hinata shook her head and said, no. This eyeball has a jutsu placed on it. If someone without Hamura's bloodline touches it, their chakra will be absorbed. Naruto remembered it then. After being hit by that glowing white light sphere from Tonari, the chakra in his body had been pulled out. So that was it. Naruto smiled and said, it's nothing. Hinata found it a little strange, but she did not think too much about it. Purple chakra surged from both her hands, then transformed into two enormous lion heads. Boom! A violent sound rang out all around them. The Otsutsuki treasure shook a little, but in the end, nothing happened. Hinata looked at her fists and felt powerless. Sorry, I'm too weak. Naruto laughed. Don't worry about it. I can lend you my power. He held Hinata's hand, and golden chakra instantly poured into her body. So this is Naruto-kun's chakra. It's so warm. She glanced at Naruto from the side, then leaped high into the air. With a boom, the Otsutsuki treasure was completely shattered, and countless Byakugan scattered across the ground. Rumble. The entire moon seemed to slam on the brakes and stopped in the starry sky. Looking up from Earth, all they could see was the incomparably massive moon. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage on Earth held another emergency meeting. The Raikage claimed that the chakra cannon could blast anything it hit into another dimension, and that no matter how strong the person controlling the moon was, it would still work. But Kakashi sternly rejected IS proposal and said they should give Naruto and the others a little more time. He believed Naruto would definitely be able to resolve Earth's crisis. After all, that's the most unpredictable ninja. Kakashi muttered to himself as he looked at the moon, which was already in ruins. Seeing the Otsutsuki treasure shattered, Naruto was overjoyed. He grabbed Hinata and ran. That thing was already broken, the moon could no longer approach Earth, and there was no real use for them staying here any longer. By this time, Tonari had also recovered. He stood in front of the destroyed Otsutsuki treasure, looking at the Byakugan scattered all over the ground. His face was expressionless, but his body shot straight into the sky. After a brief escape, Naruto and Hinata finally met up with the others. Sakura was with Hanabi, and in her hand was that torn scarf. Here, I finally managed to find it. Hinata carefully took it. This is the scarf Tonari tore apart? Hinata nodded and said sadly, I had almost finished repairing it. It's fine. Can you give it to me? The girl suddenly raised her head, her pale white pupils shining. You really want it? Didn't you knit this for me? Naruto asked with a grin. How do you know? Hinata was stunned. When I stripped away Tonari's chakra just now, I saw your memories. Hinata's face flushed red. She did not know whether Naruto had seen something he should not have, but she still handed the tattered scarf to him. Naruto played with the scarf in his hands, unspeakably delighted. But suddenly, an enormous Hamura stone statue appeared before them. The Hamura statue swung its gigantic fist down toward them. Naruto, Shikamaru Nara shouted. I know. He slapped his hands together and shouted with all his strength. Kurama. In an instant, golden chakra covered his body. Then the massive nine-tails burst out from within him and clashed with the Hamura statue. This was the Kurama mode that the world feared. Rumble. Boom. One Hamura stone statue with endless regeneration. One nine-tailed demon fox with infinite destructive power. The two giant monsters fought wildly across the moon without restraint. Every move destroyed huge amounts of land. Countless mountain ranges were pierced through, and the earth was ground to pieces. Let us go. Naruto and Hinata seized the chance and boarded the giant bird created by Saiya's ninjutsu, flying off into the distance. Tonari. Shikamaru's panicked voice rang out. Naruto immediately lifted his head and saw Tonari standing atop a giant bird, his face expressionless. The powerful aura around him seemed ready to crush space itself. His hands moved rapidly, his presence growing sharper and sharper. His hair stood on end, and chakra flames covered his entire body. Several black truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and the truth-seeking balls turned into a glowing giant blade that slashed toward them. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. In an instant, more than 10 truth-seeking balls spun rapidly, forming a hurricane that blew Naruto and the others away. Everything around them was ground into powder as well. Naruto was blown back by the violent wind, and Hinata, who was tossed about in the storm, was once again seized by Tonari. With a wave of his right hand, an iron cage appeared out of thin air. Then he threw her into it and locked her inside. Stay here and helplessly watch Naruto die. Naruto, flying in midair, nearly had his eyes pop out. He roared, Raisin Shuriken. Tonari snorted coldly, and the truth-seeking balls around him transformed into a barrier, tightly protecting his body. Boom! The two attacks collided violently, and dazzling white light burst across the moon. Even space was trembling, but Tonari remained completely unharmed. Naruto below was shocked. Truth-seeking balls? They can be used like that too? Damn it. How had he not thought of that before? The moment the thought came to him, regret filled his heart. He seemed to have had truth-seeking balls himself before. Although the defensive power of the truth-seeking balls was extremely high, they had one fatal weakness. They were ineffective against Senjutsu. In other words, Senjutsu could break their defense. In an instant, Sage Mode descended once again. Kurama Mode combined with Sage Mode. Also known as Sage Fox Mode. This was absolutely Naruto's strongest power at the moment. But Tonari was incredibly fast. He turned into an afterimage and arrived in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye, then unleashed a heavy, powerful kick. Boom! Naruto's body flew backward without stopping, smashing through countless lunar mountain ranges one after another. At this moment, the entire moon had completely become the battlefield of the two of them. Naruto-kun. Hinata's worried voice echoed endlessly across the moon. The two people fighting on the moon shocked everyone. There was no other reason for it. These two had already completely gone beyond the scope of ninjas. While ordinary ninjas were still fighting to the death on Earth, with their ultimate moves only destroying an area of a few dozen meters, these two were already roaming through outer space. Their strength was so overwhelming that everyone was left dumbfounded. Konoha Year 67. Might Gaia's expression was grave. As a taijutsu specialist, he could clearly tell that, in terms of pure taijutsu strength alone, the two of them had already surpassed his 7th gate and were approaching the 8th gate of death. And this was not an ordinary 7th gate comparison. If he opened the 7th gate with his own strength, he would probably be defeated instantly. But what shocked everyone even more was the nine tails that burst out from Naruto's body. Why was the legendary nine-tailed demon fox helping Naruto? No one could make sense of it. Naruto frowned. He was no longer the ignorant brat he had once been. After the Mizuki incident, he naturally knew that there was an extraordinary fox sealed inside him. The same nine-tailed demon fox that had thrown Konoha into chaos more than 10 years ago. First, he truly hated the nine-tails to the extreme. But after what happened in the Land of Waves, after borrowing the nine-tails power and saving Sasuke, his opinion of it had started to change. Sometimes he even found himself thinking deeply about it. Was the fact that the nine-tails was inside him humanity's fault? Or the nine-tails' own fault? And now, seeing the nine-tailed fox in the video fighting with all its might to help him, a different thought rose in his heart. Having a monster like that as my partner actually seems pretty good, Naruto thought silently. But Sasuke and Sakura had no idea that Naruto had the nine-tailed demon fox inside him. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi, what is this? Kakashi frowned and let out a sigh. The higher-ups had not said anything, so he did not dare speak either. But what he had never expected was that the future Naruto had actually subdued the Nine-Tails. And the Nine-Tails' power had far exceeded his imagination. As expected of the strongest tailed beast, the one that made all living beings tremble. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked delighted, repeatedly puffing on his pipe. Good, good. This is great. Truly great. I never thought the backup plan Minato left for Naruto would actually be used. As the professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally had sharp judgment. He could recognize the seal that Minato Namikaze had placed on Naruto. It was meant to let Naruto use the Nine-Tails power. That had been the hope, yes. But Hiruzen had never believed Naruto could truly subdue the wild and arrogant Nine-Tails. In Konoha, the Nine-Tails had gone through 3 Jinchuriki in total, and Naruto was the 3rd. But the first two, Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, had both possessed far stronger temperaments than Naruto. Yet neither of them had subdued the Nine-Tails. So naturally, Hiruzen had never placed his hopes on Naruto being able to do it. He had only wanted to raise him safely and keep the Nine-Tails tied to Konoha, so that no other hidden village could obtain it. But now, it seemed the future Naruto had truly given him a huge surprise. The Nine-Tails. So that brat really is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato cried out inwardly, but what followed was sorrow. So in the future, I still lost to Naruto. Looks like what I thought before wasn't pointless after all. Even though he did not know at what stage Naruto defeated him, he only hoped that he had not died to the star-warring Naruto. Otherwise, he definitely would not even have a complete corpse left. Konoha Year 47. Kushina suddenly touched her stomach. She could clearly sense the Nine-Tails there, and let out a breath of relief. But right after that, her heart tightened. So I still died. Just as expected, I really didn't get to live out my life in the future. I just don't know when I died. She looked at Minato Namikaze, wondering whether, by that time, she and Minato had had a child of their own. Minato Namikaze seemed to notice what Kushina was feeling. He tightened his grip on her hand and gave a faint smile. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. Definitely not. His eyes were firm, making Kushina blush. Feeling the teasing smiles of the 3 people nearby, she lightly smacked Minato on the shoulder. What are you saying? There are kids here, Obito chuckled. We're not kids. But don't worry, Kushina-ne-san. We'll definitely protect you together with Sensei. The 3 of them all knew that Kushina was a Jinchuriki, and in the video the Nine-Tails had appeared inside someone else. Kushina's fate was obvious. Kakashi and Rin Noara also nodded. Looking at the 3 of them, Kushina was truly touched. You're still just little brats, and you want to protect me? Wait until you grow up first. Kushina smiled gently and continued looking at the screen in the sky. In the video, after Naruto was kicked flying, Tonari's body turned into a streak of light and chased after him. I already said it. The ninja world is a failure. I will destroy it. He was so fast that sharp whooshing sounds kept ringing through space. Before long, he caught up to Naruto. With a whoosh, his body dropped downward, and he kicked straight at him. But how could Naruto possibly just sit there and wait to die? His figure flashed and vanished from Tonari's sight. What incredible speed! That kick slammed directly into the ground. Boom! The earth caved in, dust exploded everywhere, and an area stretching dozens of li around was crushed dozens of meters deep by that one kick. Bang! Before Tonari could even react, Naruto kicked toward his head, then instantly reached up with his right hand. Then came a knee strike, sending Tonari's body flying. If you want to destroy the ninja world, fine, but first defeat me. Naruto's voice was calm, but unwavering, as he charged forward once more. We need to run. Run as far away as we can. Shikamaru shouted in the distance. Riding on the giant bird created by Saiya's ninjutsu, he flew off into the distance. Not long after, the group hid behind a mountain range 1,000 li away. Shikamaru dropped down onto the ground and panted heavily. This is way too terrifying. Battles like this are really rare. Sai nodded seriously, but Sakura said worriedly, still isn't safe enough. Shikamaru looked at her in shock. Still not safe enough? We're already thousands of li away. Sakura nodded. When Naruto and Sasuke fought, you all got caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi and were sealed inside the god tree, so you don't know. But when they fought, the entire sky cracked open, and the ground for 5,000 li around looked like it had been plowed over. Mountains, seas, everything was turned into nothing. If they hadn't been fighting high in the sky, Tonari wouldn't even need to destroy the ninja world. Their battle alone probably would have destroyed it completely. Shikamaru stared at Sakura in shock. You mean the huge crack in the sky above the Valley of the End was made by Naruto and Sasuke fighting? The crack above the Valley of the End had already existed for 2 or 3 years. Although it had been shrinking during this recent period, he had never known the exact reason it had appeared. Sakura nodded, sounding a little surprised. You didn't know that? I thought since you were helping Kakashi-sensei with official work, you would be known long ago. Shikamaru pressed a hand to his forehead and gave a bitter smile. How would I know? I always thought it was some kind of celestial phenomenon. Then he stood up and looked at the two of them. What are you waiting for? Run. If we get hit by the aftershocks of their battle, we won't even know how we died. With that, the group fled once again. Holy crap. Everyone in the entire ninja world was completely stunned. What the hell was this? 5,000 li in every direction? Damn it. Do you know how long I'd have to run just to cover 5,000 li? And now you're telling me Naruto and Sasuke's battle actually flattened an area 5,000 li wide? Are you sure you're not joking? And punching a crack into the sky? Are those really human ninjas? Are you sure they aren't gods descended to the mortal world? Everyone throughout the entire ninja world was in a dazed state, no matter the timeline or the era. But there were some who sharply caught the key point. Infinite Tsukuyomi? So my future self succeeded? Obito Uchiha of Konoha Year 63 was overjoyed. He really had succeeded. He had created a world with no enemies, no wars, with Rin and Grandma there. But very soon his face darkened, because the infinite Tsukuyomi had quickly been undone. If it couldn't be broken, then Naruto would have had no way to go to the moon and save the ninja world. But why was it broken? Obito Uchiha couldn't understand it. Madara Uchiha had never said that the infinite Tsukuyomi could be undone. In fact, even Madara Uchiha himself was completely dumbfounded. Konoha Year 47. Madara Uchiha wore a stunned expression. Wasn't the infinite Tsukuyomi supposed to be called the absolute genjutsu? What did absolute genjutsu mean? It meant it absolutely could not be broken. So what the hell was this? The infinite Tsukuyomi seemed to have been broken by that brat Naruto before it could even fully take effect. He was extremely irritated and decided to question Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was also in a dazed state. He had no idea why the infinite Tsukuyomi could still be undone. Logically speaking, both Hagoromo and Himura were long dead. No one should have been able to break the infinite Tsukuyomi. A terrifying thought suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that Hagoromo hadn't died yet? How was that possible? No matter how strong the old man of the Sage of Six Paths was, he shouldn't have had such a long lifespan. What the hell was going on? Black Zetsu was full of distress, completely unaware that Madara Uchiha was already planning to settle accounts with him. Konoha Year 63. Kakashi glanced sideways at the two kids beside him, his scalp tingling. Was the future really like what Sakura said? Could the casual clash between these two really destroy thousands of miles around them? He suddenly began to doubt the true combat power of ninja. Was the upper limit of ninja really that high? High enough to destroy heaven and earth? Then why couldn't he do it? But what he couldn't understand was why Naruto and Sasuke would fight. And a battle that threatened to destroy the ninja world at that. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a joke. Then it hit him. In the future, Sasuke wasn't in Konoha. He was traveling outside. Could this have something to do with his battle with Naruto? It wasn't impossible. But why would the two of them have a life and death duel? And why would Sasuke leave Konohagakure? He didn't think Sasuke had defected, nor did he think Konoha was hunting him down. What a joke. If the future was really like what Sakura said, then aside from Naruto, who else could even compare to Sasuke? As for Konoha's few scraps of strength, if they sent a few people after him, Sasuke would just deal with a few. Just as he was deep in thought, Naruto and Sasuke had already started arguing. "Brat, why are you fighting me?" Naruto said with an unhappy look. "I even saved you." Sasuke also looked displeased. "And I even took a blade for you in the land of waves." The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. But at the same time, he was also extremely delighted, because he now knew that his future power had already surpassed his imagination. That kind of power could definitely deal with Itachi Uchiha with ease. The people of Konoha looked at each other, especially those who had discriminated against Naruto. Without exception, all of them fell silent. What should they do? Should they go apologize? If they apologized, would that Nine-Tails brat forgive them? And if he didn't forgive them, should they find a way to get rid of the Nine-Tails brat first? Danzo of Root was already completely stunned at this moment. What should he do? If that brat Sasuke found out that the extermination of the Uchiha clan was tied to him in countless ways, then Sasuke definitely wouldn't let him off. Damn it. In that case, he should strike first. But very quickly he froze in place. Why? Wasn't it a good thing for Konoha to possess such powerful strength? He suddenly began to doubt everything he had done. Why had he done so many evil things? Why? He was dazed at first, then sank into thought. What had he fought for all his life? And how had he ended up becoming like this? Late Warring States era. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju remained silent. Good lord. At this moment, the two of them finally admitted that the future ninja really were stronger than them. These two should be exceptions, Hayashi Hyuga said. But inwardly, he was still rather pleased, because one of those experts might very well become the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. Although he had no idea how a future Hyuga girl had managed to hook Naruto no matter what, the marriage tie between the Hyuga clan and Naruto was already basically set in stone. That meant there would naturally be no issue with the continuation of the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, Hayashi wanted to drink 3 more huge cups. Calm down. Calm down. I must stay calm. There were still 2 big shots beside him. He absolutely couldn't let them notice anything. At this moment, the wild Nine-Tails remained silent. He suddenly felt that maybe his power was too strong. If the woman in the video was right, then that kind of power was already enough to rival the old man of the Sage of Six Paths. Since when had he become that strong? Could it be that thinking his power had never changed was just an illusion? Had his power actually been growing stronger as time passed? As he thought about it, he spat out a tailed beast bomb, and a mountain was crushed into powder. No change. His power was still just as strong as before. So that meant the one who was different was that kid. The power of a Jinchuriki, huh? If freedom wasn't being restricted, he suddenly felt a little like making friends with that kid. Of course, it was impossible for a Jinchuriki not to restrain a tailed beast, and the Nine-Tails had no desire to be sealed either. As for the Nine-Tails inside Naruto, he was cursing non-stop in his heart, constantly complaining. In his way of thinking, how could he possibly be willing to lend his power to a human? Wasn't he that complete bullshit? But seeing his power being used like this, he still felt somewhat pleased. He also didn't seem to hate Naruto, this Jinchuriki, quite as much anymore. In the video, the two moved so fast that no one could see them at all. All that could be seen were streaks of light and shattered space. The entire moon had completely become the battlefield for the two of them. At this moment, one was above and one below. Naruto was below, Tonari above. A strange smile was on Tonari's face, while Naruto's expression was incomparably grave. Then Naruto shot upward, tightly locking Tonari's body in a fierce hold. The sharp sound of the wind howled past Tonari's ears, but that was nothing. The only real threat was the immense force of Naruto's grip around him. That power made him feel uncomfortable, and he smashed his elbow viciously into Naruto's head. Naruto gritted his teeth and refused to let go. "Let go of me, bastard." Then Tonari kicked hard at Naruto. But Naruto had already been on guard and kicked back as well. Boom! At the point where their attacks collided, space instantly shattered. Then their bodies seemed to be repelled by a powerful force, blasting away in opposite directions at the speed of light. Tonari clenched his teeth, stopped his body firmly, and said coldly, "The world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure. The ninja world, and you as well. Not a single one follows the true laws of the world. I will destroy it no matter what." Naruto's body also stopped in midair. Hearing Tonari's words, he roared angrily, "I won't let you destroy it. That's my home. No matter how great the cost, I'll protect it, even if I have to give my life." A golden Rasengan instantly appeared in his hand as he prepared to charge at Tonari. Bang! The two collided once more, and tearing sounds rang out non-stop.
Rasengan barrage.
Like a machine gun, Razengans continuously slammed into Tonari's body. Even Tonari found the destructive power hard to endure. His face twisted, and chakra burst out from his entire body once again, followed by another kick. Naruto was startled and quickly retreated backward. But right at that moment, a smile curled at the corner of Tonari's mouth. Good. Exactly what I wanted. Behind him, more than a dozen truth-seeking balls spun rapidly, then transformed into a golden blade of light. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Tonari controlled the gigantic blade of light, so massive its length was impossible to tell, and slashed it toward Naruto. It was so fast that Naruto couldn't react in time. Even though he barely dodged it, his arm was still grazed. Then the enormous golden will reincarnation explosion fell onto the moon. Boom! Crack! A continuous string of explosions rang out without end, and endless smoke drifted through the starry river. A moment later, when the smoke finally cleared, everyone watching the video widened their eyes. The moon had been sliced open. Some people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But the video would not lie. The moon had been split into two. The entire moon had become two halves, each drifting apart on its own. If not for the gravitational pull between them, one half probably would have already slammed toward Earth at extreme speed. If that happened, it really would become a crisis of Earth's extinction. Everyone fell silent as they watched this heaven-shaking scene. What were they supposed to do about the Mid-Autumn Festival from now on? No moon to admire anymore. Of course, only a very small number of people had such off-track thoughts. Most were still stunned by Tonari's power. Some were even thinking about what would happen if that golden will reincarnation explosion landed on Earth. Would Earth be cut apart like the moon? They did not dare believe it, but it would not be too far off. In truth, if that golden will reincarnation explosion really landed on Earth, the ninja world would basically be destroyed. Even the moon could be split in two. Earth might not necessarily be divided into two parts, but completely ruining Earth's ecological environment would still be very easy. And once the ecological environment was destroyed, the extinction of living things would not be far behind. But Tonari clearly did not understand any of that knowledge. Otherwise, he would not have used such a stupid method like moving the moon. Konoha Year 47. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while before saying, Minato-sensei, are you sure that if we ran into an enemy like this, our ninja world would really have a way to fight back? Minato Namikaze said nothing. He had confidence in himself, but only confidence. Against an enemy that could casually destroy a planet, he did not think he was a match. Aren't you just making things hard for Minato-sensei? Kakashi curled his lips. Although he also admired Minato Namikaze's strength, the Tonari in the video was already beyond what an ordinary ninja could fight. You two brats. Kushina waved her fist, signaling them not to talk nonsense. The two immediately shut their mouths and quietly looked at the screen. A distant era. The sage of six paths stroked his beard and said with a smile, this descendant of yours is pretty strong. Compared to you, he's not inferior either. Hamura Otsutsuki gave an awkward smile. Brother, stop teasing me. This kid's strength is good, but he didn't use it on the right path. Instead, he's scheming and plotting to destroy the ninja world. If I were still around, I would definitely teach them a proper lesson. The sage of six paths chuckled, not believing him at all. He knew better than anyone what kind of person his younger brother was. This guy was the textbook definition of favoritism. If anyone bullied his descendants, he would probably ignore his own status and go fight them head-on. Konoha Year 63. After traveling from far away, Jiraiya finally arrived in Konoha, then quickly went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya, I'm giving you an important mission now. Jiraiya was a little dumbfounded. He was even cursing in his heart. He had just gotten back. He had not even had time to warm his seat, and now he was already being assigned a mission? But the person before him was his teacher, and also the Hokage of Konoha. He still had to give him some face. What mission? Starting today, protect Naruto and Sasuke. No matter who attacks the two of them, kill them without mercy. Jiraiya was shocked. Since when had this old man become so decisive? A moment later, he asked, what if it's Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. A few seconds later, he said, still kill him. But I believe in Danzo, although he has done countless bad things. When it comes to things beneficial to Konoha, I believe him. Jiraiya let out a cold laugh and said no more. After asking Hiruzen Sarutobi where Naruto was, he immediately rushed off. In the video, when Hinata saw Naruto get blasted beneath the moon by Tonari's golden will reincarnation explosion, she was so anxious that tears almost fell from her eyes. But with her strength, there was no way she could shake the cage created by Tonari's power. She could only helplessly shout Naruto's name. Tonari stood high in the sky, seeming to let out a sigh of relief. His face was full of excitement. It's finally over. This is finally over because of me. Starting today, the ninja world will cease to exist. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths is false. It is a failure. It's not over yet. A heaven-shaking roar rang across the moon. Countless golden Naruto figures jumped out from the crack Tonari had slashed open. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let you end everything. Countless shadow clones charged into the sky all at once. Tonari took a rough glance. There were thousands of Narutos. So many shadow clones. Tonari was shocked as well. With a wave of his right hand, the truth-seeking balls turned into streaks of light and shattered countless Naruto clones. But there were still countless Narutos charging at Tonari, each holding an enormous big ball Rasengan dozens of meters across. This is a Rasengan. As a loyal fan of the Rasengan, Jiraiya recognized at a glance that this incomparably massive chakra sphere was the ultimate move he often used, the Rasengan. When he saw that spiraling orb before, he had already felt it looked extremely familiar. But now he could confirm it. What Naruto was using was indeed the Rasengan. And it looked like he had taught it to him. The reason was simple. The big ball Rasengan was his own original creation, and Minato, who could also use the Rasengan, had died long ago. In today's world, the only person who could use the Rasengan was him. At this moment, he had already completely thrown Konoha's technician Kakashi to the back of his mind. But very soon, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His own ultimate move, the big ball Rasengan, was being used by this kid with shadow clones as if it were a basic attack. This chakra reserve was really not ordinary. For a normal person, using shadow clones and this much chakra at the same time would probably drain them dry in an instant. As expected of my disciple, Jiraiya burst into loud laughter. In the video, caught in a panic, Tonari hurriedly used the truth-seeking balls to protect himself. Rumble. The explosions did not stop. The moon was trembling. The ground beneath the two of them was being continuously eroded. In just a few breaths, it had sunk by several thousand meters. Tonari felt relieved. The truth-seeking balls really were easy to use. At the very least, they were still very effective when resisting attacks with no senjutsu. Little did he know this was exactly Naruto's trap. He had already withdrawn his senjutsu long ago, all for the sake of the next strike. A Naruto clone suddenly burst out from underground and smashed a punch straight into Tonari's chin. Bang! Tonari's face twisted instantly as his body flew backward, then smashed through the truth-seeking balls and rolled across the ground with a thunderous rumble for who knew how far before finally stopping. Tonari was dumbfounded. How had this guy suddenly appeared? That was underground. If Hyuga Neji, who had experienced the Chunin exams, were here, he could definitely tell him. Naruto did not play fair. He just dug a tunnel and attacked directly. Although Tonari was furious inside, he still stood up, and the truth-seeking balls once again returned to hover before him. Naruto looked at Tonari and let out a cold laugh. Give up. Your power has no conviction. Power like that can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out that half-scarf from his pocket and clenched it tightly in his palm. Just like knitting a scarf without the same conviction. There's no way to accomplish your goal. Then his figure flashed and turned into a yellow streak of light as he charged toward Tonari. Tonari panicked badly. He waved his hand quickly, and another golden will reincarnation explosion erupted. I told you, it's useless. I won't let you end all this. His left fist slammed into the beam of the golden will reincarnation explosion. Then all his chakra gathered into his left hand, and the golden chakra around his body disappeared. He ran forward with all his strength. He had blocked that invincible golden will reincarnation explosion. Carrying the beam attack, he charged right up to Tonari, then smashed a fierce punch straight into Tonari's face. The powerful recoil instantly cracked the ground beneath Naruto's feet. Tonari's head twisted from the blow as his body flew backward without stopping. He thought of the scarf Hinata had worked so hard to knit for him, and now it had ended up like this. Tonari could not escape responsibility for it. Do you know? The transmission of feelings lasts longer than anything else. Tonari's body was embedded into a cliff face, his face full of stunned disbelief. He completely could not understand why the Tensigen had been defeated so easily. And on Hinata's side, she also got out of the cage and arrived beside Tonari. Her right hand reached toward his eye socket and dug Hanabi's Byakugan back out. No! Tonari's scream echoed across the entire starry river, but Hinata didn't hold back in the slightest. Everyone in Konoha shivered in unison. They had never expected that seemingly gentle Hinata could also have such a ruthless side. She gouged out someone else's eye without even changing expression or heartbeat. She was truly savage. Hinata herself was shocked as she watched her calm-faced self in the video. If it were the current her, she absolutely would not dare to do that. Looking at her gallant and heroic self in the video, Hinata actually felt a surge of envy in her heart. If possible, she wished she could already have that kind of resolve right now. She sighed, feeling helpless inside. There was no helping it. Growth came step by step. Couldn't be achieved overnight. Karina Yuhi seemed to notice Hinata's mood and smiled. Not bad, Hinata. The future you became an outstanding woman. Hinata smiled shyly with a flushed face, thanked her softly, then continued looking at the screen. In the video, Naruto and Tonari's battle had ended, But Kurama and the Hamura statue were still fighting. The Hamura statue was nearly immortal and extremely hard to destroy, but after Tonari's Tensigen was blown apart, the Hamura statue also stopped attacking. Good grief, you beat on me for so long. Now it's my turn, right? Kurama let out a ferocious grin and smashed the Hamura statue to pieces with a flying kick. Then he sat on top of the statue's half-destroyed body, fox fists ready to go, hammering it with heavy blows until the Hamura statue was completely obliterated. Huff, huff, so satisfying. This bastard beat on me for so long. I'm Lord Ninetails. Who the hell has ever bullied me like that before? The Ninetails made a show of wiping off sweat that didn't even exist and laughed disdainfully. The people of the ninja world were a little dumbfounded. Was this really the nine-tailed fox, the calamity-tailed beast everyone feared? No matter how they looked at it, he just seemed like an ordinary fox, and an especially funny one at that. Naruto felt a little happy, or rather, a little relieved. Great. Looks like the Ninetails will definitely get along with me. He laughed inwardly, but the Ninetails sealed inside him was extremely displeased. Him turning into that. What kind of joke was this? He was the mighty Lord Ninetails, a being feared by the world. How could he possibly become like that? Fake. This video had to be fake. But when he heard Naruto's laughter, he became even angrier. This bastard still wants my power? Keep dreaming. The Ninetails cursed furiously in his heart, then shut his eyes, cut off his 5 senses, and stopped watching this damned video. Year 47 of Konoha. Minato Namikaze was completely stunned. The move used by that blonde kid in the video looked exactly like his Rasengan. But why was the power so great, and why were there so many variations to it? At the very beginning, when he saw Naruto use the Rasen Shuriken, he had already felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed like the Rasengan with nature transformation added to it, turning into the form of a Rasen Shuriken. But now it seemed confirmed. That kid definitely knew how to use the Rasengan, and the versions he had developed were more numerous and even stronger than Minato's own. At this very moment, he was already certain in his heart. This kid definitely had some connection to him. Even if he wasn't his son, then he had to at least be his disciple or something like that. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know how to use the Rasengan Minato had personally developed. After all, he had only created the Rasengan not long ago. Not only was it powerful, but the training difficulty was also top tier. Although it was only considered an A-rank jutsu, in terms of both power and difficulty, it was stronger than the vast majority of S-rank jutsu, and he hadn't taught it to anyone yet. Though once Jiraiya-sensei returned after some time, he planned to pass it on to him. Jiraiya-sensei was his teacher, and the two of them had an excellent relationship. His bond with Jiraiya was also something between teacher and father. Naturally, he had to let his own teacher try out his signature move first. Just who was that kid? Could he really be his son? A very bold thought arose in Minato Namikaze's heart. The seal on a Jinchuriki only weakened drastically during childbirth. And during that period, if an enemy lured him away and attacked Kushina, releasing the Ninetails, then for the safety of Konoha, it was indeed possible that he would seal the Ninetails into his own newborn child. And the fact that he hadn't appeared in the video was also easy to explain. Once a tailed beast was extracted from a Jinchuriki, death was certain. Either he had died from exhaustion after sealing the Ninetails, or he had failed to complete the seal and it had been done in his place by his teacher or the third Hokage, while he himself died after fighting the Ninetails to the death. Minato Namikaze hurriedly shook his head. That idea was far too unreliable. Even if Kushina really became pregnant, there were only a handful of people in the village who knew her identity as the Ninetails Jinchuriki, and the few around him who did know were all people he absolutely trusted. For example, the few children in front of him right now, and Jiraiya-sensei. They would never betray him. Besides, when a Ninetails Jinchuriki gave birth, there would definitely be a large number of female ninja assigned to stay by Kushina's side to ensure nothing could go wrong. How could the enemy so easily pull off a sneak attack? It didn't seem realistic. But then why did that child have blonde hair and know how to use the Rasengan? Perhaps before the next video appeared, no one would be able to answer that question for him. Minato, Minato. Kushina's voice kept sounding by his ear. What is it? Minato Namikaze came back to his senses and looked at Kushina with a gentle smile. What are you thinking about? Kushina looked at Minato suspiciously. Nothing. I was just thinking whether there's a way for you to subdue the Ninetails too. Kushina pointed at herself. Me? Subdue the Ninetails too? Minato nodded. Look, even though that blonde kid in the video has terrifying base strength, the power that lets him destroy heaven and earth probably also comes from the Ninetails boost. So I was thinking if you could build a good relationship with the Ninetails and borrow his power, wouldn't that be even better? That was right. Even though his earlier guess was only a guess, just in case, making every possible preparation was Minato Namikaze's style. Since he now had such suspicions, he would not allow such a thing to happen. As long as the Ninetails and Kushina built a good relationship, even if someone tried to drive the Ninetails away, He wouldn't leave. And when Kushina was in danger, the Nine Tails would also protect her. That way, there would be no need to worry about Kushina having the tailed beast extracted from her or the seal being undone in a sneak attack. Kushina's eyes lit up. This actually seemed like a good idea. But my seal. Kushina's seal on the Nine Tails was completely different from Naruto's. If she wanted to use the Nine Tails power, it had to be the Four Symbols seal. That's not a big problem. Once we get back, I'll find the third Hokage and Jiraiya-sensei and have them back me up. I'll modify the sealing formula myself. Kushina was overjoyed, then kissed Minato on the cheek. Mwah. EW. The three children, 2 boys and 1 girl, looked at the scene out of the corners of their eyes, their faces red. Seriously, if you're going to be lovey-dovey, at least avoid doing it in front of us. We're still just kids. In the video, although Tonari's Tenseigan had disappeared and he had lost most of his power, he still had not given up. Floating high in the air, he used his own body as a medium to absorb the power of the sun. Has this guy gone crazy? Yes, actually absorbing the power of the sun. Naruto was shocked and immediately dragged Hinata as far away as possible. Whether it succeeded or failed, absorbing the sun's power was absolutely an act that endangered one's life. As the source of all things, the sun contained immense power. Once it ran wild, it would bring devastating backlash to the user. Sure enough, Tonari was too eager for quick success. Too much solar power directly turned him into a monster, his entire body swelling up, and then with a loud boom his body exploded. After the smoke and dust cleared, Naruto came to Tonari's side. At this moment, there wasn't a single patch of intact flesh left on Tonari's body. He had only one last breath remaining. So, I failed? You lost. Naruto said with some emotion as he poured yang chakra into Tonari's body, repairing part of his ruined body. There. You should be able to handle the rest yourself. Naruto, what are you doing? Shikamaru Nara rushed over in a hurry. This guy is the #1 enemy of the ninja world. He wanted to destroy the entire ninja world, and now you still want to save him? If I didn't know you, I'd really think you defected. Don't worry. He doesn't have the ability to do evil anymore. Besides, he only misunderstood Hamura's destiny. That was different from Hamura's true intention, Naruto persuaded. Then he pulled Hinata over and told Tonari what Hamura's true destiny really was. Tonari stood there dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe it. The destiny he had clung to for so long had been wrong? You should leave, Tonari said dejectedly. If the destiny was wrong, then it meant his whole life had been like a pile of dog shit. Naruto said, you can come to the ninja world with us. I believe everyone will accept you. Like hell they would. The moment Naruto said he wanted Tonari to go to Earth, that exact thought surged through everyone's minds at the same time. To hell with that. Who would want a jinx like him coming to Earth? You had to know. This guy was ridiculously powerful. The moon was like a toy in his hands. He could destroy it whenever he wanted. And now you wanted to bring someone that dangerous to Earth? Did you think Earth wasn't dying fast enough already? Countless people cursed inwardly. At the same time, they felt Naruto was being too soft-hearted. Clearly, killing him would have solved everything once and for all and saved everyone a whole lot of trouble. But who would have thought Naruto would actually save him instead? Even Tonari himself was a little stunned. When he saw his future self get completely defeated in the video, he had assumed he was dead for sure. He never expected Naruto to spare his life. That was something he truly hadn't seen coming. This Tonari from year 63 of Konoha was about the same age as Naruto, and he still had a childlike nature. He even started wondering whether he should go to Earth. He was already sick of this dark and lonely place called the moon. That actually seems possible. The one who did all those bad things was my future self. That has nothing to do with the current me. Tonari's eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. Once the video ended, he was going to Earth. If he stayed on Earth and got along well with Earth's people, maybe he could even compete fairly with Naruto for Hinata. As he thought about it, a smile slowly appeared on his lips. In the video, everyone in the ninja world waited anxiously. Although the moon was no longer moving under Earth's powerful gravity, a huge number of meteorites were still falling toward the planet. Hokage, is it not done yet? The wreckage, I couldn't wait any longer. If this keeps going, most of the ninja world's land really will be completely destroyed. Kakashi, covered in sweat, said, wait another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Naturally, he understood how serious the situation was. Compared to the lives of Naruto and the others, the entire ninja world was obviously more important. The wreckage, gritted his teeth. Fine. 10 minutes it is. But 10 minutes quickly passed. Fire. A moment later, the space-time chakra cannon still had not been activated. He turned toward Killer B with an angry expression. B, what are you doing? Killer B was silent for a moment, then said, sorry brother. Naruto is my friend. I can't do it. The wreckage, instantly flew into a rage. What are you saying? This is a matter of life and death right now. Don't let personal feelings affect you. But Killer B still refused to move. Get the hell out of my way. I'll fire it myself. With one kick, the Raikage sent Killer Bee flying and stepped over to the firing position. But just then, Mabui's delighted voice rang out. Report. There's something on the moon. At the same time, Konoha also noticed the words on the moon. What the hell is that? Kakashi took the telescope with a completely baffled look on his face. Mission complete. What ugly handwriting. Kakashi complained helplessly, then watched as the moon continuously moved backward, gradually returning to its original position. The Raikage, also let out a sigh of relief. There was no need to destroy the moon anymore. Let us rewind the time a little. On the moon, Naruto laughed loudly. Thanks for the help, Kurama. The Ninetales curled its lip. My handwriting is ugly, but it still honestly used its claws to carve into the moon. Before long, it had written the 5 large words, mission complete. And those words were observed from Earth. Good. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief together. Riding on the giant bird created by Sai's ninjutsu, they flew toward the ninja world. But Kurama's little handwriting trick really shocked a lot of people. They never expected the Ninetales could write. That was beyond everyone's expectations. Words were supposed to belong only to humans. Yet a tailed beast, something humans had always called a beastly monster, could actually write too. Killer Bee started muttering to himself inwardly. Could the 8 Tails do that too? I can too. Yuki's voice suddenly rang out. Killer Bee felt a little awkward. He looked up at the video, and a thought flashed through his mind. A friend, huh? Looks like he's a pretty good person. There were not many people in the ninja world who, like him, were perfect Jinchuriki. In fact, throughout the entire history of Jinchuriki, there had never been many shinobi who became perfect Jinchuriki. In Sunigakure, Gaara looked at how well Naruto and the Ninetales got along, and a trace of longing actually rose in his heart. Could he one day get along with the One Tail inside him the same way? Shikaku curled its lip in disdain. There was no way it would ever humble itself before a human like that stinking fox. It was completely unimaginable. It was free. No matter what, it had to escape this damned cage and return to the embrace of nature. It would never become anyone's puppet again. Shikaku swore it in its heart. At the same time, it decided to make Gaara suffer even more from now on and make him unable to sleep at night. In the video, the group moved forward at high speed and had already arrived at the bubble space. Hinata gazed at Naruto affectionately and asked, Naruto-kun, there's something I've always wanted to ask. What is it? Who knitted that scarf for you? Hinata asked softly. To her, this was something very important. Naruto smiled. It was a keepsake left behind by my late mother. I found it at Grandpa Third's place. Hinata relaxed and tightly held Naruto's hand, while Hanabi ahead of them said impatiently, We're leaving first. Coming. Let us go back to Earth. Naruto pulled Hinata along and ran into the distance. Hinata, do you remember when we were kids in Irika-sensei's class? He asked us if the world was ending who we'd most want to stay with. Back then, I didn't write anyone, but now it's different. I already have the answer in my heart. I can finally say it out loud. I want to stay with you forever and ever. Hinata stared at Naruto blankly, and then tears flowed from her eyes. The two kept running from early childhood to childhood, then from youth to their teenage years. That deep red scarf remained tightly wrapped around both of their necks the whole time. As time passed, the bubble space was already on the verge of collapsing under the impact of the moon's destruction. Hold me tight, Hinata. Don't ever let go again. I want to let go again. Hinata wrapped both arms around Naruto's waist. Naruto pushed off hard with his feet, and the two of them shot into the sky. They burst out of the lake, still going upward. You're about to crash into the ceiling, Shikamaru shouted. How could it end here? Naruto gave a low shout, and the Rasengan in his hand smashed straight through the ceiling. In an instant, a huge hole exploded open in the ground, and Naruto and Hinata were blasted out of the cavern by the powerful force. Shikamaru and the others below were left with their mouths hanging open. That really was simple and brutal. The enormous moon became the backdrop behind the two of them. Under the thick white moonlight, Naruto gently lifted Hinata's chin and held her in a deep embrace. One kiss sealed their feelings. Kids aren't allowed to watch. Kakashi immediately covered Sakura Haruno's eyes with one hand. Sakura screamed loudly. She wanted to watch. She really wanted to watch. This was the kiss between her classmate and her good friend that confirmed their relationship. No matter what, she refused to miss it. Naruto stared blankly at the scene in the video, his face burning red, completely different from his usual hyper self. What does kissing feel like? Should he go try it with Hinata right now? Sasuke spoke flatly from the side. Are you an idiot? Are you thinking about dirty stuff? Naruto snapped back in embarrassment and anger. Of course not. I'm a serious person. Sasuke let out a disdainful cold laugh. Yet even he felt a trace of longing rise in his heart. But then he remembered that his first kiss had been stolen by the idiot in front of him, and a wave of disgust immediately surged up inside him. Team 8. Hinata's face was bright red, and steam was actually rising from the top of her head. A true steam princess. So embarrassing. To do something like that in front of so many people. With a bang, before anyone could even react. Hinata stiffly fell straight to the ground. Kurenai Yuhi helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead. This girl. And at the end of the video, Hinata was preparing food in a room, while Naruto slowly swayed as he sat up from the sofa. The two children in front of him were constantly playing and chasing each other around the room. The boy pulled open the door, looked at the heavy snow outside, and shouted excitedly, "Dad, come build a snowman with us." Coming. Naruto's face was full of a happy smile as he quickly ran outside. Then the screen froze. A huge snowman appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a snowman that looked like Naruto, with those signature whisker marks, a red scarf, and spiky hair. Naruto slowly let out a breath, his face full of smiles. His future self was very happy. He had a perfect family and 2 children, and even both a son and a daughter. But after watching it, he still felt a little empty inside. Could he really reach a future like that? If he couldn't reach that future, then what was the meaning of him watching this video at all? Naruto Uzumaki fell into deep thought. And right at that moment, the giant screen above began to move again. A voice spread through the entire ninja world. At this moment, no matter where you were in the ninja world, you could hear the system's voice. Naruto Uzumaki, by his own strength, stopped Tonari from destroying the earth. With his own character and spirit, he earned the love that belonged to him. His actions protected the entire planet, and at the same time made tremendous contributions to the future development of the ninja world. Reward: 1 million points. Chakra volume increased by 100 times. Perfect Sage Mode. Proficient use of 7 chakra natures. Otsutsuki Tonari misunderstood Hamura's heavenly mission, and thus committed a grave mistake. But in the end, he returned from the wrong path and willingly remained on the lonely moon to atone for his sins. Reward: 900,000 points. Chakra volume increased by 50 times. Tensigen returned to both eyes. Hinata Hyuga loved one person for her entire life, and was willing to fight to the death for the one she loved. Reward: 900,000 points. Chakra volume increased by 30 times. Obtained the right to purchase the Tensigen. Sasuke Uchiha saved Konoha, and with one Chidori lit up the night sky. Reward: 500,000 points. Chakra volume increased by 30 times.
Shikamaru Nara, Sakura Haruno, Sai.
As members of the rescue team played huge roles. Reward: 100,000 points. Chakra volume increased by 10 times. One freely selected A-rank jutsu. All other characters who appeared will each receive 10,000 points. The moment the system's voice fell, countless white lights suddenly appeared in the sky and descended onto all the people who had appeared in the video. On Naruto's side, his body suddenly trembled, and then powerful chakra burst through the surface of his body, directly blowing away everything around him. Kakashi was strong enough to barely keep his footing, but Sakura Haruno, who had just received her reward, was not so lucky. She was blown dozens of meters away on the spot. As for Sasuke, even after receiving the reward of 30 times chakra, he could only barely stand steady. So strong. This was just pure chakra release, yet it had already reached this level. If he really used ninjutsu, there was no telling how strong Naruto would become. Kakashi was shocked beyond belief. Naruto's chakra had already been about 100 times his own before, and now it was approaching 10,000 times. He truly rivaled a tailed beast. Even if it wasn't on the level of the 9 tails, it was definitely more than the 8 tails. With that kind of chakra volume, Naruto could absolutely unleash even more powerful jutsu. And on top of that, he now had flexible command over 7 chakra natures, letting him combine them into even stronger techniques. He could absolutely be called monstrous. And there was also that absurdly powerful Sage Mode. The current Naruto had now completely stood at the peak of the ninja world, an absolute powerhouse. Kakashi-sensei, back up a little. My chakra suddenly increased too much. I can't really control it. Naruto's embarrassed voice rang out. Kakashi and Sasuke immediately retreated, while Sakura Haruno rubbed her butt with a bitter face and also moved back. Sasuke, do you feel any discomfort? Sasuke shook his head. 30 times the chakra volume suddenly entering his body was uncomfortable, but still controllable. He would not lose control like Naruto had just now. But what confused him was this thing called points. Points are required to purchase ninjutsu, Kekkai Genkai, revival coins, and all kinds of secret techniques. Silently recite shop in your mind, and a panel should appear before your eyes. That is the shop system. This system contains every item that has ever existed in the history of the ninja world. At the same time, let me remind everyone again. Points are extremely precious. Please use them carefully. As soon as the system finished speaking, countless people immediately began trying it out. Naruto's excited voice rang out. It really exists. In front of him was a small light screen, about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, displaying a dazzling variety of goods. There were 2 lines of text in the upper right corner. One line said Ninja World, and the second line said Other Worlds, but that line was grayed out. Naruto happily flipped through the shop pages from beginning to end. Ninjutsu, Kekei Genkai, Kekei Toda, and all kinds of secret arts were all there. And ranked at the very top was the Rinnegan, priced at a full 5 million points. But even 5 million points only bought an ordinary Rinnegan. Higher level Rinnegan cost tens of millions of points. Naruto clicked his tongue. Although he had never heard of the Rinnegan before, just seeing how expensive it was told him it was definitely no ordinary thing. At the very bottom was the Tenseigan, priced the same as the Rinnegan at 5 million points. He also saw that the Rasengan he used was classified as an A-rank jutsu, worth 50,000 points. He briefly wondered if he should exchange for the Rasengan right now, but quickly shook his head and gave up on the idea. Since his future self could learn it, there was no reason his current self couldn't learn it too. And right now, the most important thing was figuring out who exactly had taught him the Rasengan. On Sasuke's side, he was also excitedly flipping through the goods, but he still didn't buy anything. Staring at the description of the Rinnegan at the top, he was filled with longing. He wanted to save up points and buy the Rinnegan. For some reason, the moment he saw the Rinnegan, he felt that it was connected to him. It was as if he was born to match with it. Kakashi-sensei, do you know how to use the Rasengan? Naruto gathered all the chakra in his body inward, shifted his steps lightly, and walked over to Kakashi's side. Kakashi was known as the copy ninja. Naruto believed Kakashi definitely would not disappoint him. Kakashi pulled his attention away from the interface and smiled. I do. The Rasengan was a jutsu without hand seals, so it couldn't be copied with the Sharingan. But after Kakashi saw Minato use the Rasengan, he had gotten a little envious of its power, so he asked Minato to teach it to him. Although the process had been a bit complicated, he had still managed to learn it in the end. Then can you teach me? Naruto's face lit up and he hurriedly spoke. Great. That meant he could save 50,000 points. Kakashi had just been about to agree when he saw Jiraiya slowly walking over from the distance. A smile appeared on his face. Although I would really like to teach you, there's someone even more suitable to guide you. Who? Kakashi pointed behind Naruto. Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, instantly left Sasuke and Sakura stunned. Looking at that white-haired old man, surprise flashed through both their eyes. Naruto. Jiraiya was smiling so broadly that he did not look like a good person at all. It's me. Very good. Starting today, you're my disciple. Jiraiya slapped Naruto on the shoulder and burst into loud laughter. Naruto looked completely dumbfounded. He had just been accepted as a disciple like that? Wasn't this way too sloppy? Do you know the Rasengan? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smiled proudly. Do you know who the fourth Hokage was? Naruto looked curiously at Jiraiya's proud face. Who was it? He was my disciple. So tell me, do you think I know the Rasengan or not? Though when it came to the Rasengan itself, Minato was the real teacher. So awesome. Kakashi said sternly, Naruto, don't be rude. This is one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. His contributions to Konoha are beyond erase. Show some respect. Naruto nodded indifferently. Got it, sensei. From today on, you're my teacher. The speed of that change left the others almost unable to react. Interesting. A smile appeared on Jiraiya's face, and then he asked, did you just obtain perfect sage mode? Naruto nodded. There really was such a reward in the System S rewards. Jiraiya said with some anticipation, can you let me see it? To be honest, he really wanted to witness it. His own sage mode wasn't perfect. The startup time was long, and he also needed the assistance of the two great Toad Sages. Otherwise, its duration would be extremely short. In a real battle, if he had no support, it would almost be useless. Naruto nodded, then sat cross-legged on the ground. At the same time he received the reward, the training method and insights related to Sage Mode had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. He could use it skillfully with complete ease. But in order to let Jiraiya see more clearly, he deliberately used the most basic state of gathering natural energy. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. He had already sensed it. In just a few breaths, countless strands of natural energy surged into Naruto's body. A few seconds later, faint yellow pigmentation appeared around Naruto's eyes, and even his pupils changed. His whole body seemed to merge with nature itself. If he hadn't been right in front of everyone, they might not have been able to detect Naruto at all. At this moment, perfect Sage Mode appeared, so powerful. It's practically like becoming one with nature. If he wasn't right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to notice him at all. Jiraiya cried out inwardly. The power of perfect Sage Mode was even stronger than he had imagined. And after seeing Naruto's perfect Sage Mode, he actually gained a few insights in his heart, which would be of enormous help in improving his own Sage Mode. Seeing Naruto about to stand up, Jiraiya hurriedly shouted, Naruto, slow down. Sage Mode greatly boosts your strength. Then he gave a look, signaling Kakashi and the others to move farther away. Naruto responded, then slowly stood up from the ground. Just as he was about to take 2 steps, the land beneath his feet instantly caved in. He was dumbfounded on the spot. This was a huge boost? This increase in strength had already gone far beyond his imagination. He had already used the smallest amount of strength possible when stepping forward, yet he still crushed the ground into a large pit. Kakashi said, "This level of strength is already beyond human." Although compared to the Naruto in the video, the current Naruto still had many shortcomings. For example, he didn't have the Nine Tails power right now. His 100 times larger chakra could barely make up for it. Compared to the young adult Naruto in the video, he was only about 30% weaker. That was absolutely terrifying. Sasuke clenched his fists. Looking at Naruto's heroic, spirited figure, he felt an even stronger urge to reach the position of the video's main character. When that time came, his own strength would also rise tremendously like Naruto's, and then he would be able to kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge his parents and clan. "Just wait for me, Itachi. I'll come for you very soon." Sasuke Uchiha's mind had already been consumed by the flames of hatred. If he could not eliminate Itachi Uchiha, he would never know peace for the rest of his life. A moment later, Naruto cancelled Sage Mode and slowly let out a breath, feeling incomparably excited. He truly had never imagined that one day he would obtain such powerful strength. "Let us go, Jiraiya-sensei. Let us go train," Naruto said hurriedly. Right now, Jiraiya was a little dumbfounded. "You're not going to see your little girlfriend?" Naruto shook his head. "Now is not the time. If I go see Hinata now, I'll definitely act unnatural. That won't be good for how we get along afterward." Jiraiya nodded helplessly and could only take him away to train the Rasengan. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura also split up and went back to study the shop. "The price of this revival coin is lower than I expected." Surprise filled Kakashi's eyes. One revival coin only cost 1 million points, compared to high-level Rinnegan that cost tens of millions of points at every turn. The points required for a revival coin were already very few. "Rin, Obito, and father, I will definitely bring you back to life," Kakashi thought firmly. Akatsuki. Nagato looked at the Rinnegan on the very top level, and countless curses filled his heart. After all this, his Rinnegan was actually the lowest level Rinnegan, the one without Tomo. This feels way too messed up. Looking at the ones above it with 9 Tomo, 6 Tomo, and countless different colors of Rinnegan, longing flashed through Nagato's eyes. But he had never considered that while the Rinnegan belonged to the ninja world, at its root it was also the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. Yet the types of Rinnegan shown here had already far exceeded the limits of what the Sage of Six Paths could possess. So who exactly controlled the remaining Rinnegan? In a distant era, the Sage of Six Paths' pupils trembled violently. Even Otsutsuki Himura was shocked beyond words as he looked at his elder brother, not knowing what to say. Something this simple was naturally easy for both of them to understand. The Sage of Six Paths' face turned gloomy. "So many Rinnegan. Aside from mine, Indra S., and my mother Kaguya S., who else could possibly possess the Rinnegan? Could it be Mother S. clansman?" He naturally knew that his mother was no ordinary person, perhaps not even someone from the ninja world. But the key point was that even though Kaguya had raised the two brothers to adulthood, neither of them knew her true identity. That alone was highly suspicious. "Brother, it seems we still need to investigate this," the Sage of Six Paths said in a heavy tone. "Is Mother still awake now?" Himura shook his head. "The inside of the moon is too dark. Mother long ago sealed off her 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses. By the time she wakes up, it will probably be thousands of years later. We can't rely on Mother. We still have to rely on ourselves," said the Sage of Six Paths. "If they really are Kaguya-S clansmen, then the ninja world is in danger." Kaguya-S strength was so powerful, yet she still coveted the ninja world. Her clansmen would surely be the same. They had to investigate as soon as possible. Little did they know, Kaguya inside the moon had already started cursing. When she first saw the moon being destroyed, she had almost thought she was completely done for. But later, after remembering that she was immortal, she finally reacted. Still, for someone as simple and naive as her, the moon exploding was genuinely terrifying. Okay? Those two bratty boys. Kaguya cursed furiously in her heart. If she could get out, she would absolutely teach those two a proper lesson. But very soon, she saw the countless Rinnegan in the shop. As she kept scrolling, her pupils suddenly shrank. Is this Ishiki's Rinnegan? That's right. One pair of the Rinnegan was precisely Otsutsuki Ishiki's Rinnegan. There was no way she could mistake it. She bit her fingernail. Could Ishiki still be alive? It wasn't impossible. Ishiki's strength was far above hers. Although she had gained the advantage through a sneak attack back then, if Ishiki had faked his death right in front of her, she wouldn't have been able to tell. But very soon she gave up on that thought. With Ishiki's personality, if he were still alive, he would definitely have come to take revenge on her. Although Otsutsuki clansmen could use karma to reincarnate, the premise was that there had to be a suitable vessel. So Ishiki should currently be hidden somewhere in the ninja world. Inside a certain cave, surprise flashed through Ishiki's eyes. There was actually even his Rinnegan here. Just what kind of existence was this so-called system? A trace of panic suddenly rose in his heart. No, he had to speed up the search for a vessel. If he did not reincarnate soon, not only would his power continue to weaken, even his remaining lifespan would be nearly exhausted. Once he recovered to his peak state, he would drag that madwoman Kaguya out of the moon. He would make that bitch pay in blood. Year 57 of Konoha. Itachi Uchiha stared blankly at the enormous screen in the sky. He saw Sasuke. The future Sasuke was walking the world alone, and within Konoha, he did not see his own figure, nor did he see the figures of any of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that his plan had succeeded? Had he really slaughtered the entire clan? But father has the power of the Mangekyo. Even if I also have the Mangekyo with the gap in battle experience, how could I possibly defeat Fugaku Uchiha that easily? He seemed to feel a trace of regret in his heart for so rashly and one-sidedly sentencing the Uchiha clan to death. Why? Was there really no possibility of reconciliation between the village and the clan? But soon, Fugaku Uchiha excitedly called Itachi Uchiha away. What's wrong? Itachi Uchiha felt a little strange. It had been a long time since he had seen his father this happy. Didn't you watch the video just now? Sasuke will become such a powerful ninja in the future. We should celebrate. Fugaku Uchiha was thrilled inside. He had never really valued this younger son of his. Could even be said that at one point, he had wanted his younger son to give up the path of being a ninja. But now that he had suddenly seen that his younger son would possess such power in the future, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. Sasuke was a talent worth cultivating. He had to train Sasuke well. Although his current training results weren't obvious, Sasuke might be the type who bloomed late. Once he got a little older, he might reveal his extraordinary talent. Itachi Uchiha looked at Fugaku Uchiha's smile and froze for a moment, then cursed himself in his heart. Fuck. I'm really a beast. I actually wanted to slaughter my own clan. To hell with that. I will definitely make the village and the Uchiha clan live in peace. The Uchiha clan was hanging lanterns and decorations in celebration. But inside the village, a huge uproar had already broken out. That Ninetales brat is going to be that strong in the future? What do we do? Why don't we kill him now while he is still little? Exactly. Otherwise, once he grows up, he'll definitely take revenge on us. You're talking bullshit. SNT future Naruto trying his hardest to protect us? If Naruto hadn't fought that Tonari, the ninja world might already been destroyed. Someone spoke with disdain. Although he also had quite a few complaints about Naruto, he knew that the Ninetales attack 7 years ago wasn't Naruto's fault. It was wrong to force the sins committed by the Ninetales onto him. And inhumane too. You're not sympathizing with that Ninetales brat, are you? Someone looked at him with disdain. The man said, this isn't sympathy. I'm just stating the facts. The others let out cold snorts and stopped paying attention to him. At Naruto's home, little Naruto saw himself in the video showing overwhelming might and saving the entire ninja world. His excited little face turned red. His future self was actually that strong. That was amazing. At his young age, he still didn't know that he was currently in danger. 80% of the people in Konoha wanted to kill him. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking kept ringing out, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's urgent voice came from outside. Naruto opened the door. It's me, Grandpa Third. Naruto excitedly opened the door and said eagerly, Grandpa Third, did you see it? Future me is so awesome. Seeing that Naruto was safe and sound, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally let out a sigh of relief. It looked like he hadn't come too late. Naruto, did you get a reward? Hiruzen Sarutobi got straight to the point. He had already asked Kakashi and the others earlier, but all of them had said no. That made him suspicious. Could it be that all those rewards had been sent to people in other timelines? At the same time, he was worried that those rioting villagers might hurt Naruto, so he had rushed over to Naruto's house in a panic. A puzzled look appeared on Naruto's face. A reward? No. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Just as expected. Those rewards had probably really gone to Naruto in another timeline. He crouched down and looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, starting today, how about you come live with Grandpa? A puzzled expression appeared on Naruto's little face, but he quickly figured out what this meant and nodded excitedly. This home was lonely. He was used to it, but that didn't mean he was happy. He had heard that Grandpa Third had a little grandson. Then he could play with him. No one in the village would play with him, so he could only play with little kids who didn't know anything. Hiruzen Sarutobi took Naruto's hand and headed home. Naruto's future was very strong, and he had excellent potential for development. He was worth heavily nurturing. And there was also Sasuke Uchiha. Based on the information they had obtained, he would become a powerhouse in the future, no weaker than Naruto. A ninja even a bit stronger than Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. He was also worth heavily nurturing. Looks like it's time to give Danzo a warning, so he doesn't ruin the village's major plans. At the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga stared blankly at the giant light screen that had long since finished playing, not knowing what she was thinking. With the brain of a 7-year-old, she actually couldn't figure much out at all. But her old father wasn't thinking that way. Should I build a good relationship with that Naruto brat? Even though the future had already changed greatly ever since everyone watched the video, the chances of Naruto becoming my son-in-law were still very high. And Naruto's future strength was that terrifying. If I try to stop Naruto and Hinata from being together, will that brat Naruto make things difficult for me in the future? My little body can't take even one Rasengan from him. Looks like I still need to help those two get together. But looking at the current 7-year-old Hinata, he sighed. Better talk about this later. Konoha year 63. 3 days had passed. After Jiraiya's hellish training, Naruto had finally mastered the Rasengan. Rasengan. A Rasengan more than 10 centimeters wide slammed into a tree. In an instant, a giant tree several meters wide crashed to the ground. Jiraiya clapped from the side. Not bad power. From now on, your Rasengan can be considered to have officially entered the beginner stage. Once you can use it skillfully, I can start teaching you chakra nature transformation. Of course, you possess 7 chakra natures. Even the extremely rare yin-yang release is something you can grasp with ease. Chakra nature transformation shouldn't be hard for you to control. Jiraiya was smiling, but Naruto was staring straight at his own palm and hadn't heard a word Jiraiya said. Jiraiya-sensei, why is the Rasengan I'm using now blue? But the Rasengan I used in the video was that dazzling yellow? The Rasengan in the video wasn't just golden yellow. Even Hinata's lion heads were purple, and Tonari's attacks were fluorescent. But his Rasengan now was blue. The style points had dropped by a lot. Jiraiya was instantly stumped and couldn't answer even after stammering for a long time. The Rasengan he used himself was blue too. Seeing Naruto use a golden Rasengan had shocked him as well. Okay, maybe it's chakra nature transformation. Through chakra nature transformation, it is indeed possible for the Rasengan's color to change. That was what he said. But even he hadn't fully researched the Rasengan's nature transformation, so he couldn't say for sure. Naruto nodded, and his desire to learn chakra nature transformation grew even stronger. But at that moment, Naruto's brows furrowed, his expression turning extremely grave. Jiraiya quickly did the same. Such a huge amount of chakra, and this unfamiliar presence. Who is it? Jiraiya was shocked inside and immediately brought Naruto with him as they rushed toward Konoha's main gate. Right now, in terms of pure hard power alone, Naruto was stronger than the others, so naturally he had to bring him along. Tonari? The moment he arrived at the gate, Naruto was dumbfounded. Ahead of them, countless people were surrounding a young man, and that young man was Tonari from the video, the one who moved the moon and wanted to destroy the ninja world. Tonari, surrounded by everyone, seemed completely unfazed. When he saw Naruto, he waved and said with a smile, "Hello, Naruto." Naruto pushed through the crowd and came in front of Tonari, his face serious. "If you want to join Konoha, then I absolutely welcome it. But if you... I came to seek refuge in Konoha." Huh? Before Naruto could even finish speaking, Tonari had already stated his purpose. Not only Naruto, but everyone around them was stunned. This Tonari actually wants to defect to Konoha? You're sure you're not joking? Just a few days ago you were still yelling about destroying the world. And now you've changed this fast? Does your mom know? You heard right. I came here to join Konoha. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi, and the others also arrived. The moment they saw Tonari, they were all dumbfounded, but none of them dared to act rashly. What a joke. Even though Naruto's strength had risen sharply now, and he might be able to fight Tonari with the Tensigen, the key issue was this. If the two of them really started fighting, Konoha would be blasted away within just a few exchanges. If things went badly, even the entire land of fire might be reduced to ashes. How could they possibly dare to make a move? As the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally had to step forward. But just as he was about to move, Jiraiya grabbed him and signaled that Naruto alone could handle this matter. Naruto asked in a somewhat dazed voice, "Are you serious?" Tonari said as if it were only natural, of course. There aren't any living people left on the moon anymore. It's lonely and dark. I'm a normal person, so how could I possibly be willing to live in a place like that? What about Hamura's destiny? Naruto asked. Tonari spread his hands and said indifferently, "The way I understood Hamura's destiny was wrong. If something is wrong, why keep going with it? Knowing your mistake and correcting it makes you a good kid. I've already decided. From now on, I'm staying in Konoha for the rest of my life. There are so many people here in Konoha, and they all talk so nicely. Every one of them is talented. I'm sure living here will feel way better than staying in the ninja world," Tonari said excitedly, waving both hands. Ha ha. Everyone around them was covered in black lines, not knowing what to say. For some reason, this guy suddenly felt a lot like Naruto. A little dumb too. Grandpa Third, what do you think? Naruto looked toward the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, then slowly nodded. To him, having Tonari settle in Konoha was not a bad thing. The fact that Tonari was willing to come down from the moon and abandon Hamura's so-called destiny was enough to prove his sincerity. And if Tonari stayed in Konoha, It would greatly increase the village's strength. They could provide him with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. It was a win-win situation. Naturally, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to let that chance go. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi nod in agreement, Naruto said, "Fine, but you can't use force whenever you want." As a member of Konoha, even though he was often bullied by others, Naruto still wanted to put the safety of the villagers first. Tonari frowned. What if they make the first move? Naruto glanced at the surrounding crowd. You can fight back, but you can't kill anyone. Tonari grinned. Good. Then it's settled. Everyone around them let out sighs of relief. Naruto led the way in front, while Tonari followed behind. Not long after, Tonari spoke in a sneaky tone. Where does Hinata live? Naruto shot him a glance. He knew it. There was no way this guy had come all the way from the moon to Earth for no reason. So this was the dirty plan he had in mind. What a joke. Hinata was his future wife by default. How could he possibly tell this bastard where she lived?
No idea.
His tone was cold, giving off a clear keep away from strangers feeling. Tonari laughed awkwardly. His thoughts had been seen through, but he didn't mind Naruto's tone. After all, now that he was living in Konoha, there would be plenty of time and chances to get close to Hinata. Before long, Naruto brought Tonari to a very remote area. Remote was only relative to Konoha's central streets, though. There were still quite a few families living around here. As for Tonari's residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi had handed the matter over entirely to Naruto. Where am I living? Tonari swept his gaze across the area. There was a wide stretch of open land. On it were around 20-some households. Behind them was an enormous forest, and beyond that stood a mountain. Naruto said, "Build a house. You're not going to live in someone else's home, are you?" Tonari froze and pointed at himself, giving a bitter smile. "You want me to build a house?" It wasn't that he didn't want to, he just really didn't know how. He had a huge castle on the moon. Why would he ever know how to build a house? Naruto smiled. "Don't worry about that. I've already found someone to help you." Not long after, Kakashi came over to the two of them and said helplessly with a smile, "Are you sure you want Tonari living here?" "Of course. We can't exactly have him living in someone else's house," Naruto said as if it were only natural. Of course. He definitely wasn't going to admit that he was a little upset because this bastard had bullied Hinata in the video, so this was his tiny bit of revenge. "Teacher Kakashi, how are your construction skills?" Kakashi gave a proud smile. "I am a man known as Konoha's technician. I've mastered all kinds of skills. Building a mere house is nothing worth mentioning." Naruto nodded happily. "Good. Then Teacher Kakashi, I'll leave Tonari's house to you. I'm going to keep training with Teacher Jiraiya." With that, his figure flashed and he disappeared. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. "This kid. Let's go, Tonari. We'll cut down a few trees first." Tonari nodded. Looking at the vast forest ahead of him, a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. A scene like this was something the silent, desolate moon could never offer. Another 3 days passed. During this time, Naruto had completely mastered the Rasengan. He could now form a Rasengan with one hand at incredible speed, and for the same volume, he could also pour in much more chakra, raising its destructive power by several levels. "It won't be long before I can start training in nature transformation," Naruto said, his face full of excitement. Tonari, standing to the side, said in confusion, "I really don't get it. I've already come to Earth, so theoretically you shouldn't have any enemies left. Why are you still training this hard? Wouldn't slacking off be better?" He kept stuffing snacks into his mouth as he spoke, his words coming out muffled. Sasuke, standing nearby, was extremely speechless. When he watched the video before, he thought this guy was cold and aloof. Who would have thought that in real life he was actually a complete goofball? In truth, if he had the choice, Tonari wouldn't want to act like a goofball either. But he had been repressed in the moon's environment for too many years. Now that he had finally let himself go, if he didn't act a little silly, he'd be letting himself down. "I just keep feeling uneasy. Like a storm is about to come," Naruto explained softly. Tonari's house had just been completed today, and he had immediately run over to watch Naruto train. Sasuke was there too. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin. He truly had real skill, and learning from him could broaden Sasuke's understanding. With an opportunity like this, there was no way Sasuke would miss it. Besides, the task Hiruzen Sarutobi had given Jiraiya was to protect both Naruto and Sasuke. How could one of them be missing? Hearing Naruto's words, Tonari curled his lips and paid it no mind at all. The world was peaceful now. Where would any war come from? Naruto was just worrying over nothing. "I feel like you're completely different from what I imagined," Naruto said flatly, giving Tonari a sideways glance. This guy was nothing like the cold and ruthless image Naruto had of him. The moment that topic came up, Tonari got interested and suddenly stood up. "Now that you mention it, I've really got to say this. Actually, when I was little, I was pretty lively. Back then, there was an old grandpa by my side taking care of me. But not long after, grandpa passed away. It was from that time on that I became quiet. But now that I've come to Konoha, I found the feeling of home again. The smiles on my face have started increasing too. Speaking of the past, Tonari couldn't help feeling a little emotional. But then he noticed that none of them were listening at all. Instead, they had all raised their heads high and were staring at the enormous light screen in the sky. The video had started again. Countless people across time and space held their breath as they stared at the giant screen. Everyone, the second video begins. The Nine Tails Assault. In the timelines of Konoha Year 63 and Konoha Year 57, the people of Konoha were all shocked. As expected, the Nine Tails Assault had greatly disrupted the history of this world. Naruto looked up and stared fixedly at the screen. Although he still didn't know the truth of his own background, he knew that the nine-tailed fox inside him had been sealed into his body during the Nine Tails Assault. And now, this was the perfect chance to learn the truth of his origins. Konoha Year 47. Minato stared tightly at the screen. It was here. It had finally come. Now, he could finally understand clearly why his future self had never appeared. Was he dead? Or missing? All the mysteries were about to be revealed. Teacher Minato's expression is so serious. Obito said from the side, a little scared. Today was another training day, and they had come to the Konoha forest early in the morning. Kakashi said, instead of worrying about Teacher Minato, we might as well care about what kind of delicious food Sister Kushina is making for me today. Obito's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together. That makes sense. No matter how troubled Teacher Minato is, Sister Kushina will definitely cheer him back up. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. Kushina walked over carrying a lunchbox. She saw everyone looking up at the sky and asked, has the video already started? Standing beside Minato, she also looked up with them. The video began. What entered everyone's sight was the large sign of the Ninja Academy. The scene shifted, and a teacher led a little red-haired girl into the classroom. The girl seemed a little shy, keeping her head lowered the whole time. But after entering the classroom, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. But she accidentally blurted out her own catchphrase, and afraid everyone would laugh at her, she immediately covered her mouth. Kushina was a little dumbfounded. Why was it her turn? Did she really have some outstanding historical contribution? If sealing the Nine Tails counted, then she really did. Looking at the self-introduction in the video, Kushina could already predict what would happen next. Sure enough, the classmates in the room immediately started laughing loudly. Quite a few of them even mocked her hair. It looks like a tomato. Yeah, how does hair even get that red? The teacher on the platform hurriedly tried to stop them, but the students below kept grinning and didn't take it seriously at all. Kushina clenched both fists again and held them in front of her chest, as if she had made some huge decision. I'm going to become this village's first female Hokage. At that moment, the students in the class also fell silent. No one laughed at the little girl's dream. Then a blonde boy, Minato Namikaze, stood up. I also want to become an outstanding Hokage acknowledged by all the villagers. But Kushina didn't understand what Minato meant at all. Instead, she looked at the sissy with hostility on her face. Seeing that Kushina gave no response at all, Minato could only sit back down awkwardly. That's teacher Minato and Auntie Kushina, right? Rin Noera and the other two were all a little dumbfounded. Why is it suddenly showing teacher and sister Kushina when they were kids? Yeah. At that time, we were several years younger than even you guys are now, Kushina said with a smile as she rubbed Rin Noera's head. As for why it's showing me and Minato when we were little, it's probably because I'm the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They already knew about Kushina's identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. A smile also appeared on Minato's face. Now that he was older, he had forgotten many things, but seeing them presented in front of them again by the system in video form gave him a special feeling. I think Auntie Kushina and Teacher Minato didn't have a very good relationship at this time. So how did you two end up together in the end? Obito asked curiously, while also carrying a bit of hope in his heart. Teacher Minato and Kushina had such a bad start, yet they still became husband and wife. Then with how good his relationship with Rin was, there was no reason they wouldn't make it to the end too. As for that, Kushina just smiled and said, keep watching and you'll know. In the video, because of her red hair and round face, Kushina also got a nickname, Tomato. On this day at the Ninja Academy, several boys surrounded Kushina, and one of them laughed and said, that red hair and that round face. Doesn't that make you a tomato? I hate tomatoes the most. Minato Namikaze turned his head to look. Kushina was glaring angrily at him, then immediately kicked the person mocking her. Who are you calling a tomato? Just so you know, I hate tomatoes too. Kushina exploded in power and beat all of them up, riding on top of one of the boys and throwing punch after punch. She turned her head to look around and found Minato smiling at her with narrowed eyes. What are you laughing at? After this battle, Kushina gained another nickname, Red Hot Habanero, also called Little Pepper. I really never heard of that nickname of Sister Kushina's, Uchiha Obito said in surprise. Looking at Kushina in the video, he suddenly realized that Rin really was so gentle. She was seriously an angel. Kushina smiled and said, of course. Even though I was from another village, I gradually grew up in Konoha, and a lot of people came to acknowledge me. And after I married Minato, no one bullied me anymore, so that nickname gradually became a thing of the past. I see. The few of them understood now. But why were those people bullying you like that? And Teacher Minato still didn't go help? Uchiha Obito asked in confusion. Those kids were already bullying Kushina right in front of him, yet Minato Namikaze had just stood there smiling. Minato felt awkward for a moment. There's a reason for that. You should know very soon. Spring. Kushina was running through a sky full of cherry blossoms when suddenly, two boys jumped out from behind a tree. One was a little older and the other a little younger. The older boy proudly said to Kushina, "Were you the one who bullied my little brother?" Kushina angrily pointed at the little runt. "He was clearly the one who bullied me first." The older boy proudly pointed at the forehead protector on his forehead. "I'm a genin. Pretty amazing." Huh? Kushina's expression changed slightly. With her current strength, dealing with a genin was still a bit too much for her. He continued, "Anyone who bullies my little brother, I won't let them off." So Kushina and the older boy began a chase through the cherry blossom grove. Whoosh! A kunai flew past Kushina's side and stabbed into the tree across from her. Trembling slightly, this was a real kunai. This guy was serious. Kushina was shocked inside. And she didn't hold back anymore either. She leaped forward with force, kicked off the tree with both legs, then sprang hard and slammed into the older boy's body. But unfortunately, the boy escaped with the substitution jutsu. Kushina stood on the ground with a tense expression, looking around in every direction. Bang! In an instant, the boy's fist smashed into Kushina's neck. Unable to withstand the powerful blow, Kushina collapsed to the ground at once. The boy grabbed her red hair. "I thought you were strong, but you're still just a brat," the boy mocked again and again, making Kushina feel even worse. "That blood-red hair of yours is really annoying." Kushina instantly became furious. "I hate this red hair too." As she said that, her body suddenly charged forward. The strong force made the boy abruptly let go of the hand that was pulling Kushina's hair. Then Kushina fiercely mounted him and kept swinging both her fists, venting all her anger. Red-hot habanero is here again. The slightly younger boy got so scared that he ran away, leaving only his older brother behind to face the terrifying Kushina alone. Her fists kept slamming into the boy's face as she cried and said, "Even so, this hair is still part of my body. There's nothing I can do about it." After getting tired from hitting him, Kushina slowly stood back up. The boy also got up from the ground, rubbed his face, and coldly said, "An outsider can never become Hokage." Then he turned and left. Kushina looked up at the sky with a disappointed expression. But then she saw Minato up in the tree. She angrily demanded, "Is it because I'm an outsider that you didn't come help me?" Minato hurriedly explained, But before he could finish, the furious Kushina cut him off. "You think that too, don't you?" The crying girl ran through the cherry blossom grove, looking at the Hokage rock on the cliff face. "It's exactly because I don't want to be treated as an outsider that I said that. I wanted to truly blend in with the people of this village. Otherwise, who would even want to become Hokage?" Kushina was overflowing with anger. "Those two little brats are really trash." Obito Uchiha was furious. His dream was to become Hokage, and the kind of people he despised most were those who bullied the weak with their strength, especially when the one being bullied was someone from his own village. Of course, part of the reason was that he himself was a dead last. The kids his age in the village didn't really like him either. Other than his classmates, he didn't have many friends. But as Konoha's women's friend, he didn't really mind. After all, those grandmas were kind and understanding, way better than these stinky brats. And back then, Sister Kushina hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. But that brat was already using his genin status to bully Sister Kushina. Shameless. Even the always gentle Rin Noera looked a little angry at this moment. Kakashi also nodded. He was extremely annoyed with those few brats too. They had clearly lost, yet they still ran to get their parents involved. They really couldn't afford to lose. Kushina smiled and said, "Don't mind it. It's already been so long. If the system hadn't played it again, I might forgotten about it." Of course, those two brats had left a deep impression in Kushina's heart. Even now, she still couldn't forget them. "And Teacher Minato, what were you even doing? How could you just watch Sister Kushina get bullied?" Obito looked at Minato in confusion. That really didn't seem like Minato's style. Minato smiled helplessly. There was no point explaining it to them, so he could only let them watch for themselves and understand on their own. Year 63 of Konoha. A nostalgic look appeared on Jiraiya's face. He hadn't expected that he would be able to see his disciple again, and even as a child at that. Even if it was only in video form, it was enough to comfort his old heart. "That blonde boy looks so much like Naruto," Sasuke suddenly said. "And he also looks a lot like the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock." Naruto suddenly snapped back to himself. No wonder he had kept feeling like the person in the video looked familiar. So it was the fourth Hokage. Most importantly, the fourth Hokage looked very similar to him, And both of them had golden blonde hair. Could he really be his son? He looked toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's gaze, but he didn't know what to say. Then he thought about it again. Since the video was playing the Ninetales disaster, Naruto would definitely appear. Better to let him see it himself. Just keep watching. Your background will appear soon. It won't be long now. Jiraiya's tone was heavy. He also wanted to know what exactly had happened that night. Minato had clearly been right beside Kushina. So why had the seal still failed and allowed the Ninetales to rampage through the village? Naruto raised his head sadly, tears gradually blurring his vision. Soon? Would he really know his background very soon? In the video, Kushina had already graduated from the Ninja Academy. Wearing her ninja forehead protector, she was wandering around her room. But all of a sudden, several dark figures burst in from outside the window, giving Kushina a huge fright. In just an instant, she realized she was no match for them. She frantically ran around the room, but with her strength, how could she possibly escape several jonin? Very quickly, she was caught. In the nighttime forest, Kushina, her hands tied, was surrounded by 3 Kumogakure ninja as they headed into the distance. Luckily, her hair was long. Even though her hands were tied, she could still tug some of it loose. So along the way, Kushina kept pulling out strands of her vivid red hair and leaving them behind as markers, hoping someone from Konoha would notice and come save her. But in truth, Kushina herself didn't hold much hope. She knew she was just an outsider. Even if the people in the village found out, they might not come save her. But just as she walked on in despair, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared from the forest and ambushed the 3 Kumogakure ninja, killing them. And so, people once again started complaining about Konoha's barrier defense. Was Konoha's barrier really made of paper? Even Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a little unsure of himself. Why did people keep sneaking in so often? Kushina, Hinata, Hanabi, time and time again people had broken in, yet somehow no one had noticed. It really was strange. It looked like Konoha's barrier absolutely had to be strengthened. The village's safety had to be protected no matter what. So awesome. Teacher Minato was already this strong at such a young age. Minato Namikaze scratched his ear and laughed. Actually, I wasn't that young. If we're talking age, I was about the same as you guys. We had just graduated from the Ninja Academy back then. Obito Uchiha said with a face full of admiration. But that's still incredibly strong. Those were several Kumogakure Chunin, maybe even Jonin, but teacher Minato still beat them. It was just an ambush. Minato was a little speechless. The title Yellow Flash really wasn't for nothing. Year 63 of Konoha. The Raikage, suddenly thought of his battle with Minato Namikaze back then. It had been 2 against 1, yet Minato had still managed to gain a slight upper hand. Thinking about it now, it really was embarrassing, but a deeply admired Minato. Powerful, yet he didn't slaughter innocents indiscriminately. If you ran into him, then as long as you escaped, you could definitely survive. Of course, this also showed from another angle just how terrifying Minato Namikaze's strength was. During the Third Great Ninja War, some ninja villages had even made a rule. If you encountered Minato Namikaze, flee immediately. As long as you escaped, the mission would be considered complete. That rule alone was enough to eliminate most of the strong in the ninja world. In the video, the despairing Kushina still walked forward blankly. Minato came to stand in front of her and softly asked, "Are you hurt?" Kushina suddenly lifted her head and looked at the blonde-haired boy. "I came to save you," Minato Namikaze said with a smile. A relieved expression appeared on Kushina's face as she looked at Minato. Then her body swayed, and she collapsed from exhaustion. Minato reacted quickly and hurried forward to catch Kushina in his arms. "Don't worry. You're safe now." Then he slowly lifted Kushina up in his arms. Wait," Kushina said shyly. But at that moment, Minato leaped into the air while carrying her. Beneath the moonlight, the young boy and girl looked incredibly moving. Kushina noticed the red hair in Minato's hand. Your hair is very beautiful, so I noticed it right away," Minato explained gently. Kushina glanced at him first, then turned her head away. "You never helped me even once before, because I knew you were strong, both in strength and in heart. But this time it was a conflict between villages. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, because I don't want to lose you." Kushina looked at Minato in slight surprise. "Even though I'm an outsider, what does that matter? If you live in Konoha, then you're one of Konoha's people." At the same time, everyone also heard Kushina's inner thoughts. At that time, Minato looked like such an outstanding ninja. He made me believe he could achieve my dream. He changed me. He made the hair I once hated, the thing that brought me my fate, become the red thread of my destiny. And it was from that moment on that I started to like Minato, so that's how it was. This was the beginning of Teacher Minato and Lady Kushina's love. A thought suddenly flashed through Obito's mind. Saving a beauty as a hero seemed pretty good. But he quickly shook his head. How could he let Rin be put in danger? A nostalgic look also appeared on Minato's face. Counting it up, more than 10 years had already passed. As for Kushina, her face was completely red. This thing had actually even played out her inner thoughts. She had never expected that. Luckily, she hadn't been thinking about anything weird back then, or things really would have been hard to clean up now. After that, the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki rapidly warmed. The two got along more and more well. It was also from this time on that Minato came to know about Kushina's background, and why she had come to Konoha. As a member of the Uzumaki clan from Yuzushiogakure of the Land of Whirlpools, an ally of the Land of Fire, Kushina was born with enormous chakra reserves and was also proficient in all kinds of sealing jutsu. And the symbol of the Uzumaki clan was the whirlpool-shaped crest on Konoha's uniforms. That piece of information shocked quite a few people. Kushina, meanwhile, came to Konoha because her body was born with an enormous amount of chakra, enough to seal the Nine Tails. That was why she became the vessel used to contain the Nine Tails, in other words, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And the previous Jinchuriki before her was none other than the wife of the first Hokage, Mito Uzumaki. This piece of news left everyone in Konoha completely dumbfounded. They had cursed the nine-tailed fox for so long, and now they were being told that both the first Hokage's wife and the fourth Hokage's wife were Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Was this some kind of joke? Didn't that mean they had been insulting them too? Everyone felt stifled inside. Once they thought about how Lady Mito and Kushina had willingly become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in order to protect the village and strengthen its foundation. They started to regret cursing Naruto. By the time the video had reached this point, they already understood that Naruto was the same as Lady Mito and Kushina. He was also a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And yet they had treated him like that. Some regret began to rise in their hearts. But not everyone felt that way. During the Nine-Tails attack, some of their family and friends had died at the beast's hands. How could they possibly forgive the Nine-Tails so easily just because of someone else's circumstances? That was obviously unrealistic. In Konoha's founding era, Hashirama Senju rubbed his chin, looking a little stunned. Right now, the Nine-Tails was still roaming free in the wild, so how had it suddenly ended up sealed inside Mito in the future? Just what happened later on. Still, that idea really wasn't bad. Especially after seeing that blonde kid Naruto fighting Tonari on the moon. With that golden Nine-Tails form shining brilliantly, even he felt tempted. He decided then and there. In the future, he would find the Nine-Tails and seal it inside his own body. Then, with the Nine-Tails power, he would definitely be able to face the unknown risks hidden in fate. No, wait, not just the Nine-Tails. He had to find the One Tail through the Eight Tails too, and use them to strengthen Konoha's foundation. Make Konoha into a village no one would dare bully, so it wouldn't end up like that again, letting people from Kumogakure sneak into Konoha and kidnap someone without anyone noticing. Speaking of that, he really wanted to complain about Konoha's defensive barrier. People were always finding loopholes in it. Year 63 of Konoha. Naruto wore a stunned expression, then slowly came to a realization. So that was it. He was actually that important to Konoha. But very quickly, he became deeply dejected. Even if he was an extremely important Jinchuriki to the village, the key issue was that the previous Nine-Tails had never harmed Konoha. But when he became the Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails had nearly destroyed the village. That was the real reason the people of Konoha hated Naruto. But Naruto believed that one day, he would change everyone's view of him. In the video, Kushina was getting a checkup at the hospital, and the news of her pregnancy made her overjoyed. Time flew by, and just as she was about to give birth, Hiruzen Sarutobi came to see the couple. Kushina, your due date is almost here. I need to tell you something. When the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Lady Mito Uzumaki, gave birth, the Nine-Tail seal almost came undone as well. To be safe, I'm very sorry, but you'll have to go to a sealing barrier far away from the village to give birth. But don't worry, I'll arrange people to help you, including my wife, Bawako Sarutobi. With her belly swollen, Kushina was strolling through the streets when her eyes suddenly lit up and she hurried forward. As for the seal, I'll stay by your side during the delivery as well, Minato said. Everything was being carried out in secret. The scene shifted. It was dusk. Pregnant Kushina was out wandering the streets when her eyes suddenly brightened. A beautiful woman was also out for a walk, holding a baby in her arms. Kushina immediately went up to her and said, "So cute. A girl?" Makoto smiled. "A boy. And his name? Sasuke." Bawako Sarutobi said in surprise. "That's the same name as the third Hokage's father." Makoto Uchiha nodded. "Yes. I hope he can become an outstanding and powerful ninja." But not long after, Sasuke suddenly burst into loud crying. Makoto added, "Kushina, you're about to give birth soon too, right? Have you picked a name yet?" Kushina said proudly, "Already did. He's going to be called Naruto." "Naruto? Like Narutomaki?" Makoto suddenly laughed. Kushina's face instantly darkened. Then she asked with fear on her face, "By the way, it hurts, right?" Makoto looked a little awkward too. I didn't expect Kushina to have something she's afraid of. That's really surprising. That left Kushina incredibly embarrassed. She wasn't some kind of superhuman. Sure, she was a bit reckless, but she was still scared. Okay? Just when she was about to say something else, Bawako Sarutobi pulled her away. Be careful, Kushina. Your situation is confidential. I know already, Kushina said helplessly. Mom, that's Mom. Sasuke's trembling voice rang out. It's really Mom. I never thought I'd be able to see my mother again one day. Sasuke was abnormally emotional. But the more emotional he became, the deeper his hatred for Uchiha Itachi grew. He could have been so happy. They could have been reunited as a family. So why did Itachi have to kill their parents? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't understand it. But there was one thing he knew for certain. He had to kill Uchiha Itachi. Only by killing Uchiha Itachi could he obtain true happiness. Only by cutting off his one remaining bond could he reach the highest point. He was getting a little Chuyuni. Naruto muttered, so that's my mom. Mom was actually that beautiful. And the fourth Hokage is my father. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder and sighed. Now you know, right? Your mother is Kushina, and your father is none other than our Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Looking at Naruto's still somewhat dazed eyes, Jiraiya grinned and added, let me tell you one more thing. I was the one who gave you your name. Naruto looked at Jiraiya in surprise, like he couldn't quite believe it. After spending so much time together, he had already gotten to know this old man a little. There was no doubt he had real ability, but he was also absolutely a pervert. Was his name really picked by this guy? Jiraiya seemed to notice what he was thinking and said unhappily, Kid, let me tell you something. Just because I'm a little pervy doesn't affect my heroic nature at all. Besides, lust is a man's true nature. A man who isn't lustful isn't a real man. The people around him were completely speechless. The three teenagers all looked at Jiraiya with black lines on their faces. What a hopeless, dirty old man. Absolutely unreasonable. Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi looked at his mother, and a trace of longing flashed through his eyes. Mom! What a distant form of address. Originally, he too could have had a happy family. But all of that had been buried by his own hands. Uchiha Itachi did not regret it. But his heart still ached with sorrow. Year 47 of Konoha. Minato Namikaze fell silent. He never would have expected that his guess had actually been right. That blonde kid really was his son. His name was Naruto, and his surname was Uzumaki. If that wasn't his son, he genuinely couldn't think of who else it could be. So, did that mean he really died in the future? Kushina, on the other hand, was full of excitement. Knowing that her child would grow up so smoothly and become so powerful, the joy in her heart was practically overflowing. But what she wanted even more was to know about that child's growth journey. So she kept watching the video. In the video, a shrill scream rang out. It hurts so much. Kushina's voice came from inside a cave, sharp with agony. The scene shifted into the cavern. Kushina was lying on a bed preparing to give birth, while Minato Namikaze pressed his right hand against her stomach to maintain control over the seal. In reality, several black lines forcibly squeezed out across Minato Namikaze's forehead. That damned system. Did it really have to play things in this much detail? Couldn't Kushina's delivery have just been skipped? Kushina's face turned red. Having the entire ninja world watch her giving birth. She might be cheerful by nature, and so might her son Naruto, but even she couldn't take that. Luckily, the system still knew where to draw the line. The things that shouldn't be shown were not shown. In the video, Minato said worriedly, is it really okay? This is the first time I've ever seen Kushina in this much pain. Sarutobi Bawako spoke while staying busy, don't worry. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize the seal. But Minato Namikaze was still worried. Sarutobi Bawako, who was working non-stop, was extremely displeased. As the fourth Hokage, you need to stay calm. A man might be already died from the pain, but women were very strong. Sure enough, in the very next instant, Minato's expression changed drastically. The Ninetales was struggling violently, trying to break through the seal. Hang in there, Kushina. Hang in there, Minato. But outside the cave, a man in black was slaughtering the Umbu. Those were all Minato's personal guards, and their strength went without saying. But in front of the black-clothed man, they were like ants, posing no threat to him at all. Very soon, the masked man walked into the cave where Kushina was giving birth. Over here, Kushina finally completed the delivery. Naruto was born, and the Ninetale seal was barely reinforced. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hurry, let me see the baby, Kushina said excitedly. Minato carefully held Naruto and brought him before Kushina. So cute. Crying Naruto lay in Kushina's arms, and very quickly he stopped crying. Starting today, I'm a father, Minato shouted excitedly. Seeing the joy on Kushina's face, Minato, who had been exhausted from sealing the Ninetales, no longer felt tired. He walked up to Kushina and said passionately, Good. Even though you worked hard giving birth, I'm going to make the Ninetales completely behave. Just as his right hand was about to press against Kushina's abdomen, he heard Bawako let out a scream. Minato was shocked and turned his head. He saw Bawako and the others lying on the ground, while Naruto was in the arms of the black-clothed man, who looked ready to kill him at any moment. The masked man said coldly, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, get away from the Jinchuriki immediately, otherwise this child only has 1 minute to live. Minato looked at the masked man with a grave expression, calculating in his heart. How did this guy get through the barrier? Who exactly is he? Minato's foot shifted slightly, as if he wanted to kill him in one strike, but Kushina soon cried out in pain again. The Nine-Tails seal had not yet been completed, and the Nine-Tails was struggling violently, determined to break the seal and return to freedom. Hurry up and get away from the Jinchuriki. A kunai appeared in the masked man's hand, pointed at Naruto's neck. Do you not care whether this child lives or dies? Wait, calm down, Minato shouted, burning with anxiety. The current situation was truly awful. In front of him, his child was being threatened. Behind him, his wife was being threatened. What should he do? What should be said to you? I'm unbelievably calm right now. Then Naruto was thrown high into the air. But in an instant, Minato caught Naruto in his arms. The masked man said in surprise, as expected of the yellow flash. Your speed really is fast. But what are you going to do next? Only then did they see that Naruto's swaddling cloth was covered in a large number of explosive tags, and they were about to detonate. Minato's expression changed. He used Flying Thunder God again to teleport away, then forcefully threw the swaddling cloth out. With a boom, a house was instantly blasted flat. Holding Naruto, Minato said, his target is only Kushina. Was I lured away from the real target? Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Was it all just for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? At this moment, everyone seemed to understand the truth behind the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. That mysterious masked man was the true mastermind behind everything. It was him who released the Nine-Tails and then destroyed Konoha. Everyone instantly hated this person to the bone, especially the Uchiha clan of Konoha year 57. Uchiha Fugaku wished he could tear off his flesh and drink his blood. It was all because of this bastard. If not for him, how could the Uchiha clan have suffered such suspicion for no reason? Now the Uchiha clan's situation was getting worse by the day. If this continued, rebellion was only a matter of time. But soon, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps this video could clear the Uchiha clan's name and let the villagers and the higher-ups know that the Uchiha clan had been wronged. Little Naruto's mind was buzzing. What the hell? His father was actually the 4th Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed endlessly, not knowing how to explain it to Naruto. Konoha year 63. Naruto stayed silent. He had never expected that someone would want his life the moment he was born. That really was unexpected. Even Jiraiya was deeply shocked. He didn't know any of this. Not to mention him, even Hiruzen Sarutobi might not have known either, because Sarutobi Bawako had been directly killed by the masked man, and Minato and Kushina were also about to die. The way things developed was too bizarre, leaving everyone unable to react in time. At this moment, the villagers of Konoha had completely confirmed that Naruto, the so-called Nine-Tails Demon Fox, was the son of their beloved 4th Hokage. But when they thought about how they had treated Naruto, they felt somewhat guilty. Some people with a bit more conscience had already decided that, after the video ended, they would definitely treat Naruto better and make up for their past mistakes. They might as well stop charging him whenever Naruto came to buy things. After all, Naruto didn't have much pocket money anyway. Of course, when it came to Naruto's living expenses, Danzo had even more right to speak. Back when several of them held a meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi had proposed giving Naruto 20,000 ryo a month. You had to know that 20,000 ryo was enough for Naruto to live comfortably for a month, and he wouldn't have had to drink expired milk and eat expired bread every day. But Danzo firmly disagreed. His reason was simple. The village's money was public money. Other people were still short on funds, so how could they give Naruto that much? Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi could also pay for it himself, but it would have to come out of the Sarutobi clan's own pocket. As for that, Hiruzen Sarutobi was also in a difficult position. The Sarutobi clan had no business operations. They only made a living by taking missions, so in terms of money alone, they really didn't have much. On top of that, he had his own children and clan members to support, so he had no extra money to spare for Naruto. Helpless, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only agree to Danzo and Koharu's demands, only occasionally taking part of his own salary to give to Naruto. And so, part of Naruto's miserable childhood was created. Certainly, Hiruzen Sarutobi bore some responsibility, but that old bastard Danzo couldn't escape blame either. In the video, Kushina was trapped against a cliff by the masked man's sealing power. Covered in sweat, Kushina asked, "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Having just given birth, she was extremely weak. Even speaking was difficult. The masked man said indifferently, "I want to rip out the Nine-Tails and use it to destroy Konoha." Moving from one mark space to another mark space is Minato's jutsu, and that mark seems to have been placed in your sealing formula as well. Usually, Minato protects you, but now he has been lured away, and because of childbirth, the Nine-Tails seal has weakened greatly. I've been waiting for this chance for a very long time. The blood-red Sharingan in his eyes gave off a strange light. Meanwhile, after settling Naruto down, Minato immediately rushed over. But on Kushina's side, the masked man had already undone the seal and used the Sharingan to control the Ninetales. The Ninetales' enormous body roared under the moonlight, bellowing out the injustice it had suffered for decades. Wait! At this moment, Kushina had not died from losing her tailed beast. She still had breath left in her. The masked man sighed, as expected of someone from the Uzumaki clan. You still have life left in you. Fine, then I'll have the Ninetales kill you. Killing intent appeared in the masked man's eyes as he controlled the Ninetales to attack Kushina. At this critical moment, Minato appeared and rescued Kushina. As expected of the yellow flash. On the other side, Minato held Kushina and teleported to a safe place. Naruto. Is he okay? Kushina hurriedly asked. But her voice was incomparably weak. Don't worry. He is fine. Minato, you have to stop them. They're going to attack Konoha. Killing intent flashed in Minato's eyes. He teleported again, sending Kushina to Naruto's side. Looking at the weakened Kushina, a trace of reluctance flashed through Minato's eyes, along with killing intent. He took out his Hokage cloak and put it on. The words "Fourth Hokage" on the back shone brilliantly. I'll be right back. Konoha was in a quiet and peaceful state at this moment. Countless ordinary people were living their lives in peace, but the arrival of the Ninetales shattered that tranquility. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi shivered. It shouldn't be. Right? Worry rose in his heart. But at that moment, the sound of a summoning jutsu rang through the night sky, and the Ninetales appeared inside the village. Move! Ninetales! The Ninetales' enormous body was like a natural disaster. Every move it made brought countless houses and shinobi to their deaths. Inside the Hokage's office, someone hurriedly reported, Lord Third Hokage, the Ninetales, I know. I'll suppress the Ninetales myself. But inwardly, he was filled with fear and unease. The Ninetales had already broken free of the seal. Were Minato and Kushina still safe? After doing so much, was it still all for nothing? Bawako! But the sorrow in his heart was far less urgent than the crisis at hand. All the shinobi charged in to stop the Ninetales, but the Ninetales' strength was not something they could possibly hold back. One move, one casualty after another. The scene shifted to the Hokage Rock, where Minato's figure appeared, bearing the title of Hokage and protecting the lives of everyone in the village. This is my duty. I can't let them keep doing as they please. But the Ninetales in the middle of the battlefield suddenly let out a roar and looked in Minato's direction. It already noticed me? I really can't underestimate it. The Ninetales immediately opened its massive mouth. An endless chakra gathered inside it. It was a tailed beast bomb. You won't destroy this place. Minato instantly formed hand seals, and at the same time the Ninetales' massive tailed beast bomb shot forward. Everything in its path was flattened into nothing. But when it struck the Hokage Rock, it vanished in a bizarre instant. Then, 100 miles away from Konoha, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. The blast shook the heavens, and the flames lit up half the sky. With an explosion on this scale, I really have to be careful about where I redirect it. Minato noticed the power of the blast and felt lingering fear. At the same time, the people in the village also noticed Minato's move, and their morale gradually began to rise. Then he noticed the third Hokage arriving on the battlefield. I have to quickly tell the third everything I know. But in that very instant, Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a chill behind him, and the kunai in his hand stabbed backward in a flash. But it hit nothing at all. He turned his head to look, only to see that his attack had passed straight through. Shock flashed through Minato's eyes. But at that moment, the masked man's dojutsu activated, and the space around him began to twist. Minato's expression changed. Sensing danger, he immediately used Flying Thunder God to leave. In the forest, Minato's face was extremely grave. The masked man can let attacks pass through him. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? It may be powerful, but it's not flawless. Very quickly, he came up with a countermeasure. And right at that moment, the space in front of Minato twisted, and the masked man appeared before his eyes. So it really is a space-time ninjutsu. Looks like this is the technique he used to take Kushina away. Countless guesses surged through his mind in an instant, and he asked coldly, Are you Uchiha Madara? The masked man pulled down the hood over his head, but his expression still couldn't be seen. Who knows? At this point, who you are no longer matters. But why did you target Konoha? Minato said coldly, If you insist on an answer. This was a sudden impulse, and also something I had planned for a long time. It is for peace and also for war. A chain appeared in his hand as he kept moving his body. On Minato's side, he continued analyzing the situation, preparing to fight the masked man to the death. I can only trust the third with the village now. Now that the Ninetales has been released, you have no hope at all. The two attacked at the same time. The kunai in Minato's hand still passed through the masked man, but the masked man's outstretched right hand went straight for Minato. Yet, in that instant, Minato used Flying Thunder God and shifted away. Such speed of reaction made even the masked man's heart tremble. So that's how it is. That guy's body makes my physical attacks useless. He only becomes solid at the moment he attacks. In other words, I can only seize the instant he materializes in a life and death exchange. And considering the time limit on controlling the Ninetales, he probably doesn't intend to drag this into a battle of attrition. From here on, whose attack is faster will decide everything. His right hand opened slightly, then he charged at the masked man again. At the same time, the kunai in his hand flew out in an instant and passed through the masked man's head. Joy rose in the masked man's heart as he looked at his right hand, just about to touch Namikaze Minato. I've won. In the end, I was faster. But something happened that he never expected. At the very instant the kunai passed through the masked man, Namikaze Minato's body shifted with it, appearing above the masked man. The Rasengan already formed in his right hand slammed down onto the masked man's body. With a thunderous boom, the earth cracked, and the masked man was heavily wounded. I miscalculated. He shifted along with the kunai just now. The masked man was shocked beyond belief. Even with his understanding of Namikaze Minato, he had never imagined Minato still had a move like this. This is Flying Thunder God. Second step. After the attack, Minato retreated, and the masked man seized the chance to escape. But his right arm had already been severely injured and was gradually falling off. You got the better of me. The masked man clutched his arm, but in the next instant, Minato's body appeared in front of Obito again. His right hand pressed against his chest. So fast. He quickly reacted and roared. You marked me with a Flying Thunder God seal. You planned to separate me from the Ninetales. Very soon, the masked man also noticed the sealing barrier on his body. That way, the Ninetales is no longer your possession. Although the Ninetales had been freed from control, it was still crazed, rampaging wildly through Konoha. Utterly shocking. When everyone saw the masked man's intangibility, the word impossible instantly appeared in all their minds. This ability was impossible to deal with, could pass through physical attacks. All physical attacks were useless against it. How were they supposed to fight that? That same thought surged through the hearts of everyone in the ninja world. But after Namikaze Minato calmly analyzed it, he actually broke through that ninjutsu with ease. And he even heavily wounded him and broke the Ninetales free from his control. That level of reaction, that level of execution. As expected of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash, the Raikage AI could not help sighing in his heart. After becoming Hokage, Namikaze Minato was undoubtedly even stronger. If the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had fought the two brothers back then, it probably would not have ended in a draw. If things went badly, the two brothers might have lost one of them. Overwhelming strength, a calm mind, terrifying analytical ability. Anyone who faced an enemy like that would break out in a cold sweat. Konoha Year 63. Naruto stared in stunned amazement. He suddenly realized that compared to his own straightforward, charge-ahead fighting style, his father's battles were incredibly beautiful to watch. I didn't expect Dad to be this strong. The fourth Hokage's strength was obviously never ordinary. At this moment, Naruto also came to understand his father on a much deeper level. A father who risked his life to protect his family and the villagers. Looking at the fourth Hokage, like a true hero, the desire in Naruto's heart to become Hokage burned even hotter. A look of nostalgia flashed across Kakashi's face. It really has been a long time since I last saw Sensei fight. As expected of Sensei, his fighting style is still this elegant. And no matter how he looked at Flying Thunder God, he wanted it badly. It seemed there was a real need to buy Flying Thunder God now. After buying the revival coin, he definitely had to get the Flying Thunder God he had his eye on. At Konoha's founding, at the end of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara was silent. He didn't dare speak. The reason was simple. Because Namikaze Minato had said that the masked man might be him. But he also couldn't understand why he would betray them. He had worked so hard alongside Senju Hashirama to build the village. There was no reason for him to betray it. Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Madara. I believe in you. You must have had some kind of hardship." "Bullshit. That person definitely isn't me," Uchiha Madara snapped. "I have absolutely no reason to leave Konoha." "Really? None at all?" Senju Tobarama suddenly said. "I killed your brother. And the people of Konoha also want my big brother to become the village's Kage. Either one of those things could make you break down." Senju Tobarama's expression stayed calm. With his big brother here, he simply wasn't afraid of Uchiha Madara at all. Uchiha Madara's face instantly turned incomparably ugly. Damn Tobarama. He really knew how to bring up the one thing that hurt most. He let out a cold snort and said, "Didn't you see the items in that shop?" Senju Tobarama froze. "What do you mean?" "There are revival coins in the shop. Right now, I can completely revive my younger brother and my family. The only problem is that points are a little hard to get. But that isn't a real issue, because there's also a world passage in the shop. It can directly take us to Konoha Year 63, Konoha Year 47, and Konoha Year 57. As long as we have enough points, we can go to those eras and ask our juniors for help." Senju Tobarama looked shocked and quickly opened the shop. The truth was exactly as Uchiha Madara had said. However, the current Uchiha Madara had no reason to betray Konoha because of the system. But the Uchiha Madara in the video, that was another matter. Seeing the tension between the two growing heavier and heavier, Senju Hashirama quickly laughed it off and said, "Let's not talk about that. I remember the Flying Thunder God technique was developed by you, Tobarama, right?" Senju Tobarama nodded, his face full of pride. The thing he was most proud of in his life was the countless jutsu he had created specifically to deal with the Uchiha clan. Of course, that was extremely unfriendly toward the Uchiha clan. But Senju Tobarama didn't care about that. Even now that the Uchiha clan had merged into Konoha, he was still developing jutsu aimed at them. Could truly be called killing the body and stabbing the heart. The Flying Thunder God technique used by the 4th Hokage in the video is way more skilled than yours. Senju Tobarama nodded and said, "That is indeed true. The 4th Hokage's speed is far faster than mine. He's already used the Flying Thunder God to a miraculous level. Even I, its creator, can't compare to him. Otherwise, that Uchiha Madara wouldn't have been beaten into serious injury by him." As he spoke, he shot Uchiha Madara a sidelong glance. Uchiha Madara's face instantly turned livid. Did he not know his own level? That 4th Hokage was at most only a little stronger than him. He might not even be better than him. In front of me, wouldn't he still be casually crushed? What nonsense was he spouting here? If Hashirama weren't here, let's see whether I would teach this brat a lesson or not. Enough, Tobarama. Senju Hashirama was getting annoyed too. It had taken a lot of effort for him to coax Madara back. What if Tobarama angered him into leaving again? Senju Tobarama curled his lip and didn't care. His big brother wouldn't really do anything to him anyway. At most, he would just scare him a little. Konoha Year 47. Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly. "Sensei is so strong. That bad guy got taken down by Sensei in just a few moves. KO. If he knew that the person Minato had just beaten was actually himself, who knew what Uchiha Obito's reaction would be?" Kakashi also looked stunned. And at that time, Sensei had already become the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage. That was an exalted title. None of them had expected Namikaze Minato to become Hokage. With Sensei here, no matter who it is, nobody can defeat Konoha. Uchiha Obito clapped his hands, his heart surging with excitement. At this time, he was still a pure-hearted boy devoted to Konoha and aiming for the Hokage position. The worst thing he had ever done was secretly kissing a photo of Noera Rin. But Namikaze Minato wasn't happy because of his student's praise. His face was still grave. Kushina had already had the tailed beast extracted from her. Although she hadn't died on the spot, there was no way she could hold on much longer. If things went badly, Kushina might already have died beside Naruto while he was still fighting. He looked at Kushina, and his determination to protect her became even firmer. No matter who it was, no one could take Kushina away from his side. No one. Whoever came would die. The still-living Uchiha Madara looked completely baffled. Since when could he be alive and kicking? His current self was like the last flicker of a candle in the wind, as if he could die at any moment. He seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This brat isn't bad. He's worth cultivating. But very soon, his face filled with anger as he looked toward Black Zetsu, who was sealed in the corner of the cave. This bastard really had a tight mouth. Even now, not a single piece of valuable information had been pried out of him. If genjutsu had worked, this bastard would have been sent to hell a long time ago. How dare he lie to me? He wasn't stupid. After personally hearing that the infinite Tsukuyomi could be undone, he knew something was wrong. And he had never once heard of a ninja's consciousness giving birth to something like Black Zetsu. After carefully thinking it over, he found too many suspicious points. So he imprisoned Black Zetsu. Unfortunately, not a single useful piece of information had been extracted. That left him deeply irritated. Inside the video, the scene shifted. After the Ninetales was freed from control, it was still venting its fury. Its massive body continued attacking Konoha, and those ninjas were basically injured if brushed and dead if struck. They had no way to fight back at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in the distance and said gravely, "How are the casualties?" A ninja lowered his head sorrowfully. "They're heavy. Get everyone out. I'm gonna push the Ninetales out. We can't let it run wild in the village any longer." Only a few minutes had passed since the Ninetales appeared, but nearly half of Konoha had already been destroyed. If the Ninetales stayed in the village any longer, the village would probably be wiped out before long. Yes. The man immediately nodded and went to notify everyone to withdraw. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi formed hand seals and summoned Enma. Enma stared at the Ninetales in shock. "That's the Ninetales. How was its seal undone?" Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "We'll talk about that later. So, old partner, can you do it?" Enma said with some difficulty, "I'll give it a try." The Ninetales' body was far too huge, and its strength was terrifying. He had no confidence in knocking it out of Konoha. "Good. Transform." Hiruzen Sarutobi clapped his hands together. A thick staff appeared in his hand. He aimed it and shouted, "Extend, Enma." In an instant, Enma rapidly lengthened. A few breaths later, he directly hit the Ninetales' body, then shoved against it with overwhelming force. Even though the Ninetales roared furiously, it still couldn't break free from Enma. Soon after, the Ninetales' body was pushed outside Konoha. Joy rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. At last, we drove it out of the village. Everyone, attack. But inwardly, he was still worried about Minato's safety. The scene shifted. It returned once more to the place where Minato and the masked man had confronted each other. The masked man said, as expected of the fourth Hokage, "You actually injured my arm and separated me from the Ninetales. But the Ninetales will sooner or later be mine. I am someone who can unify the world. As for methods, I have plenty." Then the space in front of him twisted, and he escaped. It looks like he wasn't lying. Minato's expression turned grave. The scene shifted again. A huge amount of chakra was gathering inside the Ninetales' mouth. It was preparing to release another tailed beast bomb. Hiruzen Sarutobi was horrified. Damn, this thing still isn't stopping? Just how deep is its hatred for Konoha? But at that moment, the cry of a summoning jutsu rang out, and a giant toad descended from the sky, pressing down firmly on the Ninetales' head. Looking at the gigantic tailed beast bomb in the Ninetales' mouth, Minato was shocked. Is this thing trying to flatten the surrounding area? Originally, he had wanted Gamabunta to help suppress the Ninetales first, but Gamabunta simply wasn't a match for it. But the explosion of the tailed beast bomb was right around the corner. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. When the other ninjas saw the fourth Hokage appear, they felt slightly reassured. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed down a little. But in the very next moment, Namikaze Minato and the Ninetales vanished at the same time. He had used Flying Thunder God to transfer the Ninetales' massive body away. Several dozen li away, a huge explosion lit up half the sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi was horrified and hurried over with the others. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato supported Kushina, who was holding Naruto, and transferred again. His face was pale, his whole body trembling, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He didn't have much chakra left. Behind him, the gigantic Ninetales was still roaring. He needed to deploy the barrier as soon as possible, but his chakra was no longer enough to support it in his current state. Kushina forced herself to speak from the side. "I can still hold on." The moment she finished speaking, countless golden chains suddenly appeared from behind her and tightly bound the Ninetales. This was one of the Uzumaki clan's secret sealing techniques, adamantine sealing chains. The Ninetales had only just regained its freedom, and now it was bound again. Enraged beyond measure, it began struggling violently. Naruto wailed loudly in Minato's arms. Minato had to worry about Kushina while also trying to soothe Naruto. Kushina had forcibly used a sealing jutsu while in a weakened state. Right now, she was like the last flicker of a candle in the wind, as if she could go out at any moment. Looking at the crying Naruto, Kushina said gently, "Sorry, I woke you up." Then she continued, "If I keep restraining the Ninetales like this, I'll die too. But I want to use my last chakra to help you. Thank you, Minato, for everything you've done for me." Minato's face was filled with grief.
I am sorry, Kushina.
"I can't save you. You were the one who made me become Hokage, the one who made me this child's father, but now I..." "Don't make that face, Minato. Come to think of it, today is still this child's birthday. More importantly, I'm still alive. Other than imagining the happy life our family of 3 could have had in the future, what else is there to think about?" Blood kept spilling from the corner of her mouth. "I still have one wish. I really wanted to see Naruto when he grows up. Kushina, actually, you don't have to die together with the Ninetales. With your remaining chakra, I'll let you see Naruto grow up," Namikaze Minato said firmly as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "As for the Ninetales, I'll deal with it. Of course, since I'm not a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, I can only use the Reaper Death Seal. But that will be enough." Minato's tone was incomparably tragic. Kushina looked sorrowful, but she knew this was already the only way. Even though that sealing jutsu would cause the caster to die, she knew she could not shake Minato's resolve. "There's one more reason. The Ninetales sealed inside me is only half of it. A power this great can't be suppressed by physical means, and from a strategic standpoint that won't work either. Your involvement was part of the Ninetales seal. If the Jinchuriki is gone before the Ninetales revives, and that causes the balance among the tailed beasts to collapse, that would be disastrous. At that point, Konoha would face war again. But if I use the Reaper Death Seal, I can seal both myself and half of the Ninetales away forever. So the other half of the Ninetales." Minato paused for a moment, then looked at his son, Naruto. In his mind, his teacher Jiraiya's words echoed. Inside Minato's warm little house, Jiraiya said, "Maybe he is the child of the prophecy." "You mean, the child who will change the fate of this world?" "So I plan to seal the other half of the Ninetales inside Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal." Kushina was shocked. "I know what you want to say, but regarding the world change teacher Jiraiya spoke of, and the possible disaster in the future, I confirmed two things today. The man who attacked you will definitely bring bloody chaos to this world, and the only one who can stop him is this child. This child who was named by Jiraiya. As a Jinchuriki, he will open up the future. I don't know why, but I firmly believe that. Right after that, he placed Naruto on the ground. His hands formed seals rapidly, and behind him, the huge phantom of the Shinigami suddenly appeared. At the same time, the third Hokage finally arrived. Looking at Minato using the Reaper Death Seal, sorrow flashed through his eyes. That hand seal. It's the Reaper Death Seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered. Believe in this child, because he is our son. After the Reaper Death Seal is complete, I will seal your chakra into Naruto as well. When he tries to control the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki in the future, I hope you'll be able to help him. But Kushina shouted angrily, precisely because he is our son, I don't want him to bear such a heavy burden. And why use the Reaper Death Seal? Why do you have to go die? I want you to stay by his side. I want you to watch him grow up. Kushina couldn't understand. Just because of the balance of the tailed beasts, for the sake of the nation, for the sake of the village, Naruto has to become the sacrifice? And you have to become my sacrifice too. She roared in fury, but Minato spoke calmly. Abandoning the nation, abandoning the village, is the same as abandoning your child. You, whose homeland was destroyed, should understand better than anyone what kind of life people of a fallen nation are forced to live. Besides, everyone in our family is a shinobi. And one more thing, if I'm the one who lives, I can't compare to you. Even though your time as a mother was short, what you can teach Naruto is something I could never match. This is a mother's duty. At the back, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not hold back anymore. Minato was still so young, he could not die here. He wanted to rush into the barrier. But the barrier formed by adamantine sealing chains was far too sturdy. Even the Nine Tails could not break through it in a short time, let alone Hiruzen Sarutobi. There was no way around it. The barrier ahead was simply too strong. They were planning to use it to deal with the Nine Tails. Back on Namikaze Minato's side, the Reaper Death Seal had already been fully activated. It dragged the Nine Tails' massive body toward Minato's body. The Nine Tails was greatly alarmed. This guy was ruthless. In order to seal it, he did not even care about his own life. Damned fourth Hokage. But Namikaze Minato let out a loud roar.
Cell.
Very quickly, half of the Nine Tails entered Minato's body, and the Nine Tails' body shrank by half. Minato crouched down and used the summoning jutsu to bring out an altar, then slowly placed Naruto on top of it. This was the altar used for sealing. You want to seal me again? The Nine Tails was terrified and struggled even harder. Minato did not answer, but at that moment, Kushina began coughing. She was already close to the end. Minato hurried over to her, but the Nine Tails' eyes flashed. This was the moment. His huge claw stabbed toward Naruto. But to everyone's shock, Kushina and Minato both blocked the attack for Naruto. Blood continuously poured from their abdomens. I already said it. This is a father's duty. But a mother has to fulfill that duty even more. Minato gave a faint smile and used the summoning jutsu once more, summoning a toad. But this toad was rather strange, shaped like a spring. Nine Tails. Toad Torin was startled the moment he appeared. Toad Torin, I'm entrusting the key to the seal to you. After this, immediately have teacher Jiraiya keep it safe. Outside the seal, Hiruzen Sarutobi already understood. So that's it. He plans to make that child a Jinchuriki to protect the village. Kushina, it's about time to activate the 8 trigram seal. I also want to leave part of my chakra inside Naruto. If there's anything you want to say it now. Kushina was extremely weak. At this point, she could only barely speak. Naruto, don't be picky with food. Make sure to eat your fill every day, and grow up fast. Take a bath every day, and don't stay up late. Get enough sleep, and make friends. It's okay if you don't have many. Just a few good friends is enough. Even though your mother isn't good at it, you have to study hard and practice ninjutsu well. But everyone has things they're good at and things they're bad at. So even if your studies don't go well, don't worry too much about it. You must respect your teachers and seniors at the academy. And one more important thing about the 3 prohibitions for shinobi. First, don't borrow money casually. Save your mission pay properly. As for alcohol, wait until you're 20 before you drink, and even then, don't drink too much. And among the 3 prohibitions, the most important is women. Since I'm a woman myself, maybe I don't fully understand. But in any case, there are men and women in this world, and sooner or later, you'll become interested in women. But don't get tangled up with strange women. Alright, speaking of that, you absolutely have to be careful of teacher Jiraiya. Naruto, in the future, you'll go through all kinds of things, but you must always hold firm to your heart, and you must have your own dream. Kushina broke down in tears. I clearly still have so much more I want to say to you. I wanted to grow together with you. I wanted to watch you grow up. The time is almost here, Kushina. Minato said softly, 8 trigram seal. The scene ended. At this point, the Nine Tails attack had come to an end. Everyone in the ninja world fell silent. From beginning to end, they had witnessed the birth of Naruto, the hero of the ninja world, as well as the fall of the fourth Hokage. As Hokage, there was no doubt that Minato Namikaze was outstanding. For the sake of the nation, for the sake of the village, he willingly sacrificed himself and even sacrificed his own son. But as a father, he was not exactly qualified. All of this made his son the sacrifice. After his death, the Konoha villagers he had protected with his life freely cursed his son. From childhood, Naruto had barely survived from one day to the next. He could not eat his fill, could not live well, and as long as he went outside, he would be cursed at. Without question, Minato bore a great deal of responsibility for that. But his will to die for Konoha and for the land of fire, this devotion to home and country, still earned everyone's respect. At this moment, Naruto was already in tears. More than once, he had thought that his parents had abandoned him, which was why he had grown up without them by his side. As for the fatherly and motherly love that others could get so easily, he had never had that either. More than once, he had resented his parents. But now, he no longer hated them. He understood his father. The moment he heard Kushina's sincere final words to him, he had already forgiven the two parents who had made the decision on their own to seal the Nine Tails inside his body. Of course, he did not hate the Nine Tails either. The Nine Tails' final strike had only accelerated Minato and Kushina's deaths. The only one he hated was that mysterious masked man. It was that bastard. He had taken everything from him. He could have happily grown up under his parents' care, but that bastard had stolen all of it. Chakra kept leaking out of Naruto's body, as if he could lose control at any moment. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke quickly spoke up. He was afraid Naruto would go berserk and destroy everything around them. Oh, sorry. Naruto calmed down, and the crimson in his eyes returned to normal. Jiraiya let out a sigh, crouched down in front of Naruto, and looked into his eyes. Naruto, do you hate them? Naruto gently shook his head. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He had already prepared himself to take Naruto's curses on behalf of Minato and Kushina, but he had never expected Naruto not to hate his own parents. What reason would I have to hate them? My life was given to me by them. Everything I have now would vanish completely if not for them. And they died for the greater good. For the sake of the village, they sealed the Nine Tails inside me. That was only a helpless choice. If there had been any other way back then, I believe they wouldn't have used this method either. They are my parents. They always will be, Naruto said firmly. Jiraiya stared at Naruto blankly. This child actually had such awareness. Sure enough, the great Toad Sage's prophecy was true. He really was the child of destiny. Jiraiya stood up and burst into laughter, and tears seemed to flow from the corners of his eyes. Minato, Kushina, your child is truly too sensible. Although Kushina's final sentence had made him feel a little awkward. What did she mean by telling Naruto to stay away from teacher Jiraiya? Lust was the fundamental driving force behind human progress. These people understood nothing. Hiruzen Sarutobi hurried over. He had been afraid Naruto would lose control after learning about his background. After all, Naruto's life in Konoha over the past more than 10 years had truly been far from ideal. But when he saw Jiraiya laughing loudly, he was also a little dumbfounded and could not figure out what was going on. Still, he quickly walked to Naruto's side and spoke hesitantly. Naruto. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, Grandpa Third. I know what you're worried about too. As the fourth Hokage's child, and with the fourth being the hero who ended the Third Great Ninja War, he had many enemies. You were worried I'd be retaliated against. That's the real reason you hid my identity, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little stunned. That was not what he had been worried about at all. Granted, Naruto was right. That was indeed part of the reason. But he did not care in the slightest if Naruto hated him or even resented him. Even if Naruto beat him up, he would not care. What he was worried about was Naruto betraying Minato and Kushina's intentions. After learning the truth, would he come to hate the parents he had never met? You don't hate them? Hiruzen Sarutobi carefully asked, voicing the same question as Jiraiya. Naruto said helplessly, of course not. Even though I'm still young, I understand the responsibilities of the Hokage. The responsibilities of the Hokage. Just like what future Naruto would say when fighting Ishiki. From the moment he dreamed of becoming Hokage, he had already prepared himself for death. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally relaxed completely. This was good. As long as Naruto did not hate Minato and Kushina, then everything was fine. The couple had done so much for the village. If they were still to be hated by their own son, then even he himself would feel it was too unfair to them. Sasuke watched from the side with a complicated expression. He had never imagined Naruto's background would be this miserable, and even less had he imagined Naruto's father would be the fourth Hokage. The day Naruto was born was also the day his parents died. Compared to himself, Naruto seemed even more miserable. At the same time, the people in Konoha also finally learned the true reason Naruto had become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In an instant, some of those who deeply respected the fourth Hokage broke down in tears, feeling they were not even human for treating his son Naruto like that. Many people had already made up their minds. The next time they saw Naruto they would definitely be polite, and even more polite. Within the Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha remained silent, scenes of being with his teacher and the others constantly replaying in his mind. Now that he had seen the tragedy he had caused with his own hands, a trace of wavering actually appeared in his heart. Back then, in order to harden his resolve, he had cruelly tried to kill his teacher's wife with his own hands, but Minato had saved her and taken her away. Yet in the end, by a cruel twist of fate, Kushina still died at the hands of the Ninetales. Even Minato had died to the Ninetales as well, something that had gone beyond his expectations. What had he felt when he learned that news back then? He had already forgotten. But now, he seemed to be wavering a little. Would someone like me actually feel regret too? He stared fixedly at the revival coin in the shop, while Rin's face kept appearing in his mind. At the beginning of Konoha, at the end of the Warring States period, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha looked at each other. Originally, they had thought the fourth Hokage would solve the Ninetales with ease, but now it seemed the development of events had completely exceeded their expectations. Hashirama Senju said with a serious expression, "Tobirama, go find your sister-in-law. Tell her I said to hand over all the sealing techniques of the Uchiha ninja village to you." Tobirama Senju was dumbfounded. Why? He did not understand. And where was he supposed to find so much time to learn sealing techniques? Konoha was still in the middle of being established, and he had to handle all kinds of matters. Look, in the video the fourth died just sealing one Ninetales. What does that tell you? What does it tell us? Isn't it obvious? It means the fourth Hokage just wasn't strong enough. Madara Uchiha said irritably. Tobirama Senju instantly wilted. Bastard. Did he think everyone was monsters like him and Big Brother who could just beat the Ninetales whenever they wanted? Exactly. It looks like not all future ninjas are as strong as that kid Naruto. There are still weaker ones. So I need you to use the Uchiha sealing techniques to develop even stronger sealing techniques. Tobirama Senju pulled a bitter face. Sure, he was smart enough to be called the #1 genius in the world, but he did not know sealing techniques at all. Starting from zero, wasn't that a joke? But very quickly he reacted. Big Brother, could it be that you want to? That's right. I plan to capture the Ninetales and seal it inside either my own body or Madara's. Once we become Jinchuriki, our strength will grow even further, and then we'll be able to stabilize the village's position as well. Tobirama Senju immediately became interested. Then what about the other tailed beasts? Of course we'll capture as many as we can. I feel uneasy. I have a feeling something major is going to happen in the ninja world. Tobirama Senju nodded excitedly, then quickly went to find his sister-in-law Mito Uzumaki. You've already decided? Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha both wore grave expressions. During this period of time, they had also sensed that the world was changing in an unpredictable direction. And in that unknown future only strength could protect everything. Without great power, they would eventually lose it all. Hashirama Senju nodded solemnly. He had to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Konoha year 47. Kushina's face was covered in tears. Right now, she hated that mysterious masked man to death. If not for that bastard, she and her husband would never have been separated from Naruto, leaving him to live alone in loneliness for more than 10 years. No wonder Naruto treated that scarf like a treasure. Even when going into the water, he had to take it off first. So that was the only keepsake of his mother he had left. Minato was also a little choked up. He had personally seen his child being born, yet he and his wife had died in that disaster. His heart felt unbearably heavy. Don't worry, Kushina. I definitely won't let something like that happen. No matter who it is, I will stop him. Minato held Kushina tightly and spoke with firm resolve. No matter who it was, if they wanted to take away what he cared about, they would first have to get past him. And he was not someone easy to deal with. But at this moment, he also clearly understood that his own strength was not enough. If he were strong enough, there would have been no need to use the Reaper Death Seal. Maybe, like his son, he could have directly beaten the Ninetales into submission. But he could not. If he had possessed overwhelming strength, then the moment the masked man appeared, he could have killed him instantly. How could things have become so passive? But he did not have that power. He had decided. Starting today, he would spend even more time training, making himself stronger, strong enough to protect his family. Uchiha Obito was already bawling his eyes out. Compared to his future self, he was practically a completely different person. It was just too miserable. His teacher and Kushina-sensei were just too miserable. Their child had only just been born. Yet they never even got to see what Naruto would look like when he grew up before they fell. That damned bastard. Who exactly was he? Kushina-sensei. I will definitely avenge you, Uchiha Obito declared with extreme determination. Kakashi said from the side. Forget it. That guy's dojutsu was at the 3-tomo level. You haven't even awakened the Sharingan yet. Can you even beat him? The moment those words came out, Uchiha Obito instantly wilted. Minato Namikaze said softly, "It's alright. Just knowing you have the heart for it already makes me very happy." Uchiha Obito nodded, swearing in his heart that he would train even harder and absolutely awaken the Sharingan. Everyone, next, the rewards will be distributed. Everyone's spirits shook, and they looked up at the giant screen in the sky with longing. But they knew that no matter how much they desired it, it was useless. The system would only give rewards to those who were meant to receive them. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, with the strength of one man, suppressed the Nine Tails, saved Konoha, and fathered the future hero of the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki. Great contribution. Reward 1 million points, chakra reserves increased by 30 times, instant movement technique cultivation method, gate of spacetime and perfect sage mode. Uzumaki Kushina, possessing enormous chakra and suppressing the Nine Tails for more than 10 years, neither merit nor fault. Giving birth to the hero of the ninja world, Naruto, counts as a great achievement. Reward 500,000 points, chakra reserves increased by 10 times, and the power of her sealing techniques increased by 5 times. Nine Tails, reward 500,000 points, chakra reserves increased by 10 times, recovery time after death shortened to 1/10. Mysterious masked man, driven from love into hatred, manipulated the Nine Tails, destroyed Konoha, and greatly caused historical fluctuations. Reward 500,000 points, chakra reserves increased by 50 times, Sharingan ocular power increased to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, through versatile transformation, forced the Nine Tails out of Konoha and avoided even greater losses. Reward, chakra reserves increased by 10 times, 300,000 points. All other characters who appeared each received 10,000 points. The moment the system's voice fell, countless rays of white light instantly appeared in the sky. Everyone who received rewards trembled all over, powerful auras erupting from their bodies. But what left everyone dumbfounded was that Uchiha Obito's chakra suddenly surged wildly. His originally pitch-black pupils also turned blood red, and both of his eyes evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone around him was stunned, whether it was Kakashi or Rin Noara, or even Minato and Kushina, who had just received rewards. Why had the reward belonging to the mysterious masked man been sent to Uchiha Obito? Could it be? Minato's expression changed. Obito was the mysterious masked man. Even Uchiha Obito himself was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the mysterious masked man would be him. How could he possibly do something like that? That was completely unscientific. He spoke with a trembling voice, "Teacher, it's not me." Minato Namikaze looked at the screen and said softly, "May I ask if the reward was sent by mistake?" It really was sent by mistake. Uchiha Obito instantly let out a breath of relief. That's what he thought. He was Konoha's women's best friend. How could he possibly do something so outrageous and rebellious? It was originally supposed to be sent to future Uchiha Obito, but unexpectedly the wrong timeline was selected, so both of them received the reward. Uchiha Obito's heart completely sank to the bottom. Good grief, it really was him. What was he supposed to do now? Kowtow and beg for mercy, or run? To be honest, now that Uchiha Obito had the Eternal Mangekyo, Minato might not necessarily be his match. Susanu's defensive power was terrifying. With Minato's current attack power alone, it would be very difficult for him to break through it. Of course, if he could place a flying thunder god mark inside Susanu, then that would be a different matter. Minato Namikaze remained silent. That was a confirmed hit. Good grief. He had never imagined that the mysterious masked man would actually be his own disciple. But he had spent several years with Obito and understood this disciple's personality extremely well. Carefree by nature, poor talent in ninjutsu, a true dead-last student in every sense, but his character was absolutely beyond question. Minato truly could not imagine what exactly had happened in the future to make Uchiha Obito commit such a shocking act. Seeing his teacher stay silent, Uchiha Obito immediately dropped to his knees, afraid that his teacher would punish him. Kushina was furious at the side and had just wanted to let him taste a master's wife's love, but Minato stopped her. "Obito, I remember you want to become Hokage, right?" Minato spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Obito was a little dumbfounded. Why was he asking about his dream again? But he still nodded lightly. Beside him, Rin Noara and Kakashi both wanted to open their mouths and persuade them after seeing such a tense scene, but they realized the timing was wrong. Speaking now might only make things worse. "Very good. From now on, you will stay by my side. I will teach you so that in the future, you can become a real Hokage." Kushina looked at her lover in shock, suddenly unable to understand what he was doing. But very soon she understood. That was the future. No one knew what reason had caused Obito to go down the wrong path in the future. But no matter what the reason was, it was not important. What was important was that the current Uchiha Obito was still Uchiha Obito, still their disciple, still the Uchiha Obito who loved and respected people, and respected his teacher. Wasn't that enough? "Obito, you have to work hard from now on," Rin Noara said happily from the side. She had originally thought that teacher Minato and Kushina-sensei would harshly punish Obito. But unexpectedly, they planned to keep Obito by their side and personally teach him. Right? Obito, can you use the ninjutsu you used in the video right now? Minato suddenly asked. If he could, then Konoha's foundation would increase once again. Uchiha Obito nodded. His scarlet Sharingan suddenly spun, the space in front of him twisted for a moment, and then his body appeared behind Minato. This ability is really convenient. Obito nodded and said, it really is. With this ability, I can ignore any barrier and directly enter the inside of it. A trace of surprise flashed through Minato's eyes. He had originally thought this was Obito's ninjutsu, but it turned out to be a dojutsu instead. What is it called? Kakashi felt a little eager. He really liked ninjutsu like this that could transmit someone across thousands of miles. He was also extremely envious of his teacher's Flying Thunder God. But training in the Flying Thunder God technique was too troublesome, so he had never learned it. Kamui, Uchiha Obito's face was full of excitement. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was almost a legend within the Uchiha clan. In the entire history of the Uchiha, the only one who had possessed an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. And now he had it too. He was no longer that dead last failure. From now on, I definitely have to maintain my status as a friend to women, help everyone, and I must become Hokage. I can't let teacher Minato down. Konoha Year 63. Uchiha Obito felt the sudden explosive growth in his power, and his heart filled with joy. Most importantly, his Mangekyo Sharingan had evolved into an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though he only had one eye, with the overwhelming ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could absolutely activate Susanoo. He silently called out Susanoo in his heart, and sure enough, in the very next instant, a blue Susanoo over 100 meters tall appeared out of nowhere, completely crushing and collapsing the entire cave. Looking at the collapsed boulders, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Obito's eyes. If he had possessed Susanoo back then, he would never have been crushed half to death by a single rock. Letting out a sigh, Uchiha Obito glanced at the collapsed cave. Then his figure flashed as he left using Kamui. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kakashi was completely dumbfounded. Looking at his Sharingan, which had evolved into an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had 10,000 curses in his heart. Hatake Kakashi couldn't understand why his Sharingan had suddenly evolved. After all, this was the only keepsake Obito had left him. Thinking back to the reward that had just been sent out, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could that masked man be Uchiha Obito? No, impossible. Obito died a long time ago. That person absolutely cannot be Obito. Kakashi's face turned deathly pale, completely unable to believe his own guess. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with you? Naruto was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Kakashi, who had been perfectly fine just now, was suddenly trembling all over. Kakashi hurriedly came back to his senses and shook his head. Fine. But inside he was in total turmoil. He had to find that masked man. He had to uncover his true identity. So weird. Naruto curled his lips. Konoha Year 47. Minato Namikaze looked over his rewards, points, teleportation technique, sage mode, and the gate of spacetime. He had already figured out the teleportation technique. As long as he stored the other party's chakra inside his own body, then no matter how far away they were, once he used the teleportation technique, he could arrive in an instant. This was definitely a great ninjutsu. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, it was much more convenient. Also, the Flying Thunder God couldn't transfer over extremely long distances. Nor did it have the same powerful transferability as the teleportation technique. It also consumed far less chakra than the Flying Thunder God. If he had to describe it, it was more like an upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God. It was this gate of spacetime that left Minato puzzled. Judging from the name, it sounded like some kind of spacetime treasure. Helpless, he could only open the shop, and found that the gate of spacetime was actually being sold for 500,000 points. In other words, with the points he had now, he could only buy a single gate of spacetime. At the same time, he also figured out the function of the gate of spacetime. Place this gate anywhere, silently recite the era in your heart, and the gate of spacetime would bring you to that era. At most, 5 people could enter at one time. At the same time, the amount of time they could stay in another era could not exceed 3 days. After making a round trip, it needed 7 days to recover its energy. What a treasure. It truly is a treasure. Even Minato, with his calm personality, was overjoyed after learning what this gate could do. With this thing, he could go to the future and personally see his son. He could even bring Kushina along. Ever since watching the video, Kushina still hadn't recovered. Kushina, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, noticed Minato's excitement and asked curiously, "What happened? Why are you smiling so happily? We can see our son now." Kushina stared at him tightly and asked carefully, "Really?" Kakashi and the others were also full of disbelief. "How are you going to see Naruto? You two don't even have a child yet. It's impossible for a person to just appear out of nowhere, right?" Minato smiled and replied, "Among my rewards, There's an item called the Gate of Spacetime. Can travel through any time and space. Right now, we can use this gate to go to another timeline. Kushina's eyes instantly widened, her heart full of excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Use it now. I already can't wait to see our son. Minato let out a bitter smile. Don't rush. Going through the Gate of Spacetime will let us stay in another timeline for at most 3 days. After we come back, the Gate of Spacetime will need 7 days to recharge. If we suddenly disappear for 3 days, the third Hokage will definitely panic. So we need to report it to him first. Then he looked toward Kakashi and the others. Are you coming? The few of them hurriedly nodded. Kakashi and Rin Noara both wanted to see what they looked like when they grew up. As for Uchiha Obito, he simply wanted to find that mysterious masked man. He was definitely going to teach him a good lesson. Very good. Gather at my house at exactly 2 this afternoon. Minato clapped his hands and made the decision on the spot. At 2 in the afternoon, Minato and the others were already fully prepared, carrying large and small bags with them. Minato, will Naruto recognize us? Kushina felt stifled inside. That child had lost both his parents right after birth. She had no idea how much suffering he had gone through growing up. Don't worry. I believe in our child. Minato smiled faintly. Get ready. He took out the Gate of Spacetime and placed it in the center of his living room. Let us go in. After stepping through the Gate of Spacetime, they felt as if countless white lines were flowing before their eyes, making them dizzy. But very soon they found themselves standing on a huge plain. Minato lifted his eyes and swept his gaze around, joy rising in his heart. This is it. This is Konoha in year 63. The general layout of Konoha in year 63 wasn't too different from Konoha in year 47. But there were a lot more people, and there was also Minato's face added to the Hokage rock. Its teacher's face on the Hokage rock. So cool. Obito shouted excitedly. Let us go first. We should find the third Hokage. At this time, he should be in the Hokage's office. He folded up the Gate of Spacetime and put it away, then led the 4 of them to the Hokage's office. Along the way, countless people looked at them in shock. They even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. The 4th Hokage they had just seen in the video seemed to have appeared in the village. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking rang out. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet come back to his senses when he saw Minato Namikaze walk in from outside. He instantly froze, then spoke in a trembling voice. Is that Minato? Minato nodded. Of course it's me. Didn't you die? Were you revived by Naruto? But that's not right either. Kushina is here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand it. Naruto only had 1 million points right now, which was only enough to buy 1 revival coin. How could he possibly have revived both Kushina and Minato? Then he noticed Obito and Rin Noara, and became even more dumbfounded. How had all these dead people suddenly appeared here? Seeing how anxious Sarutobi Hiruzen was, Minato Namikaze told him what had happened. A moment later, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in amazement. I never thought such a divine object could exist in this world. By the way, where is Naruto right now? After hesitating for a moment, Minato Namikaze still asked the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, Naruto should be training with Jiraiya right now. Training? That's right. Although Naruto's strength has increased greatly, there are still many basics about being a ninja that he doesn't understand. Right now, he should be studying chakra nature transformation. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at little Kakashi. Is this Kakashi? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled to himself. He really wondered what would happen when big Kakashi met little Kakashi. Then, after Sarutobi Hiruzen told them where Naruto was training, the group hurried off to find him. At the back mountain of Konoha, countless Naruto clones were working hard on chakra nature transformation. Up to this point, he had already become highly proficient in using wind release chakra nature transformation. If he applied it to the Rasengan, it would become wind release, Rasen Shuriken. But Naruto had no plans to improve any jutsu for now. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and thoroughly master the remaining nature transformations as well.
So boring, so dull.
Tonari sat off to the side, bored out of his mind. Sasuke spoke up, training is like that. It's both boring and dull. Tonari asked, then why train at all? Wouldn't it be better to just lie flat like me? Now that he was no longer carrying Himura's destiny on his back, his whole body felt relaxed. Right now, all he wanted was to coast through life and wait for death. Sasuke said flatly, because without power, you can't protect anything. You can't protect what you care about. He thought again of that night, when his parents and clan were slaughtered. In a single night, he had fallen from a happy family into hell. That heart-wrenching pain, that heart-twisting hatred, he would never forget it. Tonari chuckled. Sounds like you've got a story. So? Want to talk about it? Maybe you'll feel a lot better. Sasuke gave him a flat glance, ignored him, and continued his chakra nature transformation training. Ever since his chakra had suddenly increased dozens of times over, he was now also able to create shadow clones like Naruto to help with training. Even though he couldn't make as many clones as Naruto, they were still absolutely top tier when it came to training. Good thing Naruto's massive chakra is keeping the nine tails suppressed, or the consequences would really be hard to imagine, Jiraiya muttered to himself from the side. With this many Narutos around, if they all transformed into tailed beast forms, Konoha would absolutely be in for one hell of a disaster. Jiraiya had completely forgotten that the Nine Tails was no longer Naruto's match. And ever since the Nine Tails had witnessed that trip to the moon, some kind of unpredictable change had taken place in its heart. It was hard to say whether that change was good or bad, but at the very least, it was no longer getting in Naruto's way while he trained. Minato, just as Jiraiya was marveling at Naruto's immense chakra and shocking strength, he suddenly spotted Minato Namikaze, Kushina, and the three little ones in the distance. He rubbed his eyes. He hadn't seen wrong, and it wasn't a Genjutsu either. It was the real Minato. But why was Minato here? His expression turned serious as he moved to shield Naruto's real body behind him. Naruto looked speechless. My strength is way above yours now, okay? And what exactly are you doing? I was training just fine. Dad. Naruto's body trembled. He raised a hand and rubbed his eyes. And Mom. It wasn't an illusion. It was his real dad and Mom. Naruto's figure flashed, and then he tightly threw his arms around Minato Namikaze. What greeted him was not Minato Namikaze's smile, but a cry of pain from Minato. Naruto's strength was simply too great. That one bare hug directly fractured Minato's ribs. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Fortunately, Noera was there as a medical ninja and quickly moved to treat Minato. Naruto looked stunned, lowered his head, and kept complaining in his heart. This father of mine is way too fragile. Minato Namikaze, drenched in cold sweat, said, It's fine. It's good to have spirit. The people around them all burst into laughter. Kushina looked at Naruto, and tears started streaming down her face on their own. Then she pulled Naruto's head tightly against her chest.
I'm sorry, Naruto.
But seeing you grow up, that's wonderful. Naruto said nothing and tightly hugged Kushina back, while the others watched this touching mother-son reunion with warm expressions. Naruto, come on, let us go home. Kushina grabbed Naruto's hand, hoping to go to the home where Naruto now lived. Naruto nodded and excitedly ran ahead to lead the way. Uchiha Sasuke stood to the side, looking at little Kakashi with curiosity on his face. Are you Kakashi? Little Kakashi nodded with a cold expression. Never would V thought it. So Kakashi-sensei had a time when he was this tiny too. Before Sasuke could say anything else, Naruto spoke first. Kakashi-sensei is super full of himself, Naruto said with a grin. The group laughed and chatted as they headed toward Naruto's house. Sasuke, you're from the Uchiha clan, right? How's the Uchiha clan in this era? Still really strong? Obito Uchiha asked happily from the side. One of the reasons he had come to this era was to see the Uchiha clan of this time. Of course, the most important thing was still to find the masked man. As soon as he said that, Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya all fell silent. Obito frowned slightly. What is it? Did something happen to the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke said flatly after a moment. Wiped out? Obito jumped up on the spot. How is that possible? Even Minato Namikaze found it hard to believe. The Uchiha had always done their duty in Konoha, and they were also one of the village's key military powers. How could they possibly have been exterminated? Minato frowned deeply. Had something happened in between? It's true. My older brother slaughtered them with his own hands. More than 100 members of the Uchiha clan were killed, including my father and mother. Itachi? Obito Uchiha clicked his tongue in shock. I never thought that kid could be that ruthless. Even Fugaku brother and Mikoto sister. Obito Uchiha simply could not believe that the little Uchiha Itachi he remembered could be capable of such cruelty. Minato also found it hard to believe. He had naturally met Fugaku's eldest son before, but that harmless-looking Uchiha Itachi had actually been so vicious when he struck. Fourth Hokage-sama. Sasuke suddenly called out with complete seriousness. Minato didn't react at first. Only after a few breaths did he answer. He said awkwardly, You don't need to call me fourth Hokage. I haven't become Hokage yet. Sasuke continued. I hope you can stop my brother. Stop him from destroying the Uchiha clan again. I don't know the reason behind it, but I believe that with your benevolence, fourth Hokage, you can definitely stop the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Minato fell silent for a moment. He didn't want to crush the child's hopes, so he could only nod. But in his heart, he had already decided to go ask Hiruzen Sarutobi about the situation. Then thank you, fourth Hokage-sama, Sasuke said calmly. For him, stopping Uchiha Itachi was no longer what mattered most. He just wanted the parents from another world to live well, or perhaps he wanted the other version of himself to not have such a tragic life. Naruto's house. Kushina dragged Jiraiya off to the side and said with a smiling face, Jiraiya-sensei, I want to borrow some money. They had arrived in too much of a rush and forgotten to bring any cash. Jiraiya gave a bitter smile. Ever since this girl had seen Naruto, she hadn't paid him any attention at all, and now the first thing she said to him was to borrow money. But he had always treated Minato like his own son, and Kushina was more like his daughter-in-law. A little money didn't matter. He pulled out his toad wallet from his pocket, and Kushina accepted it without any ceremony. Naruto, keep your dad company for a bit. Mom's going to buy groceries. In just this short amount of time, Kushina had already completely adapted to her identity as a mother. Sasuke, Obito, and the others also stayed there waiting for Kushina's big meal. Jiraiya asked, so how did you all get here? Minato then told them about the gate of time and space. Naruto's interest was immediately piqued, and he opened the shop. It really was there, and it only cost 500,000 points. Sasuke's right hand trembled slightly. He was wondering whether he should buy one himself. He happened to have exactly 500,000 points. If he bought the gate of time and space, he would be able to go to another spacetime and see his parents. Minato Namikaze glanced at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, there's no need for you to rush to buy a gate of time and space right now. Next time I come, I'll bring Fugaku and Mikoto with me too. Minato Namikaze understood what Sasuke was thinking. His parents had already been dead for 6 years, and right now Sasuke was probably missing them more than anything. After learning that a divine item like the Gate of Time and Space existed, the first thing he would naturally want was to see his parents. Sasuke froze for a moment, then nodded excitedly. Thank you, 4th Hokage. Jiraiya nodded and said, 3 days of staying here equals time in another era, 1 week of cooldown, and every 10 days you can travel for 7 days. That really does count as a super divine artifact. Even the Sage of Six Paths treasure probably wouldn't have such an ability. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then swept his gaze across everyone present. Whereas Tonari, he was suddenly startled and hurriedly stood up. That bastard promised he wouldn't leave my sight during this period. It wasn't that Naruto didn't trust Tonari, but the village had been making such a huge fuss over him. They saw him as a dangerous element. Either kill him, or send him back to the moon. But Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to give up such a powerful combat asset. So he had Naruto, the only one who could suppress Tonari at this stage, keep watch over him. It was supposed to last 1 month. But who would thought that the moment he got distracted, Tonari would disappear. Obito said weakly, I asked him to go find Kakashi and Rin. Noara Rin looked surprised, not understanding what Obito was trying to do. Obito spoke in a low voice, look, the future me defected, but Rin and Kakashi must still be doing fine. I wanted to see the Kakashi and Rin of this era. Minato Namikaze and little Kakashi both felt awful inside. They both knew Uchiha Obito had an extremely delicate heart. Kakashi and Noara Rin had both grown up and were living peacefully in the village. But for some unknown reason, he himself had defected and had even killed his own teacher and teacher's wife. For this kind-hearted Obito, that was a bit too much to bear. He wanted to see the Kakashi and Rin of this era, just so he could feel a little better. At least the people he cared about had grown up safely. Under Tonari's lead, Kakashi hurriedly ran toward Naruto's house. He was completely dumbfounded. The moment Tonari found him, he had blurted out a whole bunch of confusing stuff. The only thing Kakashi had managed to understand was that Minato-sensei was currently at Naruto's house, so he rushed toward Naruto's home at full speed. What exactly happened? Kakashi asked. Tonari curled his lip. Don't ask me. I don't know either. As they passed through the streets of Konoha, a familiar figure caught Kakashi's eye, and his pupils trembled slightly. It was Kushina-sensei's wife, but he didn't go up to her. Instead, he charged toward Naruto's house even faster. Naruto. A moment later, Kakashi pushed open the door, and the instant he saw all the people in the room, he froze in shock. Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and even his younger self. He suddenly rushed forward and hugged Obito. Obito, it really is you. A living, breathing Obito. Hatake Kakashi was almost bawling. If there weren't so many people here, he really wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Let go of me, you bastard. The moment Kakashi entered, Uchiha Obito had recognized this stuffy, perverted wolf through that familiar mask. How come you don't look as mature as your younger self? Yeah, way too lame, little Kakashi said. He was shocked at first, then mercilessly roasted him. There's no way I'd throw myself onto this dead last loser. Little Kakashi curled his lip and said without holding back. Noara Rin smiled at the side. And Rin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rin, Kakashi said in a choked voice, his words slurring together. If he hadn't remembered the difference between men and women, he might wanted to throw himself at Obito and at Rin too. Where is that coming from? Everyone was completely confused and quietly watched Kakashi's one-man show. Kakashi gradually calmed down. He decided to tell them everything. Only by doing that could he prevent the tragedy of the other spacetime and make sure that other version of himself wouldn't have to spend his whole life in sorrow. In Konoha Year 47, the Third Great Ninja War broke out. As Kakashi slowly told the story, everyone came to understand why he had lost control like this. Wait, you're saying you personally killed Rin? Uchiha Obito immediately jumped up and grabbed Kakashi tightly by the collar. Luckily, Kakashi was sitting down, otherwise with Obito's height, he really might not have been able to reach him. Kakashi's face was full of guilt, while no era Rin covered her mouth in disbelief. Little Kakashi also had his mouth hanging open, his eyes full of shock. Minato Namikaze felt sorrow in his heart. A tragedy. Why were the lives of these few disciples of his also tragic? He now roughly understood why Obito had turned into that ghost-like state. Minato knew Obito liked Rin, and seeing the person he loved suddenly die was something no one could bear. But what I don't understand is, why didn't Obito die? That boulder was massive, and I saw with my own eyes that half of Obito's body was crushed. Kakashi said softly. He had already confirmed that the mysterious masked man was Obito, though he still found it hard to believe. Once he thought about the mysterious masked man's reward, that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew for certain that the mysterious masked man was Obito. Everyone fell silent. They didn't understand either. If what Kakashi said was true, then Obito should have been dead beyond any doubt. So why had he suddenly appeared again later? Kakashi, you've suffered, Minato Namikaze sighed. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance, both with complicated looks in their eyes. They hadn't expected Kakashi-sensei to also have such a miserable past. Before this, when the two of them faced each other's tragedies, they had always taken the attitude of just watching the show. But now it seemed Kakashi-sensei also had a past unknown to others. You really are lame, young Kakashi said flatly. Though his tone was calm, deep down he had already decided that he would never let such a tragedy happen again, and definitely would not let his friend die before his eyes. You're right, I really am lame. I couldn't save my teammate, and I couldn't save my teacher either. Minato Namikaze swallowed and didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only walk over and pat his shoulder. It's fine, Kakashi-sensei. Even though the Rin of our spacetime died in battle, we can revive her with a resurrection coin. Naruto said with a grin. As for that adult Obito, leave him to me. I'll beat him up properly and definitely make him return to the right path. At this time, little Obito spoke up. No need, Naruto. Leave that Obito to me. I'll definitely teach him a proper lesson. I'll make him understand that my heart of becoming Hokage is absolutely not something that can be thrown away so easily. That kind of Uchiha Obito is no longer Uchiha Obito. He glanced sideways at Rin. And then, he remembered what no-era Rin had once said when they were children. Obito, I'll always be watching you, he softly said in his heart. And the Obito Rin wants to protect definitely isn't that kind of Uchiha Obito. Noticing Uchiha Obito's gaze, no-era Rin's face turned a little red, while little Kakashi stood there looking completely confused. Naruto was a little stunned, then nodded. Of course, he still really wanted to be the one to beat up that Uchiha Obito. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have lived such a miserable life. But since the original person himself had said so, Naruto couldn't really say anything. Ding, the doorbell rang, and Naruto's eyes lit up. Mama's back. Naruto opened the door. Kushina was carrying big and small bags filled with all kinds of vegetables and meat. It looked like she was planning to make a huge feast today. I have to say, the people in the village are still just as enthusiastic even after all this time. They didn't charge me for any of this, Kushina said with a grin. Naruto curled his lip. Other people might not know, but how could he not know? The villagers felt guilty toward him and wanted to reduce that guilt in their hearts this way. But he had no intention of telling Minato and Kushina about what he had experienced in the village. After all, the villagers weren't like before anymore. Saying more would only make his parents feel guilty and worried. Then Kushina's eyes lit up, and she took 2 quick steps to Kakashi's side, curiously looking him over. Is it Kakashi? Kakashi nodded. It's me, Kushina sis. Huh? You don't need to call me sis now. You might even be older than me at this point, Kushina teased. I really didn't expect it. Kakashi became an adult too. Her right hand rested on little Kakashi's head. Her eyes narrowed in a smile. Compared like this, Kakashi really was cuter when he was little. Obito curled his lip and said, cute? He's a closeted pervert. Adult Kakashi's face turned red. He had to admit, Obito really was frighteningly accurate when it came to reading people. That line had left a deep impression on him, and honestly, Obito wasn't wrong. It was just that he had the lustful heart but not the guts to act on it. So he could only read Lord Jiraiya's books to get a feel for things. Jiraiya burst into laughter. Kakashi is one of my loyal readers. Kushina's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at adult Kakashi with a strange gaze. Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha, and little Kakashi, meanwhile, were completely confused. They had no idea why Kushina's expression had changed so suddenly. What kind of books does Lord Jiraiya write? Obito suddenly got interested and hurriedly asked. Minato gave an awkward smile. That topic is still too early for you. At the very least, wait until you're 18. Naruto was already married at 19, and Boruto was born when he was 20. The group was rather speechless, but seeing how firm Minato was, Obito didn't ask any further. Wait here for a bit. I'm going to cook. Dinner's going to be very lavish, and Kakashi, don't leave either. Just stay here. Rin Noara had just been about to get up and help, but Kushina said, Rin, just sit here and chat with them. Rin Noara could only nod. Adult Kakashi nodded, while Tonari looked eagerly at Naruto. Naruto said helplessly, fine, you can stay here too. Tonari was instantly overjoyed, his face full of excitement as he waited for Kushina's feast. A moment later, Obito spoke up. You said earlier that before I died, I gave one of my Sharingan to you. Can you show me? Kakashi nodded and removed his eye covering. My eye was blinded in a sneak attack by a Kirigakure ninja. Later, when you were mortally wounded, you said you wanted to give me your Sharingan as a Jonin promotion gift and had Rin transplanted into me. Looking at the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, Obito fell silent. Then he's an eternal Mangekyo now too? That's right. But because the Sharingan belongs to you, once I activate the eternal Mangekyo, my chakra drains rapidly. 2 minutes is probably my limit. If it goes past 2 minutes, I figure I'll be bedridden for a month. In truth, because of the Sharingan, Kakashi, whose chakra reserves were already not that great, now had to spend part of his chakra just maintaining the eye, so he had even less chakra than before. Of course, he couldn't say that to Obito. With Obito's temperament, he might directly curse him out on the spot. Then can you use Susanoo? Susanoo, the third supreme power hidden within the Mangekyo Sharingan, was a power that belonged exclusively to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Originally, whether it was Kakashi with only one Mangekyo Sharingan or Obito, neither of them should have been able to activate Susanoo. But now, with the eye power of the eternal Mangekyo, maybe Kakashi could use one eye to activate Susanoo. Susanoo? What is that? Not just Kakashi. Nearly everyone present except Obito looked completely lost. Obito gave an awkward laugh. Sorry. In the entire Uchiha clan, the only one who's truly awakened the Mangekyo in the past several decades is Big Brother Fugaku. No one else has awakened it, so very few people in the village know about the dojutsu hidden within the Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato Namikaze, if he had already become Hokage, might have known these top-secret matters of the Uchiha clan. But the current Minato Namikaze was still 2 years away from becoming Hokage. As for Sasuke, he had it even worse. Before it was his time to learn these things, his clansmen were already all dead, so there was no way he could know about the Mangekyo Sharingan either. Jiraiya, however, looked calm. From the looks of it, he knew. After that, Obito explained the Mangekyo to everyone. Just as the group was immersed in the wonder of the Mangekyo, little Kakashi spoke up. How do you know all this? As far as I know, you've never been interested in this kind of stuff. Obito gave an embarrassed laugh. Before coming here, I specifically went to Big Brother Fugaku to ask about it. Everyone was speechless at once. After thinking for a moment, adult Kakashi said, probably not. No matter what, I'm not an Uchiha. Being able to use the Sharingan is already lucky enough. As for using the mysterious power inside it, I doubt the chances are high. Before Obito could respond, Kushina's voice came over. Forget all this Susanoo nonsense for now. Eat first. We can talk after dinner. As soon as she finished speaking, Kushina brought over 2 dishes, and Rin Noara also got up to help carry the food. Before long, the table was filled with dishes. Their noses twitched, and everyone showed excited expressions. After the meal, at the back mountain of Konoha, little Kakashi, adult Kakashi, Naruto, Tonari, Kushina, Minato, and the others were all gathered there. Adult Kakashi and Obito stood facing each other. Rin Noara asked worriedly, they'll be okay, right? Naruto grinned. No need to worry. Yang release from Yang attribute chakra can heal injuries, and it's even better than medical ninjutsu. As long as I'm here, unless they die on the spot, I can heal them both. When Naruto obtained all chakra attributes, perhaps because he was Ajura's reincarnation, he developed a huge interest in Yang attribute chakra. Since then, he had constantly researched it and achieved quite a few results, such as using Yang release to heal injuries. Although it had only been 10 short days, Naruto's skill at using Yang release for healing had absolutely surpassed that of ordinary medical ninja. Naruto's confident guarantee finally set Rin Nohara's mind at ease. Obito looked at Kakashi Tenjong away and grinned lightly. Ready? I'm coming. Kakashi didn't dare underestimate Obito either. The current Obito was no longer that dead last. His chakra had surged 50-fold, and he also possessed the eye power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though Kakashi's combat skills and experience far surpassed Obito at this stage, he still didn't dare be careless. However, something Obito had said at the dinner table had given him another idea. With his current chakra, if he activated the eternal Mangekyo, at most 2 minutes would be enough to drain him dry. If it went past 2 minutes, his life would be in danger. But if he could activate the Susanoo Obito mentioned, then his chances of victory would greatly increase. Of course, that was under the premise that Obito himself couldn't bring one out. But that was obviously impossible. No matter what, Obito was a genuine Uchiha clansman. He was more than a little stronger than someone like Kakashi, who had only borrowed a Sharingan halfway through. While Kakashi was still thinking, Obito had already charged forward, his hands forming seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, a massive amount of chakra poured into it. What was originally only a C-rank jutsu, when used by Obito, looked more like the B-rank fire release. Great fire annihilation, as overwhelming flames swept toward Kakashi like a tidal wave. Kakashi didn't dare be careless either. He instantly used earth release, earth-style wall, and a several Shanghai wall of earth blocked the flames. Just as Kakashi let out a breath of relief, Obito suddenly appeared right in front of him. Kamui. He used Kamui to phase his body. Kakashi was shocked. He hadn't realized that Obito was actually a combat genius. How long had it even been since he got the Eternal Mangekyo? And yet he could already skillfully use the powers of both eyes? The kunai in his hand stabbed forward in an instant but not toward a vital point. Just as he expected, the moment it touched Obito, his attack passed straight through Obito's body. It can't hit, even though the Sharingan share the same origin. The Sharingan I have doesn't house the power to make my own body intangible. The power it has is only distortion, or transferring whatever I focus my gaze on into another dimension. But using that kind of power against Obito? No, that power might be completely useless against him. His two Sharingan each house different abilities, and one of them has the same power as mine. In other words, the powers of our two eyes might cancel each other out. Should I test it? Kakashi made up his mind. His original three-tomo Sharingan instantly turned into a Mangekyo, then focused again and again, locking onto Obito's arm. But after a brief tremor, Obito's arm returned to normal. Sure enough, just like I thought, our ocular powers can cancel each other out to a certain extent. At least I don't need to worry about him exiling me into another dimension. Right now, the only thing I need to worry about is Obito's unpredictable intangibility. Kakashi quickly calculated things in his heart and felt that his chances of winning were still not small. His hands formed seals, and Chidori appeared in his palm. The chirping cry rang out non-stop. Little Kakashi raised his brows. So this is Chidori? The power really does look impressive. He had already been developing Chidori for quite some time. If things followed the normal timeline, then within half a year, little Kakashi would be able to fully complete Chidori. Even though, in his own imagination, Chidori was already very powerful, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel like a genius. Still, he glanced sideways at Sasuke. If the Chidori used by this adult Kakashi had the same power as Sasuke's, then Obito would be in danger. Of course, that was only if it could hit. But he still felt that if its power really was the same as Sasuke's Chidori, then even Susanoo might not necessarily be able to withstand it, right? So this is Chidori? None of them were unfamiliar with Chidori. After all, in the previous video, Sasuke had used Chidori to shatter a gigantic meteor. But now, seeing Kakashi use this move, it somehow felt a little different. A solemn look flashed through Obito's eyes. His crimson eyes were fixed tightly on Kakashi, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Chidori. In an instant, Kakashi charged toward Obito at extreme speed. He was so fast that Obito, who still could not perfectly control his intangibility, almost failed to react. Bang! Chidori slammed directly into Obito's body. Then with another boom, Obito crashed heavily onto the ground. Rin Noera's expression changed anxiously, and she was about to rush forward, but little Kakashi grabbed her. Don't worry, Obito will be fine. Rin Noera looked around at the others and saw that none of them reacted at all. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. That hurt. If I hadn't opened Susanoo in time, that really would have been dangerous. Obito rubbed his chest and grinned. Kakashi let out a sigh. Sure enough, it wasn't going to be that easy to deal with him. Obito had grown a lot. Only then did they see that Obito's upper body had already fully unfolded into Susanoo's skeletal frame. This is Susanoo's first form. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to use it too, Obito said. I can't. With my Mangekyo I can last at most 7 minutes. Even with an eternal Mangekyo, I can only hold on for 2 minutes. If I release Susanoo too, I probably wouldn't even last 1 minute. Kakashi gave a bitter smile and had no intention of using Susanoo. Obito fell into thought, then looked at Naruto. Naruto, do you have a way to transfer chakra to someone else? Among everyone here, he knew Naruto had the most chakra. If Naruto could transfer chakra to Kakashi, then they would not need to worry about chakra consumption in their fight. Naruto thought for a moment, then walked over to Kakashi and placed his right hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Whoosh! The sound was not loud, but it was light and clear. Kakashi immediately felt a massive amount of chakra pour into his body. So this is Naruto's chakra? It really is dense and powerful. Kakashi was shocked, but at this moment, boundless fighting spirit also rose in his heart. He wanted to decide victory and defeat with Obito, but he did not want to lose just because he had less chakra. If he was going to lose, then he wanted to lose for real. And if he was going to win, then he wanted to win for real. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze smiled. Alright, I'll have Naruto transfer chakra to Kakashi at the same level as Obito. From here on, your battle won't be decided by who has more chakra. As long as you don't harm each other's lives. Go all out. Minato understood what both of them were thinking. Obito still could not let go of the fact that Kakashi had killed Rin. But he also knew that Kakashi could not be blamed completely for that matter, so he wanted to properly beat Kakashi up. As for Kakashi, guilt filled his heart. But if he deliberately held back, it would only make Obito hate him even more, so he could only fight with everything he had. Both of them had their own resolve. So Minato would not stop them, nor would he say any high-sounding nonsense. He only needed to stand there quietly and watch the two of them fight, then applaud the one who won in the end. A moment later, after Naruto finished transferring chakra, he led the others away from the battlefield. They all knew that the battle to come would definitely cause a huge commotion. Without the restraint of limited chakra, Kakashi now had the confidence to activate Susanoo as well. And from what Obito had said, Susanoo's size was anything but small. Kakashi felt the surging chakra inside his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Are you ready, Obito? You should be asking yourself that. The two looked at each other and smiled. In each other's eyes, they both saw battle intent. 26-year-old Kakashi versus 12-year-old Obito. The fight was about to erupt. Susanoo. Two incomparably gigantic Susanoo rose into the sky, each one towering 100 meters tall. This was the complete body Susanoo. Obito stared at the complete body Susanoo Kakashi had activated and completely froze. His guess had been that Kakashi could activate Susanoo, but how could the ocular power of a single eternal Mangekyo possibly support a complete body Susanoo? This wasn't scientific. Uchiha Obito had completely crashed. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why the ocular power of a single Sharingan could activate a complete body Susanoo. Even if it was an eternal Mangekyo, this was still way too exaggerated. Could it be that the level of his Sharingan was just too high? Uchiha Obito thought about it and felt that was possible. After all, he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. It was only natural that the level of his Sharingan would be stronger than normal people's. He started grinning. Obito, get ready. I'm coming at you. Kakashi shouted excitedly. At this moment, he finally understood the joy of having a huge amount of chakra. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Subarashii. This is amazing. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo stepped forward, and the entire earth trembled. Obito also got ready. Susanoo's huge right arm spread open, and a pale blue longsword appeared in its hand. This is the divine weapon of my Sharingan-S Susanoo alone, Void Exile. Anything struck by this sword will be exiled into another dimension. So, Kakashi, you'd better be ready. Hearing that, Kakashi did not dare be careless. But he had also noticed the difference between his Susanoo and Obito's. At the very least, he was unable to manifest this divine weapon for his own Susanoo. However, he already had another way to deal with this move. If it was dimensional exile, then he would counter it with dimensional exile. Kamui Shuriken. Several enormous shuriken appeared out of thin air in space. Obito frowned. From those shuriken, he could sense massive spacetime power. Minato, who was extremely familiar with spacetime ninjutsu, also noticed it. Those shuriken contained tremendous spacetime power. If Obito got hit, he would 100% be exiled into another dimension. The same was true for Obito's sword. If Kakashi's real body got struck, the consequences would also be unimaginable. Kushina glanced at Minato and asked worriedly, "Are you sure it's fine? Shouldn't we stop them?" Minato nodded. "Don't worry. My Flying Thunder God technique lets me find them instantly. As long as it isn't crossing through time, if it's only crossing space, then no matter what alternate dimension they're in, I can still find them. No need to worry." Kushina and Rin Noera both let out a sigh of relief, then nervously watched the clash between the two enormous Susanoo. Sasuke stared at the two giant Susanoo, and deep in his eyes was intense longing. This was the power that belonged only to the Uchiha clan. It was truly far too strong. At the same time, he also gained a much clearer understanding of Uchiha Itachi's power. From Obito's words, he learned that once the Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened, Susanoo could be used as well. And without a doubt, Itachi Uchiha could use it too. Although he didn't know whether Itachi could open a perfect Susanoo like those two. Even an ordinary Susanoo from Itachi was not something he could fight against right now. So, he urgently wanted to raise his ocular power. At the very least, he had to push it to the 3-tomo level, then use his massive chakra reserves to crush Itachi Uchiha. As for Naruto, watching the two of them piloting giant mechs, he felt a little envious too. He wanted to pilot a giant mech and ride the Ninetales as well. But the Ninetales still hadn't reconciled with him yet. At least for the short term, he wouldn't be able to ride the Ninetales. It was a little regrettable, but at least there was something to look forward to. Kamui Shuriken and Void Exile collided together. Ripples spread through space, and then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the space instantly returned to calm. Sure enough, it was erased. Kakashi's brow twitched. Just as he expected, Time-space power from the same source was almost completely useless against each other. Then the only ways to deal with Obito were taijutsu and ninjutsu. In terms of ninjutsu, he definitely didn't know as many techniques as I do. And as for taijutsu, Obito doesn't know ninja taijutsu either. His huge amount of chakra is almost useless. On top of that, his current body is smaller, so if we clash with ninjutsu, my chances of winning are very high. But the only problem is how to drag him out of Susanoo. Right, his ocular power can block mine, so in theory mine should be able to block his too. Then if I use my ocular power at the instant he turns intangible, could I stop Obito from phasing? It's worth a try. Kakashi had already made his decision. But the urgent matter now was getting Obito out of Susanoo first. Kakashi let out a breath of relief, and his perfect Susanoo slowly dispersed. Confusion appeared on Obito's face. Why'd you dismiss Susanoo? Kakashi spread his hands helplessly. These two things are way too destructive, and more importantly, our ocular powers cancel each other out. My attacks can't affect you, so Susanoo doesn't mean much here. Obito froze for a moment, then could only dismiss his Susanoo too. Next comes the battle of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Obito's face was full of excitement. His figure flashed, and he rushed to Kakashi's side at high speed, throwing a rising right kick at Kakashi's face. But unfortunately, his current height wasn't enough for him to actually reach Kakashi's face. With a loud boom, Kakashi reacted even faster and kicked Obito. But Obito's Sharingan suddenly spun, and Kakashi laughed inwardly. I've been waiting for this. Then his ocular power poured out like flowing water, blocking Obito's intangibility, and his right leg slammed heavily into Obito's chest. My intangibility got stopped? Obito was horrified, and Minato was shocked as well. Then his brows relaxed. Sure enough, Kakashi had already discovered that their ocular powers could cancel each other out. Your ocular power can cancel mine. No way mine can't do the same to yours. Kakashi grinned. At this moment, he no longer had the bearing of Team 7's instructor. Instead, he looked like a smug little brat. Perhaps only in front of his old friend would he show this side of himself. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes fixed tightly on the battlefield. Obito stood up in shock, rubbed his chest, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As expected of Kakashi, even with my power rising now, I'm still no match for you. I'm done fighting. Kakashi was stunned. Not fighting anymore? That didn't seem like Obito at all. Little Kakashi and Rin were also dumbfounded. He was actually stopping. In the past, whenever Obito fought Kakashi, if he could still stand up, he would never say something like that. My opponent isn't you. I only wanted to fight you after hearing that one of your Sharingan belongs to another me. The best way to get familiar with your own abilities is to fight yourself. Even though you aren't me, your ocular power can count as another kind of me. Obito spoke calmly. Minato Namikaze wore a smile. Very good. Obito has matured quite a bit. Sure enough, keeping Obito by my side was the right choice. With a little more guidance, in the future he will definitely become an outstanding Hokage. Kakashi went blank for a moment, then nodded. You're right. He looked a little dispirited. But I've already forgiven you. The facts prove that you're not trash. The responsibility for failing to protect Rin can't all be blamed on you. I also bear some of it. If I had been strong enough, or if the two of us back then had been as strong as we are now, then those tragedies never would have happened. Minato Namikaze frowned. Enough, Obito. Don't say any more. How did Obito's thinking go off track again the moment no one was paying attention? If this kept developing, Obito might end up becoming someone who worshipped strength above all else. That would be greatly harmful to his future growth. Obito suddenly snapped back to his senses, understood something, and lowered his head to apologize. Minato Namikaze sighed. It seemed necessary to give this child some more psychological counseling and ideological education. 3 days later, Minato Namikaze and the others stood in front of the gate of time and space, saying goodbye to Naruto and Jiraiya. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll come again in 7 days, Kushina said with reddened eyes. Naruto nodded sadly. Even though they had only spent 3 days together, he had already completely accepted Minato and Kushina. Let's go. Minato rubbed Naruto's head, then brought everyone back to their own era. Kakashi-sensei, let's keep training the Flying Thunder God. During the few days Minato Namikaze stayed here, he had already taught Naruto his signature technique, the Flying Thunder God, and even saved Naruto 500,000 points. The Flying Thunder God was extremely expensive, worth the same as the Gate of Time and Space. Of course, Kakashi, who had long been itching for it, had also learned quite a bit from the side. With the support of countless shadow clones, Naruto's 2 days of training were comparable to several years of training for an ordinary person. He was already able to skillfully use the Flying Thunder God, but if he wanted to reach Minato's level, he still needed a lot more practice. Kakashi nodded and went with Naruto to continue training the Flying Thunder God technique. Konoha Year 47. Minato and the others had already returned to Konoha. As night approached, Minato came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's house. After telling Hiruzen the truth about the future destruction of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen let out a sigh. So that's how it is. So something like that will happen in the future. Although the current Uchiha clan was also being pushed to the margins, it was nowhere near as severe as it would become a few years later. But if the system had never appeared, and everything had continued step by step, then after the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha clan would suffer groundless suspicion. In the end, their destruction would only be a matter of time. Minato, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen asked. He had long since been training Minato as his successor, so for some important matters, he still needed to hear his opinion. Minato smiled. Without a doubt, the Uchiha clan is a powerful military force. In the future, I learned that after the Nine-Tails attack, the village's strength dropped sharply. At the same time, we also exhausted ourselves in internal conflict with the Uchiha clan, causing the advantages we won in the Third Great Ninja War to completely vanish. The people of Kimogakure then came to Konoha again to kidnap someone, and even forced Hisashi Hyuga to his death. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted slightly. Hayashi Hyuga's younger brother? The head of the Hyuga branch family? Minato Namikaze nodded solemnly. And we even signed a large number of unequal treaties with Kimogakure. Hiruzen said nothing and silently smoked his pipe. Wrapped in drifting smoke, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Only after a moment did he speak. Minato, if I said I wanted to pass the position of Hokage to you, could you handle it? Minato Namikaze didn't speak, but the resolve in his eyes already answered everything. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally understood the meaning in Minato's gaze and burst into laughter. Good. With you in Konoha, why should we fear that the village cannot prosper? Very good. Once I finish handing over the work, you can officially take office as Hokage. You don't need to be anxious. Within 3 months, the seat of Hokage will be yours. So soon? This left Minato Namikaze a little surprised. This was way too rushed. No way, he and Naruto had barely spent any time together. If he became Hokage, how would he still have time to stay with his son? He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Third Lord, there is no need to rush. I have no thoughts of taking the Hokage position for now. At the very least, within 1 year I don't want to take the seat of Hokage. But if the Third Lord has any instructions, I will complete them at all costs. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately understood and smiled. Alright, then during this time just spend your time properly with Naruto. From the video, he had already learned that Naruto would become an orphan in the future. Minato and Kushina naturally felt guilty toward him. He also understood Minato's thoughts, so he did not force the matter any further. After saying goodbye to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato rushed without stopping to Fugaku Uchiha's house. Fugaku Uchiha was somewhat surprised as he looked at Minato, who had suddenly come to his door. What's wrong, Minato? Minato had not been in the village these past few days, so Fugaku had thought he had gone out on a mission. He had not expected him to return now. Minato laughed. Want you invite me in to sit for a while? Fugaku was a little embarrassed and quickly welcomed Minato inside. What exactly happened? Makoto poured Minato some water and sat on the sofa, teasing 2-year-old Itachi Uchiha. Minato glanced sideways at Itachi Uchiha and sighed inwardly. The child looked refined and delicate, but who would have thought that when he made a move he would be so ruthless? He already knew the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Things were far from what Sasuke had said. If Itachi Uchiha had not raised the butcher's blade back then, the entire Uchiha clan would have been wiped out completely. From another angle, Itachi Uchiha had protected Sasuke Uchiha. But without a doubt, Itachi Uchiha had slaughtered his own clansmen. His crime was monstrous and unforgivable. Minato did not say this directly, or rather, he pushed all the blame onto Danzo. His relationship with Danzo was not good. One could even say they were openly hostile. That guy had not coveted the Nine-Tails inside Kushina for just a day or two. He simply had not dared to make a move because he feared Minato's strength and merits. Damn that Danzo. Fugaku Uchiha smashed the coffee table to pieces in anger. Their clan had given everything for Konoha, yet he had never imagined they would end up like this. Fugaku, you know the priorities here. This matter can't be blamed on Itachi. But don't worry. After I become Hokage, I will do my utmost to ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. You can rest assured on that. Fugaku Uchiha's expression gradually softened. He knew Minato Namikaze disdained telling lies. What he said he would carry out to a certain extent. Is there anything else? After a moment, Fugaku Uchiha gradually calmed down and asked again. Your younger son, Sasuke, he wants to see you both. When he was 7 years old, you were killed by Itachi. All these years he has always been alone, and he has had a very miserable life. Fugaku Uchiha murmured, Sasuke? My younger son? He was very interested in Sasuke and also wanted to go see him. Originally, he wanted to use 500,000 points to buy a spacetime gate and come to this era, but I stopped him. Fugaku looked at Minato with some confusion, then suddenly understood. You mean next time Makoto and I should go over together? Minato smiled and nodded. That's right. The space-time gate can let up to 5 people pass through at once. With just us, that's more than enough. Fugaku and Makoto were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Minato said there was no need for that, then left Fugaku's home. Fugaku stood up and looked with complicated eyes at Itachi Uchiha, who was fast asleep on the sofa. He let out a slow sigh. This child had shown extraordinary scheming since he was young. He knew that once Itachi grew up, he would definitely become someone great. But he had never imagined he would betray his teacher and slaughter his own clan. Still, this matter could not be entirely blamed on him. He gently stroked Itachi Uchiha's head. Bearing the pain of massacring the clan all by himself, that had to be unbearable. Did he leave Sasuke alive for atonement, or to let Sasuke become a hero? This child is incredible. Fugaku Uchiha muttered to himself. Makoto also touched her eldest son's cheek with heartache, nearly hating that old bastard Danzo to death. Fugaku Uchiha began to think deeply. As the clan head of the Uchiha, he had to discover the clan's rising strength. Shisui, Obito, Itachi, and even the not-yet-born Sasuke were all exceptionally gifted. These people all had to be heavily cultivated. At the same time, he had to make them possess an ironclad sense of belonging to the clan. They could be loyal to the village, but they had to be even more loyal to the clan. Very quickly, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the system to play another video again. Everyone was waiting eagerly, hoping to see their own heroic figures appear in the video. I wonder who the main character of this video will be this time? Minato thought to himself. Very soon, the giant light screen projected a huge poster. 16-year-old Sasuke appeared on the poster in stunned surprise. Behind him stood Danzo and the future Kage of the other ninja villages. This time, the main character is Sasuke. Fugaku Uchiha was overjoyed, but he quickly calmed himself down. He wanted to get a good look at the heroic bearing of this younger son of his. But if he ended up seeing his son in a crazed state, then he had no idea what he would think. Konoha Year 63. When Sasuke saw himself appear on the giant poster, his heart surged with excitement. After such a long time, it was finally his turn. He knew it. There was no way his future strength could be this great and he still not make the list. Now it seemed it wasn't he that he wouldn't he appear, only that the time had not yet come. But who was that old man behind him with the eye patch? And why were there several Kage there too? Of course, he recognized one of those Kage. After all, he had already appeared in the first video. Soon, the video title appeared. Sasuke Uchiha wreaks havoc at the 5 Kage summit and kills the 5.5 Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Danzo got killed? Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned, but he quickly reacted. It looked like future Sasuke had already learned the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre and had therefore mercilessly killed Danzo. Judging by the scale of Naruto's increase in strength, Sasuke should be about the same. At that point, he should have possessed considerable power to kill Danzo. Danzo let out a gloomy sigh, so in the end, he still could not escape the fate of death. But what did 5.5 Hokage mean? Could it be that one day he would actually sit in the Hokage position? The scene shifted, and the video began. The Land of Iron had always been a neutral nation. Most 5 Kage summits were held here, and now there was another one. Gaara, the Raikage, Meitarumi, Inoki, and Danzo. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Danzo appear at the 5 Kage summit. They could not understand why it was Danzo, and the title called him the 5.5. Could something have happened to the 5th Hokage? Had she been killed? In the video, Mifune, leader of the Land of Iron, was preparing to elect Danzo as the leader of the allied shinobi forces. But naturally, the Raikage could not agree to that. Though Danzo was secretly delighted, he also understood that things would not end so easily. If they had really agreed that simply, then he would not be called the #1 brute of the ninja world. Why should it be the Hokage? This guy is known as the darkness of the shinobi. How can someone like that be trusted? The Raikage roared angrily. Mifune spoke calmly. Then who do you think it should be? The Raikage answered as if it were only natural. Of course someone from our Kumogakure. Our village doesn't have a single member of Akatsuki. We're far better than the rest of them. There was obvious disdain in his tone. In truth, he had the right to be disdainful. Among all the ninja villages, only Kumogakure had not produced a rogue ninja who joined Akatsuki and brought disaster to the ninja world. Mifune merely gave him a calm glance and said, I understand that rule requires both emotion and strength. But if everything is left to emotion, and people act only through brute force, then the allied shinobi forces will end up just like this table, falling apart into pieces. The Raikage opened his mouth, but had no strength to refute him. This is the most fair and impartial decision I can make as someone from a neutral country. Then Mifune stated his reasons. They were simple and blunt, but also very convincing. But the Raikage still refused to accept it. Meanwhile, Ao of Kirigakure noticed that something was wrong and used the Byakugan he had taken from the Hyuga clan to see through Danzo's abnormality. Uchiha Shirsui's color? Danzo had Uchiha Shirsui's eye power? Ao was shocked and hurried out to report it. The people around them were all stunned. Uchiha Shisui? That genius of ocular jutsu said to be on the same level as Itachi? At this point, everyone also sensed that something was off. Could it be that Danzo had used genjutsu to control Mifune? As expected of that old schemer Danzo. And even more worthy of being called the embodiment of the darkness of the ninja world. Countless ninjas complained inwardly. Once again, they had witnessed what it meant to have absolutely no bottom line. Danzo truly was shameless beyond words. Konoha year 57. Uchiha Itachi's face was gloomy. Sure enough, that old man Danzo was no good. He had no idea whether Big Brother Shisui had seen this video yet, but no matter what, they now had to break away from Danzo. If it really came down to it, they would stand by Lord Hokage's side. They had to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. A way to break free from Danzo while also preventing the Uchiha clan from being exterminated. His eyes lit up. It seemed they could use Big Brother Shirsui's Koto Amatsukami. But, no, he still needed to properly persuade Big Brother Shisui. Only Shirsui's Koto Amatsukami could resolve this kind of deadlock and leave the Uchiha clan free of all future worries. Konoha year 63. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a bitter smile. Danzo. He really would use any means necessary. As long as it was for Konoha's interests, no matter how filthy the deed, Danzo would do it. That was exactly why he was called the darkness of the ninja world. Who knew whether it was right or wrong? Danzo of Root remained silent. He already knew his ending, but before that ending arrived, he still hoped he could truly do something practical for Konoha. That was his sincere wish. Still, he let out a sigh. Shirsui's eye had, to a certain extent, made him who he was, but to a certain extent, it had also restrained him. Just like in the video, Ao, who possessed the Byakugan, could easily see through the difference in the chakra pathways and chakra itself, letting him recognize that it was Shirsui's eye. His situation had become dangerous. In the video, the Reikage flew into a rage. He smashed another punch onto the conference table, nearly shattering the whole thing on the spot, and immediately moved to go KO Danzo. But at that moment, a flower bud-like pod suddenly appeared in the center of the venue. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, White Zetsu revealed his body. He swayed as he spoke in a mocking tone. Hello, Uchiha Sasuke is right here. Everyone, take a guess, where is Sasuke? The moment those words came out, everyone present was stunned. They could hardly believe it. Uchiha Sasuke actually dared to appear here. But the Reikage was furious, because his younger brother had been taken by Sasuke. At least that was what he believed. Let us all go find Sasuke, White Zetsu shouted loudly. But in the next instant, the Reikage had already grabbed him by the neck. Tell me, where's Sasuke? The Reikage roared. But before White Zetsu could say anything, the Reikage crushed his neck and killed him. Then he had used genjutsu to read White Zetsu's memories. After that, the Reikage punched straight through the wall and charged out, while Danzo remained in the venue under Ao of the Mistis Watch. The hidden Sasuke and his group were quickly discovered by the samurai, and the two sides immediately clashed. But those samurai were no match for Sasuke's group at all. Very quickly, they were beaten into collapse. Sasuke was even more ruthless. Every move he made claimed a life. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen samurai had died by his hand. But suddenly, the ceiling collapsed, and the Reikage descended from above. Sasuke showed a look of disdain. Holding a sword of lightning, he charged at the Reikage, with the force of someone who could face 10,000 alone. But before he could even get close to the Reikage, he was driven back by Darui's water release and lightning release. Boss, he really is just like the intel said. He has lightning release. Hidden in the shadows, Karen said worriedly. Has Sasuke's intel been leaked? The one in the middle. That can't be the Reikage, right? Suigetsu felt fear rise in his heart. At the side, see rapidly formed hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning illusion flash of lightning pillar. The entire area instantly turned into a sheet of white. The blinding flash made several of them unable to open their eyes. At the same time, Yugo also fell into the genjutsu. If Sasuke hadn't warned him in time, he probably would have sunk into the illusion and fallen asleep. But in that very instant, Darui and the Reikage, had already reached Sasuke and Yugo. So what if you figured out it was genjutsu? You still can't escape. Their heavy attacks came crashing in, but Sasuke was not alone. Yugo and Suigetsu each blocked one of them, barely managing to hold back the fierce attacks of the Reikage and Darui. Unfortunately, Suigetsu's Executioner's blade broke completely. It should have been damaged back when we fought the Eight Tails. And the Reikage's attacks are too strong, so, Yugo had not even finished speaking, but Suigetsu already understood. His heart ached terribly, but Karen in the distance was just happy that Sasuke had escaped disaster. On this side, Yugo sensed the pressure and fully entered Cursed Seal transformation, truly turning into a monster. At the same time, he also lost his reason. His strength rose dramatically. Looking at the berserk Yugo, the Reikage, said disdainfully, "Don't look down on me." In an instant, he turned into a streak of lightning and attacked Yugo. With a loud boom, Yugo's body was smashed hard into the wall, embedded so tightly that he could not move. Suigetsu was delighted. Good chance. Holding the executioner S-blade, he attacked the Reikage from behind, but unfortunately, Darui blocked it with ease. The two were about evenly matched, and for a moment they actually ended up in a stalemate. Looking at Suigetsu's already broken blade, Darui mocked, "Just because yours is broken doesn't mean I'm giving you mine." What a coincidence, he was also holding a large sword. Suigetsu let out a sneer. His was a top-grade weapon. How could an ordinary ninja tool in Darui's hand compare? Outside the video, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they could not understand why Sasuke wanted to cause such chaos at the 5 Kage summit. Or rather, why Sasuke was so determined to kill Danzo. Was there some inevitable connection here? Konoha Year 63. Sasuke frowned tightly. He was thinking about the connection, but with what he currently knew, it was hard for him to understand. But he was not worried about knowing nothing, because this video would tell him everything. At the same time, he became extremely interested in those few teammates of his. They had risked their lives to protect him. If there was a chance, he could find them. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was smiling with narrowed eyes. How could he possibly fail to recognize his precious few? Those people were all experimental subjects he had carefully kept. But why had they suddenly gathered together? That left him utterly puzzled. Still, he did not care too much. The appearance of this video could be said to have greatly satisfied his curiosity. Even the Sharingan, which he had originally desired so intensely, now no longer seemed all that important. Of course, the key point was that the Sharingan was available for sale in the Sharingan shop. And Orochimaru had a very clear understanding of his own role. Changing history. If something like that happened without his participation, that could only mean history was too fake. He was just that confident, so handsome. At this moment, Karen, still in Orochimaru's secret base, had stars in her eyes. As expected of her, even though she was not that old, her love-struck tendencies were definitely not small. Could this be my future lover? Karen's face turned red as she kept twisting her body around, feeling terribly shy. As for Yugo, he could not understand why he would be staying with Uchiha Sasuke. Logically speaking, without Kimimaro, he might not even stay at Orochimaru's base. Maybe one day he would just secretly run away. But what exactly happened in the future? What exactly happened? Why did Sasuke go up against the Reikage? And why did he want to kill Danzo? In the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi's face remained calm, but his heart suddenly sank. Could it be that what I did was exposed? But who could have said it? Could it have been Madara? A dangerous light appeared in Uchiha Itachi's pitch-black pupils. That damned bastard. He still overestimated him. He had originally thought that man would keep his word. As expected, that guy was a complete bastard. If he ever got the chance, he had to kill him. Killing intent surged wildly in Uchiha Itachi's heart. The two of them had never trusted each other to begin with, and now their relationship had only gotten worse. Year 57 of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku watched the video with a tense expression. The strength of his younger son had truly exceeded his expectations. Judging from the video, Sasuke should still be young. Only 16 or 17 at most, yet his power was not something to look down on. But he was still worried. The Reikage was no minor figure. His lightning release armor and taijutsu had already reached the peak, and his strength was top tier even in the entire ninja world. It would be hard for Sasuke to gain any advantage against him. Hopefully nothing bad would happen. In the video, the Reikage was still confronting Yugo, but suddenly Yugo's appearance changed drastically. A large number of exhaust ports appeared behind him, and in the next instant, he fired a chakra cannon that smashed straight toward the Reikage. In an instant, the entire area was swallowed by white light. At the same time, Sasuke seized the chance and used Genjutsu to control C. Finally killed him. Finally dead. Yugo burst into crazed laughter, but the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. They saw the Reikage charge toward Yugo at lightning speed and slam him away with a single elbow strike, sending him flying several hundred meters before crashing into the wall with a boom. He wasn't injured at all. Sasuke was shocked, and his expression gradually turned grave. He knew that from here on, it would be a direct clash between him and the Reikage. He slowly walked out from the darkness and faced the Reikage directly. Then his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The Kusanagi sword in his hand kept thrusting toward the Reikage's vital points, but unfortunately, the Reikage's taijutsu had already reached the highest level. Sasuke's attacks still hadn't reached the point where they could break his defense. Two lightning release users radiating blue flashes began fighting recklessly across the huge battlefield. It had to be said, Sasuke was ridiculously bold. He competed with Killer Bee in swordsmanship, and with the Reikage in lightning release, he went head-on against the strengths of both brothers. What ordinary person would even have the guts for that? But Uchiha Sasuke did. The chirping of Chidori in Sasuke's right hand echoed through the night sky, while the Reikage struck with Liger Bomb. The two bodies got closer and closer. Sasuke seized the opening, bent his body slightly, and drove Chidori straight toward the Reikage's chest. But what happened next was something he couldn't believe. Chidori stopped right at the Raikage's chest and could not advance any farther. That tough? He knew the Raikage's taijutsu was extraordinary, and that his defense was unmatched across the ninja world, but for his body to be tough enough that even Chidori couldn't pierce it was just too outrageous. The Raikage also understood the principle behind Sasuke's Chidori in a single instant. He coldly said, "You use lightning release to boost your speed and piercing power. It's the same jutsu as Hatake Kakashi's. For it to actually make contact with me while I have lightning release armor. It's an impressive technique." Before Sasuke could even react, the Raikage grabbed his right arm and slammed him into the ground with a boom. Then came another heavy strike. Liger Bomb. Boom! The ground within dozens of meters instantly caved in, and Sasuke's fate was unknown. Is it over? Darui and C were overjoyed, while Karen and the others watched in terror. Sasuke. Karen was filled with worry, but she could still sense Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke was still alive. That made her heart leap with joy again. The scene gradually shifted back to Sasuke and the Raikage. Purple chakra was wrapped all around Sasuke's body, forming a skeletal frame, and his eyes had changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the Raikage, was inwardly alarmed. The Mangekyo Sharingan really did live up to its name. Uchiha Sasuke really is troublesome, the samurai of the land of Ironside. The Raikage and Sasuke were still facing off. Sasuke's left eye kept focusing, and then a streak of blood actually flowed down from the corner of it. The Raikage didn't dare be careless either. He pushed the activation of his chakra to the limit. C had already noticed what the Raikage was planning. So that's it. Lord Raikage wants to use the body flicker technique to evade the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone had different thoughts, but without a doubt, they were all strangely anticipating this battle. Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black flames appeared out of nowhere and flew toward the Raikage, but what shocked everyone was that the Raikage was so fast that he dodged it directly. Amaterasu landed on one of the samurai who had come to support them. So fast. This was the Raikage's body flicker technique? Hidden in the dark, Karen was stunned, then watched in panic as the Raikage flashed right in front of Sasuke in an instant. But Sasuke wasn't some pushover either. He directly spread Amaterasu across his entire Susanoo. The Raikage hesitated for only a single moment, then brought out the full aura of a brute. Don't underestimate the Raikage. Lariat. Bang! That heavy punch smashed directly into Sasuke's neck. Sasuke crashed heavily onto the ground. Even he couldn't believe it. This Raikage was actually this reckless. Didn't he know that charging in directly like that would cost him an arm? Or was he so confident that, even if he lost one arm, it wouldn't matter with his strength? But this was no longer the time to think about that, because the Raikage's next attack was already coming. The blaze release of his right eye kept controlling the shape of Amaterasu, layering it densely over Susanoo. But it had already been said the Raikage was a brute. Even if he ended up severely wounded himself, he still wanted to kill Sasuke. That guy is actually insane, Karen said from the shadows. Sasuke, you absolutely can't let anything happen to you. Year 63 of Konoha. The same thought appeared in the minds of countless people across the ninja world. The Raikage was really too reckless. He clearly knew that thing couldn't be extinguished, yet he still dared to charge straight into it. He really wasn't afraid of getting hurt. TSK. That guy really is a madman. Inoki sighed. In the end, he was old now, and his fighting spirit wasn't what it used to be. No, even when he was young, he probably hadn't been this crazy. He definitely wouldn't have had the courage to crash straight into Amaterasu. That thing was infamous for being hard to deal with. Inside the Akatsuki, Kisame looked toward Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile, Itachi-san, looks like your little brother's ocular power is the same as yours. Uchiha Itachi gave him a calm glance. What's so strange about that? As my younger brother, it doesn't seem excessive for our ocular powers to be the same. Kisame instantly fell silent. He hadn't meant anything special by it. He was just curious. But after being shut down like that by Uchiha Itachi, he really did feel a little uncomfortable. Uchiha Itachi knew very well that the Sharingan was the manifestation of a person's spiritual will. Not to mention brothers, even a father and son might not awaken the same ocular powers. And now, after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had also awakened Amaterasu. Then there was only one possibility. He himself had left Sasuke a trump card. Before Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had sealed Amaterasu into Sasuke's eyes. Using that as the trigger, Sasuke had also gained the power of Amaterasu. But the other ability, the one that controlled the form of Amaterasu, interested him quite a bit. There were times when even he felt Amaterasu was difficult to control. He had also thought about making Amaterasu controllable. But he hadn't expected it to be realized in his younger brother. Year 47 of Konoha, who had not yet become the Raikage, raised his brows, somewhat pleased. He didn't care about his arm. What he cared about was only his strength. Without strength, he couldn't protect the village. Without strength, he couldn't protect his younger brother. And now it seemed that over the next 10 or 20 years, he had definitely not been slacking off. His strength had improved massively. That level of body flicker technique was far faster than what he could do now. The current him couldn't even compare, not by a long shot. Still, when he looked at his own arm burning with flames, there was still some anger in his heart. The Uchiha clan really is troublesome. He sighed. Ever since he was young, he had heard stories about the Uchiha, about the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period, about how he and Hashirama Senju had together brought peace to the era of endless war. He had also heard over and over that Konoha was Kumogakure's greatest enemy, and that among Konoha's forces, the Senju and the Uchiha were the strongest. He had heard those words so many times his ears had practically grown calluses. But now that he had seen this, he no longer dared say those stories he had heard were false. At the very least, the Uchiha brat in the video was indeed quite strong. Late Warring States period. That Uchiha Jr. is pretty strong, Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Uchiha Madara had a faint smile on his face as well. Not bad. Seeing his junior grow so well, the current Madara was actually very pleased. Of course, if he knew that the Uchiha clan would be wiped out in the future, who knew how he would feel then? The evil Uchiha clan. Senju Tobarama muttered under his breath, and Madara's face instantly flushed red. Senju Hashirama immediately roared, "What are you saying, Tobarama? Have you finished the work I gave you?" Tobarama suddenly shivered and gave an awkward laugh. No, what bullshit work. Originally, he had been learning sealing techniques from Mito Uzumaki, but the key problem was that the Uzumaki clan had way too many sealing techniques. He had learned a lot during this period and was feeling a bit tired, so he came to watch the video with his big brother. A moment later, Madara calmed down and spoke flatly, "Hashirama, how is the search for the tailed beasts going?" Hashirama pondered for a moment. How should I put it? If we're talking about finding them, we've already found 3. The 3 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails. Madara raised a brow. What about the 9 tails? There's still no trace of the 9 tails, but no need to worry. There should be news soon. Then what should we do with the tailed beasts you found? Go capture them now? Madara's tone carried some excitement. In a few days. Right now is a critical time for establishing the village. We can't leave. Fine. Madara nodded and looked back up at the video. In the video, the Raikage's heavy blow was about to land on Sasuke, but right at that moment, a stream of quicksand rushed in from the distance and barely blocked Raikage's attack. Sasuke panted heavily and looked at the person who had blocked that hit for him. Gaara? He naturally recognized this kid. The one who had once fought him on equal footing, though he himself had lost. Gaara slowly spoke, "Samurai, stand down. This is a dispute that belongs to ninja." Raikage shouted furiously from the side, "Why are you stopping me? If you don't have a good reason, I won't let you off." Gaara did not get angry. He simply said calmly, "If you keep attacking, those black flames will only erode your body further. And I have something to say to Sasuke." Raikage instantly had nothing to say. He lowered his head and looked at the arm being devoured by Amaterasu, then directly raised his other arm and used sharp lightning release chakra to cut it off. The severed arm wriggled on the ground for a while before quickly turning into a pile of ash. "See, stop the bleeding. Then we'll deal with Uchiha Sasuke." See sighed inwardly. His left eye is Amaterasu, and his right eye is probably an ability that controls changes in Amaterasu's form. What a troublesome guy, Uchiha Sasuke. Looks like B really was captured by him. In the ninja world, there's always someone stronger. Gaara was trying to persuade Sasuke here, but it was obviously useless. At this point, even Naruto couldn't talk him down, much less Gaara. Don't mix personal feelings into this. Right now, you're the Kazekage, Kankuro said from the side. Gaara's current position was not just Naruto's friend. He also represented the Land of Wind, one of the 5 great nations. And the purpose of their coming here was to unite the 5 great nations against the Akatsuki. Sasuke, meanwhile, was part of the Akatsuki. If Gaara showed mercy out of personal feelings, people would criticize him for it. Tears slid from the corners of Gaara's eyes, and a huge amount of sand suddenly surged out from the gourd behind him. I know that. Boom! The purple chakra around Sasuke swelled once more. Susanoo had clearly advanced further, and the two were about to clash again. Sasuke's attack had already arrived. It was still those inextinguishable flames, but fire attacks were clearly at a disadvantage against Gaara. His absolute defense was no empty reputation. Amaterasu burned through the sand, but it could not harm Gaara in the slightest. Can even block Blaze release? Looks like absolute defense is still there. He was not mocking Gaara. He had always thought Gaara's absolute defense was power bestowed by Shikaku, but now that Shikaku had already been extracted, Sasuke had assumed Gaara had lost that defense. But what he could never have imagined was that Gaara's absolute defense was his mother's protection. Gaara remained expressionless and ignored Sasuke, while on Karen's side, she had also sensed Danzo's presence. But there were simply too many powerful people around, so Karen hesitated. But the people here no longer wanted to waste words. Darui was the first to rush forward. I'll help. San Ninja, I'll attack first. You keep going. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Storm release. Laser circus. Red secret technique. Machine triple shot. A puppet shaped like Sasori of the Red Sand suddenly launched forward with an attack. Great sickle weasel. Sand drizzle barrage. The powerful techniques of all four directly blasted toward Uchiha Sasuke, yet Sasuke's expression did not change at all, as if he had everything under control. Booming explosions rang out non-stop, and thick smoke and dust covered everything around them. Sasuke. Inside and outside the video, voices cried out at the same time, all afraid something had happened to Sasuke. But very soon, Sasuke revealed himself. His Susanoo had already grown to more than 20 meters tall, and the purple chakra cast the surrounding space in a glow so unbelievable it was hard to comprehend. The four stared at Uchiha Sasuke, completely unharmed, and could not believe it. Sasuke spoke proudly, Gaara, this is an absolute defense above yours. The third power that only an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes can activate. Susanoo. His expression was full of pride. Proud of being a member of the Uchiha clan. Konoha year 57. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sasuke struggling through battle, and his heart was bleeding. Uchiha Mikoto had already broken into loud sobs. Why had it become like this? Why was Sasuke all alone? Why wasn't Itachi there? And where were they? How could they let Sasuke face such brutal enemies? He was still so young, still so adorable. Fortunately, Itachi had already coaxed little Sasuke to sleep. Otherwise, if little Sasuke saw this scene, who knew whether he would develop a fear of ninja? He looked at his younger brother Sasuke, standing straight and gazing down on all his enemies, and his eyes were filled with guilt. With his intelligence, he naturally understood that the future in the video was the future where he had massacred the Uchiha clan. And Sasuke being so obsessed with killing Danzo was probably because he had already learned that Danzo had pushed everything from behind the scenes. He wanted revenge, whether for himself or for the clan. He kept emphasizing that he was from the Uchiha clan. He was proud of the Uchiha power he possessed. At that thought, Uchiha Itachi felt deeply miserable inside, and he became even more determined to protect the clan. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Raza looked at Gaara with a complicated expression. Gaara's face was flushed red, as if he had sensed his own meaning. Yashimaru held him from the side, feeling excited. Sister, this child is truly amazing. Perhaps that plan doesn't need to be carried out anymore. Raza muttered to himself. Gaara's future growth had completely shocked him. Had he really succeeded in controlling the One-Tail? Of course, he had also noticed something wrong. That was, Gaara had become Kazekage at such a young age, which meant he himself probably did not have many years left to live. In his plans, the position of Kazekage had never been meant for Gaara. If he were still alive, then it would be even more impossible for the title to fall to Gaara. But it did not matter. As long as the village could become better. He glanced at Gaara. If this child could grow up healthy, then maybe it would not be so bad for him to live a little less. Karura. Maybe you were right. Your absolute defense is flawless. Konoha year 63. As expected, Susanoo has already been awakened. Uchiha Itachi said, a trace of excitement flashing through his eyes. As expected of Myotudo, you really have grown so much. Although the completion level of his Susanoo was not as high as Itachi's, Uchiha Itachi was now still confident that Sasuke would not be easily killed in this battle. Itachi's little brother. Huh? Quite a good talent. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito wore a smile on his face. He's worth cultivating. But Itachi really is a nuisance. He curled his lip in disdain, but he no longer feared Itachi now. In terms of ocular power, he now had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. To a certain extent, that completely crushed Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. On top of that, he also had intangibility and Susanoo, so he wasn't scared of Itachi at all. If Itachi really refused to appreciate the favor, then it wasn't impossible for him to send Itachi onto a dead end ahead of time. Did that guy Uchiha Itachi really think he didn't know about all those years of secretly feeding intelligence to Konoha? Ridiculous. In the video, Gaara's eyes were filled with shock. The power of darkness. At this moment, Sasuke looked so similar to the old him. But unlike Naruto, he couldn't pull him back. For that, all Gaara could say was, sorry.
Kankuro sight.
As expected, there's always something hidden about the Uchiha. The smile on Sasuke's lips grew even more wild as he controlled Susanoo's gigantic right arm and smashed it into the stone pillar. With a boom, the pillar was instantly reduced to dust. In an enormous underground cavern like this, once the ceiling collapsed, they would all be buried alive. This is bad. If this keeps going, the ceiling is going to collapse. The samurai shouted. But the Raikage and Gaara's expressions didn't change. Broken rocks kept falling from above, while the ground below kept sinking in. The ground beneath Karen's feet also collapsed in an instant, and her body fell uncontrollably. But at that moment, Susanoo's huge arm grabbed her and threw her to a safe spot. Karen looked at Sasuke with lingering fear and pushed up her glasses. Did you find Danzo? Yes. But there are too many strong people around him. It doesn't matter. Lead the way. But what about Yugo and Danzo? Sasuke slowly walked up to Karen, his gaze incomparably cold. Don't worry about them. Lead the way. Karen trembled as she stood up. She couldn't believe why Sasuke had become like this, but she still led the way from the front. The scene shifted to the 5 Kage summit. Ao's heart tightened. He sensed an enormous killing intent. Yes, here. He shouted in panic. At the same time, the cloth canopy above Danzo was sliced apart by the Kusanagi sword, and Sasuke's face gradually appeared. Everyone present turned their eyes toward this last survivor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha year 63, Akatsuki. This brat got guts. He actually dares face the old man head-on. Deidara sneered. This kid was seriously the most iron-headed person he had ever seen. He actually dared to barge into a place like the 5 Kage summit, not to mention that before this, he had already exchanged blows with both the Raikage and the Kazekage. All Uchiha are lunatics. He spoke again in annoyance. Ever since Uchiha Itachi had used Genjutsu to subdue him, he had felt an inexplicable dislike toward the Uchiha clan. And now that he knew this brat in front of him was Itachi's younger brother, there was no need to say more. His heart was filled with violent killing intent. You're just too weak, Sasori of the Red Sand mocked from the side. If I'm not seeing things, the puppet master next to that Kazekage brat is using. Looks like you, doesn't he it? Deidara said. First, he thought he had seen it wrong, but in the end, he realized it really was Sasori's appearance. Sasori of the Red Sand's face turned red like pig liver. He gave a muffled snort and stopped talking. There was no helping it. Deidara's bastard mouth was right. That really might be his body. Puppet masters all had one strange habit. Turning the corpses of their enemies into puppets for their own use. Wasn't he himself exactly like that? The countless puppets under him were almost all enemies who had made a grudge with him. Other puppet masters were pretty much the same, so he had no right to laugh at Deidara. After all, he had been defeated by a junior. But the people of Konoha could clearly feel that Sasuke had changed. The Sasuke in the video and the current Sasuke were completely like two different people. Sasuke, if you turn into that now, do you think I can beat you up? Naruto asked. Sasuke curled his lip and said disdainfully, why? Because you act too cool. Does that even count as a reason? It does. Naruto nodded as if it were only natural. So don't become like that in the video, or I really will beat you up. Maybe you'll even lose an arm or a leg. Sasuke curled his lip. Of course not. He already had many ways to gain power now, and he didn't feel much jealousy anymore toward Naruto having power, so he probably wouldn't become like the one in the video. But the key question was why he had become like that in the video. He believed Danzo would give him the answer. In the video, Sasuke's face appeared before everyone. That slightly sinister face of his seemed like nothing special even in front of so many Kage. He stared fixedly at Danzo's face. Then his figure flashed and he slashed out with one blade. But Mifune was faster and directly blocked Sasuke with a single slash. Meanwhile, Danzo used the chaos to escape. Ao immediately chased after him. And when Sasuke saw Danzo fleeing, he intended to pursue him at once. Inoki sat there and spoke blandly. My back hurts. Do whatever you want. Clearly, the old man intended to sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. TCH. Sasuke felt irritated inside. He called Karen and immediately chased out. But in an instant he sensed a scorching temperature from behind. He twisted his body and barely dodged the Mizukage's attack. But the large hole the Raikage had blasted out earlier had already been sealed by Mei Terumi. So this is Lord Mizukage's lava release. Mei Terumi lightly wiped her mouth and smiled faintly. The Akatsuki that treated the fourth Mizukage like a toy and ravaged Kirigakure. Looking closely, the men of the Uchiha clan really are handsome. Thanks for the praise, countless Uchiha men thought to themselves in delight. On this point, countless Uchiha men were in perfect unspoken agreement that this woman truly had good taste. The men of the Uchiha clan were handsome, and the women were beautiful. No helping it. Their genes were just superior. Sasuke slowly turned his head. His original three-tomo Sharingan had also changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He glared at Mei Terumi. Stop getting in my way. But Mei Terumi was not that easy to talk to. What a pity. Such a handsome guy. At the very least, let me give you a melting hot kiss. Karen instantly exploded. She is obviously just an old hag. Mei Terumi had already stood up and formed hand seals with both hands. Her lava release immediately covered Sasuke. But fortunately, Sasuke opened Susanoo in time and blocked the attack. But Chojuro's strike directly sent Sasuke flying out of the room, slamming heavily into the ground. It hurts. Every cell in his body hurts. This was the side effect of Susanoo. If it was used for too long, this was what happened. This wasn't even his complete form yet. And it already hurt this much. Just what had Itachi gone through? The moment he raised his head, he discovered that the area around him had once again been sealed off by the Mizukage. This is bad. That was the only thought in his mind. If the stalemate continued, Danzo would get farther and farther away. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. Sasuke had just wanted to counterattack. But Susanu's side effects were simply too strong. The body that had just stood up instantly collapsed again, and the mist also invaded the inside of Susanu, corroding Sasuke's body. Is this acidic mist? Just as Meitarumi was about to step forward and finish him off, her body suddenly underwent a strange change. But it wasn't just her. Everyone who had originally been in the meeting room was covered with white spores. And this thing grew by absorbing chakra, making ordinary methods hard to deal with. Even though Meitarumi had repeatedly tried to hatch them with acid, she still had no way to destroy them. And the white spores gradually turned into white zetsu and wrapped around Sasuke's body, restoring his chakra. My chakra is recovering? Even Sasuke himself couldn't believe that white zetsu actually had such an effect. A moment later, with a loud bang, the wall shattered once more. He was going to take Karen away. Losing Karen would no doubt mean losing his most important eyes. Sasuke, are you okay? Karen shouted, her worry obvious. Meanwhile, Inoki and his son Akatsuchi were also preparing to join the fight. Akatsuchi spat out a giant rock golem from his mouth, breaking the spore technique, while Inoki used earth release, weighted rock technique to destroy the white zetsu. Inoki floated in the air and spoke calmly. Seems like you're the one who took care of that brat Deidara. In a way, you helped our Iwagakure deal with a rogue ninja, so I should be thanking you. But all the ninja here want you dead, so sorry about that. So, goodbye. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A massive white cube engulfed Sasuke's body. In an instant, his body vanished. Sasuke's chakra. It's gone. Karen's voice trembled. Of course it is. His body was practically shattered at the molecular level. You're next. Inoki looked coldly at the pale-faced Karen, his tone icy. At the same time, the Raikage A and Gaara-S group also rushed over. Old man, where is Sasuke? I turned him to ashes. Raikage A instantly exploded in anger. What are you doing? That was my kill. This bastard had actually stolen his prey, making Raikage A extremely unhappy. No need to worry, you'll still get your chance. An extremely hollow voice came from the distorted space. The mysterious masked man's figure gradually appeared, and Sasuke was slung over his shoulder. My name is Madara Uchiha. My name is Madara Uchiha. The masked man slowly emerged from the void, carrying a half-dead Uchiha Sasuke on his shoulder. I'm here to briefly introduce my plan. The Eye of the Moon. Madara Hies finally appeared. Everyone's eyes locked tightly onto the masked man. Some were horrified, some were trembling with fear, and some were full of disdain. Madara Uchiha had been dead for so many years. Now just anyone could jump out and pretend to be Madara Uchiha. At Konoha's founding, Madara Uchiha sensed the strange look in Tobirama Senju's eyes and said calmly, "That's not me." Hashirama Senju also nodded. "That's right. That's not Madara." Tobirama Senju was practically about to start cursing. "Big brother, who exactly is your little brother? And who is your family? Why are you always taking other people's side?" Madara would never wear a mask. Madara Uchiha was extremely arrogant by nature. How could he possibly be willing to put a mask on his own face? As Madara Uchiha, that face itself was his source of pride. He had absolutely no reason to cover up his heroic looks. Of course, that was just what Hashirama Senju thought. Tobirama Senju curled his lip, full of disdain. So what? Maybe Madara Uchiha had lived for so many years and wanted to try a different lifestyle? More importantly, big brother, why are you so eager to defend Madara Uchiha? I haven't even said anything yet. Konoha year 47. Obito Uchiha stared fixedly at the masked man. Bastard. You've finally shown yourself. No wait. That meant he was cursing himself. But he couldn't help it. This traitorous piece of trash had caused his teacher and teacher's wife to die, and had filled Naruto's childhood with pain. No matter what, Obito could never forgive this bastard. Sensei, next time you go to year 63, take me with you, Obito Uchiha said hatefully. Minato was stunned for a moment, then understood Obito's decision and could only nod helplessly. Alright, but once we get there, you have to listen to me so nothing unexpected happens. Obito nodded. Listen to you? As if, I'm definitely going to teach that guy a proper lesson. I'll make him understand that the Obito Uchiha Rin wanted to protect is absolutely not this kind of Obito Uchiha. At the same time, I'll avenge Sensei. Of course, getting revenge while not following his teacher's orders was a bit awkward. In the Akatsuki of Konoha year 63, Itachi Uchiha's face looked ugly. As expected, that guy Madara had already made contact with Sasuke. Judging by this, the him at that time was already dead. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Madara Uchiha to come into contact with Sasuke. But he also hadn't expected that masked man to be so powerful, able to evade the backup measure he had left behind. Even though it hadn't reached that point yet, Itachi knew that in the final moments of his battle with his younger brother, he would definitely leave something behind on Sasuke to deal with Madara Uchiha. But clearly, That backup measure had failed. Sasuke had still gotten mixed up with Madara Uchiha. And, just as he had thought, Sasuke really had learned something. That was why he kept biting down on Danzo and refusing to let go. And all of it had most likely been told to him by the Madara Uchiha in front of him. Konoha, that masked man really does know something. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He had to find this man. He already knew that this person was Kakashi-sensei's close friend, Obito Uchiha. But if he wanted to find him, he would still have to wait until the video ended and he obtained his reward. At the very least, he had to gain power on the same level as him. Otherwise, even if he found him, he would only get beaten down. Now the masked man Obito was going to have it rough. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and little Obito Uchiha, all three of them wanted to find him. No matter which one found him first, it would probably be a huge problem. Of course, right now he had no mood to think about that. Instead, he was wondering why he had appeared at the 5 Kage summit with Sasuke and even pulled Sasuke into the Akatsuki. Could it be that the Akatsuki had no one left to use? Or had they all been wiped out? In the video, Raikage ignored the masked man and instead said, "So the Hokage already escaped. That's right. It's all Sasuke's fault." Lightning burst all over Raikage's body as he instantly charged forward. His heavy punch passed straight through the masked man's body. Why? Raikage's face was filled with shock. He simply couldn't understand why his attack had suddenly passed through. The space in front of the masked man twisted again, and Sasuke's body was slowly sucked inside. Hand Sasuke over. The Raikage roared furiously, but he didn't dare charge in recklessly. Attacking before understanding the enemy's ability was a major taboo among ninja. The masked man said calmly, "Then listen carefully to what I have to say. Calm down a little, Raikage. There's no loss in hearing him out," Inoki said. He had once crossed paths with Madara Uchiha. Although he had only been crushed, he had a feeling that the person before him was not Madara Uchiha. Or rather, he did not carry the aura that belonged only to Madara Uchiha. The masked man moved behind Karen and absorbed her inside as well. "Kill Sasuke properly." Then the masked man slowly began to speak. "Bringing Sasuke here was my goal. Originally, I only wanted him to train his ocular power a little, and while he was at it, capture a few Kage as hostages. But now it seems that was asking too much of him." Inoki asked in confusion, "Someone as powerful as you, why do you need to go around in circles? With your abilities, you should be able to carry out any plan you want." "Not bad, old man. You've got good eyes." Madara Uchiha from the Warring States era ignored Tobirama, Senju's murderous gaze and smiled proudly. The masked man also seemed a little pleased with himself. "I was heavily injured in my battle with Hashirama Senju. To be frank, right now I'm just an empty shell. I don't have any power at all. So that's your plan to let yourself recover? You could say that, but that's not all there is to it." He slowly sat down. "Since I'm going to be talking for a while, I'll sit first." That arrogant posture made everyone furious, but no one dared act rashly. The man before them claimed to be Madara Uchiha, one of the two heroes of the ninja world. His strength was terrifying beyond measure. Even if he himself said he had no power at all right now, no one believed him. One careless move and they could die on the spot. He slowly raised one finger and said calmly, "Everything will become one with me." Those words left everyone confused and unable to understand. The Uchiha have a stone tablet passed down from generation to generation. It is still buried beneath Konoha. On it are the secrets left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Without the corresponding ocular power, it cannot be deciphered. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan. Different ocular powers reveal different contents. Inoki said, "What you're saying is getting more and more bizarre. The Sage of Six Paths and all that." In the traditional thinking of people in the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths was a figure from legend, not a real historical figure of the ninja world. "You're getting off topic. What does your plan have to do with the Sage of Six Paths?" Raikage leaped up and gradually moved closer to the masked man. "Why would he become a legend, and even be worshipped as the god of shinobi? That is the purpose behind me and his connection." He slowly unfurled an ancient scroll. The Sage of Six Paths once existed in this world, and he resolved a gigantic monster. The Ten Tails. That's right, Gaara, you were once a part of that monster. It was the aggregate of all the tailed beasts, possessing the most powerful chakra. Shikaku, Gaara's one tail, the two tails of Kimogakure, the blazing monster cat, Yujito, the previous Mizukage's three tails, Rashi of Lava Release the four tails, and also Kimogakure's eight tails, Killer Bee, as well as Konoha's Demon Fox, the nine tails. These tailed beasts are nothing more than chakra dispersed from the Ten Tails. The Sage of Six Paths protected the world from the Ten Tails and developed the Jinchuriki sealing system. That's right, the Sage of Six Paths was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He saved humanity from the Ten Tails. But after his death, the excessively powerful and evil chakra of the Ten Tails would definitely cause chaos again, so he split its chakra into 9 parts. But the shell of the Ten Tails was sent to the moon. "So you want to control the Ten Tails' power?" Mifune spoke. "That's right. I will become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and then activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi? What is that? A powerful genjutsu that projects my eye onto the moon. I will control everyone inside the genjutsu and truly achieve peace. Everyone will become one with me. False peace is false in the end. What meaning is there in living in a world like that? The Kage argued back with all their might. None of them agreed with such a proposal. The masked man let out a cold laugh. Then what exactly have you 5 Kage contributed? Deep down you understand it too. There is no hope in this world. Hope is no different from giving up. Hope itself is just a perfunctory word. Then his tone turned cold. Hand over the 9 tails and the 8 tails and assist my plan. Otherwise there will only be war. Only then did the Raikage A react. Killer B had run off. That bastard actually made me worry this much. How could that be? That's my little brother. At this moment the few of them stood firmly on the same side. Not a single one was willing to hand over the tailed beasts to the masked man. The masked man slowly stood up, placing one foot on the tall chair. Although I personally have no power, I possess the tailed beasts collected up to this point. Gaara spoke firmly. We will never give up hope. The masked man smiled. Very good. Then, the 4th Great Ninja War. I hereby declare war. Next time, we'll meet on the battlefield. His figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind only the bewildered crowd. I once again announced that the 4th Great Ninja War has begun here. The voice was deafening, shocking the entire ninja world. The 4th Great Ninja War had started so sloppily? Back when they first heard in the first video that Naruto had become the hero who ended the 4th Great Ninja War, they had already been wondering why the so-called 4th Great Ninja War had started in the first place. Now it seemed the source of the war was actually this hasty and laughable. For an unattainable dream, for the sake of dragging everyone into a massive genjutsu, he had actually started a war. What exactly did that guy treat human lives as expected of Uchiha Madara? Inoki let out a bitter laugh. This style really did have Uchiha Madara's flair. That overwhelming pressure, that unrestrained contempt for everything, no matter how one looked at it, that masked man was Uchiha Madara. But with Uchiha Madara's proud temperament, how could he possibly wear such a ridiculous mask? It was hard to understand. At the founding of Konoha, Tobirama Senju glared viciously at Uchiha Madara. See? So it really was you who stirred up the 4th Great Ninja War. Before this, I was still wondering who could possibly drag the entire ninja world into war. Uchiha Madara's expression turned ugly. I've said it many times. That person is not me. If you keep slandering me out of thin air, then even if Hashirama is here, I'll still teach you a proper lesson. His own younger brother had died by this man's hand, and on top of that, this guy had provoked him again and again. He had long since found Tobirama Senju unpleasant. If it weren't for Konoha's greater good, he probably would have secretly dealt with this bastard long ago. The way he kept jumping around in front of him every day was truly an eyesore. Tobirama Senju's face flushed red. Yet he had no idea how to refute him. Uchiha Madara was not wrong. The person in the video really was not Uchiha Madara. Just based on height alone. After clashing with Uchiha Madara for so many years, how could he not tell that the man in the video was 3 to 5 centimeters taller than the real Uchiha Madara? Seeing the two of them at each other's throats again, Hashirama Senju could only feel helpless. He changed the subject and said, Madara, was what that person said in the video true? Does the Uchiha clan really have a stone tablet that has been passed down through generations? Uchiha Madara nodded. It's true. Originally, I planned to move it over when the entire Uchiha clan relocated to Konoha. You mean it's still with the Uchiha clan now? That's right. Even with my ocular power, I could only make out part of it, Uchiha Madara said calmly. He was not worried about others learning of the Uchiha stone tablet, because no one else had the ocular power of the Sharingan, let alone the advanced Mangekyo. Konoha Year 63. Sasuke could no longer suppress his emotions. He wanted to go back and find that so-called Uchiha stone tablet. Perhaps what was inside could completely resolve his doubts. But the video had not finished playing yet, so he still had to wait a little longer. However, he only had a Tomo Sharingan right now. The amount he could decipher would definitely be very limited. It seemed he would still have to wait until after receiving the reward before he could perfectly decipher the secrets of the Uchiha stone tablet. As for the masked man's bullshit 4th Great Ninja War, he had no interest in it at all. What interested him now was the reason Itachi had done all that, and where he was now. Konoha Year 47. Minato had already found Fugaku with Obito. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku naturally knew the location of the Uchiha stone tablet. They planned to decipher the so-called Uchiha stone tablet after the video finished playing. They wanted to see exactly what secrets were hidden inside. As for Uchiha Madara, who was hiding in the darkness, his face was full of smiles. Sure enough, this guy was the successor he had been searching for. And it looked like his ability was quite good too. The only question was which descendant of the Uchiha he was. Whether he could still trick him over now was another matter. However, He knew that he could no longer guarantee success in fooling the masked man. Too much of the plan had already been exposed. Even if he found another backup plan, it might not be enough to resolve everything as intended and successfully pave the way for the infinite Tsukuyomi. It was still necessary to change the plan a little. Black Zetsu, are you going to talk or not? Immediately, the aged Madara turned with an angry face toward Black Zetsu, whom he had imprisoned. Black Zetsu said helplessly, "What exactly do you want me to say? I really don't know anything. I'm only the manifestation of your will. If even you don't know, then how could I possibly know?" Black Zetsu looked innocent, assuming one could even see his expression. In reality, he was already cursing this system to death in his heart. If not for that giant screen appearing out of nowhere, everything could have proceeded according to his plan. Everything would have advanced as normal, and he would have been able to save his mother. But now, before things had even happened, before the plan had fully unfolded, part of his plan had already been exposed. How could he not hate it? In the video, the scene shifted. After a series of events unfolded, Danzo arrived at a large bridge. After Obito dealt with Danzo's two subordinates with lightning speed, he entered the Kamui dimension. "Let me out!" Sasuke, whose injuries had already recovered, shouted anxiously. The masked man smiled. "It's about time. I've left you a big gift outside." Then, using his ocular power, the masked man, Sasuke, and Karen appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo was visibly shocked. "Uchiha Sasuke," but he quickly calmed down and slowly unwrapped the white cloth wrapped around his arm. "Forget it. It makes no difference anyway." Sasuke didn't move at all. He just watched Danzo's actions. A moment later, Danzo's right arm was gradually exposed, and Sasuke's pupils instantly shrank. "What's going on with your arm?" "That's a long story." His right arm was covered in scarlet Sharingan. Every single eye was still spinning, looking incomparably horrifying. All the Uchiha clan members were enraged, wishing they could tear him apart and eat his flesh alive. This bastard. Just how many Uchiha had to be killed to fill one arm with Sharingan? Uchiha Madara was so furious that he directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Right now, he didn't yet have the extreme mindset he would have later, and he still cared deeply about his clansmen. If Danzo dared appear in front of him, he believed he would definitely make him die in the most painful way possible. He called Danzo? From the Shimura clan? Danzo was born before Konoha was founded. During Konoha's early days, Danzo would only have been around 8 or 9 years old, and the Shimura clan had been one of the first few clans to submit to Konoha. They still knew a little about the younger members of the Shimura clan. Tobirama Senju nodded. He might dislike the Uchiha clan, but he would absolutely never do something like this. "Calm down, Madara. Watch the video first," Hashirama Senju urged. He was genuinely afraid Uchiha Madara would wipe out the Shimura clan in a fit of rage. Uchiha Madara forcefully suppressed his anger and could only look back at the video. In the video, Sasuke let out a cold snort. "Enough. There's no need to hear it. I've already decided to kill you, but before that I want to ask you one thing. Was it you, together with Konoha's higher-ups, who had Uchiha Itachi wipe out my clan?" But Shimura Danzo was no obedient child who would just listen to him talk. He formed hand seals with both hands and immediately used wind release to rush at Sasuke, smashing a punch into his abdomen. Danzo, who had thought victory was already in his grasp, revealed a smile. But very quickly, that smile froze on his face. A purple skeleton blocked the blow in front of Sasuke's abdomen, making Danzo's fist unable to move forward even an inch. A thought he found impossible surged into his mind. Whoosh! Sasuke's Susanoo immediately unfolded, and a giant Susanoo arm instantly grabbed Danzo's body. "So it really is Susanoo," he said with difficulty, and the masked man who had been watching the whole time finally spoke again after a long silence. "Oh? So this is Sasuke's Susanoo? Doesn't he look bad? I'll ask you one more time. Was it you, together with Konoha's higher-ups, who had Uchiha Itachi wipe out my clan?" His tone was growing more and more impatient, and more furious. But Danzo still remained silent. "I'm asking you." The enraged Sasuke applied even greater force, directly crushing Danzo until he coughed up blood. Danzo spoke faintly. "Originally, I thought that guy Itachi was someone who could keep a secret, but I didn't expect that before dying he told you everything. Looks like, sure enough, only you are special." Sasuke's pupils trembled non-stop. He thought of what the masked man had told him. He thought of what Uchiha Itachi had said on the night of the massacre. Suddenly, he realized just how laughable he had been. So it was all true. He muttered. His Susanoo became even larger, gradually evolving toward a more complete form, while Danzo struggled to gasp for breath. The ninja world doesn't only have light. It also has darkness. Many people survive hidden in that darkness. Not just Itachi, but he was a hero of Konoha, while you, who twisted Itachi's will, are nothing but a traitor to Konoha. With a bang, Danzo's body instantly turned into a mist of blood and scattered through the air. Scarlet blood slowly flowed down the Susanoo and onto the ground. You are not allowed to talk about Itachi again. So there really is something hidden here. Uchiha Sasuke stared tightly at the giant screen, blood vessels already bulging in his eyes. Itachi, what exactly have you been hiding from me? Uchiha Sasuke was furious. Right now, he only had one thought, to find Uchiha Itachi and personally ask him why. Why, when their father and mother had treated him so well, and the clansmen had treated him so well, did he still kill them all? Sasuke, calm down. Kakashi hurriedly tried to persuade him. Once this guy got emotional, his chakra would start bursting out wildly, almost like Naruto. If Sasuke didn't currently have so little chakra, Kakashi probably would have been blown away again. Sigh. Having low chakra really hurts. Sasuke gradually calmed down. He also knew there was no point in helplessly raging here. He still had to wait until the video ended, obtain power, and then personally find that man. Uchiha Itachi let out a sigh. Sasuke still found out. From his memories, he already knew that all of this had been told to Sasuke by the masked man. What a pain. If only he had known earlier. Sigh. No point saying more now. In the video, Sasuke crushed Danzo to death with his own hands. He let out a long breath, feeling like his whole life had become much lighter. But before he could feel happy for long, Danzo's voice suddenly came from behind him. Next comes a battle of ocular power. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed fiercely towards Susanoo. A kunai against Susanoo? Not just Sasuke. Even the people of the ninja world were all dumbfounded. The hardness of Susanoo was well known to everyone. Some even called it a different kind of absolute defense. And now, Danzo was actually using a metal kunai to stab Susanoo? Did a donkey kick your head or something? If that thing could be pierced by a kunai, what would all those powerful ninja even amount to? Every Uchiha who had awakened Susanoo was mocking Danzo. Not only was this guy old, even his brain had degenerated. If Susanoo were really that easy to break through, then Madara would have been beaten to death by Hashirama long ago. There wouldn't even be an Uchiha clan merging into Konoha. So it really is Susanoo. Seeing his plan fail, Danzo quickly retreated. But Sasuke was clearly still in a dazed state. Why? That guy had definitely died just now. Still, his reaction was fast. Susanoo delivered another heavy blow and directly smashed Danzo into the ground. As a sensory-type ninja, Karen was even more able to detect the change in Danzo. It's the real one. The chakra is exactly the same. It's not a shadow clone. But Danzo really did die just now. What exactly is going on? The people of the ninja world were equally confused. Could this Danzo really have the power to come back from the dead? Or did he possess some kind of immortality? If not, then why was he so hard to kill? They had seen those two heavy strikes clearly. Danzo had absolutely died. There was no chance at all he could have survived. Yet now, Danzo was standing in front of them alive and well again. How were they supposed to believe it? At the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He seemed to have realized something. A Danzo with an entire arm full of Sharingan really might be able to use that jutsu. But how did he learn it? Did some Uchiha teach him? No. Even an ordinary Uchiha shouldn't have been able to use such a high-level ninjutsu. So what exactly was going on? Konoha, year 63. Hiruzen Sarutobi kept puffing on his tobacco pipe. When he first saw Sasuke's strength, he had thought Danzo was definitely dead. Never had he imagined that Danzo would actually have such a life-saving trump card. And that arm full of Sharingan. Looks like his relationship with Orochimaru wasn't too shallow at all. Who knows where that brat has run off to now? Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, feeling utterly helpless. In the video, Sasuke kept probing Danzo, killing him again and again. Amaterasu and Susanoo were both used repeatedly, to the point that even the masked man was getting speechless. Amaterasu, then Susanoo. Just to test Danzo's ability? You'll wear yourself out. But how could Sasuke possibly listen to advice? His desire to kill Danzo was incomparably intense. Even if he broke himself apart, he would still make sure Danzo died without a burial place. At the same time, Karen also discovered that every time Danzo revived, one of the Sharingan on his arm would close. Amaterasu, it really has been a long time, so you really did inherit Itachi's power. I told you, you are not allowed to talk about Itachi again. Danzo said coldly, you may be brothers and possess the same power, but the resolve in your eyes is worlds apart. To you, the truth about Itachi was never important. You're just venting your hatred and anger however you please. All you're doing is wasting the sacrifice of the Uchiha clan. That twisted logic made Sasuke so furious his face nearly twisted. You have no right to speak about the Uchiha clan. The two clashed again. Dust instantly filled the battlefield as Sasuke's Kusanagi sword kept sweeping through the smoke around him. But Danzo's wind-release shuriken were truly powerful, making it hard for Sasuke to deal with them for a short time. Still, Sasuke soon found an opening. But Danzo's hand speed was even faster. He grabbed Sasuke by the throat in one move. However, the wind-release shuriken Danzo had thrown earlier was brought back by Sasuke's hawk, and it directly sliced off Danzo's arm. With a bang, the Kusanagi sword slashed straight at his neck. Danzo died once again. The sharp-eyed Karen once more saw one of the Sharingan on Danzo's south arm close. Just as expected, in only a few breaths, the dead Danzo was standing up high again. Sasuke's Mangekyo was opened wide, staring fixedly at Danzo. In the next instant, Danzo saw Uchiha Itachi behind him. But such a mere genjutsu was useless against Danzo. Or rather, Sasuke's genjutsu was far too low level. He rushed in front of Sasuke, expressionless. Sasuke raised the Kusanagi sword and was about to cleave him down. But unfortunately, his body suddenly could not move. A sealing jutsu? Was it from that moment? In the distance, the masked man was startled and stood up, ready to rescue Sasuke at any time. And when Karen discovered Sasuke couldn't move, she charged forward directly. But with her strength, she was kicked away with a single strike and slammed heavily onto the ground. Why did Itachi leave trash like you alive? I don't understand. Look, Itachi. What he has become now is your only failure. He snatched the Kusanagi sword from Sasuke's hand and slashed straight at Sasuke's neck. Danzo, how dare you? Outside the video, Uchiha Itachi shouted anxiously, not caring at all that Kisame was still beside him. That was his only younger brother. Seeing him about to be killed by Danzo like this, how could he not panic? That damned bastard. I should have gotten rid of him long ago. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was filled with regret. With his strength, dealing with Danzo would have been easy. But because his heart belonged to Konoha, he had always held a certain awe toward Konoha's higher-ups. That was why Danzo had managed to live until now. Itachi-san, are you alright? Kisame spoke with a faint smile. Sure enough, there was something hidden between those two brothers. No wonder the masked man had told him to keep an eye on Itachi. Uchiha Itachi let out a deep breath, glanced at him indifferently, and said, I'm fine. Then he looked back at the video again. But the development of events was always unexpected. Relying on his own willpower, Sasuke summoned Susanoo once again, and with his hatred, he made Susanoo evolve further. This Susanoo feels completely different from before. Danzo was alarmed inside, but his body retreated quickly, because he knew that once Sasuke activated Susanoo, he was naturally standing in an undefeated position. Sure enough, in the next moment, Sasuke's body moved again, and Susanoo fired an arrow from its bow at Danzo. Not good. There is no time left to form hand seals. Danzo grew anxious inside and could only use his trump card. His arm suddenly transformed into a giant tree and knocked Susanoo's arrow off course, so he can only barely alter its trajectory. But this scene let Sasuke understand Danzo's secret technique. At that moment, he had not activated his immortality technique. Yet he had forcibly used would release to alter the attack's path. There had to be some crucial connection in between. At the same time, Karen also noticed the anomaly and immediately told Sasuke. But Danzo was faster. He activated the immortality technique, and in the end, Sasuke was still a step too slow. Susanoo's arrow failed to kill him instantly. After reviving, he charged at Sasuke again, but was still killed. At this moment, the masked man also realized something. As expected, I was right. Izanagi. During the brief period when the technique is active, it can turn any harm suffered by the user, including death itself, into a dream. And it can bring the user's favorable attacks into reality. It is an ultimate genjutsu cast on oneself, controlling the gap between illusion and reality. At the same time, the eye that casts Izanagi will go blind. But judging by the number of those eyes, this battle still has some time left. The invincible genjutsu, Izanagi. Izanagi, such a miraculous ninjutsu, actually exists in this world. The existence of Izanagi had already left many ninjas dumbfounded. This was completely different from the ninjutsu they understood. Wasn't ninjutsu supposed to be things like earth release, fire release, and maybe some higher level genjutsu? But this thing could hardly even be called ninjutsu anymore, right? A dojutsu that controls illusion and reality, turning the caster's disadvantages into subjectively favorable outcomes. No matter how they looked at it, this had gone beyond ordinary ninjutsu. At Konoha's founding era, Hashirama Senju looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. Madara, I don't think I've ever seen you use this move before. Uchiha Madara said, of course not. After using this move, the Sharingan goes blind. I only have 2 eyes. I'm not like Danzo. In truth, unless it was a life or death moment, he would never use this technique because he believed that aside from Hashirama, no one in the entire ninja world could kill him. And the only one who could kill him, Hashirama, had shown mercy again and again in battle, so naturally there had been no need to use Izanagi. Though it was embarrassing, it was indeed mercy, and he had nothing to say about that. Konoha Year 63. Danzo let out a deep sigh. With things having developed to this point, he no longer had any way out. What awaited him next was judgment. Though he was one of Konoha's higher-ups, that arm full of Sharingan was proof that he had persecuted the Uchiha. No matter how high he had climbed, the people of the village would never forgive him. Murdering the innocent, disgusting to all those would become the labels attached to him from now on. and the darkness of the ninja world would become a thing of the past. Will I die? And whose hands will I die by? Danzo couldn't help thinking about it. If he could choose, he still wanted to die by Hiruzen's hand. That was his lifelong close friend, his only friend. Even though the two had once drawn blades against each other over the position of Hokage, and he had shown no mercy in trying to kill Hiruzen, Hiruzen was still his friend. If possible, he really did want to die by his hand. He gave a bitter smile. How could he possibly have the right to choose? Being allowed a painless death would already be the village's greatest mercy toward him. Sasuke hated him so much his teeth itched. Looking at Danzo, he wished he could devour him alive. With so many Sharingan, just how many Uchiha clan members' eyes had he stolen? Danzo, you damned bastard. He was no longer interested in the Uchiha's secret techniques. The only thought left in his mind was to kill Danzo. Even Uchiha Itachi had to be pushed back for now. Sasuke, you have to stay calm. Naruto tried to persuade him from the side. Of course, he knew telling Sasuke to calm down was basically nonsense. But in this situation, staying calm was necessary. Right now, Sasuke still didn't have the strength to face Danzo head-on. Of course Naruto could help him, but the key was that Sasuke would never agree. Sasuke glanced at him indifferently. Did this guy really think he was an idiot? Why would he do something so exhausting and thankless? And this concerned his own life as well. In the video, Sasuke's strength had completely exceeded Danzo's expectations. Danzo had originally wanted to use Shursui's dojutsu, but because he was wary of the masked man, he had no choice but to use the summoning jutsu to summon Baku. Is that Baku? The monster that devours nightmares? His power really can't be underestimated. Baku unleashed a powerful wind release and directly restrained Susanoo. Then Danzo used Baku's wind release to strengthen the power of his own ninjutsu, tearing open Susanoo's back in one strike. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. The enormous fire was absorbed by Baku, and in the next instant, the violent flames blasted Baku to pieces. By the time things had developed to this point, Karen, as a sensory ninja, had finally unraveled the mystery behind Danzo's jutsu. But before she could speak, Sasuke said, when all 10 eyes on your right arm close, your technique is released. You know about Izanagi? Danzo was shocked. He simply couldn't believe that Sasuke, who had been alone since childhood, would know the Uchiha clan's forbidden secret technique. Sasuke's voice was cold. So that's how it is. So he set me up. Danzo immediately understood and prepared himself. Sasuke leaped down from above and confronted Danzo face to face. When Karen saw Sasuke jump down, she was so scared she nearly lost her soul. Idiot. Why are you delivering yourself right to him? She was almost going crazy. She had clearly figured out the flaw in Danzo's technique too. Charging in now, wasn't he that just handing himself over to be killed? The massive Susanoo kept attacking Danzo, strike after strike, continuously taking his life. Sasuke, get away. Run as far as you can. But the masked man didn't think so. That one work. Sasuke's power has already weakened too much, and Danzo noticed it long ago. Now it just depends on who collapses first. Next came the final clash between the two. Danzo gathered all his power into a chakra blade, while Sasuke no longer had the stamina to maintain Susanoo. But he held a lightning release chakra blade in his hand and charged at Danzo like mad. For that arm of yours, just how many Uchiha did you kill? His furious voice echoed across the entire bridge. Itachi was the one who acted. You forced him to. A flash of blades, the two collided. Birds flew overhead. What was the outcome? Everyone wanted to know. Was Danzo dead or not? Of course, Sasuke couldn't possibly die. If he died, then the one appearing in the future couldn't be a ghost, right? Inside the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi felt worried. Even though he knew his little brother wouldn't die, that didn't lessen his concern in the slightest. But when he thought about everything Sasuke had done for him, his heart ached. You forced him to? Was I forced by someone else? Even Itachi himself couldn't sort it out. He knew that if he hadn't acted back then, the people in the village would never have let the Uchiha go. The third Hokage had been unable to resolve that conflict, and his father, as the head of the Uchiha clan, had only gone with the flow and was also unable to resolve the clan's internal contradictions. And so he came into being. He became the butcher who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. But did he regret it? No, he did not regret it. He knew the conflict between the village and the Uchiha could not be resolved. If it continued to the end, the Uchiha clan would be exterminated anyway. But now, at least his little brother had been left alive. That was already the best ending. And from the looks of it, Sasuke seemed to have grown quite well in the future, which was enough to prove that his choice had not been wrong. It was just that Sasuke had suffered. From the age of 7, he had been alone, carrying hatred every day as he lived. That kind of pressure was not something ordinary people could endure. Yet a 7-year-old child had still managed to grow to this point. Truly had not been easy. Year 57 of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat stunned, but after thinking it over carefully he quickly understood. He had always known that Kid Itachi was a double agent. In fact, it had even been Fugaku himself who arranged for him to work in the Umbu. But he had never expected Itachi to stand on the village's side. That truly surprised him. It seemed that, in the future, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha had already reached the point where it had to be resolved through war. But unfortunately, Itachi had been turned. Or rather, Itachi had deliberately chosen to stand with the village. Uchiha Fugaku also knew that their clan was no match for the village. If they forced a battle, the clan would only be wiped out. And leaving Sasuke alive was probably the condition Itachi had made for standing on the village's side. What an unbelievable eldest son. But he also felt somewhat guilty. If he himself had been capable, if he had been able to resolve the clan's internal conflicts, then perhaps things would not have developed to this point. Forget it. Better deal with the trouble in front of me first. Now that the Uchiha clan members knew the truth, they were probably rushing over at full speed to settle accounts with Itachi. He still had to stop those clansmen. He wasn't dead yet. No matter what, he was still the head of the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, just as expected, before he could even leave the house, someone had already arrived at his home. Leading them was Uchiha Teka and the hardliners within the Uchiha. If not for these people, there might still have been a chance for reconciliation between the village and the Uchiha. Fugaku, where is Itachi? Uchiha Teka's face was full of fury. He simply couldn't believe that Uchiha Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan, would massacre their entire clan for the sake of Konoha. It was as absurd as a fantasy, but the video left him no choice but to believe it. He should be back soon. Fugaku didn't give Uchiha Teka any pleasant expression. He only answered indifferently. He was not worried that the Uchiha clansmen would ambush Itachi on the way back. Putting Itachi's strength aside, just the fact that he was the clan head's son was enough that very few people would dare lay a hand on him. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly, "Put this matter aside for now. Watch the video first." The group snorted coldly, but with no other choice, they turned to the video. In the video, Danzo and Sasuke were both breathing heavily. A smile appeared on Danzo's old face. As expected, "You're still too young." The masked man's tone also carried a trace of regret. "So Sasuke's strength only amounts to this much? Too impatient. His eyes are still open. Go to Itachi's side and receive his lecture. I win." He slowly drew out his sword and said with a cold laugh, "You thought you saw through Izanagi?" But very quickly, he noticed that something was wrong with his body. He had suffered a fatal wound. Why hadn't Izanagi activated? Danzo couldn't understand it, and at this moment the masked man also understood. "Danzo, just as you said, Sasuke's genjutsu is indeed inferior to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. His genjutsu is very weak. But no matter how weak a genjutsu is, it depends on where it's used. Sasuke went to so much effort just to make you misjudge Izanagi's activation timing. And sure enough, you took the bait." The masked man smiled inwardly. As expected of Sasuke, Danzo's body slowly fell downward. "The one going to see Itachi is you. Go to Itachi's side and repent properly," Sasuke said while panting. "In this battle where eyes did the talking, I won. Don't underestimate the Uchiha. It's about time to reclaim Shirsui's I too. That thing should never have existed in this world." The masked man thought to himself. Sasuke was also so exhausted that he dropped down and sat on the ground. Karen hurried over and placed her arm by Sasuke's mouth. He didn't stand on ceremony and bit down on it at once. Sasuke won. Everyone connected to Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Danzo really was troublesome. That kind of undying technique would be more than enough to give anyone a headache. It was also thanks to Sasuke's tenacious will. Otherwise, it really would have been hard to say how things would end. But who was that girl? And those bite marks on her arm? A sense of crisis rose in Sakura's heart. Why was that girl so concerned about Sasuke? And why was she following behind him all the time? Shouldn't things like that be my job? Sakura felt unbalanced. But there was nothing she could do. That was the future. But now she had already decided. No matter what happened in the future, she would follow behind Sasuke. Should I also go learn medical ninjutsu? That thought suddenly appeared in her mind. In the first video, her strength had been very strong too, at the very least much stronger than it was now. And she could even use medical ninjutsu, saving Naruto back from the brink of death. That proved that her future was not bad at all. But who should she take as her master? Now that was a problem. Orochimaru's secret base. Orochimaru could not help but laugh. Sure enough, that brat Sasuke had never had good intentions. No wonder he had taken Karen away. Karen's ability was very special. Not only did her body contain powerful sealing power, but as long as someone bit her once, they could quickly recover their chakra and injuries. She was basically the otherworld version of Tang monk meat. Even Orochimaru could not help sighing. The descendants of the Uzumaki clan were truly just too tempting. Konoha year 47. Kushina frowned slightly. Sure enough, that girl was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention that head of red hair, even that special healing method was something only the Uzumaki clan possessed. Of course, That kind of method was rare even among the Uzumaki themselves. Looks like the next time she goes to Konoha Year 63, she should properly ask Minato to investigate. After all, there were already very few members of the Uzumaki clan left. It was better for them to help each other out. In the video, Sasuke bit into Karen's arm, recovering a bit of chakra and some of his injuries, but Danzo still hadn't died. His arm was trembling non-stop. Because of his severe injuries, he could no longer suppress Hashirama's cells. The power of would release burst out wildly, and in the span of a breath, it grew into a massive tree. He forcefully tore his arm off, then stood back up. Sasuke stared at him closely as well, afraid he might make any move. What terrifying vitality. He's still not dead after all that? Karen cried out in shock from the side. Next comes the battle of the eyes. He tore off the sealing cloth over his eye. Shirsue's ocular power had already recovered. He was going to use that absolute genjutsu to defeat Sasuke. Sasuke said nothing. Chidori instantly appeared in his hand as he thrust straight at Danzo, but the old bastard's movement really was ridiculously slippery. With a few leaps, he got behind Karen and took her hostage. Sasuke looked at Danzo coldly from the corner of his eye. Killing intent surged wildly in his heart as he turned and faced Danzo head-on. What will Sasuke do next? The masked man watched the show. You keep talking about self-sacrifice, but now you're taking a hostage. You've really got some nerve. Danzo couldn't endure Sasuke smearing his honor, and immediately shot back. I can die, and I'm not afraid of death, but for Konoha, for the ninja world, I cannot die now. No matter what methods I have to use, I will survive. And this woman will sacrifice herself for the ninja world. The strength in his arm gradually increased, and Karen couldn't breathe. Save me, Sasuke. Sasuke said flatly, don't move, Karen. A smile appeared on Karen's face. At that moment, she thought Sasuke was going to save her. But in the next moment, she stepped into despair. Sasuke's expression instantly became incomparably terrifying. The Chidori in his hand also changed into Chidori Senbon, and in the span of a breath, pierced straight through both of their vital points. He attacked along with the hostage too. This kid's completely insane? Danzo was horrified. That's exactly how it should be. The masked man laughed wildly in his heart. Nissan, one down first. Just wait. Soon. I'll send everyone down to keep you company. Blood sprayed from Karen's mouth. Sasuke. What am I to you exactly? Karen, once you're taken hostage, you have no value left. Karen's body slammed heavily onto the ground, dead or alive unknown. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. What was Sasuke even thinking now? A demon? A devil? Or just trash? Itachi, who had been swearing just a moment ago that he had no regrets, actually began to regret it now. Sasuke becoming like this definitely had something to do with him. What should he do? Should he return to Konoha? But if he returned to Konoha, could he really remain safe and sound? Not to mention that he knew a lot of important information about the Akatsuki. Would the people in the village really forgive him? But with Sasuke twisted into the state, he couldn't set his mind at ease. Even though he had Shirsue's eye technique, unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not want to use Shirsue's dojutsu to control his beloved little brother. Kisame said nothing. By now, he already understood that there was definitely some huge secret between these two brothers. But smart people knew when to keep their mouths shut, and he was no exception. Sasuke stared blankly at the version of himself in the video. He couldn't understand how someone as kind as himself could become so cruel. What exactly happened in the future? Sasuke, you're really ruthless, Naruto said slowly. Sasuke's face instantly turned bright red. Cut the crap. That's future me. The current me would absolutely never become like that. Sasuke was certain that if he could still turn into that kind of person now, he'd chop off his own head and use it as a chamber pot. Naruto curled his lip and didn't say anything more. Of course he knew the Sasuke in the video and the current Sasuke were completely different people. Even if all their settings were the same, they were still different. In Orochimaru's secret base, little Karen watched herself lying on the ground and practically hated him to death. That bastard had actually stabbed her. She originally thought he was really handsome, but he really was handsome. This was only a video. If it were the real person, who knew how handsome he would be? Good grief, this was a genuine love-struck fool. Completely hopeless. In the video, Danzo turned and fled. A smile appeared on Sasuke's face. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he played out a cat-and-mouse game with Danzo. Danzo fled desperately ahead, blood dripping non-stop, while behind him, Sasuke closed in like a madman with a mocking smile on his face. The masked man's figure flashed, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Danzo. I'll be taking Shirsue's eye. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank behind him, and he thought of the past. So it was this guy who took Shirsue's eye. Unwillingness flashed through Danzo's eyes as he thought back to life on the battlefield. In a vast forest, there are 20 enemies. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes and sensed the number of opponents. It's the elite Kinkaku force. There were too many enemies and they were too strong. If they wanted to escape, someone had to stay behind as bait. But the problem now was who would go. The scene shifted to Danzo. I am a ninja. I decided long ago that I would die on the battlefield like a ninja. Hiruzen, what are you thinking right now? Do you have that resolve? Say it already. I want to say I'll go, but why can't I say it? I'll go. Don't let appearances fool you. I proudly say that among all of you, I'm the strongest. I won't die, the young Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile. Damn it, I'm a coward. Danzo felt ashamed. Deep inside, he had actually felt a trace of relief. From now on, Hiruzen Sarutobi slapped Danzo on the shoulder, but before he could finish, Danzo cut him off. Shut up, I was about to raise my hand. I'll be the bait. My family all died on the battlefield as ninja, so naturally I will too. Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty. But Senju Tobirama spoke up. I'll be the bait. You are all important successors of the village. But Danzo firmly refused. Danzo, you and Monkey are always competing. But what we need now is unity between comrades. The fact that your judgment wavers is the truth. In short, at your age, there's no need to rush. That day will come eventually. Monkey, protect the people in the village well. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the Hokage. Danzo's pupils trembled non-stop. You're always one step ahead of me. The scene returned to the present. For the ninja world, for Konoha, I absolutely cannot let you live. He suddenly tore open his clothes, and the masked man was instantly alarmed as countless ink-black substances gushed out. Sasuke, retreat. This is the reverse four symbols sealing jutsu. Hiruzen. Looks like this time, it's finally my turn. He thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi at the moment before his death. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, fire will burn. The shadow of that fire will illuminate the village, and once again cause new leaves to bud. This time, it's my turn. But in the end, I still never became Hokage. Looks like no matter where it is, you're always faster than me. Scenes of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo as children kept appearing in the video. You were the green leaf bathed in sunlight, while I was the root dwelling in darkness. How should I view a person like myself? Tell me, Hiruzen. To you I was. The video ended. Sasuke arc complete. The video was over. Shimura Danzo let out a sigh. In the end, he still died. It was just a bit of a shame that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke hadn't died. He knew very well that if Uchiha Sasuke didn't die, then the next one to die would be him. Once Sasuke received his reward, the first person he would probably kill would be Danzo. He had already even thought of his final words. But what he hadn't expected was that right before death, he could still think of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looks like Hiruzen Sarutobi had really left a deep impact on him. How should he put it? As expected of a close friend. It was just that the way this pair of close friends got along was a little strange. Both of them wanted the other dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi might not have shown it clearly, but as for him, he had wanted Hiruzen Sarutobi's life every moment of every day, so he could become Hokage. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat there in silence, continuously puffing on the pipe in his hand. He knew better than anyone what kind of person he was. He had been too indulgent toward Danzo, and that had created the current situation. Of course, he admitted that was because the two of them had grown up together since childhood, and after becoming adults they had gone through far too much together. He treasured the friendship between himself and Danzo very much, and because of that, he had turned a blind eye to some of the things Danzo had done. On the other hand, just as Danzo had said, this world did not only have sunlight. It also had darkness. Wherever leaves flourished, there would inevitably be roots hidden in the dark. By borrowing Danzo's hand, he really had solved many things that were inconvenient for him to handle personally. Could be said that for Konoha to become what it was today, Danzo truly had contributed greatly. But the key problem was that Danzo was too ruthless. He would stop at nothing to get things done, and he was abnormally extreme. His way of thinking was unhealthy as well. He saw himself as the one and only person fit to save the ninja world and strengthen Konoha. But the path he chose was wrong. And that mistake had directly led to the tragedy of his life. In short, Danzo was finished. He had no intention of stopping others from taking revenge on Danzo. Next, it was time for him to collect Danzo's corpse. Old friend, your journey has come to an end. Hiruzen thought calmly, yet in his heart, he still felt a trace of sorrow, like grieving for one of his own kind. Wasn't he the same? He hadn't accomplished all that much, and he had done quite a few wrong things too. Who knew what day he might die at the hands of some young ninja? But dying at a ninja's hands would not be a pity. As a ninja, dying in battle was only proper. At this moment, Sasuke had already fully understood the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Even if there were still some minor details he did not know, what he knew now was already enough. Old dog, I'll make sure you die. He was waiting for his reward to be issued. The moment the reward came down would be the moment Danzo died. After that, he would go find Itachi. He would bring Itachi back. And then the two of them would figure out a way to revive the dead of the Uchiha clan. Now that he understood Itachi's painstaking intentions, it didn't matter whether anyone else understood him or not. Of course, if other people wanted to teach Itachi a lesson, he didn't care either. Who told that guy to act on his own and not discuss anything with him at all? He had grown up all the way to now without knowing anything. His heart felt unbearably stifled. Although he still had love for his older brother, there was not much left. However, there was one thing he had to watch out for when dealing with Danzo. Shursui. The information leaked in the video was already more than enough. Shursui possessed the strongest genjutsu currently known, one that could completely alter a person's thoughts. And right now, Danzo should not have used that eye on anyone else yet. So he had to be careful. Otherwise, if Danzo put him under genjutsu too, that would be both laughable and absurd. Konoha year 57. Uchiha Fugaku felt a toothache coming on. Sasuke had really killed Danzo. Good lord. There had originally still been 0.01 hope of reconciling with the village. Now it had directly become zero. If things followed Itachi's plan, then wouldn't Danzo be doomed no matter what? And if that was the case, how could Danzo possibly sit back and let Sasuke grow? No matter how you looked at it, things had become more complicated. Itachi, you're back? Just as Fugaku was deep in thought, Itachi came in from outside with Shursui. Fugaku's eyes lit up. What do you think? He was asking his son. Although Shursui was very strong, he clearly obeyed Danzo even more than Itachi did. Control Danzo. Itachi spoke calmly. There's no other way. The video directly showed the scene of Sasuke killing Danzo. All the explanations I had prepared between us and the village are useless now. We can only control Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. How do we control him? Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan is enough. As long as we change Danzo's way of thinking, none of this will be a problem. Uchiha Teka and the others hurriedly said, how can that be okay? Uchiha Itachi spoke darkly. Why wouldn't it be okay? Then his eyes widened in anger as he shouted furiously. Do you really think, father, and I don't know what you're thinking? You want to seize power? Then at the very least you need the strength for it. Do you think you have that? His three-tomo Sharingan gave off a strange red glow, making the few of them shudder in fear. Uchiha Teka's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, let us go. Brat, you'll regret this sooner or later. The ones who regret it are you. He spoke coldly. I'm telling you now, if necessary, I'll sell you all out ahead of time. As long as the people he cared about were safe and sound, then selling these rebels out to the village was not unacceptable. At the side, Shursui could only smile bitterly. He had originally wanted to use a gentler method to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha, but now it seemed that only extraordinary measures would work. He was a member of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he did not want the Uchiha to end up as the video had described, slaughtered to the point where only Sasuke remained. I'll have to trouble you, Shursui, Fugaku said sincerely. If his own Mangekyo Ki also had that kind of ability, he wouldn't have had this headache long ago. Shursui nodded. It's only right. I'll find a way to place the genjutsu on Danzo. But do we really not need to worry about the third Hokage? Fugaku smiled. There's no need to worry. The third Hokage has never had the intention of wiping out our Uchiha clan. As long as we stay honest and keep to ourselves from now on, he won't say anything. As for Danzo, that's even less of a problem. Over the years, his hand has stretched far too long. Lord Hokage has long since grown tired of it. Shursui nodded, then pulled Itachi along as the two went off to make a plan. Troubled times. Fugaku sighed and also went back inside. Konoha year 47. Minato and Fugaku were looking for the so-called Uchiha stone tablet. Minato, are you really confident you can resolve the conflict between our clan and the village? He spoke slowly, his tone full of worry. After seeing the tragic future, he did not want the future to remain that way. Minato said, I can't say for certain, but I'll definitely do my best. I'll use everything I have to change the village's view of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku gave a bitter smile. How could it be that easy? It wasn't only the village higher-ups who disliked the Uchiha. Among the other great clans in the village, and even among the villagers themselves, there were plenty who couldn't stand the Uchiha. How could Minato alone possibly change all that so easily? Still, he could only believe Minato had that ability. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan could only repeat its tragedy. Minato didn't know what to say either. He knew that anything he said now was just empty talk. The only thing that could truly put Fugaku at ease was for him to become Hokage and then actually do something real. Found it. Fugaku's delighted voice rang out. At last, in the sunless Uchiha compound, they had found the secret Uchiha stone tablet. At the same time, he called Minato over. The two stood before the stone tablet, and Minato frowned tightly. Sure enough, without the ocular power of the Sharingan, there really was no way to decipher this stone tablet. Can you see anything? Minato asked. Fugaku shook his head, then activated his Sharingan. The three tomo spun within his eyes, and very soon, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. I can see it. Then he activated his Mangekyo again and stared fixedly at the words appearing on the stone tablet. His expression gradually turned to shock. So it really is like this. This Uchiha stone tablet really does contain a huge secret. Fugaku was greatly shaken inside and began reading carefully. At the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara stared at Tobirama Senju. Well, so that guy Danzo was still your disciple, Tobirama. Interesting. In that case, Tobirama Senju shivered and hurriedly said, "Don't look at me like that. I definitely didn't order it. Besides, if your Uchiha clan had behaved properly in the village, why would I have gone insane and ordered my own disciple to wipe out the Uchiha?" Hashirama Senju also nodded. Indeed, Tobirama isn't that kind of person. Calm down too, Madara. As for the future, it has already changed. Our future won't turn out like this. Humph. He let out a cold snort and said nothing. Rewards distributed. The system's voice rang out. Sasuke from year 63 of Konoha's face turned sharp. It had finally arrived. Uchiha Sasuke, blinded by hatred and driven to gain great power under his brother's special method of stimulation, killed the 5.5 Hokage, Danzo, and receives the following rewards. Chakra increased by 3 times, obtained Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, obtained mastery over the 6 chakra natures other than Yang release, obtained 800,000 points. Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world, leader of Konoha's route, toiled for Konoha while also striving for his own ambition. Chakra increased by 30 times, fully mastered his own Hashirama cells, obtained 600,000 points. Karen, driven by love and looks, deeply obsessed with Sasuke, repeatedly saved Sasuke's life. Chakra increased by 10 times, mastered the Uzumaki sealing technique, obtained 300,000 points. Masked Man, initiated the 4th Great Ninja War, repeatedly saved Sasuke's life, obtained complete mastery of fire release ninjutsu, obtained 200,000 points. Reikage, Kazekage Gaara, Terumi Mei, Anoki, Mifune, and the others had their chakra increased by 5 times and obtained 100,000 points. The rest of the characters who appeared received 10,000 points. After that, countless streams of light shot onto the people who had appeared in the video. Sasuke clenched his fists. His chakra rose by another 3 times. His current chakra was already 90 times what it had been at the start. With such vast chakra, who knew how many jutsu he could unleash? And his eyes changed as well. The scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan spun within his pupils. With these eyes, I will not lose. He was extremely confident. The ocular power in these eyes had already exceeded his expectations and adapted perfectly to his body. Amaterasu. He fired an Amaterasu toward the distant ground. Black flames instantly erupted, constantly scorching the earth as if they intended to burn everything to nothing. Sasuke, what are you doing? Are you trying to burn this whole area down? Naruto shouted in a hurry. That thing can't be extinguished. Before it burns its target completely, no one except the caster has any way to put it out. Sasuke curled his lip. His right eye moved slightly, and the Amaterasu vanished. I know my limits. I don't need you telling me. Then his expression changed. Very soon, it would be time to settle accounts with Danzo. At some point, Kakashi had appeared behind him. He spoke, Sasuke, I know what you're going to do next, and I won't interfere. I only want to say this, be careful. Danzo isn't that easy to deal with, especially now that he has received rewards too. Sasuke was disdainful. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan had been enough to kill Danzo, let alone his current eternal Mangekyo, combined with the 90-fold chakra he already had before. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way he could lose. So annoying. I know already. Still, since Kakashi was his teacher, he answered him. Kakashi still felt uneasy. I'd better go with you. Sasuke glared at him, as if asking whether Kakashi looked down on him. Kakashi said helplessly, You don't know where the Umbu base is, do you? Since Kakashi had once served in the Umbu, he naturally knew its location. After that, Kakashi led the way in front while Sasuke followed behind. He was already impatient to kill Danzo. Naruto had originally wanted to go too. He was worried about Sasuke, but Sasuke bluntly said this was his revenge alone and that he did not want anyone following him. On Danzo's side, he felt no joy at all from receiving the rewards. He knew his days were numbered. Even if he defeated Sasuke, Hiruzen would not let him off. Back when he tried to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hiruzen had already spared his life once. But now that was impossible. Everything he had done had been exposed to the public. No matter how he looked at it, there was no path left for him to survive. With a loud bang, the door to the Umbu base was suddenly blasted apart. So they've come? Fast. Danzo muttered. Danzo. Looking at Danzo wrapped in white bandages, Sasuke roared. You've come to kill me? Danzo showed not the slightest fear. He spoke softly as if talking to an old friend. I've come to kill you, Sasuke said in fury. Compared to Danzo, his scheming was clearly still far from mature. Danzo glanced at Kakashi and smiled. So Kakashi came too. What a luxurious lineup. He could not have failed to learn that Kakashi had obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But he had not expected that when it came time to kill him, Kakashi would also join in. Kakashi waved his hand and gave a bitter smile. I'm not here to fight. I just brought him here. Is that so? Danzo looked distracted for a moment, then said, you want to kill me. I understand. But I want to just wait for death. He had already undone the seal on his arm. With force, he tore away the white bandages, revealing Scarlet Sharingan before the two of them. TCH. Seeing it in person really is shocking. Kakashi thought to himself. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned red, and the ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo burst out in an instant. That arm. Just how many Uchiha did you kill? He roared furiously. Itachi was the one who did it. Huh? These lines sound weirdly familiar. Kakashi thought to himself. You forced him to. The complete Susanoo was immediately unleashed. A massive purple figure appeared within Konoha. All the villagers were horrified. What was happening? Why had the Susanoo from the video appeared inside the village? Could it be that someone was fighting? Kakashi shouted loudly. Sasuke, calm down. This is inside the village. Don't use large-scale ninjutsu. But how could Sasuke possibly listen to Kakashi now? And right at that moment, Naruto, Tonari, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya took their positions in 4 separate directions. Ninja art. 4 red yang formation. Jiraiya secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, he had taught this sealing jutsu to Naruto and Tonari in advance. Otherwise, if Sasuke and Danzo were allowed to fight freely, half the village might have been wiped away with a single swing. The 4 red yang formation compressed their battlefield to a radius of 1,000 meters. The area around the Umbu base for that entire range was practically deserted, with no residents, so there was no need to worry about anyone being caught in the battle. Kakashi let out a breath of relief and quickly retreated to avoid getting dragged into the fight. Next comes your death. Then let me see the ocular power of your Eternal Mangekyo, Danzo said coldly. Then his hands formed seals. Using the power of wind release, his body darted forward and arrived directly before Sasuke's giant Susanoo. But this time, Danzo had no intention of using that suicidal tactic again. He only had so many Sharingan, and now Sasuke possessed the ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo, with chakra dozens of times greater than before. If he wanted to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, then now he had to use his brain and formulate a strategy. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a boom, Danzo spewed out a huge mass of wind from his mouth, blasting it towards Sasuke's Susanoo. But without the support of Baku, the power of his wind release was far from enough to tear through Susanoo's defense. Sasuke's expression did not change. With Susanoo protecting him, he had no fear of Danzo's wind release. Of course, the key point was that he already knew Danzo's abilities. As long as he guarded against Koto Amitsukami, the rest did not matter. So it really won-T work? Without Baku's support, ordinary wind release really can't break through Susanoo's defense. Danzo thought to himself. But the key issue was that Sasuke already knew how to counter Baku. A single fire release jutsu would destroy it with ease. Forget it. If I don't break open this turtle shell, I can't hit that brat. And now that he has the ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo, in a battle of endurance he is definitely stronger than me. I need to end this quickly. Summoning jutsu. Roar. The enormous Baku appeared inside the 4 red yang formation. Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled inwardly. He summoned Baku this quickly? Looks like Danzo is getting anxious. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves. Dozens of wind bullets, empowered by Baku's immense wind force, instantly became dozens of times stronger and shot straight at Sasuke's Susanoo. Bang, bang, bang. Even the sturdy Susanoo was dented in several places. Danzo's eyes lit up. This move could work. But Sasuke's next attack was already here. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Confidence shone in Sasuke's eyes. Baku was a legendary monster said to devour anything. No matter what it was, it should be able to swallow it whole. But the next scene left him dumbfounded. In that instant, Baku shut its mouth. Its massive body leaped away and dodged the attack. Danzo sneered inwardly. Did you really think Baku only knew how to mindlessly devour things? Good. Next, it's my turn. It dodged. Sasuke was startled and immediately used fire release again. The fire release he was using now was several levels stronger than before. Sasuke had originally been absolutely certain he could destroy Baku. But now, doubt actually started to rise in his heart. But this was not the time to hesitate. Great fireballs were launched one after another, rumbling toward Baku. Danzo's expression changed. There were too many. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Dozens of vacuum sphere bullets shot toward the great fireballs. But this time, the vacuum spheres no longer had Baku's wind support. When the two sides collided, the wind instead boosted the flames. Not good. Wind is feeding the fire. This brat's fire release is countering me. Danzo's face darkened. He glanced at Baku and gritted his teeth. I'm going all in. In an instant, Baku opened its mouth wide with a howl. The powerful suction and wind pressure made even Sasuke, inside Susanoo, feel unsteady. What terrifying wind power. So this is the monster that devours everything. It really lives up to its name. Sasuke was secretly shocked. but right now was also a perfect chance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. The two fire release jutsu were launched together and flew straight into Baku's mouth. At the same time, Danzo used another jutsu. Wind release vacuum great sphere. If the earlier vacuum spheres were like machine guns, then this vacuum great sphere was like a cannon. With Baku's enhancement, it instantly tore open Susanoo. Susanoo got ripped open. Kakashi was stunned. As expected of Danzo, a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, really did have some skill. Bang! After swallowing the great fireball, Baku exploded apart. But Sasuke was deeply shaken. Just like in the video, his Susanoo had been torn open again. Still, he was not worried. The hardness of Susanoo from the outside to the inside was completely different. He did not believe Danzo could break through the inner layer. The torn section of Susanoo slowly began to recover, while Danzo rushed toward him at high speed. The vacuum blade in his hand had long since been prepared, just waiting for a single strike to kill Sasuke. He leaped upward and ran along Susanoo's body. Sasuke's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Susanoo's massive body seemed to have become a burden. He did not dare attack recklessly. Danzo's attacks could not break Susanoo, but Susanoo's own attacks could definitely break Susanoo. That old bastard! Sasuke cursed inwardly. Very soon, Danzo reached the torn open section of Susanoo. But to everyone's surprise, he did not use the vacuum blade in his hand. Instead, the wood release in his right arm burst out instantly. Wood release, cutting Sprig's jutsu. With a bang, his right arm suddenly transformed into a long spear-like tree and pierced through the tear in Susanoo. Wood release? Sasuke had nearly forgotten. This guy's current body and wood release were now perfectly stable together. The wood release that, in the video, might have devoured him at any moment no longer existed as a problem. This cutting Sprig's attack was incredibly powerful. It was only one step away from piercing through Susanoo completely. Danzo himself was also shocked. He had known its power might be far beyond imagination, but the strength now compared to before was like heaven and earth. Sure enough, it has to do with the increase in chakra and the perfect fusion between Hashirama's cells and my body. His confidence surged. He now truly felt that he had a solid chance of killing Sasuke. Kakashi let out a sigh. Sasuke was still too impatient. True, he had indeed obtained tremendous power. The strength of this Susanoo was not something an ordinary person could match. But his combat experience was too lacking, and he knew too few jutsu. Present, the only jutsu he could really bring out were those few fire release techniques. He did not know many others. Against an old fox like Danzo, who had lived for decades, he simply could not compare. Sure enough, in the next moment, Susanoo's massive arm slammed directly toward Danzo. This brat wants to injure the enemy by 1,000 while damaging himself by 800? Danzo was startled, but with his hand seal speed, he successfully activated Izanagi within a single breath. Bang! Susanoo's arm smashed into Danzo's body, crushing him into a bloody pulp. But the immense force also made Susanoo, which had absorbed part of that power, tremble violently. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough. Yet, in the next moment, Danzo, who should have died, appeared in Sasuke's sight once more. As expected, he activated Izanagi at the instant before death. Sasuke thought to himself, water release, hidden mist technique. Moisture slowly gathered between heaven and earth, covering the entire four red yang formation. Hidden mist technique? Since when does Sasuke know that? Kakashi was shocked. If Sasuke knew what he was thinking, he would definitely sneer. You're called Copy Ninja Kakashi because you have the Sharingan. But I'm a true inheritor of the Sharingan. Is it really strange for me to understand someone else's hand seals? But Kakashi was actually delighted. Good. He had originally been worried that Sasuke had too few methods, and that Danzo might exploit that weakness and cause him to lose this battle. But now, it seems Sasuke had mastered quite a few jutsu. After all, along the way they had fought no small number of ninja. Sasuke had seen more or less every jutsu those enemies had used. Mist? I see. He wants to block my vision. But with a body as huge as Susanoo, how could it possibly be hidden? Danzo laughed inwardly. In the end, he was still too young. But Sasuke was not stupid. In the next moment, Susanoo was dismissed. Amaterasu. Even in the dense mist, it was hard to escape the sight of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Especially when this jutsu had been set up by Sasuke himself. Danzo's miserable scream rang out. A moment later, the sound weakened. Did he die? Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. This was his second death. Wind release. Great raging winds. The powerful gust directly blew away the surrounding thick mist. But unfortunately, the area had already been sealed by the four red yang formation. The mist bounced back after touching the barrier walls. Danzo cursed inwardly. The four red yang formation that was meant to protect the village can't even protect me. The thick mist had completely blocked his vision. Left with no other choice, he could only activate Izanagi. Very good. That's it. If he can't sense me, Fear will start growing in his heart. That's how it should be. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, but he had overlooked one thing. Danzo also possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it was currently sealed, Danzo would soon use it again. Sure enough, after realizing how troublesome the thick mist was, Danzo removed the seal over his eye. Although its ocular power still hasn't recovered, it should be enough for observation. Danzo thought to himself. Before this, Shursui SI power had already been used by him to control someone, so its ocular power still had not recovered. He felt some regret in his heart. Koto Amatsukami was useful, but right now it had put him in a disadvantageous position. This mist is wrong. It had not been long before Danzo noticed something strange about the thick mist. Normally, with Mangekyo ocular power, a fog of this level should still be visible through. Maybe not perfectly clearly, but it should not be like this, pitch black, as if both eyes had gone blind. Sasuke sneered inwardly. He had sensed the change in Danzo's chakra, and knew that Danzo had likely unsealed Shursui's eye to see through the mist. But unfortunately, I mixed a little something into the fog. Mangekyo ocular power still isn't enough. Kagetsuchi. Using Kagetsuchi to control the form of Amaterasu, Sasuke quickly shaped it into a bow and arrow. The ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, combined with his own abundant chakra, was enough for Sasuke to continuously release Amaterasu for more than 10 minutes without stopping. Good. What comes next is the true battle of eyes. Arrows of black flames shot wildly through the thick mist. The moment Danzo was hit, he would immediately lose one life. He had no way to deal with these black flames that would never go out. This brat. Is he serious? Yes, actually this crazy? Sensing the blazing heat of Amaterasu, Danzo was shocked. His body jerked as he hurriedly dodged. But when he looked at the dense mass of black flame arrows filling the sky, he couldn't help but shiver. So this was the power of a true Sharingan. It was truly terrifying. An arrow of Amaterasu landed on his body, and another miserable scream rang out. A moment later, Danzo's voice stopped. Sasuke knew that Danzo had lost another life. Next, he would keep firing arrows of Amaterasu without pause and kill Danzo like this. A ruthless look appeared in Sasuke's eyes. No matter what, Danzo had to die. Even if he exhausted himself to the point of passing out, he wouldn't care. He had to kill Danzo, or the rest of his life would stink like dog shit. A few breaths later, Danzo appeared again. In the thick fog, even the eternal Mangekyo's ocular power could only vaguely make out part of his figure. But Sasuke didn't care at all. The black flame arrows controlled by Kagetsuchi shot toward Danzo as if they cost nothing. Has this brat really gone crazy? Or is the eternal Mangekyo's ocular power really enough for him to waste it like this? Danzo cursed inwardly, but at this moment, he had no solution at all. Amaterasu couldn't be extinguished, which meant that as long as it touched him, he would lose at least part of his body. And if it landed on a vital spot, that meant losing one life. And the dense black flame arrows filling the sky meant he couldn't get close at all. It also killed his idea of dragging Sasuke down with him. Damn it. Who would have thought that the kindness I showed back then would bring such bitter consequences today? Danzo let out a sigh. He was tired. He didn't want to keep fighting anymore. Dying like this didn't seem so bad. He released Izanagi and formed hand seals. At this moment, the chakra in his entire body erupted. With chakra increased by 30 times, just how much power could this move unleash? Danzo smiled. Would release. Tree root explosion burial. With a roar, he activated all of Hashirama's cells in his body at this moment, pouring all the chakra around him into this one move. Then, with a boom, an endless giant tree began to grow, wildly devouring everything inside the 4 red yang formation. Kakashi was shocked and hurriedly dodged, avoiding being crushed into meat paste by this technique. Sasuke wore the same expression. He activated Susanoo once more. Standing inside it, he looked at the giant tree that reached several thousand meters into the sky, and shock flashed through his eyes. The tree was several thousand meters tall, and its width had reached 100 meters. In front of such a massive monster, even Susanoo seemed like an insignificant bug beneath it. Where was Danzo? He suddenly came back to himself and looked around, but he couldn't find Danzo anywhere. Even with his weak sensing ability, he couldn't detect Danzo's chakra. Does he even have the ability to block sensory detection? Sasuke frowned, feeling that things were troublesome. If Danzo launched a sneak attack now, there was a good chance he would succeed. But very quickly, Kakashi's voice pulled him back to reality. Sasuke, over here. It was Kakashi. Had he found Danzo? Following the voice, Sasuke found Kakashi. But very soon, he stared at the very bottom of the tree in shock. Kakashi looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that the man known as the darkness of the ninja world would fall in this place. Sasuke's expression turned strange. A real body? That meant if Danzo died now, he would truly be dead with no chance of surviving. Blood kept pouring from Danzo's mouth. Looking at Sasuke, he smiled. You still survived. Danzo's voice was extremely faint. If Sasuke had been any farther away, he might not have heard what he said. Sasuke said coldly, if I survived. That means you have to die. Danzo said, no need for you to do it. My chakra is completely exhausted. Death is only a matter of time. Then he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, can I trouble you to call Hiruzen over? No need. I'm already here. Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged figure entered Danzo's sight. So, you came. Danzo felt his eyelids growing heavy, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo with a complicated gaze. He didn't know what to say. Hiruzen, you are too kind and too soft. Without me, from now on, everything in the village will have to be handled by you personally. Light or darkness. I never let you bear those sins. But from here on, all of it will be yours. Cough, cough. He spat out blood again, then continued, I know I did many things. Some were right, some were wrong. But I don't regret it. I have never regretted it. As long as it was for the village, no matter how cruel or unforgivable it was, I would do it. At this point, he glanced at Sasuke. Even the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was instantly so enraged that he wanted to finish him off with his own hands. But Kakashi stopped him. Danzo felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier, no longer under his control. Hiruzen, if possible, I really wanted to die by your hand. His voice was so weak that the others could barely hear him clearly. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. Sasuke, do it. Sasuke nodded. The kunai in his hand stabbed straight into Danzo's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and Danzo completely lost all signs of life. The darkness of the ninja world, the leader of Konoha's root, had died here. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his old friend, grief filling his heart. In the end, he had still died. Lowering his head in loneliness, he walked into the distance. Lord Third Hokage, what should we do with this giant tree? Kakashi hurriedly asked. Leave it here. It can at least shelter Roots people from the wind and rain. His voice drifted back from afar, faint and ethereal. Jiraiya's expression was extremely complicated. He hadn't expected Danzo's death to end so hastily. He had originally thought the battle between Danzo and Sasuke would be even more thrilling. But in the end, Sasuke had come out completely unscathed, while Danzo hadn't even managed to get close to him. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke, you okay? Sasuke shook his head. It felt as if something inside him had snapped, and all at once he felt much lighter. His great hatred had finally been avenged. Does this count as revenge? He murmured. What's wrong? Naruto asked, a little worried. He wanted to go find his brother. For what came next, only his brother, Itachi Uchiha, could guide him. Naruto, I want to go find Itachi. He spoke decisively. Sasuke had always been the type to act as soon as he made up his mind, and on a matter like this, he would not hesitate in the slightest. The reason he told Naruto was because he wanted Naruto's help. Naruto had perfect sage mode and could quickly sense Itachi Uchiha's chakra. If he had to search on his own, who knew how long it would take? Naruto said, in a few days. Just wait a few more days. Dad and Mom should come to this era again, and they'll probably bring Uncle and Auntie with them. Are you sure you want to leave now? Sasuke froze, suddenly remembering the agreement he had made with the fourth Hokage. And you're still not that skilled at using your current power. Even killing one Danzo left you in a sorry state, Naruto added. Sasuke's face instantly flushed red. He shoved Naruto away. What bullshit are you spouting? What do you mean a sorry state? I killed him without a scratch, okay? Naruto nodded helplessly. Yeah, you're right. That sarcastic tone made Sasuke furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. He turned his head away and rushed straight home. Naruto let out a helpless sigh. This guy really was childish, though he himself was only a teenager too. Pervy Sage, what should we do with these Sharingan from Danzo? After watching the video, Naruto naturally knew that Danzo had gotten these Sharingan by slaughtering members of the Uchiha clan. But now Sasuke had stormed off because of him, and the third Hokage was immersed in the sorrow of losing a friend, so he didn't know who else to ask. Put Danzo's corpse away first. As for the rest, wait until Sasuke and Lord Hokage are in a better mood. Jiraiya didn't dare be careless. After all, one of Danzo's eyes contained Kodo Amitsukami, a genjutsu capable of silently changing another person's thoughts. Its power was immense, so it was best for it to remain in Konoha's hands. Then he put away Danzo's corpse and left with Naruto. Only Kakashi and Tonari were left staring at each other. Let's go too. Kakashi let out a laugh and turned to leave. Kakashi-sensei, wait a second. Tonari suddenly called out to stop him. What is it? Tonari seemed a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, the house you built for me last time collapsed, so. Kakashi immediately understood. So he wanted him to build another house. But hadn't that house only been finished a few days ago? Seeing the confusion on Kakashi's face, Tonari explained, that house wasn't very sturdy. I only threw a few punches inside, and it collapsed. Apparently, this really couldn't all be blamed on him. Kakashi almost wanted to kick this guy twice. Your few punches are more than even I can take, let alone a house. But no matter what, Tonari was still a guest, so Kakashi could only nod helplessly and take him to build another house. With their first experience behind them, Tonari and Kakashi were much faster this time. Using ninjutsu, they finished building a house in half a day. If this one collapses too, you'll have to handle it yourself next time, Kakashi said with a slightly dark expression. Tonari nodded awkwardly. Several days passed in a flash. Minato brought Fugaku from year 47 of Konoha to year 63 of Konoha. So this is Konoha more than 10 years later? Doesn't feel like it's changed that much. Fugaku turned in place once, carefully looking at this village of the future. Uchiha Mikoto also looked curious, but compared to Fugaku, she was much more composed. Of course, the main reason was that the few of them were already familiar with each other. Otherwise, Fugaku wouldn't have shown this side of himself. Obito laughed and said, "Of course, big brother Fugaku. It's only been a little over 10 years, not hundreds of years." What Obito didn't know was that the ninja world was right at the start of a technological explosion. In another 10 years, the changes across the entire ninja world would probably be so huge they wouldn't even recognize it. Minato smiled and said, "Now isn't the time to be sighing over that. Kushina, go home first and tell Naruto to bring Sasuke over. I'll take Fugaku and the others to meet the third Hokage." Kushina nodded excitedly and pulled Obito home with her. A moment later, after the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Fugaku, he was first shocked, then enlightened, and then told Fugaku and his wife about Sasuke killing Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then let out a sigh. So that's how it is. Danzo has already been killed by Sasuke. Mikoto also fell silent. It seemed that at this point in time, Sasuke was still being controlled by hatred. Hiruzen said, "Go on. Spend the next few days properly accompanying Sasuke. Help him untie this knot in his heart." Then the group walked out of the Hokage's office. This gate of time and space really is miraculous. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. The appearance of this system had changed too much, and had also made up for too many regrets. At Naruto's house, Kushina was already bustling around preparing food, while Sasuke sat off to the side looking somewhat uneasy. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, Sasuke. They're your parents." Sasuke said, "You think I don't know they're my parents?" He snapped back, mainly because he hadn't seen his parents for years, so he was naturally nervous. And more importantly, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto were not the biological parents of his world, so there was still some distance in his heart. Although he wanted to revive his own parents, unfortunately, he was nowhere near having enough points, so there was nothing he could do. But he really did miss his parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed when Minato Namikaze asked him to bring Fugaku and Mikoto over. "Mom, when are Uncle Fugaku and the others coming?" Kushina, who was busy working, paused for a moment. "They should be back soon. After they meet the third Hokage, they should come right back. They should be on the way now." The moment Kushina finished speaking, the doorbell rang. It must be Minato. Naruto smiled helplessly. "You really are in sync, as expected of husband and wife." That teasing made Kushina a little embarrassed. "All right, go open the door for your father," Kushina said with a smile. Naruto got up, opened the door, and welcomed Fugaku and Mikoto inside. Looking at his parents' faces, Sasuke's body trembled slightly. He had a lot he wanted to say, but when the words reached his lips, he had no idea what to say. Naruto looked at Sasuke hesitating like that and felt a little annoyed. He directly grabbed him and pulled him to his feet. "Go. Greet uncle and auntie." After that, there was another touching scene of father and son, mother and son reuniting, so it will not be described in detail here. At the dinner table, Obito asked, "Naruto, do you have any news on the masked man?" Naruto shook his head. "Not really." Soon his eyes lit up. "Wait, I remember the masked man has a flying thunder god mark on him, right?" Minato said happily, "If you hadn't brought that up, I almost would have forgotten." In the video, the masked man had indeed been marked by Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god, and the mark couldn't be removed. If nothing unexpected happened, it should still be on him now. But very quickly, Minato added, "It probably won't work. If the masked man is too far away from me, flying thunder god won't do anything. Even though I have the teleportation technique, I don't have the masked man's chakra, so I have no way to transfer over." Obito said, "So that means he has to be within the effective range of flying thunder god for us to transfer to the masked man's side?" Minato nodded. "That really is troublesome." Naruto sighed and picked up some food from the table. He had to admit Kushina's cooking was really amazing. "Mom, has your cooking always been this good?" Naruto suddenly asked. He felt like his father was seriously blessed. Kushina's face turned red. How was she supposed to answer that? Looking at Kushina's embarrassed expression, Minato smiled and said, "At first, Kushina's cooking was completely impossible to swallow. But after a period of hard work, her cooking became comparable to a top chef's." Naruto nodded in amazement. This was definitely not something he had inherited from Kushina. Living alone, he had naturally tried cooking for himself before, but the things he made were honestly hard to describe. There was no helping it. He had no choice but to eat outside. Ramen, bread, milk. basically all kinds of fast food. There wasn't much nutrition in any of it, and that was why Naruto was still noticeably shorter than most kids his age. Kushina said, "From now on, Mom will come here often. I'll cook for Naruto and stay with Naruto." She and Minato had already decided not to have another child for now. Of course, if it happened by accident, they still hoped it would be a girl, so Naruto could at least have a little sister. But for the time being, they didn't want children. They wanted to make up everything they had owed Naruto all these years. Kushina had already learned about Naruto's experiences over the years the last time she came to this era. First, she had naturally been furious and wanted to settle the score with the third Hokage. Luckily, Minato had stopped her. Otherwise, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have lost at least half his beard. That was also the reason Minato hadn't let Kushina go with them today to meet Hiruzen. He was honestly afraid Kushina wouldn't be able to control herself and would rip out all of Hiruzen Sarutobi's white beard. A little while later, Sasuke left with Fugaku to go home, while Obito ran off to find Kakashi. According to him, he still had to teach Kakashi another lesson. Of course, Minato only smiled. How could he not tell that Obito just wanted to catch up with Kakashi? Ahem. Minato Namikaze coughed lightly twice, and Kushina signaled him with her eyes to hurry up and say it. Minato looked a little helpless and scratched his head. Naruto, well? He still seemed somewhat embarrassed, or rather, still a little unfamiliar with this kind of thing. What is it? If you've got something to say, just say it. Naruto said with a helpless laugh. What are you being shy about? You're my father. Well, we want to go see our future daughter-in-law. Minato said softly. He had already had this thought the last time they came. Originally, the two of them wanted to hide it from Naruto, but they were also afraid Naruto would get angry if he found out, so they could only bring it up today. After all, they only had 3 days in this world, so they needed to make preparations as soon as possible in every area. When Naruto heard that, his face turned red, and he had no idea how to respond. Seeing Naruto's expression, Minato thought he was unwilling and quickly added, "If you don't want to, then just pretend I never said it." Naruto hurriedly waved his hands. "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that ever since the first video ended, I haven't seen Hinata either." It had already been more than 20 days since the last video. Naruto had been training hard the whole time, and Hinata was probably too shy to secretly watch him like before, which led to the two of them not meeting at all during this period. Minato said, "As long as you agree, that's enough. We'll take you to see her." Naruto's face turned red as he nodded. Kushina and Minato were overjoyed. They immediately pulled Naruto along and headed for the Hyuga clan compound. Luckily, the Hyuga residence hadn't changed. Otherwise, they really might not have been able to find it. The moment Hayashi Hyuga saw Minato and Kushina, he was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, and after realizing it really was them, he became even more stunned. Originally, when people outside said the fourth Hokage had returned, he hadn't believed it. He hadn't expected it to be true. After that, Minato explained his identity and purpose, and Hayashi Hyuga's face instantly turned dark. "What the hell are you doing? Big bro, my daughter is only 12 or 13, and you're already bringing someone here to propose marriage? Are you kidding me?" But the man in front of him was Konoha's fourth Hokage, so he could only helplessly welcome them inside. "Head of the Hyuga clan, what do you think?" After talking for a while, Namikaze Minato finally made his true intention clear. Hayashi Hyuga had guessed right. This guy really had come to propose marriage. Hayashi cursed non-stop in his heart. This bastard was doing it on purpose, wasn't he? Naruto stayed silent off to the side. He wanted to speak too, but he was worried about saying the wrong thing and making his future father-in-law dislike him. After watching the video, he had already understood Hinata's feelings, and especially after thinking about it every night during this period, he had started to care even more about Hinata. When Minato and Kushina suggested letting the two of them spend time together, he hadn't objected at all. Instead, he had secretly felt a little happy. Hayashi Hyuga was somewhat hesitant, but the man before him was the fourth Hokage who had saved Konoha, and he was also fairly satisfied with Naruto. After all, future Naruto was that strong. He could protect the Hyuga clan for decades, and during those decades, the Hyuga clan would definitely be Konoha's strongest clan. After thinking it over again and again, he finally nodded and had one of his subordinates call Hinata out. The moment Hinata saw Naruto, her face flushed red, and her index fingers kept circling around each other. Naruto was also a little at a loss. Right now, he was completely missing his usual lively energy. Kushina helplessly pulled Hinata over and started chatting about everyday things. After a while, Hinata gradually calmed down. Then Kushina whispered something in Naruto's ear, and Naruto took Hinata outside. The two of them began taking a walk through the vast village of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga started having a friendly conversation with Namikaze Minato. And so, over the next few days, Naruto and Hinata's relationship rapidly warmed up. But during those same few days, major events were happening in the other timelines. Konoha Year 57, the Uchiha clan. "Itachi, how is it going?" Uchiha Fugaku asked with a grave expression. They had already decided to use Koto Utsukami to control Danzo, while also selling out Uchiha Teka and the others. Those who achieve great things don't get hung up on trivial details. As long as more Uchiha survived than were sacrificed, then it was worth it. They were willing to do it. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Lord Third has already agreed to me. He'll have Uchiha Teka and the others arrested as quickly as possible. As for Danzo, Shursui has been watching him the whole time. We'll find an opportunity very soon. Fugaku finally relaxed a little. He couldn't wait any longer. Of course, the main reason was that he was worried Danzo would strike first and directly attack the Uchiha with some fabricated charge. If I invited Danzo to our house as a guest, would he come? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked. After pondering for a moment, Itachi said, given how cautious he is, he probably wouldn't come. Even if he did, he'd bring bodyguards. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Uchiha Fugaku gave a bitter smile and could only quietly wait for the right opportunity. One day later, Shursui came to report. Clan head, we found an opportunity. Danzo will be leaving the village this afternoon. Fugaku frowned slightly. Where is he going? Shursui shook his head. He didn't know the destination either. The only reason he knew this much was because he had used genjutsu to read the memories of one of Danzo's personal guards. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find out at all. Very good. This afternoon, we'll ambush him outside the village. Stay as far away as possible to avoid being detected by the village's sensory unit. Yes. That afternoon, more than a dozen Uchiha clan members completely concealed their presence and hid in the forest outside Konoha. Top, top, top. Footsteps kept sounding out. Fugaku knew they belonged to Danzo. Having dealt with Danzo for years, he had even investigated his footsteps down to the finest detail. Yes, here. Everyone, get ready. He signaled to the clan members around him. Everyone nodded, but before they could make the first move, Danzo's voice rang out. You can come out now. His voice was calm, as if he had known all along. Uchiha Fugaku was inwardly shocked. He leaped down from the tree, first gave a salute and then said, Lord Danzo's perception is truly impressive. Danzo smiled faintly. It's not about perception. I just know how you Uchiha are. You definitely seized the opportunity. When it came to understanding the Uchiha clan, he knew them even better than Tobirama Senju did, at least in some aspects. The Uchiha clan's genjutsu was outstanding. They could completely read other people's memories without being noticed. It was inevitable that his movements would be exposed. The reason he had come out alone today was because he wanted to settle things with the Uchiha clan once and for all. He put away his smile and said flatly, What? You want to kill me? His tone was calm, but anyone could hear the bone-deep chill in it. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. How could that be? Lord Danzo is utterly loyal to the village and is a role model for us all. How could we possibly kill you? Lord Danzo, please don't judge a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. A petty man? A gentleman? That made Danzo furious. Of course, Fugaku had done it on purpose. If they couldn't kill Danzo, couldn't they at least mock him? Then you want to use Koto Utsukami to control me? Danzo said. Fugaku smiled. Lord Danzo, what are you saying? We only want to correct your twisted thinking. We have no other intentions. Danzo gave a cold snort. Then he heard Fugaku continue. Our Uchiha clan has always been loyal to Konoha. We've worked very hard at a fine job like the police force. Fugaku especially stressed the words worked very hard. Danzo sneered inwardly. How could he not hear the meaning behind Fugaku's words? The Uchiha police force had been established by the second Hokage to manage the village's security affairs. Though it held considerable authority, it was also a thankless job that offended people easily, and it was completely cut off from the real center of power. The Uchiha clan had long been dissatisfied with it. Our clan works day and night for the village's development. We do every dirty and exhausting task without complaint. But Lord Danzo still suspects us. That truly chills our hearts. Fugaku put on a deeply pained expression, as if he were genuinely heartbroken by Danzo's distrust. That's enough. Drop the act. Danzo couldn't stand it anymore and cut him off directly. Whatever tricks you have, use them. I'll take them all. The moment those words came out, Fugaku immediately laughed. Lord Danzo, I've been waiting for you to say that. Shursui. In the blink of an eye, Shursui appeared right in front of Danzo. Shursui of the body flicker was no joke. So it really is Koto Utsukami. Danzo only barely reacted when he saw Shursui's Mangekyo. I'm finished. In an instant, he was controlled by Shursui's Mangekyo. From this day forward, Danzo would never trouble the Uchiha clan again. At the very least, it would win the Uchiha clan more than 10 years of peace. Excellent. Next are Uchiha Teka and the others. Fugaku smiled. Only sacrifice could bring reward. So sorry about this, elders. While Uchiha Teka and the others were drinking and cursing Fugaku for being inhumane, spineless, and weak, they were suddenly arrested by men sent by Hiruzen. Just like Itachi had said, they had the guts to stage a coup, but not the courage to actually fight. The moment they saw Hiruzen Sarutobi leading the Umbu, their hearts trembled, and they were only one step away from dropping to their knees and begging for mercy. They knew it was over. The Uchiha clan had thrown them out as discarded pawns, using them in exchange for the clan's future peace. Everything was perfect. Fugaku was smiling so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. Of course, from here on out, he still had to restrain the clan even more and prevent conflicts with the other people in the village. There was also the matter of having the Uchiha no longer serve as the police force. Naturally, that would still need to be properly discussed with Hiruzen Sarutobi. And after that would come the joy of family life. Their Uchiha clan would absolutely not repeat the same mistakes as before. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it made Fugaku want to drink 3 big cups in one go. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already started keeping Naruto by his side at all times, wanting to raise him into a true Hokage. As for which generation he would become, that was hard to say. During this period, the Ninetales inside Naruto had also stopped causing trouble and seemed to have calmed down. Naruto's progress in ninjutsu training was advancing by leaps and bounds, and his strength was rising at incredible speed. What a good child. Maybe he really could surpass all the previous Hokage. Looking at Naruto's little face, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt happy from the bottom of his heart. He had naturally sensed this change as well. Perhaps even the Ninetales wanted to live peacefully with Naruto. With Sasuke and Naruto there for all the coming crises, he believed they would definitely be able to bring everything to a peaceful end. The future of the ninja world would surely be changed by these two children. The timeline of Konoha Year 57 ended here. While the other timelines were changing, the ancient era was also quietly changing. The Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and his younger brother, Hamura Otsutsuki, were troubled over how to travel to Konoha Year 63. Nisan, is there any way? Hamura asked. They needed to go to a far more distant era to help the ninja world overcome its crisis. They did not know exactly what that crisis was, but through the system and the prophecy of the great Toad Sage Gamamaru, they knew that in the future, something would happen in the ninja world so great that even the united world would be unable to resist it. With the world in their hearts, they had no choice but to go to Konoha Year 63. Although they could rely on the system, the helpless part was that they had no points at all. That was the truly troublesome part. So they modified the multiple shadow clone jutsu and created a clone that could truly think independently and possessed powerful research and development ability. It was also called the Creation Clone. The Creation Clone combined the knowledge and wisdom of both brothers, possessing capabilities and creativity far greater than 1 plus 2. In just half a month, it created a space-time ninjutsu that could lead to Konoha Year 63. But the key point was that this ninjutsu was one-time use only. Once used, the Creation Clone would vanish without a trace. And during the process of crossing through time and space, their power would also be heavily depleted. Although it could recover, it would still take quite a while. So the two of them tried to improve this ninjutsu, but even the Creation Clone, which far surpassed them both, could not improve it, much less the two of them. The Sage of Six Paths gave a bitter smile. There is no way around it. The Creation Clone surpasses us in every aspect. If even he has no solution, then the two of us certainly won't have one either. Hamura said, then we can only go to Konoha Year 63 like this? The Sage of Six Paths nodded heavily. That works too. After all, our power can recover, and our main purpose in going there is to tell them the information. To be honest, I don't even think our power would be of much use. The future had already changed drastically. The rewards given by the system were completely unreasonable, far beyond common sense, enough to make ninjas unbelievably powerful. In the eyes of those who had received rewards, their strength might only amount to this much. The Sage of Six Paths said, this is our only option. Then the two looked toward the Creation Clone, signaling for him to open the space-time passage. The Creation Clone released a faint blue glow from his entire body, and powerful chakra tore apart the space in front of him. I can feel it. Such powerful space-time force. The expressions of the two changed in shock. Although they had long known that the Creation Clone was immensely powerful and boundlessly mighty, seeing it with their own eyes still made them feel that it exceeded their expectations. To be honest, the appearance of the Creation Clone had completely caught them off guard. Even they did not understand how the fusion of their power had suddenly produced such a bizarre Creation Clone. It was not as if their powers had never been combined before. There were countless ninjutsu they had developed together, yet this kind of thing had never happened. But now it had happened, and the Creation Clone's overwhelming power had filled them with wild joy, so they had not thought too deeply about it. But now it seemed that someone had been manipulating everything behind the scenes all along. Still, it did not matter. Their goal was to go to Konoha Year 63. As long as that goal was achieved, it did not matter who was controlling things. The two stepped into the space-time passage and traveled through the river of time toward Konoha Year 63. The early founding period of Konoha. This Ninetales is really stubborn. It's hiding so well. Even using Sage Mode, I still can't find it. Senju Hashirama said with a bitter smile, feeling helpless. He had not expected the Ninetales to be so determined to hide itself. It really was hard to find. Senju Tobarama complained, of course. In the future, he was controlled by others the whole time. Even though he finally reconciled with the brat Naruto, freedom is definitely the most important thing. To avoid being found by us, he'll definitely hide himself well. But if that's the case, then I won't be able to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hashirama said. Tobarama said, to be honest, big brother, I don't think you becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be all that useful. That was not false at all. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senju Hashirama had personally said that Naruto plus the Nine-Tails chakra was about equal to his own total chakra. Although that had only been half of the Nine-Tails, it was still enough to show just how terrifying Hashirama's chakra reserves were. Hashirama said unhappily, how is it useless? Putting aside that cool-looking skin alone, just the boost in power from the Nine-Tails would raise my current strength by 30 to 50%. But Uchiha Madara said, during this time, I've thought about a lot of things and I found a problem we've always overlooked. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both looked toward Uchiha Madara. That is, what makes us so sure these tailed beasts will definitely help us? The two were instantly stunned. Yeah, Uchiha Madara had a point. These tailed beasts had always lived freely in nature. If they sealed those tailed beasts for no reason, it would already be good enough if the beasts did not resent them. So how could they possibly help them? Hashirama suddenly came to his senses. Yeah, what should we do then? How about we just don't capture the tailed beasts? Madara immediately refuted him. No, the future ninja world is filled with disaster, and the enemies are stronger one after another. We'd better become stronger ourselves. Big brother, if you knew who caused most of the disasters in the future ninja world, you wouldn't be saying that. At this moment, Senju Tobarama actually agreed with Uchiha Madara in a rare show of support. That's right, big brother. We still need to find a way to control the tailed beasts. Can't just be about sealing them. Control is better. Hashirama nodded, then said, then, Tobarama, I'll leave this matter to you. Senju Tobarama pointed at himself with a stunned expression. Leave it to me? Big brother, are you kidding me? You already make me handle the village's affairs, then you make me study sealing techniques, and now you want me to figure out how to control the tailed beasts too. Even a slave driver isn't as ruthless as you. Well, of course. Who doesn't know my Otuto is a master of forbidden jutsu, a ninja famous throughout the whole ninja world, Senju Hashirama said with a grin. Senju Tobarama nodded. That much is true. Leave this matter to me. Uchiha Madara watched from the side speechlessly, but in his heart, he began missing his own younger brother. It looked like he still needed to earn points and revive Izuna. Konoha Year 63. Today was already the afternoon of the third day since Minato and the others had come to this timeline. They planned to have dinner with Naruto before leaving. At the dinner table that evening, Naruto, Obito, Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya were all here. Hinata had originally been here too, but because she had been eating dinner at Naruto's house for the past few days, Hayashi Hyuga had called her back today, saying it was so he could properly bond with his daughter. Naruto could only grumble about it in his heart. On the surface, he couldn't really say anything. Kushina was absent-mindedly picking at her food from the side. Naruto noticed something was off and asked, "What's wrong, Mom? You don't look very energetic." "Naruto, your father and I want to go see what your future wedding will look like. Is that okay?" Kushina asked carefully, testing the waters. "Of course it is. Actually, I want to go too." Naruto froze for a moment, then replied at once. Kushina and Minato both let out a sigh of relief. They really had been worried Naruto might refuse. "All right, then next time we come, we'll use the gate of time and space to head to another era." No matter how many eras the gate of time and space crossed through, they could only stay for 3 days. In other words, they could use Konoha Year 63 as a transfer point. Obito also said, "Naruto, if there's any news about the masked man during this time, make sure to tell me when I come back next time." Naruto nodded, but the masked man had hidden himself far too well. Konoha had already sent out many ninja, yet they still hadn't found any leads. A moment later, after Kushina cleaned up the dishes, she crouched down and hugged Naruto tightly. "Wait for us. We'll be back very soon." Naruto nodded. Now that the gate of time and space existed, he barely even felt sad at parting anymore. Kushina gently rubbed Naruto's head in relief, then crossed through the gate of time and space together with Minato, Fugaku, and the others. Sasuke, however, stared fixedly at the people who had already disappeared from sight. "What? Can't bear to part with them?" Sasuke didn't speak. He did feel a little reluctant, but he understood that those weren't his real parents. He still needed a revival coin to truly bring his parents back. He was different from Naruto. Naruto had never seen his biological parents before, and now Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina had given him more than enough love. Even if he never revived the two from this timeline, he wouldn't carry any burden in his heart. But Sasuke was different. He was definitely going to revive his own parents. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day for the video to play again. Many people had gotten up early and were already waiting. They all wanted to know what today's theme would be. Very soon, the video poster appeared. A masked man appeared on the poster, and Obito Uchiha from Konoha Year 47 was visibly shocked. That was him. He hadn't expected that he would make the ranking too. Good. Now he would finally find out why he had become like that, why he had even gone so far as to betray his teacher and massacre his own clan. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and Rin were also watching closely. Why had that kind Obito, the one known as Konoha's women's best friend, become like that? In Konoha Year 63, Naruto stared fixedly at the masked man. He was finally here. Naruto had known this guy would definitely make the ranking. After all, even though the central figure of the Nine-Tails attack was Namikaze Minato, this person had been a crucial part of it. There was no way he wouldn't make the list. Now the only thing left was to see his life story. Kakashi, meanwhile, fell into a daze. Seeing his former friend once again, his heart had already gone numb. Obito's changes were simply too great. Betraying his teacher, betraying his ancestors, starting a great war. Any one of those crimes was enough for him to die thousands upon thousands of times. But what exactly was the reason behind it all? Could it really be because he had killed Rin? Obito, hidden in the darkness, felt his heart stir slightly. He hadn't expected to make the ranking again. Then he laughed. He wanted to see exactly what kind of trick this video could pull. The video's theme was, From Good to Evil, the Masked Man. A moment later, the video officially began. 5-year-old Obito Uchiha was sleepily putting on his clothes when his grandmother's voice suddenly rang out. Obito, Rin is here to pick you up. Obito hurriedly finished getting dressed and rushed out excitedly. A girl was standing at the door. She had 2 marks on her face and a cute appearance. I really do want to hold my grandson soon. Obito, his grandmother said. Obito was instantly speechless. Grandma, I'm only 5. What are you even talking about? Rin stood to the side, smiling brightly, and seemed a little happy. Hurry, hurry. It's about to start. Early romance is bad. That thought rose in everyone's mind at the same time. This kid had already been this jumpy when he was little. No wonder he had gone crooked after growing up and directly kicked off the 4th Great Ninja War. But the people of Konoha were completely dumbfounded right now. Other people might not recognize it, but those from the same generation as Obito knew very clearly who this was. Wasn't this supposed to be a review of the Masked Man? Why had Obito and Rin appeared? Could it be that Rin was the Masked Man? But hadn't she died long ago? As for Obito becoming the Masked Man, not a single one of them was willing to believe it. Obito's reputation was well known. He was Konoha's women's best friend. There wasn't a single old lady in the village who didn't like him. He had a cheerful personality, aimed to become Hokage, and was extremely popular in the village. They refused to believe that someone like Obito would turn into the culprit who wanted to destroy the ninja world. But if Rin was the Masked Man, that was even more absurd. In the video, the 2 of them went together to a youth ninjutsu tournament. Both of them stared fixedly at the prize kunai. So cool. So Obito Uchiha went up on stage. What he performed was fire release, great fireball technique. Of course, with his current strength, all he spat out was a tiny little flame. Everyone below the stage was stunned. Only Rin clapped hard for him alone. That was really good. Obito. Obito smiled proudly. Of course, that's only because I'm not in good condition today. Isn't this kid way too full of himself? The people watching the video kept complaining. Sure enough, he was dead last. Normally speaking, even at age 5, you shouldn't only be able to use a great fireball technique like that. But soon, Kakashi went up on stage. With one earth release technique, he directly took the grand prize. Rin said regretfully from the side, "What a pity." Obito Uchiha, meanwhile, looked full of indignation. Damn Kakashi. And so, the inescapable bond between the 2 of them began here. Very soon, the scene changed. Obito was running with all his might. "You're so slow, Obito." When they arrived at a small plaza, Rin couldn't help saying that. Obito quickly apologized. And soon he saw the person he least wanted to see, Kakashi Hatake. In the end, he found out that Kakashi was willing to play with them too. But Obito felt extremely unhappy inside. Sure enough, Kakashi was still Kakashi. Even when it came to playing games, he was amazing at it, directly crushing everyone. He even gave Obito a harsh lesson. At dusk, "Obito's always the one who's it," Rin said. The people around them were also constantly praising Kakashi, and soon their parents came to pick them up. Kakashi stood to the side and smiled smugly. "I won again, but I have to praise you. Up to now, you're the only one who hasn't admitted defeat to me," Obito said unhappily. Seriously, very soon, Tsukumo Hatake came to pick Kakashi up. Everyone else had parents to pick them up. Only Obito didn't. Looking dejected, he returned home alone. So Obito didn't have parents either, Naruto couldn't help thinking. But after seeing this, he became even more curious. The Obito in the video was optimistic, upbeat, and loved helping people. So why exactly would he become like that in the future? A trace of nostalgia flashed through Kakashi Hatake's eyes. Things really had been better when they were kids. There had been no worries, and every day they could live happily. That wasn't possible anymore. In the video, Obito and his grandmother were eating dinner. While eating, he suddenly asked, "Grandma, do I look more like dad or mom?" "Well, both, I guess." Obito's little head was full of confusion. What did that mean? Your life was exchanged with your parents' lives, so you must not let them down. You have to help a lot of people. Obito smiled. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll definitely help lots of people." At that moment, his smile was incomparably dazzling. The scene changed, and it was already the time of Obito's enrollment. But unfortunately, just as he ran to the entrance of the Ninja Academy, all the students had already gone home. Kakashi mocked him, "You were late even for the entrance ceremony. Someone like you isn't qualified to enter the Ninja Academy." Obito looked indignant. He had just been about to fight him when he heard Rin say, "It's okay. I picked this up for you." Holding the entrance ceremony materials in both hands, Rin handed them to Obito. "For me? That's right. As long as you give this to the school, you'll be able to enroll smoothly." "Thank you so much." Obito looked extremely excited. "You always spoil him. That's why he can never fix his bad habits." And so the two of them started arguing again. Under Rin's smiling gaze, their friendship gradually grew warmer. But this kind of friendship gave Obito quite a headache. As the sun set, Uchiha Obito swore that he would definitely defeat Kakashi and become Hokage. But unfortunately, compared to Kakashi, his talent was just far too lacking. Even though he trained hard, he still couldn't measure up to Kakashi. On top of that, the classmates in his class kept mocking him, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Kakashi-sensei's mouth was really vicious, Naruto complained weakly. He realized that young Kakashi had an even sharper tongue than Sasuke. He cast Kakashi a sidelong glance. Kakashi seemed to sense something and gave an awkward smile. Naruto also realized that Obito was really a lot like him. Before the system appeared, wasn't he the same way too? Not knowing who his parents were, being mocked as the dead last, and both of them had worn goggles as kids. There was an inexplicable similarity between them. Konoha year 47. Obito looked embarrassed. Seriously, they actually dragged this part out for a public execution. He felt a little ashamed inside. Noera Rin didn't say anything. She just looked at him with a gentle smile. In her eyes, being able to see Obito as a child again made her very happy. "Look at you. You were so stupid when you were little." The sharp-tongued Kakashi mocked Obito again. He wasn't afraid at all that Obito would beat him up. Right now, if Obito wanted to hit him, it would be as easy as hitting a baby chick. Obito instantly exploded, and the two started bickering again. Noera Rin said with a headache, "Stop arguing. The video isn't over yet." The moment Obito heard Rin speak, he immediately shut up. Minato Namikaze shook his head helplessly, then seemed to think of something. "Obito, why did you always wear goggles when you were young?" Obito pointed at the goggles on his head and said with a smile, "I'm from the Uchiha clan. I might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, so of course I had to protect my eyes properly. Even though I've already awakened my eyes now, I'm still a little unused to not wearing goggles, so I never took them off. So that's why." Even Rin had only just learned there was a reason like that behind it. In the video, things often developed in unexpected ways. One day, while helping an old man, Obito overheard two people complaining about Kakashi, so he went up and asked them about it. That guy doesn't have a shred of human feeling. All he thinks about is missions and never about other people. Obito was a little dumbfounded. He simply couldn't connect the person they were talking about with the Kakashi he knew. After all, the old Kakashi had once said he would never abandon a comrade. So what had happened to the current Kakashi? In order to figure out the reason for Kakashi's change, he went through a lot of trouble. That day, he and Rin were walking home together. "Rin, have you run into Kakashi lately?" Rin shook her head. "No. He seems to have been carrying out missions lately." "Why are you asking?" "I heard some rumors about Kakashi yesterday. They weren't anything good, but I feel like Kakashi has changed a lot compared to before. Could it have something to do with his father?" Obito instantly perked up. "What do you mean? You know something?" Rin shook her head. Soon, the two parted and went home. On the way back, Obito ran into Kakashi at the plaza where they used to play games. "Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" "I came to find you." Kakashi stood up. "I haven't fallen so low that I need your concern." Kakashi looked at him, his eyes lifeless, as if he had lost something important. Obito froze. He realized that the Kakashi in front of him right now was different from every Kakashi he had ever seen before. Kakashi left. He left without a sound. Konoha year 63. Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, your mouth was even sharper than Sasuke's back then." Kakashi looked awkward. At that time, his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, had just passed away. He had been hurting inside, and it was practically like he snapped at everyone he saw, without giving anyone a good face. When Sasuke heard that, he immediately got unhappy. "Naruto, what are you talking about? I'm very polite. Okay?" Naruto let out a chuckle. "If you're polite, then there's no such thing as someone sharp-tongued. But Kakashi-sensei, your will still wasn't firm enough. You could even abandon the will you once had to save your comrades. Kakashi was so ashamed from Naruto's words that he lowered his head. But Kakashi-sensei, why did you change your mind later? Kakashi raised his head, and a trace of nostalgia flashed through his eyes. It was Obito. Obito helped me find the ideals I once had. Otherwise, I might have grown into a complete scumbag. His tone was full of sighs, full of nostalgia for the life he once had. Konoha year 47. Kakashi, look at how annoying you used to be, Obito said unhappily. Even now, watching it still made him feel angry inside. Kakashi said, then my apologies. Obito immediately laughed. Kakashi apologizing was a rare thing indeed. It's fine. I forgive you. Kakashi curled his lip. Forgive me? I didn't do anything wrong. This guy still can't tell good words from bad ones. His strength may have improved, but his IQ hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, Minato was staring at the video with full focus, because he didn't know the exact details of these kids' past. Now was also a chance for him to understand them better. In the video, in order to defeat Kakashi, Obito was still training hard. In a forest under pouring rain, he worked desperately on his training. He leaped up and hung upside down from a tree, training his abs. Found you, Obito. The moment he heard Rin's voice, Obito was so startled that he fell straight from the tree. Rin panicked. She immediately threw down the umbrella in her hand and rushed to Obito's side. Her face full of anxiety. She asked, are you okay, Obito? Obito gave a silly grin and shook his head. It's raining this hard and you're still training. I feel like if I want to catch up to Kakashi, I have to work even harder. One day I'm definitely going to make him admit defeat. Otherwise, how can I become Hokage? Rin immediately cheered him on. That's the spirit. Do your best, Obito. Soon it was time for graduation from the Ninja Academy. And if nothing unexpected happened, then something unexpected was definitely going to happen. Obito was late again. By the time he got to the school, everyone had already left. Only Rin was still waiting for him at the school gate. Panting heavily, he collapsed to the ground. Rin said in exasperation, unbelievable. You were late to both the entrance ceremony and the graduation ceremony. The graduation ceremony is already over. But I ran into an old granny. Obito, the chances of you running into old grannies lately are way too high. At this point, even Obito was a little confused. I keep feeling like they've all been ambushing me lately. Noera Rin held her forehead. Aren't you just knowingly doing this to yourself? You seriously? She grabbed Obito's hand and led him into the graduation hall. Rin's voice rang out. Graduation certificate. Uchiha Obito. This certifies that this student has graduated from this school. Whether in wind or rain, you completed your studies. Here. Congratulations on your graduation. With a bright smile, Noera Rin handed the graduation certificate in her hand to Obito. Rin, thank you. Even though none of the other classmates are here, I'm happier than if I'd received it from Lord Hokage himself. Obito was instantly so moved that he cried. After that, he also learned from Rin that the two of them had been assigned to the same team as Kakashi. After going through so many missions, Obito also came to understand why Kakashi had become like that. But instead of distancing himself from Kakashi, he cared about him even more. This girl is really gentle. Quite a few people sighed that in their hearts. By this point, everyone could more or less tell who the main character of this video was. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be this Uchiha Obito. But up to now, Uchiha Obito had always been kind to others. A good-hearted ninja who helped the elderly. So why would he become a demon who started the fourth great ninja war in the future? Could it be because the girl he liked had fallen for Kakashi? It was not impossible. If that was really the case, then it was possible that love had turned into hatred, causing Obito to become a demon directly. Still, that guess was way too outrageous. They needed to keep watching the video carefully to gather more information. Konoha year 63. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Sakura and sighed inwardly. In the end, it really was misplaced devotion. If only Sakura had treated him that gently back then. But sadly, Sakura's gentleness had only ever been reserved for Sasuke. However, Naruto quickly smiled again. It did not matter. Now, he also had a girl who cared only about him with all her heart. That girl was Hinata. And Hinata's gentleness was even greater than the girl in the video. Of course, that was Hinata before marriage. As for Hinata after marriage, that was hard to say. Hinata after marriage had such a fiery temper that people might think she had suffered Naruto's bullying to become like that.
Kakashi Sensei.
Who exactly did Rin like? Sakura suddenly asked. Kakashi froze, then gave a bitter smile. You're asking me? I don't know either. Of course he did not know. But deep down, maybe he could vaguely sense Rin's feelings. He raised his head again and looked toward the video. In the video, time quickly moved to when they were participating in the Chunin exams. As for Minato-sensei recommending them for the Chunin exams, Obito was so grateful he was practically in tears. The exam began very soon. But the first test already left Obito utterly overwhelmed. Why? Why does the first test have to be the written exam? The thing I'm worst at. Obito clutched his head with both hands, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, as expected of an honor student, Kakashi was the first one to walk out of the exam room. Damn it, Kakashi! Watching Kakashi leave the room, Obito felt even more annoyed. But very soon, he felt something touch his foot. He picked it up and took a look. It was a note passed to him by Rin. The note was filled with answers, along with a few smaller words. Do your best. I'll always be watching you. I'll give you the rest of the answers in a bit. Obito looked deeply grateful and turned to glance at No-era Rin. Rin really was an angel. Very soon the results came out. Rin and Kakashi both made the list, while Obito barely passed as an alternate candidate. The second exam was a team battle, scheduled for 3 days later. And if nothing unexpected happened, then something unexpected was going to happen again. Obito had helped an old man and ended up being late again. But the help had not gone unrewarded. The old man gave him a piece of candy in return. But Obito never would have imagined that that candy would cause him to fail the exam. It's over. He is going to be late again. Kakashi complained at the venue. He won tea. Obito will definitely make it on time, Rin said from the side. But obviously, even she herself was not very confident. He must have run into some urgent matter. He'll definitely make it in time for the exam. Everyone gained an even deeper understanding of Rin's gentleness. It seemed that no matter when it was, she could believe in Uchiha Obito unconditionally. How could an ordinary person possibly do that? In the eyes of the people of the ninja world, there was an 80% chance that Rin liked Obito. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The exam time had arrived. Just as Kakashi was anxiously waiting, Obito finally showed up. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was still a piece of candy in his mouth, slowly melting. No-era Rin looked at the late-arriving Obito with a face full of joy. She knew it. Obito would absolutely never let her down. In the arena, the third team battle officially began. Kakashi's team was facing Might Guy's group. The moment the referee finished speaking, Might Guy charged forward. Obito also leaped up at once and directly formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. But suddenly, the candy in his mouth slipped into his throat and got stuck. Not only did the fire style fail to come out, his face turned red from holding it in. With a bang, he was kicked flying by Might Guy, and the candy in his mouth fell out too. Yes, that was right. Might Guy had saved his life. And so, Obito lost that battle. Of course, in order not to lose face, he trained hard after the fight ended. And very soon the third battle arrived. But unfortunately, he ran into Might Guy again. Obito looked full of confidence. This time, I'm definitely going to make you pay in blood. Who are you? I don't remember ever doing anything to wrong you, Might Guy said with a puzzled look. This guy simply could not remember other people's faces. Except for Kakashi. You bastard. Faced with Might Guy's confusion, Obito took it as contempt and looked furious. Go. Obito. Standing in the spectator seats, Rin waved her arms hard as she cheered for Obito. Obito smiled brightly. Watch closely, Rin. I'm definitely going to win. Begin. Just as Obito was speaking from the heart, the battle started. Might Guy kicked him and instantly defeated him again. In the spectator stands, Obito, his face covered in injuries, looked down at the battle between Kakashi and Might Guy below. Rin was excitedly shouting encouragement from beside him. He secretly stared at Rin. He felt a little jealous. Then, under his displeased gaze, Kakashi won the individual battle. Kakashi obtained his Chunin certificate. Of course, given Kakashi's strength, becoming a Chunin was only to be expected. But the displeased Obito walked away by himself and lay down on a bench. Naruto was already completely speechless. The more he looked at this guy, the more he looked like himself. No wonder Kakashi-sensei always said he was a lot like one of his friends. So this was where it came from. The same carelessness, the same thoughtlessness, the same kindness. No matter what, Naruto simply could not imagine how an Uchiha Obito like this had later become like that. Just what had happened in the middle? What kind of event could have caused such a huge change in Uchiha Obito's personality? Konoha Year 47. The few people watching the video were speechless as well. At this stage, the Chunin exams had already ended. Obito had not yet become a Chunin, but he was not far off. Kakashi was about to become a Jonin. But the scenes playing in the video were things they had personally gone through not long ago. Now that they were suddenly seeing them replayed like this, it was as awkward could get. You really looked stupid back then. Kakashi complained weakly. If Obito had just been a little more serious back then, maybe he really could have become a Chunin. During the team battle, he got candy from an old granny stuck in his throat and nearly suffocated to death. During the individual battle, he was too busy talking to Rin and got kicked away by Might Guy in a single blow. No matter how anyone looked at it, Obito had not brought out his true strength at all. But for the sake of his pride, Kakashi was not going to say that out loud. Obito said, I was just careless back then. If I had brought out my real strength, I definitely could have become a Chunin. I wouldn't have let you leave me that far behind. Heh. Kakashi let out a dry laugh. He did not believe it. At that moment, Rin spoke up. Obito was just careless back then. He didn't bring out his true strength at all. If he used his real strength, I believe Obito definitely could have become a Chunin. So boring. When will I ever be able to beat Kakashi? Lying on the bench, Obito looked up at the yellowing sky, bitterness filling his heart. So this is where you were. Rin's voice suddenly rang out. Obito jumped in fright, then gave an awkward smile. So it's you, Rin. It's only natural that Kakashi passed the exam, but we'll pass too. Let us work hard together next year. But whenever I look at Kakashi, I just can't get motivated. Rin immediately became unhappy and sat down beside Obito. What are you talking about? Isn't your goal to become Hokage? Then she stared at Obito. I'll always be watching you. A breeze passed by, lifting the tips of Rin's hair. Obito stared straight at Rin Noara, a little dazed. At that moment, a thought suddenly rose in his heart. How great would it be if time could just stop right here? He was instantly filled with confidence. Training through the freezing winter and the scorching summer, he had finally passed the Chunin exams. Starting today, I'm a Chunin too. Rin came to Obito's side with an excited look and whispered something in his ear. Obito eagerly agreed at once. So the next day, Obito came beneath the cherry blossom tree holding a bouquet of flowers. Today, I'm definitely going to tell Rin how I feel, Obito said with a smile. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry, everyone. That everyone made Obito completely freeze. Everyone? Rin explained that Kakashi had been promoted to Jonin, so they needed to prepare a gift for him. The flowers in his hand slowly fell to the ground. The stiff smile on his face was painful to look at. Konoha year 47. Obito looked extremely awkward. There was no other reason. Everyone was watching this video right now. This was basically a public execution for him. And he quietly glanced at Rin Noara and realized that she actually looked a little guilty. Rin, what is wrong? Rin Noara shook her head without speaking, but her heart felt terrible. She had never noticed Obito's feelings. If she had been able to notice his feelings, maybe Obito wouldn't have become like that. Obito felt a little upset and hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with you. I was the one making assumptions on my own. Besides, you didn't even know I was going to confess." Now that Uchiha Obito had gained power, he seemed to have gained some confidence too. He even said something like a confession out loud without hiding it. Still, he was blushing a little. After all, he was still young, and something this embarrassing still made him shy. Rin's face instantly turned red. What are you doing? I'm talking about the reason you changed in the future, and now you're bringing up confessing again. Of course, it wasn't that she was unwilling. At the very least, you could pick another place. Find somewhere with fewer people. When Rin Noara stayed silent, Obito immediately got anxious. Alright, Obito, we'll talk about this later, Minato Namikaze said at once. Sure enough, they were still just kids. He really couldn't tell what a girl was thinking. Hearing his teacher speak, Obito couldn't say much more, but in his heart, he made up his mind. Once the video ended, he would definitely confess to Rin properly. Konoha year 63. So awkward. Sasuke felt like his toes could dig a huge hole into the ground. He just couldn't understand why Obito was so obsessed with Rin Noara. Well, about that. Maybe his brother and his ancestor Uchiha Madara didn't know either. The Uchiha clan was almost completely uninterested in women. Obito was pretty much the only one this persistent. In the video, Obito was injured during a mission, but luckily Rin, the medical ninja, was there and saved him. After the mission was completed, the group returned to the village. It was that same chair again. Obito lay on it absent-mindedly. So you're here. Rin's voice suddenly rang out. Obito came back to his senses and smiled. Oh, it's Rin. Are you okay? Rin was still worried about him. Me fine. I've already recovered. Rin sat down beside him. Obito lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Rin." Before Rin could speak, he seriously added, "Rin, by saving me, you saved the whole world." Seeing the puzzled expression on Rin's face, Obito explained, "Look, I'm definitely going to become Hokage and end this war. You have to watch me carefully, okay?" Rin's gentle gaze fixed straight on Obito, startling him. "I'll always be watching you." Her voice was gentle, but every word landed with force. "Don't worry, Rin. I'll definitely become Hokage and end this war. This brat is really arrogant. Who knows where he got the courage to say something like that? But thinking about how this guy was the one who started the Fourth Great Ninja War, maybe he really could have ended this war too. If he hadn't gone down the wrong path, maybe he really could have become Hokage. He wanted to become Hokage too." Naruto was momentarily dazed. Yeah. Back then, Obito was always saying he wanted to become Hokage, that he wanted everyone to acknowledge him. "Just like you," Kakashi said with a squinting smile. It seemed like Naruto had thought of something. He continued looking at the video. In the video, Minato led the three of them through combat training. But in order to show his manliness in front of Rin, Obito stubbornly caught a shuriken head-on. Naturally, he got injured. His left hand was almost pierced through by the shuriken. Rin came to his side. Hold out your left hand. It's fine, just a scratch. Licking it will make it better. But Rin still insisted on making Obito hold out his hand. Left with no choice, Obito let her bandage it. A man's body without 1 or 2 scars is too cheap looking. This is the perfect chance to add a little gold plating, Obito said with an awkward laugh. But the hand wrapping the bandage suddenly tightened, making Obito cry out in pain. Don't force yourself and hide things from me, because I've always been watching you. Obito, you promised me you'd become Hokage and end this war. So I decided I'll stay by your side and keep watching you properly. Didn't you say that if I saved you, it meant I saved the whole world? If I'm watching you, that means you won't be able to hide anything from me. Obito cried. He was so moved by Rin that he cried. With tears in his eyes, he kept nodding. Do your best, Obito. Let me see the cool back of you after you become Hokage. It's a promise. Rin took his hand and walked off into the distance, leaving behind only a stretch of withered yellow. Soon, the Third Great Ninja War fully broke out. It had reached the point where even kids like them had to go to the battlefield. Minato led the 3 of them into their first battle of the war. The Battle of Canopy Bridge is here. Finally, it's here, the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Kakashi thought to himself. He desperately wanted to know why Obito had become that masked man. But the battle at Canopy Bridge did not go smoothly. As a medical ninja, Rin wasn't very strong, and she was captured by Kirigakure ninja. Obito insisted on going to save Rin, but Kakashi, because of the tragedy involving his father, insisted that they complete the mission first. I've always felt that Konoha's White Fang was a true hero. In the ninja world, people who fail missions are scum. But people who abandon their comrades are scum among scum, Obito said. He resolutely went to save Rin alone, but without having awakened the Sharingan. He was no match for the enemy at all. Bang! Kakashi descended like a god and saved Obito. In the end, I still can't abandon you guys, Kakashi said with his back facing Obito. Kakashi, Obito said gratefully, but the enemy's invisibility technique had already reached perfection. While Kakashi wasn't paying attention, a single slash blinded one of his eyes. Kakashi, Obito shouted in panic. He couldn't be this cowardly. He had to protect Kakashi. In an instant, a huge surge of chakra flooded into his mind and acted on his pupils. His eyes awakened. Tutomo Sharingan. His kunai directly pierced through the enemy. How could you see me? Even on the verge of death, the enemy still couldn't believe that Kid had been able to see him. I awakened my eyes to protect the important comrades by my side. The Uchiha clan members were all stunned when they saw this. His eyes awakened and it was Tutomo right away. Are you kidding me? If your talent was this good, then why were you still a dead last at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Fugaku felt delighted inside. It looked like even without the system's reward, Obito still could have become strong. The system's reward had only let him become strong a little earlier. At Konoha's founding, Uchiha Madara looked astonished. This brat's talent is actually this good? After all, awakening directly into Tutomo was rare even in Uchiha clan history. Even he himself hadn't done that. No wonder this kid had been able to stir up the Fourth Great Ninja War all by himself. So he really did have the ability for it. The only question was whether, in the future, he had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Madara had. Of course, that was only a guess for the version without the system. As for the masked man, one of the system rewards he had received was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So Madara naturally already knew that. But if that guy doesn't have any brothers, it'll probably be very difficult. In the video after Obito awakened the Sharingan, his strength surged. The 2 of them rescued Rin from the cave at the fastest speed possible. Bang! Bang! Just as they were excited over completing the mission, countless explosive tags suddenly rained down from above, directly blowing the entire cave apart. Kakashi, watch out! A massive boulder fell straight toward Kakashi, and the 3 of them were already far too exhausted. They simply had no strength left to deal with it. Left with no choice, Obito could only shove Kakashi away. Right before Kakashi's stunned eyes, half of Obito's body was smashed to pieces. Obito, Kakashi's voice carried a sob. Don't be sad, Kakashi. Rin no era and Kakashi kept trying to push the rock away. But with the strength of just the 2 of them, there was no way they could budge such a gigantic boulder. Forget it, Kakashi. I'm done for. The right half of my body has already been crushed to pieces. I can't even feel it anymore. Kakashi knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. What kind of captain am I? What kind of jonin am I? Come to think of it, Kakashi, among everyone from our class, it seems I'm the only one who never gave you a gift for your promotion to jonin, right? Kakashi froze, then looked up at Obito in shock. At a time like this, what are you even talking about? Kakashi, I'm giving you this Sharingan of mine. After Rin used medical ninjutsu to transplant Obito's eye into Kakashi, He smiled happily. Kakashi, I'm leaving Rin to you. Don't worry. I'll definitely protect Rin. Rin gripped Obito's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. But soon, the enemy attacked again, and the only two left alive could only run. Above Obito's head, countless rocks came crashing down. I finally became friends with Kakashi, but in the end, I still never confessed to Rin. I really wanted to stay with them longer. Year 63 of Konoha. When Kakashi saw this scene, his stomach churned. Guilt, sorrow, and all kinds of emotions were mixed together in his heart. Sorry, Obito. I failed to keep our promise. Kakashi clenched his fist tightly as that thought surged through his heart. But soon after, another thought rose in his mind. He could finally find out why Obito had become like that. The video would probably reveal it. Sasuke glanced sideways at Kakashi. First, he had thought Kakashi's Sharingan had come from some dirty source. He hadn't expected it to be a gift from a close friend from the same generation. That part really surprised him. Although the Uchiha clan had already been wiped out when he was still very young, he still knew that when Uchiha clan members died in war, there would be people specifically sent to the battlefield to retrieve their Sharingan. So they wouldn't be exploited by other villages. Back then, the Uchiha clan had probably thought the same thing when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan, that this guy had no idea whose eyeball he had dug out. But now, the truth had finally come to light. Year 47 of Konoha. Kakashi felt a little moved, but with the mouth he had right now, there was no way he could say anything nice. Obito, I didn't expect you to care about me this much. Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll definitely be with you, he said with a smiling face. Obito's face instantly turned red. Bullshit. I don't want to be with you. If anything, I want to be with Rin. He had just been about to retort more, but then he saw Rin staring at him with tears in her eyes. Rin, what's wrong? He asked softly. He realized Rin was acting really strange today. Her emotions were changing way too fast. Rin Noera said, I'm sorry, Obito. If I had become stronger or if my medical ninjutsu had been better, then you wouldn't have. Obito quickly waved his hands. This has nothing to do with you, Rin. The me in the video was just too weak. If I were as strong as I am now, then there definitely wouldn't have been any problem. Rin shook her head with reddened eyes, then looked toward the video. She also wanted to know why Obito had changed so much before and after. In the video, the scene shifted to a pitch-black room. Obito, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, was wondering whether he was dead. Before he even opened his eyes, the words came out first. This is the gap between the underworld and reality, child of the Uchiha. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old man before him. Those scarlet Sharingan were especially eye-catching. Those eyes. Grandpa, are you also? Who knows? Madara Uchiha did not answer directly. Instead, he spoke in a vague, half-meaningful way. Obito asked in confusion, you just said this is the gap between the underworld and reality. So where exactly is this place? It's too dark. I can't see clearly. And who exactly are you, Grandpa? Don't tell me you're the Shinigami, bringing people from reality to heaven. His eyes darted around as he inspected the surroundings, but suddenly, he spotted a huge scythe. He was so scared that he jumped up on the spot. No, I don't want to die yet. Help, I just saw a scythe. You're definitely the Shinigami, the one specifically in charge of dead Uchiha. His voice was shrill beyond belief, as if he had really already died. Madara Uchiha was speechless. Was this kid an idiot? From the time I was little until now, helping old people in need has always been my life principle. Sure, I've done plenty of bad things too, but that shouldn't be enough to send me to hell. Please don't take me to hell. His shouting pulled at his injuries, and in the next instant, another burst of pained cries came out. Madara Uchiha said flatly, if you can still feel pain, that means you're still alive. But if you keep screaming like this, you might really die. Still, the fact that you survived can only be called a miracle. You actually weren't crushed to death by the rocks. It's almost as if you passed right through them. Obito said in shock, where did you find me? You collapsed in the underground passage I dug. By that point, nearly half your body had vanished, so I temporarily bandaged you up. Uchiha Obito let out a sigh of relief. So Grandpa, you're the one who saved me. Thank you. Madara smiled. It's too early to thank me now. I'll make sure you properly repay this favor. Helping old people is your life principle, right? That's what I said. But what am I supposed to do? Become your servant and take care of you? That actually doesn't sound bad, Madara Uchiha said. Sorry, but I can't stay here. Since I'm still alive, I have to go back to Konoha. The war is still going on. I finally awakened the Sharingan. This time, I can finally protect my comrades better. Madara Uchiha smiled. With your current body, you can't be a ninja anymore. Obito felt unwilling to accept it. He had finally awakened the Sharingan, only to become unable to be a ninja because of his severe injuries. Accept reality. The longer I've lived, the more I've come to feel this way. All that fills reality is misery, pain, and loneliness. Those words left Obito completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this old man talking about? Madara Uchiha paid no attention to Obito's baffled expression and continued. Listen. Everything in this world is the same. Wherever there is light, there must also be darkness. As long as the concept of victors exists, there will inevitably also be losers. The selfish desire to protect peace will bring about war. To protect love, hatred will be born. That is simply how this world works. Obito was extremely speechless. This old man had gotten into it again. Seriously annoying. Old people are all like this, just talking on and on by themselves. More importantly, where even is this place? Some people are only able to be saved because you were injured. I'm not wrong, am I? Madara Uchiha's words made him think back to the moment when he had saved Kakashi earlier. Wasn't it exactly the same? Because he got hurt. The other two had managed to escape. Even though he agreed with it, Obito still didn't understand. This old man really makes a lot of sense. Some people thought to themselves. It had to be said, Madara Uchiha's brainwashing ability was truly terrifying. That one speech directly made quite a few people agree with him. But if they knew the one speaking was Madara Uchiha, who knew whether they would still think that way? At the founding of Konoha, Hashirama Senju was completely dumbfounded when he saw that man. Others might not recognize him. But as Madara Uchiha's best friend, how could he fail to? Madara, you're really good at staying alive. As expected of Hashirama Senju, his words were shocking as always. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. What do you mean? You want me to die early? Senju Hashirama hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. I was just thinking, by that time, you should have been 80 or 90 years old and you were still alive. How could I not be shocked? Ninja generally didn't live very long. Even a big shot like Senju Hashirama only lived to around 40 or 50 before dying, and there were countless people who died in their 20s or 30s. Someone like Inoki living to 90 was already considered an old fossil. That was why Hashirama asked that question. Still, I feel like your way of thinking is a little extreme. Looks like in the future where the system didn't appear, something unexpected must have happened. Uchiha Madara nodded. That was indeed the case. The old Madara's thoughts were very different from his current thoughts. Even he himself wouldn't believe that nothing had happened in between. Konoha year 63. Kakashi suddenly understood. So that person saved Obito? But at that time, Obito still really wanted to return to Konoha. So what happened afterward that changed his mind so completely? Hidden in the shadows, the masked man, Uchiha Obito, had a trace of nostalgia flash through his eyes. Back then, he really had been naive. He strongly agreed with what Uchiha Madara had said. But as for that person himself, he didn't trust him at all. Still, this system did have some benefits. His eyes were full of tenderness. At least he had gotten to see Rin from the past. Rin, if the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, will I be able to see you again? In the video, you're so damn annoying. I don't want to stay here too long. Hurry up. Obito shouted. But the pain in his body left him helpless. You can leave any time you want, as long as you can move. But at this moment, Obito rarely used his brain. This isn't right. Why would an old Uchiha man be living here alone? Thinking about it carefully, I know all the old men and old women in Konoha, but I've never seen him before. This old man isn't a ninja from Konoha. Old man, you're a rogue ninja, aren't you? Who exactly are you? Uchiha Madara said nothing. He just sat on the other side and looked at him coldly. I am the ghost of the Uchiha Madara. Obito was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it at all. Uchiha Madara was his ancestor, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Uchiha Madara had died long ago. Konoha's textbooks clearly recorded the place and time of Uchiha Madara's death. So why would Uchiha Madara appear here? Compared to me being Uchiha Madara, would you rather believe I'm the god of death? Indeed, if that demonic statue behind me weren't continuously supplying me with chakra, I might have died long ago. Looking at the enormous demonic statue behind Uchiha Madara, Obito's heart trembled. I'm going back. He jumped down from the bed, but right now he couldn't walk at all. He could only wriggle forward with his body. If you keep moving around, the Hashirama prosthetic that was so hard to piece together for you will fall apart. Do you want to die? You barely got your life back. So don't rush to throw it away. Obito roared with all his strength. What exactly do you want? You're an old man kidnapping a kid like me. Obito was furious, completely forgetting that the old man in front of him had saved him. I don't care about anything else. I just want to go back to them. Uchiha Madara said coldly. I already told you. Things in this world rarely go the way people want. If you want to die, do as you like. But in exchange, I'll take your Sharingan. Obito was stunned. Why do you want my Sharingan? Don't you already have one? But Uchiha Madara said that he had given his original eyes to someone else. Only when both eyes of the Sharingan are together can its true power be brought out. But Obito only heard the last sentence. That was, only when the two Sharingan were together could they bring out their true power. Wait for me, Kakashi. As long as we're together, we can protect Rin properly. Konoha year 63. Kakashi could no longer hold it in. Tears kept welling up in his eyes. If there weren't so many people around, and all of them juniors at that, he might really have cried on the spot. Obito, I'm really sorry. I didn't keep our promise, and I didn't become a hero either. I'm just trash. And so, Kakashi Emo D. As for the Kakashi of Konoha year 47, if not for his pride, he would have already gone up and hugged Obito directly. But when he thought of Minato-sensei and Rin still being beside him, he forcefully suppressed that impulse. Rin, meanwhile, was already crying her eyes out. She had completely lost her previous gentleness. At this moment, she had already understood Obito's feelings. The way she looked at him became even gentler than before. But at this moment, Obito's attention wasn't on Rin at all. He was staring intently at the video. Was that Uchiha Madara actually the real one? The old man's declaration that he was Uchiha Madara directly detonated the ninja world of this era. Minato's expression turned grave. Not dead? Uchiha Madara really isn't dead? And he has been hiding in the ninja world all this time. What exactly is he trying to do? Why has he hidden himself so deeply? No, we have to find this unstable factor. Minato made up his mind. After the video ended, he would ask the third Hokage to send people to search for Uchiha Madara. He believed that, with the strength they had gained from the rewards, they would definitely be able to defeat a half-dead Uchiha Madara. Iwagakure. Inoki's eyes trembled violently, and he suddenly shot up from his chair. It's Uchiha Madara. It's definitely him. I can't be mistaken. That look in his eyes, the look that looked down on everything, the expression of someone who didn't put anything in the world in his eyes, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. But he truly hadn't expected that Uchiha Madara was actually not dead. Could it be that even Senju Hashirama, the man known as the god of shinobi, could fail? When he was young, he had seen Uchiha Madara once. His will of stone had been blown apart like flour in the wind. And now, was he going to suffer that same terror once again? Inoki let out a sigh. He was old now, and even his spirit had grown old. In the video, because of his violent struggling, Obito's wounds split open and he fell unconscious. When he woke up, he was lying in bed again. How is it? White Zetsu asked. Obviously terrible. How long have I been here? It feels like I've been stuck here forever. Obito said blankly. Don't worry, we won't make you pay rent. We don't need to eat either because we don't need to poop, White Zetsu said. Obito said speechlessly, even so, don't lump me together with you guys. Only the right half of my body has this weird stuff in it. But thanks to it, you're still alive. That's right. And I don't want to be lumped together with you either. Because I understand humor better than you do. Even if I can't poop. These two comedy freaks made Obito so mad he almost exploded. You guys are so annoying. What do you even understand about me? So the two White Zetsus started doing their own little comedy routine. Obito, annoyed, looked toward the sleeping Uchiha Madara and said unhappily, "He*s using two puppets to watch me while he sleeps all day himself. Where's the exit?" White Zetsu said, "Impossible. After Madara brought you here, he blocked the entrance with a huge rock. He blocked it off." Obito shouted. "While you were sleeping, you kept yelling Rin, 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 and sometimes mixed in a few idiot, idiot, idiot. Oh right, and also idiot Kakashi." Obito's face was full of embarrassment. When had he ever said that? He had no memory of it at all. Time passed little by little. Obito got tired of bickering with the two of them. He got down from the bed. He had to return to Konoha. But with injuries that severe, being able to barely walk was already no easy feat before he had taken more than a few steps. He was already drenched in sweat. He thought of the days he had spent together with Kakashi, his teacher, and Rin. That was the driving force behind his actions. What follows is Obito's memory from the video. He was in his home, holding a group photo of the four of them in his hand, gazing affectionately at Noera Rin in the picture. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He puckered his lips and leaned in. Obito in the real world was drenched in sweat. "Yamaro, enough, enough, this is already enough. Can't keep going. If this keeps going, I'm going to die of social embarrassment. From now on, my life in Konoha is completely over. No, not just in Konoha. Maybe in the entire ninja world. He would never be able to hold his head up again. Especially in front of Rin." Kakashi seemed to remember something. He suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing to slits. But the video would not stop playing because of anyone's will. The video continued. Obito suddenly saw Kakashi's face, and his expression instantly turned ugly. So he found a strip of tape and covered Kakashi's face with it before leaning in to kiss him again. But very quickly he was dumbfounded. Because Kakashi was looking at him. Obito's social death was complete. In the memory, Obito kept training this body of his. No one knew how much time had passed, or how much sweat he had shed. But in the end, he finally managed to adapt to his new body. Another day came. Obito, whose hair had clearly grown much longer, lay on the bed with a smile on his face. "I'll be able to get out soon. Wait for me, Kakashi, Rin." Just as he was imagining getting out and reuniting with Rin and Kakashi, White Zetsu suddenly popped out from underground. I just went out for a trip. That Rin you mentioned and that idiot Kakashi are in bad shape. The moment he arrived, White Zetsu brought Obito an extremely bad piece of news. What happened? Obito immediately lost his composure. White Zetsu said. The two of them seemed to have been surrounded by people from Kirigakure. Panicking, Obito leaped up and slammed a punch straight into the massive stone gate. With a bang, a huge hole was blasted into the gate, but he still couldn't get out. Instead, the arm implanted with Hashirama's cells shattered on the spot. White Zetsu came to his side and said, In your current condition, you can't break through the rock. I have to save Kakashi and Rin. White Zetsu thought for a moment, then said, Where my body? His body suddenly changed, then tightly wrapped itself around Obito. Obito's originally shattered right arm also returned to normal. Aren't you Madara's subordinates? Is this really okay? White Zetsu said, You really are a good kid. He won Tino. Don't worry. Now wearing White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito gathered his strength and smashed a fierce punch into the stone gate. With a thunderous boom, the gate shattered in response. Looking at the broken gate, determination flashed through Obito's eyes. Good. You're leaving? Uchiha Madara had woken up. Sensing the commotion, he spoke indifferently. With his right hand, Obito tore off the white roots connecting him to the demonic statue. You saved me and I'm grateful. But I have to go. I have to. There was a faint smile in Uchiha Madara's voice. You're in too much of a hurry. It may be too early for you to thank me now. I don't think I'll be coming back anytime soon. Anyway, I've already thanked you. Goodbye. Obito clearly didn't understand what Uchiha Madara meant. You will definitely come back. Uchiha Madara seemed very confident about that. White One, where are Rin and Kakashi? You go first. The one on your body is my clone. Within a certain distance, we can communicate through telepathy. There are also other clones underground passing information around. Obito finally relaxed a little, grabbed a piece of clothing, and rushed out. How are Rin and Kakashi doing right now? According to my companions, it seems very dangerous. They said something about a Kirigakure test subject. But I don't understand it. Obito was a little confused. What did test subject mean? But he knew that it definitely wasn't anything good, and he sped over at full speed. In short, Rin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of people, and they're all powerful Jonin and ANBU. What is Minato-sensei doing? What's that? I'm asking what Yellow Flash is doing. Obito's tone gradually became impatient. Seems like he's carrying out another mission. Why did it have to be at a time like this? Kakashi, you have to protect Rin. I'll be there soon. White Zetsu said. Your combat ability is inferior to mine. My huge body is attached to your tiny frame, protecting you. What exactly are you trying to say? I can fight in your place. White Zetsu said it decisively, but Obito refused. Old man Madara said that only when both Sharingan are together can their true power be brought out. If I fight together with Kakashi and coordinate with him, I'm definitely stronger than you. The White Zetsu on your body was made from Hashirama's cells. The power of the Senju and the Uchiha combined may be able to display unprecedented strength. While the two were talking, they quickly arrived at the battlefield. Heavy rain poured down from the sky, and Obito stood on a tree, observing. So I thought it was raining. As expected, huh? In the distance, huge pillars of water more than a dozen zhang high exploded up from the lake. Obito covered the eye socket where his eyeball no longer existed. It seemed like he had seen something. Blood was flowing from the corner of Rin's mouth, and the urgency in his heart grew even stronger. What's going on? Don't overthink it. I'm almost there. Very quickly, he crossed countless trees and arrived at the center of the battlefield. But the next scene would become something he could never forget for the rest of his life. Kakashi was holding Chidori, and it had pierced straight through Rin's chest. Kakashi. Tears flowed from Kakashi's Sharingan. He seemed unable to believe it himself. Obito was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe that his best friend had killed the girl he loved. At that instant, witnessing Rin's death, Obito suffered an immense shock. A strange chakra suddenly surged into his eye socket in his brain, and he directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, however, had exhausted his chakra and fainted. Obito's head was wrapped by White Zetsu as anger, grief, and all kinds of emotions surged into his heart. What the hell is this place? Countless wood spikes burst out from his body. Such a disturbance was naturally noticed by the enemy as well. Who is it? Reinforcements? Idiot, it's just one person. A shuriken was immediately thrown out, but it passed right through Obito's body. Why? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had clearly seen the shuriken hit that person's body. So why had it passed through? An incomprehensible jutsu. I refuse to accept a world like this. His roar echoed across the sky as Obito charged out. At this moment, he wanted to vent all the fury in his heart onto these Kirigakure shinobi. His terrifying power crushed the ground into pieces. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside one of the enemies and threw a punch. countless with spikes pierced straight through that man's body. Don't underestimate the bloody mist village. Several people raised blades and swords to attack Obito, but unfortunately, all their attacks passed through him and struck their own companions instead. Why? We clearly stabbed him. Obito reacted at once, lifted both legs, and directly kicked 2 people flying. The enraged Obito began his bloody revenge. Every strike he threw was heavy and overwhelming. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand them. Every hit took a life. Some people had already begun to tremble in fear. Looking at the crazed Obito, even their voices were shaking. Who exactly is that guy? Some fled. Some lost their nerve. Some still kept charging forward. But very quickly, all the dozens of Jonin and Anbu on the scene were slaughtered. The battlefield was dyed red with blood. Everything faded away into the dark night. Looking at the battlefield covered in corpses, Obito slowly walked over to Rin's side. I'm in hell. From the eye socket without an eyeball, tears suddenly flowed out. The Uchiha Obito was in hell. The entire ninja world had gone silent. Now they finally understood why that sunny, kind-hearted boy had turned into the masked man who started the 4th Great Ninja War. It was because he had lost the one he loved. Everyone had seen no era Rin's gentleness. She cared about Obito, protected Obito, and stood by his side at every moment. No matter what happened, she would firmly stand on Obito's side. After Obito's grandmother died of old age, Rin became his everything. But all of that was taken away by the war. And the one who did it was his best friend, Kakashi. That kind of pain really was something few people could endure. Konoha year 63. Kakashi was overwhelmed with grief. The pain he had never been able to forget had now become even clearer. He slowly touched his eye, the one that had already evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and memories surged through his heart like a tide. Obito, Kakashi muttered. Guilt filled his heart, but he also had his own resolve. Since you've gone down the wrong path, then let me help set you right. This is my duty and also my responsibility. Even if we die together, I will still bring you back to the right path. If Uchiha Obito knew what Kakashi was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him. The right path? Justice? What are those? Can they bring Rin back to my side? If they can, then it's not like I can't consider it. The reason Uchiha Obito had become like this was not just because of Rin. Another reason was that he had already fallen into despair over this world. Slaughter, the more he saw, the more hopeless he became. He longed for peace, and prayed to achieve it in his own way, to bring Rin back to his side. Even if that path meant becoming the enemy of the entire world, he would still go through with it. Naruto said nothing. He could understand why Uchiha Obito had become like this. If it were him, he couldn't say for certain that after watching someone extremely important die right in front of him, he would be able to stay calm and not do something crazy. Konoha year 47. Minato fell silent. Only after a moment did he speak, his voice low. I will definitely protect all of you. This time, no matter who it is, I won't let anyone hurt you. His voice was soft, but the force behind it was strong, extremely firm. Noera Rin stepped forward 2 steps and tightly hugged Obito, who was about the same height as her. Obito, thank you. Thank you for liking me. Obito's face instantly turned red. His feelings actually weren't that complicated. He had already known that Rin died at Kakashi's hands. When he had watched his own video before, he had already prepared himself mentally, so the burden on his heart wasn't that heavy. But now, Noera Rin's hug left him completely stunned and at a loss. It's okay, Rin. This is all what I should do. Kakashi watched from the side. At this moment he said nothing. No matter what, he had personally killed Rin. Even though it wasn't the him from this timeline, the sense of guilt still made his chest feel suffocating. Kakashi, you don't need to feel burdened either. It has nothing to do with you at all. A moment later, Obito separated from Rin, looked at Kakashi, and tried to comfort him. He was worried Kakashi might start thinking the wrong way. Kakashi remained silent. He didn't know what he should say at a time like this, so he simply raised his head and continued watching the video. At the founding of Konoha, Hashirama Senju truly didn't know what to say anymore. Were his cells really that useful? Why didn't he know that? Madara Uchiha had even used his cells to create white Zetsu. Since when had his cells become this overpowered? Tobirama, I'm giving you another task now. Hashirama Senju looked serious, and Tobirama Senju didn't dare be careless. What is it? I'll give you a piece of flesh, and you research my cells for me. Tobirama Senju was just about ready to start cursing. Big brother, you really don't treat me like a human being. Village construction, studying sealing techniques, and now there was also researching your cells. I'm human, not a sage. How much energy do you think I have for you to use however you want? No need to worry. Don't you still have an amazing technique like multiple shadow clone jutsu? It'll be easy. Hashirama Senju said with a smile. Tobirama cursed inwardly. How had he never noticed before that his big brother was this black-bellied? Looking at Tobirama's livid face, there was no need to say how pleased Madara Uchiha felt inside. But what really concerned him was what White Zetsu had said in the video, that when the powers of the Senju and Uchiha were combined into one, could unleash even greater power. He had also seen this line on the Uchiha stone tablet, but he had never understood what it meant. However, this video had now given him some ideas. Hashirama S cells. Where did Hashirama S cells come from? He knew that better than anyone. Hashirama Senju was full of them. So if Hashirama S cells were combined with his own power, just how powerful a force could be born from that? Madara Uchiha was already unable to wait. And then there were his Sharingan. In the video he had given them away. That was another major point of suspicion, one that needed close attention. In the video, covered in blood, Obito sat blankly in the pitch-black night with Rin in his arms. He recalled what Madara Uchiha had said before, and it was like a sudden enlightenment had awakened him. Rin, I will create a world with you in it once again. His voice was cold and firm. Then he looked at Kakashi, who had collapsed on the ground, and a ruthless glint flashed through his eyes. But in the end, he spared his life. I will sever all cause and effect in this world. He came before Madara Uchiha and spoke the thoughts in his heart. Madara asked softly, no one else saw it, right? White Zetsu said from the side. The only one who saw it was me. He killed all the enemies, but he doesn't seem willing to make a move on Kakashi. When Konoha's reinforcements arrived, I was still confused about it. Can't bear to attack a former comrade? Obito immediately rejected that. No, I just don't care. Whether that guy lives or dies means nothing to me. In the world I'm about to create, there will be Kakashi, and there will be Rin. Tell me how to create the world of dreams, Madara. Madara Uchiha said softly, come here. From today on, you are the savior. Look into my eyes. Right after that, Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Obito entered a Genjutsu space. Don't worry, this is my Genjutsu space. Although it's still just a blank expanse, it can be reshaped according to my will. As long as one connects to the demonic statue and borrows its power, anything can be done. After that, Madara Uchiha became younger, and Obito was shocked. Immediately afterward, Madara Uchiha explained the origins and function of the infinite Tsukuyomi to Obito, leaving him deeply stunned. He had never imagined that such a miraculous jutsu could exist in this world. And from Madara Uchiha, he also learned an important piece of information, that Hashirama Senju S cells could allow an Uchiha to awaken the power of the Rinnegan. Although I awakened the Rinnegan, a certain seal was also undone. I learned how to summon something, summoning the shell of the Ten-Tails from the sealing stone, which is the demonic statue. And that sealing stone is the moon. Then Madara explained to Obito that because he possessed Hashirama S cells, and was also a member of the Uchiha clan himself, even without the Rinnegan, he should still be able to control the demonic statue. Very soon, White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito to a certain place. The two of them hid behind a huge boulder. See that red-haired one? Obito looked over. It was Nagato. So that S Madara S Rinnegan? That S right. Those are Madara S real eyes. They were transplanted into him while he was still young. Nagato has Senju bloodline. Aside from Madara, he is the only one who can summon the outer path. Demonic statue. So first, you need to bring Nagato under your control. Then, under White Zetsu's dumbfounded gaze, Obito slowly walked toward Nagato through the pouring rain. Outside the video, Nagato's face had already turned ashen. He had never expected that his Rinnegan actually belonged to Madara Uchiha. No wonder he had always felt like using those eyes was so difficult. Logically speaking, if the Rinnegan belonged to him, using it should have been incredibly easy. But when he used it, even something as simple as summoning consumed a massive amount of chakra, to the point of nearly draining him dry. He had long suspected something was wrong. Now the truth had finally come to light. So these Rinnegan of his had never belonged to him in the first place. That damned Madara. If the real Madara Uchiha weren't already dead, he would definitely go settle the score with him. And now that he had already learned the masked man's identity, he planned to go find both of them and settle accounts after some time. Those two had toyed with him in the palm of their hands. It was enough to make anyone hate them. Konoha, Jiraiya's mind shook. He had never expected Nagato's Rinnegan to actually belong to Madara Uchiha. Back when he first saw the Rinnegan, he had one-sidedly believed that Nagato was the child of destiny, someone who could change this rotten ninja world. Now it seemed that his vision had still been too shallow. At the same time, his heart stirred. Maybe he could also learn from this video what exactly had happened to Nagato and the others. As for the intelligence he had received before, saying Nagato was already dead and the Akatsuki had disbanded, he no longer believed it at all. The very first video had already shown someone who looked just like Yahiko. How was he supposed to believe Nagato was dead? That was hardly realistic. In the video, Obito slowly walked up to Nagato and the other three. The moment he saw Obito, Nagato immediately became alert. Who are you? Madara Uchiha. His tone was calm, but cold. Madara? Yahiko said calmly, you actually dare to call yourself Madara Uchiha? What criminal are you exactly? You really are an idiot. Why approach us? What's your goal? The Rinnegan. To give true guidance to the one who possesses those eyes. That is the real mission of our organization. You know about my eyes? Obito slowly began speaking, and after a round of his persuasion, Nagato was somewhat moved. But Yahiko was extremely clear-headed, speaking words like only understanding could bring true salvation. Let us go, Konan, Nagato. This man can't be trusted. The group passed by Obito and walked off into the distance. I'll be waiting here every day. As Nagato passed by him, Obito spoke. Nagato froze for a moment, but still resolutely followed behind Yahiko. Not long after, Yahiko and the others went through a fierce battle, which only made Yahiko even more certain of his beliefs. Unity was strength. One chopstick was easy to snap, but a bundle of chopsticks could not be broken. Although that was what he said, Yahiko's speech really was terrible. That was Konan's helpless complaint. After rescuing several children with overwhelming force, Yahiko let them go. At night, inside a small house. You brats really are stubborn. Saying on your own that you want to protect this village. An old man said. Yahiko smiled. That's our own idea. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Very soon, the people who had fought Yahiko earlier came back again. But they were not here for revenge. Instead, they said, let us become your subordinates. The leader spoke with complete determination. Yahiko smiled. No, that man immediately went blank. But just now you said mutual understanding. What I mean is, become my companions, not my subordinates. Then Yahiko introduced himself, as well as Nagato and Konan. I'm Yato S. Kyusuk. Leave intelligence gathering to me. Then Yahiko asked Kyusuk to investigate villages similar to Amigakure. Very soon, under Nagato's suggestion, the organization that would later shake the ninja world Akatsuki was born on a pitch-black night. It meant the dawn that would change the world. They faced the sunlight and took the first steps toward changing the world. Along the way, some fairly interesting things also happened. For example, Kyusuk confessed to Konan, and under Nagato's hint, Yahiko came to the place where Konan was being confessed to. That guy doesn't just run fast, he makes his move fast too. More companions also means more love rivals. Yahiko had a bit of a headache, because that wasn't his voice. It was Nagato's. Nagato had secretly followed him over, leaving him with a pounding headache. He had hidden it for so long, yet Nagato had seen right through it at a glance. As expected of the Rinnegan. You like Konan? Idiot, of course not. How could a tsundere like Yahiko admit it so easily? But I think Konan likes you, Nagato added. Before Yahiko could even speak, the taller Kyusuk bowed, then turned and walked off into the distance. He left, Nagato said in surprise. Come out, Yahiko, Nagato. There even seemed to be a trace of laughter in Konan's voice. But Yahiko was definitely not going to come out at a time like this. He hid behind the building and trembled as he asked, Konan, what did you answer? My answer was that before Akatsuki's dream is realized, there's no time for romance. That's right, I sent it? Hidden in the dark, Yahiko's face fell. Didn't that mean he had no chance to? Time slowly passed and the Akatsuki gradually grew stronger. But soon, a dispute broke out in the 7th district, at the border between Iwagakure and Konoha. Yahiko and the others went to negotiate, but they were ambushed. It was also at this moment that Nagato once again used the power of the Rinnegan, wiping out the enemy completely. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Danzo appeared on the scene, his voice full of greed as he said, so that is the power of the Rinnegan? The other Iwagakure ninjas also gradually revealed themselves. All of them were actually root ninjas in disguise. For Konoha's future, peace talks with Iwagakure absolutely cannot happen. That's why this whole act was arranged to stop the Akatsuki. But I never expected it would draw out something this outrageous. A smile flashed through Danzo's eyes. Perhaps it could be put to use. But after this incident, Yahiko decided that Nagato could never be allowed to use the Rinnegan's power again. A few days later, Nagato's injuries had fully recovered. After Konan came back from fetching water, she saw Nagato sitting by the river and walked over to ask, What's wrong, Nagato? Nagato said, I'm afraid of my own power. Back then, when Jiraiya-sensei taught us ninjutsu, I think he wanted me to learn to control this power. But now Jiraiya-sensei is gone. Konan tightly held Nagato's hand and said, Don't worry. Even though Jiraiya-sensei isn't here, you still have us. We'll always stay by your side. Nagato froze. Then a smile appeared on his face. He tightly held Konan's hand. Thank you, Konan. But the two of them overlooked Yahiko behind the big tree. And so Yahiko got jealous, turning into jealous Yahiko. Konoha year 63. Nagato cursed inwardly. He had wondered why Yahiko's attitude had changed so quickly back then. So it turned out he had seen that intimate scene between him and Konan. Konan's eyes were slightly red, and she felt pained and guilty inside. If not for herself. The more said, the more tears there were. In Konoha, a trace of a smile flashed through Jiraiya's eyes. Sure enough, they really had grown up. Only after growing up would they have thoughts like competing over a woman. When they were little, they had gotten along affectionately, and neither Yahiko nor Nagato had realized Konan was a girl at all. But as they got older, both of them realized that by their side was a peerless beauty. However, it was very obvious that Yahiko liked Konan, while Konan had a certain level of affection for Nagato. What a mess. A love triangle like this. Very soon, he gave a bitter smile. Hadn't he also failed to get what he wanted? Tsunade liked Dan while he liked Tsunade. Sigh. Life was truly unpredictable. Konoha year 47. Yahiko fell silent when he saw this. Right now, he was truly curious. Who did Konan actually like? It wasn't he just for a day or two that he had liked Konan, but he had never had the courage to confess. But now, he already had the thought of confessing. If the system had not appeared, then perhaps he really would have ended up like his video self. Although he did not know the result, the ending definitely would not have been good. Those involved were confused, while onlookers saw clearly. The him inside the video could not see it clearly, but the him outside the video saw it very clearly. Hanzo already had every intention of killing him. In the video, the growth of the Akatsuki made Hanzo feel threatened. Under Danzo's instigation, they used a scheme to kill Yahiko. The enraged Nagato fully unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, using overwhelming force to kill dozens of people, but Hanzo still escaped. On top of that, with Obito's interference, all of Akatsuki's manpower was slaughtered. Now only Konan and Nagato remained in the Akatsuki base. Obito slowly pushed open the door, and a cold voice rang out. Well, wasn't it just like I said? Nagato, seated in a wheelchair, slowly said, That's right. You were right. There is no hope in this world. People cannot understand one another. Only great power can bring true peace. Obito said, So, you're agreeing to my terms? That's right. Good. Obito's masked face revealed no expression. His figure slowly faded away, and not long after, another person walked in. It was Yahiko. There is only one leader of the Akatsuki, and that can only be you. The current Yahiko had already been modified. His eyes had turned into the Rinnegan, and his body was covered in black rods. This was the reborn Yahiko. After the new Akatsuki was established, Obito began his next plan. After learning Kushina's delivery date, he used a scheme to release the Ninetales, triggering the Ninetales attack. After the Ninetales attack ended, he then joined forces with Itachi Uchiha to massacre the Uchiha clan. After that, he actively recruited talent for the Akatsuki and expanded the organization. Before long, the Fourth Great Ninja War began. He led the 6 reanimated Jinchuriki in battle against Naruto and Killer Bee. It was also at this time that Naruto and the Ninetales truly came to understand each other, and he successfully entered Kurama mode, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. At the same time, Madara Uchiha was also revived through reanimation, and with an overwhelming stance, he brutally crushed the 5 Kage. But the development of events always went beyond expectations. The Ten Tails was successfully revived. With a single truth-seeking staff technique, Obito slaughtered countless shinobi, including Niji. Soon, with Orochimaru's help, the previous Hokage were successfully reanimated and rushed to the battlefield. But even with a few more of them, it was useless. The Ten Tails' power was far beyond what they could compare to. Inside the Kamui dimension, Kakashi beat Obito to the brink of death, but after escaping from the Kamui dimension, Obito instead became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As they looked at Obito descending from the sky, everyone on the battlefield was drenched in sweat. That overwhelming pressure crushed everyone within hundreds of miles so hard they could barely breathe. What is that? Such terrifying chakra. Is that really a human? No one could believe it. Sensing that immense pressure, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju also rushed over from other parts of the battlefield. To be honest, this guy is stronger than me. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, said. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said, as regrettable as it is to admit it, that really does seem to be the case. Big brother, be careful. Tobirama Senju had only just spoken when Obito's body charged forward. In the instant before the two could react, their bodies were torn apart. Big brother, get farther away. Tobirama Senju roared. I invented reanimation, so naturally I also came up with tactics to match it. Have a taste of this tandem paper bombs. Tandem paper bombs. Countless explosive tags were summoned at a fixed point, endlessly summoned with terrifying destructive power. But it had absolutely no effect on Obito. Could this guy really have become the second sage of 6 paths? That thought rose in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. But very soon, because the Ten Tails inside Obito refused to submit to his suppression, it went berserk, and his body transformed into a gigantic monster. Attack now. The Ten Tails inside him doesn't want to be controlled. Tobirama Senju shouted, and at once, several of them launched attacks against Obito's enormous body. The scene shifted, and the camera moved into Obito's sea of consciousness. It was a photograph, but at this moment, the photo was being forcibly torn apart by the Ten Tails. The first thing to be torn away was himself. At that moment, he had completely forgotten himself. Then came Kakashi. Then Minato-sensei. Every tear was a massive injury to his spirit. And in the end it was Rin. Obito suddenly came back to himself. No matter what, he did not want Rin to disappear from his memories. He forcibly fused together all the memories torn apart by the Ten Tails, and that photograph returned to its original state. Then the scene shifted again. Obito stood high in the sky. I finally succeeded. There was a deep sense of emotion in his tone, and his eyes were full of laughter. From today on, I am the second sage of 6 paths. The arrogance in his voice filled everyone with rage. Yet no one dared act rashly. The reason was simple. The current Obito was simply too strong. If the Obito just now had been 10, then the current him was 100. A tenfold difference had already completely transformed him, making him the second sage of 6 paths. Minato-sensei. Thank you. He spoke those words sincerely, and for a moment Obito actually looked somewhat kind and gentle. Maybe that wasn't the best phrase to use for a young man, but it really was fitting. Cold sweat ran down the foreheads of Minato and the others. Minato even called out involuntarily, Obito, but his body was not slow in the slightest. He charged straight forward, but Obito was even faster. A truth-seeking ball directly smashed one of Minato's arms to pieces. Fortunately, Minato used Flying Thunder God to transfer away, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Next, I'll let you experience the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Obito coldly declared as he swung the truth-seeking staff in his hand. Konoha Year 47. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito. This child was truly incredible. A tenacious will, sharp intelligence. Although he had Madara Uchiha's assistance, becoming the second sage of 6 paths by relying on his own power was still almost unheard of. At the very least, in the history of the ninja world, there were already very few people who could be even stronger than the Obito in the video. The power of the Uchiha. It really is extraordinary. But what truly shocked Minato was that Obito had genuinely defeated the Nine Tails through his own willpower. That heart-devouring pain was something he believed ordinary people absolutely could not endure. Yet Obito had forcibly endured it and become the true Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Rin no Era, who had already stopped crying, saw the suffering Obito in the video, and tears began flowing again. By now, Obito was already used to it and did not even know how to begin comforting her. Used to it was one thing, but when he saw Rin no Era's tearful face, all he felt in his heart was pain. Seeing Kakashi constantly giving him looks, Obito understood in an instant. He tightly embraced Rin no Era and refused to let go. Yahiko, whose Akatsuki had not yet been established, saw his final ending and could not help but fall silent. He had known he definitely would not meet a good end, but he truly had not expected that he would be threatened into dying by Nagato's hand. That Hanzo really is vicious. And Danzo too. It had absolutely nothing to do with him, and he still had to stick his hand into it. What a scumbag. Nagato clenched his fists, seemingly still burdened by personally killing Yahiko. Sorry, Yahiko. Only after a moment did Nagato slowly speak. Yahiko laughed. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Besides, the me in the video clearly rammed into the kunai willingly. It had nothing to do with you. But Yahiko cut him off. Don't worry, Nagato. Our goal right now is only to achieve our objective, but that objective is definitely going to be very difficult to realize. Danzo, Hanzo, and the extremists of the ninja world will never let them have their way. So from here on, we need to properly improve our own strength. Even without using your Rinnegan, we still have to raise our power to a level comparable to Hanzo's. Only then can we avoid being manipulated by them. Using the Rinnegan came with tremendous side effects. Yahiko naturally knew this, which was why he had always opposed Nagato using the Rinnegan, because no one knew when it might end up harming him. Moreover, in the video, Nagato used the Rinnegan to summon the demonic statue of the outer path and was directly drained into a dried corpse. They had all seen it, and none of them dared let Nagato use the power of the Rinnegan. After all, the Rinnegan was never truly his own to begin with. Overusing it would only bring harm and no benefit. Nagato nodded and made up his mind. Even if he never used this pair of Rinnegan, he would still protect Yahiko and Konan. At the same time, he was also confused. He really had no particular thoughts about Konan, and he had no idea what the him in the video had been thinking, or why he had not known to keep his distance. As for Danzo, he was already cursing furiously in his heart. Why the hell was he so cheap? Why did he have to stick a hand into every single matter? Now great, the Uchiha clan issue still was not resolved, and now an Akatsuki powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere on top of it. Well, even though the Akatsuki had not been established yet, he was already sitting on pins and needles, unable to sleep at night. At this rate, it looked like his death was not far off. Year 63 of Konoha. A flash of hatred passed through Nagato's eyes.
No Wanderanzo,
who had nothing to do with them, had suddenly turned on them. So Danzo, that old dog, had been behind it too. But soon he let out a sigh. Danzo was already dead. Even if he wanted revenge now, there was no way to get it. Now he only hoped Uchiha Sasuke hadn't let Danzo die too easily. Otherwise, The knot in his heart would never be undone. The founding era of Konoha. Senju Hashirama said with some dissatisfaction, Madara, you really created one hell of a monster. Uchiha Madara was inwardly shocked. He hadn't expected that brat to truly have that much potential, to become the second Ten Tails Jinchuriki and gain power on the level of the Sage of Six Paths. That can't be blamed on me. That was the future me. You could even say it was me from another timeline. It has nothing to do with the current me. Good lord. Tonari thought Obito Uchiha's reaction was pretty great. The way these people all threw off responsibility was exactly the same, as expected of big shots who wanted to destroy the ninja world. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both had black lines on their faces. This guy was really shameless. Tobarama, is your impure world reincarnation jutsu really that useful? The moment Senju Tobarama heard that, he got interested. Of course it's useful. Summoning the dead to fight for you, ordinary people would never come up with that kind of idea. Only a genius like me could have developed it. Senju Hashirama laughed. Good. Then, Genius-sama, don't forget to research my cells. Senju Tobarama immediately wilted. I'm not a scientist. Big brother. Why do you always want me to research your cells? But Uchiha Madara was thinking that once the video ended, no matter what, he had to get a chunk of Hashirama's flesh. Then he could have him taste the power of Hashirama cells too, and see whether he could awaken the Rinnegan. If he could awaken the Rinnegan as well, then maybe he'd be able to defeat Hashirama. Of course, he absolutely couldn't let Hashirama know he was thinking that. Otherwise, Hashirama definitely wouldn't give him his cells. In the video, Minato, who had lost one arm, was shocked. Although he had escaped using flying Raijin, the truth-seeking ball had transferred right along with him. If Senju Tobarama's reaction speed hadn't been fast enough, Namikaze Minato might have been turned into scraps by the truth-seeking ball formed from Inyang release. Senju Tobarama said, don't worry. What I sent over was only a shadow clone. The last time I made contact with him, I already left a mark on him. It had to be said. Flying Raijin really was absurdly useful. So awesome. You can even use my dad's jutsu, second great uncle. Senju Tobarama immediately got annoyed. I developed that. It's my jutsu. And you should be calling me Lord Second. On the other side, Hashirama's original body, having entered Sage mode, was facing off against Madara. A moment later, Madara activated his Susanoo, while Hashirama refused to be outdone and unleashed Wood Release. Wood Dragon Jutsu. The two roared, and the battle erupted instantly. The enormous Wood Dragon tangled with Susanoo, dazzling the eye. Don't get in my way, Madara, Hashirama shouted. Even if there's no time left, there's something I have to do. Uchiha Madara roared, controlling the blue Susanoo as it charged forward. Wood Release. Wood Golem Jutsu. Hashirama knew that if he didn't bring out the real thing quickly, he wouldn't be able to take Madara down in a short time. And when Uchiha Madara saw Hashirama use the Wood Golem Jutsu, he also activated Perfect Susanoo. Two gigantic monsters over 100 meters tall fought without restraint on the battlefield. So this is the strength of the predecessors. They're completely on a different level from us. There's no chance for us to interfere at all. The watching ninja were trembling in fear. But in truth, among the so-called modern ninja, only those two possessed power like this. Everyone else was child's play. In the video, in a moment you'll be mine, Uchiha Madara said coldly. That line instantly made Senju Hashirama's face fill with black lines. What do you mean? In a moment I'll be yours? Come on. Can't you speak properly? Saying it like that sounds seriously wrong. The founding era of Konoha. Senju Hashirama seemed a little hesitant, but still said, Madara. Do you have some kind of feelings for me? Huh? Uchiha Madara was stunned for a second. Where the hell did that come from? Look, if you didn't have some kind of feelings for me, then why would you say something like, soon you'll be mine? Senju Hashirama said in a low voice. Madara, we may be good brothers and good friends, but my sexual orientation is absolutely normal. I have no tendency whatsoever to like men. Uchiha Madara's face instantly turned red. Bullshit. I like women too. What video me said definitely had another meaning. If I'm not mistaken, he had his eye on the power of the senjutsu inside your body. Good lord. As expected of Uchiha Madara. He really did understand himself. One glance and he saw the key point. Senju Hashirama let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. For some reason, Uchiha Madara felt a little displeased inside. Then he gave a cold snort and continued looking up at the video. In the video, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were completely absorbed in battle. But Uchiha Madara didn't have many concerns holding him back. He unleashed all kinds of techniques at once, leaving Senju Hashirama struggling to hold on. After all, there were simply too many ninja on this battlefield. He still had to split part of his attention to protect them. As a result, in this fight against Uchiha Madara, he was actually at a disadvantage. The scene shifted, returning once again to the place where everyone was confronting Obito Uchiha. Wisps of dust and smoke rose as Obito stepped out from the protective barrier formed by the truth-seeking balls. Blocked again? His speed really is fast. Attacking blindly has no effect, Senju Hashirama said with emotion. Just now, at the moment the truth-seeking ball was about to explode, he had transferred it to Obito's side. But he hadn't expected that even so, Obito had still blocked it. As expected of the second sage of six paths, Namikaze Minato, glowing with golden light, said, "Looks like we still have to rely on my Rasengan Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3 to create an opening." He spoke the name of the jutsu with a completely serious face, which somehow made it feel even less serious. Senju Tobarama said, "You're a bit of an airhead. Under normal circumstances, your jutsu name definitely would be made me laugh. But right now I'm not in the mood." Namikaze Minato gave an awkward smile, while Sasuke and Naruto rushed out at that moment. Sasuke fired Amaterasu straight at Obito, but unfortunately, it was all blocked by the staff formed from the truth-seeking balls. Sasuke, Naruto, I already said I'd create the opening. Minato felt helpless inside. These two kids really were impulsive. The main attackers should still be Dad and the second Hokage. After that, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato swapped their flying Raijin marks, making it easier for them to work together. And Naruto and Sasuke's combined attack did indeed have a little effect, barely making Obito reveal an opening. Then the mutual instant return flying Raijin technique of the second and fourth directly caused Naruto and Sasuke's attacks to slam into Obito's body. But to everyone's shock, the two attacks had no effect at all. Everyone present was stunned. Almost completely ineffective. We can't touch those black spheres. Even if attacks hit, they're useless. His offense and defense are both nearly invincible, Namikaze Minato exclaimed. This is really troublesome now. This guy is practically perfect, Naruto said as well. At the same time, Senju Tobarama also noticed something wrong. No, something's off. You only lost one arm. Logically, it should be regenerated long ago. But even now, it's still like this. Only then did Namikaze Minato react. That was true. Several minutes had already passed. Logically, his injury should have recovered long ago. But he was still stuck in a one-armed state. Even an impure world reincarnation body can't regenerate. The second Hokage fell into thought. High in the air, Obito Uchiha said, I now possess power equal to that of the ancestor of ninja. With your past experience, there's no way you can understand it. Could it be the Inyang release ninjutsu you're using? Then he suddenly looked at Minato Namikaze and said, Fourth, you can't let him touch you anymore. I'm guessing he's using a ninjutsu based on Inyang release that can nullify ninjutsu. Even if an Edo Tensei body is touched, it 1T recover. In other words, it will die, and the soul 1T be able to ascend. Minato was shocked. If that's the case, then I can only fight even more carefully. Now that things had reached this point, there was no turning back. Naruto and Sasuke were ready to risk their lives. Tailed Beast Mode. In an instant, not only did Naruto fail to enter Tailed Beast Mode, but even the golden chakra covering his body vanished completely. Kurama, what are you doing? How can you drop the ball at a time like this? Hold back for now. Don't rush into Tailed Beast Mode. If you want to enter a more perfect Tailed Beast transformation, then you need to stay in your normal state for a little longer. Since Kurama had already said that, Naruto could only helplessly look up into the sky. Sticky syrup gun. Gamakichi attacked from the distance. Naruto turned back and said, What is wrong? Gamakichi? If you were going to attack, why didn't you use a feint or coordinate with us? Gamakichi said, Can't be helped. My summoning time is almost up. Before I leave, I at least wanted to vent a little. But Tobarama and Naruto both noticed that something was off. Very quickly, Naruto formed a tactic in his mind. Seizing the chance, he gathered natural energy and entered Sage Mode. The fourth started talking him down. Obito, you clearly said before that you wanted to become Hokage. Why are you doing this? Obito said, You're asking me why? Don't you think it's a little too late to lecture me now? Teacher, you were always too late whenever it mattered most. Minato was filled with deep regret. Yeah. If I had realized back then that he was Obito, maybe I could have stopped him. Maybe Kushina wouldn't have had to die, and Naruto wouldn't have had to become a Jinchuriki. If I had recognized that he was Obito, then maybe the ninja world wouldn't have suffered this catastrophic disaster either. As my teacher, you still failed to recognize me. So that's all you are. How pathetic. You died as a hero, yet in front of your own son, you've completely lost face. That's right. There is no Hokage. Compared to me now, all of you are just ordinary people. Tobarama glanced back at Naruto and laughed inwardly. Looks like this guy isn't just an airhead. He's already figured it out. A massive Rasengan had already formed in Naruto's right hand. In the next instant, Tobarama flashed behind him. What right does someone who never became Hokage have to mock the Hokage? More importantly, you have no right to mock the father of someone who will become Hokage. Whoosh! Tobarama instantly brought Naruto behind Obito. The speed was so fast that Obito couldn't react at all, and the Rasengan in Naruto's hand slammed directly into his back. Boom! It worked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sure enough, even if ordinary ninjutsu doesn't work, Senjutsu really can hurt him, Tobarama thought. You bastard!
D. Bang!
Obito was smashed heavily into the ground. The entire earth caved in instantly, creating a huge crater. Konoha Year 63. Obito Uchiha clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected the Sage of Six Paths to have such a flaw. Originally, he had thought that after obtaining the Sage of Six Paths power, he would be immune to all techniques and invincible under heaven. But now it seemed that Senjutsu could still injure him. No wonder the Uchiha Madara in the video had been so obsessed with Hashirama Senju. So he wanted to absorb the Senjutsu energy inside him. No one knew what kind of person Uchiha Madara was better than him. The two of them had never trusted each other to begin with. On top of that, he had long known that Rin's death was deeply connected to Madara. Could even be said that Rin's death had been planned by Madara himself. Under those circumstances, the fact that he hadn't dug Uchiha Madara out of his grave and whipped his corpse already showed tremendous respect, let alone trusting him. He had never planned to revive Uchiha Madara in the first place, and Edo Tensei was even more out of the question. He had believed that with his own power, he should have been able to handle everything, but he hadn't expected the future to change so quickly. The Akatsuki had actually been completely wiped out, causing problems in capturing the Nine Tails and Eight Tails. Left with no other choice, he had no choice but to agree to Kabuto Yakushi's demands. Otherwise, there was no way he would have used Edo Tensei on Uchiha Madara. That would have brought him nothing but harm. And now, his guess had indeed been confirmed. Uchiha Madara had been trying every possible way to get rid of him. If he hadn't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki first, he probably would have been discarded as a pawn for Madara's resurrection. Looks like I still need to deal with Uchiha Madara first, Obito muttered to himself, making his decision. He didn't know what level his current strength had reached, nor whether he could defeat the revived Uchiha Madara. But for the sake of his grand plan, for the sake of creating a world where Rin existed, he would pay any price. Still, seeing himself in the video already become the Sage of Six Paths and yet still saying such childish things made him feel both amused and speechless. Talking like that only made him seem weak. Konoha Year 47. Minato fell into deep thought. Obito seemed to have a point. If he really had recognized Obito during that time, then maybe none of the future events would have happened, and the ninja world would still have continued on its normal course. But he had failed to recognize his own student. Was that really his fault? Obito, however, clenched his fists and said angrily, "What the hell? How could that be Teacher Minato's fault? That's obviously just displaced blame." That was right. To the current, normal Obito, the words spoken by his future self were nothing more than misplaced blame. One could even call it incompetent rage. What did this have to do with Teacher Minato? As a shinobi, wasn't it only natural for Teacher Minato to go out on missions? Why should the responsibility be placed on Teacher Minato? That was obviously unfair. Besides, back then you were wearing a mask. From head to toe, there wasn't a trace left of the Uchiha Obito that Rin had wanted to protect. Not to mention Teacher Minato, even the grandmother who raised you might not have recognized you. And yet now, you're pinning all the blame on Teacher Minato. That's clearly abnormal. Teacher Minato, don't listen to the nonsense I'm saying in the video. This has absolutely nothing to do with you, Obito said through gritted teeth. He absolutely had to teach that bastard a proper lesson. Once the video was over, he was definitely going to kill that bastard. Minato froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He had overthought it. That Uchiha Obito could be said to have nothing to do with him at all, so why should he care about his opinion? The current Uchiha Obito was still Konoha's friendly ladies' man, and that was enough. The one he wanted to protect now was only the current Obito and the others. What did that have to do with the future Uchiha Obito? Thinking of this, he felt much better. The blockage in his heart was gone, and his mood lightened. In the video, Minato looked shocked. I didn't expect him to have even learned Master Jiraiya's Senjutsu. Then a smile appeared on his face. What a good kid. In the future, he really might surpass all the previous Hokage. Obito slowly climbed up from the ground, inwardly shocked. His reaction was exactly the same as the real Obito's. He hadn't expected the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to have such a weakness. After absorbing the Ten Tails, can't I phase through things anymore? The truth-seeking orbs behind him moved to his wound and rapidly healed it. In just a few seconds, the huge injury blasted open by the Rasengan had completely recovered. At this moment, Naruto and Tobirama had also returned to Sasuke and Minato's side. Facing Sasuke's confusion, Naruto explained it to him, which also made Sasuke feel both jealous and envious. He hadn't expected that while he was defecting, Naruto had already mastered such a powerful force. Although it had worked once, after healing himself, Obito was already on guard against attacks from behind. It would be very hard to land another hit. Obito was somewhat annoyed. He hadn't expected that even after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would still have such an embarrassing moment. It's about time to prepare for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Time to clean up. He pressed both hands to the ground, pouring a huge amount of chakra into the earth. Then an enormous tree shot up from the ground, and on that giant tree were dozens of massive mouths. In a real world like this, there was nothing worth keeping. He floated in the air, his tone cold. This kind of world is already dead. Right after that, the giant mouth on the god tree began gathering chakra. This is bad. So many tailed beast balls? There was no way to stop them. This time, they were really going to die. Even Tobirama Senju was breaking out in a cold sweat. What now? If he used Flying Thunder God, each person could only transfer away one attack. But the only ones who could use Flying Thunder God were him and Minato Namikaze. This was a huge problem. If those tailed beast balls fell, every ninja on the battlefield would be reduced to ashes. Hashirama Senju spoke up to encourage everyone, but Obito wasn't stupid. The black rods in his hand shot towards 6 different directions, and then he formed hand seals with both hands. 6 Crimson Ray Formation. The 6 Crimson Ray Formation cast by Obito alone was even sturdier than the 4 Crimson Ray Formation the 4 Hokage had used earlier. Tobirama Senju said, "If that's the case, then we can only use Flying Thunder God to move everyone outside the barrier." There was no other way. Without marking them, transferring 2 people was already the limit. So now there was only one method left. Move that tree along with them. Obito, high in the sky, let out a cold snort. Move the tree outside as well? You're thinking too simply. His whole body was already wrapped in truth-seeking balls to avoid being injured by the coming explosion, though it probably couldn't hurt him anyway. Minato stared blankly at Obito, not knowing what he was thinking. Then Naruto said a few words to Minato. After the 2 bumped fists, a smile once again spread across Minato's face. He felt proud of his son, even though the idea had come from Kurama. Soon, everyone inside the barrier lit up again with crimson chakra. It was the Nine-Tails chakra, so it hadn't disappeared. It had just gotten smaller earlier. Sakura Haruno thought in shock from the distance. Boom! In the next instant, countless tailed beast balls inside the 6 Crimson Ray Formation began exploding. It was as if a pillar of crimson magma shot into the sky from inside the barrier, lighting up half the heavens. After the explosion, the god tree was already in ruins. But Obito's face was filled with confusion. Where were they? Where had all those people suddenly gone? This chakra protected us again, Choji said. No, I'm afraid we've already been transferred out, Shikamaru said gravely. Then they looked at the 6 Crimson Ray Formation far away from them, shock flashing through their eyes. 4th Hokage, you've completely surpassed me. You actually moved everyone outside the barrier. What exactly happened? Sasuke asked in confusion. It was Dad. Dad used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer everyone outside the barrier. Sasuke remembered what the 4th Hokage had said back then. As long as they were connected to his chakra, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed the Nine-Tails chakra had really helped them out this time. The entire ninja world was stunned. As expected of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He had actually managed to teleport tens of thousands of people at once. That was terrifying beyond belief. One had to know, moving tens of thousands of people together would require an astronomical amount of chakra. And yet, even so, Minato Namikaze had still forcibly transferred all those tens of thousands of people, saving them from death. Even with the Nine-Tails boost, that was still insanely terrifying. Okay? Konoha Year 63. Kumogakure. Seeing this scene, the Raikage, once again recalled the battle back then when he and his brother had fought Minato Namikaze. That extreme speed, even he had been left far behind. Though he didn't dare make reckless claims now, back then, in terms of speed alone, he truly had not been Minato's match. Even in a 1-against-2 fight, Minato had only been at a slight disadvantage. And now that the 4th Hokage had become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his strength was undoubtedly even greater. The 4th Hokage. I really do miss the days when you were called the Yellow Flash, aside, then continued focusing on the video. Konoha. Naruto said in disbelief, Dad is actually that strong? Before this, he had seen Minato use sealing techniques to seal half of the Nine-Tails into his body, and had also seen his confrontation with the Masked Man. But the impact from those scenes was far less than what he was seeing now. Kakashi smiled. Of course, Teacher Minato was someone known as the Yellow Flash. During the Third Great Ninja War, one saying even spread around. The few of them immediately became interested, and Naruto asked, what saying? Anyone who sees the Yellow Flash is to make escaping their top priority. If you manage to escape, then your mission is already complete. Several of them swallowed hard. That sentence undoubtedly showed Minato Namikaze's strength, and it was also the ninja world's greatest recognition of him. If Minato Namikaze hadn't died back then, he definitely would have led Konoha into an even more prosperous era. What a pity. Naruto's eyes were shining. Right now, he admired his dad immensely. Protecting the village. Protecting the ninja world, that was the Hokage and hero in his heart. The Nine-Tails inside him was full of disdain. If it weren't for this great lord's power, could that brat Minato really have transferred tens of thousands of people in one go? Are you kidding me? Still, he did acknowledge the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had sealed him away. After all, there were not many people who could suppress him by their own power alone. Uchiha Madara counted as one. Hashirama Senju counted as one. Minato Namikaze also counted as one. Though Minato Namikaze had used sealing jutsu. Looking at it that way, there really weren't many people in the entire ninja world who could suppress him. That bastard. Next time I see him, I'll definitely curse him out properly. Lately, he had often watched Naruto laughing and joking around with Minato and Kushina, and he had already gotten annoyed. You three bastards, did you forget something? This great lord is still sealed by you people. If not for merit, then at least count the hard work, right? If the future ninja world didn't have me, could you really solve the crisis so smoothly? That's right, just like that. This great lord has rendered great service. So hurry up and undo this great lord's seal. You bastards! The Ninetales kept complaining in his heart. Konoha year 47. Minato fell silent. It looked like his initial thinking had really been right. He absolutely had to let Kushina master the Ninetales power as soon as possible. Even if Kushina herself was relatively weaker, as long as she had the Ninetales power, then even using Kushina as a battery pack would still be excellent. But now the key problem was how to resolve the Ninetales' hatred. That was a difficult issue. After all, the Ninetales had already suffered under Konoha's treatment for decades. It had originally been a fox living freely in the wild mountains, only to be forcibly sealed away. No one would be happy about that. They weren't Naruto Uzumaki after all. They didn't have Talk no Jutsu. Trying to dissolve the Ninetales' hatred really was a troublesome matter. But it really is so cool, Minato thought to himself. Kurama mode was seriously so cool. That huge fox Gundam. There wasn't a single man who could resist its allure. If Kushina could successfully tame the Ninetales, then maybe he could benefit too and take the Ninetales Gundam for a spin. Thinking of that, Minato let out a goofy laugh. Teacher is so weird. Rin Noera had originally been looking sad while watching what happened to Obito. But now that she saw her teacher grinning foolishly by himself, she was instantly speechless. Obito, however, thought to himself that becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was also a pretty good idea. He didn't necessarily have to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, but that kind of overwhelming power was not something ordinary people could resist. Once his own strength grew stronger, it seemed like he could make some plans around it too. He didn't need to worry about the tailed beasts. The only Jinchuriki he actually cared about was his teacher's wife, Kushina. As for the other Jinchuriki, who cared about them? And reviving the Ten-Tails didn't require the complete tailed beasts. Even just having part of a tailed beast's chakra would work. Obito's eyes lit up. It seemed possible. After dealing with that bastard masked man, maybe he could give it a try. In the video, the allied shinobi forces were still immersed in the excitement of surviving disaster, but the battle situation could not be ignored in the slightest. Naruto controlled the Ninetales and instantly charged forward. Power surged up endlessly. Let's finish him in one push. Senju Tobirama roared speechlessly. Naruto, that shout of yours was definitely impressive. But don't forget that only Senjutsu can hurt him. You're not an idiot. So you wouldn't forget that, right? Heh, Lord Tobirama guessed wrong. Naruto really is an idiot. Naruto's eyes, which had been as huge as the giant Madara's, instantly turned into tiny eyes. Crap, I forgot. Yoshi, you're an even bigger idiot than Big Brother. Minato Namikaze felt embarrassed for his reckless son. The corners of his mouth were practically pulling back to the back of his head. Such massive chakra could only be used as decoration. Sasuke felt it was a pity, but there was no helping it. Right now, only Senjutsu attacks could be effective. In the next instant, Naruto's consciousness was pulled by the Ninetales into his mindscape. The Ninetales laughed loudly. In this regard, you've already surpassed every Hokage of the modern era. Idiot, Naruto said unhappily. Don't worry about it. I'll allow you to use the Toad's power now. You can enter Sage mode in this state. Naruto immediately realized something. So that means when I was training in Senjutsu, you were the one getting in the way between me and Sage Gramps Sage Arts. The Ninetales immediately said in annoyance. I just didn't like being around toads. Besides, you already had my chakra, so why did you need to train Senjutsu at all? Naruto grinned teasingly. You're really stubborn. Kurama's old face reddened. Shut up. Anyway, I'm allowing you now to use my power and Senjutsu at the same time. Very quickly, with Kurama's permission, the gathering of natural energy sped up. The absorption of natural energy also became faster. A few breaths later, Naruto opened his eyes. The horizontal pupils unique to Sage mode and the vertical pupils unique to Ninetales mode merged into one, becoming cross-shaped pupils. At the same time, Naruto's power rose drastically. Thus, Kurama Sage mode had arrived. This power. This time, it'll definitely work. Excitement flashed through Naruto's eyes. Then the Yin and Yang foxes formed an enormous Rasengan together and raised it high in their hands. The massive Rasengan gave off a blue glow, dazzling beyond anything ordinary. Naruto, add Senjutsu into the Rasengan. Minato shouted, afraid Naruto would forget to add Senjutsu and make the attack useless. Naruto might be missing a screw in daily life, but in battle, his intelligence was extremely high. Very soon, immense natural energy poured into the Rasengan. The Rasengan, already absurdly powerful to begin with, now gave off an aura of destruction as if it could wipe out heaven, earth, and all living things. Second Grandpa, Tobirama was extremely reliable. He directly stood between the two giant-tailed beasts, one hand on each of them, charged straight in. We'll neutralize that Gaia's attack with our chakra. So don't worry, Kurama said. Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God mark the second Hokage had left on Obito reacted. Obito's speed at this moment was also incredibly fast, and he reacted instantly, sending several giant chakra hands attacking behind him. At the same time, the Ninetales attack also rushed forward. With a thunderous boom, Golden Chakra and Crimson Chakra collided. The giant Rasengan also slammed into Obito's body. A Rasengan enhanced with Senjutsu was already extraordinary in power, not to mention this one with a diameter of over a dozen zhang. If it hit Obito directly, he would probably be severely injured. But Obito did not panic at all. The truth-seeking ball in his hand transformed into a long pillar and smashed directly into the Rasengan. Both sides were going all out at this moment. A moment later, the truth-seeking ball pillar and the Rasengan dissipated at the same time, and both sides were blasted back several hundred meters. Damn it, he tanked it again, Naruto said unwillingly. He hadn't expected even such a huge Rasengan to be blocked, and the key point was that it had Senjutsu mixed into it. As expected, the Sage of Six Paths power can't be underestimated. Senju Tobirama clicked his tongue and thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Relying only on Flying Thunder God still wasn't enough. Naruto suddenly had an idea. I've got it. Next, I'm going to add Senjutsu into the Tailed Beast Bomb. A smile appeared on Minato's face. Not a bad idea. Then the two giant Ninetales opened their mouths, and Yin and Yang chakra gathered in a 2-to-8 ratio, forming an enormous Tailed Beast Bomb. Obito flew high in the air and spread his arms, thinking to himself, better to strike first. Then he brought his hands together. Crimson wings emerged from his back, and then the Ten-Tails form burst out from behind him. The momentum was so vast that it shook the entire sky. The already shattered earth broke apart once again, and the scene shifted to Uchiha Madara's side. Uchiha Madara's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "It's already starting the infinite Tsukuyomi?" The Ten-Tails crawled on the ground, but in only a short moment it transformed into an incomparably gigantic tree, also known as the God Tree. The instant the God Tree took shape, the four red yang formation also vanished without a trace. Rumble. The God Tree extended countless branches toward the allied shinobi forces. What is that thing? Just as someone voiced their confusion, shinobi were already being bound by the God Tree's branches. In no more than a few breaths, their chakra was completely drained. Run. That thing absorbs our chakra. Chakra was the source of a shinobi's life. Once it was completely drained, they would die. No wonder they fled desperately. Not just them, even the massive Ninetales, after being entangled by the God Tree, was powerless to break free. A huge amount of chakra was being drained away by the God Tree. Minato escaped disaster because he had Flying Thunder God, but Naruto was tightly bound by the God Tree and couldn't break free. As a huge amount of chakra was absorbed by the God Tree, Naruto fell unconscious. And Killer B's situation wasn't much better than Naruto's. Countless vines were chasing after him. Killer B complained weakly, Why am I the only one being chased by so many vines? The Eight-Tails Gyuki explained that the God Tree is the Ten-Tails' final form. It can sense how much chakra a person has, so it knows your chakra reserves. That's why it keeps following you. Killer B was utterly speechless. Then if that's the case, what was the point of the chakra Naruto shared with everyone? It's already meaningless. No matter how much chakra they have, right now they're just targets for it to devour. The scene shifted. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama kept leaping across the God Tree's vines. What exactly is this thing? Senju Hashirama asked. For some reason, he seemed very confident that Uchiha Madara would answer him. The so-called chakra originally belonged to this God Tree, including all the chakra here and even your enormous chakra reserves. Humanity originally stole chakra from the God Tree. Right now, it just wants to take it back. Good lord. Uchiha Madara actually explained it. So, facing Senju Hashirama's confusion, Uchiha Madara started explaining everything to him from the beginning, the origin of humanity, the origin of chakra, and the ancestor of shinobi. Ever since I learned these things, I've become more and more desperate. But now, things are already different. After finishing his explanation, Uchiha Madara revealed a smile. On Naruto's side, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's powerful attack, Naruto was rescued from the God Tree. Grandpa, I came too late, Naruto. Then he carried Naruto and ran toward a safe place. The second Hokage hurried over to provide support, using the Flying Thunder God technique to take them outside the original barrier. But the shocking sight before them made Naruto grit his teeth. Corpses covered the ground, and the God Tree's branches were filled with hanging shinobi bodies. Everything seemed to be showing just how powerless they were. When the flower bud of this God Tree blooms, the eye inside it will face only the moon, and the infinite Tsukuyomi will be complete. But the one who will complete this jutsu absolutely won't be Obito. It will be me. The scene shifted again. Obito's body rose high into the air, and he said coldly, "Stop struggling. A world like this is nothing but hell. I've endured long enough. The shinobi are finished. There won't be any future anymore. As long as you stop resisting, I won't kill you." Looking at the tragic scene before him, Naruto's eyes filled with tears. This wave of attacks from the God Tree had killed too many people. Even the clever and intelligent Shikamaru was barely clinging to life now. Naruto thought back to what Obito had said to him back then, and now that he thought about it, some of it actually seemed right. If you don't want to regret it, then don't do anything at all. Floating high in the air, Obito looked like a god passing judgment on everyone's lives and futures. Those words seemed to resonate with the ninja. Yeah. If they did nothing, they wouldn't die. That's right. I will guide you all to the world of dreams. There. A beautiful future awaits. Seeing morale sink so low, Hashirama Senju roared, "Don't give up. Absolutely do not give up." But Hashirama Senju's words had no positive effect at all. Instead, they caused a whole pile of backlash. When all is said and done, you're just an Edo Tensei ninja. You can't possibly understand the fear of death. Yeah, you've already died long ago, but we're still living people. The scene became unbearably noisy as everyone sank into despair. Konoha's founding era. These people really have no manners. Big Brother is trying so hard to help them think of a solution, and they still talk to him like that. Tobirama Senju curled his lip in disdain, clearly dissatisfied with those people. But Hashirama Senju said, "Sai Tobirama, what you said isn't right. If we put ourselves in their shoes, what they're saying isn't unreasonable. We're just dead men, ninja brought back by Edo Tensei. We cannot die, and we cannot truly understand the fear of death. But they're living, breathing people. They can feel fear, and they can feel the oppressive pressure of that power. To be honest, just being able to stand in front of that Obito without fainting already makes them impressive in my eyes. After all, that is a power that surpasses everyone in the ninja world." Tobirama Senju fell silent, then glanced at Madara Uchiha. "Kid, stop looking at me. I've said it several times already. This has nothing to do with me," Madara Uchiha said flatly, though inside he was practically furious. This bastard was at it with him again. He had no idea why. Couldn't he just watch the video properly? Tobirama Senju curled his lip, then suddenly thought of something and said, "Big brother, I have something to say." "What is it?" "I suggest you borrow the power of the Uchiha and raise the upper limit of your strength." Hashirama was dumbfounded. What kind of suggestion was that? Did you forget? In the earlier video, Madara Uchiha said that because of your cells, he awakened the Rinnegan before he died. If you get a pair of Sharingan and put them in your own eyes, maybe you could evolve them into the Rinnegan too. Madara Uchiha exploded on the spot. This bastard really did nothing but come up with nasty little ideas. Could the Uchiha clan's Sharingan just be given to other people so casually? Of course not. That was the dignity of the Uchiha clan. If they could just hand them out to anyone, how would the Uchiha still show their uniqueness? But Tobirama's suggestion made Hashirama start thinking. He had to admit Tobirama was right. The power of the Rinnegan was extraordinarily strong. To a certain extent, could greatly increase his strength. With the Nine Tails, the Rinnegan, and would release together, he should be able to protect the ninja world, right? Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at Madara Uchiha with pitiful eyes. Madara Uchiha felt uncomfortable under that gaze. He waved a hand impatiently and said, "All right, I get it. I'll find a pair for you later." As the head of the Uchiha clan, he had full authority over the Sharingan of the clan's fallen members. Finding a pair for Hashirama was an effortless matter. "Thank you so much, Madara." Hashirama Senju was overjoyed and tightly hugged Madara Uchiha. "Let go of me. I like women." At this moment, Madara Uchiha finally emphasized that he liked women. "Ha ha ha ha." Hashirama didn't care at all and just burst out laughing instead. Although the few of them were talking and laughing at the moment, the ninja in other timelines were drowning in despair. Konoha Year 63. Almost every ninja wore a bitter expression. Up to this point, they could not see the slightest shadow of victory. Obito, whose power rivaled the Sage of Six Paths, had brought them incomparable despair. Even though they had not personally experienced that war, they could still deeply feel that kind of terror. Not to mention that many of them had already seen their own corpses in the video. Shikamaru widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. Him in the video. That meant he was done for, right? He scratched his head. What a drag. He hadn't expected to die just like that. That counted as dying young, didn't it? His heart felt a little blocked. It wasn't fear exactly, but regret. It looked like his dream would never come true. To be an ordinary ninja, marry an ordinary wife, have an ordinary son, live an ordinary life, and then retire and play shogi every day. Now, it seemed that when he was only 17 or 18, he would die as a ninja. Without even lifting his head, Shikaku said, "Shikamaru, don't worry, and don't be afraid. From the moment this video appeared, your life has already changed. Everything in the video has nothing to do with you anymore. Right now, all you need to think about is the present, and make sure your life has no regrets. Shikamaru froze for a moment, then nodded heavily. Then he suddenly remembered that he had appeared in the first video too, which meant he wouldn't die yet. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he gave a bitter smile. Looks like his training still wasn't enough. He still couldn't face death head-on. Even so, when it really came down to it, who could truly face death without fear? Naruto was watching with gritted teeth, his eyes nearly splitting. At this moment, he hated Obito to the core. That bastard had slaughtered so many innocent people. The instant the God Tree appeared, thousands upon thousands of ninja had probably died. Those were human lives. Living, breathing human lives. And now they had died miserably in that war. What about their families? What about their children? Why was there war in this world? Master Jiraiya, why is there war in this world? He asked quietly. His tone was calm, but the question he asked was a problem that had existed for 1,000 years. Why was there war? Jiraiya fell silent. He had traveled the ninja world for many years and seen countless things, but even now, he did not dare speak recklessly about the cause of war. Hatred, love, profit, friendship, these were all factors that could lead to war. It was only a matter of whether the war was big or small. But no matter what kind of war it was, people died and soldiers were wounded. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't know either, but I believe all of this can be changed. Then he looked at Naruto, a strange light shining in his eyes. But Naruto, I believe you will be the child of destiny in this world. And I also believe you will definitely be able to change this world. Naruto nodded thoughtfully and looked back at the video. This time, when the video ended, he believed he would definitely get a reward. By then, it would be much easier for him to find Obito. And after he found him, he would definitely teach him how to be a decent person. Hidden in the shadows, Obito wore a smile. After smiling for a while, his expression gradually turned cold. Come, let me see it, Naruto. Just what choice will you make? How could he not know? This child of his teacher had an inexplicable resemblance to him. The more he understood him, the more he wanted to know where this boy's limit lay. He wanted to prove to the whole world that his choice was not wrong. The thing that was wrong was this world. At this moment, Obito seemed to return to the days of his youth, when he had competed against Kakashi. But back then, it had been against one Kakashi. Now, it was against the entire ninja world. The one that's wrong isn't me. It's the world. I will change this twisted ninja world. Once world peace arrives, I will be the god of the new world. He spread his arms wide, his expression crazed. As if, at this very moment, he truly were the god of the new world. The second sage of 6 paths, Obito Uchiha. After his madness, he gradually calmed down and began planning the next stage in his heart. With the video having played to this point, Nagato probably would no longer listen to him. Even the tailed beast capture plan might fall through. So how to capture the tailed beasts next was the top priority. But from the looks of it, he would have to do it personally. Still, that wasn't too bad. It would let him learn the limits of his own strength. In the video, Obito Uchiha was still persuading them. This world no longer has any value. In the world of dreams, you can have everything. Your dreams, your parents, your family and friends will all stay by your side. That is the perfect world. The world that matches your heart the most. His tone was passionate, as if the world in dreams really would be perfect. Hashirama Senju said, "Don't give up. If you enter the world of dreams, what's the difference between that and death?" But the surviving ninja at the scene were still overwhelmed with despair. They no longer had any motivation to keep fighting Obito, or rather, they could not see any hope of victory at all. If they continued fighting now, all that awaited them was death. Compared to the end of their lives, they would rather enter the world of dreams. After all, that would also be a continuation of their lives, even if the form was completely different. Over on the other side, Uchiha Madara had already used his explosively increased power to subdue Hashirama Senju, and had even obtained his sage power. Meanwhile, under Orochimaru's reminder, Sasuke realized that Yugo's power also belonged to Senjutsu, so the two became one, and activated Senjutsu Susanoo. Then, in the middle of Naruto's pained emo moment, he charged forward while controlling the towering Susanoo. "Naruto, what are you still standing there for? I'm going on ahead." Right after that, Susanoo's great katana slashed out, directly splitting the god tree's enormous vine in two. At the same time, Ino used a jutsu to connect all the ninja on the battlefield, and it was at that moment that everyone saw Naruto's heart, and also saw his growth. From a boy hated by the village, he had gradually grown into the center of the ninja world. I don't want to regret it. I don't want to feel upset later and ask myself why I didn't do it back then. Besides, we've already done so much. There's no way I can just pretend none of this ever happened. Encouraged by Naruto's heart, the ninja stood back up once more. That's right, the war was not over yet. They were still far, far from defeat. Before the result was decided, no one could say for sure that they were doomed to lose. Kurama Sage Mode appeared once again, and the massive Ninetales chakra once more covered the entire battlefield. This amount of chakra is already comparable to mine. This brat really does have an enormous amount of chakra. No, part of it is the Ninetales chakra too. Hashirama's honest comment made everyone feel like he was showing off. Even if he was telling the truth, he really shouldn't have said it at a time like this. Madara, the Uchiha who had founded Konoha together with him, looked completely speechless. This guy's humble bragging was still on another level. He could stab right into the hearts of ordinary people without even trying. Even if what you're saying is true, please stop talking. Still, when he saw that he had defeated Hashirama and even absorbed his sage power, he felt thrilled beyond words. Good lord, after competing so many times, he had finally beaten him once. It was easy to imagine just how excited Uchiha Madara was feeling inside. Hashirama Senju, on the other hand, did not care much at all. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. Seeing a junior from his village like this made him sincerely happy. In the video, Kurama and Susanoo kept pursuing Obito. Even Obito in his current state found them somewhat troublesome. The terrifying combat power of the three shook the heavens, and booming roars echoed across the entire battlefield. The scene shifted and came over to Shikamaru's side. While Naruto was fighting, the Ninetales chakra was also continuously replenishing the chakra everyone had lost after it was absorbed by the God Tree. Shikamaru's memories surged up like a tide as he gazed at Naruto's back from afar. Dad, it was only much later that I realized how many difficult things Naruto had accomplished all by himself. Now I don't want him to taste even a little bit of that kind of feeling ever again. I want to stay with him. Dad, you once said that guy would become someone important to the village, right? When I'm with him, I can't help wanting to keep walking forward with him. Naruto isn't like Lord First. That idiot doesn't have a brother like Lord Second to help him with plans and strategies. So I want to stay by his side. When he becomes Hokage, I have to be standing beside that idiot. Sorry, Dad. I still can't go find you yet. No one is more suited than me to be Naruto's strategist. He slowly sat up. Although his face was still a little pale, his life was no longer in danger. At this moment, Konoha's strongest strategist was born. He would contribute unshakable merit to Naruto's grand plan of becoming Hokage. High in the sky, Naruto and Sasuke were still fighting Obito. Down below, Hashirama shouted loudly, "While they're fighting, let us cut down the big tree. As long as the tree is felled, the infinite Tsukuyami 1T activate." At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. They could not wait to unleash the chakra inside them. No matter how tall this tree is, compared to the earth, it is nothing worth mentioning. Inoki said proudly, "The earth is our comrade. Boys of Iwagakure, charge. We're going too, brothers." The fourth Raikage shouted. "As women, we can't be even half a beat slower in battle. Everyone, we're going in too." Tens of thousands charged forward all at once. At this moment, they no longer feared anything. They longed for peace, and right now, their only goal was to cut down the God Tree, defeat Uchiha Obito, and save the ninja world. Fourth, let me borrow the chakra link between you and Naruto for a moment. Minato Namikaze was somewhat confused, but he quickly understood Tobirama's plan. "Everyone, don't worry. Attack with everything you've got. I'll use Flying Thunder God to help you escape." Everyone's emotions rose once again. They simply could not believe there was even a move like this, but they also relaxed. Now they could attack without fear. In the sky, Naruto and Sasuke were still confronting Obito. Obito's Sage Transform speed had caught them completely off guard. So far, not a single one of their attacks had truly worked. His speed really is fast, but now we can gradually start sensing it. Naruto and Sasuke thought this to themselves. Then a sharp glint flashed through their eyes. Right here, their powerful attacks smashed down instantly, but unfortunately, both were blocked by Obito's truth-seeking balls. "It's time to sleep. I'll bring you into the world of dreams right now." His expression was blank, his tone icy. The truth-seeking balls instantly grew larger, binding both Susanoo and the Ninetales. There's no time left. Inside the Kamui dimension, Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground. "Obito, you really still want to see it for yourself, don't you? A heart that will never yield no matter what happens, and the will of fire that will never change. You want to know whether those things truly exist, don't you? You once abandoned them, but after fighting Naruto and hearing what he said, that will of fire you once denied. Somewhere deep in your heart, you can no longer deny it completely, and so you kept confirming it over and over, searching for it over and over. You tried to convince yourself that such a thing did not exist. In that kind of contradiction, you wanted to find the answer from Naruto." The scene shifted again, returning to the sky. Naruto and Sasuke, who had been bound, were violently dragged downward by Obito. Then, with a thunderous boom, the already ruined earth sank even further. Dust exploded into the air, and Naruto and Sasuke were both knocked back to their original forms. When Shikamaru heard his own words, his face instantly turned red. So embarrassing. He had never been this embarrassed in his life. This was basically a public execution. It was something he had never imagined before. Besides, wasn't he the main character of this video supposed to be Uchiha Obito? Then why were even his own memories being played so clearly? Even Shikaku gave his son a somewhat strange look. He had never imagined that his son actually valued Naruto that much, but now that he saw it, it was not a bad thing. As Minato's peer, he naturally knew about Naruto's background, so from childhood, he had taught Shikamaru not to distance himself from Naruto. Still, he had never told him to deliberately befriend Naruto either. He just had not expected Naruto to leave such a deep impression in Shikamaru's heart. It looked like his teaching had been very successful after all. Shikaku could not help smiling proudly. To put it bluntly, there was no one in Konoha with better judgment than him. "Dad, what are you smiling about?" Shikamaru said. "Nothing much. Just keep watching the video." He laughed again, in an extremely cheerful mood, even though he had learned from the video that he was already dead. Seeing his son gradually grow up and gain a real man's resolve made him happier than anything else. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, feeling helpless inside. Good grief. After saying all that, how was he supposed to face Naruto from now on? He was going to feel embarrassed. On the other side, Naruto's grin was practically reaching the back of his head. He had never imagined Shikamaru thought so highly of him, and was even willing to assist him wholeheartedly. Sure enough, when he was little and thought he was all alone, that had only been his own unwillingness to accept things. People had always been by his side. He just had never cared to notice. Right now, he was genuinely grateful to the system. It had not only given him great power, but also the bonds he had always longed for. Sasuke felt awful inside, a little upset, like something had been stolen from him. But seeing Naruto so happy, he didn't know what to say. Still, after seeing Naruto use the power of Sage Jutsu, he was somewhat tempted. Maybe he could cultivate Sage Jutsu too. Otherwise, if an enemy like this appeared again in the future, and ninjutsu was ineffective against him, then no matter how much chakra he had or how strong his ninjutsu was, he still wouldn't be able to deal with it. As for what kind of Sage Jutsu suited him, he had no idea. From watching the video up to now, he had already learned there were 3 types of Sage Jutsu: Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. When the time came, he could go check them one by one and look for the sage power that suited him. He couldn't let Naruto keep riding over his head forever. After all, he was number 1 while Naruto was just a dead last. At the founding of Konoha, Hashirama Senju was emo. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Tobirama asked in confusion. No one was scolding his big brother right now, so why was he feeling so down? "Look at this. Madara absorbed my Sage Jutsu and was able to use it right away. I just don't get it." Sage Jutsu was indeed powerful, but using it also came with enormous risks. For example, if the Sage Jutsu of Mount Myaboku was used improperly, the user would turn to stone. That alone showed just how dangerous Sage Jutsu was. But Uchiha Madara had used it perfectly on his first try. That naturally left Hashirama feeling a little unbalanced inside. And then he even said this power was nothing special. "What, Madara? You look down on sage power that much?" Hashirama cast him a slightly aggrieved look, making Uchiha Madara break out in goosebumps. "Enough, Hashirama. I apologize, so please shut up." Hashirama immediately stopped talking. In truth, he didn't really have much to say anyway. As long as the Madara in this timeline hadn't changed and was still their good companion, that was enough. As for whatever kind of monster Uchiha Madara in the video had turned into, that had nothing to do with him. In the video, Naruto struggled to his feet, while the Nine-Tails chakra that had originally dispersed slowly began gathering again. "Why are you standing up? And why are you fighting? For your comrades? Or for this world?" Obito Uchiha's expression was ugly. "At a time like this, what exactly are you still clinging to? You clearly know you're powerless. You clearly know you can never be my opponent. So why do you keep going? Wouldn't it be better to just lie there and stop suffering this physical pain? Listen, comrades will betray you one day, and love will turn into hate. You should know that better than anyone. The people in the village betrayed you before, and so did Sasuke, and your love for Jiraiya gave birth to hatred. You and I are the same. Pain that builds up day after day will change you eventually, and now you're about to endure immense pain. Even so, can you still be certain you won't change? Maybe your comrades will betray you again in the future. Maybe war will break out among the allied shinobi forces again, and you don't even know whether you can defeat me. Fighting for a world like that is meaningless. This world only has a few minutes left. Tell me, Naruto, why exactly are you fighting?" His tone was forceful but lacked foundation. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was like a child hoping for someone else's acknowledgement, and that person was Naruto. Naruto slowly stood up and calmly said, "Because this is my ninja way. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way." The faint golden eye shadow highlighted the unique charm of a sage. Obito's expression gradually turned serious, his brows slightly furrowing. "I told you, you should be asleep already." Kurama's sage mode activated once more, and Susanoo stood at Naruto's side. We'll finish him in the next move, Naruto, right? If I'm gonna sleep, I'll sleep tomorrow. Dreams are something you make for yourself. His voice was firm, and the massive pressure from Naruto and Sasuke shook the world around them. Let us go, Sasuke. At this moment, the two were perfectly in sync. Susanoo wrapped itself around the Ninetales. At this moment, their combined power was absolutely more than just 1 + 1. Far surpassed 2. A slight smile appeared on Sasuke's face. So this is how it felt when Madara used it before? Back in the wild era of the Ninetales, Uchiha Madara had once used it as a summoned beast, and it had also warned Susanoo before. But that had all been many years ago. Seeing this, the Ninetales kept grumbling inside. It hadn't expected to be forced into wearing that humiliating outfit again. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Let us do this together. Obito rose up once more, and the truth-seeking balls in his hand continuously changed shape, turning into an enormous sword. It was the sword that split heaven and earth, the sword of Nunaboko. Whatever you do now is useless. Look up at that crimson moon. Infinite Tsukuyami is about to be activated. The dream of the moon will fill the enormous void of this hellish world for me. That moment is about to arrive. The scene shifted. The Konoha 12 seemed to sense something. They knew Naruto was calling for their power. My will is above yours. No matter how you struggle, it is meaningless. The Sage's power will stop you. But Naruto had no interest in listening to Obito's nonsense. Instead, he quietly discussed a secret plan with Sasuke. At the same time, each of the Ninetales' tails formed a massive Rasengan. I'll use this sword to erase this world right now. Obito roared and launched the first attack. Majestic attire Susanoo opened its mouth wide, and the Konoha 12 descended from the sky, landing on the Ninetales' tails. Each of them held a Rasengan high in their hands. In just a breath, they too were wrapped in the chakra cloak unique to Kurama mode. I'm leaving the Rasengan to all of you. You have to break his shield. Don't worry, everyone. You can definitely do it. 9 people charged at Obito with Rasengan raised high. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion rang out. The truth-seeking ball shield was shattered, and Naruto and Sasuke seized the chance to raise their great blade and stab toward Obito. What came next was the final decisive battle. This move would determine victory and defeat, and at the same time decide the fate of the ninja world. This was a war concerning the entire ninja world. At that instant, Obito froze, because he saw a future that should have been absolutely impossible. After the battle at Canopy Bridge, he had returned to Konoha, and because of his great achievements, he had become Hokage. That was clearly an impossible future, and in that instant he lost focus. The gigantic blade seized the opportunity and slashed across Obito, carving out a wound. Immediately after, the chakra of the Ninetales burst out from his body. The Ninetales shouted excitedly, "Just like I thought. Your attack caused resonance with the tailed beast chakra." Next comes the tug of war. Suspended in midair, Obito was still dazed. He simply could not understand why that attack had hit him. This 1T work. We don't have the 8 tails or 1 tail's chakra, so we can't pull their chakra out. Naruto immediately panicked. They had finally made it this far. They couldn't let everything fall short at the last moment. And right then, Gaara descended from the sky, and a massive amount of sand tightly grabbed onto the 1 tail's chakra. I was originally Shikaku's Jinchuriki. I'll handle his chakra. Get over here, Shikaku. His eyes were filled with determination. Although he had once been tormented by Shikaku, under Naruto's influence, he had long since let go of his hatred toward Shikaku. It could even be said that he had once envied the relationship between Naruto and the Ninetales. But now, that was no longer possible, because he was no longer a Jinchuriki. Killer Bee also rushed over to where the 8 tails chakra was. His huge tentacles tightly grabbed onto the 8 tails chakra. Everyone pulled with all their strength. As long as they could drag out the tailed beast chakra, that guy would be left with nothing but an empty shell, and the god tree would be unable to bloom. At the same time, the god tree's transformed attack form also stopped. Shikamaru used Ino's jutsu to transmit his thoughts to everyone. At this moment, everyone understood as well. They were only one final push away from defeating Obito. They ran toward the battlefield with all their might, hoping to contribute some strength in this tug of war. The scene shifted. Because their chakra was connected, Naruto saw Obito's past. A past incredibly similar to his own. But Obito was publicly executed once again, because the scene of him kissing the photo was shown again. Yamaro, enough already. Uchiha Obito roared inwardly. He kept glancing carefully at Rin, and after noticing that she showed no unusual reaction, he finally relaxed a little. But right now, he was starting to hate this system to death. He had almost managed to forget that scene, but now it had forced him to remember it all over again. This feeling of social death really was unbearable. In the video, as Naruto came to understand Obito more and more deeply, the sorrow in his heart also grew heavier. Tears slowly streamed from his eyes. Was it sympathy, or something else? Perhaps even Naruto himself did not understand at this moment. Naruto, The chakra connection can let you see his memories. Be careful not to be misled. Naruto suddenly snapped back to his senses, then turned his head to look. He saw a ninja army of several thousand had arrived behind them, and Minato Namikaze had also used Flying Thunder God to reach the tug-of-war battlefield. The Nine Tails chakra stretched out into a long golden line. Everyone, grab onto my chakra. Let's pull together. And so, this scene unfolded. Several thousand people having a tug-of-war against one person. This is completely unfair. Obito roared inwardly in year 63 of Konoha. A bunch of bastards. A group of self-righteous so-called messengers of justice, and now they were ganging up on a lone man like him. This was too much. Damn it all. If I had known, I should have wiped every last one of you out. Sure enough, I was still too kind. Looks like I still haven't thrown away my original heart after all. Obito rarely let out such a sigh. Kind people will definitely be rewarded. Victory in this war will definitely be mine. The scene changed again, returning once more to the consciousness space. Chakra was originally a power that connected heart to heart, and at this moment it was displayed to the fullest. Naruto and Obito stood facing each other. Both of them were alone, but very soon, more and more people appeared behind Naruto, more and more thousands, tens of thousands. Obito slowly turned his head to look behind himself. No one. He was still alone. The growth of that boy had long since left him far behind. He stared fixedly at Naruto. The Uchiha clan's inherited old eyesight appeared once again, and at this moment, Naruto turned into his own appearance. He muttered to himself, Did I regret it? You said before that you're nobody, and you don't want to become anybody, Naruto said lightly, but Obito grew anxious. Stop talking. Don't enter my heart. He was panicking. Countless people laughed inwardly. This scene was undoubtedly amusing. The previous Obito had looked like the kind of person who would kill gods if gods stood in his way. Kill demons if demons stood in his way, acting like heaven was first, earth was second, and he was third. But now, Naruto had driven him into a corner, and he was even throwing a tantrum like a child. That contrast was impossible not to laugh at. Those who knew Obito all said that sure enough, this guy's inner self had never changed at all. Actually, you're the same as me. You wanted to become Hokage too. If things had happened differently, maybe I would have chased after your back too. Because I also want to become Hokage. That was a past I already abandoned. What's the point of bringing it up now? Obito shouted, trying to bolster his courage. But why do you still see that scene? You used to be Kakashi-sensei's friend, my father's student, an Uchiha like Sasuke, and also a senior who shared the same dream as me. You were also a ninja of Konoha. Obito grew flustered and suddenly waved his hand. What do you mean? What exactly are you trying to do to me? What I mean is, you are Uchiha Obito. Then Naruto's expression suddenly changed. He pointed his index finger at the Obito in front of him and said angrily, I told you before, I would take off your mask. In year 63 of Konoha, Uchiha Obito was completely dumbfounded. He would actually regret it? This unrealistic reality left him speechless. He had imagined many scenarios where he failed, but he had never imagined that he would regret it. He knew there was no need to keep watching. He would definitely lose. A ninja's life could not afford regret. In battle, even the slightest distracting thought could send the fight in an unpredictable direction. And now, the degree of wavering in his heart had already reached the point where he could not believe in himself. In the coming battle, he would lose without a doubt. Will I regret it? Rin. He touched his chest and muttered to himself. Deep in his heart was the cursed seal Madara Uchiha had placed on him. He knew that. He did not know exactly what that cursed seal was controlling, but no matter what it was, he had to find a way to erase it. In fact, after seeing this scene, his heart had also wavered a little. Could the infinite Tsukuyomi really be the right thing? Now that the system had descended upon the ninja world, he could completely use a revival coin to bring Rin back to life and return to Konoha again. But he had finally come this far with great difficulty. Asking him to turn back now, he was truly unwilling. He wanted to keep watching to see just how far the him in the video could go. Whether his persistence could bring him the fruit he deserved. In the video, with a gloomy face, Obito said, Uchiha Obito, at a time like this, does that person still have any meaning? I have now fused with the Ten Tails. As a transcendent, I have reached the realm of enlightenment. That means I am no longer human, but a leader guiding humanity toward peace. The second sage of Six Paths No. You are Uchiha Obito. Naruto shot back. He continued, just now I saw your memories. You really are a lot like me. Neither of us knew who our parents were, and we had no friends. That's why you threatened me, saying what I feared most was loneliness. In the beginning, you were the same. You wanted other people's acknowledgement and praise, so you set your sights on becoming Hokage. Didn't you? You're the same as me. Naruto's tone was firm. In a different situation, maybe he really would have moved forward while looking up at Obito's back, because he also longed for the Hokage. Now look at yourself. You're making enemies of all the ninja, enemies of the whole world. shouting all that crooked nonsense about being for the sake of the world. No one, not even the person you care about most, would acknowledge you. The dream you have now has already gone completely against the dream you once had. You who used to be so similar to me. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Obito cut him off. No, it's because we're too similar that I wanted to see the you who had despaired of this world. No, rather, I wanted to know that the path I chose wasn't wrong. Fighting you reminded me of my former self. So I wanted to test you, to see when exactly you would fall into despair. And that's exactly why I get so mad. Because you're so similar to me. You're just someone who chose to throw everything away and run from it all. Obito slowly walked forward. In the entire consciousness space, only the voices of the two arguing remained. No, everything I have done can be said to be the dream of the Hokage. I've even done it better than him, Obito said firmly. Naruto was stunned. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the Obito in front of him was beyond saving. Do you really think that? Do you really think that? Obito closed his eyes, and that classic scene appeared once again in the video. Obito sat on a stone chair while Rin was putting a bandage on him. A moment later, Obito smiled and said, "Rin, you saved me, which means you saved the entire ninja world." Noara Rin looked completely baffled, having no idea what kind of nonsense Obito was talking about. Look, in the future I'm going to become Hokage and bring peace to the world. For that, I have to live well in this world. He looked at the silent Rin, and his voice grew much quieter as he softly said, "Do you understand?" Rin Noara smiled and said, "Even though it's hard to understand, I'll try to understand it. And, how should I put it? If you weren't by my side, Rin, watching me the whole time then." Obito's face turned red, looking a little embarrassed, while Rin Noara smilingly moved closer to him, her big eyes staring straight at him. Obito was so startled that he jumped to his feet. "You suddenly leaned in like that and scared me." Rin smiled and said, "Weren't you the one who said you wanted me to keep watching you? Yeah, then watch me well. I'll carry the name of the Uchiha and become Hokage." His memories surged into his mind like a tide. These memories were his most precious treasures. And now, when he had stepped onto the wrong path, they surged back once more. That's right, that was what he used to think. No one, when they can't see the road ahead clearly, would deliberately choose a rough and difficult path, stepping over the corpses of comrades. That was all it was. If there was a bright and easy shortcut ahead, anyone would choose it. That's right, the goal of the Hokage should have been peace for the world. Obito raised his right hand high. At this moment, he felt like he was back again, and once more tried to argue with Naruto using talk no jutsu. "What are you even talking about? What I want to know isn't that easy road, but how to walk the rough one." His voice trembled with anger, yet his expression only became firmer because of that anger. "Even if those two roads lead in the same direction," Obito shot back. "If no one walks that road, then how would you know the road ahead is different? A Hokage is someone who endures everything and keeps moving forward, not someone who walks over the corpses of comrades. For someone who wants to become Hokage, there is no such thing as a shortcut." Naruto took several steps forward and came to stand in front of Obito. Obito's expression kept changing. Then he lowered his head, as if agreeing with Naruto's words. Then he suddenly lifted his head again, as if thinking of something. He thought of the past, of Rin's determined words. "Do your best, Obito. Let me see that cool back of yours when you become Hokage. We made a promise." Obito looked at his right hand and fell silent once more. "Come over here. You are you, Uchiha Obito. From now on, you'll repay your sins properly as Obito of Konoha." Naruto stretched out his right hand. Obito also slowly reached out his hand. But in an instant, Obito's right hand suddenly changed direction and tightly grabbed Naruto by the throat. "I can't possibly go over to your side. At this point, regret is useless anyway." With his throat being squeezed, Naruto spoke with difficulty. "I told you. I saw all of it." He clenched his right fist. Then at this point, "Why are you still imagining yourself becoming Hokage?" Obito was blasted away by a punch. His body was forced back non-stop. He hurriedly steadied himself and looked up at Naruto. But in an instant Naruto had turned into his younger self. Why? He didn't understand. The one Rin wanted to protect wasn't you. It was Uchiha Obito. That single sentence made him feel like he had fallen into the bitter cold of the 12th lunar month. His whole body broke out in cold sweat. But suddenly, the environment around him changed, and he looked around in panic. A desolate wind, withered yellow ground, countless trees. "You're late again, Obito. We've all been waiting for you, Obito." Minato and Kakashi spoke. "Sorry, we're coming right now." Holding Obito's hand, Rin ran toward the two of them with an apologetic smile. "Rin." Obito called out softly, but Rin Noara gave no response. That's right. The emptiness in his heart. He could feel it himself. He looked around blankly. Then his pupils suddenly shrank as the three versions of himself slowly turned into Minato, Kakashi, and Rin Noara. Rin Noara spoke. Come to me. I won't ignore you, Obito. The way her head twisted slightly made her look somewhat eerie. Just as Obito hesitated, he heard another voice. Wait, Rin. Young Obito spoke as he looked at Six Paths Obito. As you are now, Rin wouldn't even spare you a glance. The one Rin wanted to protect was Uchiha Obito. He forcefully grabbed Six Paths Obito's arm, and the scene shifted again, returning to the mind space. Naruto pulled on his arm. Come over here, you bastard. Don't underestimate everyone's strength. The scene turned and returned to reality. Everyone had their own close-up at this moment. This was the true power of the entire allied shinobi forces. Everyone, pull with all your strength. Naruto roared. In only an instant, all the tailed beast chakra inside Obito was completely dragged out. His body fell from the sky, and the traits that had once belonged exclusively to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki vanished completely. So, I lost. Then, with a bang, his body hit the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. We won. We won. Everyone in the ninja world was overjoyed. This opponent who had driven them into despair had finally been defeated by their hands. That's right. By their hands. This wasn't the victory of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha alone. It was the victory of the entire ninja world. All of them had worked together with one heart to defeat Uchiha Obito, to defeat the man closest to the Sage of Six Paths. That man lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. They had won this war. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Even though they already knew they would win in the future, the video had been full of twists and turns. Their hearts had been in their throats the whole time. But now it seemed everything was fine. In the end, it was still the victory of the shinobi. Those who made enemies of the world would never meet a good end. Konoha Year 63. Uchiha Obito's face looked ugly. A moment later he let out a sigh. In the end, he had still lost. Did he lose to Naruto and Sasuke? Or did he lose to the allied shinobi forces? Neither. He had lost to himself. If he had just been a little firmer, if he hadn't tested Naruto with all that messy nonsense, if he hadn't wavered, then he absolutely would not have lost. That was Uchiha Obito's confidence in himself. But he no longer had the drive to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Even though the way he lost was strange, and could even be called humiliating, there was no doubt that this kind of defeat had made him remember the Uchiha Obito he used to be. He had already wavered. He had wavered before the Fourth Great Ninja War had even begun. Is my will really that weak? No, my will is absolutely not weak. I could even resist the Ten Tails erosion. How could my will possibly be weak? Then where exactly was the problem? That's right. It was Naruto. That mouth of his actually made the me in the video see illusions. Was that some new kind of genjutsu? At this moment, Uchiha Obito decided that if he ever became Naruto's enemy again, he would definitely seal his mouth first. Very good. He had already grasped the most critical move for defeating Naruto. Maybe if he fought Naruto again in the future, he wouldn't lose so miserably. TSK. Even I didn't expect Naruto's mouth to be this powerful. Sasuke sighed. Looks like talking a lot during battle isn't necessarily a bad thing. See? Didn't Obito get persuaded back? When he said that, he suddenly remembered that Tonari seemed to have also been talked down by Naruto, and his expression immediately turned strange. Could Naruto's words actually have some kind of magic? Tonari noticed Sasuke's gaze and seemed to know what he was thinking. Curling his lip, he said, Don't overthink it. I was defeated by Naruto with his own hands. I'm not like this Uchiha Obito, losing in such a miserable way. Several people laughed. You really think we didn't watch the video? At the end, you got beaten that badly. And then Naruto still lectured you about how knitting a scarf wastes a lot of time, and how passing on love takes a lot of time too. No idea who it was that got so dazed from being talked at that he got punched in the face by Naruto right after. While they were joking around, Naruto stayed silent. It really is so similar, he thought to himself. This Uchiha Obito was practically a second him. Could even be said that he was Naruto's template. But because he had gone down the wrong path, he was hunted by the entire ninja world, and in the end fell to this state. Sympathy? No, Naruto did not sympathize with this man. But he was thinking, if he were in Obito's position, would he also be spouting twisted logic, shouting that it was all for the sake of the world, while standing as an enemy of the entire ninja world? He wasn't sure. And so, that thought rose in his heart once again. How could people come to understand one another? He had not forgotten the dream of Yahiko, one of the founders of the Akatsuki. He wanted to create a world where people could truly understand each other. A world like that would definitely bring peace. But this path was destined to be difficult. No one had ever fully walked this road before. No one knew how the road ahead should be taken. But just like Naruto in the video had said, a Hokage must carry pain and keep moving forward, bringing everything to the best possible ending. At the same time, one of Obito's words had also left a deep impression on Naruto. A Hokage should aim for world peace. Even though the method was wrong, it had to be said that Obito's original intention had been good. Maybe it was because he had seen too much despair, and on top of that, Uchiha Madara's brainwashing had pushed Obito onto a road of no return. Of course, from this day onward, that dream would become Naruto's dream as well. But what he wanted to do was completely opposite to Obito. He believed there had to be a way for people to understand each other, and there also had to be a real way to bring peace to the world. It all depended on whether he was willing to work hard enough, and whether he was willing to search for it. Very quickly, after their joy faded, everyone fell into thought. Many people were thinking about the meaning behind the video's appearance. Was Uchiha Obito becoming like this really entirely his own fault? Was it Uchiha Madara? Or the world? Or war? Or maybe all of them together? They didn't know which was the biggest cause. But they did understand one thing: if this rotten system was not changed, then Uchiha Obito would definitely not be the last person to appear like this. Maybe, just as he had said, after defeating him, one ninja in the allied shinobi forces might lose the person he loved most, fall into despair toward the world, and become the second him. And so the cycle would continue over and over again. This was what the ninja world had looked like for thousands of years, killing and being killed. TCH. Who knows when a ninja world like this can ever change? Inoki of Iwagakure sighed. Although he was an old stubborn man, watching the young people of his village continuously die on the battlefield still filled his heart with grief. Long ago he had also held fantasies that the ninja world might achieve true peace. But just like Uchiha Madara had said, the longer one lived, the more despair one saw. There was simply no way to turn things around. After seeing Obito and connecting it to the ninja world itself, Inoki sincerely longed for peace from the bottom of his heart. Maybe even he himself didn't realize that his way of thinking was changing little by little. By the time he noticed, he might even be shocked. Kumogakure. Even the rough, brute-like Raikage couldn't help but start thinking at this moment. The meaning of peace. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, Kumogakure had also suffered heavy losses. In the past few years they had only barely recovered. But because of national interests and constant friction with the surrounding countries, many young people had still died on the battlefield. Their parents wailed. Their relatives and friends cried. But the higher-ups only cared whether the interests of the collective had been harmed. The higher-ups' way of thinking was correct. But why did it always have to be the collective's interests that came first, while individual lives were thrown out to fill the gaps? That was obviously unfair. But Raikage was powerless to resist it, because this was the general trend of the entire ninja world. All ninja villages did things this way. If their Kumogakure did not do the same, they would quickly be surpassed by others. And after that would come invasion. Destruction. It is nothing more than the old road. At the very least, we've still pushed back the time of full-scale war by a great deal. Was that merit? Or fault? He muttered to himself, confusion flowing through the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he seemed like Obito in that mental space, completely at a loss about the future. Did a world where people could truly understand one another really exist? This was the ideal of Yahiko, the Akatsuki's first-generation founder. And now, he too was thinking about that concept. Konoha year 47. The young Obito let out a breath of relief. Luckily, he lost. Otherwise, he would have died of guilt. Even though a lot of people had died in the process, it was still a good thing that that beast-below-human version of himself had ultimately been defeated by the unity of the allied shinobi forces. At the same time, Naruto also drew his attention. That boy really was a lot like him. Whether it was personality or the way he handled things, in every aspect, he could see his own shadow in Naruto. Kakashi stood at the side without speaking, as if he were thinking about something. What is it, Kakashi? Did you notice something? Namikaze Minato asked in confusion. Today's Kakashi was a little unusual. Normally, he definitely would have opened his mouth to roast Obito, but now he was staying silent the entire time. Kakashi came back to himself and smiled. I was just thinking of something that kid named Nara Shikamaru said in the first video. Something about having Naruto try talking no jutsu on Tonari. So I was wondering if Naruto beat a lot of powerful enemies by talking them down. Look, wasn't Obito the same? The group instantly fell silent. It actually made sense. If Naruto hadn't defeated many enemies through words, Shikamaru wouldn't have said something like that. Even though they were all extremely close to Naruto, they still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was just too terrifying. That kid Naruto's words definitely carried some abnormal kind of magic, with the powerful ability to make people change their hearts. After that, they all felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Luckily, they were on Naruto's side. Otherwise, if they ended up losing to Naruto's mouth, wouldn't that be way too embarrassing? Namikaze Minato smiled and said, in the end, the real reason is that the Obito in the video regretted it. His heart wavered. If not for that slight wavering, Naruto might not have been able to defeat him. Even if everything Naruto said was completely right, he still wouldn't have been able to defeat Obito. Obito suppressed the Ten Tails with his own will. A willpower like that is enough to be called number one in the ninja world. The most fundamental reason Naruto's talk no jutsu worked on him was because his heart wavered, and because he could never let go of the love of his life, Rin. Otherwise, even if another Naruto and Sasuke showed up, they still definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Obito nodded seriously. He understood himself more deeply than anyone else. He wouldn't dare say anything else for sure, but when it came to his feelings for Rin, he could guarantee it. He loved Rin more than anyone. Even Rin's parents couldn't compare. Rin was his only attachment. After his grandmother passed away, she was also the only person who had given him warmth. As for the warmth from Namikaze Minato and Kakashi, he didn't need it. That's right. The Uchiha Obito was exactly the kind of man who forgot loyalty the moment he saw a pretty face. There was nothing to be done. Who told Rin to be this kawaii? As for those other people, one by one they looked like crooked melons and cracked dates. No wonder he couldn't accept anyone else's kindness. Uchiha Obito's video came to an end. Some people felt disappointed. Some felt happy. Very soon, the system's voice came from the boundless vault of heaven. Uchiha Obito, chakra increased by 3 times. Fire release mastery. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique Mastery. Yin release and Yang release mastery. 1 million points. Namikaze Minato, chakra reserves increased by 1 time. Complete mastery of all Uchiha sealing techniques. 50 points. Senju Hashirama, chakra reserves increased by 0.5 times. Chakra consumption for ninjutsu cast reduced by half. 500,000 points. Uchiha Madara, chakra reserves increased by 2 times. Chakra consumption for ninjutsu cast reduced by half. Obtained memories from the next 70 years. 500,000 points. Senju Tobarama, chakra reserves increased by 3 times. Ninjutsu research ability increased by 50%. Using the Flying Thunder God technique consumes no chakra. 500,000 points. Naruto Uzumaki, chakra reserves increased by 1 time. Reward, complete mastery of all Uchiha sealing techniques. Sage mode duration extended to half an hour. 500,000 points. Uchiha Sasuke, chakra reserves increased by 1 time. Chakra consumption for activating Susanoo reduced by half. Reward, Sage mode. Young Kakashi, chakra reserves increased by 20 times. Obtained a pair of the same Sharingan as Obito's, freely toggled on or off. 800,000 points. No Era Rin, chakra reserves increased by 30 times. Obtained complete mastery of all medical ninjutsu. Obtained strength of 100 seal. 800,000 points. Yugo, chakra reserves increased by 10 times. 300,000 points. All other characters who appeared receive 100,000 points. Then the rewards began to be distributed. Countless streaks of blue light crossed parallel worlds and fell onto the people who had received them. Konoha, year 63. Obito kept his eyes tightly shut, excitement showing on his face. So strong. Power was surging up endlessly. He felt like he could do anything. This was the illusion brought by Yin release and Yang release. Those two had originally been the techniques the Sage of 6 Paths used to create the world, giving life to it. If Obito also possessed the other 5 natures, then he could rely on his own power to ascend to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. But unfortunately, aside from fire release, he did not have any other kinds of chakra. Naruto and Sasuke had the same expression. They could both feel that their power had grown stronger, but neither of them dared relax in the slightest, because Obito had also become stronger. If they were even a little careless, Obito might catch up to them. And if Obito restarted the 4th Great Ninja War, there was a very high chance they would lose. Naruto clenched his fist. The constant rise in his chakra made him feel like even his body had become much stronger, though he knew that was just an illusion. But thinking of a stronger body made him think of Might Guy Sensei. He had heard Kakashi Sensei mention before that Might Guy had a move called the 8 Gates, and its power was terrifying. Maybe he could learn it. If he opened the 8 Gates, he would gain dozens of times the combat power of the 5 Kage. Then it could serve as a life-risking trump card. After a while, maybe he could go find Might Guy and learn the 8 Gates. After all, time waited for no one, and nobody knew when Obito would launch his attack. Konoha, year 47. Uchiha Obito was a little dumbfounded. He had originally thought the reward from this video would not be sent to him again, but unexpectedly, the system had rewarded him once more. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. This was good. Otherwise, he would have no confidence in fighting adult Obito. If the gap in their strength was too great, then no matter how much resolve he had, it would still be useless. Still, what made him a little unhappy was Kakashi. He had not expected Kakashi to get the same kind of Sharingan as his, and one that could even be switched on and off at will. Wouldn't that mean Kakashi had to change his surname now? Uchiha Kakashi actually sounded pretty good. A slightly vulgar grin appeared on his face. But very soon, he threw out that thought. The surname Hitaki was the only thing Tsukumo Hitaki had left Kakashi. He would never joke about something like that. Kakashi, how does it feel? Obito asked with a grin. Very strong. I can feel endless power inside my body. With the Sharingan, he could now perfectly bring out the power of Chidori. And with his chakra reserves increased, His strength had risen by far more than just one level. Moreover, Obito's Sharingan had other special attributes as well: intangibility, distortion. They were extremely powerful space-time ninjutsu. And then there was the ultimate ocular technique, Susanoo. Taking all of that together was enough to place Kakashi among the strongest group in the ninja world. Of course it's strong. That's this great Mise dojutsu, Obito said with a snort. Yes, you're right. Kakashi did not want to argue with Obito over this either, because what he said was true. Rin and Minato stood nearby, watching with smiles. A diamond-shaped mark had appeared on No-Era Rin's forehead. It was the sign of the strength of 100 seal. And as a medical ninja to begin with, her medical ninjutsu had now improved drastically. With her massive chakra reserves added in, her medical ability was now only slightly below Tsunade's. Rin, this is great. You've become really strong now too, Obito said happily. At Rin's current level of medical ninjutsu, even injuries that would be fatal to ordinary people would be nothing much to her. Now Obito could finally relax a little. At the very least, Rin's ability to protect her own life had greatly increased, and he no longer had to fear that she would be injured or get into trouble when he was not by her side. No-Era Rin smiled and nodded. She understood what Obito meant, and she also understood his feelings. She had already decided that when Obito formally confessed next time, she would give him her answer. After watching the video, she had completely understood Obito's feelings for her. At the same time, after watching the way the two of them got along from a third-person perspective, she realized that the person she truly liked was Obito, while what she felt for Kakashi was only admiration. Thinking like this, she could not help imagining her future life with Obito. At the founding of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama all looked excited. This was the first time the three of them had received rewards, and the rewards were not bad at all. They were enough to increase each of their strength by more than double. But very quickly, Uchiha Madara's face darkened. With the memories of the next 70 years, he could be said to know every secret from now until the battle between Naruto and Tonari. It was precisely because he knew everything that his face had become as dark as the bottom of a pot. That damned black Zetsu. It actually used me like this. Uchiha Madara cursed inwardly. At this moment, killing intent surged in his heart. If Black Zetsu were standing in front of him right now, he would definitely activate Susanoo and tear it apart. What is it, Madara? Hashirama asked in confusion. It was rare to see Uchiha Madara reveal such an expression. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and told Senju Hashirama the whole story. A moment later, Senju Tobirama was standing to the side with a flushed face, cheeks puffed up. It was obvious he was holding back laughter. If he had not been standing in front of his big brother and the person involved, he would have burst out long ago. Too stupid. Uchiha Madara was just too stupid. He had actually been toyed with by trash like Black Zetsu for his entire life, and in the end Black Zetsu had even pierced his chest and used him as the vessel for Kagaya's revival. He could not hold it in. He really could not hold it in. Ha ha ha. Tobirama burst out laughing. Felt amazing. He rarely got to see Uchiha Madara suffer like this, because when his big brother fought him, they always moved far away from everyone else. If either of them was not careful, their attacks could drag everyone else down with them. The only other time he had seen Uchiha Madara in such a miserable state was when Izuna had died. Madara had completely gone berserk, and truly fought his big brother with killing intent. In order to protect them, Senju Hashirama had no choice but to instantly take Uchiha Madara down. At that time, when he looked at Madara, it was like looking at a child who had done something wrong. Back then, it had felt unbelievably satisfying. And now, he was finally enjoying that feeling again. Tobirama! Hashirama shouted sternly. Tobirama immediately shut his mouth, but still covered it, trying his best not to laugh out loud. Uchiha Madara's already dark face had now turned iron blue. He raised a trembling finger and pointed at Tobirama. That bastard. He really could not hold it in anymore. Sorry, Madara. Seeing that things were going bad, Hashirama quickly bowed and apologized. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. He was still just a child. A child. Child my ass. Hashirama. Today I am definitely going to teach this bastard a lesson. As he spoke, he instantly activated Susanoo. Hashirama shouted loudly, "Don't kill him." Uchiha Madara let out a savage grin. With Hashirama's approval, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. As long as Tobirama stayed alive, that was enough. Tobirama's face changed. That bastard of a big brother was actually standing on Uchiha Madara's side at a time like this. Of course, he probably did not know that Hashirama had done it on purpose. Hashirama also hoped that after learning this lesson, Tobirama's attitude toward the Uchiha clan would improve a little. After all, from this point on, the Uchiha would also be part of Konoha. It would be better if Tobirama treated them a little more politely. But what Hashirama overlooked was Tobirama's personality. This guy was the very definition of a stubborn mule. Beat him and he would not move. Pull him and he would back up instead. If you talk things through nicely, maybe he might agree. But if you tried to force him, then no matter how strong you were, he would never agree or submit. A short while later, Senju Tobirama collapsed to the ground in a miserable state, covered in blood. But they were all superficial injuries. The worst of them were only damage to muscles and bones. None of it threatened his foundation. That bastard Madara. It hurts like hell. He really didn't hold back at all. Tobirama bared his teeth in pain. Although his own strength had risen greatly, Uchiha Madara's strength had also increased a lot. The two had already been far apart before, and now the gap was even bigger. Hashirama crouched down in front of Tobirama with some heartache and began treating his injuries. Oh, little brother, next time you laugh at someone, don't do it right in front of them. Otherwise, if you get beaten up, I'm not helping you. Tobirama cursed wildly in his heart. Who exactly was his real little brother here? What Hashirama said might as well have been, don't laugh at Uchiha Madara in front of Uchiha Madara. Who in the ninja world didn't he know that the only two who could completely crush him were these two monsters? If it were anyone else, even if he mocked them to their face, no, even if he dropped his pants and mocked them, what could they do to him? The more Tobirama thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He decided to slack off completely and let village work crush his big brother. Not a bad plan. Uchiha Madara watched from the side with a smile on his face. Felt great. The stifled frustration he had been carrying these past few days was completely released at this moment. Even the suffocating feeling from learning Black Zetsu had dug out his heart had vanished without a trace. Hashirama, our top priority now is to find Black Zetsu and destroy him. As for the Nine-Tails' whereabouts, we can think about that after Tobirama has mastered his sealing jutsu. Hashirama nodded. Black Zetsu's existence really was the greatest hidden danger in the ninja world. Fortunately, that guy had absolutely no combat ability. Even a genin could deal with him. Lying on the ground, Tobirama cursed in his heart. Damn it, you already beat me into this miserable state. And now you still want me to train sealing jutsu? Bullshit. Konoha year 47. Uchiha Madara sat there in a daze, feeling powerless. His strength had indeed increased, but he still felt helpless because his lifespan was running out. If the demonic statue of the outer path hadn't been keeping him alive, he might have died long ago. Then he looked at Black Zetsu, who was being restrained by White Zetsu, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This guy deserved to die. Back when he watched the first video, he had already felt something was off about him. Now it was confirmed. After gaining those memories, that feeling of having his heart ripped out still lingered in him. His hand slowly moved to his chest, where it seemed to ache faintly. White Zetsu, kill him, he said mercilessly. White Zetsu said with a grin, no problem, Madara. Lord Madara, I am your will. Killing me is the same as cutting off one of your own arms. Your Eye of the Moon plan will fail. Black Zetsu shouted. It's no longer needed. The Eye of the Moon plan is no longer needed, Madara said flatly. With those memories, he knew what he had done was wrong. In the future, the ninja world had already become peaceful enough through Naruto's efforts. And now, with the System's appearance, the probability of the entire ninja world moving toward peace had grown beyond his imagination. Right now, he only wanted to die in peace. Uchiha Madara, you bastard. You cross the river and tear down the bridge. You kill the donkey after it's done pulling the mill. You ungrateful bastard. If it weren't for me, you'd have died a long time ago. You were able to live until now because of me. And now you want to kill me? Then tell me, what the hell did I do wrong for you to treat me like this? Black Zetsu cursed at him fiercely, not holding back at all. Madara's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple. He was already completely disappointed in Black Zetsu and had no interest in wasting any more words. Do it, White Zetsu. Ding ding ding. In an instant, Black Zetsu's body was pierced through by countless kunai. He gasped for breath, already on the verge of death. Just to be safe, Madara even used a sealing jutsu to seal him away. He felt relieved now, truly relieved this time, watching himself get his heart ripped out by Black Zetsu. That despair, that helplessness, and now that despair inside him had finally completely disappeared. Then Uchiha Madara looked toward the system shop, hoping to find a way to extend his lifespan inside. Before long, his eyes lit up. There really was one. Lifespan. 100,000 points for 1 year, 300,000 points for 4 years, 500,000 points for 7 years, 800,000 points for 10 years. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Did this System's math come from a PE teacher? He didn't even have the energy to complain. Still, his face filled with excitement as he clicked on the option for 800,000 points for 10 years. In an instant, the 800,000 points he had just obtained were completely spent. But he could also feel the abundant life force surging within his body, that incomparable vitality. How long had it been since he last felt such power? He forcefully tore off the tubes connected to the demonic statue behind him and began walking slowly. Congratulations, Lord Madara, on returning to your youth, White Zetsu said with a grin. But Madara frowned. What could 10 more years really do? He wouldn't even be able to witness the peace of the future. But soon, Uchiha Madara let out a bitter laugh. He really was too greedy. He should have died of old age long ago. Being able to live until now was already no small thing, let alone gaining another 10 years out of nowhere. Lord Madara, what are you planning to do next? Go to Konoha. Since I want to be able to witness peace, then I'll create peace with my own hands. But before that, I need to take back my Rinnegan first. Uchiha Madara's obsession with peace ran deep. But he did not possess Yin-Yang release. And Obito at this point was already fully familiar with the power of Yin-Yang release. Madara might not necessarily be his opponent. He had to possess enough strength to negotiate with Konoha, so he had to reclaim his Rinnegan. Amigakure. Nagato and the others looked at Uchiha Madara with terrified expressions. Yahiko stood in front of the other two and forced himself to stay calm as he said, "What do you want, Madara?" Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. "I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Is there a problem?" Yahiko frowned. "You mean the Rinnegan?" "No." Nagato looked at Yahiko in shock. He knew Yahiko disliked his Rinnegan and believed that possessing it would only bring harm to him. But he hadn't expected that now that the real owner had shown up, Yahiko would still protect him like this. Madara smiled. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to reconcile with you. I have no intention of using force." Those words instantly left them dumbfounded. "You're Uchiha Madara, the final boss behind the scenes, and now you're talking about reconciliation? Were you sure this wasn't a joke? Think about it. If I really wanted to use force, you wouldn't be able to stop me." The group froze. That was the truth. Although Nagato had the Rinnegan, at his current stage he was far from proficient with it and had no way to fight Uchiha Madara. "Nagato, give me the Rinnegan. Then the three of you go to Konoha and find Uchiha Obito." He'll restore Nagato's eyes. He won't go blind. Yang release could heal injuries and create all things. Of course, saying Obito could create all things was a bit exaggerated with his current abilities. But creating a pair of ordinary eyes was more than easy enough. Nagato was somewhat tempted. To be honest, at his current stage, the Rinnegan wasn't all that useful to him. On the contrary, if he lost control, there was a huge chance it would put Yahiko and Konan in danger. And compared to borrowing the power of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, he would rather use his own strength to help Yahiko fulfill his dream. "Alright, I can give it to you," Nagato said decisively. Yahiko fell silent and said nothing more. Since even the owner himself had said so, he had no reason to object. Very soon, the Rinnegan was transplanted back into Uchiha Madara, while Yahiko and the others headed for Konoha to find Obito. Although they felt some disgust toward the Obito in the video for all the awful things he had done, the current Obito was still Konoha's women's favorite and the kind-hearted good guy of the ninja world. If they asked for help, he probably wouldn't refuse. Uchiha Madara moved his body and felt the power of his Rinnegan. "My power has returned." Although he still didn't have the power of Yang release, the Rinnegan itself was the ultimate form of Yin release. He now had enough capital to negotiate with Konoha. Of course, it was only a matter of time before Obito awakened his own Rinnegan, since he possessed both Yin and Yang release. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Minato Namikaze and Kushina were packing things at home. So slow. The space-time gate's cooldown won't end until tomorrow. Kushina felt like she had no motivation at all. Even packing felt unusually exhausting. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly. "Alright, stop acting spoiled. Tomorrow we'll be able to see our son, and we'll even get to watch Naruto get married." The moment Kushina heard that Naruto was getting married, she was instantly interested. Even the speed at which she packed things picked up quite a bit. Of course, most of the so-called packing was made up of products unique to this era. They wanted to bring them along as wedding gifts for Naruto. Minato had used Flying Thunder God to collect all of these from across the entire ninja world. There might not be that many truly good items, but there were definitely a lot of them. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have spent the whole day messing with this. But very soon, Kushina's brows furrowed. "This chakra?" Then she suddenly shouted, "Minato, get out of the village, now. A powerful person has entered the village." Minato's heart jolted, and he hurriedly used Flying Thunder God. But when he arrived at the village gate, he was completely dumbfounded. "Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "So it's Minato. As expected of you. You could sense my chakra from that far away." "Bullshit. I didn't sense your chakra at all." Seeing this source of all evil, Namikaze Minato naturally had no good expression on his face. "What are you here for?" His expression looked ugly. Although Minato's strength had risen by a huge margin now, he still had no confidence in fighting Uchiha Madara head-on. At best, it would be a 40-60 split, and that was only if he risked his life. Even though his Sage mode had already reached the perfect level, his base strength still wasn't enough. Even with Sage mode, he might still lose to Madara. And on top of that, those eyes of his were still Rinnegan. Did he take Nagato's Rinnegan back again? But wasn't he supposed to need the demonic statue's chakra infusion just to stay alive because of his lifespan? How was he able to move around on his own now? Uchiha Madara's appearance shocked Namikaze Minato deeply. He stood where he was, as if the slightest movement from Madara would make him unleash a thunderous strike at once. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and said helplessly, "Calm down. Don't be so tense." Minato's expression remained solemn. To him, Uchiha Madara's words were about as trustworthy as farting. "You're Uchiha Madara, a ninja with the title of Asura of the ninja world. Other than Lord Hashirama Senju, who wouldn't he be nervous standing in front of you? I didn't he come this time to be enemies with Konoha?" Uchiha Madara spoke calmly. That single sentence directly left Minato stunned. "You're not here to be enemies with Konoha? Then what are you here for? To pay a New Year visit? I obtained memories from the next 70 years. You should know what that means, right?" He knew that with Namikaze Minato's intelligence, it wouldn't be hard for him to understand. "You mean?" Minato hesitated. "That's right. I want to see the piece of the future, but my lifespan is already running out. The only reason I'm standing here right now is because I used points to exchange for 10 years of lifespan. So I want to help you. I want to verify whether this world is truly feasible. I want to know whether this ninja world can really move toward peace." Namikaze Minato was completely dumbfounded. "I knew you were obsessed with peace, but I never imagined you would cast aside your old grudges and run back to Konoha again." He fell silent. He didn't know how to continue this. Had Uchiha Madara gone crazy? Madara wasn't in a hurry either. He simply stood there quietly and waited. "Teacher Minato." Before long, Uchiha Obito's voice came over, along with the voices of many others. Minato knew that the village's sensory ninja must have detected this chakra and sent out all the village's experts. When Uchiha Obito saw Madara, he was shocked too, but very quickly his expression turned furious. It was this bastard who had used him. Seeing Obito charging at him, Uchiha Madara said with a smile, "Don't be so hasty. Didn't you see that your teacher hasn't made a move?" When Obito heard that, he immediately stopped. That was true. Teacher was standing there quietly. He clearly had no intention of fighting Uchiha Madara right now. As one of Konoha's higher-ups, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to step forward at this moment. With a grave expression, he asked, "What are you doing here?" He was also full of confusion. In the video, Uchiha Madara had clearly looked so old that he had to rely on the demonic statue's chakra just to survive. But now, he was lively and full of energy, with no sign at all of being near death. Uchiha Madara let out a sigh. Why was everyone asking the same thing? But for the sake of his ideal, and for the sake of seeing the future's peace, he still opened his mouth and explained. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, everyone, including Namikaze Minato, fell silent. Was he really not kicked in the head by a donkey? To actually say something this crazy? To be honest, with Konoha's current strength, if they wanted to unify the ninja world, it wouldn't even be that difficult. Reaching the peace Uchiha Madara talked about would be an easy thing too. But that was Uchiha Madara. Would he really willingly join Konoha again? So, have you all thought it over? As for force, I'm still quite confident in that. He spoke calmly, his expression still indifferent, as if he wasn't worried in the slightest about being rejected. Minato took a deep breath and said, "You just want to see the peace of the future, right?" Uchiha Madara paused, then nodded. "That's right." Minato nodded as well. "Tomorrow, Kushina and I will go to Konoha year 63 first, then head from Konoha year 63 to Konoha year 70. You can come with us and see the peace of the future for yourself." Joy flashed across Uchiha Madara's face, but confusion quickly followed. "How are you going there?" Then Minato explained the space-time gate to him. "So there's actually such a thing. How careless." Uchiha Madara cursed inwardly. Truly careless. If he had known there was something this useful, he definitely would have exchanged for one and gone back several decades to save Izuna. But now his points were already exhausted. Even knowing that the space-time gate existed, there was nothing he could do. Still, he quickly adjusted his mood. Being able to see the peace of the future could at least count as settling one of his long-held regrets. "However, I'll have to trouble you to stay outside the village for one more night today," Minato said. Uchiha Madara smiled. "That's no issue." Very soon, he formed hand seals with both hands. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. The ground kept churning, and just like that, a house appeared before everyone's eyes. Sure enough, at this point, Uchiha Madara was already able to use the power of wood release. Good thing I didn't rashly attack him. Minato felt secretly relieved. Madara's power had already been extremely terrifying to begin with. Now that wood release was added on top of it, if not for the system's appearance, he truly would have been invincible in this world. Soon night fell. Looking at Obito beside him, Uchiha Madara said helplessly, "Aren't you coming with us tomorrow? Are you sure you're not going to rest?" He was truly speechless. This brat was really that wary of him. "No matter what, I'm still your ancestor. Acting like this really hurts my feelings." Obito let out a cold snort and said, "I don't trust you even a little." He was very confident in his own power now. Even if Uchiha Madara suddenly attacked, he still believed he could stop him. That was why he had come into this house that Madara had created. Hey, I made this house, you know. No matter what, you should at least pay some rent. Uchiha Obito froze on the spot. He patted himself down. Where was he supposed to get money from? He had come here to keep an eye on Madara. No money, he declared righteously. You're my ancestor, and if we round that up, that makes me your family. Since when does family have to pay to go home? Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded. This brat was really shameless. Where did that expression from just now go? That distrustful face from earlier, where was it now? Now you remember I'm your ancestor? Why didn't you think of that just now? He said helplessly. Forget it. Arguing with a junior like you would be too beneath me. I'm going to sleep first. I'm old now. I can't stay up late. If you want to monitor me, then just sit there and stare at me. Uchiha Obito widened his eyes and stared straight at Uchiha Madara just like that. A moment later, Madara's snoring started to sound out, and Obito's heavy eyelids gradually grew heavier too. He suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Can't sleep. I absolutely can't sleep. I'm here to watch him. What kind of joke would it be if I fell asleep? But in the end, he still couldn't resist the wave of drowsiness. He lay down on the floor and quickly began snoring in deep sleep. The next day, Uchiha Madara stood in front of the house, waiting for Minato Namikaze. Before long, Minato appeared in his sight. Here this early? Uchiha Madara asked with a smile. Minato didn't answer his question and asked directly, where's Obito? Inside. Madara pointed at the house. Minato's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried inside. Seeing Obito lying on the floor and sleeping soundly, he quickly shook him awake. This brat. He made such a good promise back then, and now he is sleeping like a pig. Ah, I fell asleep? Obito was stunned. Minato said helplessly, forget it. Madara didn't do anything anyway. We can go now. Obito got up in shame and walked outside. At this time, Kushina had arrived too, carrying big bags and small bags. Minato set up the gate of spacetime. Looking at the silver-white gate of spacetime, amazement flashed through Uchiha Madara's eyes. So there really was such a wondrous object in this world. After opening the gate, Minato looked at Uchiha Madara and said, Madara, follow behind me. Uchiha Madara felt helpless. As expected, Minato still didn't trust him. So in the order of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Kushina, the group headed to Konoha Year 63. Konoha Year 63. Uchiha Madara looked around with a surprised expression. It was very different from the Konoha in his memories. After all, he had left when Konoha had just been founded, and even after growing old and dying, he had never gone back to take a look. Is there peace now? He asked calmly. Minato Namikaze shook his head. Not now. But there definitely will be in the near future, and we're taking you to an era that has peace. An era with peace? Even though he possessed memories of the future, Uchiha Madara still found it hard to believe. He had seen too much cruelty. He had risen out of an era where human lives were worth less than grass. After defecting from Konoha, he had believed that only the infinite Tsukuyomi could save the world. But later he discovered that the infinite Tsukuyomi was nothing more than trying to scoop the moon's reflection out of water. A fantasy bubble. Let us go. But before they could leave, Naruto and the others arrived. When Naruto saw Minato and the others, his face first lit up with joy, but then he noticed Uchiha Madara, and his expression turned serious. How is Uchiha Madara mixed up with Dad and the others? Sasuke and the others had the same look on their faces. They couldn't understand why Uchiha Madara had suddenly come to this era. Minato Namikaze quickly explained, and only then did everyone relax. Still, the way they looked at Uchiha Madara was strange. Just how deep was this guy's obsession with peace? Minato Namikaze said, Naruto, pack up. We're leaving right now. After all, they could only stay in this era for 3 days, so it was better to move quickly. Naruto said, I don't really have anything to pack. We can leave right now. Minato nodded and opened the gate of spacetime again, setting the coordinates to the day before Naruto's wedding. Let us go. The group of 5 headed to Konoha Year 70. The day of Naruto's wedding. Sasuke, what is wrong? Tonari looked at the distracted Sasuke and asked curiously. Nothing. I'm just a little curious, Sasuke said. There was no way he could say that he also wanted to see what Naruto's wedding would be like. Tonari curled his lips but said nothing. After spending this period of time with them, he had gained some understanding of Sasuke. This guy was a textbook tsundere, and he cared deeply about Naruto. If Naruto hadn't already started a family in the future, there were times when he would have suspected that the two of them might actually end up together, and then live passionately together for the rest of their lives. Sasuke glanced at him and said, Are you thinking something bad? Tonari quickly said, How could I? I'm a serious person. Sasuke snorted. Good. Konoha Year 70. Everyone was busy running around for Naruto's wedding. Lee, how is your wedding gift coming along? Tenten asked. Ever since a few days ago, when Rock Lee and Mike Guy had said they were preparing a heavyweight gift for Naruto, she hadn't asked about their gift again. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and smiled. Of course. It's definitely a heavyweight gift. And Guy-sensei agrees with me completely. Well, of course. If a barbell isn't heavy, what else would be? As soon as Rock Lee said that, Tenten got interested and asked with a smile, what gift? Lee shook his head. I can't say yet. But I can guarantee that when Naruto's wedding ceremony starts tomorrow, Guy-sensei's and my gift will definitely open everyone's eyes. The more Rock Lee said that, the more curious Tenten became. Boom! Before she could keep asking, the space in front of her suddenly trembled. As a user of space-time ninjutsu, her sensitivity to space-time might not be as strong as Obito's or Minato's, but it was still far better than an ordinary person's. Lee, get back. Tenten shouted in a hurry. The two instantly retreated dozens of meters, then fixed their eyes on the front. Just who could cause such violent space-time fluctuations? Tenten was shocked beyond belief. This feeling was just like when they had faced Six Paths Obito during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Very soon, a gate appeared out of thin air, and after a few breaths, 5 people rushed out from inside. Tenten and Rock Lee were instantly dumbfounded. Rock Lee said blankly, I'm not dreaming, right? If there's a chance of 2 people having the same dream, then we're dreaming, Tenten said with lifeless eyes. They had actually seen the 4th Hokage and Naruto. They didn't recognize the other 3, but the key point was, why was Naruto a child? The Naruto of this time was almost getting married already. So where did this teenage Naruto pop out from? Tenten was startled, and thinking of the earlier space-time fluctuations, could these people have come from the past to this era? So it's Lee and Tenten. Naruto's surprised voice rang out. Although the two were older, their appearances hadn't changed much, so they were still easy to recognize. Of course, if it had been Shino, that might not have been the case. So it really is Naruto. The two, who still hadn't recovered, were stunned all over again. What should they do? Should they go up and say hello? Minato frowned. Why were these two acting so shocked? Logically, they shouldn't be. Could it be that this timeline didn't have a system? He asked. Do you have a system here? That question completely confused the two of them. What system? Minato Namikaze sighed. It looked like there really wasn't one. Uchiha Madara looked at the surroundings with a calm expression. It seemed they hadn't been teleported into Konoha village. This should be a training ground. Minato Namikaze still didn't trust him after all, worried that he might cause trouble. A few breaths later, a streak of golden light descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. Kushina's face lit up with joy. It's Naruto. After Naruto landed, he was dumbstruck too. Dad? Mom? He stepped forward 2 paces and carefully looked at their faces. It really was them. What was going on? He looked toward Tenten and Lee, and the two shook their heads, indicating that they had no idea what was happening either. Then Minato Namikaze began to explain. A moment later, the 3 of them were full of amazement. They hadn't expected that such a wondrous object as the gate of spacetime existed in this world. Wait, haven't I written this line before? Naruto looked at Obito with a complicated gaze. So this was Obito in his youth. His eyes were clear and full of life, nothing like the gloomy man who had once stood against the entire world. How about this, Dad, Mom? Come with us to see Kakashi-sensei. He is the Hokage now. You can explain the situation to him, and then we can go home. Naruto smiled. He wasn't too worried about Uchiha Madara. Madara had not yet become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and with his and Sasuke's strength, they could crush him easily. Half an hour later, Hokage's office. Kakashi kept rubbing Obito's head. It was wonderful to be able to see young Obito again, but there was still a trace of regret in his eyes. After all, adult Obito had died right in front of him, and it still hurt in his heart. Oh right, Naruto, aren't you getting married tomorrow? Naruto froze for a moment, then nodded. Kushina smiled and said, we came here specially to attend your wedding ceremony. Naruto's eyes reddened, his heart filled with emotion as he tightly hugged Kushina. Minato Namikaze watched from the side with a warm smile. How nice. Nothing was better than a complete family. So, Madara wanted to see whether this era is peaceful, and that's why he came with you? Naruto asked curiously. At this point in time, Uchiha Madara had not caused any damage to the ninja world. If one had to name his crime, it would only be his defection from Konoha. But that was all history from decades ago. It was fine not to care about it. After all, Naruto and Sasuke's strength was right there. Even if Uchiha Madara had heaven-defying abilities, there was nothing he could do. Uchiha Madara nodded with a smile. In his memory, although this era had not reached true peace, it was absolutely far better than the Warring States period from decades ago. And the idea of peace had already taken deep root. Even if someone wanted to split apart the current 5 great nations, it would be no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, hopelessly overestimating himself. Naruto nodded and said, I can show you around, but none of us can use spacetime ninjutsu. In 3 days at most you can only wander around the land of fire. You won't be able to go to other countries. Uchiha Madara said, no need to worry about that. I've already decided not to leave this era. From now on, I'll live in this era. Everyone was shocked. None of them had expected Uchiha Madara to make such a decision. Minato frowned and said, "It's not impossible, but Madara, you need to think this through. If we leave in the future, then you really won't be able to go back anymore." He was not worried that Uchiha Madara would do evil in this era, but he was worried Madara would regret it later and start causing chaos. Uchiha Madara said solemnly, "Don't worry, my obsession with peace runs deeper than you imagine. As long as I can see peace, I can do anything." That was no lie because before this, Uchiha Madara had been a firm supporter of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In that case, Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "You can live in Konoha, but you'll be under our surveillance." Uchiha Madara nodded indifferently. To him, this was nothing. Back when Konoha had just been founded, Tobirama had stood outside the window of his house on countless nights. At the time, Madara had been so furious he had nearly raised his hand and wiped him out. If not for the sake of the bigger picture, how could Tobirama have become the second Hokage? Very quickly, Kakashi arranged a place for Uchiha Madara to stay. Then Naruto brought Minato and the others to his home, and also called Hinata over. After all, this was Minato and Kushina's future daughter-in-law. There was no way they could wait until Naruto's wedding before meeting her. When Hinata saw her future parents-in-law, her face turned bright red and she panicked. On one hand, the people standing before her were the fourth Hokage she respected, people among Konoha's absolute top tier. On the other hand, she had never really met them before. The fourth Great Ninja War did not count, because at that time, she and Naruto had not confirmed their relationship yet. Strictly speaking, this was her first meeting with Minato and Kushina. Kushina took out a gift from her backpack. It was a jade pendant she had carefully chosen after much selection. Its value might not be very high, but it absolutely carried her sincerest feelings. "Thank you, Mom." Hinata tightly clutched the jade pendant in her hand. She had always been easy to move to tears, and now that she knew her future parents-in-law had come here from the distant past and even brought her a gift, she was deeply touched. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. The moment Kushina heard how Hinata addressed her, she was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, as if she wished she could pour out her whole heart. She tightly hugged Hinata and refused to let go. Naruto pulled Minato to the side and spoke hesitantly, what is it?" Naruto explained that before Minato and Kushina had arrived, he had asked Irika to act as his father and preside over his wedding. Worried that Minato might be displeased, Naruto went on to explain how important Irika was to him, and how much Irika had helped him. Minato was deeply moved. Even if Naruto had not explained in the end, he would not have blamed Irika. If not for Irika, his beloved son might have gone down the wrong path and become a second Obito. From that alone, he ought to properly thank Irika. When he saw Irika tomorrow, he would definitely thank him properly. Ding ding ding. Just as Minato was thinking that, the doorbell rang. Naruto curiously opened the door, and then his face lit up with joy. "Irika-sensei?" The person who came was indeed Irika. After hearing from Kakashi that the fourth Hokage had arrived, he had hurried over right away. He was panting heavily. Minato looked at him in surprise. So this was Irika? Minato quickly stepped forward, stood in front of Naruto, and extended his right hand. "Hello, Irika-sensei. I'm Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father." Irika froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "Fourth Hokage-sama, you're giving me far too much credit. Your great name is known by everyone in Konoha. There's no need to introduce yourself so formally." Minato said, "That won't do. This is out of respect for you. You've taken great care of my son, and I'm truly grateful to you." Hearing this, Irika hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fourth Hokage-sama, actually." Minato waved his hand and said, "At Naruto's wedding ceremony tomorrow, you will still attend as Naruto's father. Kushina and I won't attend." "How can that be?" Irika immediately grew anxious. When the fourth Hokage had not appeared, he could reasonably accept this role, because his relationship with Naruto was not just that of ordinary friends. He had also watched Naruto grow up. Naruto spoke up to persuade him, "It's fine, Irika-sensei. You've helped me far too much. This is the answer I came to after thinking for several days. It won't change because of anything." Minato smiled and said, "That's right. Naruto isn't the kind of person who goes back on his word. His ninja way is to keep his word." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He turned his head to look at Hinata, who was chatting with Kushina. If he hadn't insisted on following his ninja way, how could he have married such a beautiful wife? The next day, Naruto's wedding officially began. Most of the people who came to attend Naruto's wedding had already learned about the fourth Hokage's presence. They stared blankly at Minato Namikaze. This man who had once saved Konoha had specially come from the distant past for his son's wedding. How deep his love for his child was. A and Killer B both showed a trace of nostalgia in their eyes. Back then, they had fought desperately against each other on the battlefield. Yet now they had come here for the wedding of the same person. It really was a strange kind of fate. A trace of nostalgia also flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. If Minato had not existed back then, the one who might have become Hokage could have been him. He gave a bitter laugh inwardly. Since when had he started indulging in fantasies too? Even without Minato, that old man Hiruzen would never have agreed. Soon, the wedding ceremony officially began. Naruto held Hinata's hand as they walked out from the hall. Hinata, in a white wedding dress, was breathtakingly beautiful, while Naruto, dressed in traditional clothing, looked especially spirited. A sharp gleam flashed through young Naruto's eyes. He had decided that once he got back, he would spend more time building his relationship with Hinata. Minato and Kushina held each other and cried, proud of Naruto's growth. Uchiha Madara looked around curiously. People had come from nearly all of the 5 great nations, and every one of them looked full of spirit, not oppressed in the slightest. Was this what peace felt like? April cherry blossoms drifted through the air, landing in everyone's hearts. Konoha Year 63. Minato and the others returned to this era once again. Inside Naruto's home, Obito spoke up and asked, Naruto, is there any news about me? Naruto froze, then finally realized he was talking about his adult self. He shook his head. Even though Konoha had already sent a large number of people to investigate, the information they had uncovered so far was useless, much less anything about masked Obito. Young Obito suddenly slammed his fist onto his thigh, his face full of anger. That guy really knows how to hide. Naruto gave a bitter smile. There's no helping it. With that guy's strength, if he really wants to hide, not even everyone in the entire ninja world would necessarily be able to find him. Minato fell silent for a moment before saying, looks like we still need to use the instant transmission jutsu. The biggest difference between instant transmission and Flying Thunder God was that it sensed the enemy's ki. But he didn't know Obito's aura, and he had never tried distinguishing it from the aura of the young Obito in front of him. Will it work? Obito's eyes were full of suspicion. It wasn't that he didn't trust his teacher, but this miraculous instant transmission jutsu still made him uneasy. Don't worry. Before, I just didn't fully understand how to use instant transmission, but now I've mastered it completely. As long as I can sense adult Obito's ki, I can bring everyone to his side in an instant. Then he closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After a few breaths, joy appeared on his face. Found him. He grabbed Naruto and Obito's hands, and also brought Sasuke and Tonari along. After all, Obito's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level, especially his skilled use of Yin-Yang release. Even Naruto had yet to reach that level. Naruto could also use Yin-Yang release, but compared to the current adult Obito, he was still far too inexperienced. Emigakure. Obito was dumbfounded. In that instant, he saw 5 people suddenly appear right in front of him. His younger self, his teacher Minato, Naruto, Tonari, and Sasuke. Every one of them was currently among the top combat forces in the ninja world. But what he couldn't understand was why these people had suddenly appeared before him. Was it Flying Thunder God? But the one who had once placed the Flying Thunder God mark on his body, teacher Minato, had long since died. Could this past Namikaze Minato also somehow connect to Flying Thunder God? Was it really that magical? But Amigakure was countless miles away from Konoha. Could Flying Thunder God even do that? He was suddenly startled, as if he had thought of something. Could it be instant transmission jutsu? He remembered that among the rewards Namikaze Minato had obtained, one of them was instant transmission jutsu. But what he didn't understand was why. When Namikaze Minato came to this era last time, he hadn't come looking for him. Clearly, they had had better odds of winning back then. His thoughts were heavy, but a smile still hung on his face. What brings you all here? Of course, with the mask on, no one could see his expression. The young Obito looked at the adult Obito, a smile appearing on his face. But it was a savage grin. Well, I finally found you. I've been looking for you like crazy these past few days. You bastard. You finally decided to show yourself. The others immediately wore strange expressions. Cursing yourself like that. Now that was really something. Even the adult Obito's face was full of black lines. What could he say? As expected of him. I didn't come out on my own. You people came here uninvited, he said flatly. I don't care how you came out. Right now, all I want is to beat you up. Young Obito shouted. Adult Obito smiled. First a light chuckle, then loud laughter. Beat me up? Can you? Or you? Or maybe you? His right hand kept pointing at them one by one, his expression incomparably arrogant. But right now, he really did have the qualifications to be arrogant. His strength was monstrous, and in the entire ninja world, there were only a handful who could match him, let alone the people in front of him. He knew Naruto and Tonari had both obtained rewards, but he didn't fear them at all. At most, they just had a bit more chakra. As for his younger self, he was even less worried. Even if he had gained strength equal to his own, based on his understanding of his younger self, even with power, he wouldn't know how to use it. And while Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God was divine in battle in terms of raw strength, he was still slightly lacking. The only thing worth worrying about was the ceiling jutsu reward he had gotten last time. Susanoo, activate. As expected of Obito, decisive and ruthless. The moment he knew there was no room for reconciliation, he launched an attack immediately. You all stay back. I'm definitely going to beat some sense into this bastard. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and quickly activated his Susanoo. Two towering complete-body Susanoo, each over 100 meters tall, began to crash into each other. They had the same abilities and the same height. To be honest, in a battle like this, even Namikaze Minato had no idea what kind of tactics one side could use to claim victory. The group quickly retreated, but they didn't go too far. They were afraid that if young Obito got into danger, they wouldn't be able to save him in time. The aftershocks of the battle between the two were terrifying, but they still weren't enough to injure them. Boom! The two gigantic blades slammed together with lightning-fast speed. Then the ground trembled. A few breaths later, the earth within several thousand meters had completely caved in, and the ground had sunk by dozens of meters. Dust billowed everywhere, and the group retreated once more. As expected of Obito, with that level of attack power, if it were anyone else, they'd probably be turned into minced meat in a single breath. Namikaze Minato said in amazement. For now, the two seemed evenly matched, but he knew young Obito's battle experience was severely lacking. His defeat was only a matter of time. Void exile. The two shouted at the same time, and their blades collided once again. The entire void began trembling violently, and the ripples only grew stronger and stronger. Minato's expression changed. We're moving farther away. The spatial fluctuations are too intense. If we're careless, we'll get dragged in. Minato himself didn't care much. He was an expert in space-time ninjutsu to begin with. But Naruto, Tonari, and Sasuke were different. If they got pulled in, even he might not be able to save them in time. Of course, it would be another matter if they could break space itself. But clearly, they didn't have that kind of strength. Off to the side, Sasuke clenched both fists. Originally, he had wanted to step in, because Obito was also deeply tied to the destruction of the Uchiha clan. But unfortunately, Obito had gotten there first. His eyes were fixed on the battle between the two. With his battle IQ, he could tell at a glance where the advantage lay. Young Obito's strength had risen tremendously, but the gap between him and adult Obito was still not small. Come on, Obito! Naruto shouted with all his might. He thought the same as Sasuke. This brat had caused his family to be destroyed and left him alone for more than 10 years. If he didn't teach him a lesson, Naruto wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. But Obito insisted on handling this himself, so Naruto couldn't exactly stop him. The rumbling gradually weakened, and the trembling of space slowly came to a halt. Adult Obito secretly thought as expected. The two were originally the same person. It was only natural that they had the same space-time dojutsu. A faint smile appeared on young Obito's lips. My combat skills really aren't as good as yours. But there's one thing you absolutely can't compare to me in. I have a pair of Sharingan while you only have one. That's your biggest weakness. Obito's pair of Sharingan had split powers, one for offense, one for defense. If one had to put it simply, adult Obito's current Sharingan was better suited for defense, while the offensive Sharingan was with Kakashi. But young Obito had both. That was the biggest gap between the two of them. And that gap might just make up for the lack in battle experience. Kamui. The space ahead twisted violently. With the boost of yin-yang release in just an instant, it twisted off the head of the Susanoo. Adult Obito was startled, then cursed inwardly. I should ripped Kakashi's Sharingan back out sooner. Though he was furious inside, he still had to deal with the next attack. Susanoo was already useless now. Although it was a construct made from chakra, young Obito's Kamui could destroy it with ease, which meant it was no longer suitable for offense. His figure flashed. Young Obito let out a cold laugh. A kunai slipped from his sleeve and stabbed straight backward. Adult Obito clicked his tongue. Looks like he had still underestimated his past self. This kind of battle instinct was not something his former self had possessed. But what adult Obito didn't know was that young Obito had put in a great deal of effort specifically to deal with him. After learning that the one who killed teacher Minato was his future self, he had constantly trained his taijutsu and battle skills, determined to gain the upper hand in a fight against adult Obito. And now, it seemed the results of that training were pretty good. He slowly dismissed Susanoo. He had the same thought as the adult Obito. For someone like him who possessed space-time dojutsu, Susanoo's defensive power could already be ignored. Then his figure leaped backward, his eternal Mangekyo staring straight at the adult Obito. The Scarlet Sharingan made the adult Obito laugh. He recalled something Madara Uchiha had once said, only when the two Sharingan were together could their power be brought out to the fullest. Now it seemed that his younger self really did have talents even he hadn't known about. In release. Asahi Retsue. The adult Obito formed hand seals with both hands and calmly called out the name of the jutsu. Minato's expression changed. Yin-yang release? This is bad. Although the young Obito was also proficient in yin-yang release, he didn't know any jutsu related to it. And the existence of yin-yang release could nullify all ninjutsu, instantly putting the young Obito, who had originally held the advantage, into an extremely awkward position. The young Obito panicked at first, but then quickly calmed down. He had the Sharingan. If he stayed calm, he could see the other side's hand seals clearly. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Knowing full well you have the Sharingan, and still letting you see everything clearly? The adult Obito let out a cold laugh. The seals he had formed were not complete seals. Or rather, with his eyesight, even the most complicated jutsu could be reduced to far fewer seals in an extremely short amount of time. Why? This jutsu only has 3 seals? Did he omit most of them? Cold sweat appeared on the young Obito's forehead. In the next moment, the sun in the sky suddenly vanished. Endless dark clouds appeared overhead, and the entire world became incomparably dark. Then the earth below was suddenly covered in pitch black, and everything within a 1,000-meter radius began sinking downward. Minato and the others reacted quickly and hurriedly retreated, but the young Obito wasn't so lucky. Half his body fell directly into the ground. Careful. If you're swallowed by this darkness, you'll fall straight into the Pure Land and never reincarnate again. The adult Obito said slowly. Fall straight into the Pure Land? Minato and the others were shocked. In his urgency, Minato was about to use Flying Raijin to save Obito, but Naruto stopped him. Don't worry, Dad. Obito isn't that weak. Minato froze for a moment and temporarily stopped. He looked back toward the battle, and then his face lit up with joy. Obito had activated Susanoo again. Using Susanoo's height, he had barely managed to rise out of the blackness and stand above it. But if this continued, sinking again was only a matter of time. The young Obito looked anxious, but in the next instant, he saw the adult Obito, who had been in front of him, suddenly disappear. Then he felt a sudden chill run down his back. This is bad. Would release. Cutting Sprig's jutsu. With the enhancement of yin-yang release. Although the adult Obito's would release had not reached Hashirama's level, it was still extremely effective for suppressing chakra. Countless trees grew wildly, forcibly squeezing Obito out of Susanoo. Then Susanoo rapidly collapsed, and he was tightly trapped within the forest. My chakra is decreasing, and my body feels so weak. The young Obito knew that would release had the ability to suppress chakra, but what he didn't know was that under the blessing of yin-yang release, it could suppress chakra to such a degree. This is bad. I'm about to lose. Anxiety surged in his heart, and his space-time dojutsu activated once more. The space in front of him twisted for a moment, but after a single breath, the distorted space returned to normal. Did you forget? Our space-time dojutsu are the same. The young Obito immediately recalled the battle back then with the adult Kakashi, when their dojutsu had been able to cancel each other out. In the distance, Minato watched with growing anxiety. The young Obito was completely outmatched, although he had trained hard over the past month. Compared to the adult Obito's more than 20 years of combat experience, it was like comparing a tiny stream to the ocean. He simply couldn't measure up. The advantage he originally had from possessing both Sharingan had now completely vanished. What do I do? My eye power can't be used, my chakra is being suppressed. And below me is endless dark shadow. I don't know yin-yang release jutsu either. What am I supposed to do now? This time, the young Obito was truly panicking. His earlier confident words about defeating the adult Obito now sounded like a complete joke. Dad, save Obito first. I'll deal with the yin release below. Minato nodded, then used Flying Raijin. With a kunai, he cut off the branches wrapped around Obito's body, then carried him out of the area. Yang release. Blazing sun. Naruto spoke calmly. In an instant, the cloud-covered sky cleared up, and the sun seemed to grow larger and larger, scorching the entire land. Sasuke was inwardly shocked. So this is Naruto's Yang release? It really is astonishing. He also possessed proficiency in yin-yang chakra and had studied yin-yang release quite a bit. However, what he was more skilled with was still yin release. And with the help of the multiple shadow clone jutsu, he had spent more than half a month developing a secret yin release technique. Its power might not compare to Obito's, but it would absolutely be enough to turn the tables at a critical moment. Obito narrowed his eyes as he stared ahead. His whole body was drenched in sweat. It was far too hot, as if he were lying in lava. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Next, I'll fight. Naruto leaped up and stood in front of the adult Obito, speaking calmly. You're coming? A mocking smile appeared on Obito's face. Shouldn't the strongest one appear at the finale? If you go up now and lose, then none of you will have any hope left at all. I won't hold back from casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. The entire ninja world will fall into a massive genjutsu and return to peace once more. Even so, you're still going to fight? Obito began using Talk no Jutsu, but Naruto had no reaction at all. After all, the Naruto in front of him was the true ancestor of Talk no Jutsu. Trying to use that in front of him was as laughable as showing off a blade before Guangong. No need to bother. You won't win. And all I want to do is beat you up. Naruto spoke calmly, completely unlike his usual lively personality. Obito narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the boy in front of him. That's right, it was the Naruto he knew, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki he had long coveted. But he still felt that the boy before him had changed. He wasn't the same as before. Naruto feels really weird, Sasuke muttered. Minato said, that's true. Naruto is definitely a little different, but it's a feeling I can't really describe. Minato felt worried. Had this kid been scared stupid by Obito? If he had known, he wouldn't have brought him along. But regretting it now was too late. He focused all his attention and prepared Flying Raijin, ready to rescue Naruto at any moment. Tonari said he's become colder. In the past, no matter who or what he was facing, he was always extremely passionate. In the video, no matter who it was, even Obito, a mortal enemy, he never showed this kind of expression. I don't know why, but one thing is certain, Naruto, after this change in mentality, is definitely incredibly powerful. Maybe even all of us together wouldn't be his match. Obito seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. He burst into loud laughter. Then his expression gradually twisted. Defeat me? You little blonde brat dares to speak such nonsense? Even your father, the Yellow Flash, wouldn't dare say something like that. He looked sideways at Minato. Minato fell silent. He knew Obito was telling the truth, but every time he thought about how his former student had become like this, his heart ached. You're not allowed to talk about Dad. Whoosh! Kurama mode enveloped him, and an enormous burst of chakra erupted instantly. Before Obito could even react, he was kicked flying. You trash who abandoned your old ideals can only bark wildly here. Look at yourself now. Where do you still resemble a ninja? Where is there even a trace left of the Uchiha Obito Rin wanted to protect? The flying Uchiha Obito's face instantly turned ashen. He forcibly stopped his body and was just about to launch an attack when his expression suddenly froze. Perfect Jinchuriki? Since when did that brat Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki? How did I not get any information about this at all? As the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki, his people were spread throughout the entire ninja world. Even in a place like Konoha, he had no shortage of subordinates. From the intel he gathered over the past few days, he knew Naruto had been training hard, seemingly to defeat him, but he had never known that Naruto had already connected hearts with the Nine-Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Not just him, even Sasuke and the others were completely stunned. They also had no idea when Naruto had become a perfect Jinchuriki. He hadn't revealed anything at all. But Naruto felt relieved inside. Luckily, he'd been flattering Kurama this whole time, which was why Kurama had willingly let him use his power. The Nine-Tails had always been powerful to begin with, and after receiving the System S amplification, its overall chakra reserves were comparable to the Ten-Tails. With such terrifying power inside his body, there was no reason for him to give it up. What's wrong? Not coming at me? Naruto spoke calmly. Obito suppressed his shock and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Release already possessed immense vitality. A mere injury like this could heal in a few seconds. But seeing Naruto's arrogant expression, Obito was enraged. Still, he knew he couldn't lose his cool. Once he did, he would lose just like his younger self had. From the current situation, the gap in strength between the two wasn't large. It was still hard to say who would win and who would lose. Would Release, cutting Sprig's jutsu. Obito decided to test the waters first. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp wooden stakes instantly appeared in the sky. If someone got pierced by them, they would definitely be heavily injured. Naruto's expression didn't change. The golden chakra around his body transformed into dozens of giant hands. In the span of a breath, dozens of massive Raisin Shuriken appeared before everyone's eyes. TCH. Obito was speechless. Doesn't this count as 2 against 1? Isn't that a little unfair? Looking at the Raisin Shuriken floating in the air, Obito was inwardly shocked. He could clearly sense the immense power contained within them. Felt like once they exploded, they would tear the enemy to pieces. He let out a cold laugh. So what if they were powerful? At a glance, he could tell Naruto's jutsu was a variation of the Rasengan. And the Rasengan couldn't be thrown. This was an established fact recognized throughout the entire ninja world. Naturally, Naruto's attack should be the same. If it couldn't be thrown, then Naruto had already lost a major trump card. From here on, it was time for his performance. An endless rain of wooden stakes descended from the sky, as if to crush everything. Naruto sneered. Half of the Raisin Shuriken behind him were hurled at the wooden stakes in the air, while the other half smashed straight toward Obito. Obito's expression changed. He can actually throw them? There was no time to use Kamui. The speed was simply too fast. On top of that, he'd been distracted just now. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by the Raisin Shuriken. Then heaven and earth roared together. Endless booms thundered without stop. Vast clouds of dust surged into the air, and the entire world dimmed in an instant. Obito's screams rang out again and again, and only after several breaths did they stop. But Naruto knew Obito was unharmed. Maybe at the very start, Obito really had been injured. But with the power of Yang Release, he could recover in an extremely short time. Naruto also knew this move probably wouldn't work a second time. It was a surprise attack to begin with. Now that Obito was on guard, he could use Kamui to defend himself. Of course, if there were tens of thousands of Raisin Shuriken, that would be a different story. After all, Obito's intangibility only lasted 5 minutes. With thousands upon thousands of Raisin Shuriken, just the duration of their explosions alone would be enough to make Obito suffer badly. But Naruto wouldn't do that. On one hand, if he really made tens of thousands of Raisin Shuriken, his chakra would be almost exhausted too. On the other hand, the Raisin Shuriken's destructive power was simply too great. It would easily wreck the entire battlefield environment. He had no interest in wiping out the whole Hidden Rain Village in one go. Even so, the ground in the southeastern area of the Hidden Rain Village, within a radius of 10 kilometers, had already been completely turned over. Everything in the surrounding area had been utterly destroyed, becoming a barren and empty plain. A moment later, the dust dispersed, and Obito's figure slowly appeared. He looked disheveled, his body covered in blood, but there were no wounds on him. Clearly, his injuries had already fully healed. At that moment, he remembered something. Back during the first viewing, Naruto had once used a similar move. It seemed to be called Raisin Shuriken. It really was a jutsu that could be thrown. Since this was the first time he had seen it in reality, he hadn't reacted in time and had fallen for Naruto's trick. But there wouldn't be a next time. He stared straight at Naruto, battle intent surging. "I'm coming." A few seconds later, Obito's figure flashed. Carrying the blazing sun, he charged at Naruto. His speed was so fast it seemed to tear through space itself. Protected by yin-yang release, his body was unbelievably tough. This was a usage he had just discovered, and it was precisely by relying on this that he had managed to withstand Naruto's dozen-plus Raisin Shuriken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten away with only light injuries. What incredible speed. Obito's serious now. Even the people watching the battle could feel Obito's determination at this moment. Very few people could reach this kind of speed. Even the physically dominant fourth Raikage wouldn't be this fast. Although it still couldn't compare to Minato using space-time ninjutsu, it absolutely surpassed most people in the ninja world. Naruto's expression remained the same as he formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In Ninetales mode, Naruto wasn't just fast, his strength was also monstrous, and his reaction speed had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the span of a breath, Obito crossed 100 meters and formed hand seals with both hands. In release, lightning dispatch. The sky above Obito, who had been carrying the blazing sun over his head, suddenly filled with dark clouds. Then countless bolts of lightning transformed into thunder dragons and crashed toward Naruto. Naruto's main body hurriedly dodged, but the huge number of shadow clones couldn't avoid it in time. In an instant, more than half of the hundreds of shadow clones were wiped out. Yin-yang release really is troublesome. If I hadn't put in the effort to train in Yin-yang release before, all I could do now would be stand here and stare helplessly, Naruto thought inwardly.
Yang release, Jage Flames.
Countless flames burst out from his mouth and formed into cages, descending from the sky to trap Obito beneath them. The scorching temperature was countless times hotter than the surface of the sun. But under the protection of Yin-yang release, Obito wasn't affected much. As expected, Naruto's Yin-yang release is at about the same level as mine. But it looks like he is better at using yang release, while I prefer Yin release more. His eyes narrowed as he rapidly calculated tactics in his mind. Naruto also came to a conclusion. With both of them protected by Yin-yang release, ordinary ninjutsu would have a hard time doing anything unless it struck while the other was unprepared. But landing a one-hit kill like that would be difficult. But Sage Jutsu might work. Naruto thought to himself, then had Kurama absorb natural energy. Fine, no problem. But it'll take at least 1 minute. Naruto nodded. 1 minute wasn't a big issue. For true experts, sometimes 1 second was enough to decide a battle. But with the two of them currently so evenly matched, neither he nor Obito could end the fight quickly. Susanoo. Obito activated his Susanoo, and Naruto was unwilling to be outdone, releasing the true form of the Ninetales as well. The two towering giants immediately began fighting without restraint. Booms echoed without end. When the villagers of the Hidden Rain Village saw this scene, they were all terrified out of their minds and fled one after another. Nagato's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had also been searching for Obito for a long time, but he hadn't expected Obito to be right under his nose the whole time. And now he was fighting here without any restraint at all, completely treating him like air. Nagato, let South leave this place first, Conan said hurriedly. The strength of those two fighting was simply too overwhelming. If they really went all out, the scale of their battle probably wouldn't be any worse than what Naruto and Tonari had shown in the video. If they got dragged into it, they would definitely die. Even Nagato, despite having the Rinnegan, would be no exception. He was just too fragile, and his chakra was also severely lacking. He had no way to deal with those world-destroying moves from the two of them. Nagato nodded weakly. Konan let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid Nagato would stubbornly insist on staying. But thankfully, the current Nagato clearly didn't want to die. On the battlefield, Naruto's mind was intensely focused. He knew almost everything about Obito's Susanoo. The only thing he was worried about was the divine weapon of the Susanoo, Void Exile. Young Obito said that once someone was hit by this divine weapon, they would be banished to another world. No matter how strong you were, it was useless. If he couldn't use space-time ninjutsu, there was no way for him to escape that different space-time. The fox arm trembled, then transformed into a giant sword. Even if he was struck by Susanoo's divine weapon, only the chakra would be banished into another space-time. He didn't have much of anything else, but what he did have was chakra. Pretty clever. Obito sighed. It looked like he had already gotten information about his divine weapon from his younger self, or else he wouldn't have chosen to use a weapon. With a slash, the long sword tore through space and chopped straight at Naruto. Naruto's reaction was also extremely fast. The great blade met it head-on, but at the very instant they made contact, the golden chakra greatsword vanished completely. What a terrifying banishment ability, Naruto exclaimed. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Another Kurama suddenly appeared behind Obito, holding a giant blade as it slashed toward Susanoo's waist. With a bang, Susanoo's body was instantly shoved forward uncontrollably, and Naruto seized the chance, shaping another chakra great blade and slashing toward Susanoo's waist again. Bang! This childish tugging tactic had actually managed to restrain Obito. What annoying shadow clones. Obito clicked his tongue and used Kamui intangibility. The entire Susanoo seemed to split into upper and lower halves as the attacks passed straight through, followed by a boom. The divine longsword smashed directly toward Naruto's real body's head. With another boom, Naruto's body was slammed heavily into the ground, and the entire earth caved in once more. At this point, this land had completely turned into a basin. Lying on the ground, Naruto marveled at the power of that divine longsword. If his reaction speed hadn't been fast enough and he hadn't hurriedly covered himself in a thick layer of chakra, he might have been dragged directly into a different space. This brat already had an abnormal amount of chakra, and now he's gotten rewards from the system too. His chakra is probably beyond human at this point. A prolonged battle against him will only hurt me. I need to finish this fast. Lying on the ground, Naruto smiled. Finally done. The aura around him suddenly changed, as if he had merged with nature itself. Kurama mode and Sage mode became one. Kurama Sage mode stepped out from the video and into reality. Obito was shocked inside. So this was what it felt like when Sage mode and Tailed Beast power fused together? It was unimaginably powerful. That feeling of becoming one with nature, if it weren't right in front of him, it would have been almost impossible to notice. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that Sage mode could enhance the body and ninjutsu, but that wasn't what mattered most. The most important thing was that it also had an extremely strong suppressive effect on yin-yang release. He knew his trouble was about to get much worse. His expression gradually turned serious, and the earlier nonchalant attitude completely disappeared. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of Narutos appeared across the battlefield, pale blue energy surging in their hands. Obito's expression changed, and he roared, "Don't even think about it." With one swing of his sword, intense wind pressure split the earth and rushed toward Naruto. Too slow. Sage art. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. A white light suddenly bloomed between heaven and earth. Hush! The wind pressure blasted everything around it, and Susanoo's massive body was swallowed by the explosion. Naruto narrowed his eyes against the blinding white light. Just as expected, Senjutsu had an extremely strong suppressive effect on yin-yang release. Even the current Obito couldn't break free from it. At the center of the explosion, Obito's face looked ugly. His battle with Naruto had become one unexpected turn after another. Every single attack had caught him off guard. No, these were all things I should have anticipated. He knew Naruto had Sage mode. He knew Naruto had Tailed Beast power. He also knew that yin-yang release would be greatly weakened when facing Senjutsu. So why hadn't he thought of it? Maintaining his intangibility, he sank into deep thought. Was it because of those people? Had their appearance shaken his heart again? Impossible. I am not that weak version of myself from the video. I have my own thoughts, and I have absolute conviction. Konoha can no longer accept who I am now, and the ninja world will never acknowledge me either. So the infinite Tsukuyomi must be completed. I will create a true world myself. A world that has everything. A perfect world where no regrets exist. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. The eyes of the adult Obito gradually grew firm. At this moment, his thoughts underwent an enormous change. The hesitation from when he first watched the video completely vanished. He slowly closed his eyes, then after one breath, opened them again. The scarlet Mangekyo had completely disappeared, replaced by the rippling rings of the Rinnegan. The aura around him became powerful once more, completely different from before. From now on, I am God. Almighty push, with his body as the center, Repulsive force swept through everything at dozens of times the speed of sound, as if it wanted to tear all things apart. Ah! Even the Ninetales body formed from Ninetales chakra fell into a disadvantage at this moment and was blown into the distance. Very quickly, Naruto came to a stop, standing in place without moving. But Minato and the others weren't so lucky. They were blown away directly, then slammed heavily into the ground. After the dust finally settled, Obito slowly appeared before everyone. Rinnegan? Minato was startled. No matter what, he had never expected Obito to evolve the Rinnegan at this moment. This was simply making a bad situation even worse. Kurama said, "There's nothing strange about that. His Inyang release is already nearly complete. Given enough time, he would have been able to awaken the Rinnegan anyway. But during this battle, Naruto put him under enormous pressure, so his Rinnegan awakened ahead of time. But the next part of this fight is going to be troublesome." The Ninetales understood the true power of the Rinnegan better than everyone present. Although Obito only had one, even that one I could very likely become the key to turning the battle around in the current situation. In Konoha, Kakashi, who was eating with Might Guy, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye and tightly covered it with his right hand. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Might Guy asked worriedly. It hurt too much. Even with Kakashi's tough personality, he had to admit that this had already gone beyond his limit. What he couldn't understand was why his Sharingan would suddenly have such an abnormal reaction at a time like this. Could something have happened to Obito? A moment later, drenched in sweat, Kakashi raised his head, found a mirror, and then froze in shock. Might Guy said in a trembling voice, "Kakashi, your eye turned into a Rinnegan." Kakashi stood there blankly, completely unable to believe it. He touched the Rinnegan in his eye socket. It was real. It really had evolved into the Rinnegan. Could it be that Obito's eye had started evolving again? This is bad. Guy, go back first. I'm going to see the third Hokage. Might Guy nodded. I'm going with you. Kakashi's eye evolving was just too strange. He couldn't help being worried. Kakashi gave Might Guy a meaningful look, then nodded gratefully. Afterward, with the help of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's telescope technique, they learned that Naruto was currently in Amigakure, and the two of them rushed there at top speed. Kakashi was burning with anxiety and used Flying Thunder God one after another. "Kakashi, calm down. Your chakra can't support this for long. There's no time. Now that Obito's eye has evolved again, Naruto will probably be at a disadvantage in this battle. We have to go support him." Might Guy was helpless, but he stopped trying to persuade Kakashi. He knew Kakashi's personality. Continuing to argue would only throw his mind into greater disorder. Amigakure. After another almighty push, all of Amigakure had been completely reduced to ashes. Not only that, but within a radius of 10 li centered on Amigakure, not a single living thing remained. Naruto was furious inside. This guy really wouldn't listen no matter what. It looked like this was no longer something a simple beating could set right. Next, he had to bring out his true strength. Otherwise, Obito probably would never change his mind. But what he didn't know was that Obito had already completely made up his mind. Since the world refused to accept him, then he would create a new world that could. And he would become the god of that new world. Super Almighty Pull. Naruto's real body, thousands of meters away, was instantly dragged over. After losing its Jinchuriki, the massive Ninetales body entailed beast form instantly dispersed. "Naruto, be careful. Don't let him touch you. Once you get sucked into his space-time dimension, it's completely over." Although Kakashi could enter Obito's spacetime, the key point was that Kakashi wasn't here. "It's fine. Even if I get pulled into the spacetime dimension, young Obito will release me. And the moment he touches me will be my best chance to make a comeback." This was the power of information. Good thing he had remembered Obito's intel while the video was playing, or this really would have been unsolvable. A faint smile appeared on Obito's face. "You really think I'm stupid?" His mind had already evolved. At this moment, there was no more hesitation. From a higher perspective, he ran through every one of Naruto's moves in his head. So his next tactic was boom. He didn't use the divine weapon Nihility Banishment. Instead, he condensed a giant sword out of chakra and slashed at Naruto with one strike. This was bad. The distance was way too close. This was Obito's plan. If he used Nihility Banishment, Naruto might find an opening. Naruto could defend with chakra. But if he used an ordinary chakra blade instead, then even if Naruto tried to block with a chakra blade of his own, the attack would still be effective. Bang! Just as Obito had expected, that strike directly smashed Naruto into the ground. The terrifying force made Naruto cough up blood. So strong. This isn't pure ninjutsu attack. So Inyang release is almost useless. Naruto forced himself upright from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already come up with a plan. Spacetime ninjutsu, huh? Good thing I learned Flying Thunder God before. But I still can't get careless. With a casual motion, he carved a Flying Thunder God mark into the ground, then widened his eyes and charged at Obito. Although Flying Thunder God was also space-time ninjutsu, it could only move within the same space. In other words, if Naruto got sucked into Obito's space-time dimension, someone would have to rescue him. Otherwise, even with Flying Thunder God, it would be useless. Looking around, Ninetales' chakra kept pulsing, and Flying Thunder God marks had been carved all across an area spanning several thousand meters. But I still need to be careful in the next part of the fight. I can't destroy these marks, or I won't be able to transfer. Making his decision instantly, Naruto leaped out of the crater. Round 2 starts now. Activating Ninetales' chakra mode again, Naruto stood 100 meters away and spoke calmly. No. Next is the final round. Obito bared his teeth in a grin, speaking with absolute confidence. Oh, is that so? Especially made Flying Thunder God kunai flew into the distance. The next instant, the massive Ninetales body appeared right in front of him, and its chakra blade smashed down mercilessly onto Susanu's head. Boom! A huge hole was blasted through Susanoo. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Now it's my showtime. Flying Thunder God shot through the broken hole in Susanoo, and at the same time, Naruto's body transferred along with it. Flying Thunder God? No, you should have seen this before. This is Flying Thunder God. Second step, Rasengan. The Rasengan dropping from the sky smashed straight at Obito's head. But Obito didn't panic at all. Intangibility. The Rasengan passed through Obito's body. But Naruto showed not the slightest regret. The kunai in his right hand was thrown upward again. His body moved once more, and he shouted, Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. A Rasengan with a diameter of several zhang smashed directly toward Obito. Are you stupid? I'm intangible right now. Any attack is useless against me. Obito sneered, feeling like Naruto's brain had gone bad. I'm not stupid at all. You seem to have forgotten. Your intangibility only lasts 5 minutes. As long as I keep attacking non-stop during those 5 minutes, even you will get hit eventually, right? Obito's expression changed. True, he could hide inside his space-time dimension, but he couldn't stay in there forever. On top of that, he had no idea where Naruto's Flying Thunder God marks had been placed. The moment he came out, Naruto's unpredictable Flying Thunder God would slam him head-on. Damn Flying Thunder God. Obito was furious. If he had known this would happen, it would have been better to just eat that smaller Rasengan earlier. If this Sage Art Rasengan with a 10 zhang diameter really hit him, even if it didn't kill him, half his life would be gone. Left with no choice, he could only dispel Susanoo. Naruto's eyes trembled, and the two of them rapidly fell downward. Good chance. Obito was instantly excited. Would release Cutting Sprig's Jutsu. This was the same move that had restrained young Obito earlier, but unfortunately it was obviously useless against Naruto. Using chakra, he created a cloud in midair and stepped on it firmly, flying through the air and dodging the Cutting Sprig's Jutsu. Trees descended from the sky, and the rumbling sound shook the whole area. Damn chakra monster. Obito cursed inwardly. So what if you have a lot of chakra? You think that makes you amazing? Even Hashirama Senju never wasted chakra like you do. That was indeed true. Even though Hashirama Senju's chakra was comparable to a tailed beast's, he had never turned chakra into clouds just to fly in the air. On one hand, it required extremely strong chakra control. On the other, the amount of chakra needed to turn it into a cloud had to be astronomical. Even he wouldn't find it easy. Obito landed steadily on the ground, raised his eyes to look at Naruto in the sky, and his face was full of helplessness. While he was thinking, Naruto in the sky suddenly disappeared. Obito's heart jolted. A kunai instantly appeared in his right hand as he stabbed behind himself, but it hit nothing at all. Empty? Above. He looked up. Still empty. Then Naruto appeared behind him. Boom! Sage Art. Rasengan. Obito's body flew forward, carving a trench dozens of meters long across the ground as he let out a painful howl. The elusive Flying Thunder God was just too perfect at countering him. Even though he could use Kamui's intangibility, the premise was that he had to be able to see the opponent's attack. Otherwise, all his effort was useless. Joy flashed through Naruto's eyes. Before Obito could recover, press the advantage. Whoosh! His body vanished from where he stood. Then, under Obito's dumbfounded gaze, another Rasengan came flying at him. But this time, he was facing Naruto's attack directly. So he activated Kamui's intangibility. The attack passed through him, and the ground was blasted open once again. Naruto frowned tightly. As expected, space-time ninjutsu really is hard to deal with. But Obito was already stunned. Why could he instantly appear right in front of me? His expression changed. He suddenly kicked Naruto flying away, then sprang to his feet with a carp leap. His face dark as he said, You carved a Flying Thunder God mark on me? Naruto rubbed his chest, shook the kunai in his hand, and smiled. You only noticed now? The moment the massive Rasengan hit you, you were already marked. Obito's face turned ugly beyond words. He carefully tried to sense it, but found nothing at all. How is that possible? A flying thunder god mark has to carry a trace of chakra. Why can't I sense chakra that doesn't belong to me? Obito was about to go crazy. There was no reason for this. Minato's flying thunder god mark was still on his body, and even now he could sense it with perfect clarity. But Naruto's mark was different. Naruto smiled. Don't waste your effort. There's no way you can detect where the flying thunder god mark is. His flying thunder god mark had already been modified by him, and was completely different from Senju Tobirama's and Minato Namikaze's. He had added his own unique yin-yang release and Ninetales chakra, allowing it to hide completely inside the enemy's body and disperse throughout the entire body. No, disperse wasn't the right word. It would be more accurate to say merge. That meant that once a person was marked by Naruto's flying thunder god, there was no escape, because even his spirit would assimilate with the mark. Even changing bodies would be completely useless. Just as anger surged in Obito's heart, he knew rage wouldn't solve anything. Right now, all he could do was stay alert against Naruto's attacks and counterattack when he could. Naruto could teleport right in front of him at any moment. Pure defense had no meaning. It would only drain his chakra. The third round begins. Obito said coldly. Naruto mocked him. Oh, didn't you just say that was the final round? Obito let out a cold snort and didn't care. Shinra Tensei was almost impossible to use now. Even if he blasted Naruto far away, Flying Raijin would let him return in an instant. Bansho Tenin wasn't very useful either. That meant the only things he could really use were chakra absorption and Chibaku Tensei. His Rinnegan had only just awakened. Even though it gave him many abilities, he still couldn't adapt to them as perfectly as Nagato. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this passive in this battle. So how was he supposed to continue the fight? Obito fell into deep thought. Yin-yang release was clearly not suitable. Leaving aside the fact that Naruto could also use Yin-yang release, Naruto's Sage Jutsu could counter it too. Yin-yang release gave him no advantage at all. Taijutsu seemed possible? No. In Kurama mode, Naruto's speed and strength were far beyond normal. Add Sage mode on top of that, and Obito couldn't gain any advantage in Taijutsu either. There was no need to even mention ninjutsu, and chakra was even less worth mentioning. Then in the end, the outcome really could only be decided through the Rinnegan. Absorption. The Rinnegan's absorption ability could absolutely help him turn the tables to a certain extent. The gap between his chakra and Naruto's was too large. If this became a battle of attrition, the only way was to absorb Naruto's chakra. His eyes narrowed, and a plan quickly formed in his mind. Whoosh! The instant the thought fell, Naruto's body appeared above his head. Another Rasengan.
No Sakejutsu.
It can be absorbed. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Obito did not hesitate at all. Blue light burst from the Rinnegan, and the Rasengan was directly absorbed into his body. Joy appeared on his face. I feel it. So this is what someone else's chakra feels like. Subarashii. Naruto was startled and kicked toward Obito, but very quickly, his thoughts turned. His figure flashed and vanished again. That was close. He had almost forgotten. If that kick had landed, Obito might have seized the opening and sucked him into his space-time dimension. Luckily, his reaction speed was fast enough. Otherwise, he really would have been in danger. Obito laughed once. Sure enough, still as cautious as ever. Very soon, his figure flashed and appeared behind Naruto. With a low shout, he said, Yang release, blazing sunfire. A Yang release technique created by adding Yang attribute chakra transformation on top of the Great Fireball technique. Naruto's expression changed, and he hurriedly used Flying Raijin to evade. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Obito's head, and the kunai in his hand stabbed straight down. But the moment it touched Obito, his body turned into smoke. Shadow clone? His heart jolted. He looked up and saw Obito standing high in the air. A half-body Susanoo skeleton smashed straight toward Naruto's head. With a thunderous boom, Naruto crashed heavily to the ground. Shadow clones aren't your exclusive patent. Plenty of people know how to use a ninjutsu like this. After saying that, he charged in again. Sage Art. Raisen Shuriken. Sage Jutsu attack. Can't be absorbed. I can only use intangibility. Obito narrowed his eyes. The Raisen Shuriken passed directly through his body and flew into the distance, followed by a rumbling explosion. Next will be a contest of speed. Once I'm faster than you, you're finished, Obito thought. Most of his chakra gathered into his body, pushing his speed to its peak. Then he turned into a streak of light and, within a breath, arrived in front of Naruto. I won. No, you lost. The instant he touched the Naruto in front of him, that Naruto suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. Then above his head, countless Narutos suddenly appeared. That was right, countless. With Obito's eyesight, one glance was enough to see Naruto packed densely everywhere. Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. Damn it. Obito was horrified, and at the same time filled with hatred. He had actually fallen for the same trick 3 times. Once against Minato Namikaze. Once earlier in his battle with Naruto. And now once again. Boom boom boom. Countless massive Rasengans slammed directly into his body, leaving him in unbearable pain. Shadow clones really aren't my exclusive patent. But what I'm confident in is this: across the entire ninja world, the only one who has trained shadow clones to the absolute peak is me. And how was the power of flying Raijin? Second step. Naruto shouted coldly, a victory that was practically in your hands has now been snatched away by me. That feeling should be pretty awful, right? Excitement makes people arrogant, and it also makes them lose sight of the battlefield. So, Obito, you lost. I won this battle. A trace of excitement colored his voice. They had fought for so long, already a full half hour. His sage mode was almost impossible to maintain now. If Obito hadn't grown arrogant and believed victory was guaranteed, Naruto might not have been able to seize the chance and land this crushing blow. This attack was different from before. There was no Susanoo to block it. Obito had to take all of it with his own flesh and blood. Ewa! Obito's miserable scream echoed across the entire battlefield. Even Minato Namikaze and the others in the distance heard it. They all shuddered. That really hurts. Just hearing the sound makes it feel painful. Looks like there's no need for us to step in now, Tonari said with a smiling expression. This battle has really been full of twists and turns. Just watching it is enough to make your heart pound in fear. But to be honest, Naruto's battle IQ is truly high. In this battle, he still came out slightly ahead. Even with Obito's decades of combat experience, in the hands of the #1 most unpredictable ninja in the ninja world, it still wasn't quite enough. Of course. Otherwise Kagaya wouldn't have been completely dazed by one reverse harem jutsu. Sasuke also spoke. Obviously, he's Naruto. How could he possibly fail to beat even Obito? There was a smile on his face. It was clear that seeing his best friend gain the upper hand had put him in a very good mood. But just as everyone was rejoicing, another sudden change occurred in the battle.
Yin-yang release.
Before the smile on Naruto's face could fade, he saw two streams of light, one blue, one yellow, shoot into the sky. Then they kept twisting around each other before turning into a green ray of light that charged straight at Naruto. Heaven and earth split apart. Naruto was shocked and immediately used flying Raijin to dodge. The countless shadow clones in the air were turned to ashes by that move, and then it continued chasing after Naruto as it flew into the distance. Obito stood up from the ruins, breathing heavily. There was no longer a single patch of intact flesh on his body, and blood covered the ground. His eyes were half-narrowed. It was obvious his injuries were severe. He quickly circulated yang attribute chakra to restore himself, but very soon his expression changed. Not good. I don't have much chakra left. His face turned extremely ugly. By now, the battle had already lasted nearly an hour. Space-time dojutsu, repeatedly activating Susanoo, constantly using yin-yang release, every single one of those was a massive chakra drain. The only reason he had been able to last this long was because of the rewards given by the system. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. The remaining chakra was only enough to recover a little over half of his injuries. But soon, his heart steadied slightly. A little over half was enough. Watching the green light continue chasing Naruto, Obito burst into wild laughter. It's useless. No matter where you run, this thing will follow you. Even if you flee into another dimension, it'll still chase you. There's nowhere you can escape. Naruto's expression remained as calm as still water as he rapidly tried to come up with a countermeasure. But in such a short time, he had no good solution. He could only keep fleeing helplessly. From the sky to the ground, no matter what the green light touched, it would be split cleanly in two in an instant. Countless ravines appeared across the land, and every single one of them was dozens of meters deep. Looking at that terrifying cutting power, even Naruto was shocked. Not good. Sage Mode's time is up. Half an hour had passed. Sage Mode faded, and his running speed dropped sharply. Gritting his teeth, he could only keep escaping with flying Raijin. Looking at the smug Obito in the distance, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. With a flash, he appeared in front of Obito again, another Rasengan forming in his hand. Obito burst into laughter. Do you really think I wouldn't be on guard against you? Foolish. His right hand shot out instantly. As long as he touched Naruto, this battle would be his victory. In the end, victory was still going to be his. The smile on his face gradually turned crazed. Really? The Naruto in front of him suddenly vanished. All that remained was a streak of green light, endlessly enlarging in his eyes. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Not good. His expression changed. He reflexively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. With a thunderous boom, half his body was instantly sliced away. He lay on the ground, his eyes empty. No matter what, he had never imagined that he would be struck by his own technique. Uchiha Obito fell heavily, gravely wounded, and heaven and earth split apart also dissipated in an instant. Naruto gasped for breath, shock flashing through his eyes. This move was simply too terrifying. Even with Flying Thunder God and his own neural reaction speed, he had almost been hit. Obito getting struck at the critical moment was only natural. But looking at Obito, with half his body erased, sorrow flashed through Naruto's eyes. In this state, there was no way he could survive. That half of his body had already turned into nothingness. Even with Yang release, Naruto had no way to heal him. After all, his Yang release still had not reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. So I lost just like this? Obito lay on the ground, and with his last remaining consciousness, that was all he could think about. The few of them walked over to Obito's side. Silent, expressionless, they looked at the dying man. Sensei. Was I wrong? Adult Obito barely managed to speak, but his voice was incomparably weak. I don't know. Minato shook his head. Whether he was right or wrong was not something outsiders could truly judge. Different positions led to different judgments. From Minato's standpoint, this Obito had committed all kinds of evil, so naturally he was wrong. But from Obito's standpoint, he had struggled for world peace. Fought to create a world where Rin existed. Even if he died, he would not regret it. He would never think he was wrong, nor would he regret it. By the time he fought Naruto, his confusion was already gone. But now, lying on the ground, he recalled the past once more. Rin, I'm coming to find you. At the very end of his life, he seemed to have found his original heart again. Obito, Kakashi's shout came from afar. Everyone turned to look, only to see Kakashi lying on Gaia's back, calling out with grief on his face. Guy charged forward at full speed, even opening the seventh gate. His speed was so fast it made everyone's vision blur. In the next moment, he came to a steady stop in front of them. Kakashi half knelt on the ground, not knowing what to say. Kakashi. You still came. Obito let out a laugh, then fell silent. Just like always, there had never been many words between the two of them. All they could do was exchange simple looks. After I die, I'll leave this Rinnegan to you. Even though I've always been unhappy with you, this I took a great deal of effort to awaken. It'd be a waste to just bury it underground. You don't need to refuse. He slowly closed his eyes and said weakly, Hey, Kakashi. Did you know? I actually always hated you. Kakashi pressed his lips together, just about to speak. But Obito's voice stopped there. His ragged breathing also came to a halt. But I never hated you at all. Kakashi muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. That his friend had died in front of him once again. Teenage Obito walked over to Kakashi's side and patted his shoulder. He brought this on himself. He had his own path to death. You don't need to be sad. Kakashi gave a bitter laugh. How could it be that easy? At first, he had thought his friend had died tragically, and he had remained depressed for years. Later, the system appeared, and he learned that his friend was still alive. But then he found out that the one who had killed his teacher and teacher's wife was that same friend. He had tried every possible way to track him down and ask him why. But fate never gave him what he wanted. He still died. Just like that. Right in front of him. Go on then. You damn bastard, if you were gonna die, then die. Why did you have to spout that crap right before dying? How am I supposed to feel okay after that? He collapsed onto the ground, grief written all over him. His feelings could not be put into words. Minato gave them a look, and the others stepped back a few paces, conveniently moving Might Guy as well, whose body had gone limp after using the seventh gate. After a while, Kakashi stood back up from the ground and looked at Naruto with a firm expression. Naruto, use your Yang release and transplant Obito's Rinnegan into me. Naruto nodded. Naturally, he had no objection. If Obito's Rinnegan was going to be lost anyway, it would be better to leave it to Kakashi. Let him strengthen himself and protect Konoha. A short while later, they buried Obito and stood silently in front of his grave in mourning. Oh right, Kakashi-sensei. Try not to use your Rinnegan too much. Your chakra isn't enough. If you overuse it, you'll quickly end up like Nagato. Compared to Nagato, Kakashi's chakra reserves were like heaven and earth apart. But even so, Nagato had nearly been drained into a dried corpse multiple times from using a Rinnegan that wasn't originally his own, let alone Kakashi, who had even less chakra. Kakashi nodded silently. A few minutes later, Minato softly said, Kakashi, I understand how you feel, but we have to go now. Kakashi nodded. He knew that Minato-sensei did not have much time left in this era. He had to return to the era that belonged to him. With a flash, the group returned to Konoha. Then Minato left this era with Kushina and teenage Obito. Before leaving, Minato specifically reminded them that they might have to wait a while before coming again, because Namikaze Minato was about to succeed the position of 4th Hokage. And there were many matters in the village that needed handling. Naruto expressed his understanding, and at the same time told teenage Obito to train hard and get used to his own power. Of course, teenage Obito, his face full of shame, said there would be no problem. After all, his fight with adult Obito had been too embarrassing to watch. He had been taken down in just a few moves. After they left, Naruto looked toward the utterly dispirited Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Kakashi shook his head and staggered toward his home. Sorry, Naruto. Let me calm down by myself. Kakashi's voice came from the distance, faint and empty. Naruto fell silent, then looked toward Might Guy, who looked half dead. Guy-sensei, are you okay? When Kakashi-sensei's chakra was about to run out, you directly opened the 7th gate and carried him on your back. Otherwise, there's no way you would made it to the battlefield in 40 to 50 minutes. Might Guy weakly shook his head. Yemme fine. Just a bit of depleted vitality and blood. I'll be fine after recovering a little. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, then said, then I'll leave Kakashi-sensei to you. He knew the relationship between Might Guy and Kakashi was anything but ordinary. Besides, Might Guy himself was an extremely comedic character. With him staying by Kakashi's side, Naruto could rest easy. Of course, I'm his one and only rival. Might Guy gave a thumbs up with a grin, only for his face to twist in pain right after. Naruto shook his head helplessly, then left with Tonari and Sasuke. As expected, Ichiraka ramen still smells the best, especially after a fight. After eating and drinking his fill, Naruto rubbed his stomach, his face full of smiles. Tonari also looked completely satisfied. So, life in Konoha is way better than on the moon, right? Naruto asked with a smile. Of course. How could that empty moon compare to all this delicious food? Tonari said with certainty. But in the next instant, his expression turned incomparably serious. It wasn't he just them. Even the somewhat capable ninjas in Konoha all felt that powerful oppressive pressure. Who is it? They quickly rushed toward the village gate. With a flash, Naruto arrived first by relying on Flying Thunder God. His head was aching badly right now. What the hell was going on today? First Uchiha Obito, and now 2 more unknown powerhouses had shown up. He had completely forgotten that they were the ones who had gone to pick a fight with Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, Uchiha Obito would still be alive and well right now. Why would it have come to Naruto killing him? Looking at the 2 strange old men in front of him, Naruto's eyes were full of confusion. That's right, strange. He had never seen people like this before. Their whole bodies were pale, their hair and beards were white. One of them had a pair of Rinnegan, and the other had a pair of Byakugan. Still, Naruto felt like the 2 of them looked familiar, almost like the way Obito had looked after devouring the Ten-Tails and becoming its Jinchuriki. At the same time, he could tell the 2 of them had no hostility. So he relaxed slightly, though his expression remained serious. Who are you 2? After gaining power, or rather, after watching the video, Naruto's temperament had gradually matured. Even though he was still only 12 or 13 years old, a trace of authority had already started to appear. The old man with the Rinnegan stepped forward and said with a smile, I am the Sage of 6 Paths. This is my younger brother, Hamura. That's right. The 2 of them were Hagoromo and Hamura, the Sage of 6 Paths brothers, who had come here from a distant era. A small accident had happened during their travel through time and space, costing them quite a bit of time before they finally arrived here. Otherwise, they might even have seen Naruto's battle with Obito. Naruto's eyes widened, full of disbelief. You're the Sage of 6 Paths? Naruto asked in a trembling voice. Then, under the smiling expressions of the 2 men, he immediately exploded into a loud stream of curses. You 2 old liars. Do you really think I never went to school? If you're the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, then I'm the ancestor who split heaven and earth apart. You 2 old geezers actually dared to try and fool me? Naruto cursed angrily, completely exasperated. Did they really think he had no education? Sure, his grades were terrible, but anyone knew the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother had died long ago. Even though supernatural stuff like the system had already appeared, the key point was that the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother had never received any reward at all, which meant there was no way for them to come to the present world. Now these 2 old men had shown up and immediately claimed to be legendary figures. No wonder Naruto blew up. When the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother Hamura heard Naruto's furious yelling, they were both dumbfounded on the spot. Was Uzumaki Naruto from the video like this? Had they come to a fake future? The 2 of them fell silent, not knowing how to respond. They knew their sudden arrival would definitely cause a huge shock to the people of this era. But instead of being welcomed by the younger generation as soon as they arrived, they got cursed out right to their faces. Naturally, they felt pretty miserable too. Brother, say something. If more people get here later, it'll be even harder to explain, Hamura said in a low voice. The Sage of 6 Paths gave a light cough, then said, Naruto, you can ask Kurama in your belly. Then you should know whether this is true or false. That's right. They really are Old Man 6 Paths and his younger brother. Kurama slowly spoke after finally recovering from his shock. The moment he sensed their chakra, Kurama had already been surprised. Then after seeing the 2 of them, he had completely fallen into a daze. Otherwise, he would never have let Naruto curse out the 2 old men like that. Naruto came back to his senses and awkwardly stepped forward. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Too much has happened today, and I'm not in a very good state. I thought someone was trying to trick me, so my temper got a little bad. The Sage of 6 Paths waved his hand. It's fine. It's a good thing for the younger generation to have spirit. Whoosh whoosh. A few breaths later, Sasuke and the others also rushed over. Looking at the faces of the 2 men, they were confused as well. After Naruto explained things, they quickly bowed in greeting. especially Tonari. When he saw his ancestor with his own eyes, his eyes were practically glowing. But there was still some worry in his heart. He was afraid his ancestor would settle accounts with him. After all, he had twisted his ancestor's destiny, and had once wanted to destroy the ninja world. If not for Naruto, the ninja world might really have been reduced to ruins by him. Of course, that was what had happened in the video. But even in reality, before the system appeared, he had still been hostile toward the ninja world. He had believed the world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure, and his ultimate wish had been to destroy the ninja world. Otsutsuki Hamura spoke calmly, "We can talk about matters between us later. Right now, let us discuss the important matter first." Tonari immediately felt relieved. He had heard a little about this ancestor of his. He was extremely protective of his own. Since he wasn't planning to make trouble for him now, that probably meant he wouldn't do anything to him later either. Still, he was confused by his ancestor's words. An important matter? What could possibly be more important than the two of them arriving in this era? People from thousands of years ago had come running into the present age. What could be more important than that? Then the Sage of Six Paths slowly began to explain, and the expressions of the group gradually turned serious. While he was explaining, even more people arrived at the village gate: Jiraiya, Kakashi, the third Hokage, and others, all top experts of Konoha. After hearing the Sage of Six Paths' words, shock appeared on all their faces. Naruto showed a suspicious look. So the two sage elders came to the present world because of this. Based on what the two sages meant, a crisis would happen in this era that even they could not handle. That was why they had specially traveled from the past to this age. It was shocking, but not impossible to believe. After all, even the system could provide a divine object like a gate of time and space. With the power of these two sages, crossing thousands of years of time did not seem all that impossible. The Sage of Six Paths nodded. "That's right. But coming to this era has already consumed most of our power. If we want to recover, it will take at least 1 month. During this month, our strength will not be at its peak, so many matters will still need to be handled by the people of your era." Naruto nodded. Naturally, he understood that. What's more, he did not want to trouble the Sage of Six Paths and the others anyway. The ones living in this ninja world now were them. They had been born and raised on this land. There was no reason to let ancient people from thousands of years ago protect this world for them. No matter how you looked at it, that would be inappropriate. But with the Sage of Six Paths reminding him like this, Naruto felt even more clearly how lacking his own strength still was. It seemed like it was time to develop a new ninjutsu. Today's battle with Obito had made him feel that his strength was still somewhat lacking. He had been entangled with him for far too long. If he had been a bit stronger, he could have taken Obito down without any effort at all. After that, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, welcomed the two sages into the village and had Tonari help build them a place to live. Normally, work like that should have been handed to Kakashi, but Tonari had volunteered himself, and Hiruzen Sarutobi found it hard to refuse. Naruto and Sasuke followed along to help as well. At the edge of Konoha, near Tonari's house, the group was busily chopping down trees. But they were not using ninjutsu. Naruto said speechlessly, "Grandpa Six Paths, why aren't we using ninjutsu? It would obviously be faster and more convenient." The Sage of Six Paths put down the axe in his hand and said seriously, "Naruto, a ninja's power is meant for battle, for protecting the things he loves and the things he cares about. Cannot be used carelessly, and it especially should not be used on small matters like this. There are many things that only reveal their meaning when we do them ourselves. If you rely blindly on the power of ninjutsu, sooner or later, you will lose yourself." On this point, the Sage of Six Paths had the right to speak. After he and his younger brother sealed Kaguya, he began his journey of atonement. He traveled across the ninja world on his own 2 feet, and relied on reason and his own hands to overcome the people and things he encountered. At that time, he had also come to understand that the power of ninjutsu was not something to be used recklessly. Otherwise, people like his mother Kaguya would surely appear again. Naruto froze for a moment, deep in thought. Sasuke was also thinking about something, though to him, the Sage of Six Paths' words were obviously bullshit. Before the system appeared, he had always longed for power and hoped for revenge. Revenge? The moment that thought came up, he suddenly froze. It seemed like he had not thought about Uchiha Itachi for quite a long time now. Was it because there was now hope of reviving his parents? So the hatred in his heart had lessened quite a bit? Sasuke thought to himself in silence. A moment later, he let out a sigh. It looked like after tomorrow's video broadcast ended, it would be time for him to set out and search for Uchiha Itachi. The Sage of Six Paths kept swinging the axe in his hands. A moment later, a huge tree came crashing down. Smiling, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Without using chakra, without relying on a physique beyond that of mortals, and instead depending purely on his own control over strength to cut down a giant tree, this was something worth being happy about to him. Watching this scene, Naruto also started copying him. Not long after, another giant tree fell. Naruto grinned too. He was tired, but it really did feel incredibly fulfilling, like finally mastering a ninjutsu after days of hard training. On the other side, Tonari and Hamura were talking as well. Tonari carefully said, "Ancestor, you don't blame me?" Hamura froze for a moment, then understood. His expression turned stern as he said, "You child really went too far. Do you know how much effort your uncle and I spent back then to protect the ninja world from Mother's hands? And yet you wanted to destroy the ninja world without a second word." Tonari stayed silent and quietly listened to his ancestor's scolding. But very soon, Hamura's tone softened again. "However, that was the you in the video. At least right now you've done very, very well. After realizing you had misunderstood my divine mission, you were able to correct yourself. And you were even willing to leave the homeland you had lived in for so long and come to the ninja world. You've done well. I admire you." Tonari bitterly laughed inside. If the moon had a living environment as good as the ninja world, there was no way he would have come here even if someone beat him to death. Before coming to the ninja world, he had never imagined people here would treat him this way, especially that brat Naruto. After all, that was the man who had crushed his Tenseigan with a single punch. Truly terrifying. But after arriving here, he discovered that people were warm and welcoming, and they treated him with great courtesy. On top of that, the living conditions here were dozens of times better than on the moon, so he had gradually started to develop a sense of belonging. "Thank you for forgiving me, ancestor," Tonari said. "Alright, hurry up and chop trees. If you keep dragging your feet like this, your uncle and I will have no choice but to stay at your place tonight." Tonari's expression changed, and he immediately started swinging the huge axe in his hands. As the night grew darker, it soon became 7 o'clock. Naruto rubbed his somewhat numb arms and said to Hagoromo, "Grandpa Sage of Six Paths, you and Grandpa Hamura should stay at my place tonight." The Sage of Six Paths looked at the felled trees on the ground and could only nod helplessly. Without using ninjutsu, their progress really was much slower. At this rate, if they wanted to build a house that truly suited the brothers' tastes, it would take at least 3 days. Naruto added, "Grandpa Sage of Six Paths, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen." He rubbed his stomach. After working with his body for so long, the fullness from before had long since turned back into hunger. A smile appeared on the Sage of Six Paths' face. This child really was pretty good. He had completely forgotten the shameless way Naruto had loudly cursed at them just now. Sure enough, when someone treats you to food, it's hard to stay tough. Ichiraku ramen. Tucci was obviously a little excited. These were the living Sage of Six Paths and Hamura, the greatest legends in the ninja world. And now they were standing right in front of him, even coming to his ramen shop to eat. How could Ichiraku not be excited? "Uncle, the usual 5 bowls, no. Make it 10 bowls. Tonari looked at Naruto in shock. 10 bowls? Can you even finish that? Sasuke was speechless too. After working for only a short while, this idiot had already lost all sense of direction. Didn't he know his own appetite? There was no way he could finish it. Naruto laughed loudly. "It's fine. I feel like I can finish it today. Besides, Grandpa Sage of Six Paths and Grandpa Hamura are here too. In the era they lived in, there definitely wasn't ramen this delicious." Sasuke felt especially helpless. The only one who thought Ichiraku ramen was this amazing was probably you. Of course, Sasuke didn't deny that Ichiraku ramen was delicious. But the key issue was that whenever he ate with Naruto, they were either at Ichiraku ramen or on the way to Ichiraku ramen. In short, if Naruto had enough money, he might just live at Ichiraku ramen all year round. That was how deep his love for Ichiraku was. Hearing Naruto praise his ramen so much, Ichiraku was smiling so hard the wrinkles on his face all showed. Seat. I'll get everything ready for you right away." Naruto shouted, "Everyone eat as much as you want. I'm paying today." Points could be exchanged for money, so Naruto was no longer as broke as he used to be. A bitter smile tugged at the Sage of Six Paths' lips. This kid was really treating them like pigs. In truth, at their level, they no longer needed to eat at all. After all, they possessed sage bodies and could live off the natural energy of heaven and earth. He didn't even know how long it had been since they last ate anything. Still, the two of them were very interested in the food of this era. Otherwise, they would not have come here. A moment later, the two of them cried out in unison. "Delicious! It's been so long since we've eaten something this delicious." Naruto smiled as he slurped his noodles. "Right? I told you." The group chatted and laughed, and the 10 bowls of ramen were quickly finished. Soon after, they left. Naruto led Hagoromo and Hamura toward his home. Before long, he slightly turned his head and looked back at the brightly lit ramen shop behind him. He sighed inwardly. This was a shop that carried his childhood memories. If possible, he wanted every person in the world to understand just how delicious Ichiraku ramen was. Then it was decided. After he became Hokage, he would definitely help Uncle open Ichiraku ramen branches all across the ninja world. The next day, today's ranking is starting again, Naruto said with an excited look on his face. For him now, aside from punishing evil and promoting good, the only thing left was watching videos. He just didn't know who today's main character would be. Sasuke and the others were also full of excitement as they impatiently looked toward the giant screen in the sky. As for the people from the other hidden villages, they had already stopped caring too much. So far, almost all the major rewards had gone to Konoha. How were the other villages supposed to survive like this? Still, plenty of people hoped the next video would feature someone from their own village. Otherwise, if Konoha kept growing stronger like this, their villages really would lose any place to stand in the ninja world. It was heartbreaking. A giant screen slowly displayed a poster high in the sky. On it were a blonde young man and a black-haired young man, standing back to back. Strange markings covered their bodies. There was also a long scar over the blonde youth's eye. A tattered cloak hung behind him, and on his forehead was a rogue ninja headband. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all searched their memories for these two young men, but what left them even more stunned was that no one recognized either of them. Not a single person. Naruto, meanwhile, slightly frowned. That blonde youth seemed a bit like Boruto, who had flashed by at the end of the first video, but only somewhat. He was not completely sure. Year 83 of Konoha. Naruto, who had already become Hokage, stared at the giant screen in the sky in confusion. No matter how he looked at it, that blonde-haired young man looked like Boruto. Shikamaru frowned tightly and said, "That child looks like Boruto." Naruto nodded. That young man really did look exactly like him when he was younger, except for the scar over the eye. Where is Boruto right now? Wasn't his confinement already lifted? At this time, he should be at the Ninja Academy. Oh right, have we found out why the screen appeared yet? The system of this era had only appeared not long ago, and Naruto's group was still searching hard for the cause. No. Shikamaru helplessly shook his head. Can't be approached and it can't be destroyed. It's simply a huge problem. Good thing nothing has happened these past few days. Otherwise, it would have been another major headline. At the Ninja Academy, Boruto Uzumaki looked at the giant screen above his head. At first, he had been curious about it, but after several days passed without any movement, that curiosity had vanished without a trace. But the young man appearing on it today really did look exactly like him. If he had to say it, it was basically himself a few years in the future. Could it be that this giant light screen could see things from the future? Boruto was not stupid. With only this small clue, he was already able to guess the truth of the matter. Sarada looked at Boruto with shock on her face, though no one knew what she was thinking. As for Shikadai, he was feeling a little worried. His friend had suddenly appeared on an unknown screen, and he had no idea what would happen next. Very soon, the title of the video appeared. A battle waged for the world. This is the choice of us brothers. Brothers? I'm brothers with that black-haired guy? That only made Boruto even more dumbfounded. He was completely at a loss. Then his expression suddenly changed. No way. Could that be Dad's illegitimate son? That bastard. No wonder he never comes home. So he wasn't out working at all. He was out meeting some vixen. But he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and kept watching. The video began. Konoha. The once prosperous Konoha had already been reduced to complete ruins. Only the village's symbol, the Hokage rock, remained. Two people were fighting in the ruins. They were the blonde young man and the black-haired young man from the poster. Not bad, huh? Kawaki. The young man called Kawaki let out a cold laugh. Just a little stronger than you. So, are you ready to die? The two exchanged a few more moves, but anyone with sharp eyes could tell that they were only probing each other, almost like children play fighting. Neither of them had used their true power at all. Give it up, Boruto. The age of shinobi is over. Boruto's expression changed. He dropped to one knee and put on the rogue ninja forehead protector over his head. But even so, I'm still a shinobi. His scarred eye suddenly transformed into the Jogan. Now the two of them were about to get serious. Everyone who saw this was completely stunned. Konoha had been destroyed again. Again. Naruto was trembling with anger. Why was Konoha always suffering one disaster after another? Who is that kid? Shikamaru. Hurry up and investigate. You have to find that kid. Naruto clenched his teeth. Konoha had been wiped out again. No one knew how many had died. From the scene, it was entirely possible that only his son Boruto had survived. Calm down. That essay scene from the future, Shikamaru said calmly. But even so, he still gave the order immediately and told his men to investigate as fast as possible. But what I'm more curious about is that huge title. What do you mean, a battle between brothers? One that concerns the fate of the world. Naruto. You don't happen to have another son out there, do you? Shikamaru suddenly laughed. Naruto froze on the spot and hurriedly shouted. How is that possible? I'm very devoted. That was indeed true. The harvester of the ninja world's first kisses really was very devoted. No arguing with that. But that kid called Kawaki is obviously very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Konoha like that even with you and Sasuke there. Naruto fell silent and nodded. He wasn't bragging. As far as he knew, aside from Sasuke being able to exchange a few moves with him, If anyone else could withstand 3 of his attacks, then that shinobi would already be one of the very best in the ninja world. Yet this kid had reduced Konoha to that state. That alone was enough to show just how strong Kawaki was. At home, Hinata and Himawari were filled with worry, hoping Boruto would be okay. At the Ninja Academy, Boruto's mouth hung open. He simply couldn't believe that he would become a rogue ninja. His focus had always been strange. He didn't even notice the destroyed Konoha. Instead, he was puzzled over why he himself would become a rogue ninja. How should one put it? As expected of Naruto's son, Sarada had also set aside her confusion for the moment. Looking at the ruined Konoha in the video, her face was filled with gravity. She was a girl determined to become Hokage. If the village was destroyed, then how was she supposed to become Hokage? Konoha year 63. Teenage Naruto fell silent for a moment. This scene felt strangely familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before, right? During the first video, he had seen something like this in Hinata's memories. Back then, pain had reduced Konoha to ashes. But he had never thought that one day he would see it again. And that brat was even arrogantly saying that the age of shinobi was over. Who the hell did he think he was? Naruto had already decided. The moment he found out who that boy was, he was definitely going to let him have a taste of the strongest fist of Naruto Uzumaki. At the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, and then a powerful aura erupted from both of them. Bastard. He actually destroyed the village that Hashirama and I worked so hard to create, and he still dares to spout crap like the age of shinobi is over. If you've got the guts, then come to this era. I'll make damn sure you learn what a shinobi really is. The 2 strongest shinobi cursed loudly, feeling utterly stifled. In the video, the scene suddenly changed, and Boruto's voice was heard at the same time. If you want to know the reason behind all this, then it all started several years ago. At the start of the scene, a young boy stood on top of a speeding thunder rail train and charged straight into the Hokage rock, smashing the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki's stone face to pieces. Boruto Uzumaki has arrived. Facing the students of the Ninja Academy, Boruto revealed a grin. Boruto, you brat, you've gone way too far. Naruto, wearing the Hokage robe, suddenly appeared behind him, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. After that, Boruto was put in detention. Konoha year 83. Boruto's face twitched repeatedly in embarrassment. Especially now that he was at school, the feeling was even stronger. He could clearly feel the burning gazes around him, and his cheeks turned red. Why did this video have to play all of a sudden? Boruto felt both humiliated and furious inside. He had always valued his pride above all else, and right now he seriously wanted to find a hole and crawl into it. Konoha year 63. When Naruto saw that he had become Hokage, he was so happy he could hardly describe it. But seeing that the blonde kid really was his son still left him somewhat surprised. That child's personality is pretty similar to Naruto's, Kakashi muttered. Yeah. That jumpy, restless temperament really is alike, Sasuke also nodded. At the Hyuga clan, Hinata's face was completely red. So that's the child Naruto-kun and I will have? He looks so handsome. And really full of energy. She thought so quietly to herself. The video continued. After getting out of detention, Boruto used his right eye to see black shadows that ordinary people couldn't see. Those shadows possessed shinobi and caused quite a bit of destruction in Konoha. After investigating together with his friends, he discovered that the one behind it all was the class representative from his class. But after one round of Boruto's talk no jutsu, Sumire Keikei came to her senses and joined Konoha's research department. Konoha year 83. Naruto's expression changed. Shikamaru. Hurry up and investigate. Shikamaru nodded at once, not daring to slack off in the slightest. In truth, he was practically cursing that old bastard Danzo to death in his heart. That bastard had already died. Yet he still left them with a huge pile of trouble. He really never let anyone have peace. Cursing was one thing, but when it came to Konoha's safety, Shikamaru still took it extremely seriously. On the Ninja Academy training grounds, many students looked at Sumire Keikei with fear on their faces. I can't believe gentle, soft-spoken Sumire would be that kind of person. She actually wanted to destroy Konoha. That's terrifying. She was just daydreaming. Konoha has Lord Hokage protecting it. He is the strongest man in the ninja world. How could Sumire possibly succeed in destroying Konoha? Yeah. Lord Hokage is so strong. Didn't the video already make it obvious she failed? Still, Lord Hokage really is a good person. Someone like her was actually allowed to stay in Konoha instead of being executed. At the same time, everyone also started seeing Boruto, the Hokage's privileged son, in a different light. They hadn't expected that Boruto, who looked so careless and unreliable, would actually help his companions like that. The discussions on the training grounds kept rising one after another, making Sumire's face turn deathly pale. She had never imagined that her plan would be exposed just after it had begun. The feeling in her heart was impossible to describe. Boruto walked up to Sumire with a serious expression. He didn't say anything. The main reason he was standing here was because he was worried someone might hurt her. Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you. Boruto completely understood her hardships. And he also believed in the pure kindness inside the girl before him. Sumira's eyes reddened. At this moment, her heart was completely captured by the blonde boy in front of her. But she wanted to know about the boy's future. So she raised her head and continued watching the video. Very soon, a new transfer student joined the class. His name was Mitsuki. And after that, time flew by. During this period, Boruto, Mitsuki, and Sarada formed Team 7 together, with Konohamaru Sarutobi as their instructor, and completed quite a few missions. In addition, on Himawari's birthday, Naruto broke his promise, making the already strained relationship between father and son even worse. Only after seeing this did everyone understand that Naruto's relationship with his own son was actually not good. And the reason was something the people of the ninja world could understand as well. Naruto was too busy with work and neglected his family, which caused Boruto to grow resentful. But at the same time, all Boruto really wanted was for Naruto to look at him a little more and acknowledge him. Outside the video, Boruto clenched his fists, and then a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Was the duty of being Hokage really more important than family? In the video, Boruto was fiercely arguing with his mother, but he quickly felt that it was inappropriate, so he shut his mouth and walked toward the entrance. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Boruto's expression changed, and he hurried over to open the door. Then he kicked out with one foot, but the visitor easily caught it. Only then did Boruto realize that person was not his dad, and he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I thought you were my dad. You're Naruto's son? The one who came was Sasuke. He spoke calmly. Hinata walked over from inside the house, looking surprised as she said, Is that Sasuke? Yeah. Is Naruto home? He should still be in the Hokage's office right now. Sorry for the disturbance. And so, that was the end of the only conversation the two had in more than 30 years. But Boruto stared at Sasuke's back with shining eyes. Too cool. So cool. Was that Uchiha Sasuke, his dad's rival? Outside the video, the moment Sarada saw her father, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Ever since she could remember, she had no memory of her father. She could only search for a father's love through that pieced-together photo. And now she had finally seen her father. Her feelings were painful and complicated. Very soon, the scene changed. Boruto came to Naruto's room and saw the photos there, as well as Naruto's shabby clothes from childhood. Man, that's so lame. He grabbed Naruto's clothes and threw them downstairs, and they just so happened to land right in front of Sasuke. So Sasuke brought the clothes along to Naruto. Hokage's office. Sasuke, why'd you come back in the middle of the night? Naruto leaned against his chair with a tired face as he spoke. This is the information. Information about Kaguya. Then he told Naruto about the Otsutsuki he encountered in the other dimension. After that, he placed Naruto's clothes from his youth on the desk. Naruto was clearly a little surprised. This is. When I went to your house, I ran into your son. He's a lot like you were when you were young. Naruto stood up, sadness on his face, and said, If I had to say it, he's more like you. No. Maybe he doesn't take after either of us. His clothes are always brand new. Sasuke smiled. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? On the true nature of shinobi. No matter how the times change as shinobi, they won't change. Naruto laughed. Those kids aren't like we were back then. They've never experienced war, and they don't understand loss. Sasuke, this time you're going to lose. We'll see, Sasuke said with a smile. The true nature of shinobi? Sasuke's question directly left everyone dumbfounded. What did he mean by the true nature of shinobi? The original shinobi had only been tools for assassination. Later, with the continuous study of chakra, the power of ninjutsu gradually increased, and shinobi turned into warriors who could fight head-on. But most of the time, shinobi still mainly focused on gathering intelligence and then launching sneak attacks. True frontal combat was really only for those top-tier experts. But clearly, not everyone in the ninja world was an expert. So Sasuke's one sentence made everyone fall into deep thought. Had the future already developed this fast? From researching ninjutsu directly to researching the true nature of shinobi? That kind of leap was hard for many people to accept. However, when the people of Konoha saw what Boruto had done, they really felt a little upset. This kid was truly too much. How dare he treat his father like that? Did he know how far his father had walked to become Hokage? And yet he so recklessly blamed his father for being Hokage. No matter which village it was, once someone became a Kage, his responsibility was no longer only his own family. He had to take responsibility for the entire village and treat everyone in the village as his family. That was what a true Kage was. Konoha Year 63. After the excitement Naruto felt upon learning that he would become Hokage gradually faded, sadness suddenly appeared in his eyes. He clearly knew the feeling of loneliness. So why had he made his own family experience it too? That child Boruto had obvious strengths. He respected his mother and cared for his little sister, but he deeply hated the father who ignored this family. But as the video continued to play, Naruto also understood. Boruto only hoped that he, as his father, would look at him a little more. He only hoped to gain his father's acknowledgement. But the version of himself in the video had not done that. Or maybe he had, but Boruto never noticed it. But that was no different from not doing it at all. No matter what it was, when you decided to do something, you had to make the people involved aware of it. Otherwise, all your effort would be meaningless. This was a principle he had known since childhood, but now it seemed that after growing up, he had completely forgotten this truth. He made up his mind. In the future, once he started a family, he absolutely would not let his own children go through this. This was his responsibility and also his duty. Konoha Year 47. Uzumaki Kushina was full of worry. She had not expected that after Naruto started a family in the future and had a son and daughter, he would still completely fail to handle the conflict between the village and his family. It made her uneasy. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "Don't worry, Kushina, that's our son. He definitely won't have a problem." But at the same time, Naruto's situation also reminded him of something. Although he and Kushina had no plans to have another child, there was always the chance of an accident. If one day things got heated, they failed to take precautions, had a child, and he also became Hokage, then he absolutely could not be like Naruto. But how to resolve the conflict between the village and family really was a headache-inducing problem. Konoha Year 83. Boruto snorted coldly when he saw this. He did not feel the slightest bit that he was wrong. In fact, after hearing what Naruto in the video said, he became even angrier. He felt that his father did not understand him at all. What shinobi and all that? I don't want to become one at all, Boruto thought to himself. In the video, time passed quickly. During the few days Sasuke was at home, Boruto came to find him this time because he wanted to take him as his master. Sasuke was confused by this. Why weren't you asking your old man to teach you? Instead, you wanted him to teach you? That was a little strange, wasn't it? Of course. When it came to his best friend's son, he was not stingy. He directly said that as long as Boruto could learn the Rasengan, he could take him as his master. So Boruto excitedly ran off to find Konohamaru. Big bro Konohamaru. Big bro Konohamaru. Late at night, Boruto kept banging on Konohamaru's door. Konohamaru woke up from his sleep and said helplessly, "What is it?" Boruto shouted, "Big bro Konohamaru, hurry up and teach me the Rasengan." Konohamaru walked out of his room. When he heard Boruto's words, he froze for a moment, then immediately jumped up in joy. "Ah, Boruto, you've finally grown up. You've finally matured. You know, brother Naruto entrusted you to me because he trusted me, but I failed that trust. Watching you fool around and drift through every day, my heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. And now you've finally come to your senses. Are you planning to master it and amaze brother Naruto during the Chunin exams?" Hearing Konohamaru's long-winded speech, Boruto said speechlessly, Yeah, you're right." And so Boruto began bitter training, and within 3 days, he successfully mastered the Rasengan. This kid is insane. Jiraiya was stunned. Back then, it had taken him several months to fully master it. Even Naruto had needed close to half a month just to finish learning it, and as for fully mastering it, who knew how long that had taken? After all, the 9 tails inside him had been interfering. For a long time, he had to rely on shadow clones to form the Rasengan. But the child in front of him had actually learned it in 3 days. This was already beyond the scope of genius. He was more like a monster. This was his grand disciple after all. Jiraiya's face was full of smiles. In the video, Boruto hurried over to find Sasuke. Sasuke looked shocked as he said, "You've already learned it?" As Naruto's old rival, and also the man who had eaten the most Rasengans, he knew exactly how powerful the Rasengan was and how difficult it was to learn. And this kid had learned it in just 1 day? Boruto said confidently, "Of course. If I couldn't learn it, why would I come here?" Then he began forming the Rasengan with both hands. A few seconds later, a tiny Rasengan appeared in his palm. So small, can't even really be called a Rasengan. But if we're just talking about doing it, before he could finish, Boruto had already run out of patience. He threw the Rasengan in his hand, and then it vanished. Staring at the Rasengan that had disappeared, Boruto ran off into the distance in a daze. Sarada, who had been watching Boruto the whole time, jumped down from the tree. Looking at Boruto's back, she said, "Dad, you're really too strict. You don't understand Boruto. I think I need to say this, his personality isn't like that. Being able to get this far is already a miracle." Sasuke said speechlessly, "He's the one who was too impatient. I hadn't even finished talking. I was originally planning to take him as my disciple." Then Sarada chased after Boruto with a happy expression, while Sasuke glanced sideways into the distance, a strange smile appearing on his face. They didn't know why Sasuke was smiling. But the next day, Boruto successfully used the scientific ninja tool to perform the Rasengan. Sasuke understood everything perfectly well, but still decided to accept him as a disciple. Soon, it was time for the Chunin exams. Boruto was desperate to prove himself, so he used the absolutely forbidden scientific ninja tool. With its support, Boruto naturally won the match. At the Chunin exams arena, Naruto's brows were tightly furrowed. Even though Boruto often said Naruto didn't care about him, Naruto still knew his own son's strength very well. Boruto was a genius in the ninja academy, and his combat ability was pretty good. But that kind of ability was only suitable for battles of life and death. In this kind of competition-based fight, Boruto's combat power simply couldn't be fully brought out. There was no way he should have been able to defeat Shikadai. The people outside the arena were all cheering for Boruto and applauding. But very quickly, Naruto noticed something was wrong. He thought of the scientific ninja tool the uploader had brought before. He leaped down from the high platform and arrived in front of the overjoyed Boruto. Boruto, full of excitement, was eagerly waiting for Naruto's praise. But Naruto grabbed his right hand and flipped it over hard, revealing the forbidden scientific ninja tool. Boruto's face turned deathly pale. He stared blankly at his father, whose expression was grave. Boruto, from this day on, you are no longer a ninja. I hereby announce that Boruto Uzumaki cheated. The winner is Shikadai Nara. Naruto took the forehead protector off Boruto's head and tucked it into his own clothes. Everyone was stunned. They simply couldn't believe it. The Hokage's child had actually cheated right in front of the Hokage himself. Wasn't this a naked slap to his face? Naruto looked guilty, his face full of heartache, as he pulled along the dazed Boruto. Let's go, Boruto. There are still matches after this. Boruto violently shook off Naruto's hand and shouted with a trace of tears in his voice. If you'd told me the rules of the match earlier, if you'd paid more attention to me, how could I possibly have done something like this? Naruto froze. Looking at his hysterical son, he said nothing. He knew the reason Boruto had done this. Wanting to become the winner was only part of it. More importantly, he wanted Naruto's acknowledgement. This was his son. Outside the video, everyone watched nervously. The relationship between Naruto and Boruto, this father and son, had probably reached its most tense point. If Naruto didn't handle this properly, Boruto's personality might change drastically from now on. He might really become a rogue ninja. Naruto himself felt uneasy. Although his strength was overwhelming, when it came to family matters, he was still somewhat clueless. Of course, he hoped his future self would handle it well and keep Boruto from going down the wrong path. He knew what it felt like to be ignored, especially when the one ignoring you was someone important to you. Year 83 of Konoha. On the Ninja Academy training field, Boruto watched this scene expressionlessly. The moment he found out that his future self in the video had cheated, he had already thought of this possibility. If he himself could think of it, then the Boruto in the video naturally would have known too. His father was praised as the strongest man in the ninja world today. His eyes were not something that easy to fool. But he hadn't expected his father to be so heartless. Of course, he wouldn't hate his father over something this small. All he wanted was Naruto's love and concern. But after learning that he had taken Sasuke as his teacher, a smile appeared on his face again. His father's lifelong rival, with strength not much different from his father's. He was definitely a good teacher. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that teacher Sasuke was really cool. Sarada was excited inside. Father. That was her father in the flesh. And judging from how things looked, he would be coming back after some time. That was really great. Ever since she could remember, Sarada had never met her own father. Even when she asked her mother would only vaguely say that her father had gone off to carry out a secret mission, one that only he could complete. Sarada had gotten angry a few times too, but her mother had never compromised with her in the slightest, which also meant that no matter what she did, she would never be told where her father was. Sometimes, she even wondered whether she was really Sasuke's biological daughter. After all, other people's children had both parents around and the companionship of family. Only she did not. But now, after seeing in the video that she got along so well with her father, Sarada was happier than words could describe. Hokage's office. Shikamaru smoked as he said, Naruto, you really went a bit too far this time. No matter what, you shouldn't have made Boruto lose all face in public. Naruto nodded. If this video hadn't appeared, he might never have realized this problem. Based on how the future was developing, he definitely still would have done the same thing. And when that time came, he would have hurt Boruto once again. Naruto, even though you're the Hokage, there are still some things I have to say, Shikamaru Nara said. I've wanted to say these things for a long time, but I've been holding them in. Ever since you became Hokage, every day you split off a huge number of shadow clones to help the people in the village and maintain the village's security. All the exhaustion they accumulate gathers back into your body, which is why you're so tired. Otherwise, your work efficiency would be even higher, and you'd also have more time to spend with your family. By the time Shikamaru finished saying this much, Naruto already understood what he meant. Like a child who had done something wrong, he spoke in a low voice, but I just want the people in the village to live happily. Shikamaru smiled. Think about it. The ninja world is so peaceful now, and technology is so advanced. The only things that really need to be dealt with are matters concerning the Otsutsuki, along with the village's development and construction. But honestly, Those things alone shouldn't make you this busy, nor should they leave you drained all day. And you say you want the people in the village to be happy. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why do you have to help them with all that? A lot of those things are just normal daily affairs. They shouldn't have been yours to handle in the first place, but you've taken all of them onto yourself. Otherwise, you'd be as idle as the 6th Hokage. Shikamaru's words directly made Naruto fall silent. He admitted that Shikamaru was right. With the development of technology, once it became his turn to become Hokage, the efficiency of handling affairs should have increased. But in reality, he was more exhausted than any previous Hokage. Every day, it felt like there were endless matters waiting for him. Yeah, you're right. Looks like from now on, I need to properly deal with this kind of situation. Naruto nodded and said solemnly. Shikamaru smiled. That's good. Other than Sasuke, Naruto's relationship with him was probably the best. The two had grown up together since childhood, and together with Choji, they had been known as the three great truants. That reputation wasn't for nothing. Before Naruto became Hokage, Shikamaru had already expected something like this would happen. That was why he had been so firm about becoming the 6th Hokage's assistant in the future, so that one day, he could help Naruto. But the way things developed was even more outrageous than he had expected. On days when Naruto made fewer shadow clones, there were still at least hundreds. On busier days, there were even thousands. They helped all over the village, from carrying goods to constructing buildings. Naruto's figure could be seen everywhere, and that was also the reason he looked so drained every day. In the past, Shikamaru had been unwilling to bring it up, since it was Naruto's own choice. But after seeing the confrontation between Naruto and Boruto in the video, he felt terrible inside. After all, he had a son too. He really didn't want things to end up like that between the two of them, so he could only try to persuade him. In the video, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked up into the sky. There, two white-haired, white-bearded men with unnaturally pale bodies were flying high above. Who were those two? They could actually fly in the air? Unbelievable. Were there still people in the ninja world who could fly now? The entire venue erupted into discussion. Everyone's faces full of disbelief. A look of shock appeared on Naruto's face, and he suddenly remembered the intelligence Sasuke had brought back before. Could they be Otsutsuki? They've finally come. His expression turned serious as he faced the two of them solemnly. We finally found it. The two slowly descended from the sky, mocking smiles hanging on their faces. Looking at the two powerful figures descending from the heavens, everyone's hearts trembled. Even through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming pressure coming from them. Just who were those two? Kaguya was greatly alarmed. Otsutsuki had really come, and the one who came was even Momoshiki, a noble of the Otsutsuki clan. His strength was far beyond anything she could compare to. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, even though she had always known they would send someone eventually, she hadn't expected it to be this fast. It had only been a mere 1,000 years, and they had already dispatched people. Who knows whether those two brats, Sasuke and Naruto, can actually win. If they can't, then the ninja world is truly finished. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as he is. Konoha year 63. The Sage of Six Paths brothers looked at the Otsutsuki, who looked almost no different from the two of them, and their minds went blank for a moment. Could those two be their mother's clansmen? They really looked terrifyingly strong. This was bad. If such a powerful enemy really appeared in the future, they didn't think Naruto and Sasuke would be able to resolve that kind of crisis. They glanced at Naruto and Sasuke beside them and could clearly see the tension on their faces. Konoha year 83. Naruto frowned slightly. Who were those two? Could it be that Sasuke's investigation into Kaguya had made progress? Judging from the video, it should be in the near future. I think they should be Kaguya's clansmen. Sasuke's voice rang out as he suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. Naruto's face lit up with joy. You're back? Why didn't you say anything? Sasuke shook his head. That giant screen suddenly appeared in the sky. I really couldn't put my mind at ease, so I came back to take a look. But it seems everything is still fine for now. Nothing beyond imagination has happened. Naruto gave a bitter smile. This still didn't count as beyond imagination? Shikamaru took a drag from his cigarette and said, What did you mean by that just now? I've been searching for Kaguya's ruins everywhere recently, and I've gained a little from it. But now I ascend the time to talk about that. Let us watch the video first. The two nodded and continued looking at the video in the sky. In the video, in the distance, Boruto saw the skinny man's eyes, and his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. The Akugan? Could he be related to the Hyuga clan? Naruto frowned and said, Are you Kaguya's kin? But Momoshiki only gave a faint smile. He didn't clearly answer the question. Instead, he softly said, There really are a lot of these inferior life forms. Lord Momoshiki, humans on a trash planet like this breed like parasites. Their reproductive ability is very strong. Kinshiki swayed his head as he spoke. Then he gathered power and slammed a punch into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth cracked apart. The fissures stretched for hundreds of meters, and the entire venue collapsed in an instant. Screams, shouts, and cries of fear rose and fell throughout the whole arena. But the ninjas, there were no pushovers. They all used their own ninjutsu and managed to save quite a few people. Konoha year 63. Temari looked at herself in the video with a dazed expression. If she hadn't seen wrong from the beginning, it looked like she had married Nara Shikamaru. She had actually married someone from Konoha. She found it hard to believe. After all, they were planning to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. Did the plan fail? But if it failed, how did they survive? Or had the plan never been carried out at all? Seeing his sister's ugly expression, Kankuro couldn't help laughing. Temari, don't be so upset. Shikamaru is the future Hokage's assistant. His strength definitely won't be bad, and his status isn't low either. He's good enough for you. Gaara's gaze also turned rather strange. These few video broadcasts had caused a huge change in his state of mind. Especially after learning that, in the video, he seemed to have quite a good relationship with Naruto. His resolve had wavered even more. During this period, he had changed drastically. It seemed he no longer hated the world and humanity as much as before, and he had already decided that once the time was right, he would definitely go to Konoha to find Naruto Uzumaki. He believed the two of them would definitely become friends and fill the emptiness in his heart. In the video, the venue was in utter chaos. Everyone was desperately running for their lives. Perhaps they themselves didn't understand how coming to watch a mere Chunin exams match could end up costing them their lives. Naruto had no mood to focus on Momoshiki and Kinshiki right now. He created several shadow clones to rescue the villagers. In the distance, when Sarada saw this scene, anger surged in her heart, and she immediately wanted to rush over. But Kinshiki sensed the hostility and instantly moved over, bringing his axe down in a slash. But a blue flash suddenly appeared and carried Sarada away. You want to make a move against my daughter? Do you want that horn of yours shortened even more? Kinshiki seemed a little shaken, but the moment he thought of how this bastard had cut short the horn he was so proud of, the symbol of the Otsutsuki, rage nearly burst out of him. You bastard! You still dare show your face in front of me? Good. We'll settle both old and new grudges together now. Kinshiki sneered. You want to? You couldn't do it back then, let alone now. Sasuke carried Sarada to a safe place and told her to go find her mother. Then, under Sarada's worried gaze, Sasuke stepped forward to face Momoshiki. Don't worry, Sarada. Your dad is very strong. He won't be defeated by an opponent like this. Sakura comforted from beside her. No, Mom, look. Sakura looked up toward the center of the venue. Naruto and Momoshiki were still facing off, but suddenly, Momoshiki leaped forward and kicked Naruto flying. Boruto was instantly furious. That bastard actually launched a sneak attack. No honor at all. He immediately used scientific ninja tools to unleash a large number of ninjutsu, but Momoshiki absorbed all of them. So that's how it is. It's very similar to our pills. Momoshiki thought to himself, but he no longer kept playing around. He arrived in front of Boruto, ready to kill him in one move. But Naruto reacted even faster, turning into a golden flash and rescuing Boruto. Momoshiki laughed loudly. Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission? Shadow Possession Jutsu. In the distance, Shikamaru seized the opportunity and used his clan's secret technique. Don't underestimate ninjas, Shikamaru roared. But he was quickly slapped in the face. The golden Rinnegan in Momoshiki's hand flashed, and the shadow on the ground was instantly absorbed. Shikamaru was shocked. It got absorbed? His body staggered, clearly showing that this absorption had cost him a great deal of chakra. At this moment, Sasuke also broke away from Kinshiki and arrived in front of Naruto. These are the people recorded on Kagaya's scroll. Naruto spoke up. So Kagaya created the white Zetsu to guard against those people? Most likely. But right now, their main target should be the chakra fruit. In other words, the tailed beast chakra inside you. Sasuke said calmly, it's those guys. Kagaya's scroll recorded their arrival. Momoshiki said softly, I didn't expect you to know this much. You've really made me see you in a new light. Naruto frowned. What exactly are you trying to do? He wanted to stall for time. There were still many people in the arena who hadn't evacuated yet. Once they started fighting, countless people would definitely be killed or injured. Of course, to let the god tree regrow, and then gain eternal life and youth. Momoshiki spread his arms and flew into the air with a crazed expression. His hands rose above his head, and in the blink of an eye, countless streams of energy gathered together. After a few breaths, they condensed into an energy sphere dozens of meters wide. Laughing wildly, Momoshiki hurled the energy sphere downward. Naruto's expression turned ugly, and he turned to look around. Quite a few people had already left, but they still couldn't fight here. This was the very center of the village. The battle broke out here. Konoha would be reduced to ruins. Kurama, left with no choice, he could only unleash Kurama for defense. Otherwise, once that attack landed, the village would vanish as well. The massive golden Kurama avatar directly covered all of them completely. Naruto pressed his palms together and desperately resisted the black-red mass of energy in the sky. Kurama's tails wrapped tightly around the sphere to prevent the aftershock of the explosion from harming the surrounding area. Sasuke, look after the kids. Sasuke said nothing. Of course he understood what Naruto was thinking. Right now, Naruto only wanted to lure those two away from Konoha, even if it meant using himself as bait. Dad, why aren't you fighting back? Boruto couldn't stand it anymore. Why was he only defending passively? Sasuke glanced at him. Don't doubt Naruto's strength. If he wanted to, he could blow away an attack like that at any time. But after that, the village would be finished. Boruto froze on the spot. For the sake of protecting the village? He closed his eyes and carefully sensed Naruto's chakra. So this is Dad's chakra. It's so warm. He thought of the past, of the happy childhood when his father used to stay by his side and play with him. Boom! The giant mass of energy suddenly exploded. But under Naruto's protection, Konoha didn't suffer too much damage. However, he himself was taken away by Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Dad, watching his father get captured with his own eyes. Boruto felt heartbroken. Even if his relationship with his father wasn't good, that was still his father. Powerlessness. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Year 83 of Konoha. Boruto stared blankly at the scene. His father had been taken away by two mysterious powerhouses. At this moment, his heart felt as if it were being sliced apart by blades. Sarada came to his side, just about to comfort him, when she saw Boruto wipe his eyes and stare at the screen without saying a word. Sarada was a little stunned. Since when had this brat become so strong? She let out a breath of relief. She had really been worried that Boruto might do something reckless in his agitation. Still, she wasn't as worried as Boruto. She believed in the power of the 7th Hokage. Those two couldn't possibly do anything to Lord Hokage. And more importantly, she had seen her father. She had never expected that, in the not-so-distant future, she would be fighting side by side with him. Just thinking about it made Sarada so excited that her face turned red. Originally, she had been worried that after meeting her father, she would be so emotional that she wouldn't know what to do. She had also worried about how the two of them would get along. But now it seemed that the relationship between father and daughter was actually quite good. That let her put down the worry in her heart. Year 63 of Konoha. Sasuke was dumbfounded. No matter what, he had never expected that in the future he would end up with Sakura. In his imagination, after getting his revenge, he probably wouldn't have much motivation left to grow stronger. Then he would travel across all lands, become a wandering shinobi, and grow old alone like that, dying in some foreign country. But from the look of the future, the wandering shinobi part had indeed come true. What he hadn't expected was that he would actually settle down and start a family. And the person was Sakura. That surprised him quite a bit. It wasn't like he didn't know how Sakura felt about him. But knowing didn't really matter because before this, all his thoughts had been focused on revenge. But now his strength had already grown powerful, and he had personally killed Danzo. As long as he found Itachi Uchiha, his revenge could be considered nearing its end. When that time came, it seemed like he could think about his lifelong future as well. Besides, his future daughter was so cute. It wouldn't be good if she disappeared. As for Sakura, she was so excited right now she looked like she was going crazy. With a smug face, she looked at Ino. See? In the end, the winner is still me. Ino, you've got no chance. Just give up. That damn forehead. Ino was so angry she started hopping mad. But there was nothing she could do. In the video, the scene shifted. Boruto woke up in the hospital. He had learned the truth that his father had been taken away. Seeing Hinata lying on the hospital bed, he felt terrible, and rushed straight to the Hokage's office. He looked around everywhere, then gave a bitter smile. What am I even thinking? I obviously know he wouldn't be here. Suddenly, he saw the clothes he had once thrown away, Naruto's childhood clothes. He slowly put them on, thinking of everything that had happened between him and his father, thinking of how his father had risked his life to protect Konoha. I'm such a loser. From blindly blaming his father to now reflecting on himself. Boruto had matured quite a bit at this moment. That's right. You really are a loser. Boruto suddenly turned around and said in shock, Mr. Sasuke. Sasuke slowly walked to his side. Your cheating was exposed, you were looked down on, your forehead protector was taken from you, and now you're not even a shinobi anymore. On top of that, you've lost your father. You're almost exactly the same as he was back then, though you're a little better than him. At least you have a mother who loves you and a sister who cares about you. Boruto paused, then spoke firmly. How did Dad deal with things back then? You don't want to know his weakness anymore? Boruto nodded. Then why don't you go ask him yourself? Dad is still alive? Boruto couldn't believe it, but his voice was full of excitement. That's right. I can still sense his chakra, though I don't know what condition he's in. Boruto let out a breath. We're going to rescue the Hokage. Of course we have to go too. This concerns the Otsutsuki clan, so we can't just leave it at that. And Naruto is my friend. We can't let them look down on the 5 Kage. Boruto hesitated. But Can I really do it? Sasuke smiled. Although I lost to him, as long as you're willing, you'll definitely be able to surpass him in the future. Because you're an even bigger idiot than he is. Boruto looked completely confused. You already called me an idiot, so how is that even possible? Being an idiot means refusing to give up. Listen to me. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. I'll go. He said it firmly. Then Sasuke handed his own forehead protector to Boruto. This is something I once cast aside. But your father kept it all this time, so now I'm giving it to you. Make sure you keep it safe for me. A sharp light shot out of Boruto's eyes as he slowly tied the forehead protector around his forehead. Let's go. On the rooftop. Dad, I want to go too. Sasuke bent down. Right now, you're the only person in the village who has the Sharingan. You have to stay here. Then Dad, you have to come back alive. Of course. His Rinnegan gave off a strange purple glow. Then the space ahead turned hollow, surrounded by black streams of light. Let's go in. Hinata looked at Boruto and the others who were about to set off, her face full of worry. Boruto's face was serious at first. Then he showed a smile and lightly brushed up his bangs, revealing that rogue ninja forehead protector in front of everyone. I'm going, Mom. Hinata stepped forward 2 steps and said softly, I'm entrusting your father to you. Boruto, of course. Year 83 of Konoha, the Ninja Academy training grounds. Sarada first looked at the Boruto in the video, then secretly shifted her gaze toward the real Boruto. Her face turned red. For some reason, she just felt that Boruto looked really handsome. This kind of handsomeness was completely different from any man she had ever imagined. Her heart thumped wildly. This is bad. This is what falling for someone feels like. I have to hold it in. How could I possibly like that reckless idiot Boruto? Absolutely impossible. I will never let something like that happen. Boruto's gaze shifted as he seemed to be thinking about something. A moment later, he finally let out a deep sigh. Growth. At that moment, he seemed to have matured quite a bit. But it was still too late. He had realized it too late. His father had already been captured, already being brutalized by those 2 Otsutsuki enemies. Yet he had no way to save him and could only place his hopes on his own master. Please. You have to save Dad, future me. Boruto placed his right fist over his chest and prayed silently. Konoha Year 63. Someone sighed with emotion. Naruto is still the same Naruto. For the sake of protecting the village and the people he cares about, he can sacrifice himself. Yet, after watching so many videos, the villagers had come to understand Naruto much better. But the more they understood him, the more regretful they felt. Especially now that the 4th Hokage and his wife would occasionally come to this era, making it hard for them to even know how to face them. Konoha Year 47. Naruto will be alright, one teehee, Kushina asked worriedly. Don't worry. Naruto is so strong. He'll be fine. Minato patted Kushina on the shoulder in comfort. But Kushina didn't say it out loud. She could only quietly watch the video, though she still sighed inwardly. Could only be said that they truly were father and son. Back then, Minato had faced the Nine Tails alone and saved Konoha. Now Naruto was using his own power to resist that kind of massive explosion and save Konoha once again. Konoha really was lucky to have this father and son. Why doesn't anyone think about why that is? If the Nine Tails wasn't in Konoha, then Konoha wouldn't have gone through so many disasters. In the video, inside the alternate space, Naruto was bound to the gigantic divine tree, while Momoshiki kept absorbing his chakra. After a while he clicked his tongue. There's actually this much? After all this time I've only absorbed half. Naruto gave a weak smile. Thanks for the compliment. I've always been pretty proud of the amount of chakra I have. Momoshiki flew into a rage. Fox, do you even understand your current situation? You're my prisoner right now. A ninja's guts won't disappear just because of something like this. And besides, Naruto suddenly fell silent. He closed his eyes and thought of the happy life he once had with his family. He thought of the promise he had made with his son. And besides, I still have to get back to that kid's side. Is that so? Momoshiki smiled. Then here's some news that'll definitely make you happy. This divine tree was cultivated using one of your own kind. I think it was called the Eight Tails. Naruto was shocked. You bastard. He had always had a good relationship with Gyuki and Killer Bee. But now this bastard was telling him the Eight Tails was already dead. Didn't that mean Killer Bee was dead too? I'm telling you, ninjas won't let you do whatever you want. Momoshiki had just been about to get angry when he sensed several unfamiliar presences. He looked up and was instantly stunned. 6 people were descending from above. How did these people get in here? Very quickly, he thought of Sasuke and said angrily, that cloaked Rinnegan user again? How annoying. But Sasuke's attack came almost immediately, giving him no time to think. Momoshiki raised both hands to block, but the 4 Kage weren't just for show. They quickly pulled him away from Naruto's side. And then Sasuke swung the Kusanagi sword and cut Naruto down. Kinshiki frowned deeply. He was disgusted by these so-called ninjas to the extreme. Seeing his superior being surrounded, he rushed forward at once. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said with some dissatisfaction, Sasuke, how could you bring Boruto here? Even now, in Naruto's eyes, Boruto was still just a child. He still didn't believe Boruto could stand on his own and become a true ninja. Relax. This was the promise between him and me. It's also his resolve. You can't exactly scold your son for finally making up his mind. Can you? Naruto froze for a moment and said nothing more. Then Sasuke looked toward the battlefield and said calmly, hurry it up as much as possible. I'm going to help. His figure flashed and he went off to support the Hokage. Only then did Naruto carefully look Boruto over. His eyes fell on the clothes he was wearing. These clothes. Boruto lowered his head. They're Dad's. Yeah. Seeing you is like seeing one of my shadow clones. Naruto raised his head and drifted into memory. Then doesn't that make me way cooler now? Boruto lifted his head. It definitely does make you way cooler, Naruto agreed. Then he fell silent again for a moment. Sorry, Boruto. I kept talking about the village, but I didn't even take care of my own family. I completely neglected all of you. At this point, I have to talk about when I was little. When I was a kid, I didn't have parents. And I was always causing trouble too. Honestly, I did all the things you did when I was young. I was even worse than you. Stuff like painting graffiti on the Hokage rock. Because of that, Irika-sensei used to scold me all the time. My goal was the same as yours. No, not exactly the same. Back then, I didn't have any friends and I didn't have parents either. I just wanted other people to notice me. Didn't matter who. And you. He let out another sigh. Boruto stared blankly at his father. He had never known any of this. He had only ever blamed Naruto over and over, but he had never once thought about trying to understand his father. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. But no matter what, once we get through this danger, I'll definitely make it up to all of you. Boruto spoke blankly. I've always been stubborn. I never listened to Dad say these things. I don't understand Dad at all. No, I really want to understand Dad. Naruto smiled, patted the dust off his butt, and laughed loudly. There'll be plenty of chances. Boruto raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. I want to know Dad's story. Naruto rubbed Boruto's head. Really? Dad's story is very, very long. Yes. Good. Let us go. It's time to join the fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto's figure kept flashing through the air, but for Boruto's sake, he deliberately slowed down as much as he could. Dad, don't use ninjutsu unless it's absolutely necessary. He can absorb it and send it back several times stronger. Naruto frowned. So he could absorb ninjutsu. What a pain. Still, he didn't care that much. How many powerful enemies had he faced in his life who could absorb ninjutsu? But without exception, all of them had lost to him. And now, one Otsutsuki was nothing to worry about. Got it, Boruto. Stay farther back. The next battle isn't something you can take part in. Boruto nodded. This time, he didn't get angry because Naruto was looking down on him. Because now, he truly felt Naruto's love. Father, come on. You have to defeat that monster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lights blazed across the battlefield. Gold, purple, and blue, 3 colors of radiance tangled together. These were the traces left by the battle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Momoshiki. But up to now, none of them had shown their true strength yet. They were only probing each other for the time being. On the other side, the 4 Kage fought Kinshiki and finally forced him into a desperate corner. Momoshiki glanced sideways at him and didn't care. Then he looked around, as if he had sensed something. His eyes locked tightly onto Boruto. Suddenly, Momoshiki smiled. Fox, is that brat your child? Naruto frowned and said nothing. I see. What an interesting fate. I truly pity you, Fox. You possess such great power, yet you can't pass it on to the next generation. Naruto didn't understand. He had just been about to ask when he heard Momoshiki roar. Then let me show you how our clan does things. Come, Kinshiki. He stretched out his right hand. Kinshiki shouted, please devour me. Immediately, Kinshiki turned into a streak of red light and flew into Momoshiki's hand. Then he transformed into a fruit, which Momoshiki swallowed in one bite. This is bad. Sasuke reacted and moved, appearing in the air above him. He slashed down with one sword strike. But Momoshiki's originally fragile body had now become extremely tough. Even Sasuke couldn't break his defense. Too late. Shinra Tensei, an endless repulsive force instantly blasted several of them away. With a whoosh, he directly tore through space and kicked Chojuro away hundreds of meters, leaving him collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Then came Gaara. A heavy punch slammed into his stomach, blood pouring from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Then Darui and Kuratsuchi. In just a few breaths, all 4 Kage were down. Boruto's mouth hung open. So strong. Way too strong. The Kage, the top experts of every ninja village, were taken down in an instant. You're really ruthless. You even absorbed your own companion. Momoshiki remained unmoved and said coldly, you're next, Fox. Then he turned into a streak of rainbow light and shot straight toward Naruto. A fierce punch crashed out, and the air in front of it exploded. The deafening sound echoed in Naruto's ears. The speed was so fast that Naruto couldn't react in time and could only respond in a hurry. Bang bang bang. Naruto's body kept retreating. The force is way stronger than before. And his speed's gone up a lot too. Naruto carefully analyzed the information, but at that moment, a smile appeared on Mamoshiki's face as he charged up another punch. Wah! Pressure point strike. Naruto cried out in shock. That's not all. The terrifying fist force directly passed through Naruto's body and blasted a huge crater into the ground behind him. It seemed like stomach acid sprayed out of Naruto's mouth, and then his body was sent flying backward at high speed. Everything he smashed into along the way was crushed into powder. No one knew how far he flew before Naruto slightly regained his senses. Then his pupils rapidly shrank, and he hurriedly stabilized himself, plowing 2 bottomless trenches into the ground. With another whoosh, Momoshiki arrived in front of Naruto again in the span of a breath, tightly grabbing Naruto by the head. In the distance, Sasuke had finally recovered. He instantly flashed between them and launched an attack, but Momoshiki's reaction speed was even faster. Just like how he was gripping Naruto's head, he grabbed Sasuke's head too. Then a horrifying scene appeared. Momoshiki slammed both their heads into the ground and dragged them forward hard. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the earth, rock, or the divine tree's branches, everything vanished without a trace. Then he flew high into the sky and, using gravitational acceleration, smashed both of their bodies straight into the ground. Boom! The entire dimension trembled violently, as if an immeasurable earthquake had struck. Even Boruto, who was far from the center of the battlefield, lost his footing and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha! Fox! It's time to send you on your way. Momoshiki laughed wildly, delighted by the new power he had gained. But at that moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood back up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Naruto even patted the dust off his body. Momoshiki frowned, confused. What's going on? Those two took such heavy hits and they can still stand? How strange. Naruto spoke up. So that's it. Compared to before, you really are like a monster now. Momoshiki sneered. Don't joke around. If we're talking monsters, we're all the same. Yeah, you really are strong. Naruto grinned widely. In that case. The two moved at once and charged Momoshiki again. Their speed was much faster than before, but Momoshiki still reacted and tightly grabbed both of their arms. You two are really interesting. Momoshiki burst into laughter. Let us teach him a lesson. Sasuke. Then holy light erupted from their bodies. One golden, one purple. The two launched a relentless assault on Momoshiki at astonishing speed, while the smile on Momoshiki's face only grew wider. The three figures crisscrossed through the dimension, and all anyone could make out were streaks of flowing light. Sasuke, be careful. Stay away from the other Kage and avoid injuring them by mistake. Sasuke answered, but those words sounded extremely harsh in the ears of the other Kage. What you said is true, but did you really have to put it so directly? He is already this old, so how does Naruto still have no filter at all? Taijutsu collided, bodies clashed head-on. The fierce battle between the three left the entire ninja world dumbfounded. Watching this fight was even more exciting than watching Naruto fight Tonari. Because this wasn't just a clash between powerhouses. It was also the perfect teamwork between brothers. Naruto and Sasuke had known each other for decades, so there was no need to even mention how natural their coordination was. On top of that, both of them were individually unbelievably powerful. Either one alone stood at the very top of the ninja world. Yet, under the combined pressure of these two ceiling-level fighters, Momoshiki was still able to hold on for so long without falling behind. That alone was enough to show just how terrifying his strength was. Sasuke trembled with excitement. So strong. The future me is so strong. His current strength was already enough to be called powerful, but not enough to be called the strongest. He wasn't even comparable to the version of himself in the video. But after seeing how strong his future self was, he knew that he still had room to rise. He craved power. He touched his Sharingan lightly. There was still room to grow. The Rinnegan. I will definitely obtain it. He secretly made up his mind. Even if he didn't get a reward from the system in the future, he still had a path. For example, combining the power of the Senju and the Uchiha was more than enough to awaken the Rinnegan. For example, Uchiha Madara. Besides, he didn't think his talent was inferior to Uchiha Madara's at all. If Uchiha Madara could do it, then so could he. Uchiha Itachi, who had already defected from the Akatsuki, revealed a smile. Sure enough, according to the normal course of time, what I did really was correct. It can greatly motivate Sasuke. Motivate him? If not for Naruto, your beloved little brother would be turned into a madman and a complete villain. In the video, the rumbling booms echoed throughout the entire dimension. The more Momoshiki fought, the uglier his expression became. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Why were these two so strong? They were clearly just lower life forms. Humans, don't look down on me, Momoshiki roared. His speed became even faster, his power even stronger. But even so, Naruto and Sasuke showed not the slightest fear. Every punch and every kick seemed to carry the power to destroy heaven and earth. Why? Why are these two completely different from everyone I've met before? Momoshiki was starting to doubt his life, but in the instant he lost focus, Naruto's fist had already arrived before his eyes. Then with a boom, Momoshiki's head was punched out of shape, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Damn it! He roared in rage and was just about to counterattack when Sasuke descended from above and kicked him flying hundreds of meters away. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, smiling, then turned into rainbow streaks again and launched another non-stop assault on Momoshiki. So strong. Dad and teacher Sasuke are way too strong. Boruto was thrilled inside. Although he had long known that Naruto was called the strongest ninja in the ninja world, he had always thought that was just praise from other people. After all, Naruto was the leader of the Land of Fire's ninja village, held enormous authority, and was also a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. He had never imagined his father was actually this strong. Compared to him, the other four Kage weren't even worth a fart. Anoki! Momoshiki roared. His arms flipped rapidly, and a red staff appeared in his hand. With a fierce swing, the immense force directly carved trenches into the ground, and then he charged forward in fury. But the two of them felt no fear at all. On the contrary, their speed kept getting faster and faster. The whole battlefield was wrapped in light. Gold, purple, and silver. The three colors intertwined, creating a strangely unique sight. The battlefield kept shifting until they arrived in front of the divine tree. Sasuke pulled out a scroll, slammed a hand onto it, and shouted, together, Naruto, right? With a whoosh, a Fuma shuriken shot rapidly toward Momoshiki. Momoshiki smiled slightly and was just about to deal with it when he saw the giant shuriken split into countless shuriken flying toward him. With this number and this speed, even I would get injured. In his field of vision, it was almost like an infinite number of shuriken were flying at him. His heart hardened, and he spread both arms wide, shouting, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, all the surrounding shuriken were blasted away. A smile hung on his face. In the end, they were still inferior humans. What use could tricks like this possibly have against him? But what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. A giant shuriken suddenly burst out from the ground and shot wildly toward his chin. His heart jolted. He bent down to dodge and with a whoosh, the shuriken flew above him. Bang! The shuriken turned into smoke and transformed into Naruto. Raisin shuriken. A petty trick like this dares to show off in front of me? Momoshiki burst into laughter and stretched out his right hand, wanting to absorb the chakra. Nanny? In the next instant, the Raisin shuriken directly turned into Sasuke, and with one slash of his sword he struck out. Momoshiki was shocked, but his speed was not slow in the slightest. The red rod turned into chains and tightly bound him. I already said it was a petty trick. Now your end has come. Momoshiki shouted and attacked the bound Sasuke again. But in the very next moment, his body suddenly appeared in the spot where Sasuke had originally been. Nanny? Why? At this moment he was completely confused. He could still understand their previous combo, but now he could not understand it at all. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Is it the ability of his Rinnegan? Momoshiki thought to himself. But Naruto's attack was already crashing down from above, and there was no time to dodge at all. With a booming explosion, the entire ground instantly caved in, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, sage art, super big ball Rasengan. The heavens and earth seemed to shatter. Everything around them was sucked in, whether it was the earth, space, or matter, all of it was turning into nothingness. After this strike, Naruto leaped back. Sasuke then shouted, Planetary devastation. He raised his only remaining arm upward and exerted a slight force. In an instant, a gigantic stone sphere formed, and from afar it looked just like a moon. This should be the end of it. Outside the video, no matter which time and space they were in, everyone who saw this was completely stunned. They fell silent. They were speechless. They had no idea how to deal with these two cheating monsters. Why was everyone else a ninja too? But you two were this ridiculous. The other four Kage had no power to fight back at all. Yet the two of them had beaten him until he was completely at a loss. Was this the gap? No, they were not ninjas at all. Could these two guys also be some damn Otsutsuki or something? Year 83 of Konoha. Boruto fell completely silent. When he first watched the video, he heard Sasuke say that Naruto could blow away that kind of attack at any time, and he had thought Sasuke was joking. Now it seemed his own knowledge had been far too shallow. He had never imagined that his father possessed such terrifying power. This was completely different from the dad in his memory who was always a little absent-minded. But seeing the two of them beating up an Otsutsuki made him relax a lot. Now things were good. Dad and the others would not be in danger anymore. They were this strong. Boruto simply could not imagine how they could possibly lose. Sarada's mood at this moment was not much different from Boruto's. She was the only child of the Uchiha family, and she knew that. But she also knew very little about the Uchiha clan. In the village, She had only heard some old people talk about how glorious the Uchiha had once been, how powerful their bloodline was, especially her father, Sasuke Uchiha, the hero who ended the Ninja World War, whose strength had stood at the very peak of the Uchiha clan. Of course, she had never had any real sense of it. Although her talent was good, her Sharingan, the clan's Kekkei Genkai, had not yet awakened, so she had no way of sensing just how powerful the Uchiha's strength really was. But the appearance of this video made her fully understand her father's power. He was simply so strong that he did not seem human at all. How should she put it? The posture he showed in battle felt more like a god. That's right, the god of the Uchiha, and the 7th Hokage as well, just as expected of the person she admired. At this moment, she became even more determined to become Hokage. She believed that she would definitely become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan. People around them were discussing it non-stop. Most of them were astonished, shocked by Naruto and Sasuke's strength. But at the same time, with two people this powerful protecting the village, a sense of reassurance rose in their hearts, along with deep pride. As for the people of the other villages, after seeing this, they could only feel lucky that the world was already at peace. Otherwise, all of them would probably have been forced to submit under Konoha's pressure and never be able to lift their heads for the rest of their lives. The other 4 Kage did not have much emotional reaction. They had long known that these two were not normal people. Comparing themselves to monsters like this would only make them feel worse. There was simply no need. Year 63 of Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke both looked excited. This kind of teamwork was simply too amazing. Still, they both felt that move looked strangely familiar. Had they seen it somewhere before? Hehe. If Zabuza could come back to life, he would definitely shout, "I know this one." And that was indeed true. There should be no one more familiar with this move than Zabuza, because he was the first man to eat the Naruto-Sasuke combo. Back then, one hand of his had pinned down the reincarnation of Ajura, the 7th Hokage, while the other had pinned down the reincarnation of Indra. He had even controlled the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, while stepping on the master of the strength of 100 seal. That had probably been the peak of his life. If he could see this video in the Pure Land, he would definitely sigh and say, "Look, damn it, your father was that awesome back then." The other ninja villages remained silent the whole time. By now, after watching this much, they were already used to it. They barely even reacted anymore. Sure enough, those two were just freaks. Comparing strength with them was simply asking for humiliation. Kirigakure. Chojuro wore a completely dazed expression, which soon turned into deep disappointment. "Mizukage-sama, can someone like me really take on the responsibility of the Mizukage?" Meitarumi patted his head and smiled brightly. "Of course, Chojuro is very strong. If you work hard and train from now on, then in the future you'll definitely become even stronger than them." Chojuro said happily. "Really? Really?" Of course that was fake. Meitarumi complained inwardly. "Even I'm not their match for a single move, so you, kid, should stop dreaming even more." But right now, Kirigakure was suffering from a lack of talent. Only Chojuro could barely shoulder the responsibility of becoming Mizukage, so naturally she could not let this young man lose his dreams. Otherwise, once she retired, who would carry the banner of Kirigakure? Iwagakure. Inoki kept sighing without end.
Dedara? Ah, Dedara.
"You just had to go out and become a rogue ninja. Great. Now our village doesn't even have a single person who can carry the banner. We can only rely on that girl Kuratsuchi." Just thinking about it filled Inoki with anger. "You brat, tell me, why did you insist on playing with Clay when I told you not to? If you had listened to me, you'd already be sitting in the office playing with Kuratsuchi right now. How is Clay anywhere near as interesting as Kuratsuchi? What an incomprehensible brat." Within the Akatsuki, Deidara deeply began to suspect that Iwagakure was really running out of people. Otherwise, how could they let some little girl become Tsuchikage? Should he go back and take a look? That thought could not help but appear in his mind. At this point, it was basically certain that capturing the tailed beasts was impossible. Amigakure had already been reduced to flat ground. Ever since Naruto and Obito fought there, the entire area within 30 kilometers of Amigakure had been wrapped in some strange chakra. As long as an ordinary person entered, their whole body would weaken, and their chakra would slowly drain away. They would not die in a short time, but it was simply not suitable for living. In other words, the base the Akatsuki had searched so long for was now completely destroyed. And with the 9 tails being this powerful, even if all of them were tied together, they still would not be a match. That meant there was no way to capture the tailed beasts anymore. On top of that, the Akatsuki was still the public enemy that had launched the 4th Great Ninja War. He himself had only joined for a few years, and it seemed like he had not really done anything too outrageous. Felt like there was still time to quit. Still, he had to think of a way. Otherwise, getting hunted down like Itachi Uchiha would not be worth it. Settled then. Go back to the village, play with Kuratsuchi, become Tsuchikage. In the video, one planetary devastation had completely wrapped Momoshiki up tight. But before Naruto and Sasuke could even catch their breath, they heard another furious roar. Inukai Takaru no Mikoto. An enormous dog head directly tore apart the Chibaku Tensei, and shattered rocks rumbled down onto the ground. Then the dog head split into more than a dozen dog heads and charged straight at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto reacted faster and dodged, but Sasuke wasn't so lucky. One of the dog heads bit down on him tightly. He let out a painful scream. Furious and exasperated, Momoshiki roared. In an instant, a blazing red light began to gather inside that dog head's mouth. Sasuke. Naruto's figure flashed, and he instantly destroyed it. But in the next moment, an enormous stone giant suddenly appeared. Naruto refused to back down and directly summoned the Ninetales, carefully wrapping Sasuke inside it and using the Ninetales chakra to heal him. But with the power of the Ninetales alone, it was very difficult to damage the stone giant. I'll lend you Susanu's power. Sasuke placed his hand on Naruto's back, and chakra continuously surged over. In an instant, the Ninetales was covered in Susanoo armor. Majestic attire. Susanoo. The Ninetales held a massive blade and brought it down in one slash, splitting the stone giant in half. The booming sound of explosions echoed through the sky without pause. Why do these two lowly humans have this kind of power? Momoshiki couldn't understand it at all. Having exhausted his strength, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. At this time, the other Kage also woke up. The group came over to Naruto, their expressions worried. How is it, Hokage? It should be about done. Kuratsuchi clasped her hands and said, so that means we can finish him off? Hey, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm number one at stealing the kill. The others were all a little speechless. Momoshiki slowly stood up, his face wary as he looked at them. Of course, the ones he was most focused on were still Naruto and Sasuke. But right then, Katasuke, the creator of the scientific ninja tools, and his assistant somehow appeared there. Holding scientific ninja tools, they directly unleashed ninjutsu attacks at Momoshiki. Stop! Naruto shouted, but he was still too late. Momoshiki burst into laughter as he absorbed the chakra, and his power was restored once again. Sure enough, this thing is pretty much the same as our pills. There are still some good things on this lowly human's planet after all. Momoshiki looked excited. How did those two get here? Were they following behind us? Sasuke's expression darkened. Just as he was about to go teach the two of them a lesson, he discovered that he couldn't move. What's going on? Naruto was shocked, but when he looked down, he saw an endless black shadow covering the ground beneath their feet. This is Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu? Sasuke said coldly, that's not all. Shikamaru's restraint jutsu couldn't bind us. Shikamaru, who was watching the video, felt speechless inside. Sorry about that. The fact that I can't bind you two just means I'm too weak. But looking at that nearly boundless shadow, Shikamaru also felt the gap between them. That guy was just too powerful. As expected of an Otsutsuki who could absorb ninjutsu and return it thousands upon thousands of times stronger. In the video, when Katasuke and his assistant saw the scene, they realized they had caused a huge disaster. Their legs trembled, and they were nearly collapsing to the ground. This is bad. This is bad. Whoosh! Momoshiki's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him flying away. Katasuke coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground unconscious. Even though I should thank you, I'd still rather send you on your way. He suddenly twisted around, his face savage as he looked at Naruto. Fox, you're next. Several black rods appeared out of thin air and pierced through Naruto's body. He gave a cold snort. The one who should be most careful is you. What comes next is your end. This is bad, this is bad. The people of the ninja world watching the video were so anxious that sweat was breaking out on their foreheads. Could it be that the invincible Naruto Uzumaki was really going to lose here today? No, this can't happen. Naruto Uzumaki, you can't lose. If even you lose, then the ninja world will really be finished. From the previous video, they had already learned what the so-called God Tree was. Some of them had even seen themselves in the video being drained dry of chakra by the God Tree and dying. How could they possibly agree with what the Otsutsuki were doing? To them, the Otsutsuki only wanted to turn them into nourishment for the God Tree, and then use that to bear the fruit of the God Tree. Of course they hoped Naruto could get rid of this bunch of lunatics. But now Naruto had already been restrained, and several black rods had pierced through his body. There had never been a more difficult moment than this. At this point, they practically hated those two idiots to death. They were good for nothing except making things worse. I mean, really, did they think a battle like this was something they could interfere in? They just had to stick a foot in. Not only did they fail to help, they got everyone restrained too. If those two bastards were standing in front of them right now, they'd probably tear them apart alive. But there was no use panicking here. They could only continue watching the video nervously. Konoha Year 83. Katasuke was completely dumbfounded. He was already thinking about whether he should defect from Konoha. If he stayed here any longer, he really might be done for. He had done so many stupid things. Even if Lord Hokage was kind-hearted and wouldn't do anything to him, that didn't mean all of his subordinates would be so easy to talk to. Especially Nara Shikamaru, He cared more about the Hokage than the Hokage himself did. With a miserable face, he said, "This is bad. This is really bad. Why would the me in the video do something this stupid?" He simply couldn't understand it. Even now, as a genius scientist, he had no way to guess what his future self had been thinking. Hokage's office. Sasuke frowned slightly and said, "Should we have this Katasuke taken into custody now?" Naruto shook his head. "No, Rus. I know a bit about Katasuke. He shouldn't be capable of doing something this stupid. Besides, the video still hasn't finished playing. It won't be too late to deal with him after it's over." Shikamaru said, "That's true. He may be arrogant, but he is not stupid. The title of genius scientist wasn't given to him for nothing. Let us wait until we finish watching the video before making any conclusions." After that, the group turned their attention back to the video. In the video, Momoshiki laughed wildly as he charged forward, kicking Sasuke several hundred meters away, then beating down the four Kage once again. In the distance, Boruto was anxious to the extreme, but with his weak strength, there was nothing he could do. What should he do? What could he possibly do to save his father and his master? "Boruto, now is the time," Sasuke suddenly shouted. Boruto froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. He thought of what Sasuke had once said to him. "Trust me. No matter what happens, you must trust me unconditionally." His expression sharpened, turning serious. "That is right. I have to trust my teacher. Trust Mr. Sasuke." Chakra continuously surged in his right hand. A small Rasengan appeared in the center of his palm, and then he threw it at Momoshiki with all his strength. How can the light of a firefly compare to the bright moon? Momoshiki sneered and extended his hand, preparing to absorb the Rasengan that wasn't even 1 inch wide. But halfway through the air, the Rasengan suddenly disappeared. Momoshiki was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What? Its power is actually this small? Can't even fly over here. Is this the spirit your ninja have?" Slowly lowering his arm, he no longer had any interest in playing with that little brat. But in the very next moment, Momoshiki's head was suddenly struck by something heavy, and his head rapidly deformed. "Nani!" The shadow possession jutsu below was instantly released. "We can move?" Everyone was overjoyed. A trace of surprise flashed through Naruto's eyes. "Rasengan? Since when?" Sasuke came to Naruto's side and with a swing of the long sword in his hand, he smiled and said, "I told him back then that I'd only accept him as my disciple if he learned the Rasengan. He mastered it in just 1 day, and even added the lightning release he is best at, creating an invisible Rasengan." Boruto, who had just arrived beside the two of them, pointed at himself with a face full of shock. "Invisible Rasengan?" Naruto also looked stunned. He hadn't expected Boruto to be such a genius. Back then, he had gone through plenty of hardship learning chakra nature transformation, but Boruto had actually accomplished this feat by accident. Of course, if one had to be precise, disappearing Rasengan would be more fitting, because even the Rinnegan couldn't see through Boruto's Rasengan. Naruto rubbed Boruto's head, his face full of praise. Then his expression turned serious as he looked toward where Momoshiki had fallen. Burning with rage, Momoshiki climbed up from the ground. The anger on his face looked like it was about to pierce the heavens. He is just a lowly human, and yet, as he spoke, several pills suddenly appeared in his hand and were quickly stuffed into his mouth. In an instant, a powerful aura blasted everything around him away. That guy still has pills? Could it be he wasn't even going all out just now? Naruto's face turned ugly, but he quickly lowered his head and looked at Boruto. "Boruto, one more time." Boruto lowered his head, his face full of shame and unwillingness. "But I'm just too weak. My power can't hurt him at all." Naruto crouched down and smiled gently. "It's okay. I'll help you." Boruto froze for a moment and slowly raised his right hand. Then Naruto placed his palm beneath it, and a huge amount of chakra surged toward Boruto's hand from both of them. So warm, so powerful. Just how much had Dad gone through to have chakra like this? Their chakras connected, and at that moment, father and son became one in heart and mind. Boruto saw Naruto's past. Kushina, Minato, Jiraiya, Hinata, Sasuke, and all those companions from Konoha. From nothing to something. And that Rasengan grew to dozens of meters wide, becoming the biggest ball Naruto had ever formed in all these years. So heavy. I can win. Carrying all these expectations, I can definitely win. Determination appeared on Boruto's face. At this moment, he was no longer afraid, no longer fearful, because his father was behind him, because he too had deep bonds, because he too had family he wanted to protect. Momoshiki sneered dismissively. "I can make something like that infinitely large." The dark crimson chakra instantly began expanding, growing bigger and bigger. In terms of size alone, it was several times larger than that Rasengan that was already dozens of meters wide. "Boruto, you know this. We only have one chance." Sasuke shouted sharply. "I understand, Sasuke-sensei. Go." In an instant, the two shot toward Momoshiki. Sasuke's shuriken flew at Momoshiki once again. Momoshiki was full of disdain. You think the same trick will work on me a second time? Foolish. But what happened next made him go completely blank, leaving him standing there at a loss. His body kept dodging, avoiding countless shuriken. But before the smile on his face could fade, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword came flying at him. He flashed to the right and barely dodged it. But the very next moment, Sasuke's figure appeared directly behind him. Damn it, the Rinnegan-S dojutsu. Momoshiki was shocked. Before he could react, the chirping cry of Chidori sounded from behind him. Just a petty little trick. But before he could finish, Sasuke kicked him hard and sent him stumbling backward. Momoshiki was so furious smoke was practically rising from his head. Damn it! Whoosh! Boruto suddenly appeared behind him and threw a kunai with all his strength. Momoshiki stayed calm, casually caught the kunai, then threw it back at Boruto. Right after that, he turned around again and raised his right hand, trying to absorb the Chidori. He was gradually calming down. He also knew that blind rage had no meaning. It wouldn't get him out of this situation. But to his shock, Sasuke used Ameno Tajikura again, instantly swapping the kunai and the Chidori, then violently stabbed the kunai into the golden Rinnegan in Momoshiki's palm. Bastard! Momoshiki was enraged beyond measure. Losing that Rinnegan meant losing an important source of power. At this moment, his fury shot straight into the sky. He kicked Sasuke away, smashing him into the rock wall. Sasuke fell to the ground, coughing continuously. The rest is up to you, Boruto. In the blink of an eye, Boruto's body suddenly appeared and slammed a punch into Momoshiki's stomach. But it posed no threat at all. If anything, it was just a tickle. A petty trick like this dares to show off in front of me? He grabbed Boruto in one hand, but unfortunately this Boruto was only a shadow clone. In the span of a breath, it turned into white smoke and dispersed. I'm going in. Whoosh! 2 more clones attacked from both sides. One of them formed a Rasengan and smashed it directly into his kidney. Bastard! That was basically trying to make him infertile first. If his kidney got wrecked, how was he supposed to enjoy life? He was so furious he was practically smoking. And while he was in his rage, Boruto's real body rushed forward carrying that massive Rasengan. Momoshiki let out a cold snort. This move is indeed dangerous. But I already said it just now. The same trick won't work on me. Off to the side, Sasuke only smiled without saying a word. Hard to say who exactly had been toyed with again and again by Ameno Tajikura. This time he had even lost his Rinnegan. Holding the dark crimson energy mass in his hand, Momoshiki directly collided with the deep blue Rasengan. Boom! The ground below instantly caved in, the dirt was ground into powder, and even space itself gave off cracking sounds. Come on, Boruto! In the distance, Naruto was worried. Boruto had indeed grown, but the one he was facing was Otsutsuki Momoshiki, whose strength was even slightly greater than Kaguya, whom they had fought back then. Whether Boruto could win was still unknown. I am Momoshiki, royal blood of the Otsutsuki clan. Momoshiki roared, boosting himself up. Boruto gritted his teeth. The sleeve on his arm was torn apart, and the sound of bones crushing kept ringing out, but he still endured. I can't lose. Behind me is the family I want to protect. I want to earn Dad's acknowledgement. His inner voice spread throughout the entire ninja world. At this moment it was a clash of wills. Whichever side had the stronger will would gain the advantage in the struggle that followed. Whoosh! In the end, Momoshiki's will was still inferior by 1 step. The Rasengan pressed forward and suppressed the dark red energy mass. Impossible. This is impossible. Momoshiki was utterly shocked. He simply could not believe that he would lose. Boom, boom, boom. The Rasengan carried Momoshiki flying into the distance, then tore across the sky and exploded in the faraway starry heavens like a beautiful firework. Suddenly, all of spacetime seemed to freeze. Boruto's body floated in midair. What is this? Momoshiki's figure slowly drifted over. Looking at Boruto's pale blue eye, he suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. Child of humanity, those blue eyes of yours will one day take everything from you. Boruto frowned in confusion. You're already dead. What nonsense are you still spouting here? Momoshiki smiled silently and did not answer directly. Instead, he circled around Boruto once. You carry an interesting future. Fine, I'll let you live a little longer. But, child of humanity, remember this well. The one who kills a god will eventually be replaced by a god. We won. We really won. Boruto actually defeated that monster as powerful as a god. Even though he had the help of the 7th Hokage and Sasuke, without Boruto, there was no way this battle could have been won so easily. A smile spread across Boruto's face. After watching the video, almost all of his resentment toward his father had vanished completely. Right now, he could hardly wait to rush to his father's side. The moment that thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it anymore. He turned and ran. As for Sarada, she was thinking the same thing and followed right behind him. Hokage's office. That kid Boruto really is something. Shikamaru took a drag on his cigarette and smiled with narrowed eyes. He was happy too. Setting aside the fact that Boruto was Naruto's son, Boruto was also good friends with Shikadai. He had practically treated Boruto like a second son, so he didn't hold back on his praise at all. Naruto also smiled, as expected of my son. But soon he let out a sigh. He really had paid too little attention to Boruto and left him lacking fatherly love. From now on, he needed to do his best to give his child enough care and attention, so he wouldn't grow up crooked. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Sarada and Boruto stood there, panting heavily. Boruto, Sarada, Naruto and Sasuke both cried out in surprise at the same time. What followed was the famous heartwarming father and child reunion scene, so there was no need to go into detail here. Watching from the shadows, the members of Kara fell somewhat silent. Ishiki was the same. He had originally thought ordinary ninja couldn't possibly be that strong. But after seeing this, he was truly speechless. Maybe those two really could kill him. And most importantly, he didn't have much time left. He no longer had the energy to deal with those two either. The top priority right now was still to make Kawaki fully integrate the karma, so that when he reincarnated, he wouldn't be unable to use his power. Whereas Kawaki, Amato spoke lightly, he should still be training his karma, right? A flash of excitement passed through Amato's eyes, but he hid it well. Looks like the plan to deal with Ishiki has to be moved up, he thought to himself. Kawaki, who was currently training his karma, looked at the father-son bond between Naruto and Boruto, and longing rose in his heart. But very quickly he threw that emotion aside. He was just an empty shell, that was all. No chance. He would never have feelings like that. After that, he continued silently training his karma. If he failed to complete Jigen's task, he would be punished. As for Momoshiki and Kinshiki, who had wanted to come to the ninja world, the two looked at each other, wondering whether they should still go. What do we do next, Lord Momoshiki? Kinshiki hesitated. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to the ninja world right now. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of death. Their Otsutsuki clan simply wouldn't die. Before death, they could carve karma onto a human, then resurrect using that human body. But the key problem was that going to the ninja world now would just be asking for trouble. With Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha there, they would be powerless. They had already seen enough of the battle in the video. They had absolutely no desire to go over there and get beaten up. Momoshiki pondered for a moment before saying, "We're not going for now. And I thought of something interesting. Do you still remember Kagaya?" "I remember. The Otsutsuki who went to the ninja world with Ishiki back then." At that, Kinshiki's eyes lit up. "Lord Momoshiki, you mean Ishiki?" "That's right. Ishiki is still alive right now. The Otsutsuki main family has not received any news of Ishiki's death. In other words, when Kagaya ambushed him back then, he didn't truly die. Which means what comes next will be interesting." A smile appeared on Momoshiki's face. Though he was one of the upper ranks of the Otsutsuki clan, in terms of strength, he was still a bit inferior to Ishiki. At his peak, even Momoshiki would have had to keep his distance from Ishiki. If Ishiki revives, he'll definitely find a way to track down Kagaya and feed her to the Ten-Tails to make it grow. At that time, if the two of us join forces, we'll still have a decent chance of defeating Ishiki. That's far better than us trying to find Kagaya ourselves. A fawning smile appeared on Kinshiki's face, as expected of Lord Momoshiki. "Of course. I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki." Momoshiki burst into laughter. On the surface, he looked smug, but inside, he felt as sick as if he had eaten shit. Those two lowly humans actually dared to injure me like that. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. When I go to the ninja world, that will be the moment you all die. Momoshiki thought he already had a flawless plan. Little did he know, he was nothing more than a clown. Konoha year 63. Kagaya, who was sealed inside the moon, was overjoyed. Those two brats had actually defeated an Otsutsuki. And not just any Otsutsuki, but nobles among the Otsutsuki. To be honest, Kagaya had never believed that ninja could defeat godlike beings such as the Otsutsuki. Of course, her two sons were a complete exception. After all, they also carried half Otsutsuki blood in their bodies, so it was only natural that they had managed to seal her. But ordinary ninja had an extremely low upper limit. Being able to shatter a mountain was already the limit of normal ninja. As for Otsutsuki, they could casually destroy thousands of miles of land. The stronger ones could even destroy an entire separate dimension. How were ninja supposed to fight beings like that? And yet Naruto and Sasuke had created exactly that miracle. They had beaten an Otsutsuki down, completely crushed and killed him. Not sealed. Though Boruto had helped, if not for that idiot scientist, Naruto and Sasuke might have already finished him off long ago. Kagaya was ecstatic. She desperately wanted to break free. But very soon, her mood turned gloomy again, and she couldn't help cursing her two unfilial sons in anger. The Six Paths. Chibaku Tensei seal was simply too sturdy. Even after so many years, she still had no way to break it. Without the support of the infinite Tsukuyomi, she really would have to spend the rest of her life in endless darkness and loneliness. But thankfully, she had seen a glimmer of hope. That was this incomparably mysterious system. It would definitely be able to help her break free. Kaguya secretly encouraged herself in her heart. Nothing could bind her freedom. She had to find a way to escape. Konoha Year 47. Kushina tightly hugged Minato, her face full of excitement. That's great. Naruto and the others won. They won. Of course. That's our son and grandson. Minato also relaxed in relief, but in his heart, he was still planning to use the gate of time and space to go to Konoha Year 83. He wanted to see whether there was anything he could help with. In the video, although Momoshiki had been defeated, things were not over yet. A black diamond suddenly appeared in Boruto's palm. Even after Naruto and Sasuke studied it for several days, they still couldn't figure out what it was. In the end, they could only helplessly tell Boruto to be more careful while they investigated further. But they all knew that the black diamond definitely had something to do with the already dead Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Of course, this didn't affect Boruto's mentality at all. Instead, he stayed just like usual, doing whatever he normally did, not caring in the slightest. During this period, he even completed many extraordinary missions, making people look at him in a new light. The people of Konoha gradually stopped labeling him as just the Hokage's son, and truly began to acknowledge him. Very soon, during one mission, he rescued a boy. The boy was around 2 or 3 years older than him, but he could use a strange power. And in his palm, there was also the same black diamond as Boruto's. That made Boruto care a lot. Under everyone's heartfelt persuasion, especially Naruto's talk no jutsu, the boy finally told everyone his name. His name was Kawaki. Kawaki. Seeing this, everyone suddenly remembered the opening of the video. The man who had shouted that the age of shinobi was over. That man seemed to be Kawaki. And in their youth, the two of them seemed to be fighting each other to the death. Could it be that their conflict had started building up from this time? That wasn't impossible. At this point, the two of them were practically like fire and water. And for some unknown reason, Kawaki seemed especially disgusted with Boruto. Could it be because they shared something in common? Even Kawaki himself was at a loss when he saw this. Just a moment ago, he had still been envying the father-son bond between those two. And now he could become part of it too? Could he also feel the warmth of those two? But then a shocking scene appeared. In the video, the Hokage actually invited him to live with them. Kawaki didn't understand. But with his extreme way of thinking, the final conclusion he reached was this: Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage, wanted to monitor him. Yeah, that had to be it. At this time, he still refused to accept Naruto's kindness. But very quickly, Kawaki realized he was wrong. Naruto was sincerely good to him. He taught him ninjutsu, treated him as his second son, even prepared a room just for him. Every day there was delicious food, and people cared about him and checked on him. But all of that was just the appetizer. What truly changed Kawaki's heart was the arrival of Kara. They demanded that Konoha hand over Kawaki. Kawaki originally had nothing to do with Konoha at all, but Naruto firmly refused. In order to protect Kawaki, Naruto had nearly gotten his own daughter killed. By this point, Kawaki had already been completely moved. At the cost of nearly being blown to pieces himself, he saved Himawari. But he lost one of his arms. Fortunately, his body was made of scientific ninja tools, so losing an arm didn't have too much effect on his strength. After surviving this crisis, Naruto had Katasuke make an arm for Kawaki and used his own chakra to attach it. Kawaki played with that arm in his hands, then blankly looked at Naruto sleeping on the sofa. He couldn't understand why someone this good could exist. Clearly, they could have just handed him over. As long as they handed him over, everything would have been safe. They wouldn't have gotten hurt, and Himawari would never have nearly died like before. Thinking and thinking, Kawaki grew tired and got up, preparing to rest. Stop right there, kid. Kawaki hurriedly turned his head and looked around, only to see a golden fox phantom burst out from Naruto's abdomen. Stop right there, kid. Kawaki snapped his head around in shock and saw an enormous fox head. What is this? Sit down. The voice was cold and firm, yet absolutely certain. What the hell is this? Sit down. Don't move away from Naruto, the Ninetales said. Don't worry. I'm just keeping an eye on you for Naruto while he's asleep. I don't mean anything else by it. Kawaki's expression changed. But relax. This isn't Naruto's idea. The other Kage asked me to do this. These days those ninja actually dare come to me for help. That's rare. I've seen you in Kara's files. You're a tailed beast, right? Being possessed by a monster like you. No wonder the Hokage is so strong. With a secret weapon like this. No wonder he became Hokage, Kawaki said flatly, but deep down he was shaken. He had never known Lord Hokage was a Jinchuriki, that a tailed beast like this ultimate weapon was sealed inside him. Yet his tone was full of disdain for Naruto. It was as if he was saying that if he had a tailed beast inside him too, then he could also rely on that power to become Hokage. Kurama laughed. Then his expression turned serious. Kawaki, right? It's not strange that you'd think that way. But if that's what you think, then you're wrong. The truth is the exact opposite. I was once Naruto's greatest obstacle on his path to becoming Hokage. Smooth sailing had nothing to do with his life. If I had to put it bluntly, he was a lot like you. Kurama stared at Kawaki, and there seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I was the nine-tailed demon fox that everyone feared. Kawaki let out a cold laugh. That's because no one could beat you, right? That's right. My hands were stained with blood, including Naruto's parents' blood. It happened the moment he was born. Kawaki was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He had originally thought the Hokage grew up in a happy family, but he never imagined the Hokage's parents had died the moment he was born, and at the hands of the tailed beast sealed inside him no less. The feeling was hard to describe. It was like suddenly learning something so huge that it completely overturned everything you thought you knew. And at the moment his parents died, I was forcibly sealed inside him. From that day on, I kept disrupting his life. Even though I was the murderer who killed his parents, he was still willing to forgive me and treat me as his partner. You just called me Naruto's secret weapon, right? That's another misunderstanding. I was more like a shackle, binding his life down completely. Kawaki looked at his own hand as he thought about Kurama's words. In order to seal me inside Naruto, his parents used their own lives as the price to cast a powerful sealing jutsu. And in order to break that seal, I pushed him to his limits again and again. Every time that happened, the people he cared about got hurt. I'm not some convenient thing like a weapon. Kawaki clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. He was afraid. Kurama laughed. Don't be so tense. Even now, you're scared just from seeing me. You should know. He had already started confronting me back when he accidentally got one little kid killed. But Kawaki wasn't the type to be convinced in just a few words. Could he really deal with your threat by himself? I don't believe that. The people in the village definitely helped him. The Ninetales said calmly, you and him have similar experiences, so do you really think that? Kawaki fell silent, thinking of how almost everyone had looked at him like he was a monster. No, there was a monster inside him. How could the people around him possibly have treated him kindly? He suffered everyone's cold stares. He was always alone. While the other kids laughed and played happily together, he could only sit off to the side on a swing. That obviously wasn't because he liked swings so much. You should know the reason, right? Kawaki's gaze shifted as he looked toward Naruto again. He was always alone, yet Shadow Clone Jutsu became the ninjutsu he was best at. Just thinking about it feels ironic. But in the end, what filled the emptiness in Naruto's heart wasn't any clone technique. Kawaki looked at the photos around him. In every single one, Naruto was laughing brightly. I watched Naruto walk this path with my own eyes. This has already been proven by reality. He really sleeps soundly. I've known him for so many years. I've watched him risk his life again and again. Even if it meant weakening himself, even if it meant exhausting all his chakra, he would still charge at the enemy without hesitation. And there has only ever been one reason for that. Kid, do you know when he's at his strongest? I don't know. Kawaki answered as if it were only natural. When he's fighting for his comrades. Kawaki froze, remembering what Naruto had once said to him. The reason we ninja are strong is because of these bonds with other people. He looked at his severed arm, picked up the arm the Hokage had made for him, and asked softly, can I become like that too? Like him? That depends on your choice. But it's absolutely not impossible. Tears slid from the corners of Kawaki's eyes. Kurama let out a laugh. Looks like your heart hasn't dried up completely yet. As for what you should do, I believe your heart already has some idea. Alright, go to sleep. Kurama's voice gradually sank away, and Kawaki carried his prosthetic arm back to the room that belonged to him. He decided that he wanted to become someone like the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. No matter how many enemies stood on the road ahead, he wouldn't care. Year 83 of Konoha inside Kara. Kawaki's eyes widened. He couldn't believe there was really someone this good in the world. The 7th Hokage was someone who was truly thinking for his sake. At this moment, even though he was only watching a video, Kawaki's heart was already filled with Naruto. He didn't care whether Naruto pitied him because he empathized with him, or for some other reason. He only knew one thing. Naruto was genuinely good to him, and that was enough. As long as that one point was real, then even giving his own life to Lord 7th would be worth it. I have to run away. I have to go to Konoha. I have to find Lord 7th. He muttered to himself. Kawaki, how is the karma training going? Jigen's emotionless voice suddenly rang out, startling Kawaki. Looking at Jigen's face, he wanted to resist, but the years of oppression and abuse had already made him forget how to resist. After a moment, he murmured quietly, today's task is already finished. A smile appeared on Jigen's face. Well done, Kawaki. Daddy is in a very good mood today too. Then he leaned down and whispered into Kawaki's ear. Remember this, Kawaki. You are nothing but an empty shell. I am the one who gave your life value. Be grateful to me. Don't even think about running away. You can't escape. Kawaki's pupils suddenly shrank. At that moment, he made up his mind to escape. He absolutely could not stay here any longer. Inside Konoha, Seeing this, Naruto let out a sigh in his heart. That child was somewhat similar to him but also completely different. He had been abused by Jigen, and Jigen had never even treated him as a person. He was only treated as a vessel for Jigen's resurrection. And a vessel didn't need emotions. That was why Kawaki had shown hostility the first time he met them. Maybe that wasn't what Kawaki truly thought, but the lessons he had been taught and the things he had experienced did not allow him to accept other people's kindness. Even Naruto himself had needed to use talk no jutsu on him for several days before Kawaki gradually lowered his guard and told him some things. Naruto, what are you planning to do? Like watching a movie? Time had passed quickly, and it was already close to noon. For now, we'll wait. If I can meet Kawaki in the future, then I'll think of a way to bring him into Konoha. If fate doesn't allow it. Naruto sighed. Although he sympathized with Kawaki's experience, he didn't want the people in the village to be dragged into danger. No matter what, Jigen was still an Otsutsuki. In terms of strength, he definitely wouldn't be weaker than Momoshiki. If he threw out some huge move inside the village, Konoha would definitely suffer massive losses. They still had to be cautious. Shikamaru nodded and said nothing more. As Hokage, Naruto had his own considerations. Boruto kept his eyes fixed on the video. Looking at that boy who had gone through a completely different life from his own, he seemed a little sad. This kid really did inherit Naruto's sentimental side. Time passed quickly. During this period, Kawaki got along very well with Naruto's family. At the very least, Kawaki truly treated Naruto as family. To some extent, he even saw Naruto as a father. At the same time, he told Naruto all the intelligence he knew, warning Konoha to be on guard against the so-called Kara organization. And Kawaki deliberately emphasized how terrifying Kara was, as well as how powerful they were. Naruto was shocked, but he still had Konoha prepare defenses in case Kara suddenly attacked. But Jigen was not the type to sit around and wait. He quickly arrived in Konoha and fought Naruto and Sasuke. However, his strength was so overwhelming that everyone was dumbfounded. In just a few moves, Sasuke was forced to flee, and Naruto was trapped. Fortunately, Boruto had strong willpower. He entered the other dimension with Kawaki, and by borrowing Momoshiki's power, Boruto defeated the Kara member guarding Naruto and rescued him. After that, Kara became more and more active, and Boruto also clashed with Kara several times. But every time it ended with him heavily injured. Sometimes, Momoshiki's will would even suppress Boruto's consciousness and temporarily take control of his body. Naruto was troubled by this, but there was nothing he could do. They could not even think of a way to slow Boruto's Otsutsukification. They could only helplessly watch as he gradually moved closer and closer to becoming an Otsutsuki. That kind of torment was not something ordinary people could endure. Time passed again. Even though Konoha was under strict lockdown, there was no shortage of geniuses in Kara. One person still managed to enter Konoha. That was the legendary one from the Sannin Jiraiya's clone, Koji Kashin. And he obtained a huge amount of intelligence, which he passed on to Jigen and Amato. Later, under the pursuit of Chocho and the others, along with Kakashi and the others, Koji Kashin retreated. But Kawaki's location had already been exposed. At the same time, Amato also defected from Kara and came to Konoha. In the real world, Amato had already run off. The moment he saw Koji Kashin escaping, he realized something was wrong and immediately fled. Sure enough, the video had already shown the scene of his defection. But he did not regret it. In the beginning, he joined Kara because Momoshiki had promised him that his daughter could be revived. But later, he learned that Momoshiki's goal was the God Tree. Once the God Tree was fully cultivated, the entire ninja world would be finished. If the whole world was destroyed, then even if his daughter came back to life, it would have no meaning. So he planned his defection from Kara. Koji Kashin had been prepared for exactly this purpose. He had been created specifically to kill Ishiki. However, Amato knew Ishiki's strength was heaven-defying. He had never really thought Koji Kashin could kill Ishiki. As long as he could stall for time and let him escape to Konoha, that would be enough. But now, it seemed that the plan of his video self had already succeeded. As for his real self, things were a bit troublesome, because it had all happened too suddenly, and there were many things he had not prepared yet. But now was not the time to think so much. If Ishiki caught up to him, then he would truly be dead for sure, and the backup plans he had left behind would become useless. Still, he really had not expected Ishiki's strength to be this terrifying. The 7th Hokage, known as the strongest ninja, and his close friend Sasuke Uchiha were both no match for him. However, the strength of those two was still quite impressive. At the very least, without relying on schemes, their raw power alone had forced Jigen to reveal his true form. Amato thought to himself that if Ishiki had just reincarnated, then maybe he would have lost to those two. But now, he was already able to use his original power. Even though the time was short, he could absolutely crush his enemies. Seeing this, Kawaki became even more desperate to escape, but he knew it was impossible. With the video having progressed this far, Ishiki would probably be watching him even more closely. It was even possible that before the karma fully matured, Ishiki would force his reincarnation. If that happened, everything would be too late, so he still had to endure. Only by enduring could he get a chance to escape this hell. But at the same time, another thought came to him. Could he use the power of karma himself? Because Ishiki's power was simply too terrifying. Naruto and Sasuke were not even worth a single exchange against him. If he escaped to Konoha, he would definitely draw Ishiki there as well. And when that happened, Lord Hokage would definitely suffer because of him. He racked his brain, but all he could do was keep watching the video, hoping to get some useful information. Inside Konoha, seeing this, everyone fell silent. How were they supposed to fight this? They were completely outmatched. Ishiki's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Back then, Naruto and Sasuke had joined forces to seal Kaguya, and later teamed up again to beat Momoshiki badly. But now, when they fought Ishiki together, they were as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs. The Susanoo had been shattered with one kick. Even Naruto had been grabbed in his hand like some kind of trophy. It was completely unbelievable. Naruto, I don't agree with taking Kawaki in, Shikamaru said. Sasuke said nothing, but clearly he felt the same way. The two of them were already no match for Ishiki, and there was no need to mention everyone else. Once Kawaki was brought into Konoha, Ishiki would definitely come after him. At that point, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha, and they could not afford it. Naruto laughed and said, "Who can say for sure what the future will be like? Maybe we can win." Shikamaru frowned and said, "An enemy like this is already beyond something we can defeat. Even with you and Sasuke joining forces, you were crushed in just a few moves. I really can't think of any way to beat him." Naruto fell silent. He did not know what to say either. In the end, he could only sigh. Let us keep watching the video first. After Amato arrives in Konoha, maybe he can bring some kind of turning point. Shikamaru was anxious, but it was not good for him to keep arguing, so he could only keep watching the video. In the video, Amato negotiated with Konoha while holding Shikadai hostage as his condition. Then, he slowly revealed his intelligence. But what he said was extremely shocking. And at this moment, everyone understood that this was not just about Kawaki anymore. It was tied directly to Boruto. You mean no matter what happens, Boruto will eventually become Momoshiki? Naruto asked anxiously. Amato nodded. That's correct. Otsutsukification is almost irreversible. I've researched it for so many years, and even I have no solution, and I already said earlier that for the god tree to grow, one Otsutsuki must be fed to it. Right now, there are only two Otsutsuki in the ninja world, Momoshiki and Ishiki, which means that in the struggle between these two Otsutsuki, one of them will definitely be fed to the god tree. In other words, Boruto and Kawaki. This news directly shocked everyone. When the karma was completed, it would be the moment the Otsutsuki were fully reincarnated. At the same time, the battle between those two Otsutsuki would throw the entire ninja world into chaos. This trouble was really huge. That was what almost everyone was thinking. And over there, Amato's plan officially began. Using natural flames, Koji Kashin forced out Ishiki's true body. But Ishiki's strength was simply not something Koji Kashin could compare to. After Ishiki recovered his true form, in just a few exchanges, Koji Kashin was defeated. My lifespan is running out. At most, I only have 24 hours left. I still have to find Kawaki, or I won't be able to reincarnate. Then Ishiki rushed toward Konoha like lightning. But under the resistance of everyone in Konoha, Naruto still found a chance to hide Kawaki away. After that, he went to face Ishiki. But inside the village, Naruto could not use his full strength. And right at that moment, Sasuke and Boruto arrived. The three of them worked together and forced Ishiki into another dimension. Looking at the barren, yellow wasteland of that dimension, Ishiki was a little confused. But he did not care. In his eyes, Naruto and Sasuke before him were just two tiny insects that he could crush at any time. He let out a disdainful laugh. It seems you've forgotten how I ground you into the dirt last time. Then he shot toward Naruto like a cannonball. Naruto didn't flinch either. He charged straight in and threw a punch, but at that very instant, Ishiki's body suddenly vanished. Naruto was shocked and hurriedly looked around. Naruto, he's above you, Sasuke warned. Naruto looked up and saw Boruto being held in Ishiki's hand. He said with disdain, Momoshiki's vessel, Boruto Uzumaki. The progress of his Otsutsukification has completely exceeded my expectations. It's already reached 70%. No, it has to be over 80%. Just what kind of power is hidden in this body? Let me have a look. The sharp cry of Chidori suddenly rang out. Sasuke used a Menotajikara to swap places with Boruto, and a Chidori stabbed mercilessly toward Ishiki. But in the next moment, the Chidori suddenly disappeared. That annoying Rinnegan. Get lost. Then he kicked out, smashing Sasuke straight into the ground. Ishiki slowly descended from the sky and said flatly, I didn't expect a brat like you to tie me down this much. I could go back with spacetime ninjutsu, but if this keeps going, when will it ever end? I might as well deal with all of you first. Once the Hokage and the Uchiha are dead, The people of Konoha probably won't dare stop me from taking Kawaki away, right? Naruto shielded Boruto behind him and said angrily, "Don't look down on us." Then he stopped wasting words. Without another word, he directly entered Ninetales chakra mode and rushed toward Ishiki at high speed. The giant chakra arms behind him suddenly spread open and launched an attack at Ishiki. Naruto controlled countless chakra arms, but they were completely useless. Ishiki dodged them all with lightning-fast speed, then flashed forward and kicked Naruto flying. With a thunderous rumble, his body rolled across the ground. Naruto seized the chance to form hand seals. It was the ninjutsu he was best at, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Several golden Narutos charged straight at Ishiki. One of the shadow clones found an opening, and a chakra arm tightly grabbed Ishiki. At the same time, Sasuke rushed straight at him with Chidori in hand. Just when they thought victory was already decided, Ishiki's ability suddenly activated. Countless cubes instantly fell from the sky, smashing straight toward Naruto and Sasuke. The booming sound echoed through the heavens, directly crushing Naruto's clones to pieces, while Sasuke used a Meno-Tajikura to avoid the attack. "Naruto, are you alright?" Sasuke shouted as he retreated into the distance. After the dust cleared, Naruto's real body appeared as well. "Iemme fine." A lot of shadow clones got wiped out, though. "Be careful, he's already gone." Sasuke looked around. Ishiki's figure had already disappeared. Dust filled the area, and with natural dust everywhere, even the Rinnegan had trouble seeing clearly. With a whoosh, Ishiki's figure suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. One kick sent him flying several hundred meters, followed by a series of heavy blows that smashed him into the cliff wall. Before Naruto even had time to worry about Sasuke, he was already grabbed by the throat by Ishiki and dragged into the air, his back being violently ground across the ground. Suddenly, Dekokuten descended from above. Naruto was alarmed and quickly dodged. Ishiki stood atop Dekokuten. Fury rose in Naruto's chest, and he jumped up after him. Rasengan. Rasengan formed in both hands, ready to land a heavy blow on Ishiki, but Ishiki's dojutsu activated again, making the Rasengan vanish without a trace. Damn it! With no other choice, Naruto could only coat his fists in Ninetales chakra and use Hinata's signature move, Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. But unlike Hinata's version, his twin lion fists didn't take the shape of lions. They were just pure masses of chakra. His speed was incredibly fast, but Ishiki was even faster. A black rod pierced directly into Naruto's arm, making him cry out in pain. Then several more black rods pierced through his body. It had to be said, Naruto really did have some kind of fate with black rods. So many times, his body had been pierced by them. Though this kind of fate was probably not something Naruto wanted at all. The black rods interfered with the flow of chakra, and the Ninetales chakra around his body instantly disappeared completely. Naruto lay weakly on Dekokuten, his eyes vacant. "Dekokuten," Ishiki's voice rang out, and a giant black cube fell from the sky, pressing Naruto down tightly. Looking at this scene, a smile appeared on Ishiki's face. "You're next, Ishiki." Meanwhile, on the other side, Boruto dug Sasuke out from the ruins. "Are you alright, Mr. Sasuke?" "I'm fine." But in the next moment, Sasuke saw Ishiki holding several black rods, preparing to attack Boruto. "Boruto!" Ameno Tajikura activated instantly, and he swapped places with Boruto. Looking at Sasuke's body covered in black rods, Boruto shouted helplessly, "Master Sasuke! Master!" Outside the video, everyone stared at this scene in stunned silence. The strength of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha was obvious to everyone. Putting everything else aside, back when Naruto fought Tonari over a woman on the moon, the entire moon had nearly been smashed apart. That alone showed just how terrifying his strength was. But now they were being ground into the dirt by Ishiki. And this was already the second time. Compared to the first beating, this one was even worse. From that alone, it was clear just how overwhelmingly powerful Otsutsuki Ishiki really was. Experts across the ninja world all let out sighs of amazement, as expected of the Otsutsuki clan. Konoha Year 63. Still sealed on the moon, Kaguya showed a look of fear on her face, as if she had recalled the terror of being dominated by Ishiki back then. If she hadn't launched a clean and decisive sneak attack on him at the time, she might already have become food for the Ten-Tails by now. After all these years, his strength is still this terrifying, Kaguya sighed inwardly. Although Ishiki had been ambushed by her and his current strength was only 8 or 9/10 of what it once was, dealing with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha together still put absolutely no pressure on him. And not just that, it was a complete one-sided stomp. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Up to this point, although the video had not openly shown her with Ishiki's intelligence, it would not be hard for him to guess that she was still alive. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over her body. If Ishiki caught her, her fate would definitely be even worse than being fed to the Ten-Tails. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she absolutely could not let Ishiki find out she was hiding on the moon. All of a sudden, She felt a little grateful that she had been sealed there by her 2 filial sons. Otherwise, if she were still in the ninja world and Ishiki learned that she was alive, he would definitely rush over without hesitation and feed her to the Ten-Tails all over again. Thinking of this, she even felt some regret. Why hadn't she checked more carefully back then? If she had, things would not have ended up like this. Konoha year 83. Naruto frowned deeply. This was bad. Even with him and Sasuke joining forces, they were still completely overwhelmed. And twice at that. So how were they supposed to deal with Ishiki? Did it really mean they had to hand Kawaki over to him? If it really came to that, it would be better to kill Kawaki instead. The moment that thought appeared, cold sweat broke out all over Naruto's body. That was actually what he had just been thinking? How could he think something like that? If he did, could he still call himself Hokage? He would not hand Kawaki over to Ishiki. Absolutely not. And there had to still be a chance to turn things around. He refused to believe Ishiki was truly invincible. Besides, that old man Amato had already said it too. Ishiki did not have much lifespan left. As long as he and Sasuke could keep Ishiki trapped in that different space for 24 hours, then the victory would be theirs. Shikamaru, notify the other ninja villages immediately. Convene the 5 Kage summit as soon as possible, Naruto said in a deep voice. Shikamaru nodded. Got it. But have you figured out how to deal with those Otsutsuki? Naruto shook his head. The Otsutsuki are troublesome. Even if you kill one, the person who kills them can still end up being parasitized by an Otsutsuki. There's no solution to that right now. But contact the 5 great ninja villages first and find Kawaki before anything else. Ishiki doesn't have much time left. As long as we can drag it out until he dies, then we can focus on dealing with Momoshiki when he comes. But will Momoshiki and the others even come back? Shikamaru asked curiously. The video just showed Naruto and Sasuke beating him into the ground. If his brain is working properly, he probably won't come to the ninja world again. I also hope they won't come. But from the looks of it now, those Otsutsuki seem to have a unique interest in the ninja world. Even if Momoshiki doesn't come, there will definitely be other Otsutsuki coming. If they're stronger than Momoshiki, then even if we kill him and keep Kawaki, it would still give Ishiki a chance to revive. Understood. I'll contact the other ninja villages immediately. Troubled times. Naruto let out a sigh. I just hope Momoshiki and the others see the video and stop coming to the ninja world. Konoha year 63. Naruto, Sasuke, Tonari, and the others looked at each other. What do we do? In the future, Momoshiki and Ishiki appear. Momoshiki came from outer space, while Ishiki already exists in the ninja world. How should we deal with this? Naruto frowned as he thought. Do we even need to think about it? Find Ishiki first, then kill him. After that, everything will be much easier, Sasuke said coldly. Tonari nodded. Exactly. In the future, the top combat power is only you and Sasuke. But right now, Tonari grinned, the meaning obvious. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Tonari Otsutsuki, plus Nagato with both Rinnegan, Kakashi Hatake, and Might Guy with the 8 gates. If that still wasn't enough, they could even bring Obito Uchiha and Minato Namikaze over from the past. And if even that wasn't enough, there was still Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. They refused to believe they couldn't kill one mere half-crippled Otsutsuki Ishiki. Once the video ends, I'll use Sage Mode to search for him. I have to find Ishiki. Naruto nodded seriously. In truth, this was currently the only option. If they let Ishiki continue developing, he might change the course of history. Of course, history was not that easy to change. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him thousands of years just to find the most suitable vessel, Kawaki. But while you didn't fear 10,000 possibilities, you feared the one chance it might happen. If Ishiki really found what he needed, wouldn't his strength return to its peak? At that point, dealing with him would become far more difficult. In the video, Sasuke, barely hanging on, stood in front of Boruto. Blood kept pouring from his mouth, but he still spoke. You brat. You're exactly like your old man when he was young. Tears filled Boruto's eyes. Normally, he would definitely argue back. But right now, he didn't want to say anything at all. Master, are you okay? Sasuke gently shook his head. For now, it's not a big problem. I won't die yet. But I'll probably die soon enough. Hatred appeared in Boruto's eyes. He suddenly whipped around and looked at Ishiki. What with that vicious look? Do you really think you can defeat me? Otsutsuki Ishiki said disdainfully. Ah! In an instant, Boruto charged forward. He was a ninja. He was Naruto Uzumaki's son. He was Konoha's comrade. If he stopped here and failed to move forward, then for the rest of his life, he would never be able to respect himself. Bang! He went fast, but flew back even faster. Ishiki gave a sneer and didn't care at all. He walked straight toward Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Ishiki coming toward him, he slowly pushed himself back up. Stop right there. Boruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And what do you want now? I don't like stubborn children who keep resisting. But suddenly, Ishiki's eyelid twitched, and his expression changed instantly. Boruto, however, smiled. So he had guessed right. You think putting a kunai to your own neck can threaten me? Boruto laughed. You can try. If you take even one more step toward master, I'll kill myself immediately. Ishiki's expression turned even uglier. Boruto was secretly delighted. He gambled right. This guy really wouldn't let him die. You won't let me die, right? Ishiki scratched his cheek helplessly. Looks like you've already noticed. You're right, I really can't kill you. A trace of smugness appeared on Boruto's face. But I never said I can't teach you a lesson. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ishiki appeared in front of Boruto and slammed a punch into his abdomen. The intense pain in his stomach made Boruto double over. The terrifying force sent him flying, and the kunai in his hand fell to the ground. Ishiki slowly walked toward Boruto and said expressionlessly, even if I can't kill you, breaking a few of your bones is still extremely easy. His right foot came down heavily on Boruto's arm. Crack! Ah! A heart-rending scream echoed through the entire alternate dimension. Clutching his broken arm, Boruto rolled on the ground over and over. When it comes to hurting you, I will never hesitate. Another heavy kick stomped down on Boruto's back. The screams were so miserable that words could no longer describe Boruto's pain. His silent gasps made his despair even clearer. On the other side, Naruto, pinned down by Dekokutten, was already at his last breath. Hey Naruto, are you really just giving up like this? That's not like you. Kurama's voice suddenly rang out. What nonsense. I'm the Hokage. To protect everyone. To protect the village, as long as I still have one breath left. I'll cling to him no matter what. I'll keep dragging him down until he dies from exhaustion. His voice was weak, but his attitude was unquestionable. But what should you do, facing an enemy that powerful, an enemy on a completely different level? Are you saying you don't even have a single strategy? Up to this point, he and Sasuke had already used every ultimate move they had. Yet to Ishiki, it still meant nothing. In fact, the two of them had been completely crushed. Was it fear? No, it was despair. Even greater despair than when he had first seen Six Paths Madara. Naruto, you've truly resolved yourself to die, Kurama said after a long silence. Yeah. Sorry, Kurama. In that case, I do have one method. It's not impossible to try. Really? This is the final method when there's truly no other way. A true trump card. Compared to waiting here to die, it's still more worth trying. SNT it? There was a faint smile in Kurama's tone. Naruto said weakly, if you had such a good method, why didn't you say it earlier? I already told you. This is a trump card. Can't be used lightly. Once you use it, death is certain. Even so, do you still want to use it? Naruto did not hesitate in the slightest. Of course. I'm the Hokage. Yeah. That's true. If you don't use this, you die anyway. After using it, at least there's still a sliver of a chance to defeat the enemy. But making this decision still takes tremendous courage. Kurama, I'm counting on you. A smile appeared at the corner of the Ninetales' mouth. Naruto's answer had been exactly what he expected. Come on, partner. This will be our final cooperation. Naruto slowly closed his eyes. He had long since prepared himself for this. No, he should say, from the day he resolved to become Hokage. Konoha, year 63. Naruto stared blankly. So in the end, he still walked onto the road of death. But he did not regret it. This was his own choice. Just like his future self had said. From the day he resolved to become Hokage, he had already prepared himself for this. For a ninja, no one escapes death. What matters is how you die, and whether your death has value. If it was for protecting the village, protecting his comrades, then even if he had to descend into the 18 levels of hell after death, he, Naruto Uzumaki, would not hesitate in the slightest. Naruto, Sasuke murmured softly, his fists clenched tight. Otsutsuki Ishiki. They had to find him and kill him. Otherwise, not just Naruto, even they would walk down that same road in the future. Suddenly, Sasuke seemed to think of something. At the time, the system's reward for Kurama seemed to be reducing his time of death to 1/10, right? Sasuke frowned slightly. The system wouldn't give a reward like that for no reason. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. But as for what exactly it was, he couldn't figure it out. Konoha, year 83. Dad. Boruto muttered. Once again, he had come to understand the man named Naruto Uzumaki. His father was so powerful, and he loved the village so deeply. All of a sudden, Boruto felt some regret over why he was so weak. If he could have become stronger. Just a little stronger. Would his father have avoided walking down this road? The road he knew would certainly end in death? Become stronger. He had to become stronger. Those Otsutsuki were watching from the starry sky like tigers eyeing their prey. How could he afford to stand still? He had to become stronger than anyone else. Only then could he protect his father, and protect everything he wanted to protect. 7th. At this moment, Sarada and Boruto, who had always admired Naruto, were feeling almost the same thing. Because her father was rarely home all year round, And because Naruto had a very good relationship with Sakura and took great care of her, it could be said that the 7th Hokage was her second father. That was also why she admired Naruto so much. But now, she could only watch helplessly as the 7th Hokage died right in front of her. Probably no one could understand that feeling. At this moment, the same thought rose in her heart as in Boruto's. That was to become stronger. To become stronger than anyone else. Hokage's office. Kurama, if you had a method like this, couldn't you have told me earlier? You seriously had me thinking I couldn't beat that bastard, Naruto complained. The Ninetales was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Naruto, you really aren't afraid of death. Naruto smiled and said, Death? How could I not be afraid? But to protect my comrades, to protect my family, then death doesn't really matter. Besides, after I die, Kurama, you'll be able to go out and take a look around too. You've stayed inside my body for decades. Even if I've been keeping you company, no matter what, nature is still better, right? Kurama froze. Only after a long while did he mutter, idiot. In the video, boom, the Daikokutten pressing down on Naruto was instantly blasted away, then slammed heavily into the ground. The earth caved in several meters at once, and smoke spread across the entire field of view in the pocket dimension. You will be devoured by the Ten-Tails and become nourishment for it. But don't worry, sooner or later, every life form on this planet will be drained dry by the God Tree. Ishiki spoke coldly, but suddenly, his expression changed. He turned his head to look behind him and saw a crimson figure shooting into the sky, blazing scarlet flames burning behind him. Ishiki's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be him? But before he could react, the crimson figure was already flying toward him. This guy. Grinding his teeth, Ishiki shot into the air in an instant. Naruto stood in front of Boruto, then turned to look at Ishiki in the sky. You don't need to be scared anymore. Next, I'll take this guy down. Naruto spoke calmly. Ishiki stared at the returned Naruto with full vigilance. Behind Naruto, crimson chakra tails danced in the wind. Black markings covered his face, and the powerful aura pouring from his body felt as if it could shatter space itself. Sasuke pulled the black rod out of his body and said in shock, such massive chakra. How did I not know there was a jutsu like this? What exactly happened? Ishiki said flatly, I didn't expect you to still have a hidden card. How annoying. What kind of look is that? Naruto's eyes were calm and still, as if he were looking at a dead man. That superior, looking down on him attitude instantly sent Ishiki's anger soaring. He pushed off the ground and exploded forward, arriving in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye and throwing a punch. It was fast, but it was still far inferior to Naruto at this moment. With just a simple sidestep, Naruto dodged Ishiki's killing blow. He even brought Boruto to a safe place in the same motion. This speed. Ishiki was shaken. Just how had he obtained such powerful strength? But no matter how strong you become, you're still going to die by my hand. Ishiki charged again, but he flew back just as fast as he had rushed in. Not bad. Ishiki laughed. Not only was he not discouraged by Naruto, he was becoming more and more excited. Very nice, Naruto. This form is completely different from all your previous forms. The energy it needs is produced by consuming both my chakra and yours, until our lives are exhausted. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction ability, all of it was countless times greater than before. Naruto, who had been firmly suppressed by Ishiki just moments ago, was now pressing Ishiki down and beating him. A look of horror appeared on Ishiki's face. What the hell was going on? Why had he suddenly become this strong? You bastard! He charged forward again. And once again, Naruto sent him flying. Kurama spoke again, remember, don't make unnecessary movements, and clear your mind of distractions. That's the secret to extending this baryon mode as much as possible, even if it's only for one more second. The two of them clashed in taijutsu. In less than a breath, they had already crossed 10 miles, 100 miles. The entire pocket dimension had become their battlefield. Even though it was only taijutsu, the destructive power of every punch was stronger than a simple S-rank jutsu. Ishiki gritted his teeth. He was fighting with everything he had. Clearly, Naruto in his current state was already putting enormous pressure on him. Boom! One careless mistake, and Naruto's kick slammed into his side. Ishiki was sent flying straight out. His body drew an afterimage through the air, and the sonic boom echoed throughout the entire pocket dimension. Bang! Ishiki's body smashed heavily into a mountain. In the blink of an eye, the peak shattered, and countless broken stones crashed down to the ground. His body was embedded tightly into the rock. Don't look down on me. His cross-pattern dojutsu activated, and countless Daikokutten cubes instantly appeared above Naruto's head, crashing down with lightning speed. This was the move that had once left Naruto helpless, unable even to dodge. But to Naruto now it looked laughable. The crimson chakra tails behind him extended and directly smashed the Daikokutten cubes away, sending them flying to the distant ground. Ishiki's eyes widened, looking like he couldn't believe it. Damn it, he actually knocked them back. The Daikokutten cubes had already arrived above his own head. Left with no choice, he could only break free of the rock and fly into the air. No passage here. Nanny? He looked up and at some point, Naruto had already been waiting there for him. Bang! A fist in Baryon mode slammed directly into Ishiki's face. His muscles twisted out of shape. And even amid the roar of battle, Ishiki heard the sound of his own bones shattering. Boom! His body crashed heavily into the ground. The earth instantly split apart in all directions, the land itself buckling upward, while smoke and dust covered the entire battlefield. Sasuke retreated into the distance with the injured Boruto. Even from far away, under the power of his Rinnegan, he could still see everything clearly. This is unbelievable. He's fighting him evenly. No, he's even overpowering him, Sasuke said in shock. As Naruto's friend and rival since childhood, no one understood Naruto better than he did. Even if Naruto had somehow beaten Ishiki with the sexy jutsu, Sasuke wouldn't have been this shocked. After all, this was still the #1 most unpredictable ninja. But now, Naruto was actually overpowering Ishiki with pure strength. If this had happened when they were younger, Sasuke would definitely have felt unwilling to accept it and roared in anger. But now, his heart was filled only with deep worry. Just like Orochimaru's cursed seal, no power could be gained out of thin air. Even for Naruto it was the same, which meant that the powerful strength Naruto had now definitely came with some kind of price. While Sasuke was deep in thought, Naruto and Ishiki's battle broke out again. Ishiki's cross-pattern eye flashed once more, and tiny black rods, as small as nanometers, shot straight at Naruto. They were so fast that they had long since surpassed who knew how many times the speed of sound. The instant they neared Naruto, the black rods suddenly enlarged. Whoosh! Naruto moved as fast as lightning and caught the black rod directly in his hand. Nanny! He actually caught it. Even the Sharingan could only barely track that speed. Naruto, what exactly happened to you? Sasuke's heart was full of worry. And at this moment, Ishiki's mentality had completely broken. When they were enlarged, Naruto could knock them away directly. When they were shrunk, Naruto could still catch them. Furious and flustered, he roared, "Impossible! Impossible! When did you master that kind of power?" Anger, unwillingness. Even those words were no longer enough to describe Ishiki's feelings. Just moments ago, Uzumaki Naruto had been getting beaten around by him. So why had he become this powerful? What gave him the right to become this powerful? But Naruto remained expressionless. Slowly, he raised his right hand and gestured for him to come. "Come on, Otsutsuki. I'll show you what true resolve is. And what a real ninja looks like." The furious Ishiki charged up again. He was still fast, but Naruto had already beaten him into a mental collapse. His breathing was ragged, his footwork was a mess, and Naruto caught his movements with ease, smashing another punch straight into his stomach. Blood. Mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. But the instant it splashed onto Naruto, Ishiki was blasted away at sonic speed, and Naruto seized the chance to chase after him. His fists rained down on Ishiki's body. Painful cries rang out non-stop. Ishiki's eyes were wide. He still couldn't believe it. Why did this man have such terrifying power? Just who exactly was this man called Naruto Uzumaki? Boom! With one hand bracing against the ground, Ishiki kicked both legs upward and slammed them into Naruto's chin. He had finally escaped Naruto's storm of heavy punches. Flying into the air, his face looked unbelievably ugly. "I'll make sure you die without even a corpse left." Black rods poured toward Naruto like a torrential downpour at extreme speed. A grin curled at Ishiki's lips. This time, he would definitely blast Naruto into a human pincushion. But a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Naruto's crimson tail behind him gave the slightest twitch, and every single black rod was knocked away. He couldn't stay calm anymore. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Kurama! I didn't expect you to be hiding a trump card like this too." Year 83 of Konoha. Naruto was a little excited. Even though the Ninetales had said from the beginning that this move was powerful, hearing it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes felt completely different. The strength he was showing in the video had already completely crushed Ishiki. "Haha, Kurama, that means I count as someone with a trump card now too. If I run into Ishiki in the future, I won't have to worry about being unable to protect the village anymore," Naruto said with a grin. The Ninetales let out a bitter laugh. "You really aren't afraid of death at all, are you?" Naruto replied frankly, "Idiot. How could there possibly be anyone in this world who isn't afraid of death? Even I'm scared out of my mind. Then why are you still this excited after learning this power comes at the cost of your own life?" Kurama suddenly couldn't understand. Even after being with Naruto for so long, there were still times when he just couldn't figure him out. "Because compared to other people dying or the village being destroyed, I think my own death is easier to accept," Naruto said sincerely. "And that includes you too, Kurama. Honestly, if you died one day, I wouldn't even know what I was supposed to do. You watched me grow up. Looking at it from another angle, we're not just partners. You're more like an elder to me." Kurama fell silent and sighed inwardly. What a foolish kid. What he didn't know was that Baryon mode came at the cost of Kurama's life. He still said nothing, but he knew this was something that couldn't be hidden forever. By the time the final farewell came, the him in the video would definitely tell Naruto the truth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ishiki's roar echoed through the entire alternate dimension. Floating high in the air, he no longer looked as calm and composed as before. If anything, he looked more like a rat tossed into boiling water, struggling non-stop. Taste this. With a wave of his hand, countless black rods fell like rain from the sky. Naruto took a deep breath, his expression unchanged. Or rather, attacks at this level could no longer stir any reaction from him. His figure merely shifted once, turning into countless afterimages as he dodged all the black rods. Where did he go? Ishiki cried out in shock. I'm here. Ishiki's face twisted. When did he get behind me? But he knew Naruto's next wave of attacks was coming. He raised his right arm to block, and in the very next instant he was kicked flying away. Wah! His body bent into a bow shape as he was blasted backward through the air. Then he crashed heavily into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the ground caved in first, then sank even further, and the sounds of the earth splitting rang out non-stop. Naruto looked coldly at Ishiki lying in the massive crater. He did not relax in the slightest, turning into a crimson streak and charging in again. His fists were like thunder and lightning, smashing down on Ishiki over and over. The crater kept widening, and the whole alternate dimension seemed to be suffering a magnitude 12 earthquake. A few breaths later, Naruto leaped out of the crater, and at that moment, Ishiki also flew out, but he hadn't flown out on his own. He had been blasted upward by overwhelming pressure, accompanied by his miserable scream. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Why did it hurt this much? Why was the power this strong? Why was the speed this fast? Ishiki completely failed to understand the Naruto before him, but he knew one thing: the current Naruto was no longer someone he could handle. He clenched his teeth. Can't handle him? Then what about his reincarnation? Kawaki was right in front of him. He was clearly just about to obtain a new life. He raised his head and looked toward the man who had shattered all his plans. Konoha's seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. With a loud shout, he turned into a streak of white light and rammed straight at Naruto. He was so fast that Naruto couldn't dodge in time, and the attack slammed directly into Naruto's chest. In an instant, Naruto was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing straight into a distant mountain. Creak, crack, the mountain couldn't bear the force and snapped in half at the waist. It worked. Joy appeared in Ishiki's eyes. Since it worked, then next came his counterattack. The idea was good. Reality was cruel. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had already flown back from 10,000 meters away and punched him in the abdomen again. Instantly, blood sprayed from Ishiki's mouth, and his head spun. The battle between the two was nothing but taijutsu clashing against taijutsu. There were no flashy ninjutsu, no strange dojutsu, only the most primitive and the most blood-boiling taijutsu. At this moment, both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. They both knew their time was running out. Neither knew when death would come, but right here and now, both were fighting with everything they had. Dad protected by Sasuke, Boruto couldn't help but murmur. Why had he never noticed before just how towering that figure was? Blue, purple, and crimson streaked through the entire alternate dimension. This was a battlefield, and also the ideal place to protect the village, Naruto thought. Looking at Ishiki, who had been smashed to the ground, he slowly walked over. It's over. Unwillingness covered Ishiki's face, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Was it really ending just like this? His life, he had clearly been about to obtain a brand new body. He had clearly been about to begin a brand new life. But suddenly his brows twitched. Naruto was clutching his chest and slowly crouching down. What's going on? That thought flashed through Ishiki's mind. Could this be Naruto's trick? No, it shouldn't be. Naruto clearly had the strength to completely overwhelm him, even kill him. There was no need for such childish schemes. All at once, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and he stood back up. So that's it. I was wondering, how could you suddenly obtain such overwhelming power without any side effects? Well, I think I understand now. Power this strong must come with a price, right? I'm guessing you were trying to gamble everything on killing me before that price arrived. But unfortunately, you lost the gamble, Naruto Uzumaki. His tone was full of smug satisfaction. In the end, the victor of this battle was still him. He was about to welcome his new life. He walked forward slowly, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. But before he could even take 2 steps, blood burst from his mouth again. His face froze in shock. What was going on? True, Naruto Uzumaki's attacks had been heavy, and his injuries were severe, but there was no reason he should be coughing up blood right now. He glared at Naruto in fury and roared, "What did you do to me?" He activated his dojutsu and looked at the flame of life within his body. His pupils shrank violently. The flame of life was gradually weakening. Could it be a thought he found impossible surged up in his mind? Naruto also stood back up and let out a cold laugh. Let us see which one of us dies first. The real gamble only starts now. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki glared furiously at Naruto, not daring to be careless. He set his stance and waited for Naruto's attack. Whoosh! The two clashed once more. The next exchange would decide the winner. Everyone watching felt their hearts tighten. The side effects had arrived. The backlash of Naruto using this kind of overwhelming power had finally come. If he couldn't defeat Ishiki in the time that followed, then the ninja world was truly finished. Year 83 of Konoha. Even Naruto himself was uneasy. He could die. But if he died without taking down Ishiki, then all he would feel was deep, crushing unwillingness. Come on, future me. You have to kill Ishiki. Still hiding in his secret base, Ishiki's expression was ugly. He bit his finger and kept thinking of countermeasures. The power Naruto possessed was terrifyingly strong. He couldn't tell whether Naruto had deliberately failed to kill him quickly, or whether he simply had no way to do it. But no matter what, Naruto Uzumaki was a powerful enemy. The slightest carelessness might make him capsize in the gutter. No choice. He immediately gave the order that Kawaki had to be watched closely. Amato. The moment he thought of that bastard Amato, he ground his teeth in hatred. At first, he had thought the Amato in the video might have had some unavoidable reason for betraying him. He had even considered giving Amato a chance. But the instant the video was exposed, he ran. And he disappeared without a trace. It looked like that guy had long planned his escape. The appearance of the video had only triggered it ahead of time. Ishiki let out a cold laugh. It didn't matter if Amato ran. Kawaki was still in his hands. As long as he waited a few more months, once the Kama on Kawaki fully matured, he could reincarnate directly. Then he would settle accounts with that old bastard Amato. This time, he would make sure that bastard died without a burial place. And his daughter too. Even though she was already dead, he would drag her soul out of the Pure Land and torture it viciously. Otherwise, his anger would never be soothed. Lord Jigen, this is bad. Kawaki is gone. Delta came running over in a panic, shouting in fear. Ishiki instantly appeared in front of Delta, yanking her up by the collar as he roared. Do you even know what you're saying? Kawaki was staying just fine in the base. How could he suddenly disappear? Suddenly, his expression changed.
Koikashin.
That bastard. Other than him, Ishiki couldn't think of anyone else who would help Amato like this. The ninjas Amato had created were indeed powerful, but they all had built-in command programs. He himself was supposed to be the highest authority, but Amato had followed him for so many years for a reason. On the contrary, he had taken advantage of Jigen's arrogance and completely seized back control of Koji Kashin. Damn it! I shouldn't have gotten distracted by this video. Ishiki roared in fury. What do we do? Where should we go look for them? Delta asked carefully. Ishiki was already on the verge of exploding. She was truly afraid he would vent his rage on her. How would I know? But they definitely have somewhere they need to go. Ishiki narrowed his eyes. And he already knew where that place was. Konoha. Go to Konoha now.
No.
Wait. I want to see Naruto Uzumaki's death with my own eyes. I want to see just how heavy the price of that power really is. And by watching the video, he could also learn Naruto's fighting style, which would make the next battle for Kawaki much easier. In a dense forest. Amato, why did you bring me out here?
Koikashin. Amado.
And Kawaki were fleeing at full speed. Maybe it's my conscience acting up. Back then, hundreds of children around your age were branded with Kama, but only you and Code survived. I've been tortured by nightmares day and night. Now that the video has exposed that I'll betray him in the future, I thought I'd do one good thing before I die. Amato smiled. Though he was smiling, aside from the curve at the corner of his mouth, Kawaki couldn't see any emotion in him. Kawaki gave a cold sneer. You? Crocodile tears. Fake mercy. Over the years, how many evil things have you helped Ishiki do? Don't tell me you don't know. So now I want to whitewash myself, Amato said flatly. And don't you think the 7th Hokage is too pitiful? For someone he doesn't even know at all, he's fighting Ishiki with his life on the line. And he'll even lose his life because of it. Don't you have any thoughts about that? Kawaki froze. To be honest, it was impossible for him to feel nothing. Even though the one in the video wasn't actually him, seeing Naruto treat him that well had shaken even his cold heart. While watching the video, he had experienced a new kind of feeling. Love. A father's love. By all rights, Naruto Uzumaki had nothing to do with him. And yet he had given him the same love he gave his own son, Boruto. I want to go see him. See the 7th Hokage. After a long silence, he finally said those words. A faint smile appeared on Amato's face. I'll make sure to get you safely to Konoha. You can't die, Kawaki. My entire plan depends on you carrying it out yourself. Naruto and Ishiki's battle was still going on. The two were still locked in close-quarters combat. Naruto listened carefully. This power is indeed strong. Can surpass him completely. There's no doubt about that. But its side effects are enormous. The key lies in this life force reduction side effect. Because chakra is linked together, the power produced by consuming our life force will also reduce his life force the moment you make contact with him. Ishiki, still in the middle of battle, was already stunned. The more he fought, the weaker he felt his body becoming. And, what the hell is this? I can't be mistaken. My remaining lifespan is dropping sharply. I should have had more than 20 hours left, but now there's less than half an hour remaining. Even Ishiki outside the video was nearly scared stupid when he heard that. So this was a power that could reduce his lifespan. But he quickly calmed down. Unlike in the future, he still had 4 or 5 months of life left now. And Naruto had only lasted until he consumed a little over 20 hours of his lifespan before he could no longer hold on. So he had to keep watching. He had to watch this video all the way through. He had to learn Naruto's weakness and kill him as fast as possible. Not just Ishiki. Almost everyone, after hearing Kurama's words, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Not only did it grant overwhelming power, it could also reduce the enemy's lifespan. But honestly, reducing an enemy's lifespan was a bit too niche. If Ishiki hadn't already been running out of time, then even if Naruto activated Baryon mode, probably still wouldn't have had much effect. Because it would be very hard for Naruto to kill Ishiki in a short period of time. And if he couldn't kill Ishiki quickly, Naruto would definitely be the one to collapse first. But no matter what, Baryon mode under Kurama's lead was truly invincible. The strongest move in the ninja world at present. The problem isn't the attack power. Though it is strong, it's still not enough to deal me a fatal injury. But once Naruto lands a hit, that's the truly deadly part. His attacks are actually reducing my lifespan little by little. Ishiki's face darkened. He wanted to break away and escape, but Naruto chased after him relentlessly. For Naruto, this was the perfect chance to defeat him. And he himself couldn't hold on much longer either. If Ishiki really escaped, then he might never get another chance like this again. Naruto leaped high into the air and drove a fierce kick toward Ishiki's head. Bang! Ishiki was blasted backward, smashing through a mountain peak before crashing to the ground. This is bad. I don't even have half an hour of life left now. Ishiki was horrified, and at the same time deeply anxious. He had to get out of this place immediately. Boom! 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 Having already given up the will to fight, he now only wanted to escape with all his heart. Naruto shouted and pursued him. Get lost! A punch beyond the speed of sound smashed directly into Naruto's face. Ishiki was suddenly delighted. He actually hit him. Interesting. Looks like you're reaching your limit too. But before he could press the advantage, he froze. An even more excited expression appeared on his face than before. This chakra. This Kawaki. Kawaki's here. Truly, the heavens won't cut off every path. I knew it. How could I, Otsutsuki Ishiki, possibly die in a place like this? Naruto Uzumaki. Victory will ultimately belong to me. He spread his arms and laughed madly. Kawaki. Get out here. Get out here right now. Ishiki roared. Naruto's expression changed as well. Kawaki had actually followed them here? How did he get here? Could it be that he also used the power of karma? But Kawaki no longer had the power of karma. Just as Naruto was about to speak, he clutched his chest and started gasping for breath. Had this feeling already reached its limit? Ishiki looked at Naruto and smiled. Very good. Then I'll use you to force Kawaki out. He stomped down on Naruto's back, and with a booming sound from the earth came Naruto's scream. Bang! Before Ishiki could say anything, a huge crash came down from above. Ishiki looked over and smiled. It seemed he had been mistaken just now. Although he had sensed Kawaki's chakra, Kawaki himself had not come to the other dimension. It should have been Naruto Uzumaki's chakra that had drawn Kawaki's right hand and brought it here. Kawaki's face was full of shock. What was going on? How had he appeared here for no reason? I should thank you. The reason I was able to detect Kawaki's location was entirely because of the connection you all spoke of. He stomped on Naruto's back again. Cough. Cough. A large amount of blood spilled from Naruto's mouth. He already felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. His vision blurred, as if he were about to fall asleep. Yo, Kawaki. Seeing you even once really wasn't easy, Ishiki said with his head raised. Kawaki crouched halfway down, horror filling his heart. This was the first time he had truly faced Otsutsuki Ishiki. Fear surged up at once. The shadow from his childhood, combined with his fear of Ishiki's overwhelming power. As of this moment, I only have 5 minutes of life left. I never imagined I'd be forced into such a state by a bunch of ants. Kawaki forced himself to focus. He could show fear before anyone else, but absolutely not before the man in front of him. The one who had made him become like this. That's great, then. I get to witness the moment your life ends with my own eyes. He was smiling, but the cold sweat running down his temples already fully exposed his mental state. Ishiki showed no reaction to those words and only said flatly, it just means my sleep will be a little longer. Once the time comes, I can revive immediately using your body as the vessel. Kawaki, run. Naruto roared. The The crimson chakra around his body had already faded, and he had returned to normal. Kawaki's pupils shook. He didn't want to leave, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would only cause more trouble and let Ishiki revive. So he turned and ran. 7th. Ishiki's expression changed, but he wasn't that anxious. Instead, he flew into the air and said calmly, "Kawaki, I'll give you 20 seconds to appear before me. Otherwise, I'll kill the 7th Hokage." 20. He first called out a number, then drove a large number of black rods through Naruto's body. Kawaki, who was fleeing for his life, froze. His prosthetic arm fell to the ground. That meant Naruto had already lost control over the chakra inside it. 7th. Second by second, time passed. Kawaki struggled inwardly as the fear kept crashing over him. Ever since he had been sold off by his own father, he had lived in hell. Every day, Jigen had abused him. That kind of fear had already sunk into his bones. It was not something that could be erased in a short time. 10. That cold countdown slammed into Kawaki's mind, and he recalled all the bits and pieces of time he had spent with Naruto. He used to have a father too. Although that father gambled, drank, and hit people, he was still his father. But soon, he no longer had a father. He no longer had his only family member either. From that point on, he had never felt what family was again. But after coming to Konoha, he had experienced the warmth of family. Even if it had only been for a few short months, it was still warmth. The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, had warmed him like a real father. Hinata Hyuga had the gentleness of a mother. And he had even gained a brother who wasn't really his blood brother. This kind of life was good. Sometimes he also thought, how good would it be if there were no Ishiki? How good would it be if there were no Otsutsuki? Would his life have been as happy as it was now? That's right. All of his happiness had been given to him by the 7th. So he would not let the 7th die. Absolutely not. He stood up and walked toward Ishiki. So you finally came out. Is it because you couldn't bear to watch your precious 7th die? Kawaki stood at a high place, looking down at Ishiki, his face full of disdain. Well, as long as you came out, that's enough. Next, I can finally sleep well. Whoosh! With a flash, Ishiki appeared directly in front of Kawaki and tightly grabbed his throat. You went through so much effort to escape, and yet you still fell into my hands, didn't you? If this was how it would end, why bother in the first place? The karma was branded onto Kawaki once again. Not long after, Ishiki let out a deep breath. Looking at his index finger as it gradually turned into fragments, he laughed. Although it was full of twists and turns, the result was still good in the end. To be able to force me to this point, I have to admit, you were impressive. He stared at Kawaki and said with a smiling face, "Looks like this world is still reluctant to let me go." Suddenly, his eyes widened instantly. The karma on Kawaki's body was gradually fading away. At the same time, Kawaki's icy voice rang out. "Now let me hear it. How many more seconds can you stay in this world? Say it. What exactly did you do?" Ishiki broke down. Getting beaten up by Naruto the whole time was one thing, but right before dying, he had actually been tricked by Kawaki too. The petrification in his body had already reached his head. He did not have much time left. Thud! His lower body suddenly shattered, and he crashed to the ground. His eyes were still filled with confusion. "How? I clearly branded the karma onto you." Kawaki spoke softly. "Idiot, this is a shadow clone." In the distance, Kawaki appeared in front of Otsutsuki, holding the prosthetic arm, while the original Kawaki turned into smoke and vanished. "Judging from the way you look, you still want to say something, but it doesn't matter anymore. Kawaki." Ishiki's final roar echoed throughout the entire other dimension. Ishiki sat in his chair with a dark expression. So he had died just like that? He let out a breath, his heart feeling stifled. He never thought that in the very end, he would get played by that brat Kawaki. Not bad. Kawaki. A clone. Huh? He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Delta kept her head lowered beside him and didn't dare speak. In truth, she was also deeply shocked. She hadn't expected that brat Kawaki to really take Ishiki down. And in such a ridiculous way at that. Ishiki also knew that he had been careless. At the final moment, the sight of Kawaki had made excitement overwhelm his mind. Otherwise, he would never have fallen for such a cheap trick. When karma was engraved into a ninja's body, he could sense the changes in the human body. What a pity. But next, there would be no more pity. He had more than enough confidence to kill Naruto and the others. It was simple. He had also entered the ranking, so he would definitely obtain powerful strength. Even if Naruto and Sasuke also gained power, there was nothing to fear, because he himself was stronger than those two to begin with. Baryon mode was nothing to fear either. It was simply incapable of killing him in a single strike. If Naruto really used that move, the first one who wouldn't be able to endure it would definitely be Naruto himself. Kawaki, still on the road, had excitement flash through his eyes. Ishiki was dead. He had really killed him just like that? The excitement in his heart could no longer be described with words. Don't get excited. That was only the future. Right now, Ishiki is alive and well, and his lifespan is even longer. He still has several months left, Amato said. The excitement rising in Kawaki's heart immediately dropped, and he nodded lightly. After Ishiki's death, the entire other dimension was filled with an abnormally heavy atmosphere. Kawaki and Sasuke both came to Naruto's side, but right at that moment, something completely unexpected happened. No one knew when it had happened, but Boruto had already undergone Otsutsukification, and at extreme speed, he directly stabbed and blinded Sasuke's Rinnegan. This sudden turn of events was something no one had expected. Momoshiki laughed wildly. You damned Rinnegan. I finally blinded you. Back then, that very Rinnegan had left him in an extremely sorry state. Now, he had finally gotten his revenge. Then he looked at Naruto lying on the ground and charged at him again. Kawaki snapped out of his shock and hurried to stop him. Sasuke also barely forced himself to stand and fight Momoshiki. But Sasuke was heavily injured, and Kawaki had long since lost the power of karma. They were no match for Momoshiki at all, and after only 2 or 3 exchanges they were beaten to the ground. But Boruto's willpower was not so easy to crush. After going through immense hardship, he finally suppressed Momoshiki again, but he also passed out from complete exhaustion. Seeing this, Naruto finally let out a breath of relief and lost consciousness as well. In the consciousness space, Naruto slowly got to his feet, only to meet Kurama's eyes as the latter lay there watching him. He was startled at first, then suddenly understood. So that's how it is. His tone was low, as if he was somewhat unwilling to part. Kurama spoke, the time is almost up. Looks like it. You're surprisingly calm. It's too late to panic now. Besides, being able to see them defeat an Otsutsuki with my own eyes already makes me very happy. My only regret is that I didn't get to say goodbye to Himawari and Hinata. As for Boruto and Kawaki, I don't need to worry about them anymore. Even if I'm no longer here in the future. Kurama chuckled. That's true. After talking with Kawaki, I realized he isn't a bad kid. Naruto froze. When did you talk to him? While you were sleeping. But that's not the important part. Still, those 2 brats, Boruto and Kawaki, really are like real brothers. They're growing strong by pushing each other forward. Like you and Sasuke? I can't really say that. After all, he has Itachi as his actual older brother. At that, Naruto's expression turned a little lonely. I used to imagine having a brother too. But I already had you by my side. Kurama snorted. Back then, you even called me the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. You even beat me up too. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Well, I was young and didn't know any better. Kurama turned his head aside and let out a light sigh. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. In a way, we can be considered brothers too. Well, saying brothers isn't exactly right either. After all, Kurama, you've lived for a very long time. From here on, you'll keep living on in nature. Naruto smiled, looking completely at peace. Kurama stared fixedly at Naruto, as if he could see the path that little brat had walked as he grew up, the enemies he had faced, and the courage he had never abandoned. Zabuza, Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Tonari, Momoshiki, and now Ishiki. That little brat had really grown this far. What are you getting sentimental for? That doesn't sound like you at all. But since this is the end, I'll talk with you a little more about the past. I used to be the embodiment of hatred. Even when I was sealed inside you right after your birth, the hatred surging in my chest still couldn't be erased. It would even leak out whenever your emotions flared up. And that didn't happen just once or twice. Naruto said calmly, even though that power made everyone fear me, I also gained something other people never had. That was you, Kurama. The Nine-Tails smiled. For us tailed beasts, you humans only ever craved our power. You called us things like Nine-Tails and Eight-Tails. But Naruto, you were different. You called every one of us tailed beasts by our names, even if you got them wrong sometimes. Of course, back when you all told me your names, I was really excited. And if it weren't for your help, I don't even know how many times I would be lost by now. But at least in the end, we beat that Otsutsuki. I didn't end up dying like some useless dead dog. Foxes are canines, you know. Naruto burst out laughing. As expected of Kurama, even at a time like this, he was still that humorous. What do you mean, dead dog? Why are you still joking at a time like this? Well, I'm about to die anyway. There's nothing wrong with cracking a joke. The 2 of them laughed together. Then the Nine-Tails extended his fist, and their fists pressed tightly together. It was also the last time they would ever touch fists. Even in the underworld, we'll charge through it together. We've never been apart before. Dying together like this. Isn't so bad. The Nine-Tails said, who said you're going to die? Naruto froze. What do you mean? The only one who'll die is me. Because what's being burned is my chakra. Naruto instantly panicked, but the Nine-Tails remained calm. Don't panic. If I had told you from the start that I was the one who would die, would you still have used that power? You probably would have objected. Naruto stood there in a daze. Kurama's body had already begun to fade. Looks like the time's about up. It's time for me to go report in. Naruto, from now on, I won't be by your side anymore. And without me, you won't have such powerful strength either. So don't be so reckless when you do things from now on, or someone else going to give you a proper beating. And who knows, you might even come down and keep me company. The Nine-Tails figure faded further, gradually disappearing. Kurama, don't go. Naruto's voice was already choked with sobs. Kurama. Konoha year 83. Naruto's face looked ugly. No matter what, he had never expected that even the Nine-Tails would play tricks on him. Kurama, why didn't you tell me sooner? The Nine-Tails smiled indifferently. Even if I told you, it wouldn't have changed anything. At that time, there was no other way to turn the situation around. Even so, Naruto paused, not knowing what to say. He knew Kurama genuinely meant well for him and didn't want him to die. But being left alone in this world, his heart was filled with grief. Naruto, since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. In truth, Baryon mode draws out enormous power by burning my chakra. The price is my death. But Naruto, don't hesitate. The enemy has not disappeared yet. Ishiki still exists. If you get the chance to use my power, you must act decisively. Only then will there be a chance to defeat Ishiki. The Nine-Tails spoke in a low voice. Naruto said nothing. He only frowned and thought hard about how he could defeat Ishiki. There was no way he would let the Nine-Tails sacrifice himself. As for Ishiki, he was practically laughing his teeth out. No matter what, he had never expected that the price of Baryon mode was Kurama's disappearance rather than Naruto's life. That meant Naruto would definitely have reservations. He would never again be able to use that overwhelming power as freely as before. And with that, Ishiki would have a much greater chance of dealing with Konoha. Ha ha ha. Naruto, your soft-hearted kindness will ultimately drag you into the abyss. Konoha year 63. The people of Konoha were filled with emotion. No one had expected that the Nine-Tails demon fox, once known for its brutality, would actually die to protect the ninja world. Felt like a myth. And yet it had happened right before their eyes. Kurama, I won't let you die, Naruto said softly. TCH, kid. Not to put it bluntly, but yes, you're very strong right now. Still, compared to Ishiki, there's still a huge gap. When the time comes, whether you use my power or not won't be up to you. In terms of strength, Naruto now was already much stronger than his 33-year-old self. But if he were to fight his future self, it absolutely wouldn't turn into the kind of overwhelming one-sided battle Ishiki had shown. From this, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap between Naruto now and Ishiki. Even if I die, I'll die together with you, Naruto said firmly. The Nine-Tails was stunned. Only after a long while did he smile. What a brat who understands nothing. But because of that, I'm willing to lend you my power with all my heart. Kurama muttered inwardly. The battle ended soon after this. Boruto used the power of karma to bring everyone back to Konoha. After examination, Sasuke's Rinnegan was confirmed to be completely ruined. It was regrettable, but at least he kept his life. As for Naruto, he was fine too. Other than the disappearance of the Nine-Tails, everything else about his body was normal. Time passed quickly. During this period, Kawaki lived a very happy life in Konoha. It could be said that he experienced a kind of happiness he had never enjoyed before. Although Ishiki had died, his subordinate code attacked Konoha again to avenge him. But Konoha's powerhouses weren't pushovers either, especially with Amato contributing most of the effort. Even though he had the ability to take down the weakened Naruto and Sasuke, Code still decided to play it safe and win Ida over so he could remove his limiters. According to Amato, the current Code couldn't bring out his full strength. Only after removing the limiters could he freely use his true power, and aside from Amato, only Ida could do that. To win Ida over, Code agreed to one of her conditions. He could not harm Kawaki. Otherwise, he could forget about ever removing his limiters, and she would even kill him. Helpless as he was, Code still agreed. After all, just Boruto alone was enough to feed the Ten-Tails and let the divine tree mature. But at this critical moment, Kawaki left Konoha. The reason was simple. He believed his existence would put Konoha in danger. Of course, Konoha itself didn't really matter to him. What he was worried about was Code hurting the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The current Naruto was no longer that monster-like powerful ninja he used to be. He was just an ordinary person now, far from being Code's opponent. His current plan was to let Code take him away to feed the Ten-Tails. That way, Naruto could at least be out of danger for the time being. The idea itself wasn't bad, but it was far too shallow. And Boruto found out, sticking tightly behind him the whole way. Not long after, Kawaki noticed him and called him out. As brothers not related by blood, Boruto understood exactly what Kawaki was thinking, but there was no way he could support that kind of plan. Still, Boruto insisted on following him, and Kawaki had no way to stop him. On the other side, after learning that Kawaki and Boruto had gone missing, Naruto started cursing out the barrier team. Where is the barrier team? Why does this keep happening? He was practically furious. Konoha was the #1 ninja village in the world, So why did its barrier keep having problems? Sorry, Naruto. The barrier team's negligence is partly my responsibility. Ino's guilty voice entered his mind. There's no point saying that now. Hurry up and find them. Under Naruto's urgent urging, they quickly located them. Naruto was delighted and immediately wanted to chase after them. Naruto, where do you think you're going? Shikamaru Nara stopped him. Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to stop them. For all we know, that bastard Code has already run into the two kids. Shikamaru said with a serious expression. You don't have the Nine Tails power anymore. Can't let you go. It's fine. I still have Sage Mode, Naruto said softly. Shikamaru froze for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh. At a time like this, what use could Sage Mode even be? Dad. Hinata walked out of the house, holding Himawari's hand. Don't worry, Himawari. Dad will definitely come back safe. He sat down cross-legged and began gathering natural energy. A few breaths later, the natural energy had fully gathered. He became a sage once more, the final sage. I'll go with you, Naruto. In the end, Shikamaru still couldn't stop worrying about Naruto, so he went with him. On the other side, just as Naruto had guessed, Boruto and Kawaki had already run into Code. Code looked at Boruto, his face full of smiles. Uzumaki Boruto, vessel of Momoshiki Otsutsuki, right? This should be the first time we've met. I'm Code, heir to the Otsutsuki. Boruto stood fully on guard. His right side was already completely covered by karma, the black markings giving him a mysterious look. Heir? You're just a nobody. Sorry, I'm not interested in that. To be honest, I do hold respect for you. That one sentence completely stunned Boruto. What the hell? We're enemies right now, and you're suddenly talking about respect? You're making this really hard to respond to. Because to me, the Otsutsuki are objects of faith, the same as gods. So my heart is in great pain. In order to bring forth the divine tree, I have no choice but to offer you as a sacrifice to the Ten Tails. For a devout believer like me, this task is unbearably cruel. In response to Code's words, Boruto only let out a cold laugh. In that case, I won't just sit here and wait to die. Very good. Then let me have a taste of what the sacrifice is like. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Code's mouth. He suddenly exerted force, the ground caving in beneath him as he charged toward Boruto. Boruto's expression changed. Zulfast. It was to the point that he could barely even see him clearly. Bang! With just one kick, Boruto was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Kawaki, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. They weren't even on the same level. Code was just too strong. Code slowly walked toward Boruto and said calmly, Do you know why activating karma causes such a huge increase in strength? Improved physical ability leading to greater power and speed is indeed one important reason. But to be honest, that alone isn't enough to cause such a drastic jump in combat power. The true essence of karma lies elsewhere. You clearly have Momoshiki Otsutsuki's karma, but you don't know how to use it. Don't you think that's pathetic? Let me explain it to you. Karma is actually the battle experience the Otsutsuki accumulate over their long lives, copied onto us exactly as it is. That's why it makes us stronger. In other words, it lets a person become a battle-hardened powerhouse in an instant. Of course, that's only if you can correctly bring out karma's power. By now, Code had already reached Boruto. That's all I can tell you. How much you understand depends on yourself. Of course, that's assuming you survive. Bang! Another kick sent him flying again. Come on. Let me see it. Whoosh! Suddenly, Code instantly retreated, fear on his face. A powerful aura was spreading out from Boruto's body. His chakra had turned deep blue, and his right eye had completely transformed into the Jogan. Momoshiki's power is finally coming out? Code said excitedly. Still, this really is strange. Before karma was engraved into you, you were just an ordinary person. What Kawaki had been worried about did not happen. Boruto looked at him and said flatly, Kawaki, get farther away. It's not safe here. He didn't take over your mind? Kawaki was shocked. In the past, whenever Momoshiki came out, he would definitely seize Boruto's consciousness. So what was going on this time? I don't know exactly either, but maybe it's because the medicine Amato gave me is working. It lets me use part of Momoshiki's power without losing myself. The battle officially began. With Momoshiki's power, Boruto was now able to steadily suppress Code in the fight. But Code's ability was too troublesome. Even the current Boruto couldn't defeat him in a short time. Kawaki, who had originally planned to leave with Code, changed his mind at this moment. He wanted to fight alongside Boruto and kill Code. Kawaki, what do you mean by this? Kawaki said expressionlessly, that shouldn't be hard to understand, right? Fight you. Kill you. Code's expression changed. This little bastard had actually gone back on his word. Sure enough, Ida quickly told him that if Kawaki didn't go with him, then he could forget about the limiters. But just as he made up his mind, something went wrong on Boruto's side. Boruto began gasping for breath. Then, with a thud, collapsed to the ground. Kawaki was shocked. Boruto, what's wrong? Could it be a side effect of the medicine? He still didn't really trust Amato. But in that moment of distraction, Code attacked and kicked him flying. Code let out a cold laugh. Looks like I'll have to use force to take you away. As for Boruto, let him lose consciousness first. But suddenly Code froze. No, it wasn't just Code. It was the entire world. In this silent world, only Boruto still had consciousness. What's going on? He swept the corner of his eye around and was instantly startled. Momoshiki was actually sitting on top of a tall tree. How boring. Using medicine to stop karma's extraction. But all it's done is let you last a little longer. It's you, Momoshiki. He wanted to get up and fight Momoshiki, but discovered that his body simply wouldn't obey him. This feeling was like time had stopped, as if it were the moment he had been taken down back then. Momoshiki looked at Code, a remnant of Kara. If I remember right, he was the one guarding the ten-tailed seedling, wasn't he? Why not kill him now? A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Boruto. My turn, brat. Time began to flow again. Otsutsuki Momoshiki slowly floated into the air, borrowing Boruto's body. Kawaki gritted his teeth as he watched from the side. In the end, Boruto had still become more Otsutsuki, and had even lost his will. Rasengan. He stretched out his right hand, and a tiny Rasengan began to form. But before long, a Rasengan dozens of meters wide exploded outright. With a thunderous boom, a massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky. Even Konoha could see it clearly. Kawaki swallowed hard. He had no idea why the aftermath of the Rasengan hadn't hurt him at all. Was Momoshiki doing it on purpose? As for Code, he had already escaped using his claw marks. Otherwise, standing at the center of that explosion, he would have died faster than anyone. What terrifying power. Was this the power of a true Otsutsuki? Cold sweat ran down his forehead. He was genuinely shaken. Dust still filled the sky, and no one knew when it would finally settle. Momoshiki looked at the destructive power with a faint smile, unable to stop himself from sighing inwardly. This Rasengan really was easy to use. Back then, he had been taken down by a Rasengan used by that father and son. Now, he could finally test its power for himself. Looks like the more chakra you pour into it, the faster it spins, and the greater the power. Momoshiki felt that he had already understood the structure of the Rasengan. He looked toward the distant Code and revealed a wicked grin. With a flash, he appeared right in front of Code. Rasengan, Rasengan, Rasengan. The non-stop bombardment of Rasengans completely stunned Code. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with you? Why do you keep using Rasengan? And all of them are huge? Do you really have that much chakra? The entire ground had already been blasted into ruins. Kawaki sat there blankly, and at that moment, he finally truly understood the power of the Otsutsuki. Boruto, Kawaki. At last, Naruto rushed over. But when he saw the scene in front of him, even he was shaken. Then tension immediately followed. Momoshiki had taken over Boruto's body again. Momoshiki, you came at just the right time. I can get rid of you too. Momoshiki smiled, then shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Naruto, throwing out a punch. 7th, Kawaki roared and charged out at top speed. Momoshiki rushed in at terrifying speed, so fast that Naruto couldn't react at all. Even Naruto in Sage mode was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Momoshiki. One punch sent him flying dozens of meters away. Naruto forced himself back up, clutching his chest. It hurt badly. Before, whenever he got injured, Kurama would always help heal him. But now that he had to experience this pain himself, it felt unbelievably real. 7th, damn it. Seeing Naruto, the man he respected like a father, get kicked away by Momoshiki, and using Naruto's own son's body, no less, Kawaki instantly flew into a rage and charged forward. Not only that, in order to hold Naruto hostage, Code had also grabbed Shikamaru, leaving Naruto unable to counterattack at all. But Kawaki didn't care about Shikamaru. Right now, he only wanted to kill Momoshiki and stop him from hurting Naruto any further. Haha, Momoshiki, Shikamaru's in my hands now. Don't you think this is the perfect chance to get revenge? A mere ant dares to speak so arrogantly? Momoshiki gave a cold snort. A noble Otsutsuki would never obey anyone else's words. He had already planned to kill Naruto Uzumaki completely. Bang! Kawaki kicked Momoshiki right in the face. But that kick seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Having lost karma, Kawaki no longer had the power to contend with Momoshiki. Feels no different from a mosquito bite. That lofty attitude, that expression that treated everything like trash, shook Kawaki a little. But he couldn't retreat. If he did, the 7th, the man who was like a father to him would die here. Ea! His roar echoed through the sky as he charged up again. Too weak. I don't even have the desire to strike back. Boom! With just one punch, Kawaki was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the ground. My head feels so dizzy. I want to sleep. Can't sleep. At this moment, his will to protect Naruto reached its peak. He absolutely could not let the 7th Hokage die here. Kawaki, run. Leave this place to me. At some point, Naruto was already standing in front of Kawaki, staring at Momoshiki with a grave expression. Seventh Hokage. Kawaki choked up. The figure in front of him seemed as towering as a mountain. A father. So this is what a father is. Power. I want power, he roared inwardly. Even if I have to become an Otsutsuki, so be it. I just want to save the seventh Hokage. Who can give me power? His fists slammed into the ground again and again. Rage, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions mixed together in his heart. The karma he had once thrown away like trash. Now he wanted it back more than anything. As long as he had karma, he would have power. He would be able to fight Momoshiki in front of him and protect Naruto. As if something had sensed his desire, rumble. The chakra inside his body suddenly erupted. The ground caved in instantly, and his entire body was once again covered by karma. What's going on? Ishiki is already completely dead. Isentihi? The karma inside me should have been gone long ago. His expression changed. Could it be that old man Amato did something to my body? But now wasn't he the time to think about that. He felt the powerful strength surging inside him. This is great. With this power, I can definitely save the seventh Hokage. Whoosh! At incredible speed, like a gust of wind, he rushed straight to Naruto's side. Naruto was shocked when he saw Kawaki's appearance. Kawaki, what happened to you? He was deeply shaken as well. Kawaki's karma had clearly disappeared long ago. So why could he still transform like this now? Seventh, step back a little. Don't get too close. Kawaki didn't answer. Instead, he told Naruto to retreat. Boruto, now it's time to carry out our promise. Momoshiki was baffled too. How could this Kawaki suddenly use the power of karma again? So what if you can use karma's power again? It's enough to kill you. Kawaki gave a cold snort. The pupil of his right eye changed instantly, turning into the same wheel pattern eye as Ishiki's. Not just karma, even the dojutsu was inherited too. Momoshiki was a little surprised, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. A massive cube formed by Daikokutin was already descending from the sky. What's with that brat? Code said in shock. I don't know either, but it's probably that old man Amato doing something to Kawaki's body. Otherwise, there's no way he could use karma's power again now, Ida said seriously. But no matter what happens, don't forget the condition you promised me. TCH? I know. Code was extremely annoyed. Kawaki suddenly gaining such powerful strength gave him a strong sense of imbalance. Daikokutin descended from the sky, exactly like when Ishiki had used it against Naruto and Sasuke. Watching the two of them fight, the doubts in Naruto's heart were practically overflowing. Kawaki clearly hadn't been possessed by Ishiki. Without question, the current Kawaki was himself. But then why could he suddenly use Ishiki's abilities again? Looks like that guy Amato hid some extremely important information. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Black rods moving faster than sound shot toward Momoshiki. But the black rods that had dealt massive damage to Naruto and Sasuke back then now seemed a little lacking against Momoshiki. Damn it, he can even use Sukuna Hikona. Code snorted coldly. Those were all abilities he himself didn't have, and it suddenly made him a little jealous of Kawaki. Rasengan. Ever since attaching himself to Boruto, Momoshiki had become especially fond of using the Rasengan. But the Rasengan had no effect on Ishiki at all, because Sukuna Hikona could shrink anything, including a chakra construct like the Rasengan. Seeing his first strike fail, Momoshiki quickly retreated and opened up some distance. After making his preparations, he charged out again. The two clashed in taijutsu, just like Naruto and Sasuke back then in their final battle at the Valley of the End. But Boruto and Kawaki now were far stronger than they had been in those days. In the short term, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. But over a long fight, Boruto would likely fall into a disadvantage. That was Naruto's judgment. He had no idea what Kawaki was trying to do, but from Kawaki's words alone, he could tell that there was nothing Kawaki wouldn't do. No one knew how much time had passed. The two of them were like tireless machines, simply colliding with pure taijutsu over and over, because they both knew ninjutsu was useless. Ishiki's ability could shrink ninjutsu, while Momoshiki's ability could absorb ninjutsu. On the surface, Ishiki had the better odds of winning, because he possessed dojutsu. Suddenly, Momoshiki's body stiffened. He understood that Boruto was waking up, but in that instant of carelessness, Kawaki seized the opening. The black rod pierced straight through his body, disrupting his chakra. This is bad. Rumble. Daikokutin descended from the sky, seeing that he was about to be crushed directly into dust. Whoosh. A streak of yellow light flashed by and carried him away. Kawaki, what are you trying to do? Kill him. His tone was calm and cold, as if he were talking about something utterly insignificant. He's Boruto. He's your brother. Naruto roared. But if he doesn't die, we die. There's no other choice. Move aside. Seventh Hokage. As if pronouncing Boruto's death sentence, Kawaki at this moment was cold and merciless. Despair. Helplessness. That was Naruto's current state of mind. He wanted to stop Kawaki, but with the strength he had now, it was simply impossible. He held Boruto tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to use this method to protest Kawaki's actions. Dad, Boruto. But right at that moment, Boruto suddenly spoke. Kawaki narrowed his eyes. He actually woke up at a time like this, as expected of Boruto. Boruto, you should understand now. It's time to fulfill our promise, Kawaki said flatly. I know. Boruto nodded lightly. Naruto said in shock, promise? What promise? Naruto had no idea the two children had some kind of agreement between them. I made a promise with Kawaki before. If I ever lost my will, then Kawaki would be the one to kill me. And now, it looks like the time has come.
I'm sorry, Dad.
A violent gust swept in and suddenly blew Boruto away. Come on, brother. Kawaki's face was expressionless as he said softly, I'm sorry, Boruto. His right hand shot out in an instant and violently pierced through Boruto's body. Blood burst from Boruto's mouth, but there was not the slightest trace of pain on his face. Instead, he faced it with a smile. Don't blame yourself. Kawaki slowly pulled back his right hand and looked coldly at Code. Code was greatly alarmed. Shikamaru is still in my hands. Don't do anything crazy. As if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world, Kawaki said with disdain, you're really insane. I already killed Boruto. What reason do I have to spare you? Whoosh, this guy is serious. Code's thoughts raced. He still had not removed his own limiters, so there was absolutely no way he could be Boruto's opponent. Left with no choice, he released Shikamaru and used his ability to pull Demon over. Demon, Ida's younger brother, had the ability to reflect all force directed at himself. After Kawaki's attack was reflected back, it directly blasted Kawaki unconscious, while Code was also injured by the powerful force. There was no helping it. Shikamaru and Naruto were still here, and he himself was badly wounded. The mission was probably impossible to complete now. He could only find another chance to deal with Kawaki later. Taking Demon with him, he left quickly. Boruto. Naruto held Boruto's corpse, his face full of grief, not knowing what he was thinking. Shikamaru wanted to comfort him from the side, but he did not know how to begin. He had children too, so naturally he knew how painful it was to lose a son. Dad, you're suffocating me. Suddenly, Boruto opened his eyes and pushed Naruto aside. Naruto was overjoyed. He wasn't dead. His son wasn't dead. What exactly happened? Naruto hurriedly asked. Simply put, Momoshiki didn't want to die, so he used Kama to revive Boruto. But the price was that he would never be able to revive again. Of course, that's only Momoshiki's side of the story. Nobody knows the exact truth. After this great battle ended, the group returned to Konoha. Kawaki was being treated at the hospital. After waking up, the first thing he saw was Sumire Kakei standing by his bed. Right after that came confusion. Not dead. He actually didn't die. The 7th Hokage really didn't kill him. Why am I still alive? He asked blankly. Sumire Kakei said carefully, even though I don't know what you all went through, dying is a very painful thing. Kawaki instantly broke down. This woman who knew nothing still remained just as gentle as ever. What do you know? I killed Boruto. That's the 7th Hokage's son. Why didn't he kill me to avenge Boruto? The 7th Hokage would never harm a child of his own village. Sumire Kakei answered, because she had the most right to say that. Back then, she had nearly destroyed the whole of Konoha, yet the 7th Hokage had still forgiven her. Just how good of a person was that man? He could even spare the killer who murdered his own son. Kawaki muttered a complaint, but deep down, he was still deeply moved. Also, Boruto didn't die. Kawaki was greatly shocked. His body had been pierced through like that and he could still live? He hurriedly got up and came outside the hospital room. Sure enough, Boruto was waiting for him. Yo, brother. Boruto greeted him with a grin. What exactly happened? Kawaki asked with a dark expression. Without question, this was Boruto. Boruto smiled and gave a simple explanation. Kawaki suddenly fell silent. I understand. After that, he turned around and went back to lie down on the hospital bed. For some reason, he suddenly felt much lighter inside. As expected, he really was not good at killing people, especially when that person was his brother. It's good that he didn't die. But very soon, he thought of something else. Boruto hadn't died, so would the Otsutsuki clan just give up? Especially Code. His eyes narrowed. Now that he had power again, the 7th Hokage would be protected by him. The Otsutsuki had to die. The scene shifted. On Naruto's Hokage rock, Boruto was lying on top of it. Suddenly, he stood up and looked behind him. Kawaki was standing there silently. Boruto, Kawaki. The two just looked at each other like that. The wind around them lifted the tips of their hair, revealing faces that were both on the verge of maturity. Those blue eyes of yours will one day take everything from you. That sentence directly left Kawaki dumbfounded. He had no idea what Boruto was trying to say. Some self-righteous guy told me that. No. Calling him a person probably isn't quite right. He said that one day, I would lose everything. Kawaki said expressionlessly, Boruto, what is everything in your eyes? Life in Konoha? Family? Companions? I never had any of those things from the very beginning. As far as I'm concerned, My only pursuit is for the 7th Hokage to live safely and peacefully. That's all. The fact that you survived by luck means that the thing threatening the 7th Hokage's life also continues to exist. Don't forget that. Boruto slowly put on that forehead protector that had long since been slashed, and said softly, I've already made my resolve. Kawaki said coldly, anyone who threatens the 7th Hokage's life, no matter who it is, I will kill them. I will overturn that prophecy. With my own hands. The screen suddenly split into two. Half of Boruto's face and half of Kawaki's face appeared on it. One Jogan, one cross-shaped eye. The sight was astonishing. Year 83 of Konoha. Naruto was already speechless at this point. How should he put it? Kawaki wasn't a bad person. If anything, he was a genuinely good kid at his core. The problem was that no one had ever guided him the right way. Originally, after coming to Konoha, he had changed quite a bit in theory and was gradually developing in a better direction. But because of those Otsutsuki bastards, Kawaki had once again fallen into confusion, to the point of forming a certain belief. That was, no matter which Otsutsuki it was, if they threatened the 7th Hokage, he would kill them. Even if it was Boruto, a brother as close as family. He might have considered the consequences of Boruto's death. Even if it would make his own life worse than death, Kawaki still wanted Naruto to live. He didn't want Naruto to die. So he wanted to dirty his own hands. All of a sudden, Naruto wanted to adopt this child. As long as he could give him proper guidance, he would definitely be able to lead him onto the right path. Just like that, it was decided. The video continued. After Boruto recovered, they resumed their mission. During this time, just as Boruto had said, Momoshiki did not come out to cause trouble. But the thing that happened next shocked everyone. Ida actually liked Kawaki. When this news came out, everyone in Konoha was stunned. Even Amato, the one who had created Ida, could hardly believe it. Even he had never expected Ida to have feelings like this. After that, Ida negotiated with Konoha. She would go to Konoha and stop helping Code. This news made Konoha doubtful, but they had no other choice. Naruto had lost Kurama, Sasuke had lost his Rinnegan, and Konoha's strength had already dropped sharply. Even if Ida really had some scheme against them, there was no way they could refuse. They could only choose to believe that Ida had really come for Kawaki. However, after Shikamaru's negotiations, Ida and Demon would live in Konoha under surveillance. Ida also promised that as long as Konoha didn't provoke her, she would absolutely not make the first move. That at least let Konoha breathe a sigh of relief. They actually prepared such a luxurious house. Boruto, Kawaki, Sarada, and Konohamaru stood in front of a house and sighed in amazement. Because this was an emergency mission. This place had already been reserved by someone else. We had to use some pretty forceful methods to get it, Konohamaru said helplessly. Ever since Naruto took office, he had never done something like this before. But this time, an exception had been made. Boruto said with an envious look, well, this mission concerns the fate of the entire village. Some sacrifices are unavoidable. Kawaki said irritably from the side, Boruto, stop getting excited. Did you forget why we came here? Boruto said, of course I remember. We just need to get along peacefully with Ida, right? Hey, you two brats, before you worry about getting along with Ida, get along with each other first. Konohamaru was rather helpless. The two of them were just like Naruto and Sasuke back then. They could start arguing over the smallest thing. Still, they were full of energy. Konohamaru didn't dislike that about them. It just gave him a headache. Meanwhile, Sarada and Mitsuki were looking off into the distance. Even though Ida can use Senrigan, it still feels kind of wrong for us to monitor her like this. Before Mitsuki could say anything, Shikadai and the others walked over. Why are you here? Chocho smiled. We're interested too, so we wanted to come take a look. This isn't a joke, Sarada said helplessly. Chocho giggled. Relax, Sarada. We won't interfere with your mission. Mitsuki's expression suddenly turned serious. Sarada, she's here. The few of them quickly turned their heads to look, and all their expressions changed in shock. She was flying. Actually flying? Flight-type ninjutsu was extremely rare in the ninja world. It was obvious just how shocking Ida's entrance was. Ida landed steadily in front of the luxurious house. Just as she was about to push the door open and go in, it was as if she sensed something, and she looked towards Sarada and the others. In an instant, Chocho and Inogen felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts started pounding wildly. That strange reaction naturally made Sarada and the others curious. Even Mitsuki said, what's going on? This is the first time I've felt this kind of inexplicable emotion. Mitsuki, are you okay? Mitsuki said blankly, how could I be okay? Sarada froze, looking at Mitsuki's flushed face. Then turning to look at Chocho and Inogen, she saw they were in exactly the same state. Only Shikadai was completely fine. I didn't see her face just now, Shikadai said solemnly. He had also realized how serious this was. After noticing the situation on their side, Ida chuckled softly and walked into the house. The group barely recovered some of their senses and immediately insisted on going to take a closer look. If Lemon hadn't arrived early, they might really have gone over for a close look. But Ida's ability made everyone tremble in fear. Just one glance was enough to brainwash people. It was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, after entering the room, Ida was still unconsciously releasing her charm, and Konohamaru fell for it immediately. Inside the room, calm down, calm down. I need to calm down. It's no big deal. She's just a woman. So you're Konohamaru? I heard you've known him since childhood? Ida's alluring voice rang out. Konohamaru trembled with excitement all over. He wanted to speak, but no words came out. In the end, his head heated up, and he just collapsed onto the floor and slid down the stairs. Boruto and Kawaki on the first floor noticed something was wrong and immediately realized Ida had arrived. They hurried upstairs to check. But before Boruto could react, Demon had already pounced onto him. Who are you? Kawaki said coldly. Even though he had only caught a brief glimpse of this kid back then, he still recognized him. This was the guy who had helped Code.
Demon.
Demon grinned. Kawaki snorted coldly and charged straight at him. If it hadn't been for this bastard last time, he would have killed that bastard Code. Old and new grudges would be settled together. But unfortunately, the current Kawaki was absolutely no match for Demon. Even with Boruto joining in, the two of them together were still completely crushed. So fast. And so strong. That was the shared reaction of both of them. After only a few exchanges, the two were completely knocked unconscious. If this had been a real life and death battle, they would already be dead. After an unknown amount of time, Boruto slowly opened his eyes.
Eita!
He was startled. He was lying on the sofa, while Kawaki was lying with his head on Ida's lap. Ida apologized softly. Sorry, Boruto, for greeting you in such a rough way. That's not the point, is it? What exactly are you trying to do? Demon sneered. Didn't we already say it before? If you want to fight against us, you won't end well either. Before Boruto could speak, Kawaki woke up and quickly got up from Ida's lap. Looking at Kawaki's handsome face, Ida's face turned red, and she didn't know what to say. So this was what it felt like to have her heart moved. In the past, it was always other people whose hearts would race uncontrollably when they saw her. But now she was feeling it too. It was strange, yet wonderful. Hey Kawaki, my lap pillow is very soft, right? Ordinary people don't get to enjoy that. Kawaki's face looked awful, his heart full of unwillingness. What a joke. Ida seemed a little hurt and said softly, listen, Kawaki. Before she could finish, Shikamaru's voice sounded from the void. Boruto, it's me, Shikamaru. You've already met Ida? Yes, and we suffered quite a bit because of it. Boruto replied full of complaints. Shikamaru said apologetically, we originally wanted to introduce her to you, but we didn't expect her to fly off first. Mr. Amato is sitting beside us right now, and he has something important to share with you. Listen carefully. Kawaki and Boruto both focused up. They knew the intel was coming. Whether it was appropriate to say all this in front of the person involved or not, that no longer mattered. A chaotic era was about to begin. An unpredictable situation was about to arrive. Soon, Amato's voice came through, and both Boruto and Kawaki listened with their full attention. Ida, whether man or woman, anyone would become her captive. But her ability is ineffective against Otsutsuki and her own blood relatives. For example, you two, Boruto and Kawaki, are immune to Ida's charm. Also, her left eye has the ability called Senrigan. She can spy on every scene in this world as if she were there in person, taking in all the conversations and everything that happened at the time. Not only that, she can also view things that happened in the past, but only from after her birth. In other words, at most, the last 16 years. Then there's her younger brother, Demon. Any action that might endanger him, no matter what kind of attack it is, can be reflected back. The condition for activating this ability is that he must be touching the attacker. When the ability activates, the person being touched will also display the same kind of reflection effect. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but be shocked. Even after years of fighting wars, this was the first time he had seen such terrifying abilities. Even though Demon is an annoying little brat, it's best to be careful and not harbor even the slightest killing intent toward him. Even a tiny bit will be reflected back. Any specific attack imagined in the mind will rebound onto oneself. Boruto and Kawaki were both stunned, staring in shock at the little brat sitting beside them. No matter how they looked at him, this kid didn't seem like someone that strong at all. Demon's gaze carried a bit of provocation. After Boruto glanced at him, he quickly looked away. Now that he knew Demon's ability, if he still charged in recklessly, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? Bang! Suddenly, Kawaki's head tilted to the side, and strands of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Boruto was shocked. Boruto, looks like what he said is true. Kawaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was no panic on his face. If anything, he looked extremely calm. But a strange light flashed through Kawaki's eyes. Once he understood how the ability worked, he could infer its weakness in reverse. This time, Amato had helped him. In the future, there might be hope of defeating Demon. Demon burst into laughter, unable to help feeling that Kawaki was stupid in an adorable way. Who would actually go and test it for real? Reflection? What kind of terrifying ability is that? Naruto couldn't help crying out in alarm. Even though he now possessed Yin-Yang release, and his chakra was dozens of times greater than before, he probably still wouldn't be able to deal with such a cheat-like ability. Yeah, this kind of power is basically cheating. Even just having killing intent toward him gets reflected back onto yourself. How are you supposed to fight him like that? Sasuke frowned, clearly thinking about how to deal with this ability. If an attack without killing intent was used, would it fail to trigger the reflection? In a simple spar, the other side probably wouldn't be able to reflect it either, right? Things were developing more and more in an unpredictable direction. As for what the future ninja world would become, probably no one knew. It looks like we have to find this Amato first. Even if we have to unite the 5 great nations and issue a manhunt across the entire ninja world, we must find him. We absolutely cannot let him create monsters this terrifying again, Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly. The ability to reflect everything, combined with the ability to charm the world, when those two powers were put together, they were practically invincible. He simply couldn't think of any way to break them. Charm was very different from genjutsu, couldn't be dispelled at all. Once someone was controlled by Ida's charm, they would completely become her puppet. And this ability wasn't even something she deliberately released. As long as Ida stood there, anyone who saw her would be charmed. So he quickly gave the order to make contact with the 5 great nations and find Amato no matter what. After a long silence, Naruto finally asked, Amato, just how did you create so many abilities? It wasn't strange for Naruto to be curious. These abilities were simply too impossible to deal with. Charming the entire world, reflecting everything, these were abilities they had never even heard of before, yet now they were right in front of them. There was simply no way to start dealing with them. Such powerful abilities. It was hard to believe a human could create them. Amato took a drag from his cigarette, then let out a long breath and said, saying I created them isn't exactly accurate. Creating abilities like that is something only gods can do. I'm not that kind of being. I'm just an ordinary human. All I did was transplant existing things into them. Shikamaru said in surprise. Transplant? Transplant what? Once, there was someone who completed evolution and became a being close to a god. He was the source of those abilities, Otsutsuki Shirbai. That's right. Their powers came from a gift of the gods. Those words instantly left everyone dumbfounded. A god? There really was a god in this world. And it was from the Otsutsuki clan? Seemingly noticing their doubts, Amato continued, Don't worry. He no longer exists in this world. What remains is only his corpse. Didn't I say before that the chakra fruit formed by devouring a planet's life is a massive cluster of genetic information carrying enormous energy? The Otsutsuki are a species that continuously evolves by consuming those fruits. Power keeps being reincarnated to overcome death. For thousands of years, he continuously devoured fruits and kept evolving, eventually becoming a being close to a god. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue. The older he got, the less resistant he was to shocks. Just hearing about a so-called god had already startled him. Forget whether he's really a god or not. Let's get back to what we were discussing. In short, those cheat-like abilities Ida and the others have originally belonged to that guy called Shirbai. Is that right? That's right. By putting Shirbai's genetic factors into the two of them, they awakened those strange powers. Lu Wei frowned tightly and quickly asked Katasuke about it. After getting Katasuke's confirmation, Shikamaru had nothing more to say. That really hurts, Shikamaru. Even now, you still don't believe me. Shikamaru let out a cold snort. Bastard. If you weren't still useful, then just for the matter of you taking my son hostage back then, dying 100 times still wouldn't be enough. Shirbai possessed many abilities, and all of them were extremely unbelievable. He had no need to form hand seals like ninjutsu. A wave of his sleeve could stir up a storm with the power of wind release, and a roar from him could summon lightning like lightning release. Unlike senjutsu and ninjutsu, those powers could only be called miracles. Phenomena like wonders created by a god. People call them shinjutsu. No need to mention Ida and Demon. Kawaki also inherited shinjutsu. Even karma is a form of shinjutsu. Our ninjutsu is merely a crude imitation of shinjutsu. Shikamaru frowned and said, I'm curious. Leaving aside the fact that Otsutsuki technology is far beyond ours, even they possess the shinjutsu called karma and can reincarnate through it. So why is what appeared here his corpse instead? Amato said calmly, who knows? No one knows what the truth is. It's possible he was killed by someone. Or maybe after going through countless evolutions and reaching the end result, one can cast off the body in its material sense and ascend into a higher existence. If there's no need for a physical body, then there's no need for reincarnation either, and one can also escape the need for a vessel. In other words, the hypothesis that Shirbai voluntarily abandoned his body also stands. Everyone fell silent again. That really was true. If a god really was perfect and flawless, then that explanation did sound somewhat reasonable. Sorry, I got a little off track. I'll continue. The power of the Otsutsuki contains hope. It can turn what is impossible for us into infinite possibilities. For example, reviving my daughter. Then, through Amato's words, they came to understand why he had helped Ishiki. Amato once had a daughter. Although he appeared not to care much about her on the surface, when she truly died, he nearly went mad. It was at that time that he met Ishiki. Ishiki once told him that if Amato helped him devour the fruit of the god tree, then afterward, he would revive his daughter. But now it seemed that was just one of Ishiki's lies. Even if it had been true, the planet would have been destroyed. So even if my daughter were revived, it would have no meaning. It would be better to choose another method. It feels like this world is getting more and more absurd. Is this even still the world we know? Hokage gave a bitter smile. What gods? What divine arts? This was getting more and more outrageous. In the future, would people like them, ninja, even still be fit to survive in this world? Now it seemed they had to form an alliance as soon as possible, then use the power of the mysterious light screen to raise the strength of their ninja. Otherwise, in the world to come, when facing those Otsutsuki, they would be nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hokage made up his mind. He would immediately unite the 5 great nations and establish an alliance. He might be reckless, but he was not stupid. At most, the future shown in the light screen was only 18 years away. By then, he would still be alive. He had no intention of becoming food for those Otsutsuki. Konoha, the sage of 6 paths, frowned. This was also the first time he had heard information about the Otsutsuki god. His mother had never mentioned it before. Although he had always known his mother was not from Earth, he had never imagined there really were gods in this world, even if he himself had been honored as a sage. But he knew that was only exaggerated praise. Though he possessed tremendous power, he was still far from having the ability to create all things in the world. Brother, it looks like we need to simplify ninjutsu. Hopefully, we can also create ninjutsu that doesn't require hand seals. Although hand seals had been invented by Indra, as Indra's father, he also had some understanding of them. Back then, in order to pass down the power of chakra, he had spent quite a bit of time researching it. Now, it seemed he could study it together with hand seals. Maybe then he could simplify ninjutsu, directly guide the chakra inside the body outward, and cast ninjutsu. Without a doubt, that process would be difficult. But the sage of 6 paths believed that by combining the wisdom of the entire ninja world, they would surely be able to discard hand seals and truly let ninja use ninjutsu without them. If hand seals were no longer needed, the strength of ninja would definitely rise by another level. Then, when facing the Otsutsuki clan, they would also have a few more chances of winning. Meanwhile, when Amato learned that his daughter would die a few years later, he was completely dumbfounded on the spot. What should he do? How exactly was he supposed to save her? He gritted his teeth and looked at the experiment currently underway. He wanted to rush straight home, but he knew the entire ninja world was definitely looking for him right now. He could not guarantee his own safety, much less his daughter's. Konoha, his eyes lit up. Konoha had the strongest ninja, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, stationed there. If he could make his way to Konoha, then the safety of both him and his daughter would at least be guaranteed. And with Tsunade, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, there as well, his daughter's illness might even be prevented. That's right, Konoha. He had decided. He would head to Konoha immediately. As for this research equipment, once he got there, he would think of a way to persuade Konoha's higher-ups to help him bring it back. Shikamaru still didn't trust Amato. He frowned and transmitted his voice to Ida. That's right. This guy really does have a daughter. Although Naruto was somewhat dissatisfied with Shikamaru, hearing this news undoubtedly put his mind at ease. Meanwhile, in the Villa district, "Kid, if you can hear me, give me some kind of response." The sudden voice startled Boruto, but he quickly reacted. This voice belonged to Momoshiki. "Momoshiki, how are you?" Momoshiki's voice was full of disdain, with a trace of excitement mixed in. "So it really is like that? Ever since just now, all those random, pointless thoughts of yours have been continuously reaching my side." Boruto seemed startled by Momoshiki's words. What did that mean? Didn't that mean Momoshiki could hear his inner thoughts? Wouldn't that mean he knew everything he was thinking? Some of the damaged parts in your body were repaired using my data, and after that, a new reaction was produced. It seems to allow our thoughts to merge with each other. This shouldn't be the mind-body switch technique, right? The things Momoshiki is thinking are actually entering my mind. Just as Momoshiki had said, Boruto also realized it. Their thoughts really were gradually becoming linked. How annoying. But forget it. Right now, it's better not to let Kawaki find out. Otherwise, you'll definitely die again. Getting involved with him is troublesome. Oh right, there were a lot of unreasonable points in what Amato said just now. Boruto thought to himself, could it be that the existence of Shirbai was fake? Momoshiki laughed when he heard that, sounding somewhat smug as he said, "Unfortunately, Shirbai's existence is real." Just as Amato speculated, he already left this dimension long ago. The part about divine arts is also true. I've lived for many years and seen many things. As for the divine arts that exist in this world, I know all of them like the back of my hand. None of that is important. What truly concerns me is the ability of that Ida he mentioned. Boruto's brows furrowed slightly. So you're saying there are parts of what Amato said about Ida's ability that were lies? But why would Amato do that? Right now, Amato was tied to Konoha's fate. If something happened to Konoha, he would definitely die too. Amato insists that Ida's ability comes from divine arts. That part is true. Clairvoyance is indeed one type of divine art. But that power to bewitch people's hearts probably isn't. Boruto was completely confused by what he was hearing. What does that mean? Momoshiki said calmly. I already told you just now. I know all divine arts thoroughly. But I have never heard of that kind of ability. In other words, Amato may be lying. So this guy wasn't bragging just now. He really was proficient in all divine arts. Boruto did not even know what to say. It looked like this guy really hadn't lived all these years for nothing. Then again, that made sense. Momoshiki had lived for at least 1,000 years. He might even have lived longer than Kaguya once did. Knowing a bit more about divine arts seemed normal enough. But why would he hide this? Momoshiki shook his head. I don't know. That's why I said it's unreasonable. Ida and Shikamaru's conversation was still continuing, but Boruto could no longer hold back first. His thoughts were connected with Momoshiki's, and now Momoshiki's thinking was pouring into his head all at once, making him feel repulsed. How long is this state supposed to last, anyway? You think I want this? If it weren't for hiding my thoughts, I wouldn't be doing this. After saying all that, you're not trying to trick me again, are you? Momoshiki laughed. Say whatever you want. I also want to get rid of this state as soon as possible. Boruto was speechless. Why did this guy look like he had just given up and stopped caring about everything? I'm saying you, but before he could finish speaking, he stopped. A series of images appeared in his mind. What was that? Boruto covered his right eye, horrified to the extreme. Inside his thoughts, Momoshiki's expression turned serious, as if he had seen it too. Kid, cherish everything you have now. Year 83 of Konoha. What should we do next, Naruto? Shikamaru said with a frown. Things are getting more and more ridiculous, and harder to deal with. Right now, the strongest combat power in the ninja world is undoubtedly Naruto and Sasuke. But the key problem is that those two are no match for Ishiki at all. Even if Naruto uses Baryon mode, it probably still won't work. Naruto shook his head bitterly. He had no solution either. The way things were developing had already far exceeded his expectations. Otsutsuki God, divine arts, Ida, and all of that, he suddenly felt like he really had terrible luck. It looked like being Hokage really wasn't that easy after all. I do have an idea, Shikamaru said thoughtfully. What idea? Borrow Momoshiki's power. Naruto's brows drew together slightly. Momoshiki? That's right. In terms of the end result, both Momoshiki and Ishiki are after the ninja world. They both want to eat the god tree's fruit. But the problem is, there's only one ninja world, and only one fruit. So can't we make them fight each other? Is that plan feasible? It should be. Judging from the time exposed by the light screen, Momoshiki should be arriving in the ninja world very soon. Even if he saw the light screen with his pride, I don't think he would become fearful because of it. Once they arrive in the ninja world, we can think of a way to create some conflict between them. I don't think they'd fall for it that easily, Kakashi said, resting his chin on both hands, deeply troubled. The light screen's exposure had both good and bad sides. The good part was that they had learned information about future enemies. The bad part was that the enemy had also learned how they planned to deal with them. The Otsutsuki clan would definitely become wary. Shikamaru gave a mysterious smile. For sure. It's already extremely difficult for Momoshiki to deal with Naruto and Sasuke working together. In other words, after coming to the ninja world, there's no way he'd go straight to Konoha and ask for trouble. So what should he do? The first thing he'd do is increase his own strength. Everyone thought of that point. That's right, the first thing was to increase his own strength. And from what they had learned from the light screen, the Otsutsuki clan could devour each other to grow stronger. Momoshiki would definitely find a way to devour Ishiki, strengthen himself, and then come to Konoha to seize the Nine-Tails chakra from Naruto. But wouldn't that just be raising a tiger only to invite disaster? Naruto said with a bitter smile. Momoshiki is already incredibly hard to deal with. If he devours Ishiki too and becomes even stronger, then no one in the ninja world will be able to stop him. There is still a way. I already noticed the items on the light screen just now. There are a lot of unbelievably miraculous things there. Like this door of space-time. Can travel through any time and space. We can think of a way to ask for reinforcements. Reinforcements? That really is a wildly imaginative plan. Kakashi said in disbelief. Can something like that really be done? Shikamaru stroked his chin and said, I think it should be possible. I also saw a space-time telephone, but it requires points to purchase. I also checked how points are obtained. We have to wait until after the video finishes playing, when the light screen gives out rewards at random. It just so happens that the spacetime telephone isn't very expensive. When the time comes, we can buy one. Only then did a smile appear on Naruto's face. There were quite a few powerful people in the past. Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and the other powerful Kage. If those people could come to this era, then their chances of winning would rise greatly. At the moment, this is the only way. Right now, Naruto could only hope that Momoshiki and the others would come to the ninja world a little later. What was that just now? Boruto was stunned. For that instant, it had seemed like an illusion, but it had also felt so real. He really had seen some images. Even though they were only fragments, you saw them too, didn't you? The same scene I once saw. Boruto lowered his head, drenched in sweat, completely unable to understand it. Was this Momoshiki's power? He could actually foresee the future too. Could that really happen in the future? Boruto thought of the words Momoshiki had said when he branded him with karma. Those blue eyes of yours will one day take everything from you. On the other side, Amato was still talking about information on Ida and Demon. Of course, Amato was still somewhat displeased by Shikamaru's suspicion. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned a little stiff, Naruto quickly said, "You know too, Kawaki originally hated karma very much." As soon as he finished speaking, Kawaki said, "It's fine. This isn't Amato's fault. The real culprits are those Otsutsuki bastards. They're the ones who branded me with karma. So as long as the Otsutsuki disappear, I won't be trapped by these monsters with their ridiculous powers anymore. More importantly, Lord Seventh's life won't be under threat anymore." Hearing that, not just Boruto, even Demon and Ida were stunned. This kid really did hate the Otsutsuki. At every moment, he was thinking about killing them. "Alright, Amato, I have a question for you," Kawaki said again. "If you use my karma to revive your daughter, won't she become a new Otsutsuki?" Amato pushed up his glasses. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, not only would Kawaki refuse to help him, even his own life would be threatened. "I can't guarantee that either. After all, there's no precedent for it. But I can guarantee that this is the only method." His tone seemed somewhat dejected. After all, placing the hope of reviving his daughter on someone else really didn't seem very realistic no matter how you looked at it. Everyone fell silent, as if Amato's words had resonated with them. After that, with Ida saying she was tired, the group ended the conversation. Night fell, and Boruto tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of what Momoshiki had once said to him. If things really turned out like that, wouldn't that be way too miserable for him? In another room, Kawaki sat on the bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. His expression was serious, as if he had made up his mind about something. The next day, Ida, Boruto, and the others were eating breakfast in the living room. Boruto said, "Listen, saying this myself feels kinda weird, but if we're talking about an Otsutsuki's love interest, then I should be within the selection range too, right? So why do you like this unlikable Kawaki?" Kawaki rolled his eyes. This guy really dared to say that. In all of Konoha, who wouldn't say that I, Kawaki, am more handsome than you? Demon chuckled. "Obviously because your face isn't as good as his?" Boruto was speechless and said angrily, "Don't say such hurtful things. I wasn't asking you." Ida smiled. "Of course, Boruto, you're excellent too. But look, you're only 12 years old, and I'm already 16. Boruto curled his lips. Honestly, if she hadn't said it, no one would ever have taken her for a 16-year-old. Especially her figure. It was seriously outrageous. Kawaki suddenly spoke. "You were allied with Code before, right? You got close to me in order to use him. I hate that fake bastard. And I was still bait for the Ten-Tails. But she said she wouldn't make a move on me. Was it because he was wary of you?" Hearing Kawaki speak to her, Ida's cheeks instantly flushed red. So embarrassing. This was the first time Kawaki had spoken to her. "In order to ensure my safety, you sold Boruto out to Code. Unless there was some kind of agreement like that, there wouldn't have been a cooperative relationship like this in the first place. Am I right, Ida?" Hearing Kawaki call her by name, Ida instantly froze in a daze. He called my name. He actually called my name. This top-ranked female powerhouse of the ninja world was completely and utterly love-brained. Seeing her like this, Boruto didn't even know how to complain anymore. Looking at Ida's expression, Kawaki seemed very pleased as he said, "Judging by your expression, looks like I guessed right." Holding a spoon, Demon said unhappily, "Didn't he expect a guy like you to actually be pretty smart?" Seeing the two of them start arguing again, Boruto hurriedly tried to calm them down, but it obviously didn't do much. "Just like I thought. The people who come looking for me are never any good." Demon got angry. He actually dared say that about my sister. "Kid, do you believe I can make you throw up everything you just ate?" Boruto said speechlessly, "Hey, even if anyone should be angry right now, it should be me, okay?" These two had insulted him until he was worth less than nothing, even though he was also pretty handsome, alright? With a smack, Ida set down her utensils on the table and said flatly, "There are too few girls here. At this rate, there's no way to have a proper chat. What? Isn't Sarada nearby? And Samaire Keiki too. Boruto was helpless, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only notify Samaire and Sarada. After the two arrived, Ida called them into her bedroom, claiming she wanted to find a place without boys around to interrupt. Will this really be okay? Boruto asked worriedly. If something goes wrong, then we'll have to act. That's why we're here in the first place, right? Demon snorted coldly. Kawaki, that's my line. Alright, you two should stop releasing killing intent at each other too. Ida wouldn't want something like this to happen either, right? Boruto helplessly tried to persuade them. The two of them were like natural enemies, full of gunpowder. In Ida's bedroom, Ida said shyly, I really can't do it. As long as he's in front of me, my heartbeat speeds up. Feels like I can't speak at all. I can't even look properly at his face. Only he can make me this flustered. I think this is what true love is. I'm even a little happy about myself reacting like this. Sarada was speechless. Was this girl really thinking about nothing but stuff like that? She was kind of like an idiot. Sarada, what do you think? Sarada felt awkward. She didn't know how to answer either. She didn't have anyone she liked. And even if she did, she definitely wouldn't end up looking this hesitant and conflicted. I understand how you feel very well. Anyone in that situation would probably be like this. It's a feeling that comes from the heart. But noticing that Ida had been staring right into her eyes the whole time, Sarada started feeling a little guilty again. It felt like those eyes could swallow her whole. At that moment, Samaire Keiki spoke up. Can I call you Ida? Ida smiled. Of course you can. After that, through her conversation with Samaire and Ida made it clear that what she wanted wasn't just a lover, but also friends. For a long time now, she had been far too lonely. Back before she had been used for experiments, both she and her little brother had already been lonely people. After becoming a test subject and gaining a powerful ability like charm, she instead felt that she could never obtain true friendship or love, because all of it was just an illusion brought by her power. So she longed for friendship and love more than anything. But with Shikamaru's reminder, although Samaire and Sarada didn't make anything explicit, their relationship with her had improved quite a bit. On the other side, Boruto, who was sitting in the living room, seemed to hear Mamoshiki's voice. I see. I think I understand the truth behind charm now. After thinking all night, he had finally understood the truth of Ida's ability. What did you say? Boruto snapped back to his senses and hurriedly asked. Mamoshiki let out a faint chuckle. There was no way he was going to tell this brat. Don't mind it. My thoughts got a little mixed up again. Just treat it as me talking to myself. But Boruto wasn't buying that at all and pressed on. That depends on what it was. What exactly is the power of charm? Mamoshiki ignored him. Instead, Kawaki, who had noticed the change in Boruto's expression, stood up and stared at him with a blank face. Boruto, who were you talking to just now? Even your expression changed. Was it Mamoshiki? Yes there, right? Get out here, Otsutsuki Mamoshiki. He got found out? Boruto couldn't help thinking that. He knew how much Kawaki hated the Otsutsuki. Once Kawaki confirmed Mamoshiki's existence, he would attack him without hesitation. What should he do? The conflict between the two was about to explode again. Boruto held his head. He didn't even know what to say anymore. Kawaki was especially sensitive when it came to things like this, while usually being abnormally slow in every other area. And Mamoshiki too. Why did that guy have to be so hard to deal with? Meanwhile, Mamoshiki, who was about to arrive in the ninja world, sneered inwardly when he saw this. Brat, the vitality of the Otsutsuki clan isn't something humans like you can compare to. But what he hadn't expected was that the kid had been willing to die so decisively back then, which had led him to use his own power to repair Boruto's shattered body, making it impossible for him to continue reincarnating. Good grief. This time he really had become a Jinchuriki. The only question was how the plot would develop afterward. If it really came to that step, he would definitely get to see the little brat crying his eyes out, right? At that thought, Mamoshiki couldn't help feeling pleased, leaving Kinshiki at his side completely confused. Boruto frowned. What's wrong with you? Why are you yelling at me? Mamoshiki can't come out, so calm down. But Kawaki didn't listen to him at all. He grabbed Boruto by the collar and shouted angrily, I'm not talking to you. Hey, you heard me, didn't you, damn Otsutsuki. At this moment, Kawaki, who was on his way with Amato, calmly watched everything playing across the light screen. All Otsutsuki deserved to die. As if he were watching a movie, he had already completely acknowledged the seventh. Even if the current him were placed inside the scene on the light screen, as long as there was any enemy that threatened the seventh Hokage's life, no matter who it was, he would kill them, even if it was his son. The commotion between the two drew the attention of Sarada and Samaire, and they hurried out of Ida's room. But Kawaki remained unmoved and stated that right now, nothing was more important than the Otsutsuki. Shikamaru urgently said, Kawaki, calm down. Think about the look Naruto would have if he lost his son. You haven't forgotten that, Have you? Calm down and think carefully about what you're supposed to do. Hearing Shikamaru's words, he thought of Naruto's sorrowful expression when he had seen Boruto gravely injured back then. He gradually calmed down, let go of Boruto, turned around, and left. Where are you going? Boruto immediately asked. Without even turning his head, Kawaki said, personal business. Stay out of it. Don't act on your own. Boruto shouted helplessly. Even Shikamaru was speechless. He quickly ordered the sensory unit to keep an eye on Kawaki. But to their surprise, the sensory unit discovered that they couldn't sense Kawaki's chakra. Maybe he erased the traces of his chakra. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. That damn brat. What the hell is he trying to do? Year 63 of Konoha. Shikamaru, even you've started swearing now. Huh? Choji said with a laugh while stuffing potato chips into his mouth. That's normal. Not everyone has a big heart like Naruto. The future Konoha has clearly run into huge trouble. If I could still stay calm all the time, then that would be the real problem. Shikamaru was helpless too. Naruto and Sasuke had already fallen from the top tier of combat power. In that era, the strongest people in Konoha were clearly Boruto and Kawaki's use of karma far surpassed Boruto's. If Kawaki really wanted to kill Boruto, probably no one could stop him. Besides, being a little bad-tempered was good for him too. Otherwise, if he kept bottling up all that anger inside, he might really get pissed to death one day. Seeing Kawaki leave the villa, Boruto hurried after him, but he didn't see anyone. Anxiously, Boruto searched everywhere, but it was all in vain. Only then did Boruto realize that Kawaki had probably used Sukuna Hikona to shrink his own body. He had wanted to go find Kawaki, but under Shikamaru's orders, he had no choice but to keep watching Ida and Demon. Clothing store. After changing clothes, Ida looked stunning beyond belief. Nearly everyone in the shop had fallen for it. And even Shikamaru, using the new transformation technique as cover, had the same flushed expression. But he quickly recovered and cursed inwardly. What an old disgrace. A man in his 30s actually reacting to a little girl in her teens. So boring. Demon, sitting on top of Boruto's head, looked utterly bored. But suddenly, his expression changed. In an instant, he jumped off Boruto's head and rushed out of the store. Boruto was startled and quickly chased after him. Then he saw Demon grabbing a girl by the collar. Hey, Demon, what are you doing? When Boruto realized the person Demon had grabbed was Himawari, he immediately pulled Demon away. She's my little sister. What are you doing, Demon? Big brother, are you on a mission? Himawari asked.
Yeah.
Why are you here? Himawari replied softly, buying some things, and some stuff mom likes too. Only then did Demon realize that the girl in front of him was Boruto's little sister. His gaze sharpened. He broke free from Boruto's restraint, and suddenly threw a punch. The movement of that punch was too fast. Even Boruto didn't react in time. Himawari was also startled and took a step back. Why didn't you fight back? The fist didn't land on Himawari. Demon asked in confusion. If it were you, it should been easy, right? Himawari said with a frightened face, what are you talking about? Boruto also said, hey, what do you mean by that, Demon? My sister isn't a ninja. She's just an ordinary person, and she's never learned any proper combat skills. Demon muttered. Is it a disguise? Boruto said speechlessly. Of course it's not a disguise. It's true, if you look closely, she really is weak. But I can feel a kind of pressure from you. What's going on? Himawari looked completely baffled and had no idea what Demon was talking about. Boruto seemed to think of something, then was suddenly shocked. No, wait, Demon, don't tell me you're into little sunflower. Thinking of a possibility, Boruto hurriedly shouted. No way, absolutely not. As her big brother, there's no way I'd ever allow that. Demon said speechlessly, how is that possible? What the hell are you even getting so worked up for? Boruto timeline. Boruto propped up his chin. He refused to accept it. Absolutely refused to accept it. Himawari's future lover absolutely could not be Demon. That little bastard. Still, no matter who it was, at the very least they had to be able to beat him, right? Otherwise, they could forget about winning Himawari's heart. But Naruto didn't see it that way. From what Demon had said, it was obvious that Himawari definitely had some kind of unknown power within her. It was even enough to make someone like Demon, who possessed a counterattack ability, feel pressured. That meant Himawari had enormous potential. Should he focus on training Himawari a little more? But the problem was, Himawari didn't like fighting, just like her mother. That really put Naruto in a difficult position. Still, for the safety of the ninja world, it was something he had to at least try. At the Uzumaki residence, Hinata and Naruto were preparing dinner. Can you bring that big bowl over there? And the cups too. Okay. Naruto answered and got moving. All of a sudden, Hinata let out a laugh, leaving Naruto confused. I just feel really happy. Being able to eat dinner together every night makes me feel so blessed. Naruto felt a little awkward. How could he not know what Hinata meant by that? Is it because I'm not using a shadow clone right now? Hinata said happily, yes, but very soon, Hinata's expression turned gloomy. If Boruto and the others were here too, it would be even better. How long is that training camp going to last? For a moment, Naruto didn't know how to answer. He could only say softly, well, it probably won't end that easily. After all, they're all problem kids who've gone through all kinds of training. Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed, and he looked to the side. At some unknown point, Kawaki had appeared right beside him. Sorry for causing you trouble. All the mess I've made. Naruto didn't pay much attention to those words and instead asked, how did you get in here, Kawaki? Kawaki pulled out a chair and sat down. Those people in charge of surveillance are just as useless as ever. This is what happens when they blindly rely on chakra. Don't tell anyone else about me being here. I think you understand. Naruto frowned at Kawaki's words. What about the mission? All right, sit down. Let us talk. Clearly, Kawaki had no intention of directly answering Naruto's question. Naruto let out a sigh. This brat, always pretending to be mature. When Himawari gets back, we can have dinner. You should join us too. All right, sit down first. Kawaki's cold voice made Naruto feel that something was off. But before he could speak, Kawaki said again, to say something cliché. I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Why are you being so serious? You're making me uncomfortable. Kawaki's face remained expressionless. As cold as ever. You changed me. You changed that bastard version of me who was just a vessel. Me who had no meaning in living. Who drifted through life like a dead man. You gave me life. Naruto said helplessly, you're exaggerating. From my point of view, ever since I first saw you, I thought you were an amazing guy. You were willing to sacrifice your own life to protect Himawari and me, to protect people other than yourself. You're an incredible person with a kind heart. But all of that was because of you. You made me become like this. You made me realize another side of myself. You awakened a side of me no one knew about. Then Kawaki took a deep breath and said solemnly, as long as it's to protect you, I'll choose death to protect you no matter when, no matter what happens. Boruto era. Naruto fell silent when he saw this. This brat had definitely started seeing him as a father. No, at this point, it had already completely turned into a twisted kind of emotion. For a moment, he suddenly didn't know how he was supposed to face Kawaki. But no matter how he chose to face that brat, he still had to face him. And he had to do everything he could to change him. To change the way he thought, and make him and Boruto become real brothers. And those Otsutsuki too. If it weren't for them, these kids would never have suffered like this. He had to drive every single Otsutsuki out. Out of this world. Out of the entire starry sky. Even I'm shocked myself. My world would center around you. Neither Naruto nor Hinata responded. They only listened quietly. But in the real world, evil people are everywhere. And besides, good people like you are always the first to die, as long as there are especially monstrous villains like the Otsutsuki. After a moment of silence, Naruto said, but dealing with villains like that is exactly the job of us ninja, I senti it? But Kawaki said decisively, no. Ninja are the ones who die first. That's the kind of existence they are. Naruto said calmly, what do you mean by that? Kawaki explained, it means this is the outcome of standing against the Otsutsuki. I have their power now, so I understand all of this. Whether it's ninja or anything else, in the end, they'll only walk down a road of no return. Hinata stared at Kawaki in shock, unable to understand what had suddenly gotten into this kid. I don't want you to die. So, I've made up my mind. Kawaki fell silent for a moment, then spoke solemnly. I'll destroy the Otsutsuki myself. Using the power of the Otsutsuki, I'll wipe every last one of them out. Kawaki raised his eyes to look at Naruto and said seriously, the main reason I came here was to talk some sense into you. I can't just ignore this. Hinata panicked. After all, her son Boruto now counted as half an Otsutsuki too. Wait, Kawaki, are you saying? Kawaki shot Hinata a cold glance and said in an icy voice, when I found out Boruto was still alive. Do you know what I was thinking? Why didn't I kill him completely? That's what I was thinking. Even I was surprised. The fact that I failed made me feel a certain sense of guilt. This time I will definitely kill him for real. Smack. Hinata fiercely slapped Kawaki across the face, and Naruto hurriedly pulled her back. Yes, insane. No normal person would think like that. Hinata cried. Kawaki stood up. From your point of view, that's true. But that's only natural. If you're not crazy, how could you possibly kill your own brother? Don't misunderstand. I'm extremely calm right now, and my mind is working perfectly fine. Hinata knew very well how strong Kawaki was, so she immediately said, don't do this. I'm begging you. The conclusion has already been reached. There is no other way. No matter how hard you try, it'll be useless. So I'll handle all of this myself. Even if the result is that you hate me so much you wish I were dead. I don't care. I won't let that happen. Before you kill Boruto, you'll have to kill me first. Even then, are you still going to continue? Naruto said firmly. Suddenly, a large amount of black matter appeared around Naruto and Hinata, wrapping the two of them inside. I never said you had to forgive me. When all of this is over, you can kill me yourself at the end. So until then, just stay put, Lord 7th Hokage. The image gradually froze on the shattered Uzumaki family photo, broken by the aftermath. It seemed the light screen was worried that everyone in the ninja world wouldn't understand, so it thoughtfully added a note at the side explaining the technique Kawaki had used. Deikokutten, an ability derived from Otsutsuki Ishiki. It can store shrunken objects inside a time-stopped extra-dimensional space, and can also instantly summon out the objects inside that space at any time. After everyone understood the technique Kawaki had used, they all fell silent. Then quite a few people started cursing on the spot. What an ungrateful bastard! What an ungrateful bastard! Naruto treated him so well, and he actually imprisoned Naruto and his wife, even saying it was to protect Naruto's life. Exactly. Did he even think about it? If Naruto lost his son, would he even still want to live? Back then, it was just a false alarm, and Naruto was already in so much pain. If Kawaki really goes through with it now, I can't even imagine what Naruto will become. But it doesn't seem like there are no benefits either. Time is frozen inside Deikokutten, right? Doesn't that mean when Naruto comes out, his appearance will have barely changed? I think you're full of crap. Words like that naturally drew fierce backlash. But while some cursed Kawaki out, others showed understanding toward him. That kid never had a father growing up. Jigen beat him and cursed at him, never treating him like a human being at all. Then, after all that, someone finally treated him like a person, and even like his own son. It's not strange for Kawaki to feel that way about him. That may be true, but what Kawaki did was still way too extreme. It's all the Otsutsuki's fault. If they had never appeared, our ninja world would be kept developing step by step and continued in peace. It's all those bastards' fault. Yeah. Kawaki was tortured by the Otsutsuki, and now even the life of the person he cares about most is constantly under threat from the Otsutsuki clan. Even if, like Boruto said, Momoshiki can't come out anymore, that still doesn't rule out the possibility that it was just Momoshiki lying. Kawaki's actions can be understood, but they can't be forgiven. What he did was just too beastly. Konoha Year 63. Listening to the discussions of the villagers around him, Naruto's expression kept shifting, but in the end he still made up his mind. He was going to change all of this, and he had already figured out how. He was going to kill every last Otsutsuki, including that so-called Otsutsuki god. He wouldn't let a single one of those evil freaks go. Sage of Six Paths Grandpa, is there any way to release Grandma Kagaya? Naruto suddenly spoke. Both Hagoromo and Himura were startled, but they quickly reacted. Naruto, are you planning to use Mother's power to fight those Otsutsuki? Naruto nodded. That's right. After all, our era isn't like the future. We don't know enough about the Otsutsuki. I'm guessing even you two grandpas don't know that much about those aliens either, right? So if we want to deal with them, we have to borrow Grandma Kagaya's power. As for the relationship between Otsutsuki Kagaya and the two brothers, the moment Hagoromo and Himura arrived in this era, they had already learned about it. Hearing Naruto's words, the two brothers fell silent. Indeed, if they wanted to deal with the Otsutsuki now, borrowing their mother's power was an extremely convenient option. But the problem was that Kagaya was an extremely unstable factor. Who knew if one day she might want to eat the god tree's fruit again and join forces with the other Otsutsuki? But there was no other way for now. So Hagoromo nodded and said, this still requires some thought on how to undo the jutsu. After all, the ninjutsu used to seal Kagaya was 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Back then, using that move had nearly exhausted all the power the two brothers had. It wasn't something they could just casually undo. In the short term, aside from using the infinite Tsukuyomi to revive Kagaya, he really couldn't think of any other method. But the infinite Tsukuyomi was absolutely out of the question. They still needed to plan this carefully. Naruto nodded. The overall strength of the ninja world in this era wasn't weak. If they were talking pure combat power, he and Sasuke right now were far stronger than their future selves. Dealing with Ishiki, who was hidden in this era, wouldn't be much of a problem either. So they didn't plan to passively wait for battle. They were going to take the initiative and strike first. Boruto era. Amato, who was in the middle of fleeing, glanced at Kawaki and thought to himself that this kid was really ruthless. He had long noticed that the boy was cold and emotionless, but he truly hadn't expected Kawaki to do something like this. Imprisoning Naruto and Hinata in other people's eyes, that was no different from being a beast, especially when that couple had treated him so well. What are you looking at? I don't think I did anything wrong, Kawaki said flatly. How could he possibly think he was wrong? For the 7th Hokage, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Amato said nothing more. He looked ahead, only wanting to reach Konoha as quickly as possible. He had no idea whether Ishiki had already caught up. Kawaki's gaze was sharp, but inwardly, he was a little conflicted. He didn't know what kind of situation awaited him once he got to Konoha, but he knew one thing. Konoha was his final destination. Even though he had spoken like that just now, deep down he still reflected on it. Imprisoning the 7th Hokage was the worst possible option. If possible, it was better not to use it. On the other side, the moment Naruto and his wife's chakra disappeared, the sensory unit detected it. Nara Shikamaru was so anxious he was nearly jumping up and down. How could both of their chakra signatures vanish for no reason at all and just a few seconds ago at that? In that instant he thought of code, but quickly rejected the idea. Code was strong, but there was no way he could silently restrain Naruto and Hinata while keeping the entirety of Konoha from noticing. At the same time, Himawari had also returned. Seeing the empty house and learning that her parents had disappeared, she immediately burst into tears. Could it be Kawaki? Very quickly, Shikamaru told Boruto the news. In the Hokage's office, Boruto still found it hard to believe. Why would Kawaki do something like this? Shikamaru braced both hands on the Hokage's desk, his face full of anxiety. I don't know. I don't think he'd harm Naruto, but... Shikamaru shook his head, then looked at Ida. Ida, did you see anything? Ida gave a slight nod. That's right. Kawaki did it. Lord Hokage and his wife were sucked into something like a black vortex. Even Mom. Boruto had no words left. It was already certain that Kawaki had done it. How could he still explain it away? But he still couldn't understand it. Why would Kawaki do something like this? Wasn't he the one who respected his father the most? Did he disappear after that too? Where is he now? Ida shook her head. That I don't know. If something can't be seen with the naked eye, then even the Senrigan has a hard time tracking it. The moment he heard that, Boruto rushed out of the room. Kawaki, what exactly are you trying to do? An incomprehensible fury filled Boruto's heart. He had to find Kawaki and ask him clearly just what he was trying to do. At that moment, Ida spoke up. From the conversation between Kawaki and Lord Hokage, it sounds like he's preparing to kill Boruto once again. Everyone present was stunned. Sarada wanted to rush out, but Sumire Keiki stopped her. By the time I found out Boruto had died, he had already revived. He went through something that dangerous, and I knew nothing about it the whole time. If I had known, how could I have just sat there and done nothing? As soon as she finished speaking, without caring about Shikamaru's shouting, she quickly ran out of the room. Why is there not a single one of these kids who listens? Nara Shikamaru felt like his head was about to explode. On top of the Hokage rock, Boruto, who was running at high speed, suddenly felt the surrounding space twist. Then black vortices appeared around him. His heart jolted, and he quickly retreated. TCH, if you had been sealed just now, the rest would have been much easier. Boruto, drenched in sweat, stared at Kawaki. He hadn't expected Kawaki to block him here. You were heading home, right? I knew you'd pass through here. What exactly are you trying to do? What did you do to my mom and dad? Whoosh! A black cube fell onto the ground. Kawaki said flatly, Deikokutten. It's a shinjutsu that takes objects out of a time-stop dimension. Lord Seventh is inside that dimension. But you don't need to worry. They're safe. As long as they stay in that space, they won't age, and they won't starve to death. It's just that you'll never see them again. In an instant, karma spread across his entire body. It was the sign that Kawaki was preparing to use his full power. He was going to kill his brother with the strongest power he had. This was his brother. He absolutely could not let him die so carelessly. Then several massive cubes fell from the sky, smashing straight toward Boruto. Boruto was shocked and quickly dodged. The dust and smoke blocked their vision. At some point, Kawaki had already moved behind him. The scientific ninja tool on his right arm activated, transforming into a gigantic hand that smashed toward Boruto. Boruto refused to back down. He drove a kunai into the palm and shouted, Kawaki, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Because you're an Otsutsuki, Boruto. SNT that reason enough? That's stupid. Stop this right now. Everyone will be here soon. If this goes badly, Boruto didn't finish. But Kawaki already knew his actions were no different from those of a rogue ninja. That was exactly why he couldn't stop. I know. That's why I don't have time to keep talking to you. There's no turning back for me anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. Their battle grew more and more intense. But because Boruto still hadn't fully unleashed Otsutsuki power, he was basically getting beaten on one side. Finally, after taking hit after hit, Boruto made up his mind and activated karma. In an instant, black markings spread all over his body. You idiot. Looks like if it's just words, you'll never understand. Kawaki said expressionlessly, same to you, brother. Once they used the power of karma, the strength of both of them had already surpassed everyone in Konoha. This fight was no longer something outsiders could interfere with, and Boruto's control over karma wasn't as good as Kawaki's. At this moment, he was already at a disadvantage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive fireball suddenly came flying in. Kawaki's brow twitched. He stretched out his right hand, and the fireball was instantly absorbed. Kawaki, what happened to you? Sarada said anxiously. Kawaki said expressionlessly, I'll only say this once. If you don't want to die, then don't get in my way. Move. His voice was so loud it was deafening. Boruto quickly shouted as well, get out of the way, Sarada. Kawaki isn't the same anymore. But Sarada turned a deaf ear. Instead, she leaped up, landed in front of Boruto, and blocked Kawaki. Then, as a ninja whose goal is to become Hokage, I have even more reason not to stand by and do nothing. Kawaki's face darkened. He took a deep breath and had already made up his mind. A Hokage ninja? Huh? His tone was full of disdain. Just as I thought. You ninja really can't escape dying young. He had said those same words to Naruto before. Now, Sarada's actions seemed to prove him right, and that only made him even more certain of what he was doing. Whoosh! His arm slashed out like the wind. Before Sarada could even react, a giant bone spike was already right in front of her. But Boruto, with karma activated, was incredibly fast. He barely managed to pull Sarada away and dodge, but his eye was deeply slashed by the bone spike. Boruto. When she saw the wound on Boruto's right eye and the blood flowing out, Sarada panicked instantly. Run. He is serious. He really will kill you. Move, Sarada. How long are you going to keep getting in my way? Kawaki remained expressionless, as if he might kill Sarada the very next second. Before Sarada could reply, a shadow possession jutsu directly bound him. Not only that, Mitsuki's snake arms tightly wrapped around his body as well. Kawaki frowned. He already knew who had arrived. Good thing we made it in time. Looks like you can't shrink your body while you're trapped in shadow possession. Huh. Standing beside Shikamaru were Mitsuki and Konohamaru. Both of them stared at Kawaki with serious expressions. They also couldn't understand how Kawaki, who had been fine just moments ago, had suddenly become like this. I won't let you use karma to absorb it either. Even if I die, I won't let go. Mitsuki said angrily. Boruto was his little son. Now his little son was about to be killed, so how could he possibly stay indifferent? The anger in his heart was almost breaking through the sky. If not for the gap in strength, he would have already rushed forward and fought Kawaki by himself. Before Kawaki could reply, Sasuke appeared from nowhere, and the Kusanagi sword was pressed straight across his neck. It's over, Kawaki. Even though this isn't what I wanted, if you dare resist, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Sasuke's face was expressionless. Just like Mitsuki, the anger in his heart had nowhere to go. If he weren't considering the bigger picture, Kawaki would already have been beheaded. Shikamaru also said, Kawaki, what happens next depends entirely on your attitude. What did you do to Naruto and Hinata? Kawaki answered calmly, I only did what I believed was necessary. It was for Lord 7th Hokage. To go further, it was also for Konoha. This brat really is way too extreme. In year 83 of Konoha, Shikamaru cursed inwardly. He really doesn't use his brain at all. The reason the ninja world had its current relative stability and prosperity was entirely because of Naruto and Sasuke. Even though Naruto no longer had Kurama by then, his natural strength was still among the very top in the ninja world. He was absolutely one of the peak experts. Konoha's peace depended on Naruto's military deterrence. Once Naruto disappeared, forget uniting the other ninja villages against the Otsutsuki. If those villages didn't first join forces and flatten Konoha, Shikamaru would already count that as them having a little conscience. Ever since the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto and Sasuke had saved the world, and the 5 great villages had gradually formed an alliance. On the surface, they lived in peace and shared benefits, but in reality, Konoha took the biggest share most of the time. All of that depended on Naruto's deterrence. Now that Naruto had suddenly disappeared, Shikamaru didn't believe those wolf-like villages would give up such a perfect opportunity, even if they had a common enemy. Shikamaru Nara said, I really can't understand it. You say you did this for Konoha, but everything you've done will only make things around us even more chaotic. Want it? There's one thing I should say. I never planned to seek your understanding from the start. If you don't like it, then make your move. Don't just talk without acting. That single sentence completely choked off Shikamaru Nara to the point where he couldn't say a word. Damn brat. What a hopeless idiot. Boruto watched the scene, covering his injured eye. He could feel intense pain, but in the very next instant, his originally blue eyeball suddenly turned pure white. Momoshiki had come out. Whoosh! The moment he appeared, Momoshiki immediately activated Karma's ability and absorbed the shadow possession jutsu. Kawaki reacted at once, burst out with force, and escaped from the area. Why would you? Momoshiki? Kawaki said in disbelief. He had clearly been trying to kill Momoshiki, so why had this guy saved him instead? He couldn't understand it at all. But Momoshiki didn't answer him. He only said calmly, Aren't you trying to kill me? Then you can't die here. There are too many enemies here. Go. Kawaki took a deep look at him and stopped hesitating. He left in an instant. Sasuke was deeply alarmed. He also couldn't understand why Momoshiki had stepped in to help Kawaki. Didn't he know Kawaki wanted to kill him? After that, Shikamaru Nara gave the order to search the surrounding area with everything they had. They had to find Kawaki. At the same time, inside Boruto's mental space, Boruto stared at Momoshiki from afar, seeming unable to understand why he had done it. Brat, you have lost the blue eye. After a long while, Momoshiki finally spoke. Boruto reflexively covered his right eye, not quite understanding what he meant. You should know. This is only the beginning. After this, you will lose everything in an instant. Boruto fell silent. He thought of the future scenes he had seen before. Could it be that it would happen today? This momentum cannot be resisted. The end has already begun. Momoshiki laughed loudly as his figure faded away, sounding extremely pleased. Covering his eye, Boruto shouted angrily, "You bastard! Make yourself clear. What exactly happened?" Momoshiki laughed loudly and said, "Didn't I tell you already? It has already begun." As his voice fell, Boruto returned to reality. He looked around blankly, then clenched his fists hard. On the other side, Kawaki stood on top of a large tree, breathing heavily. Damn it, am I out of chakra? I can't maintain Sukune Hikona anymore. What do I do next? After resting for a moment, he suddenly sensed someone appear behind him. His right arm smashed out instinctively, but the moment he saw who it was, his arm stopped at once. Ada? Why are you here? Did Konoha send you to capture me too? Ada smiled. How could that be? I came to Konoha for your sake. Don't worry. I'll be your companion. I'll always stand by your side. As she said that, her face turned red, as if she was extremely embarrassed. Kawaki, covered in sweat, said, "Companion? Coming near me without hiding your chakra is basically the same as exposing my location to them." Ada replied, "Given the current situation, no matter how capable you are, there's no way you can escape. But if you have my help, then there's nothing to worry about. I won't let anyone lay a hand on you." But Kawaki said somewhat self-destructively, "Forget it. My situation doesn't matter anymore. Compared to me, I'd rather you protect Lord 7th. That bastard Momoshiki, if he isn't made to disappear, then one day, Lord 7th Hokage and everything he cherishes will all be reduced to nothing. We absolutely can't let him keep living. If he is set free, then everything will be too late. At that point, things will become completely unmanageable." Is this kid getting a little too moved by himself? Konoha Year 63. Sakura couldn't help but complain. At first, when she saw Kawaki treating Sarada so viciously, she had nearly been furious to death, wondering how someone like that could even exist in the world. But after seeing this, she couldn't help feeling speechless. It looked like Kawaki really did care about Naruto a lot. If this isn't self-moved nonsense, then what is? Boruto already said Momoshiki wouldn't revive, but he still insists on killing Boruto, calling it for Konoha's good, for Naruto's good. I really don't even know what to say. Ino felt the same way. Seriously, I've never seen someone like this before. Naruto, what do you think? Sasuke looked toward Naruto. Even if this was the future, Naruto was still one of the people directly involved. If they really met this child in the future, how to deal with him would still depend on Naruto. I don't really have any particular opinion. That child just developed an extreme personality under the guidance of the wrong people. His nature isn't bad. If he is taught properly, he'll become a great help in the future too. Naruto smiled. He had never really disliked Kawaki to begin with, and this could also be considered Kawaki's own unique bond. He was like that. He didn't talk about bonds all the time, but he seriously protected the bonds that belonged to him, though his methods were a bit extreme. Hearing Naruto's words, everyone couldn't help but think, as expected of Naruto. Ada stayed silent for a long time before finally speaking, but, before she could finish, Kawaki cut her off. He is the 7th Hokage's son now. Tell me, who in Konoha can kill him? Who can kill the Hokage's son? And who could possibly do something like becoming the enemy of the village? Scenes of his time with Boruto flashed through his mind. You think so too, right brother? He suddenly stood up and excitedly grabbed Ada by the shoulders. Tell me, why did it have to be him? If he wasn't the Hokage's son, if he wasn't my brother, if he were just some outsider instead, how great would that be? Even if he died, no one would be sad. Like an outsider like me. Stop talking, Kawaki. Please don't say any more, okay? Hearing Kawaki's words, Ada felt like her heart was bleeding, and quickly tried to stop him. With that Senrigan that can see through everything, look at me. I'm just a piece of trash who can't protect the things important to me. Suddenly, Ada took a deep breath and placed both hands on Kawaki's face. Kawaki was startled, not understanding what she was doing. Then right after that, a beam of light shot into the sky and spread across the entire ninja world. After using that power, Ada collapsed onto Kawaki in complete exhaustion. Still in a dazed state, Kawaki quickly held her up. What's going on? Miss Ada? Kawaki's heart tightened. Konoha's ninja had caught up? He quickly prepared to fight. Kawaki, why are you here? Shikamaru, who had rushed over right after, asked in confusion. That sentence immediately made Kawaki frown, as if he didn't understand what it meant. What are you talking about? I'm the one you're hunting down. Running away is the normal thing to do, isn't it? I sensed Boruto's chakra. Shikamaru's expression turned serious, and then he quickly led everyone away. And on Boruto's side, he was now facing the greatest crisis in history. Looking at the group that had returned, Boruto asked in confusion, "Why did you all come back again?" Sarada said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? What exactly happened?" "Sarada," Mitsuki suddenly spoke. "Stay back. Yes, very dangerous." In an instant, Mitsuki removed the forehead protector from his head. Countless snake heads suddenly appeared behind him, and he also activated Sage Mode. "Boruto, you've completely enraged me." Both Sarada and Boruto were totally dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening at all. In the forest, the Konoha ninja explained the situation to Kawaki. Only then did Kawaki understand that his identity had been switched with Boruto's. On Boruto's side, while fleeing, Boruto desperately questioned Momoshiki about what was going on. This time, Momoshiki didn't hide anything and instead told him everything he knew. "You should have sensed it. Mitsuki attacked you with killing intent. The others came to kill you as well. If you don't want to fight them, then hurry and run." "I don't know what you're talking about. What exactly happened?" Momoshiki laughed. "That's right. This is the true nature of the power of charm." Even she herself could not resist this divine power, the result brought by the Shinjutsu, omnipotence. Boruto was stunned. He finally understood now. So all of this was caused by Ada's ability going out of control. Omnipotence, an ultimate power that only an all-powerful god can control. A divine technique among divine techniques. It was used by gods in the process of creating the world. In other words, it is the programming language for creation itself, an absolute will that can materialize anything. That is omnipotence. Even the Otsutsuki cannot accomplish such a thing, so how could that little girl possibly resist it? The true nature of the power of charm comes from omnipotence. It is the result of materializing Ada's latent wish. Boruto muttered, "A latent wish? That sort of power is not something Amato could possibly understand. Judging from the result, treating it as a divine technique wouldn't be wrong. And what happened just now was the result of materializing Kawaki's wish. Boruto, through Ada, he activated omnipotence. Your and Kawaki's positions have now been completely reversed. Starting today, he is the 7th Hokage's son. And you are the murderer who killed the 7th Hokage." Boruto's pupils trembled non-stop, and he was in immense pain. This ability is way too strong. It actually affected the entire ninja world. Konoha Year 83, Shikamaru's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe it. Boruto and Kawaki's positions had been switched, and now Boruto had truly become the target of everyone. TCH. Even Naruto clicked his tongue. This ability is basically cheating. Omnipotence really is worthy of being called a power only gods can wield. I wonder if that guy Amato has already unsealed those two. Shikamaru said, "More like they were never sealed in the first place since that guy handled it for us. But we still need to do our best to find people from the past to help. Of course, if we can find ninja from the future, that'd be even better." Shikamaru still had quite a bit of faith in that kid Boruto. After going through this, he would definitely become even stronger. Shikamaru looked at Ada in disbelief, seeming unable to fully understand the current situation. In his impression, ever since Boruto came to Konoha, he had always followed the rules and had been a good child. But he never would have imagined that Boruto would actually kill the 7th Hokage. "Is it true, Ada?" Ada had just been about to speak when Kawaki grabbed her by the collar. Ada took a deep breath. She understood what Kawaki wanted, and she would not betray him either. That's right. It was Boruto. He killed the Hokage. After getting confirmation from Ida, Shikamaru quickly spread the news throughout the whole of Konoha. Other than Samaire Keikiai and Sarada, everyone in Konoha actually accepted it. That made the two girls feel a terror as deep as the abyss. This shouldn't be happening. It has to be because of that light just now. What exactly happened? Samaire thought in disbelief. Boruto was the 7th Hokage's son. How could he possibly do something so utterly rebellious? Did it really have to go this far? Even Ida was a little confused, and she couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Boruto's situation. Kawaki said in a low voice, "Right now, he's an Otsutsuki who killed the Hokage. That makes him Konoha's enemy completely. There is no longer any place for him here. At the very least, when I kill Boruto, no one will jump out to stop me anymore. As long as I am the one who sealed away Lord 7th Hokage, then for now he's safe. Before I erase Code and Boruto, I have no intention of releasing him. In any case, as far as the current Konoha is concerned, the Hokage is no different from dead. And all of this is Boruto's fault." On the other side, Sasuke came rushing over and arrived in front of Sarada. "Sarada, are you okay?" Looking at Sarada kneeling on the ground and crying, even Sasuke couldn't help feeling heartache. Sarada sobbed, "Dad, everyone. Mitsuki has become so strange. He keeps talking about killing Boruto. Even his eyes have changed." Hearing that, Sasuke's expression gradually turned serious. That's only natural. After something like this happened, it's only to be expected. After all, Boruto nearly killed Kawaki, and even Naruto and Hinata were caught up in it. Sarada was stunned. She couldn't believe those words had come from her father's mouth. What nonsense was he talking about? How could Boruto possibly kill Lord 7th Hokage? We have to settle this before Boruto escapes the village. You should head back into the village first. Dad, what are you even talking about? Before Sasuke could reply, Sarada heard Sumire's voice transmission. Sarada, can you hear me? Yes. Sumire let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, there's something I need to confirm right now. Can you make sure your mental state is normal at the moment? Sarada didn't really understand what that meant. After all, Sumire's train of thought had jumped too far. Whether my mind is clear, I don't know either. Everything's felt weird since just now. Hearing that, Sumire was finally completely relieved. She knew Sarada had not been affected, so she quickly said, calm down, Sarada. You and I should be fine. The moment she heard that, Sarada's expression changed drastically. Sasuke looked at his daughter in surprise, not knowing who she was using voice transmission with. I think this should have something to do with Ida, Sumire said. Sarada hurriedly asked, what does this have to do with Ida? Sumire analyzed, I think everyone must have become her captives just like that phenomenon before. Something must have happened to everyone now. That's the only explanation I can think of. It seems that you and I, Sarada, weren't affected by her. Although she didn't know why, at least she and Sarada had not been affected. That meant they could help Boruto. Ever since just now, everyone had been chasing Kawaki, but in the blink of an eye, they all turned around and started hunting Boruto instead. Something must have happened. This was obviously caused by some man-made power, something as powerful as a Shinjutsu. In order to help Kawaki escape his situation, Ida must have done something. That's the only thing I can think of. Sasuke looked at Sarada, who had fallen silent, and quickly asked, what happened? Sarada, grief-stricken, Sarada burst into tears and cried out, Dad, this isn't Boruto's fault. There's no way he could have killed Lord 7th Hokage. Everyone's been deceived. Sasuke said softly, no matter whether Boruto is an outsider or not, I have no prejudice against him. But the fact that he tried to kill Kawaki cannot be ignored. No, Sarada shook her head frantically. That's not how it is, Dad. On the other side, Shikadai and the others were confronting Boruto. Do you understand how everyone feels? We treated you as a friend, and you betrayed us like this. I'm talking to you, Boruto. Say something, you bastard. Furious, Shikadai was almost roaring. But Boruto only looked at him in silence. Anything he said now would be powerless. Everyone's thinking had already been changed. Their understanding of reality was completely different now. No matter what he said, they would never accept it. How troublesome, Boruto. If you get killed, I die too. But I imagine it would be hard for you to attack your former friends, right? I'll do it for you. I'll kill them all. Momoshiki suddenly appeared and spoke softly by Boruto's ear. You're noisy. Shut up. On the other side, Sasuke was just about to say goodbye to Sarada and prepare to kill Boruto. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what I just said. But listen to me, Dad. Please forgive me. This is the first time and also the last time I'll be selfish. As she spoke, Sarada raised her head. Sasuke was startled. Those tear-filled eyes had already evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then did Sasuke understand. Sarada was probably telling the truth. There really might be something wrong with his memories. Please, Dad, help Boruto. Dad, I'm begging you. For my sake, become a rogue ninja again. Silent Sasuke was silent no more. He turned and left. Sarada, protect your mother from now on. I will help Boruto. In the video, with Sasuke's help, Boruto successfully escaped Konoha's pursuit and began his journey of training. Good lord. As expected of the Uchiha clan's traditional specialty. Before doubting himself, he doubted the world first. Sasuke really is a pure Uchiha. The one at fault isn't me, it's the world. And looking at it now, it really was the world's fault. Of course, the entire ninja world became Ida's captives. From that angle, the world really did go wrong. People from every timeline discussed it animatedly, shock flashing across their faces. Konoha Year 63. As expected, Sasuke really does have the potential to be a rogue ninja, Naruto complained. Just watch me speedrun Boruto's route in New Game Plus. Kiba Inuzuka laughed loudly. He became a rogue ninja when he was young. Who would have thought that after reaching middle age, he'd become a rogue ninja again? Their teasing left Sasuke somewhat embarrassed, and he glared at them resentfully. But seeing that painful expression on his daughter's face, Sasuke felt pretty awful inside as well, and it only strengthened his resolve to wipe out the Otsutsuki. Konoha Year 83. Sarada's line just sent Sasuke straight back to his youth. Naruto laughed loudly, his hand repeatedly slapping Sasuke on the shoulder and making him look thoroughly awkward. At the Ninja Academy, Sarada felt deeply moved. She hadn't expected that her father cared about her that much. Back then, when she saw that her father couldn't even recognize her, her heart had practically bled. But now that she had seen this, she was certain that her father truly loved her. The video finished playing. Next, the rewards will be distributed. During the Boruto era, Naruto Uzumaki is rewarded with 100 times chakra. Kurama is rewarded with 30 times chakra. Inyang release ninjutsu mastery, 5 million points, and the interdimensional divine art spirit bomb. Sasuke Uchiha is rewarded with 100 times chakra. Inyang release ninjutsu mastery, and 5 million points. Naruto Uzumaki is rewarded with perfect mastery of Momoshiki Otsutsuki's karma. Cannot be used for Otsutsuki reincarnation, 30 times chakra, and 1 million points. Kawaki is rewarded with perfect mastery of Ishiki Otsutsuki's karma. Cannot be used for reincarnation, 30 times chakra, and 1 million points. Ishiki Otsutsuki is fully revived. No longer has a lifespan limit, and is rewarded with 30 times chakra, 1 million points, and the divine art anchor nail Otsutsuki traverse. Momoshiki Otsutsuki is rewarded with a 10-fold increase in taijutsu strength. The divine art anchor nail Otsutsuki traverse, 30 times more chakra, and 1 million points. Kinshiki Otsutsuki is rewarded with a 10-fold increase in taijutsu strength, 20 times more chakra, and 500,000 points. Amato is rewarded with the technological knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan and 500,000 points. Shikamaru Nara. Chakra reserves increased by 50 times. The other 4 Kage. Chakra reserves increased by 30 times 100,000 points. All other appearing characters receive 10,000 points. In an instant, fluorescent light filled the sky and shot off toward every corner of the ninja world. This power was so strong. It was simply too strong. Naruto was shocked. Mastery of Inyang release ninjutsu meant that he could now use techniques like truth-seeking balls even on his own, just like the Sage of Six Paths back then. On top of that, his own chakra reserves had increased by 100 times. His chakra now was already comparable to that of an ordinary tailed beast. It was practically unbelievable. It really was this miraculous. Yeah, with this much chakra, I never have to worry about running out again. Sasuke revealed a long-lost smile. Honestly, while watching the videos, he had always felt that his chakra was often not enough. But now, even if he fought at high intensity for a full day and night, probably would not be a problem. And there was also mastery of Inyang release. Now they could fly just like the Sage of Six Paths too. In aerial combat, they no longer had any disadvantage at all. Shikamaru Nara also felt the power inside his body. His chakra had suddenly increased by so much that he was a little unaccustomed to it for the moment. But it is not just us who gained power. Otsutsuki Ishiki and Momoshiki also received powerful boosts as well. Ishiki's lifespan limit is even gone now. If we want to deal with him next, it definitely won't be so easy anymore, Shikamaru said. Naruto also suppressed his excitement. That thing you mentioned before can be carried out now. Shikamaru Nara nodded and searched through the system shop. Sure enough, he saw space-time telephone, runaway telephone, able to call someone in the past for help. Shikamaru Nara narrowed his eyes. The space-time telephone cost 10,000 points. Honestly, that was not much. Without another word, he exchanged for it directly. There were only 3 coordinates on the space-time telephone. One was Konoha's founding era. One was Konoha year 47. And the last one was Konoha year 63. Shikamaru Nara thought to himself. Did these 3 coordinates have some special meaning? Kawaki, who was currently fleeing for his life, felt the powerful strength within his body and suddenly froze. He had not expected that he would receive a reward too. And it was this powerful, perfect mastery of Ishiki's karma. That meant he now possessed power equal to Ishiki's. Of course, if it really came down to actual combat, he definitely would not be Ishiki's opponent. After all, battle experience was there. I now have the power to protect Lord 7th Hokage too. Then he suddenly turned to look at Amato. Amato, stand steady. He grabbed Amato by the collar with one hand, activated karma, and with all his strength, quickly flew toward Konoha. He could not wait to see Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha year 63. Naruto and the others were still chatting and fooling around when suddenly, a series of beeping sounds rang beside Naruto's ear. His heart jolted, but he quickly calmed down and listened carefully. Accept future call? Accept future call? A phone? Naruto's heart stirred. He did not know what it was, but since it was from the future, it was still worth answering. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Sasuke asked curiously when he saw Naruto focus so hard that he even stopped talking. There's a call from the future. I'll answer it first. As soon as he said that, without caring about anyone else's shock, he silently chose to accept. Moshi Moshi, can you hear me? A look of surprise flashed across Naruto's face. He really could hear it, and it even seemed to be Shikamaru's voice. Is that Shikamaru? That voice. Naruto. Shikamaru of Konoha year 83 looked completely dumbfounded. Although he had chosen Konoha year 63, he had never wanted Naruto to answer the call. At once, regret welled up in his heart. He knew very well what the state of the ninja world was like in Konoha year 63. There were barely any truly powerful people at all. The only few strong ninja were all rogue ninja who wanted to destroy the world. Naruto and Sasuke in the future were indeed very strong. But the key problem was that at this point, they had not grown up yet. What's going on? 7th Hokage Naruto asked with a frown. It's the past you. It should be. The you at 12 or 13 years old. Ah? Naruto was dumbfounded too and scratched his head. What were they supposed to do now? He himself knew exactly what kind of person he had been at 12 or 13. If they had to rely on him, then they were completely finished. No need to worry. There's also a gate of spacetime here. With our current points, we can afford it. Then we can go to the past and bring back reinforcements, Sasuke said. Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Since he had finally managed to get through this call, he might as well tell Naruto and the others something about the future. Besides, with this anomaly appearing in this era, even if he told people of the past, it might not necessarily change the future. Naruto, listen carefully. What I'm about to say is of vital importance. Naruto grinned. You're not about to tell us about the future, are you? Shikamaru froze. How did he know? No need to bother. A giant light screen appeared here too. It lets us know about future events. And we also got a lot of rewards. We're really strong. At those words, joy appeared on Shikamaru's face. Sure enough, the Konoha Year 63 coordinate had not appeared on the spacetime telephone for no reason. He knew there had to be a reason. Looks like this was the reason. Then Konoha's founding era and Konoha Year 47 had probably also gotten light screens as well. That made things much easier. Good. Naruto, listen to me. Then, through Shikamaru's concise explanation, along with Naruto's understanding of Shikamaru, he finally understood. The future wanted to bring reinforcements from the past. Once he understood, Naruto agreed without hesitation. Alright, no problem. And my dad, the fourth Hokage, has a gate of spacetime. They can also come from the past to the future. Then we'll help you fight the Otsutsuki together. Helping the future world was an urgent matter. After all, in that era, the Otsutsuki were already about to arrive. Meanwhile, in their own era, there were only Ishiki and Kagaya. And Kagaya was still sealed. Their main opponent was Ishiki. And the Ishiki of this time did not have as many bizarre helpers as he would in the future. Then I'll leave it to you. The sooner you can come, the better, Shikamaru said happily. No problem. Tomorrow at the latest. I'll contact my dad first today. After that, the two chatted about a few everyday matters before hanging up the spacetime telephone. What exactly happened? Kakashi asked with a frown. After thinking for a moment, Naruto explained everything in the most concise way possible. I see. Kakashi stroked his chin. So a light screen appeared in the future as well. Although they also got rewards. The key issue is that several members of the Otsutsuki clan got rewards too, so the gap in strength did not shrink by much. You should contact teacher first, Kakashi said. The spacetime telephone isn't that expensive. Almost every one of us can buy one. Naruto nodded. After contacting Minato Namikaze, they planned to look for people. In this era, there were not actually that many strong people. Even counting everyone who got rewards from the light screen, there were only a little more than 10 strong fighters at most. Tonari, the two sage of Six Paths brothers, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi. In truth, based on raw strength alone, Kakashi was not enough to be counted among them. But helplessly, before Uchiha Obito died, he had given his Rinnegan to Kakashi. With a complete pair of Rinnegan fully unleashing their power, Kakashi had instantly risen to the peak ranks of the ninja world. A total of 6 people. That put Naruto in a difficult spot, because the gate of spacetime could transport at most 5 people at one time. He searched through the points shop, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw something good. Upgraded gate of spacetime. Can transport 15 people at once, and the stay duration is increased to 1 month. Recharge time, 3 days. Good stuff. Naruto's eyes shone. Not only was the stay duration longer, even the recharge time had been shortened by quite a bit. It was just a little expensive. It required a full 2 million points, twice as much as a resurrection coin. If he bought it, his more than 2 million points would be almost completely emptied. But for the sake of the future, it was worth it. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and bought an upgraded version of the spacetime gate. Then he started thinking about Minato Namikaze's era. There might not have been that many top experts back then, but there definitely weren't few either. His mom, who had powerful sealing techniques, his dad, Uchiha Obito, and young Kakashi were all solid combat power. If he called all of them over, one spacetime gate probably wouldn't be enough. But he quickly threw that idea aside. His dad was smarter than him and should be able to think of a solution. Besides, points could be gifted too. Worst case, he could just ask others for some points and buy another upgraded spacetime gate. Although he really wanted to go find Nagato and the others, the problem was that even if he found them, there was no way they could set out together tomorrow. Left with no choice, he could only tell Hagoromo and the others first. How is it, Sage Grandpa? Naruto and Sasuke stood beside Hagoromo, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Hagoromo fell silent for a moment, then said, no problem. However, the two of you still need to strengthen your power a bit more. That's right, strengthen. Naruto and Sasuke's current chakra reserves were already abundant to an inhuman degree. Naruto was proficient in 7 chakra natures, while Sasuke had a little fewer, but he was still proficient in all chakra natures except yang release. Their overall combat strength wasn't much different from when they were young adults, but there was still room for improvement. For example, Sasuke still hadn't awakened the Rinnegan, and he also couldn't use yin-yang release ninjutsu. Naruto could use yin-yang release, but he wasn't very skilled with it. As it happens, I just developed a new ninjutsu that can pass my own cultivation experience on to others. The drawback is that it consumes a huge amount of chakra. Hagoromo suddenly smiled. Grandpa Sage, it won't hurt you, right? Hagoromo laughed loudly. How could it? Naruto, don't underestimate me. My chakra reserves may not compare to yours, but they're still quite a bit greater than Sasuke's. Naruto's base chakra reserves had always been far greater than Sasuke's. After being enhanced by the light screen, they had naturally become even greater than Sasuke's. The two of you stand properly. I just developed this ninjutsu, so I'm still not very skilled with it. Don't move around carelessly, or there's a chance it could fail. After watching the light screen and hearing Amato say that Shirbai Otsutsuki could unleash the power of wind release with just a flick of his sleeve, Hagoromo had wanted to develop ninjutsu that could be used without hand seals. But in reality, that was unbelievably difficult, because it would directly overturn all existing ninjutsu theory. Though he himself didn't need hand seals anyway. Even though he hadn't managed to develop a ninjutsu that could be cast instantly without hand seals, by a strange twist of fate, he had developed this memory-transferring ninjutsu instead, which was still pretty good. While transmitting memories, he also passed on the power capable of evolving the Sharingan to Sasuke. Before long, Sasuke's eyes would evolve into the Rinnegan. And judging from Sasuke's talent and current strength, the level of his Rinnegan might even be higher. Sasuke also sensed the abnormal change in his body. He did not resist this power's transformation of his body. A few minutes passed, or perhaps more than 10. He suddenly felt a clear brightness in his eyes. He understood. His eyes had completely evolved into the Rinnegan. When Hagoromo saw Sasuke open his eyes, he was also startled. A 6-tomo Rinnegan? And a pair of Rinnegan at that. Looks like he has completely accepted this power. This eye power. And these abilities. Sasuke was delighted inside. He hadn't expected to awaken such power. In the coming battle, he now had even more confidence. The next day, they passed through the space-time gate. They officially arrived in year 83 of Konoha. So this is Konoha of the future? Shock flashed through Minato Namikaze's eyes. Although he had already seen Konoha in year 83 through the light screen, seeing it with his own eyes felt completely different. Towering buildings, all kinds of vehicles, and people from different nations everywhere. It was a scene of flourishing prosperity. From that alone, it was obvious just how far Naruto had developed Konoha. Then again, that made sense. From what they had seen on the light screen, even Naruto's shadow clones would get so exhausted they fell asleep. Most of Konoha's affairs were handled by him alone. His chakra reserves were huge, and he had plenty of shadow clones, but Konoha was in a period of explosive growth. While Naruto was vigorously helping ordinary people, it also made himself even more exhausted. I wonder when exactly I stepped down, Kakashi muttered, his heart full of curiosity. He knew he had become the 5th Hokage, and he was thinking that Konoha's transformation definitely had something to do with him. Uchiha Obito looked displeased. He just couldn't understand why someone like Kakashi, that repressed pervert, had become the 5th Hokage. Were those daimyo and advisors all blind? Even though he was complaining inside, he still had to admit Kakashi's ability. Otherwise, Naruto probably wouldn't have been able to develop Konoha this well. Dad. Sensing the chakra of Minato Namikaze and the others, Naruto ran over at top speed, his face full of excitement. He hadn't expected the summoning from the time-space telephone to actually work. Minato Namikaze had really come. Hearing that form of address, Minato Namikaze couldn't help turning to look behind him. Looking at Naruto, who was taller and older than himself, calling him dad, he couldn't help feeling a little awkward. But awkward or not, he had to accept it. Because he really was the father. We came to help you. Little Naruto and Sasuke will be arriving here soon too. 7th Hokage Naruto nodded excitedly and said to everyone, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go home first. At 7th Hokage Naruto's house, Hinata greeted the group, while Boruto was shouting noisily over there. Whoa, so this is what Uncle Kakashi looked like as a kid. So Uncle Kakashi was this cocky even when he was young? I thought that came later. Kakashi looked annoyed. This brat. Kid, keep that up and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Boruto was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Aha, Uncle, I'm really strong now. Even Dad might not be my opponent. I'm not afraid of you. Little Kakashi bared his teeth in a grin. Wanna try me? He knew Uzumaki Boruto had gotten rewards, but he wasn't some pushover either. Besides, even if he really couldn't win, so what? At the very least, he absolutely couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Boruto, is that any way to talk? That's your Uncle Kakashi. Hinata scolded him with a stern face. Boruto instantly wilted and hurriedly apologized. While 7th Hokage Naruto and Minato Namikaze were catching up, Boruto's expression suddenly changed. Did something happen? Uchiha Obito noticed Boruto's expression was off and immediately asked, I seem to have sensed the power of karma and also an extremely massive chakra. No, it would be more accurate to say both of them are on the same person. Boruto's face darkened. Right now, there were only 3 people capable of combining those 2 powers into one. Momoshiki Otsutsuki, Ishiki Otsutsuki, and Kawaki. When 7th Hokage Naruto heard that, his expression didn't change. He had Ino, who was still using the mind-body switch technique, notify Sasuke, while they went ahead to face the enemy first. No matter who it was, Naruto would not let them harm the village. But deep down, he was actually still a little hesitant. What if the other side was Kawaki? If Kawaki really wanted to oppose Konoha, then what should he do? Did he really have to kill him? 7th Hokage Naruto let out a sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. That child had also lived a hard life. And now his strength was this great too. If he could be moved and brought onto Konoha's side, then that would be another major force on their side. So this is Konoha? A dazed longing flashed through Kawaki's eyes. It was an unmatched longing. He desperately wanted to live here. He desperately wanted to see 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Amato pushed up his glasses, and a strange look flashed across his face. This guy really was a total dadcon. Sure enough, Jigen had treated this guy way too harshly. If Jigen had just treated him a little better back then, maybe Ishiki wouldn't even have needed to say anything. Kawaki might have willingly handed over his body on his own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several people landed in front of them. Boruto was shocked. Kawaki. The 7th Hokage pulled Boruto behind him and said with a serious expression, Kawaki, Amato, what are you here for? To join you. Before Amato could speak, Kawaki answered directly. Amato also nodded. That's right, we're joining you. I don't need Ishiki to revive my daughter anymore. After all, the light screen is that miraculous. I can just exchange for a revival coin. I can't eat well or sleep well staying with Ishiki. I'd rather come to Konoha. And only Konoha can truly bring out my talents. So, this deal isn't bad, right? Naruto was stunned. These two were being so straightforward that he didn't even know what to say for a moment. 7th Hokage Kawaki said slowly, I want to stay in Konoha. Since you're fighting against the Otsutsuki, you need strength too, right? I'm very strong now. I can definitely become your support. Before the 7th Hokage Naruto spoke, no one else had the right to say anything. What came next was Naruto's personal decision alone. As for what he would choose, that depended on his own values. After a long while, Naruto finally said, alright, from now on you can stay in Konoha, but you must pay attention to your own power. You absolutely cannot hurt the people in the village. As for Amato, from now on you'll conduct research together with Katasuke. I hope you can make full use of your knowledge and benefit the ninja world. Joy immediately filled the faces of both Amato and Kawaki. As expected, Naruto Uzumaki was easy to talk to. The two said in unison, don't worry. From now on, Konoha is our village too. We will absolutely obey Lord Hokage's orders. Meanwhile, Kawaki and Boruto looked at each other, snorted, and neither said a word. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled. These two kids really were just like himself and Sasuke. They didn't get along either, but they still competed with each other and grew stronger together. Not long after, the people from Konoha Year 63 also arrived. After a round of greetings, the 7th Hokage Naruto arranged places for everyone to stay. Thus, in the battle that was about to come, the reinforcements on the Ninja World's side were Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, young Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, the Sage of Six Paths brothers, Tonari Otsutsuki, Rinnegan Kakashi Hatake, and Healthy Might Guy. As for the future timeline, the available fighting forces were the 7th Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha, Boruto Uzumaki, Kawaki, the other 4 Kage, the previous generation of Kage from the hidden villages, and Purple Lightning Kakashi. This was the strongest battle lineup in the ninja world today. If even these people couldn't defeat the Otsutsuki at their peak, then it could only be said that this calamity was destined for the ninja world. Unknown planet. Momoshiki Otsutsuki carefully sensed the ability bestowed upon him by the light screen, and his face was full of shock. Aside from the increase in taijutsu and chakra reserves, the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine Technique was what shocked him the most. Could anchor any member of the Otsutsuki clan in any place, anywhere. In other words, even on this unknown planet, he could sense the location of any Otsutsuki. And with his ability to devour Otsutsuki, it would let him grow stronger very quickly. He looked at Kinshiki Otsutsuki, and a crazed smile appeared on his face. Kinshiki, the time has come for you to offer yourself up for your noble master. Kinshiki Otsutsuki's face was solemn and serious. Yes, I understand. For Lord Momoshiki, I am willing to offer everything I have, even my life. The moment he finished speaking, Kinshiki's entire body erupted with chakra. The massive chakra enhanced by the light screen compressed in an instant, and his whole body turned into a chakra pill the size of a fist. Feeling that immense chakra, Momoshiki showed a trace of surprise on his face. As expected of the light screen, it actually raised a person's chakra reserves to such an enormous level. Momoshiki had a feeling that if he swallowed this pill, his strength would increase by at least 5 times. A 5-fold boost on top of his current foundation would mean at least 30 times the strength shown in the light screen. He would definitely be stronger than peak Ishiki, and perhaps could even stand on equal footing with the current Ishiki. He swallowed the pill into his stomach, and in an instant, immense power flooded Momoshiki's body. Ha 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 ha. So strong. So strong. So this is what power feels like. Momoshiki's face was filled with a crazed smile. This was power he had never experienced before. With a wave of his hand, the wind pressure directly reduced the ground 10 kilometers ahead into dust. God, what does Shirbai Otsutsuki even count for? I, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, will one day surpass Shirbai Otsutsuki and become a true god, ruling the entire universe. Activate Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine Technique. The hunt officially begins. Whether in the past or the future, he would become an Otsutsuki hunter, devour every last Otsutsuki, and raise his own life level. I will become a god. Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki, just wait. I'll kill all of you. Ha 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 ha. Ninja World. Ishiki Otsutsuki also discovered the secret of the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine Technique, and just like Momoshiki, he quickly took action as well. Although he didn't have Momoshiki's ability to devour his own kind and increase his power, he could plant a god tree, feed an Otsutsuki to it, and consume the fruit to strengthen himself. Right now, he wasn't too sure whether he could defeat Naruto Uzumaki and the others, and his power had only just recovered, so he truly had no confidence in dealing with those human monsters. He could only choose the best option for now and plant a god tree first. Ishiki Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes and sensed a member of his clan, then quickly used the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine Technique to teleport to another planet. Next comes my era. A smile appeared on Ishiki's face. Konoha. Boruto looked at the young Naruto, his face full of surprise. Dad was so short when he was little. Naruto looked displeased. Brat, even if I'm short, I can still beat you till your teeth scatter all over the ground. Boruto grinned. I don't believe it. The karma Boruto possessed belonged to Momoshiki, so he could inherit Momoshiki's power and combat experience. But that guy Momoshiki's combat experience and power were simply awful. Little Naruto right now could definitely solo Momoshiki. Right now, the peak combat power of the ninja world is basically the few of us. As for whether we can defeat the Otsutsuki clan, I'll reserve judgment. Adult Sasuke said. The 7th Hokage Naruto's gaze flickered. Indeed, that is a problem. All of us have greatly increased in power, but the Otsutsuki clan is not easy to deal with. Amato, do you have any good ideas? Amato smoked as he spoke. Good ideas? I actually do have one. In the memories of Otsutsuki Technology 1 obtained, their SA technique that can perfectly replicate the Otsutsuki clan's karma. Of course, this kind of karma is about the same as Code S. Can't be used for Otsutsuki reincarnation. It can only be used to purely obtain Otsutsuki power. But it's more perfect and more stable, and can grant 90% of an Otsutsuki's power. And I just so happen to have the corpse of the Otsutsuki god, Shirbai Otsutsuki, in my hands right now. I can reverse engineer Shirbai Otsutsuki's karma from it. However, karma chooses its host. I don't believe anyone among us can necessarily fuse with it. Indeed, aside from karma directly rewarded by the light screen, any karma required compatibility. If the holder wasn't compatible, then naturally they wouldn't be able to bring out karma's power. In that case, Amato, research it first. As for who will use the karma and whether anyone is suitable, we'll talk about that later. Right now, we can't afford to give up any combat power we might be able to use, the 7th Hokage Naruto said. At the same time, I'll have Boruto and Kawaki assist you. Both of them have mature karma. I think they should be able to help you somewhat. I understand, Lord Hokage. Amato nodded. As expected, coming to Konoha had not been the wrong choice. On the very first day, he was already able to begin his research path. And next, we also have our own task. Because the light screen directly rewarded us with tremendous power, we can't simply master it with ease. So in the time ahead, we still need to train hard. You understand that, don't you, Boruto? The 7th Hokage Naruto looked at Boruto with a serious expression. Clearly, those words were directed specifically at Boruto himself. Boruto's face instantly fell, and he nodded lightly. With so many people here, Dad really was too much. Couldn't he leave me at least a little dignity? By the way, calling him 7th Hokage Naruto feels a little awkward. Calling himself by his own name was honestly a bit hard to get used to. The young Naruto looked up at the 7th Hokage. I have a divine technique from another world that the light screen rewarded me with. I want to teach it to you. Before Naruto could reply, Sasuke spoke first. Is it Spirit Bomb? That is right. Spirit Bomb. It can borrow the vitality of heaven, earth, and all living things, then gather it into a massive energy sphere. Against enemies with evil aura, it's basically a sure kill move. It also has auto-tracking. No matter how fast the enemy is, the Spirit Bomb can lock on by itself. is practically the best move for dealing with those Otsutsuki monsters. This jutsu is very strong. If you can learn it, then when we face the Otsutsuki next, we'll have even more confidence. Although young Naruto had a huge amount of chakra, the amount of energy he could release in a single burst was fixed. His body simply couldn't withstand an output of overly massive power. So his attack power had an upper limit. If he wanted to one-shot an Otsutsuki, then the spirit bomb was absolutely necessary. During this period of year 83 of Konoha, everyone lived very fulfilling lives. They trained every day, chatted with friends, and although life was full and happy, that didn't make them forget the threat of the Otsutsuki. Young Naruto's strength had increased greatly during this time. He learned the spirit bomb and even the 8 gates. With Naruto's taijutsu ability, he could instantly open up to the 7th gate. On top of that, he united everyone he could, and exchanged a full 100 Senju beans through the light screen exchange system. His points were all used up too. The light screen seems to have gone quiet again lately. I noticed that too. The light screen's broadcasts don't seem to follow any pattern. It feels like it plays whatever it wants. Could it be that this thing is actually conscious? The young Kakashi asked curiously. Who knows? Uchiha Obito muttered. The next moment, the light screen, which had gone dark, lit up once again. Please enjoy. Light toward the sun. Light toward the sun? What an artistic title. Compared to the previous ones, either Naruto stealing someone's wife or Sasuke killing people, this one makes those sound ridiculously low class. Everyone muttered inwardly, but they also understood that people in their timeline weren't the only ones who could see the light screen. People from the past and future could all see it. So maybe being a little artistic did sound pretty nice. In the distant Warring States era, Uchiha Hikari was still imprisoned inside the Uchiha dungeon. She had long since had enough of these sunless days. She wanted to escape, but she had no courage to face the Uchiha clan's force. She wanted to kill herself, but she also had no courage to face the pain of death. This tangled, complicated state of mind tormented her day after day. Though she was only in her teens, her thoughts seemed even heavier than an adult's. Can someone save me? She buried her head between her legs like an ostrich, as if that could somehow make her feel a little safer. She knew it was useless. It was only psychological comfort. Suddenly, an inexplicable white light lit up before her, and Uchiha Hikari felt a surge of joy. Could it be that someone had come to save her? But very quickly, her expression darkened again. So it was just some strange light screen. What use was that? Could it be that really no one can save me? Uchiha Hikari thought bitterly. When would a life like this ever come to an end? This world yearns for battle. Only in an age where rivers of blood flow and tooth is answered with tooth can all of you prove your existence. Kill. Countless armies of shinobi slaughtered each other. Every single one of them had already gone red-eyed with murder. It didn't matter who stood on the other side. Whether it was former brothers, superiors, or family, there was only one thought in their eyes at this moment. Kill every last one of them. Inside a dark and spacious room, a man wearing an eye patch sat high above the rest. The crazed smile on his face made it clear that he was the great villain. However, as all of you know, the current world is built on foolish ideas like bonds and feelings. Those things can also be said to be formed from the path each person has walked until now. In other words, without those paths, there is no world. So if those things did not exist, what would the world become? That's right. Just as you all imagine, I will change this world. I will follow in the footsteps of Pain, who once ruled Amigakure and died before fulfilling his grand ambition. I will inherit his will and create a world where strength reigns supreme. Only a world built by power is the world's true form. I will become a god and create an eternity ruled by strength. The strange man shouted loudly, "This world is rotten. Only violence can end everything. For that, I need your cooperation. Crush the forces of the 5 great nations, the 5 Kage, and everyone gathered around them. I look forward to your performance." At this point, the man seemed to think of something delightful, and an evil smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come. The game has begun. Year 63 of Konoha. Nagato spat. What an idiot. Is that what he thinks I created Pain for? It was obviously for world peace, okay? He was too tired to even complain. He had no idea where this nobody came from, yet the guy dared to speak so arrogantly. Did he really not know who was backing the future ninja world? That was Naruto and Sasuke's home field, trying to cause trouble under their watch. Wasn't he that just asking to die faster? Nagato was speechless. If you want to die, fine, but why drag Akatsuki's reputation down with you? Though Akatsuki never really had much of a reputation to begin with. Year 83 of Konoha. Is this something that happens in the future again? The 7th Hokage Naruto raised a brow. I don't remember anything like this happening. Another war breaking out in the ninja world? That was completely impossible. With him and Sasuke around, who would dare start a war? The scene shifted to the battlefield. But this battlefield was different from all the ones shown earlier. It was completely empty. But soon, accompanied by a deafening roar, Golden light and purple light descended from the sky. The two colors dyed the entire sky, and the world suddenly brightened. The heavy rain was still falling. The wild wind was still howling. Everything seemed to be cheering on the battle between these two. Everyone saw clearly. It was Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Why were these two fighting? Everyone frowned in confusion. There was no reason for it. Naruto was a firm believer in peace, and Sasuke had already returned to the right path. If they absolutely had to find a reason, then one of them must have been controlled by Genjutsu. But no one dared to imagine it. Could someone really use Genjutsu to control one of the strongest people in the ninja world? Was that even possible? Even the Otsutsuki couldn't do something like that. Amaterasu! Sasuke let out a loud shout. His Sharingan spun sharply, and pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere, landing on Naruto's body. But Naruto stood unmoving. Rather than that, after fighting Sasuke so many times, Naruto was already familiar with Amaterasu. Even without his memories, his body had already developed muscle memory. Ninetales chakra burst away from his body and instantly neutralized Amaterasu. Even without his memories, he is still this troublesome. Sasuke sighed, his expression grave as he stared at Naruto's golden chakra giant hand. Ameno Tajikara, the Rinnegan ability activated. Sasuke vanished instantly. The giant hand slammed into the ground, and the earth within several kilometers instantly caved in, turning into a massive crater. Even the falling rain in the sky seemed to pause for a moment. But that was only an illusion. The very next second, countless raindrops turned into crashing spheres of water, and the sunken land transformed into a lake in an instant. This brat really knows how to wreck the environment, Sasuke complained. Chidori, forming a hand seal with one hand, the cry of 1,000 birds rang out across the battlefield. Using Ameno Tajikara, Sasuke instantly arrived beside Naruto. The sharp Chidori thrust straight toward him. But unfortunately, it was blocked by the dense chakra surrounding Naruto's body. Unable to advance even an inch. Looks like becoming Hokage didn't make you weaker after all. Seeing that he couldn't break through Naruto's defense, Sasuke could only retreat. But Naruto's Rasen Shuriken came right after him. Amaterasu. Amaterasu might not work well on Naruto himself, but it was extremely effective against his ninjutsu. The pitch-black flames instantly engulfed the Rasen Shuriken. In less than a moment, it erupted into a massive explosion. The terrifying force shattered the sky itself, and for a short time, it even cleared the storm clouds overhead. The surrounding mountains and rocks were shaken violently by the blast. Countless chunks of stone crashed to the ground with deafening rumbles. Naruto clicked his tongue, the killing intent around him growing thicker and thicker. This was killing intent he had never shown before. Other than having the exact same face, the Naruto in front of him was completely different from the Naruto before. If the old you saw what you look like now, who knows what he would think. Sasuke let out a sigh, then attacked even faster. I will stop you, even if I have to burn myself away. But before Sasuke could get close to Naruto, a golden chakra fist had already arrived in front of him. Sasuke was startled. His eyes widened, and he instantly activated Susanoo. But the time was too short, so Susanoo could only barely form its skeletal frame. Even so, skeletal form or not, its defense was still top tier. It barely dispersed most of the force behind Naruto's strike. But the powerful impact still sent Sasuke flying into a mountain wall 1,000 meters away. Boom! Just like their battle at the Valley of the End, Sasuke was embedded into a wall once again. But unlike last time, their positions had completely reversed. Now he was the one trying to stop Naruto. He could not let Naruto be consumed by self-blame, and he definitely could not let the ninja world Naruto had built with his own hands be destroyed by those same hands. Naruto! Sasuke roared. He pushed off with both feet, and the entire cliff exploded apart. Susanoo stretched between heaven and earth as it brought down a fierce slash toward Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki's expression did not change. The Ninetales chakra mode appeared instantly, and he directly performed a barehanded blade catch. Boom! Susanoo raised its right leg and, in the span of a breath, kicked the Ninetales in the body. The Ninetales staggered backward without stopping. The sword followed right after, and its sharp blade aura swept across heaven and earth, crushing everything around it into powder. Naruto's eyes shifted slightly. He sensed danger, but he did not dodge. Instead, he dispelled the golden Ninetales form and returned to his original body. But Sasuke understood Naruto too well. In the same instant, he also dismissed Susanoo and used Ameno Tajikara to appear behind Naruto. The Kusanagi sword thrust out fiercely, slicing through space itself. The sharp explosive sound snapped Naruto to attention. He turned and used his chakra-wrapped right hand to catch the Kusanagi sword, then instantly kicked Sasuke away. Sasuke spun backward dozens of times in midair before finally landing steadily. As expected, missing one arm already makes it hard to fight Naruto on equal footing. Sasuke sighed inwardly. He was no longer the reckless youth he used to be, The one who claimed he was invincible, the strongest in history. Now, he was just an outdated shinobi with one missing arm. He even had to give everything he had just to stop his best friend, and even then, it was accomplishing almost nothing. But I already said this. I won't let you destroy all this with your own hands. These are your dreams. You built all of this yourself. Planetary devastation. In the span of a breath, the ground within dozens of kilometers exploded apart. Countless shattered stones flew into the sky, and Naruto was pulled upward by the immense gravitational force. But Sasuke understood clearly that this move was useless against Naruto, and he had never intended to use it to defeat Naruto anyway. His true trump card was saved for the end. Sure enough, just as he had expected, planetary devastation was practically useless. When the gravitational pull dragged Naruto halfway into the air, he had the Nine Tails fire a tailed beast bomb and directly destroy the core of planetary devastation. Countless stones fell back to the ground, producing thunderous rumbling sounds. Naruto landed steadily, his face ugly as he roared, "How long are you going to keep standing in my way?" Sasuke froze for a moment. He did not even get the chance to unleash his real finishing move before he spoke. "If I lose here, then the ninja world you built with your own hands will be destroyed. Ever since you were a kid, you've chased becoming Hokage like an idiot. And now you're actually trying to destroy something you created with your own hands. I absolutely won't let that happen. Just like you stopped me in the past. I'll stop you too. Even if I have to risk my life. That's right. Just like at the Valley of the End, no matter what happens, I will stop you, even if it costs me my life." Naruto let out a cold snort and created dozens of shadow clones. Then those clones leaped high into the air, each one holding a massive Rasengan. Without question, if this move landed on the ground successfully, this whole area would be reduced to dust. After a few months, or maybe a few years, it might even form into a giant lake. Sasuke took a deep breath. His next ultimate move was not meant to be used here. Activating his Rinnegan Dojutsu, Ameno Tajikara, he instantly arrived behind Naruto. Naruto was greatly shocked and wanted to turn around and attack, but it was already too late. Sasuke kicked him with all his strength, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Bang, bang, bang. After rolling across the ground dozens of times, Naruto finally managed to stop. Enraged. Naruto was completely enraged. "What are you supposed to be? Why do you have to keep getting in my way?" Naruto's roar echoed through heaven and earth, and it also echoed inside Sasuke's heart. His memories could not help but return to the day of their battle at the Valley of the End. On that day, he had said those exact same words to Naruto. "What exactly is our relationship?" It was as if he had finally let go. He fully understood how Naruto had felt back then, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "Because we're friends." The moment those words fell, the dazed look in Naruto's eyes gradually began to clear. "Then let me ask you the other way around. What exactly are you? Are you Naruto being controlled by that trash called Mulyajin?" Naruto let out a soft laugh. "I think I've already said it many times. We're friends." Hearing those words, and after carefully observing Naruto's expression, Sasuke finally relaxed. Looks like Boruto and the others succeeded. They succeeded in taking Naruto's memories back. Haha! Along with the laughter of the two of them, the rain-filled world suddenly cleared. Sunlight shone down on their faces, giving them a faintly sacred feeling. "Alright, next it's time to deal with that bastard. I'm definitely going to teach him a proper lesson. This is the first time in all these years that I've ever been controlled by Jinjutsu," Naruto said with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke. "Yeah." Sasuke nodded. The world was just that strange. Their positions had once been reversed, yet they still valued each other so deeply. The two of them were both people who could throw away their lives for the other without the slightest hesitation, no matter the circumstances. They would protect each other's dreams together, even in impossible situations, even in desperate danger. The two of them would always stand shoulder to shoulder and face it together. This was Naruto and Sasuke. This was the Hokage and the one who supported the Hokage. "We're friends." Huh? That's really cheesy. Young Kakashi had a teasing look on his face as he looked towards 7th Hokage Naruto and Sasuke. 7th Hokage Naruto only smiled and said nothing. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was also calm. Neither of them showed the slightest reaction. Young Naruto and Sasuke, however, felt a bit embarrassed. Sasuke especially had never imagined he would say something like that. And in front of so many people too, exposing himself like that was just way too awkward. Just what happened in that future? Why did Naruto and Sasuke fight? And Naruto, a Jinchuriki, was actually controlled by Genjutsu? That's really refreshing my understanding of things. Young Uchiha Obito asked curiously. In his understanding, Jinchuriki were almost impossible to control with Genjutsu, because the tailed beast would help break the Genjutsu from inside the host's body. So Jinchuriki were practically the natural counter to Genjutsu. So why was Naruto still controlled? It was simply impossible to understand. 7th Hokage Naruto spoke up. According to the normal timeline, the scene in the video should happen very soon. The only question is whether it happens before Momoshiki arrives or after. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if they knew in advance, they could still take precautions. But the problem was exactly when it would happen. Fortunately, they already knew what the mastermind looked like. But honestly, in a place like the ninja world, knowing what someone looked like was not all that useful. After all, the transformation jutsu was not there for nothing. Mirza's expression turned ugly. The plan hadn't even begun, and it was already exposed. Then what had all his painstaking effort to release Uchiha Nanisher been for? And what about the game console research that was still underway? Now that the plan had been exposed and everyone had seen his face, he could already imagine how miserable things would be for him next. He would definitely be wanted across the entire ninja world, in an even worse position than the Akatsuki. Back then, the Akatsuki had only been missing Nin from the various villages. But now, with the Shinobi Union allied together and sharing a common enemy, they would absolutely issue a joint wanted order. From here on, he would spend his days being hunted down. What should he do? Give up on the plan, or keep going? Before long, Mirza gritted his teeth. Give up? Impossible. The ninja world had already been thrown into total chaos by these people's so-called ideals of peace. There was only one way to restore the ninja world to what it once was. Revolution. Reignite the spark. The distant warring states era. These are ninjas from the future? So strong. Far stronger than our clan head. Every move they make feels like it could destroy heaven and earth. And one of them seems to be from our Uchiha clan too. That Sharingan can't be mistaken. And it's even Mangekyo. An Uchiha elder spoke in shock. I wonder what his name is. If he's this strong, doesn't that mean the upper limit of our Uchiha clan is still much higher? Someone said excitedly. They had been suppressed by the Senju clan for far too long. Even in their dreams, they wanted to wipe out the Senju clan. But there was no helping it. The Senju clan was a bit stronger than them, and on top of that, the Senju were good at joining forces with other ninja clans. That left the Uchiha clan constrained at every turn, beset from both front and back. If not for the existence of Uchiha Nanisher, with the power of Uchiha Nanashi's terrifying dojutsu, the Uchiha clan might have already been defeated long ago. Could Nanisher also reach that level? The Uchiha clan head suddenly had that thought. But very soon, wave after wave of fear rose from deep within him. There was no other reason. The oppression their Uchiha clan had put Nanisher through had simply been too ruthless. If Uchiha Nanisher gained power like that, the first thing she would do would be to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. But soon after, he tossed that worry aside. The reason was simple. Because the current Uchiha Nanisher was already extremely strong, absolutely one of the top experts in the ninja world. Especially her 4 kinds of dojutsu, every single one of them was extraordinarily powerful. And yet, she still didn't dare resist the Uchiha clan. That showed she held deep fear toward the clan in her heart. Wouldn't that mean they could focus on properly cultivating Uchiha Nanisher? Sometime earlier, the video continued. At the main gate of Konoha, Konohamaru, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki had just finished a mission and returned to the village. We've arrived at Konohagakure. That means the mission is complete. Konohamaru held a small cat in his arms. His face was full of smiles, but anyone could still clearly see the deep exhaustion underneath. Man, when is this kind of life ever going to end? Taking this bunch of brats around every day to catch cats and dogs. I've seriously had enough of it. Faster than expected, Mitsuki said with a smile. They had only been out for a few days this time, and they had already successfully completed the mission. They were much better than before. Boruto said, it's just finding a cat after all. Easy. The one where we had to catch that big bear before was the real pain. But you almost got scratched by the cat just now, didn't you? Sarada rolled her eyes. This guy really loved showing off, even though he had almost gotten himself into trouble. Did I? I already forgot something that minor. Your memory really is amazing. Then Boruto looked at Konohamaru. Konohamaru and we don't have any more missions, right? Konohamaru shook his head. All the current missions are done. You guys get a few days off. That's great. Then I'm heading home first. As he spoke, Boruto excitedly started running back home. What's with you? Why are you in such a hurry to get back? Something up? That really wasn't like Boruto. Usually, after finishing a mission, Boruto would definitely drag a few people to the burger shop for burgers, or else go play cards with them. When had he ever rushed home like this? No. It's because the new game I bought should have been delivered to my house. What? It's just a game. Sarada was a girl, and she wasn't very interested in games. She couldn't really understand why boys were so obsessed with them. Is it that VR game called Ninja Heroes? You know it too, Mitsuki? Boruto was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected even Mitsuki to play it. That was seriously beyond his expectations. After all, Mitsuki's father was Orochimaru. No matter how you looked at him, Orochimaru didn't seem like the type who would buy toys for his kid. This is the VR game that's exploded across the ninja world lately, right? Hearing that, Boruto suddenly had the urge to drag his 2 teammates into it too, and quickly said, that's right, I asked around everywhere for stock info and put in a ton of effort before I finally got one. You really do love games, huh? Sarada rolled her eyes again. If only he had this much motivation when doing missions. All his energy went into playing games. Boruto quickly waved his hands. No, that's not it. This time, Himawari asked me to help her get it. Huh? You're lying to me, Sarada said unhappily. Himawari playing games? That feels about as possible as the 7th Hokage not working.
Totally impossible.
Boruto laughed and explained. There's a prize necklace in the game. It looks like the same one my dad used to wear, and Himawari really wants it. So I want to get the reward from the game and win it for her. You really are a good big brother. Of course, I'm heading back first. If you two bought it too, let me know and we can play together. This game might be the true culprit behind that future situation, Shikamaru Nara said. Then, in his role as the Hokage secretary, he directly had people investigate whether there were any unusually outstanding VR games on the market right now. Naruto, the 7th Hokage, said, Thanks, Shikamaru. Shikamaru Nara smiled. If you talk like that, that's just too out of line. I'm not just your secretary. I'm your friend too. Clearly, Shikamaru Nara had been stimulated by the line Sasuke had spoken in the light screen earlier. I am your friend. Listen to you. Saying it like none of us are Naruto's friends. Somewhat earlier, Boruto was watching TV in boredom, and on the screen there just so happened to be an advertisement for a VR game. Suddenly, Himawari said excitedly, That's Dad's necklace. Boruto looked puzzled. Dad has that necklace? He couldn't help looking toward Hinata and asked, Mom, did Dad ever wear something like that? Looking at the prize in the advertisement in the video, Himawari pointed excitedly and said, Big brother, isn't that Dad's necklace? Hinata, who was busy with what she was doing, froze for a moment. She touched her chin and thought for a bit. It seemed like he really had worn it when he was younger. He didn't wear it anymore now, but there really had been a period when he constantly wore the necklace the 5th Hokage had given him. So it's a replica of that necklace, Boruto said in sudden realization. Then he added in some surprise, game companies nowadays can actually investigate even little things like this so thoroughly. It's so pretty. Himawari's tone was full of longing. Boruto glanced at her and smiled. If you want it, Big Brother will figure out a way to get it for you. Really? Himawari said happily. I like you the most, Big Brother. Hearing that, Boruto practically felt like he was floating. Leave it to me. As Boruto spoke, he gave 2 light coughs, then looked at Hinata. So, Mom, for little Hima's sake, can I buy the new game? Hinata was speechless, but she didn't stop what she was doing. Isn't that just because you want to play it yourself? That's not true. It's all for little Hima. That was what he said, but he still felt pretty guilty because he really did want to play it too. After all, a lot of his classmates already had that game console, and he wanted to try it himself too. So that's how it was. Only then did everyone understand why Boruto wanted to buy that game console. Still, those game companies were really impressive. Even things Boruto himself didn't know. Those game companies had actually managed to investigate. For money, they can bring out all of their potential. At this time, Boruto had already arrived home. He excitedly tore open the game package, set up the equipment, and then couldn't hold back any longer. He put on the glasses and entered the game world. At the beginning, it was the character selection mode which gave Boruto a hard time. Who should I pick? Using my own face feels kinda weird. After thinking it over, he finally decided to use Naruto's face. But he couldn't use his dad's current middle-aged uncle face, because that was just too low. He'd heard that his dad had been really handsome when he was young. Yeah, I'll use Dad's teenage look. So, Boruto chose Naruto's appearance at 16 years old. After making his choice, Boruto successfully entered the game. He actually turned into what Dad looked like at 16. That's amazing. Boruto's face was full of shock. No wonder this game is so popular. It's making me want to play too, Kakashi said. Being able to customize your face however you want. That feature is insanely awesome. Yeah, I really want to try being young Kakashi too, young Kakashi said, and then a somewhat lewd smile appeared on his face. Ahem, I don't know. The 6th Hokage Kakashi glanced at him and softly shushed him. I know what you want to say, but this isn't the right place to say it. Sasuke Uchiha curled his lip. Sure enough, still the same repressed pervert. Not a bit of change. So weird. Isn't there supposed to be an NPC welcoming me? Boruto was full of confusion. He wandered around for quite a while, but still couldn't figure out how this game was supposed to be played. But soon, he saw a blonde NPC, so wearing Naruto's face, he walked up to the NPC. Hello. The NPC seemed a little surprised. This guy was actually greeting an NPC. Still, out of the basic professional ethics of being an NPC, Mume gave him a greeting back. Hello. My name is Mume. I am responsible for explaining event-related content. There are currently no new events. Even though she was greeting him, it sounded extremely mechanical. That's fine. Can you tell me what beginners are supposed to do? Boruto didn't notice the NPC's mood at all. Instead, he asked with a grin. Beginners? Please read page 13 of the manual before starting the game. Reading the manual is such a hassle. Just tell me directly. Beginners, please read page 13 of the manual before starting the game. Mumei's repeated answers did not satisfy Boruto. Instead, they only made him keep pressing. Just give me a simple explanation. What you say will definitely be faster than me reading it myself. Beginners, please read page 13 of the manual before starting the game. What? So stingy. Why won't you just tell me directly? You should know what's written on page 13, right? Boruto was getting a little unhappy. But the problem was, he kept asking, and the NPC's rules were just like that. How annoying. Mumei muttered. Huh? Boruto didn't understand. Boruto was shocked. Boruto was confused. Did that NPC just make a movement she wasn't supposed to make? Mumei took a deep breath, her voice carrying a trace of anger. Are you incapable of understanding what I'm saying? I'm only responsible for event explanations. Everything else is none of my business. Why did your attitude suddenly change? Boruto's voice trembled a little. Angry Mumei looked pretty scary. Because you're too annoying. And it's not just you. The entire ninja world is full of people who just want answers handed to them. Before asking others, can you not check for yourself first? Mumei rolled her eyes, feeling more and more displeased inside. Sure enough, this fallen ninja world might as well just be destroyed. That's going way too far. Isn't it? You're making beginners decode things by themselves? This has nothing to do with being a beginner, okay? It's just laziness. But if you really don't want to read it yourself, then I can sacrifice my precious time and carefully teach you. Boruto said a little dejectedly, I get it. I'll go look it up myself. But at least tell me where I can go to fight, okay? Mumei took a deep breath and said helplessly, You're seriously so annoying. I can't take it anymore. Fine. I'll make an exception and take you there. Haha. Sure enough. Nobody can endure Boruto's pestering, Sarada Uchiha said with a laugh. Keeping it up like that was just too much. Otherwise, there was no way Mumei would have compromised. What are you talking about? That was obviously my persistence moving her, Boruto said unhappily. Everyone was a little speechless at that shameless move. Mitsuki gave a soft cough. Boruto, even though I agree with you, you'd better keep your voice down. Even he felt that little son was way too clingy with people. If only Boruto would be like that with him instead. Mitsuki felt a bit resentful. Boruto had never treated him like that before. It really made his heart ache. Looking at Mumei's back, Boruto sighed with feeling. She really is an incredible guide. Before long, the two arrived at the mission hall. Mumei complained, You're way too slow. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought you here. Boruto said a little embarrassedly. That's because you disappeared all of a sudden. Even while saying that, Boruto had very little confidence and could only mumble it out. Mumei sighed. She didn't want to keep getting tangled up with Boruto, so she pointed at the mission hall. There are many missions here that can be accepted. Challenge them yourself. That's all. Please help yourself. Wait. Boruto seemed to realize something and suddenly spoke up. What is it? Mumei asked in confusion. Boruto spread his hands and said helplessly. I said earlier that I'm a beginner, so... Is there some kind of beginner-only battle? Mumei said. There is no such thing here. Everything needs to be explored by the player. Boruto kept insisting. He seemed determined to make Mumei personally take him there. Since you're an NPC, you should have pretty high authority in this game system, right? Ah! Mumei was going crazy. She was really about to go crazy. She shouted, I've met all kinds of players up to now, but someone with skin as thick as yours, you're the first. Boruto continued, the start is really important. I want to properly enjoy this game. Mumei covered her forehead, completely helpless. Good grief, she had already given up trying to persuade this guy. Maybe she should just take him there directly. But the game rules were right there. Geez, I've gotten stuck with such a troublesome guy. Fine, I get it. Even if I refuse now, you'll just keep pestering me. I'll carefully prepare a battle that's suitable for you. Awesome. Now that's a real NPC. So what do we do next? Boruto said, his face full of excitement. Wow, buying this game really wasn't a waste. It's way too fun. Alright. Come with me. The scene changed, and Mumei brought Boruto to the training ground, where Kakashi was stationed. You mean I have to defeat Uncle Kakashi? Uncle Kakashi? Looks like your identity is pretty impressive. This is the 6th Hokage, Mumei said, glancing at him. Boruto gave an awkward laugh. It's okay. That's right. This is the beginner battle. Fighting Kakashi will let you become familiar with this game's combat system faster and help you understand the game. So I hope you'll take it seriously. The battle begins. Boruto looked at Mumei helplessly, then took a deep breath and looked at Kakashi. Battle start. Kakashi looked speechless. He never expected to become one of the people beginners absolutely had to kill. Did he really have that little prestige? No matter what, he was still the 6th Hokage, right? Originally, young Kakashi didn't have much expression. But when Obito Uchiha burst out laughing, his face immediately turned ugly. What are you laughing at? A guy who didn't even become Hokage. Obito Uchiha's face instantly turned as ugly as pig's liver. He muttered a few things, but couldn't actually say anything back. In the end, he could only curse once. I'm so pissed off. After a hard-fought battle, Boruto finally defeated Kakashi. The winner has been decided. After that, Boruto appeared in front of Mume once again. The moment he left the training ground, he dropped to the ground with a plop. So tiring. But good thing I still won. I more or less understand the combat controls now. Mume said calmly, didn't he expect you to have some talent? You got familiar with the whole process in such a short time. Then Mume continued, that really concludes the introduction. That's fine, right? Next, I'll go look things up myself. Thank you. Sai finally got rid of him. Finally done with this guy. He looks harmless to humans and animals, but he is seriously annoying. You're really interesting. Boruto blurted it out without thinking, but he regretted it almost immediately. What the heck was he even saying? No, what I mean is, you're really interesting. Even though you sounded super unwilling at first, you still helped guide me around in the end, and you even thoughtfully helped me prepare for battle. I'm really grateful to you. Mume fell silent. She didn't know how to respond either, and in the end she could only say one thing. What a weirdo. Bye-bye. See you next time I log in. Boruto waved, then logged out of the game. Boruto's room. After returning from the game, Boruto took off the VR headset and was about to get out of bed and move around a little. But in the very next instant, a sharp pain hit his head, and he dropped to one knee on the floor. My head feels so dizzy. Did I play the game too much? After thinking it over, that seemed to be the only possibility. Is this what happens when you play too many games? This is clearly what it looks like when chakra gets drained. If too much chakra disappears in a short time, it causes weakness and exhaustion. If chakra is completely depleted, can even become life-threatening. These kids of the new generation really are far too lacking in vigilance. Someone shook his head and sighed. Back in their time, they had crawled their way up through war. Every one of them had been fully alert or they would have died long ago. Hokage's office. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Katasuke were discussing something. Naruto let out a sigh and asked helplessly, it's already been 5 months, and there's still no sign of Tiekus? Right. We're still investigating now. Shikamaru seemed a little ashamed, suddenly feeling like he was failing at his job as the Hokage's secretary. A thief actually appeared in my research institute. I truly don't know how to atone for this. Katasuke was in deep pain. It was only because Lord Hokage had fully supported his research that he had the position he had today. Otherwise, who was he? And who would have known him? Back when they had dealt with the Otsutsuki, he had made a grave mistake himself, yet Lord Hokage had still forgiven him. But now, a traitor had appeared in his lab and stolen a huge amount of things. The guilt was crushing him so badly he could barely breathe. Shikamaru said, this isn't entirely your fault. Our surveillance got lax too. Indeed, Konoha's defensive network was practically like a sieve. Anyone could get in and anyone could get out. Those inspection teams were acting like idiots, but after stealing that many things, he still managed to hide until now without being found. I almost want to praise him for that. He meant that sincerely. It wasn't just Konoha putting out a wanted notice for him. The other ninja villages were doing the same. Yet he had still managed to avoid detection for this long. That really was a kind of skill. Katasuke said, my guess is that he used scientific ninja tools meant for escape while on the run. Back when he was in the lab, he really was very capable. But unfortunately, even in the end, I still couldn't make him understand that he was using his talent in the wrong place. Katasuke also felt disappointed and frustrated. He had clearly been so smart, and his abilities had been so strong, yet he refused to use them through proper means. If only he hadn't used his abilities to do evil, and had instead worked to help advance peace. Shikamaru sighed and said directly, now is not the time to talk about that. Back to the point. You still remember the scientific ninja tools and design data Tiekus stole when he escaped from the village before, right? Shikamaru looked at the materials in his hand, then continued, but yesterday there was another new discovery. Naruto frowned, sensing something bad. What do you mean? Shikamaru looked at Naruto seriously. He stole a scroll called The History of Warring State Seals from the archives. The history of seals? Naruto didn't seem to understand. Simply put, if you weren't one of the people managing the archives, you wouldn't even know what the history of Warring State Seals was. Shikamaru said, to put it simply, it records the figures who were sealed during the Warring States era. It also states why they were sealed and where they were sealed. Naruto clicked his tongue, feeling that this was troublesome. If you wanted to leave, then just leave. But you even took the history of Warring State Seals too? Isn't that going too far? Of course, he wasn't worried about who exactly had been sealed. No matter who it was impossible for them to be stronger than him. But what he was worried about was whether those sealed people would threaten the survival of ordinary people. Continue investigating his whereabouts. The stolen scientific ninja tools aren't the worst part. The important thing is the scroll. Katasuke and the investigation team will continue searching the lab. As for the ceiling sites, I'll have people go investigate them. Luckily, we still have a copy of that scroll. As long as we use the copy as reference, we can send people to investigate all the ceiling sites first, Shikamaru said, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, there was still a copy. Understood. We actually have a scroll like the history of Warring State Seals? Even though 7th Hokage Naruto had been Hokage for so long, this was still the first time he had heard of it. It really does exist, Naruto. I told you a long time ago to read more books. Kakashi shook his head. It really does record some ninja who were sealed during the Warring States era. Most of those ninja were extremely powerful beings that couldn't be easily destroyed. Can people really live that long? Boruto frowned. From the Warring States era until now, that's already been hundreds of years, right? Even for ninja, they shouldn't have that kind of lifespan. Minato Namikaze explained, if it's a sealing, then, in theory, the flow of life stops. Only after the seal is undone does the flow of their life begin again. So that's how it is. I get it now. But why would Tiekas steal that?
Katasuke, still no news on Teokuse.
Lord Hokage, I'm truly sorry. There's still no news on Tiekas. Katasuke looked full of guilt. Forget it. Let us not think about that for now. Naruto frowned. Their current focus had to be on the Otsutsuki clan. As for Tiekas and the like, even if he released every strong person from the Warring States era, it still wouldn't be enough to shake the current state of the ninja world. The scene shifted. Boruto was wandering around the street when he suddenly saw Shikadai and Inogen. He quickly ran over and greeted them. What are you guys doing here? Shikadai spoke up, we're discussing where to gather. Gather? Boruto was puzzled. Going on a mission? Inogen asked doubtfully, Boruto, you don't know? It's a game called Ninja Heroes. It's really popular right now. We're talking about playing together. Hearing that, Boruto said happily, perfect, I have it too. Inogen said proudly, then we're your seniors. We started playing a long time ago. No way, I'm already behind? Shikadai smiled. Since you bought it too, then let us play together. Boruto nodded as if it were only natural. Sure. I was already planning to ask you guys to play with me anyway. Then let us meet at the mission hall. Roger, you two seniors. Shikadai and Inogen smiled helplessly. He really was a complete goofball. Not long after, the three of them logged in and met up at the mission gathering hall. After greeting the two of them, Boruto saw Mume and immediately ran toward her excitedly. Mume! That move left Shikadai and Inogen completely dumbfounded. You bastard, that's too much, I senti it? You just ditched us like that. Mume froze. That voice sounded so familiar. She subconsciously turned her head, only to find that Boruto was already standing in front of her. You again. Mume was speechless. Why was this guy such a clingy pest? He kept pestering her over and over. I heard there's still no news about the necklace event. I want that necklace. What should I do? At last, Boruto remembered the important matter. The whole reason he was playing this game was to win the necklace for Himawari. How would I know? I'm only responsible for explaining events. Promoting the event isn't my job. This guy, again and again, he just kept challenging the limits of her patience. Forget it. I'll endure a little longer. Then all I can do is wait for the updates, right? Boruto let out a sigh, feeling down. Waiting and waiting. The feeling of waiting really was annoying. That was just how it was. Boruto looked completely dejected. It seemed like all he could do was wait a little longer. Are you okay now? If you're fine, I'm leaving. Mume spoke again and was just about to turn around and leave when she heard Boruto suddenly shout. Wait a second. What now? If it's about the promo event, there's no point in pestering me. No, not that for now. Did you see my amazing performance? Huh? What do you mean? My combo attacks were awesome, right? And my dodging too. I think that was perfect as well. Boruto said excitedly. This game could perfectly simulate real movements and hand seals. Could even improve a ninja's mobility to a certain degree. Mume coughed lightly, seeming a little awkward. No, I didn't see it. And I didn't have time either. The excited smile on Boruto's face vanished instantly. He said gloomily, I did so well for once, and you didn't even see it. Mume was speechless. What was this guy even talking about? I'm an NPC. Isn't it a bit much for you to say this stuff to an NPC? Did he really think an NPC would understand any of that? Don't tell me he's treating me like a real person? Seeing Mume stay silent, Boruto could only lower his head and return to Inogen and Shikadai. What's wrong? Shikadai asked. Boruto scratched his head and smiled. Someone I know. I just went over to say hi. Someone you know? Inogen's tone was full of teasing. Let's log off first. After chatting for a bit, Shikadai spoke up. Did something happen? No, we've still got missions to do in the real world. We're not as free as you are, Shikadai said. Boruto curled his lips. Alright. You guys log off first. I'll play a little longer. After Shikadai and Inogen waved goodbye, they left the game. Boruto played through a dungeon a while longer before logging off too. Back in the real world, Boruto sighed with feeling. Sure enough, playing games with people you know is way more fun. Next time, I'll ask Mitsuki and the others if they want to play too. He stretched lazily, about to head out for a walk, but the moment he stood up, his head suddenly started spinning. What's going on? Don't tell me I really played too much? Boruto didn't understand, but he didn't take it too seriously either. He just figured some rest would fix it. The next day, Boruto stood in the entryway saying goodbye to Hinata and Himawari. Is it an expedition mission today? Hinata asked. Yeah. Seems like there's something they want us to investigate. But even though it's called an expedition, they said we can still come back the same day, Boruto explained. Be careful. Expedition missions are always dangerous. Got it. I'm heading out. At Konoha's main gate, Konohamaru counted heads, and soon a smile appeared on his face. Very good. Everyone's here. Listen up. Team 7 will now carry out an investigation mission. The location is part of the Great Forest in the northwest of the Land of Fire. Mitsuki asked in confusion. Why a place like that? According to the report, part of the forest seems to have undergone some kind of abnormal change, Konohamaru explained. The report says it was a mudslide, but Lord Hokage thinks it isn't that simple, so he sent us to investigate the current situation and the cause. There probably won't be any combat danger, but you still need to stay alert. The scene shifted, and the four arrived in the forest. Sure enough, just like the report said, a massive cross-shaped ravine had appeared in the ground, looking like traces left behind by a battle between powerful people. What exactly happened here? Looking at such a horrifying aftermath, Boruto couldn't help but say in shock. This really exceeded my expectations, Konohamaru said with emotion, then immediately started assigning tasks. There's a village nearby. Sarada and I will go gather information. Boruto, you and Mitsuki investigate around here and see if you can find any clues about the cause. Splitting up like this would let them finish the mission faster. Boruto stood in front of the ravine and searched around for a long time, but still couldn't find any clues. Left with no choice, he looked at Mitsuki. I didn't find anything unusual on my side either. Man, what a pain. We've been at this for so long and still haven't noticed any clues. This mission doesn't look simple at all. I've already tried all kinds of methods. Mitsuki felt a little apologetic that he hadn't been able to help his little son. So all we can confirm now is that this was man-made, right? Obviously only part of the forest was destroyed, so it should have been intentional. Sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, Sarada and Konohamaru returned as well. How was it? Konohamaru said. Late the night before last, a huge impact sound suddenly came from deep in the forest. The vibration even reached the nearby village. Sarada picked up where he left off. Then when they came here the next day, this was what they found. So the residents don't know what exactly happened either? Mitsuki said thoughtfully. Sarada said with concern, that's right. But there's one piece of information that really bothers me. Several villagers said they saw a glowing giant in the middle of the forest. Boruto crossed his arms and tilted his head. A glowing giant? For some reason, hearing that makes me think of that move Sasuke uncle uses. Everyone knew what Boruto was talking about. The dojutsu unique to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. It really is huge, and it gives off a chakra glow. Right, Susanoo? But I don't think Dad would do something like that for no reason. Sarada had also thought of Susanoo immediately, but she didn't believe Sasuke would do something like this for no reason or without any benefit. And if it really had been Sasuke, they wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble to investigate. Mitsuki said, let's put the giant aside for now. Our own investigation results also suggest that this destruction was caused by people. So next we just need to find out who did it and what their purpose was, right? Konohamaru said, at this point, let's head back to the village and report in first. The rest of the investigation should be handled by specialists. After that, the group prepared to leave, but Boruto still turned back for one more look, his eyes full of seriousness. What exactly happened? Something this strange made it impossible for him not to raise his guard. In the Hokage's office, Naruto rubbed his head as he listened to their report, and immediately felt a headache coming on. It would have been better if it had just been a natural disaster. I think this needs a more thorough investigation. Naruto nodded. All right, I understand. I'll assign people specifically to investigate this. Dad, do you think that giant might have been something like Sasuke Uncle Susanoo? Boruto quickly asked. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Have there been any reports lately of Sasuke fighting near that area? Shikamaru shook his head. I haven't received any such reports. Naruto nodded, then looked at Boruto. You heard that too. In other words, we can't conclude anything yet. Anyway, we'll keep investigating carefully. If anything happens, I'll let you know too. All in all, good work today. Go home and get some proper rest. At the burger shop, we could rack our brains here all day and still not come up with an answer. Sarada complained. There are too few clues. It'd be really hard for just the few of us to figure anything out. I know, Boruto muttered. He was getting a little annoyed from always being lectured by Sarada. I know, okay? But it's still annoying. When it comes to this kind of thing, you're especially hopeless. That annoys me too. After the three of them fell silent for a while, Mitsuki spoke up. Boruto, Are you still playing that game you bought last time? Of course. The experience is really good. Since we can't find the answer right now anyway, why not go in there and relax a bit? Mitsuki said. Sure. Hearing Boruto answer so decisively, Sarada couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy really was the same as always. Sarada, you should buy one too and try it. It's seriously super fun. It feels like you've suddenly appeared in another world. If you haven't experienced it yourself, you probably can't understand how moved I was. Anyway, it's just really amazing. If you guys buy it too, then we can all play together. Sarada said with some regret. I wanted to play together too, but we don't have a game console at home, and I didn't buy one either. I want to play with Boruto, so I'll find a way to get one. Boruto nodded. Alright, let us leave it at that for today. I'm really looking forward to playing with you guys. At Naruto's house, after Boruto got home and greeted Hinata and Himawari, he logged into the game. Yo, long time no see. Boruto greeted Mumei with a cheerful grin. You came again? Just how much free time do ninjas have these days? Mumei let out a sigh. This guy was seriously way too idle. Back in her day, she had either been on the way to battle, in battle, or imprisoned. Were ninjas these days really protected that well? It's just a game. It's not that serious. Boruto was still smiling and didn't get upset at all by Mumei's dismissive tone. Instead, he kept talking. What are you unhappy about? Don't you want to properly enjoy this game? Mumei looked at Boruto like she was staring at an idiot, as if saying, what kind of nonsense are you even talking about? I'm an NPC. Telling an NPC to play a game is no different from telling a monkey to speak. You want me, the guide, to play the game? Mumei said flatly. Boruto instantly felt awkward. Only then did he remember that Mumei was just an NPC, not a player from the real world. That is kind of weird, but if you could enjoy the game too, wouldn't that be great? I really do want to make you happy. Then let me ask you this. Do you really think this game is fun? Mumei asked. Boruto tilted his head in confusion. I heard from other players that this game has a beginner S-wall. If you can't overcome it, then it doesn't count as really having played the game. So maybe you should worry about yourself instead. The meaning behind her words was obvious. She wanted Boruto to clear that beginner S-wall. Really? Where is it? Boruto suddenly got excited. And if you can get past that high wall, then unexpectedly, impossibly, miraculously, there's a chance I might be a little surprised. Maybe think it's interesting, maybe even feel something like that. Boruto laughed inwardly. He kept feeling like Mumei and Sarada were similar in some ways, like this mysterious tsundere side of theirs. Really? Mumei said indifferently. That was obviously a joke. How could I possibly be happy over something like that? Her tone had clearly changed a little, but Boruto still caught it. He said firmly, no. Even if it was a joke, I still want to try it. Hurry up and tell me what this beginner S-wall is. Mumei stared at him blankly. Are you serious? Of course. I already told you before. I really do want to make you happy. Even if you were joking, I still want to give it a try, and it sounds fun too. Having a goal makes people more motivated, right? Mumei spoke calmly, hiding her emotions. Looks like even if I refuse, it won't matter. Fine, I got it. At the time, they were all talking about mission ranks. I heard beginners always hit a setback at a certain rank. If I remember right, it starts with D rank. Who would V thought the very first rank would already be a hurdle? Boruto suddenly understood. Got it. Then next, I'm going to challenge it and shock you. And make you happy. The scene shifted, and Boruto successfully completed the challenge. He rushed excitedly over to Mumei. Haha, so, I completed the goal. I'm not a beginner anymore. Are you at least a little happier now? Mumei seemed a bit surprised. She clearly hadn't expected Boruto to actually complete the mission. I'm strong, right? Boruto said proudly. No, I'm just dumbfounded. You really accepted the mission. I've never seen anyone this idle. Hearing that Mumei not only didn't praise him, but even continued calling him too idle, Boruto couldn't help feeling disappointed. That's way too harsh. No matter what, I did this to make you happy. Mumei smiled. I'm already very happy, but I want to ask you something. What exactly is so fun about seeing me surprised? Really? You're really happy? Boruto asked excitedly. You always look unhappy, so I wanted to get along with you properly. To become friends. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Become friends? Mumei froze. Was there really nothing wrong with this guy's head? She had already said more than once that she was an NPC, and yet he still wanted to become friends with an NPC. Her heart was in turmoil, but her expression absolutely could not waver. What exactly do you want from me, your guide? It's not that I want you to do anything, Boruto explained. I just want to be friends with you. That word again. Friend. That one word directly broke through Mumei's defenses. Friends. You and me? Mumei's voice seemed to tremble slightly. Boruto nodded. That's right. Let us start by changing how we address each other. My name is Boruto Uzumaki. Even though I already have an in-game name, blurting out my real name like this really does feel kind of weird. You really are a weirdo. The moment she said that, Mumei vanished. Huh? What happened? She left? Boruto sounded a little disappointed. Did I make a friend today or not? Helpless. He could only log out of the game. But just like the last few times after taking off the VR goggles, he still felt a little dizzy. He didn't think much of it, though, and just went downstairs to eat. Big brother, you came down. That's right.
I'm hungry.
Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? Wait a little. We'll eat together once your dad gets back. Okay. The next day, at the burger shop, Boruto and Sarada looked at the copy of Ninja Heroes on the table, both of them full of curiosity, until Mitsuki spoke up. I have 2 copies of Ninja Heroes. I'll give this one to Sarada. Huh? Sarada instinctively wanted to refuse, but Mitsuki said it's fine. If we play together, it'll be more fun. Just take it. Since Mitsuki had already said that much, Sarada stopped refusing and accepted it directly. Boruto said happily, all right, in that case, how about we meet up in the game next? Let us play together. But considering the 2 of them had never touched it before, Boruto still gave them a simple explanation. First, install the game console. Then do the initial setup. At Naruto's house, Boruto couldn't wait to enter the game. Playing games with friends was one of the happiest things there was. Though speaking of that, playing games together with members of Team 7 really felt strange. After entering the game, Boruto saw Sarada and Mitsuki. One of them was using Sakura Haruno, and the other was using Orochimaru. Both of them had chosen their own family members. Maybe using people close to them would give them a sense of familiarity and make it easier for them to enjoy the game. You 2 got in too, Boruto said cheerfully. This game is amazing. I can understand now why you were so excited before, Sarada said excitedly. It really feels just like the real world in here. If I didn't know I was playing a game, I'd definitely think I was in a real world, right? I played a lot of games, but this is the first time I've seen one this incredible. Speaking of which, your appearances. Yeah. At first I wanted to use the 7th Hokage's appearance, but when I thought about it being a man, I really couldn't accept it. So I just used my mom's appearance instead. But honestly, even using my mom's appearance still feels kind of awkward. Of course, it's not your original appearance, so it's bound to feel a little uncomfortable. I'm very happy to be able to take on the appearance of a relative I respect. Sarada gave an awkward little laugh. To be honest, she felt Orochimaru's appearance was really scary. Since the 3 of us are all here, let us start with some simple combat first. I'll help you get ready. Suddenly, Mume's voice rang out. Boruto couldn't help turning his head to look, saying in surprise, You? What is it? Are you unhappy to see me? Boruto laughed awkwardly. Of course not. You suddenly disappeared before, so I thought something might happened. Mume froze for a moment, then softly said, Were you worried about me? Yeah, a little. Hearing that, Mume's voice dropped. I usually have a lot of things to do too. At the side, Sarada's eyes flickered strangely. Seeing the 2 chatting like close friends, she asked, Boruto, who is this? Only then did Boruto realize he still had 2 friends beside him. He quickly introduced her to them. She is Mume, the guide NPC for this game. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. So if there's anything we don't know, we can just ask Mume? Sarada relaxed a little. She was just an NPC. Nothing worth worrying about. Boruto said, Not exactly. She is only the guide for the event. Aside from event stuff, she usually acts like none of it has anything to do with her. Mume looked a little dissatisfied and immediately protested. How can you say that? It's rare enough that I'm willing to help you. Even though that's what you just said, are you really willing? If it were the old you'd definitely hate this, right? Boruto could actually put himself in someone else's shoes now. Sarada was a little stunned, but at the same time, a trace of tension rose in her heart. Just what kind of existence was this NPC to actually change Boruto? Mume's heart trembled, and even her words became shaky. Sometimes I get a sudden impulse and feel like helping someone isn't so bad. Mume paused, then continued, though it's kind of weird for me to say that myself. Sarada cut in, even if you're the game's guide NPC, you can't just casually add battle stages, can you? Mume was both calm and confident. In this space, I'm like a magician. Something this small is nothing. Sarada wanted to persuade Boruto to agree to Mume's suggestion. That way, they could enjoy the game even more. That's amazing. Sarada praised her, then said to Boruto, Hey Boruto, since Mume already said that, Boruto thought for a while. He kept feeling like something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. That does sound good, but you really are acting weird today. You talk too much. Mume looked a little annoyed. A few days ago, when you came to me, I said no. Now I came to you and you're still dragging this out. You're seriously annoying. What is so bad about this? Enough already. You want to fight, right? I'm ready. Just go play already. Boruto scratched his head, a little helpless, but still listened to Mume and prepared to open the dungeon. She's really forceful. Mitsuki smiled helplessly. It was his first time seeing Boruto this helpless in front of a girl. Sarada nodded deeply in agreement. In some ways, she was even more forceful than Sarada herself. Soon, the group opened the dungeon, And with Mume's help, the three of them successfully entered and finished the battle. A moment later, the three came out of the dungeon with smiles on their faces. Sarada let out an excited shout. She felt like she was gradually falling in love with this game. Feels so real. So fun. Even Mitsuki felt the same. It looked like this game had truly won them over. Seeing their reactions, Boruto smiled. Looks like even stubborn Sarada gets the fun of games now. So what if I do? Sarada seemed a little embarrassed, but Boruto said, Isn't that a good thing? We should all keep playing together from now on. But what if we get too addicted? Sarada seemed a little worried. Her goal was to become Hokage. If she got too immersed in gaming, wouldn't that just waste time she could spend training? Boruto directly ignored that and turned to Mume. Thanks, Mume. Thanks to you we had such a great time. Mume spoke calmly. Boruto and his friends are having so much fun. That's great. None of them could hear the deeper meaning hidden in her words. Huh? What do you mean? Mume hesitated before speaking. I mean, I'm happy that you all can enjoy this game. Boruto understood and laughed. That's because you helped set up such a fun battle for us. Exactly. Thanks, Mume. Then you can come keep playing tomorrow too, Mume said. That's really rare. You actually took the initiative to invite people. Boruto sighed with emotion, his tone full of teasing. Mume replied, It's not really an invitation. Sure, no problem. We'll come again. I don't have any problem with it either. If Boruto comes to play, then I'll come too, Mitsuki said. Alright, see you tomorrow. We're logging off for today. Bye, Mume. Sarada spoke up. She still had to help her mother with housework today, so she couldn't waste too much time here. After Sarada logged off, Mitsuki followed right after and left as well. Very soon, only Mume and Boruto were left in the game. Mume also said goodbye to Boruto and started walking forward, going back to being her NPC self. I'm gonna look around for a bit now. Wanna come with me? No, I still have to keep doing guide work. As she walked forward, Mume was suddenly stunned by something Boruto said. Come to think of it, you're finally willing to say my name. Mume softly spoke. Yeah, I finally said your name, she thought to herself. I don't know what happened to you lately, but I'm really happy. What's wrong? Boruto couldn't help asking when Mume stayed silent. Nothing. I was just thinking. Someone as calm as me actually ended up getting led around by the nose by you, so. Mume didn't finish her sentence. Or rather, maybe she intentionally left it unfinished as she kept walking forward. Boruto was left confused, feeling more and more that Mume was acting really strange. Forget it. Time to go home. After taking off the VR goggles, the familiar wave of dizziness hit him again. It's fun. Sure, but I get dizzy the moment I log off. Did I really overstrain my eyes? Boruto couldn't help thinking about it. Something was seriously off. His body felt inexplicably tired, almost like he had used too much chakra. The scene shifted to an unknown cave, filled with all kinds of sophisticated instruments. The research environment there was no worse than the official research institute in Konoha. Takuse checked the back-end data and burst into laughter. Amazing. This is absolutely wonderful. Just seeing everyone have so much fun puts me in a good mood too. As long as the plan is going smoothly. A cold voice rang out. Takuse was startled and quickly turned around. I'm a genius. There's no way I could fail. That's right. Back then, Professor Katasuke should have treated me much better. When he mentioned Katasuke, his tone was full of anger. If Katasuke had treated him better back then and let him continue his research, he wouldn't have had to defect. This one do, that one do. He was just a nagging old man. I only want to make what I want to make. That's right, exactly that. I have to do this. I definitely didn't enter that laboratory with the most cutting-edge technology just to make all that boring stuff. Enough. I didn't come here to listen to you brag about yourself. How's the result? Takuse immediately calmed down and hurriedly said, Alright, I know, that thing. Ha ha ha. The recovery rate is currently 98%. We can carry out the plan tomorrow night as scheduled. We'll definitely shock the entire ninja world. Right, Lord Mers? Mers looked at the data on the computer, his face full of delight. Excellent. This far exceeded my expectations. Shikamaru, we already know where Mers is now. Have someone go capture him. But very soon, Naruto added, Forget it. I'll handle this myself. That guy definitely isn't weak. Dad, leave this to me. Boruto volunteered on his own. I'm going too, Kawaki said as well. During this period of time, the two of them had constantly been training their karma, and they were already very skilled with it. They just happened to need an opponent to test their strength on. Alright, then after the video ends, you two go together and bring both Mers and Takuse back. Katasuke hesitated before speaking. Lord Seventh, there is something I'm not sure whether I should say. Naruto nodded. Go ahead. I think if possible we should still spare Kyu's life. He really is a genius. A talent like that could let our technology advance by leaps and bounds. Just like the VR game he developed, if it were used on the right path, it would definitely make the ninja world develop rapidly. I've already considered that. Don't worry, Katasuke. Naruto won't kill him that easily, Naruto replied. The next day, at Naruto's house. How rare. Dad is actually eating breakfast with us. Naruto gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I can't eat with you every day. Has work finally calmed down? Boruto asked. Usually, Naruto was so busy that he generally had no time to eat with him. No, actually, it's the exact opposite. I've got a very important job coming up, so I probably won't be able to eat with you for a while. So that's why you're eating with us today? Sorry. Naruto looked a little embarrassed. He also really wanted to spend time with his family, but there were just too many things going on in the village. It's fine. Dad's work is important. Naruto laughed softly, feeling emotional inside. Boruto really had become more sensible. Boruto, I need to tell you something. Recently, a lot of people have suddenly collapsed after playing the game. Boruto was startled. What do you mean? We're still investigating the exact situation, but I don't think this is just a simple coincidence. I'm not going to tell you not to play games, but you have to be careful. Boruto nodded. After Naruto left the house, Boruto, wanting to figure out what was going on, called up a few of his friends and went to the burger shop. Collapsed after playing the game. After hearing Boruto's explanation, Shikadai began to think deeply. Sarada spoke up. The game the 7th was talking about, was it Ninja Hero Amon? Boruto nodded. I think so. Dad knows I've been playing this game. Inogen said, but it's true. Every time I log out of the game I feel really tired. SNT that just I strain? Boruto asked curiously. He hadn't expected someone else to have the same symptoms as him. I don't think it's only related to eye strain. After thinking for a moment, Boruto said, let us ask some other people too. For something like this, they needed a large amount of data before they could be more certain. Otherwise, it was also possible that the few of them were really just dizzy and seeing stars from overusing their eyes. So many people are playing Ninja Hero anyway. It'll be easy to ask around. Alright, settled then. Let us go ask inside the game. Naruto people collapsing because of a game? If we don't gather information first, there's no way to figure out what's wrong, Boruto muttered, then decisively logged into the game. All of a sudden, he felt his vision go dark. It was like he saw a pitch-black cage. Carve a new mark onto that girl called Kamigasa. This time it has to succeed. You're not allowed to cry. Crying won't help. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, yet he could deeply feel that fear. The image flashed, and Boruto successfully entered the game. What was that just now? What did I see? He rubbed his head, his face full of disbelief. Was that some hidden Easter egg in the game? Why are you spacing out? Sarada asked in confusion. Mitsuki also said, Shikadai and the others have already started moving. We can get going too, Boruto. But Boruto didn't respond to the two of them. Instead, he muttered to himself, what was that weird clip before the game started? Weird clip? Boruto, are you still half asleep? Mitsuki also said he hadn't seen anything, leaving Boruto standing there in a mess. You two really didn't see anything at all? Boruto asked unwillingly. Of course not, Boruto. Forget about that weird clip for now. Don't forget why we came here in the first place. Boruto frowned tightly. This whole thing was just too strange. Neither of them had seen it. Could it be that it really wasn't some hidden Easter egg? Sarada and Mitsuki exchanged a glance, then said, Boruto, if you're not feeling well, you should head back for today. Mitsuki and I can ask around for information too. Boruto firmly shook his head. How could he possibly sit this one out? After that, the three of them went around asking people one by one, and the answers they got were all about the same. Every person felt dizzy and lightheaded after logging out of the game, and they all believed it was because they had played too long and strained their eyes. But when Boruto connected it to what Naruto had told him, his heart immediately tightened. He had the strong feeling that a storm was about to break. Everyone's information is pretty much the same, but there's one thing that bothers me. The game developer Boruto found out about is unknown. It's really hard not to let your imagination run wild over that, Mitsuki said. Inogen said, I'd really like to investigate that part, but it looks like it would take a lot of time. Shikadai nodded in agreement. Yeah. We still need more information. Let us keep asking around first. Meanwhile, in the real world, fierce winds suddenly swept through Konohagakure, as if a level 10 hurricane had struck, making the villagers panic. Right after that, a burst of red light covered the entire world. Everyone looked up, the moon had actually turned red. The red moon had appeared once more. Aside from the time of the infinite Tsukuyomi, a red moon had now appeared again, and on it was an eerie Sharingan pattern. Looking at the anomaly in the sky, Shikamaru's face changed at once. This thing had clearly brought back bad memories for him. The scenes of the Great Ninja War were still vivid in his mind. Naruto immediately gave the order, notify everyone. Tell them to stay inside and not come out. Naruto's expression was also extremely grim. Back then, he had only escaped disaster because he was inside Sasuke's Susanoo, avoiding being controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi. But now that probably wouldn't work. His heart pounded wildly. His instincts were telling him that the ninja world was about to face huge trouble. A flash of red light passed by, and Naruto and Shikamaru both covered their eyes. The red light had come fast and gone fast, but when Naruto looked at the back of his hand, his heart sank. As expected, even he hadn't escaped it. The same Sharingan mark that was on the moon had already appeared on his arm. At the same time, people across the ninja world also discovered that a mysterious mark had appeared on their arms. Deep in a distant forest, Sasuke, hiding inside Susanoo, had an ugly look on his face. He hadn't expected that more than 10 years after the Fourth Great Ninja War, something like this would happen again. He knew the others in the ninja world were probably done for. Most likely, all of them had been branded. Sasuke didn't know that people who hadn't seen the red moon wouldn't be marked. But in his eyes, that was more or less the same as the entire world. At the same time, he thought of the history of Warring States seals Naruto had handed to him some time ago and asked him to investigate. Now it seemed Naruto might have guessed right. The person who had been unsealed had really brought disaster to the ninja world. Looks like there's no time to rest. I was planning to travel around while investigating. Could V treated it like a vacation. But now it looks like I'll have to work overtime again. Uchiha Sasuke was a little furious. If he found out who was behind this, he would definitely make sure they died without a burial place. Criminal Organization Zero and Maruzu, I hope it isn't you. Cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. This was information he had already investigated before, and now it was finally coming in handy. At Boruto's house, after Boruto and his friends finished discussing things, he logged off directly. It was the same as before, but unlike before. This time he heard Himawari and Hinata calling out beside him. Boruto, are you okay? Mom, what is wrong? Boruto looked at Hinata's panicked expression in confusion. Normally, his mother was always very calm. What was going on today? Could it be that he had played the game for too long, and his mom was angry? At that thought, his expression changed a little. What do you mean, what's wrong? Didn't you see the moon just now? Hinata asked. That scene just now had been far too strange. Anyone who had gone through the Fourth Great Ninja War was probably feeling pretty uneasy right now. The moon? Boruto said in confusion. What do you mean? Forgive me? I was playing games the whole time just now. How could I have seen any moon? Seeing that Boruto really didn't know, Hinata quickly explained everything to him. Boruto said in shock. There was actually something like that? What about Himawari? Mom? Are you two okay? Hinata nodded and said, yeah. Other than the strange mark on our hands, nothing unusual has happened so far. As she spoke, Hinata showed the pattern on her hand to Boruto. What is this? Boruto muttered, panic rising in his heart. Then, could it be I also? Boruto suddenly thought of himself and quickly checked his body. Fortunately, he didn't find any strange mark on himself. You don't have one. Good. That's great. Hinata's tone was full of relief. But Mom, you and Himawari. Boruto's voice was filled with frustration. Hinata smiled and said, Mom and Himawari are fine for now, so don't worry. No, Mom, you should still go have Sakura Auntie take a look. As the chief physician of the medical department, Sakura Haruno's medical skills were indeed extremely high. Hinata couldn't argue with Boruto, so she simply took Himawari with her and headed to Sasuke's house. What exactly happened? After something like this, Dad probably has even less time to come home now, right? On Taku's side, he stared excitedly at the computer, his face full of smug delight. Unbelievable. Even with how advanced today's scientific ninja tools are, they still can't achieve a ninjutsu on such a massive scale. Maruzu burst into laughter, clenching his fist. A drastic reform accompanied by pain is about to arrive. Ninja world, just wait for us. This guy has already gone insane. Year 83 of Konoha. Naruto frowned slightly. This was the first time he had seen a madman like this. The enemies he had faced before all had some kind of greater cause in their hearts. Whether it was Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, or Pain, in the end, their ultimate goal had all been world peace. But this person was different. He was acting purely for his own selfish desires. He just wanted to see the world fall into chaos and satisfy his own cravings. A person like this deserved to die. Naruto's brows furrowed tightly. If he didn't have to watch the light screen right now, he would definitely track down Maruzu and execute him. He rarely felt the urge to kill someone, but Maruzu had managed to do it. Hokage's office. A Konoha shinobi was reporting yesterday's situation. There were 3 people who fell after being frightened by the moonlight. There were 24 others who felt unwell. We conducted detailed examinations on each of them, and after confirming there were no major issues, we gave them appropriate treatment and sent them home. Hearing this, Naruto also let out a breath of relief. You all did well. Staying up all night is exhausting, so go back and get some proper rest first. Yes, Lord Hokage. After the shinobi left, Naruto let out a long sigh. So far, nothing has happened. But Shikamaru said, that only makes it more worrying. The other countries are still investigating, but at least in Konoha, whether indoors or outdoors, awake or asleep, as long as it was a living thing, it was hit by that light. Also, People who were exposed to the light developed something that looked like a strange mark on their bodies. But all of those marks disappeared after 1 hour. Naruto frowned and thought back to what had happened at the time. Then he said, rather than disappearing, it would be more accurate to say they fused into the body. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Either way, such a huge disturbance happened, and yet this is all we've seen. It just feels wrong. Until we figure out what that thing was and what exactly happened, it's best to act cautiously. Alright, to guard against any sudden changes, the inexperienced genin will stay in the village on standby. All missions will be handled by Chunin and above. I'll inform Sasuke about this too. Maybe he has some clues. Sorry to trouble you. Boruto's house. Boruto was watching the news on TV, and by coincidence it was currently broadcasting Naruto's statement. This is an order issued by the 7th Hokage. Mission activity will be restricted from this point onward. Hinata, who was washing dishes nearby, said, so for now, you don't have any missions? Boruto nodded. That's right. Big brother, are you gonna play with me lately? Hearing that Boruto had no missions, Himawari seemed even happier than Boruto and quickly asked. Boruto said awkwardly, sorry Hima, it's rare for me to finally have some time, so I want to carefully investigate something. As he spoke, Boruto got up and returned to his room. Himawari looked completely confused. Weren't you going to investigate? What happened yesterday was really concerning, but there was too little information. There was nothing he could do for now. Better to focus on ninja heroes first. Inside the game, just as Boruto had expected, he really could find some information in this game, because almost everyone was talking about yesterday's Blood Red Moon. Did you hear? The Radiant Stone Collection event has started again. Boruto, who had originally wanted to keep investigating, suddenly heard those words. He remembered now. When he first started playing this game, it was all to get Radiant Stones and exchange them for the necklace. So he quickly went to find Nanashir. Hey, I heard the Radiant Stone Collection event has started. Nanashir fell silent for a while. It has started, but it's okay if you don't play it, Boruto. That event probably isn't fun. Boruto said helplessly, Hey, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be this game's guide, right? How can you say something like that? Maybe you're right. In the end, Nanashir couldn't out stubborn Boruto and could only nod helplessly. Anyway, whether it's fun or not, I have to try it first to know. So tell me the details of the event first. I understand. This event really does give you a chance to get what you want. Nanashir let out a sigh and continued speaking. Boruto asked in confusion, what do you mean? You know what I want? Nanashir changed the subject instead of answering directly. The exclusive event character at the Mission Gathering Hall will explain it together with everything else in a moment. The Mission Gathering Hall? Okay. Then I'll go take a look. In the Mission Gathering Hall, Boruto stood in front of the guide NPC. This is the exclusive counter for the new Radiant Stone Collection event. Is there anything you'd like to know? I want to know what kind of event the Radiant Stone Collection is. Yes, you want the event explanation, right? The Radiant Stone Collection is a very passionate battle event. As long as you participate in the special battles we've prepared, you can fight mysterious enemies. The mysterious enemies are very strong, but as long as you defeat them, you can obtain stones called Radiant Stones. After getting Radiant Stones, you can exchange them for gifts with the guide NPC Nanashir. If you get a winning Radiant Stone, you can obtain a replica of Lord 7th Hokage's necklace that's being advertised right now. However, whether a winning Radiant Stone appears or not depends entirely on luck. If you can get one, that means you're super lucky. Come join the event. Don't miss your chance to get the necklace. Hearing this, Boruto suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder Nanashir said she knew what I wanted. The NPC continued. Sorry, not all battles have been fully unlocked yet. We are working at full speed to prepare the remaining battles, so please look forward to them. That's all. Explanation complete. Boruto scratched his head in frustration, then simply stopped overthinking it and decided to battle first. With his extremely high gaming skill, he successfully defeated the enemy. But unfortunately, the Radiant Stone he got was not a winning one. Though it's a shame. You can take this Radiant Stone to guide Nanashir and exchange it for a wonderful item. Although he felt a little disappointed, when he heard he could exchange it for an item, Boruto still quickly rushed over to find Nanashir. Nanashir, I brought a Radiant Stone to exchange for a gift. Boruto happily ran over to her. Nanashir said, you can, but if the amount isn't enough, then you can't exchange it. Of course I have enough. The amount is definitely enough. Is that so? There was an indescribable sadness in Nanashir's tone. You seem kinda strange today. Even though Boruto was dense, he still sharply noticed that something was off with Nanashir. It's nothing. I'll take the Radiant Stone. No luck. After checking Boruto's Glimmer Stone, Nameless couldn't help but say. Boruto gave a bitter smile. I'm not happy about it either, but let's call it a day for now. The game will still be here tomorrow anyway. Then bye. Nameless said it directly, but her tone still felt a little off. I got too caught up in the event. I still had something I wanted to ask you. Only now did Boruto remember the serious matter. So, a lot of people have been feeling sick in real life after playing the game lately. Do you know why? I don't know. Maybe I strain. At this moment, Nameless didn't even dare look Boruto in the eye, and Boruto didn't notice anything strange. Why would a mere NPC know what I strain was? Why would a mere NPC have such rich emotions? I see. So even you don't know. Boruto said that was my first thought too. But it doesn't really seem like that. Forget it. As long as I investigate carefully, I should be able to find the reason. Maybe it would be better not to dig too deep. It might be dangerous, Nameless said with concern. Boruto smiled. What danger could there be? I'm just doing a simple investigation, so don't worry. Still, thanks for worrying about me. What? I wasn't worrying about you at all, Nameless said awkwardly. But it feels like you were, Boruto continued. Nameless seemed a little annoyed. Seriously, you? Just log out already. You're really not honest at all. Boruto laughed, then logged out of the game. That guy. Nameless was annoyed at first, then gradually calmed down. If only I'd had someone like you before. The scene shifts to Uchiha Sasuke's side. Sasuke was inspecting the mysterious sealed site, his face full of gravity. As expected, the seal has already been undone. The place that was destroyed is right here. If that's the case, then that thing last time that wanted the infinite Tsukuyami makes sense. That's right. In this world right now, there exists a mysterious Uchiha we know nothing about. Sure enough, whether the ninja world was in chaos or not was all up to the Uchiha. Now that the ninja world had turned into this mess again, it was the Uchiha's doing again. To be honest, even Sasuke himself was a little speechless. The scene shifts again to Naruto's house. Hearing movement at the entryway, Boruto walked over to take a look. It was Naruto changing his shoes. He said happily, Dad, didn't you say you wouldn't be coming home for now? Naruto smiled. Yeah, but I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Boruto gave a bitter laugh. That really was something his dad would do. Just like always. Naruto laughed too. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Boruto, this incident might be pretty troublesome. If something happens, I'll leave your mom and Himawari in your hands. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let you down. Just leave it to me when the time comes. Boruto said confidently. But the people I want to protect aren't just Mom and little Hima. I'll protect Dad too. You're really talking big. Huh? But I'm happy to hear it. Naruto burst out laughing, then held out his fist. Boruto froze for a moment, then smiled as well and bumped fists with Naruto. Don't worry, Dad. Naruto nodded lightly and left the house. Phew. Boruto took a deep breath. Alright, Dad's gone too. So what should I do now? Vacation really has its downsides too. It just makes it hard to figure out what to do. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to just play the game. He went back to his room, put on the VR gear and continued his game. Maybe he could get some important information from inside the game. After entering Ninja Heroes, Boruto went straight to the mission hall. He hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday with the Glimmer Stone. He was definitely going to win one and exchange it for a necklace for Himawari. But to his surprise, every single Glimmer Stone stage had gone live today. That got him excited for a while. Then, with his superb gaming skills, he cleared everyone's stages and obtained a large number of Glimmer Stones. After showing the stones to the NPC, congratulations! One of the Glimmer Stones you just got is a winning Glimmer Stone. Even the NPC sounded happy. Boruto couldn't help asking excitedly, really? As long as you hand it over to the event guide, Nameless, you'll receive a replica of Lord 7th Hokage's necklace. First come, first served, so hurry over. Oh. Boruto shouted twice and didn't hesitate any longer, quickly running toward Nameless. This was great. Little Hima was definitely going to be happy. At last, he had completed what Himawari asked him to do, and he felt relieved. And just thinking about Himawari's happy face made all the exhaustion from gaming vanish without a trace. Yo, Nameless, I brought the Glimmer Stones and one of them was a winner. Nameless said in surprise, I didn't expect you to actually win, Boruto. That really was beyond my expectations. Just how hard did you work for this? And then, after I give you the Glimmer Stone, what do I do next? Boruto handed the Glimmer Stone to Nameless, but since he had no idea what came next, he hurriedly asked. He was already impatient to get the necklace. Nameless said, write the reward code 80705102 on the application postcard included in the game box. Then mail it out. The necklace will be sent to you. So that's how it is. Boruto suddenly understood. So he still had to do something in the real world. But, is this really okay? Nameless seemed to have something hard to say and spoke hesitantly. What do you mean? Boruto didn't quite understand. It's nothing. Nameless lowered her head. In the end, she still didn't say anything. Nameless, you've really seemed off today. Is something bothering you? No matter what it is, you can talk to me about it. We're friends, aren't we? Boruto had already noticed that something was off with Nameless. Or rather, starting from yesterday, she had been acting more and more strange. The old her might have had a sharp tongue, but she was full of energy. But in their conversations over the past 2 days, She had clearly become less and less spirited. Friends? Nameless froze, then raised her head again. Of course. We're friends, Boruto confirmed. Ha ha. Nameless gave a bitter smile and said in a voice that was impossible to understand, you actually treat an NPC like me as a friend, Boruto. You really are. You really are. A weird person. What the heck? I was trying to encourage you and cheer you up. Don't worry. I'm not feeling down. And even if I look like this, I'm actually pretty excited. What do you mean by that? The way she said it made no sense at all. So Boruto couldn't help asking. Nameless lowered a finger to her chin and thought for a moment. I still need to keep it secret for now. But something really great is going to happen later. No, I totally don't get what you're saying. Is some new event about to start? Boruto frowned. He hated people who talked in riddles the most, but in front of the Tsundere Nameless, it wasn't easy for him to show it. That's right. It's going to happen. A very large. A faint smile curled at Nameless' lips, and even her voice became cheerful, but she quickly calmed down again. Maybe I seem strange because I have to keep it secret, so you really don't need to worry about me. Oh, I get it now. Then I can relax. So there's another interesting event coming up. I'll try it out while I'm investigating when the time comes. I should probably head back now too. I still need to fill out the application postcard. Boruto let out a breath of relief. Now that he understood, he stopped worrying. Instead, he told Nameless that he was about to log out. He really was a little too eager to get that necklace. Boruto, Nameless called out. Boruto, who had been about to log out, turned around and looked at her. What is it? I don't dislike you, Boruto, Nameless said softly. If you run into something later that you hate or don't want to face, you can come to me. I'll help you. Huh? Boruto was completely confused. Nameless was speaking in riddles again. That's all. Bye. After saying that, Nameless turned and left. She went to the top floor of the Hokage's office in Konoha inside the game world. Looking out over the bustling village, she took a deep breath. The painful memories in her mind came crashing back at her. They were memories she had never wanted to face. Weapons don't need weak names. You'll live on as a nameless weapon. The Uchiha clan was that ugly, and the ninja world that failed to save her was just as ugly. So, she was going to complete that plan. She was going to destroy this ninja world. She raised her right hand, and countless brilliant stones around her floated up at her call. From the outside, figures could be seen appearing inside the brilliant stones. Shikamaru, Naruto, Gaara, and so on. All of them were famous powerhouses of the ninja world. With a wave of her right hand, Naruto's brilliant stone flew into her palm. She gently blew on it, then formed hand seals with both hands. Boruto's face kept appearing in her mind, but it still failed to shake her resolve. I don't need the ninja world. She thought to herself as the ninja world was about to welcome its destruction. The scene shifted. The scene changed. Katasuke brought a tracker to the Hokage's office. As long as they had this, tracking efficiency would definitely improve. Even though it was still in the testing phase, he still had to get the 7th Hokage's permission first. Ever since the battle against Momoshiki, Katasuke had become much more cautious, because his own reckless actions back then had nearly gotten everyone killed. Even so, not only had the 7th not punished him, he had instead let him lead the laboratory on his own and given him a huge amount of funding for research. He had to repay the 7th Hokage's kindness no matter what. But the moment he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he froze in shock. Naruto and Shikamaru were clutching their heads and howling in pain. Lord Hokage, what happened to you? Katasuke said in shock. Lord Hokage was so strong. Could someone really have secretly harmed him? Unbelievable. Naruto looked at Katasuke in front of him. First came confusion. Then he said uncertainly, You're Katasuke? Lord Hokage, what exactly happened? Katasuke quickly asked. I don't know, but the memories in my head are disappearing. Memories disappearing? What do you mean? Katasuke didn't understand, but he knew this wasn't something he could handle. He immediately called for someone to summon the medical team. He prayed in his heart, hoping Lord Hokage would be alright. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Konoha. Even the entire ninja world might be finished. Inside the hidden cave of Zero, Taku's laughed darkly. The 7th got hit. Seeing Teacher Katasuke panic like that is freaking hilarious. This was Taku's at his truest. A petty man drunk on sudden success. Back then, Katasuke's strict treatment of him had made him deeply dissatisfied. Now that he could see Katasuke so flustered, he couldn't have been happier. Maritsu burst out laughing. The first step of my ambition. Let the world feel pain. Let the world feel pain. Inheriting pain's will. He would let this world know who the true protagonist was, who the true master of this world was. Starting today, let the world feel pain. Inside the game, Nameless was still casting her jutsu. And while she did, the memories of many people in the real world were gradually disappearing as well. At this moment, Naruto was in the Hokage's office, clutching his head and crying out in pain. Inside Naruto's mental world, Kurama looked at this scene with fury in his heart. But there was nothing he could do because he couldn't interfere with the real world. But very soon, the sky of Naruto's spiritual sea was filled with red matter. Kurama immediately made his move. You bastard! I couldn't do anything to you in the real world, but now you've come to my turf. What can you even do to me here? If I can't beat you into submission, then I'm not Kurama. Nani? My attacks don't work? Kurama was shocked. He also noticed that this red matter was gradually devouring Naruto's memories, but his attacks were ineffective. He simply couldn't clear it away. There was no other choice. He could only use his own chakra to completely wrap up Naruto inside the sea of consciousness. There's no way I'm letting you succeed. I'll protect Naruto's memories myself. But the red matter clearly had no intention of letting Kurama and Naruto off so easily. It kept swallowing at the two of them without stopping. In just a moment, the entire sea of consciousness had been completely covered by the red matter, leaving only a tiny scattering of Kurama's chakra. You're already prey in my hands now. Maritsu laughed wildly. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto had already been tortured unconscious by the red matter. Shikamaru had fallen unconscious as well. Seventh, Katasuke, who had gone out to call the medical team, finally returned and hurriedly tried to wake the two of them. When Naruto opened his eyes, an eerie purple light flickered within them. Before Katasuke could even speak, Naruto coldly said, "Prepare for war." Huh? Katasuke almost thought his mind had broken. Prepare for war? Those words had come out of Naruto, the seventh Hokage? He simply couldn't believe it. That was war, not some joke. What exactly had happened for the seventh Hokage to actively launch a war? As the one who brought the fourth great ninja war to an end, the seventh should understand the cruelty of war better than anyone. So why would he start one? Before Katasuke could even voice his doubts, Naruto and Shikamaru had already walked out of the Hokage's office. Naruto's house. Boruto woke up to Hinata calling out to him. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked in a dazed voice, "Mom? What's wrong?" Boruto didn't understand. His mother was usually very calm, so why was she so flustered today? Hinata's tone carried some relief. "Thank goodness, Boruto, you're okay. What happened?" Himawari picked up the conversation. "Everyone in the village has gotten really weird." Hinata added, "Everyone suddenly started preparing for war. I don't know what's going on." Huh? Boruto shot to his feet. "No way. I just slept for one night, and war's already starting?" This was way too absurd. No wonder he couldn't believe it. And Hinata didn't continue. Instead, she changed the subject. "I was worried that if even you started acting strange too. Thank goodness you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what to do." Boruto clicked his tongue, feeling a headache coming on. He quickly got up, put on his shoes and prepared to head out. "Boruto, where are you going?" Hinata quickly asked. "I'm gonna find that idiot old man and make him explain what the hell is going on." After leaving the house, Boruto really did notice that the entire atmosphere on the streets was completely different. It really did feel like war was coming. Oppressive. Heavy. Boruto's face darkened. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand why just one night had brought such a huge change. Before long, he ran into Sarada and Mitsuki. The three of them quickly exchanged information, but the truth was just as they already knew. War was about to begin, and no one could stop it. "Forget it. Let us find my old man first." Without another word, Boruto brought the two of them straight to the Hokage's office. Boom! Boruto didn't hold back at all. He smashed the office door open on the spot. "Dad, you're actually starting a war? Are you serious?" His tone was furious, but the moment he saw Naruto clutching his head in pain, he froze. "Dad, what happened to you?" The purple markings in Naruto's eyes had faded quite a bit. He hurriedly said, "My memories are disappearing." "Boruto, hurry and inform Sasuke. From here on out, it'll be up to you." The moment those words fell, Naruto's consciousness was seized again. He immediately shoved Boruto aside and walked out of the Hokage's office. On the street, the three of them wandered in confusion, not knowing where to look for Sasuke Uchiha. Their hearts were filled with confusion and sorrow. The war had begun this suddenly, leaving them completely at a loss. "Sarada, is your mom like this too?" Sarada nodded bitterly. "Yeah. Mom's memories are gradually disappearing too." Boruto let out a sigh. Then Mitsuki said, "It's Zero's Maritsu, right? What should we do?" Before Boruto could answer, the three of them heard a familiar voice. "How do you know that name?" Sarada's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly turned around. "Dad, you're back?" Sasuke nodded and continued asking, "Where did you hear that name?" Boruto then started explaining. A few minutes later, Sasuke let out a sigh. "I see. So Naruto's memories were erased. That's a relief. At least you didn't turn strange too, Dad." Sarada's voice was full of relief. If Sasuke had also become like that, they really wouldn't have known what to do. Right now, Sasuke was their pillar. "Uncle Sasuke, what exactly are Maritsu and Zero?" Boruto asked. Sasuke was silent for a moment before saying, "Zero is an organization, and its leader is Maritsu. Aside from that, I haven't obtained any detailed intelligence yet. But that criminal organization is clearly carrying out some kind of plan against the ninja world as it is now. So the current chaos was caused by them alone? Boruto was full of anger. He couldn't understand why anyone would like war. Wasn't peace good enough? If war broke out, just how many people would die? Did they even understand how many people would be driven from their homes? Anger nearly took over his reason, but he understood that now was not the time for anger. Rage couldn't solve the chaos in front of them. To suddenly carry out a plan on this scale. Is something like that really possible? Sarada touched her chin, still finding it hard to believe. It is, Sasuke said. You should all have seen the red moonlight from a while ago. Anyone illuminated by that moonlight would have a red mark appear on their hand. That should be the medium for their jutsu, something similar to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sarada suddenly understood. Now that you mention it, I remember that light making bruise-like marks appear on everyone, right? My mom and Himawari had them too. But why didn't we? According to the intel I got from a reliable source, even if someone didn't directly look at the moon, as long as they were illuminated by the light, a mark would appear on their body. I used Susanoo to block the moonlight, so that's why I didn't get marked. How did you block it? Even Sasuke was puzzled. He had relied on Susanoo to avoid being branded by the jutsu, so why had these kids not been affected? Even if you ask us that, Dad, we don't know either. Boruto explained, at that time we were playing a game. We stayed there the whole time so we never directly saw it. And back then, we didn't know what was happening in the real world. Suddenly, a loud shout came from nearby. Young master. Katasuke came running toward Boruto with a backpack in hand. Are you okay? Don't tell me you turned strange too? Boruto shook his head. Me fine. I'm the same as usual. Katasuke let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, young master, you're okay. But with the seventh turning out like that, I really don't know what to say. His tone was full of dejection, as if he was troubled by the fact that he had failed to solve Naruto's problem. Professor Katasuke, did you also see what happened to the seventh? Sarada asked. Yes. I was right beside him at the time. I saw it with my own eyes, but there was nothing I could do. It's this late at night. Why were you looking for Naruto? Sasuke asked. Last night around midnight, I was planning to show the seventh a new scientific ninja tool I had developed, so I went to the Hokage's office. Then I saw that scene. Katasuke looked extremely pained, grieving over his own helplessness. A scientific ninja tool? Is it in your backpack? Katasuke scratched his cheek. No, not that one. The new scientific ninja tool is being kept in the lab. What I've got here is a game console called Ninja Heroes. At that, Katasuke let out an awkward laugh. He was already an adult, yet he still played games like a child, which was admittedly a little embarrassing. You actually carry it around with you? Even Sarada was speechless. You're an adult, and the head of Konoha's research division at that. Seriously? Of course. I'm a first-rate player. If I want to play anytime, anywhere, then naturally I have to keep the console on me. This guy is hopeless. Seriously, are you kidding me? Do you even understand what is happening right now? Bah. War is about to start, and you're here messing around with games and all this nonsense. Sasuke frowned. Ninja Heroes? What is that? It's the game I mentioned just now, Boruto explained. Why didn't you just say the title earlier? Sasuke shot Boruto a glance and grumbled inwardly. Katasuke explained. Ninja Heroes Chronicle is a virtual online game that suddenly started becoming popular recently. Katasuke took a VR headset out of his backpack and cheerfully handed it to Sasuke. As long as you wear this special device, you can move into a virtual space and experience all kinds of different games. As for this so-called virtual space, how should I put it? You could also call it another world, a space different from the real world, or maybe a dedicated game-use dimensional zone. That might make it easier for Lord Sasuke to understand? After realizing he had said so much and Sasuke still didn't understand at all, Katasuke quickly switched to ninja terminology. Boruto said, but after playing this game your body gets strangely tired. We were gathering information about that before. Where did this come from? Sasuke asked with a serious expression. Katasuke replied, you should be able to buy it at ordinary stores. Picking up the thread, Sarada said, come to think of it, it seems like nobody knows who the developer is, right? Katasuke added, that's true. Actually, I was quite concerned about that too, and even specifically investigated the developer before, but in the end I found nothing. Sasuke fell into thought nearby, while Boruto was called aside by Mitsuki. What is it, Mitsuki? You suddenly took in too much information. I was worried you might already be getting confused. Mitsuki really was caring toward Boruto. Boruto gave a bitter smile. I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. Even so, let us sort through the information first. Maybe we'll notice something. Mitsuki continued, it's not just Konohagakure. The entire ninja world has become strange. Everyone changed like they became a different person, and they're planning to actively start a war. Do you remember what caused all this? It should be the moonlight from a few days ago. That has to be it. Boruto crossed his arms and analyzed it like that. Mitsuki nodded. That's right. After being affected by it, marks appeared on everyone's bodies, and that seems connected to this disturbance. But marks didn't appear on us, right? Mitsuki nodded. Yeah. They say the light back then was so strong that even if you didn't directly look at the moon, you'd still be affected. So what's different between the people with marks and us? To give a real example, your mother and younger sister both had marks, but you didn't. So it has nothing to do with all of you being at home. Mitsuki's analysis made Boruto feel like he was just about to grasp something. He was only one step away from understanding it, but just one step short. What do you think was different between you and them at that time? At last, Boruto understood. The game. I was playing a game at the time. Mitsuki said, exactly. We were all playing the game then, so we weren't branded with that mark. I remember we talked in the lobby before about the fatigue after playing. In other words, that's the only difference. I think that point is extremely important. Boruto frowned. Could it really have something to do with the game Ninja Heroes? So you're saying there's some kind of trick hidden either in the game console or in the game space? Mitsuki said, even if there is some kind of trick, we still don't know whether it's related to this incident. But I think it's worth investigating. After the two reached an agreement, Boruto said to Sasuke, Uncle Sasuke, I thought about it just now, and that game really is suspicious. I can't say exactly what's suspicious about it, but I have a feeling there must be clues inside the game. Sasuke also said, I agree. I was thinking the same thing. Katasuke said, what do you mean? Sasuke replied, what feels wrong to me is that Boruto and the others weren't affected by the moonlight. They were only playing a game and didn't take any special countermeasures. However, that light couldn't have been blocked by ordinary means. Unless, like me, someone used a special method to completely isolate themselves from it. So that means, you weren't at the scene back then. Sarada looked confused. Not at the scene? What does that mean? Sasuke continued his analysis while answering Sarada's question as well. To put it another way, if you weren't at the scene, then that means the game itself has a huge problem. Dad, you mean? Right after that, Sasuke used his Rinnegan to see through the game console. Sure enough, there were jutsu formula patterns carved inside it. Found it. A hidden jutsu formula. And from the looks of it, this is a special formula formed from a combination of ninjutsu similar to the summoning jutsu. Katasuke let out a cry of shock. They actually used that on a game console? That's right. Although I don't know exactly how this ninjutsu is constructed, it's enough to know that it has the power to transfer something. And if this main unit has a formula on it, then the other units most likely have them too. Katasuke sighed in amazement. I never thought it would turn out like this. At this point, Boruto finally understood. So that's why even though we were also hit by the moonlight, we didn't get those marks? That's right. In other words, you actually weren't really here. Through the transportation formula on that machine, you went to another space different from this one. Sarada said, but normally teleportation doesn't leave the body behind. Katasuke explained, since we still don't understand the detailed structure of the formula, we can only speculate. Maybe this is a jutsu formula that only transfers the spirit body. Otherwise, this would have spread long ago. After all, if people vanished after finishing a game, that would be a huge problem. True. Mitsuki said, in other words, whether someone got the moonlight mark depends on whether their consciousness was present at the scene at the time, not their physical body. So because we were inside the game world back then, we weren't marked? That statement was sharp, and the analysis was correct. That's the most likely explanation. But Boruto caught something off. If our spirits were transferred, then that space. Or rather, maybe I should ask, what exactly is Ninja Heroes? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Just what kind of place was that? It was definitely not just some simple game space. Mitsuki said, that's right. Up until now, we thought we were controlling virtual characters in a virtual game world. But in reality, our spirits were transferred into some other non-game space. And we were playing there. Katasuke said, but if it isn't a space that draws in the spirit, then none of this holds up. And to prepare something this sophisticated, it would be impossible unless the person was a ninja with considerable ability. If it's the Uchiha clan, then it's possible. Everyone present was stunned. Wasn't the Uchiha clan already gone? Sasuke explained, of course, not every clan member had this kind of ability. But right now, there really is one person who could do it. What exactly is going on? Sasuke let out a sigh and said, these past few days, at Naruto's request, I've been traveling all over the ninja world. It was to investigate the scroll stolen by Teguse. That man deserted the village on his own several months ago. Teguse? That scroll couldn't be the Warring States sealing records, could it? Katasuke cried out. That's right. The scroll recorded the abilities and sealing locations of dangerous figures sealed away during the Warring States era. I got a copy and went to investigate the sealing sites. But a few days ago, I discovered that the seal at one location had already been broken. In a cave. The one sealed, there was a member of the Uchiha clan. His name is unknown, and there's no record of him anywhere. According to the information in the scroll, that guy possessed an ability called Yakimita, and as a weapon, he brought the Uchiha clan quite a brilliant record of victories. But that isn't the part one focused on. The scroll says that aside from Yakimita, another ninjutsu had once been implanted into him. It might have been Tsukuyami or Amaterasu. Sarada asked. Amaterasu is that black flame you use, Dad, right? Then what's Tsukuyami? Sasuke explained. A technique that creates a space formed by the caster, with its own structure and time laws, and traps others inside it. Originally, it's a jutsu used to attack an opponent's mind. But if that jutsu were used for some other purpose, then hypothetically that would be ninja heroes, right? That's basically it. All the clues are connected now. Sasuke took a deep breath. Prepare yourselves mentally. The one who could manipulate a pseudo-infinite Tsukuyami on that scale earlier definitely has something to do with the power of that Uchiha. At this point, Sarada also came to a realization. Then the space of ninja heroes that we've been playing in was also created using an Uchiha clan jutsu, Tsukuyami? That's right. Since we have a result now, let's continue the investigation. Be extremely careful. After discussing the plan with Sasuke, Boruto, Sarada, and the others quickly returned home and logged into the game. Alright, everyone's here. Let's start investigating, Mitsuki said. Boruto was the last one to enter. Words that Boruto would usually be the one to say were now being said by Mitsuki instead. Yeah. Boruto answered softly. Sarada noticed something was wrong. The Boruto she knew was never this listless. What's wrong with you? If we want to resolve the current situation, then we have to give it everything we've got, right? I know. Mitsuki, who had always seen Boruto as his little son, and who also understood Boruto better than anyone else, spoke up. You've actually already figured out who Zero is related to, haven't you? Right, Boruto? Sarada let out a disbelieving gasp and stared at Boruto in shock. Really, Boruto? Mitsuki continued. She's always staying inside ninja heroes, and she can control this space. There's only one person who could do something like that. Boruto fell silent. Only after a long while did he finally speak. Yeah, I do have a guess, but I can't believe whether it's really her or not. For now, let's go find her and ask her directly. After that, in order to verify his guess, Boruto went to find Nanashir. Although he met Nanashir, Boruto still couldn't bring himself to speak. He couldn't believe that the mastermind behind everything was Nanashir. That Sundara little girl really might have something to do with Zero. Nanashir was the first to break the silence. So, you came? Yeah. Boruto let out a sigh. Nanashir suddenly smiled. What's wrong? You sound so down. That's nothing like the usual Boruto. Boruto looked a little awkward and stammered. Well, I get it. Nanashir seemed to think she had guessed right and quickly said, You're being willful again, aren't you? Wanting me to add more missions or something. Honestly, I really can't do anything with you. I shouldn't be bothering with requests like that in the first place. But since it's you, Boruto, I can't help it. I'll agree to it. And no, I'm not here for that today. Seeing that Nanashir was really about to add missions for him, Boruto hurriedly explained. Only after a long while did Boruto continue. Something really serious has happened in the ninja world right now. Do you know about it? I don't. I'm just a game guide NPC. I don't know what's happening outside. The hidden meaning in those words was obvious. Are you an idiot? I'm just an NPC. How could the me inside the game possibly know what's happening outside? My dad. And everyone else, they've all become really strange. They're planning to start a war in the ninja world. So what? Even if you tell me all that, what can it possibly do? Nanashi's tone was like that of a real NPC, completely emotionless. The teasing tone she had used with Boruto at the start had vanished without a trace. Boruto didn't even know how to argue back. Rather, in front of Nanashir, Boruto simply had no idea how he was supposed to argue at all. There's no way you don't know, right? Mitsuki suddenly spoke up. The three of them had come here together, but neither Mitsuki nor Sarada had spoken until now. But seeing his little son being pushed into such a stifling corner, Mitsuki stepped forward. Nanashi's brows lifted slightly, and her tone seemed a little displeased. What do you mean by that? We found a lot of evidence that points to you, Mitsuki said. Mitsuki looked at Boruto and said seriously, Boruto, if you don't want to keep talking, then leave it to me. Hearing Mitsuki's words, Boruto couldn't help clenching his fists, but he still nodded. This matter could only be left to Mitsuki. When your feelings for someone ran too deep, sometimes you really couldn't get the words out. This space isn't some kind of virtual game world at all. It's a genjutsu space created by someone. And only the power of the Uchiha Tsukuyami could possibly do something like this. As far as I know, the only one with that kind of ability right now is the criminal organization called Zero. So? Mume replied coldly. At that point, Boruto seemed to realize something. He stopped Mitsuki and picked up the conversation. I already know this game is connected to Zero, which means there's an accomplice of Zero here. If they're an accomplice, then she should be able to control this game however she wants. Mitsuki took over. You once said you could control everything in this world. Back then, we thought that was just your NPC authority. But looking at it now, it's full of suspicious points. Mume crossed her arms and said indifferently, So what you mean is who can control this space however I want, am someone connected to Zero. That's right. Though I don't know whether there's another person behind this character, or if you used some other method. Mitsuki was now completely certain. The Mume before him had to be related to Zero. Otherwise, things wouldn't have progressed this smoothly, nor this strangely. Mume looked at Boruto and said, "Does Boruto think so too?" Boruto said, "I don't want to believe that, but too much of the evidence points to you, Mume." Boruto hesitated, but he still said it out loud. What? Did you finally see through me?" Mume suddenly let out a cold laugh. Boruto was startled. He couldn't tell whether it was a self-mocking laugh or a bitter one, but they knew Mume had already admitted it. So it really was Mume. Sarada still found it hard to believe. Even though seeing how close Mume and Boruto were had made her feel a little uncomfortable inside, she had still truly hoped Mume was a good person. "Forget it. I can't keep acting anymore anyway. You were right about this space. And my job was to pretend to be an NPC and manage this space. To be honest, playing an NPC was a nightmare. Not only did I have to talk like some kind of system, I also had to be polite. Before the plan was carried out, I had to calmly and quietly explain things so everyone could happily play the game. Why did I have to do that kind of thing for lowly ninja? That guy named Tychus actually gave me such a boring order. But I still did what he said, because Zero will grant my wish." "Your wish? Your wish is to make the ninja world go to war? Why would you do something like that?" Boruto demanded. At this point, Boruto seemed like he had completely given up holding anything back. "We need recovery methods. Although we're going to activate the imprinted Tsukuyami, the caster was only just revived and doesn't have enough chakra. That's why this space was given the function of absorbing chakra, to restore its chakra. That's the truth behind the exhaustion you've been secretly investigating all this time." Mitsuki nodded. "I see. Then, after the chakra recovers, the imprinted Tsukuyami will be activated and cause an abnormal change in the moon." "That's right. Thanks to those numbers, everyone in the ninja world has already been marked. So I'm very grateful to you game players. You've helped me a lot with the recovery." Right. I also need to thank you for helping collect lightstones. Especially you, Boruto. The lightstone you gave me was the Hokage's." That sentence struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Boruto completely stunned. What do you mean?" Boruto's voice trembled. He absolutely refused to believe the truth of what was happening. This had completely gone beyond his understanding. Mume obediently continued explaining. "There's an ability called Hachizenbo. As long as someone has a mark on them, it can use the connection to freely control another person's mind and chakra. Freely controlling the mind of a connected human means it can call them to any place." No way. Boruto felt his head spinning. So his guess had really been right. His father becoming like that had actually been caused by his own hands. He couldn't forgive himself, and even less could he forgive Zero, that criminal organization. "Damn it. You bastards. Do you understand now? The opponents you fought to collect lightstones were all spiritual bodies brought over from the real world by Hachizenbo. The lightstones you got after defeating them were that person's traces, in other words, their memories. As long as the light inside the lightstone is extinguished, the memory can be erased. Then other memories can be put inside. So it can only brainwash them," Mitsuki said coldly. Mume gave him an approving look. "Very smart. Correct answer. Then I personally put Dad's memories," Boruto said. Mume nodded and said seriously, "I clearly told you before. That wasn't fun at all." Boruto lowered his head. In a low voice, he asked seriously, "Do you really think doing something like this can make your wish come true? All this does is create chaos." Mume covered her chest with one hand and said angrily, "That is my wish. I want ninja to kill each other. I want the ninja world to keep tearing itself apart until every last ninja is wiped out. Zero can make that wish come true. SNT the ninja world already starting to go to war now?" Boruto's eyes widened. There really was someone in this world who wanted war purely for the sake of war. He didn't know much about the time before he was born, but he still knew that although the Fourth Great Ninja War had brought enormous losses, everyone back then had fought so that war would never happen again in the future. No one had said their goal was war itself and then started a war for that reason. That was completely unreasonable. Mume took a deep breath, and her tone calmed down again. "There's no one left who can stop it now. Don't even think about it. I want to let you get what you want." Sarada's dream was to become Hokage. How could she possibly allow someone to recklessly destroy the hard-won piece of today? "Not letting me get what I want. That's pretty ambitious. But how exactly are you going to stop me?" "Simple. We just have to make you tell us everything you know. Like how to restore memories, and where the enemy's base is." "I see. But weak, stupid, lowly ninja like you who do nothing but talk big and have not a single redeeming quality. Against me, Uchiha Mume. Do you really think you can win?" The moment she finished speaking, Mume snapped her fingers. In the next instant, the game space Boruto and the others had been standing in suddenly turned into a blue space. The three of them were shocked by Mume's methods, but they also became vigilant at once, preparing to make a move against her. Boruto didn't want to do it, but the outside world, his dad, and the entire ninja world were more important. Your appearance. Sarada cried out in shock. At this moment, Uchiha Mume had completely turned into the kind of Uchiha everyone was familiar with: black eyes, black hair, plus the Uchiha robe. A truly traditional Uchiha. Huh? Is there such a thing as a fake Uchiha? Sarada was puzzled. Whether it's your virtual appearances or this space, I can control everything, Mume said proudly. Your eye color and hair color are the same as mine and Dad's. So the revived Uchiha clansman is you, Mume? Disbelief flashed through all three of their eyes. That person was actually Mume. It was just absurd. But then again, why were they only realizing it now? Hadn't Mume already introduced herself earlier? That's right. Uchiha Mume. How about that? Something like this is effortless for me. You're no match for me at all. And now you still dare say you can beat me? The traditional Uchiha talent had already been activated. It probably wouldn't be long before Uchiha Mume could stand alongside the four great maniacs of Uchiha laughter. Looking at Mume's expression, Boruto suddenly lowered his head. He didn't know about Mume's past, but he truly wanted to stop her. He didn't want Mume to keep going down the wrong path. What's with that expression? As if she had been provoked by something, Mume shouted. Stop helping Zero. There's still time. Boruto pulled himself together again and shouted. You want me to stop? A ninja living a carefree life in the modern era. Who exactly are you ordering around? Very good. The traditional Uchiha skill was activated once again. Clearly, Nanisher had no intention of listening to Boruto. Crushing the ninja world is completely meaningless. All it will do is make everyone miserable. I know you're actually a very kind person. There's no way you'd do something this evil. And what do you know about me? We've only known each other for a few days. What I felt in the past, what kind of treatment I went through, you don't understand any of it at all. Hearing Boruto act like he understood her made Nanisher furious. We've only known each other for a few short days, so what gives you the right to say you already completely understand me? As she spoke, Nanisher had already opened her Sharingan, instantly startling Sarada. She knew very well how valuable the Sharingan was, but Nanisher didn't even look that old, and she had already awakened it. It was honestly shocking. Clearly, she hadn't listened carefully to Sasuke's lessons at all. There are so many things in this world that I hate. I can't even count them all. To me, it's the ninja world. It's ninja. Just thinking about it makes me anxious, unwilling. My anger has nowhere to go. That's why I joined Zero. I'm gonna throw this ninja world into chaos. I hate ninja more than anything. All ninja should just die. At that point, Nanisher seemed to have reached her limit and attacked directly. Right after that, the few of them broke into an intense battle, but clearly, in this place that belonged to Nanisher, the three of them were no match for her. Nanisher! Stop! Boruto shouted. Their attacks had no effect on Nanisher at all. In this space, any damage dealt to her would simply disappear. Before long, Nanisher quickly retreated. She stared fixedly at Boruto for a moment before saying, It would been nice if you had been there back then. Biting her lip, Nanisher suddenly vanished from the blue space, and Boruto's group of three returned to the game world once more. In the distant Warring States era, the still imprisoned Uchiha Nanisher stared at the light screen, a trace of disbelief flashing across her face. From the very beginning, she had felt that the Nanisher in the light screen looked a lot like herself, but she hadn't expected it to really be her. In the future, she would be sealed? No, she absolutely didn't want that. I refused to accept something like that. Uchiha Nanisher gradually became frantic. Sealed away, struggling to survive in endless darkness. How could she possibly be willing to live that kind of life? I have to escape. I must escape. I want to leave this place. She looked at the seal on the iron bars, and a trace of resolve flashed across her face. If she used Amaterasu, she should be able to destroy it, right? Amaterasu burned everything. It should be able to destroy it. There was no jutsu on her body sealing her chakra, and even if she couldn't escape here, she could still run while the Uchiha and Senju clans were fighting. I want freedom. At this moment, deep inside Uchiha Nanisher's heart, a desire for freedom surged forth. No one could stop her now, but in the end, she still held herself back, because she already understood just how miraculous this light screen was. She wanted to figure it out. She wanted more information. It was Nanisher? The Uchiha clan members were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that, in the future, the person who would be sealed was actually Nanisher. Although some people had wondered in their hearts at the start who that sealed person might be, they had never considered Nanisher. After all, that girl was still so young. Even though she was strong, their Uchiha clan would never just sit back and watch an Uchiha superweapon get sealed away. Senju. Damn Senju. It's all the Senju's fault. So the Uchiha clan threw all the blame onto the Senju. The scene changed, and Nanisher woke up from the bed. Looking at the still unfamiliar ceiling, she let out a soft sigh. Oh my, you're awake. Off to the side, Haku's voice suddenly rang out. There was delight in the way Hakuz looked at Nanisher. Nanisher spoke calmly. Clearly, she no longer wanted to concern herself with the game space. Or rather, she didn't want to hurt Boruto. Anyway, the plan is going smoothly. That should be enough, right? There's no need to keep bothering with that place. Although that was the case, without Maratsu's confirmation, Hokage didn't dare speak on his own. It doesn't matter. Nanashur is right. The plan is going very smoothly. Konoha, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, the 5 great ninja villages are already preparing for war. It's only a matter of time before the 5th World War begins. In a daze, Maratsu thought of the words Pain had once said to him. This world needs pain. Only by giving pain can this immature world be forced to grow. Maratsu, you and I are very alike. The great nations stole away your family and comrades. Having experienced that kind of pain just like me, you've realized that the laws of this world are full of mistakes. That is why your will is so close to mine. As long as one has a godlike, unshakable will, changing this world becomes effortless. With that will, fight to the death and fulfill Akatsuki's long-cherished wish. Thinking of this, Maratsu continued, the world, humanity, the villages, they will fall into misery because of war and head toward destruction. And we, Zero, will inherit Lord Pain's goal and use power to rule over everything. Ha 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 ha. As if he could already see victory, Maratsu burst into loud laughter. In year 63 of Konoha, Nagato's face was so gloomy it looked like water could drip from it. He could guarantee that this bastard was absolutely making things up. He didn't know this piece of trash at all, so how could he possibly have said all that nonsense to him? His goal was true peace, not ruling everything through power. And even if he really did know Maratsu and had shared some thoughts with him, there was no way he would put it like that. It completely went against his original intention and against Yahiko's will. He would never do that. So Maratsu was a liar. A damned liar. I have to find him. I have to find him, Nagato muttered. He actually dared smear Akatsuki's dream like this. Nagato would never let him off. Conan, have them move out. Find that bastard for me. I want to let him off. He dared slander our Akatsuki's dream like this. There's no need for someone like that to exist in this world anymore. Conan nodded. She was furious too. He had dared to slander the Akatsuki she loved most. This was absolutely intolerable. Year 83 of Konoha. This is complete nonsense. Naruto roared. Nagato was his senior disciple, so he naturally knew what his senior brother had truly been thinking. He really had worked for world peace even if his methods had been a bit extreme. But there was no way he would say something like plunging the world into pain or ruling the world. Absolutely impossible. Maratsu, 7th Hokage Naruto gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, but the most urgent thing right now was still to finish watching the video first. After the video ended, he definitely wouldn't let that guy off. He wouldn't spare anyone who recklessly threw the ninja world into chaos. Zero Organization Secret Base. Lord Maratsu, as expected, you really were chosen by Lord Pain. This world is bound to revolve around you. Maratsu snorted coldly. Don't tell me you think I was lying to you? Hokage immediately said, wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. I just didn't expect Lord Maratsu to have such a good relationship with Lord Pain. You're basically Pain the Second. Uchiha Nanashur glanced at the two of them and said nothing. In her eyes, those two were not much different from idiots. If they hadn't been useful in helping her achieve her goal, then the moment she broke the seal, she would have killed both of them. Boruto. Nanashur let out a silent sigh. Why hadn't she met someone like him earlier? If someone like Boruto had been by her side before, Nanashur believed her life wouldn't have been so tragic. Maybe she could have walked toward a brighter life and future too. In the game world, the three of them stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Everything had happened too suddenly. The mastermind being Nanashur was something none of them had expected. Even though Boruto had some guesses in his heart, he had still hoped Nanashur would deny it. But now that things had come to this, no one could change it anymore. Boruto, are you okay? Sarada was a little worried about Boruto and asked directly. Boruto gave a grunt. Yemme fine. But what do we do next? We still let her get away. Mitsuki sighed. What a shame. The game space was Mume's home field. If it had been in the real world, maybe we could caught her. A ninja world with all kinds of memories wiped away. In other words, a ninja world with no history is about to be born. Who's there? Boruto was shocked. The sudden voice gave all three of them a real scare. Right in the center of the three of them, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Then the light rapidly expanded and turned into a sphere. If you want to resolve this conflict, come with me. The moment the words fell, the sphere of light tore open space and vanished without a trace, leaving only a spatial rift behind. Boruto gritted his teeth. For the sake of the ninja world, no matter how dangerous it was, he wasn't afraid. Let us go. I want to see what kind of monster this is. Soon after, the three of them arrived in an almost pure white space. Where is this? Mitsuki said. Looks like it's not the same space as before. I don't see any other players either. It should be a space separated from that one. Our appearances have also returned to how we look in the real world. Welcome to the gap between gathered times. The sphere of light slowly spoke. Before the three could react, the sphere turned into a white-haired man with no pupils. Otsutsuki Tonari. Or you could say, the watcher of this planet. Otsutsuki? Don't tell me you're one of Momoshiki's companions? Boruto cried out in alarm. The three of them instantly took up combat stances. None of the Otsutsuki were easy to deal with. I'm not the same as them. I'm here to help you, Tonari explained. Help us? You think anyone would believe that? Believe it or not. Tonari didn't particularly emphasize anything. He was only stating a fact. But right now, you have no way to save the situation, do you? That's why even though you found this suspicious, you still stepped in here, right? Boruto. He really doesn't seem to be an enemy. Even without entering Sage Mode, Mitsuki was still half Sage body. Sage Mode's ability to sense malice was practically carved into his bones. He could clearly tell whether the other party had any ill intent. Boruto fell silent in thought. It was just like Otsutsuki Tonari said. He had no way at all to solve this matter right now. Otherwise, he never would come to this unfamiliar place, risking his life to negotiate with Otsutsuki Tonari. I believe you. In the end, for the sake of the ninja world and his father, Boruto chose to compromise. But if you do anything suspicious, I won't hold back either, Boruto said sternly at once. Relax. I really am here to help you. Rather, if we want to break the current deadlock, I have to make sure your actions go smoothly. Then please tell us how to break the current deadlock. Konoha Year 83. Tonari, who had followed Naruto and the others to this time period, flashed a look of delight across his face. See that? I helped you all. Ha ha ha, I told you I'm still useful. Ever since coming down from the moon, his personality had become much more cheerful. Still, there was one regret left, he still couldn't have Hinata. 7th Hokage Naruto looked at him and smiled, then thanked him. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we really might been done for. Combined with the previous video, it was obvious that with Tonari's help, Boruto had successfully regained his memories. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the incident of Boruto being hunted down. Tonari looked proud, but he clearly didn't care much about grown Naruto's praise. Instead, he fixed all his attention on young Naruto. Come on, Naruto, praise me. That was exactly the look on his face, making Naruto feel a little awkward. Tonari, you're amazing. Seriously awesome. Then can I get closer to Hinata? No. If you dare get close to Hinata, I'll dare break your legs, Naruto said seriously. Tonari replied somewhat dejectedly. Sarada spoke up. Does that mean this situation is really hard to handle? Tonari nodded. That's right. It's extremely difficult. Restoring the deeply layered memories people have built up over all this time would require a very long time. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several years, or even several decades. Sarada said anxiously, then that would be completely meaningless. Tonari chuckled softly, but because of the era you live in, there is one very fortunate thing. That is the existence of your father, Naruto Uzumaki. Tonari looked at Boruto, his face full of a smile, as if he were thinking of Naruto's great significance to the ninja world. My dad? Your father exists in almost everyone's memory. The only difference is how much. His power went beyond war and reached deep into people's hearts. Only Naruto Uzumaki could do that. And that is exactly what we're going to make use of this time. First, I need you to return to the past, trace Naruto's history, and then recover the tracks of the past. Sarada frowned. Return to the past? Is that really possible? How would we do that? Tonari said, as long as we make use of the special nature of this mysterious space, together with the power of the Otsutsuki, it can be done under limited conditions. As he spoke, a large amount of blue chakra surged from Tonari's right hand. Then, with a wave of that hand, a copy of the tale of Naruto Uzumaki floated in the air. Right after that, he brought his hands together, and the book immediately turned into a gate. However, only one person can return to the past, and history cannot be changed. Boruto said, since this is the only way, then we can only go all out. Tonari nodded, his face full of approval. As expected of Naruto's son, bold, yet careful. After the tracks of Naruto Uzumaki are recovered, I will then release them. Once released, those tracks will spread outward from the person himself and gradually reach others. Like ripples, the continuously spreading tracks will light everyone up once more. At that point, everyone's memories will recover, and the war will naturally stop. That's the sequence. I got it. Boruto nodded heavily. Clearly, he was planning to go himself. Mitsuki asked, so this task should take quite a long time, right? That's right. Sarada said, in that case, let us go back and explain the situation to Dad first. I also want to sort out the current situation, and we need to discuss what comes next. Then please hurry. The situation is already extremely urgent, Tonari said seriously. Boruto thought for a moment. He had originally planned to stay behind alone, but after hearing Mitsuki and Sarada say that, he decided to tell Sasuke first as well. Not long after, Boruto came back alone. That was quick. You settled everything already? Boruto nodded. Of course. I can't wait to resolve this whole thing. Tonari extended his right hand and handed a piece of black obsidian to Boruto. Then please take this. As long as you follow Naruto's tracks, the light will be restored. When it shines with a strong light, that will be when your father's memories have recovered. Then after that, I just hand it over to you, right? Right? That's exactly it. Alright, I understand now. Tonari nodded and opened the gate. Alright, go quickly. Find your father's tracks, Naruto Uzumaki's tracks. Boruto nodded heavily, then leaped into the gate, traveling through the river of time. Tonari's voice rang out once more. Turn back time. Advance along Naruto's tracks. Let me guide you. Then, Boruto saw the fourth Hokage facing the Nine Tails. Your father, Naruto Uzumaki's tracks. Begin with the fourth Hokage sealing the nine-tailed demon fox. With the nine tails sealed inside him, Naruto was rejected by everyone in the village. But even in that environment, he grew up strong, because in his heart he carried the dream of becoming Hokage. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Naruto was assigned to Team 7 together with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Kakashi Hatake, the leader of Team 7, held a battle exercise to test their strength. In history, this exercise was only a tiny stop along the way. But for Naruto, it was an important first step on the path of ninja way that awaited him. Then, Boruto suddenly discovered that he had turned into Naruto. What was going on? Tonari explained, you need to defeat Kakashi and complete this trajectory. Once that is done, the trajectory will also be retrieved. Boruto was dumbfounded. This really didn't seem any different from playing a game. And just like that, while watching Naruto Uzumaki's past, Boruto also fought the powerful enemies Naruto Uzumaki had once battled. In the end, he successfully lit up the black obsidian and retrieved all of his father's trajectories. Tonari nodded in satisfaction. So far, all trajectories have been successfully recovered. Go back to the space between converged times. It's already showing signs of mutation. Boruto did not hesitate and quickly returned to the space between converged times. The moment he got back, Boruto sensed that something was wrong. He saw Mume's glowing stone. Tonari said from the side, looks like her glowing stone has appeared. Boruto nodded. I'll check it. The next second, his hand touched Mume's glowing stone, and a flood of memories instantly poured into his mind. Several Uchiha clan members stood in front of Uchiha Mume and said emotionlessly, your existence is dangerous. From now on, you'll live here. Understood? Boruto looked out and saw a pitch-black cave. Then Boruto saw Mume being used by the Uchiha as a weapon to attack the Senju clan. Aha! Did you see that? Look at the Senju clan panicking. The Senju clan seems to have joined forces with other clans to fight against Mume. Catch up to her. Seal her already. Stop. 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 Someone save me. Someone save me. At the end of the scene was Mume's miserable cry for help. But no one pitied her. They sealed her away without mercy. Why am I the only one who has to go through this? Enough. I've had enough. Ninja. And this world. I hate it. I hate it most of all. The scene returned to the pure white mysterious space. Boruto's face was full of sorrow. So that's what Mume looked like when she was sealed away? Uchiha Mume possessed an extremely powerful force. Some people feared she would become a threat, so they sealed her. She suffered unfair treatment from the Uchiha clan, became the enemy of every ninja in the world, and in the end was sealed in such an unreasonable way. No wonder she harbors such intense hatred toward the ninja world. And toward ninja. Boruto lowered his head, his heart full of guilt. He clearly knew nothing, yet he had arrogantly tried to persuade Mume. Wasn't he that far too arrogant? So that's why she wants to destroy the ninja world now. Tonari said, for her, the greatest misfortune is that no one can understand her. No matter how much sympathy we feel, it's still isn't enough to match that pain. Not long after, Mume's glowing stone lit up once again, and Boruto touched it again. That was Tenkis and Mers. As long as we use her power, we can turn the ninja world into hell. Tenkis shouted smugly. Mers also said, a weapon used by your clan, Uchiha Mume. In this era, unleash your power to your heart's content as well. Who are you? Mume's voice was filled with confusion and indifference. Mers stretched out his right hand and said happily, we are the ones who understand you. You hate the ninja world and ninja, don't you? Those ninja bastards who used you up and then sealed you away. Are you willing to help me and throw the ninja world into chaos together? So that was when Mume was released from the seal? Boruto asked. Tonari said, that's right. At that time, they took advantage of Mume's hatred and lured her to join them. Alright, give me the glowing stone now. I'm going to restore Naruto to normal. Then Boruto handed the glowing stone to Tonari. Using his Otsutsuki power, Tonari re-engraved the trajectories into memories and restored Naruto's memories. We're friends. During the war, Naruto had once said that to Sasuke. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke knew Boruto had succeeded, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. As expected of my good student. Boruto, you're amazing. As expected of someone I had my eye on. Tonari laughed loudly as he patted Boruto on the shoulder. During this time, the two of them had gotten along very well, probably because their ages were not that far apart. Boruto smiled shyly. Not really. It's thanks to you too. Otherwise, there's no way I could successfully completed the mission and restored Dad's memories. Since when did you get so modest, Boruto? Sarada teased from the side. What do you mean? I've always been very modest. Okay? Boruto said unhappily. Seriously, Sarada just had to bring that up. Sasuke smiled and said, Boruto really has improved a lot. He has become a ninja who can stand on his own. Master is right. Boruto nodded. Now I get it. That was a flashback just now. No wonder Naruto and Sasuke were fighting right at the beginning, Shikamaru said. True. At first I had no idea what was going on either. Now I understand, Minato Namikaze also said. Although he had been shocked by his son's and Sasuke's strength, he had also been confused at the start. Why had the scene suddenly opened with the two of them fighting? Inside Zero's secret base, Tenkus sensed that Naruto had recovered and shouted in collapse. The plan was going so smoothly. Why did it turn out like this? Mume, was it you? Tenkus suddenly turned to Mume, his face full of rage. Not me. I didn't do anything. Tenkus asked suspiciously. Really? Could it be that you went soft on someone so you stopped? Nothing like that. Enraged, Tenkus slammed his fist against the computer, utterly unable to understand. Then why did this happen? At this moment Mers spoke. It's fine. Even if the brainwashing failed, as long as I'm here, 01T lose its advantage. Tenkus said emotionally, but the plan had already progressed this far. Do you know how much money was spent? Money? Mers was speechless. As expected, this guy was still just a narrow-minded scientist. Could ninja matters really be measured with money? Mers ignored him and instead said, compared to that, you should pay attention to your surroundings first. Tenkus did not understand, but soon the door opened. A ninja walked in, dropped to one knee before Tenkus, and reported, suspicious traces believed to belong to Konoha ninja have been discovered near the base. Mers let out a sigh. That was fast. They've already come knocking. Tenkus looked at Mers and asked in panic. What is going on? Mers spread his hands helplessly. They may be slow to react, but they're not idiots. Looks like they've already caught our tail. They're searching for our location. But how did they do it? There's so little information about Zero outside. Mume froze. Could it be because of the information she had told Boruto and the others before, and that was why they had found them so quickly? Maybe they have someone as capable as you, Mers said. Tenkus frowned. Someone as capable as me? Could it be Professor Katasuk? Mers paid no attention to Tenkus, who was wallowing in self-pity and sorrow, and instead said, for now, let us first deal with the enemies approaching the base. Let us go. Why? Why exactly? Everything's gone beyond expectations. Why did it turn out like this? Tenkus muttered to himself. The direction things were developing had already gone beyond his imagination. The brainwashing had been undone this quickly. That was completely different from the information he had gathered. Things are starting to get interesting. Mers laughed loudly. The scene changed. Naruto and Sasuke headed together toward Mers' base, while Boruto and Tonari were still staying in the pure white space. The glowing stone in front of Boruto was still emitting a faint fluorescent light. The ghost traces have been successfully revived, and the ninja world seems to have returned to its original state. So what should you do next? Boruto once again turned his gaze toward Mume's glowing stone, his eyes full of complicated emotions. He had never imagined that Mume's past would be this tragic. Those warring states ninja really had no hearts at all. So Uchiha Mume's memories have appeared again. Tonari sighed, then added, do you still want to keep watching? Of course. Boruto's gaze was firm. I want to understand Mume. I want to know everything about her. I want to help her. As he spoke, he placed his right hand on the radiant stone. Right after that, a huge flood of memories poured into his mind. It was a conversation between the two of them in the game, but what he heard was Mume's inner voice.
I'm sorry, Boruto.
I still can't forgive Ninja. The more I think about it, the more hatred builds up in my heart. But I want to help Boruto. The moment he saw this, Boruto's eyes instantly turned red. I want to help Boruto. Such a simple reason. And yet, because of that very reason, he had hurt Mume. Sure enough, just like I thought, she's not a bad person. Tonari nodded in agreement. That's right. To Mume, who suffered such cruel treatment in the past, who wasn't even treated as a human being, the hand of friendship you offered brought her great joy. But she is trapped inside a prison of hatred, and because of that, she is torn and suffering. Boruto, let me ask you one more time. What do you plan to do next? He seemed to really want to see Boruto's resolve, just like how Naruto had unhesitatingly saved him on the moon back then. He truly wanted to know whether this father and son were the same. I want to talk to Mume again. Tonari raised a brow and questioned him. Even if she may not be willing to communicate with you? That's right. If I don't take the first step first, then nothing can begin. And she will definitely understand. Because she's not a bad person. A smile appeared on Tonari's face, and then he burst out laughing. As expected of Naruto's son. Alright, then go. Go help Mume. Yes. Those Uchiha. They're too much. Sarada's eyes were red. At this moment, she suddenly felt like the Uchiha clan being wiped out was well-deserved. Sasuke also fell silent. As the purest-blooded Uchiha, he thought far more deeply than his daughter. If he truly put himself in Mume's shoes, then there was a high chance he would have walked the same path as her, destroying the ninja world, tearing this world apart. Only that would be able to erase the hatred in his heart. But the hatred in one's heart was not something so easily erased. Just like him, even after becoming the strongest in the world in the end, he was still a lonely man with nothing. If Naruto hadn't risked his life to stop him, then maybe he would have gone down the wrong road and never returned. Thinking of this, Sasuke really was grateful to Naruto. At the same time, he gave full praise to the version of himself in the light screen for trying to stop Naruto. Inside Zero's cave, Mume, you should remember how those ninja treated you, right? Mers suddenly said. He really was a little worried that Mume might run away. After all, with Mume's strength, escaping would be easy. He wouldn't be able to catch her. In fact, if Mume wanted to kill him, it probably wouldn't be difficult either. After all, she possessed Tsukuyomi, the genjutsu known as the ultimate illusion. Once he got caught in it, he would truly be finished. This woman had a full 4 Mangekyo abilities. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Yachihoko, Kagetsuchi, and on top of that a massive, Gundam-like Susanoo. He truly had no confidence in defeating Mume. Mume coldly glanced at him. I know what I should and shouldn't do. You don't need to deliberately remind me, and you're not worthy of it. Mers cursed wildly in his heart. Sure enough, this woman had been influenced by that brat Uzumaki Boruto, hadn't she? If I'd known earlier, I should have killed that bastard. What he didn't know was that if he had really tried to kill Boruto, Mers, would have died long ago. The scene changed. Boruto walked out of his house and looked around with determination. The world had returned to normal, and it was time for him to go find Mume. He would definitely rescue Mume from that damned Zero organization. But before he had gone very far, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought his communicator. Katasuke had given that communicator to him. Could be used to search for the Zero organization's address. If he forgot to bring it, then he could only search blindly like a headless fly. After getting the communicator, Sarada's call happened to come in. Hello, this is Boruto. What's wrong? It's Sarada. No more nonsense. How are things on your side? Going smoothly? Not bad. What about your side? Did you find the base, Amon? Sarada said, we're searching right now. We should find it soon. The new tracking scientific ninja tool developed by Professor Katasuke has helped us a lot. And also, that mission we took before, we guessed right after all. We used scientific ninja tools to investigate the trace chakra there, and in the end, we found several very suspicious chakra signatures. At the same time, we also found Tetsuna's chakra in both places. After that, we tracked that chakra and finally narrowed down the location to a certain range. Boruto let out a sound of admiration. I see. Uncle Katasuke is really amazing. Sarada asked. Boruto, what are you going to do next? I'm going to meet up with you too. I absolutely can't forgive Zero. Sarada nodded and told Boruto the location. But before Sarada could finish speaking, the communication suddenly cut off. Boruto was shocked and immediately ran toward the place Sarada had told him about. What happened? Sarada, you absolutely have to be okay. Haidakure Mountain, suburban forest. Night had fallen. Boruto finally arrived. Burning with anxiety, Boruto found Sarada and Mitsuki under a large tree. Both of them had different injuries on their bodies. They attacked you? Boruto asked with a frown. That's way too alert. They're even better than the Konoha police force. Yeah. We barely managed to escape, Mitsuki said. But Shikadai was taken by them. Boruto's heart tightened. Shikadai was his best bro, and he had actually been taken just like that. But because of that, we were able to find out where their base is. Mitsuki pointed at the arrow marks on the trees and said softly, I left a mark every 50 meters. There are 30 in total. Once you see the last one, just keep going straight, and you'll find their base. Boruto nodded. Got it. Leave the rest to me. You two head back to the village first. Sarada hurriedly said, You're going alone? That's too dangerous. Boruto nodded solemnly. I know, but I'm still going. Sarada gave a bitter smile. Looks like even if we tried to stop you, it would be useless. Mitsuki said, After I take Sarada back to Konoha, I'll bring reinforcements as quickly as possible. Sarada didn't refuse Mitsuki's suggestion. Instead, she asked, What are you planning to do about Mume? Boruto lowered his head and thought for a moment. I understand a little about her situation now. What she did, what she's been thinking. Even though she's always hated the ninja world, she's also been in a lot of pain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown that expression back then. So I want to talk to her again. Then, Boruto, do your best. Boruto nodded. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Mitsuki. I'll head out first. After that, Boruto quickly ran toward Zero's base along the markings. Zero Organization Base. Mume sat on the bed, but her mind kept replaying what Boruto had said to her in the game space. Her face was full of sorrow and dejection, as if she were wondering whether she had really done something wrong. But the moment she thought of those bastard Uchiha and the other ninja, and all the things they had done to her, her expression became firm once more. I did nothing wrong. That was Mume's current thought. No matter what happens, I will throw the ninja world into chaos and destroy it. Zero Organization Main Hall. Shikadai, Inogen, and Katasuke were tied together. Inogen couldn't help but whisper to Shikadai, "Will reinforcements come back? Don't know. If that guy succeeds, he'll probably come sooner or later." Obviously, that guy Shikadai was referring to was Boruto. And as Boruto's best bro, he trusted Boruto a lot. At this moment, Katasuke also noticed the unusual nature of the ropes binding them. I see. As long as a tiny amount of chakra is kept flowing through the rope, its toughness can be increased. Quite a trick, Tetsuna. But when Tetsuna saw his teacher in such a miserable state, he burst out laughing. What an ugly sight, Professor Katasuke. When you were getting close to the base, I was actually a little worried. But you got caught so quickly. Turns out I was worried for nothing. I just didn't expect the brainwashing that spread across the entire ninja world to be undone so easily. That was your doing too, Professor Katasuke, right? How did you do it? Hearing that, Katasuke smiled. The brainwashing was undone? Really? I didn't think Boruto would move this fast. As expected of young master. Taku's frowned. From your reactions, it wasn't you? Then who was it? Boruto's voice suddenly rang out, cheerful and smug. Of course it was me. Whoosh. As he spoke, a kunai shot straight past Taku's cheek, instantly scaring him so badly that he collapsed onto the ground. He was just a researcher. To a ninja, he could practically be called completely powerless. Boruto, young master. The three of them cried out in surprise one after another. Katasuke was so emotional he was nearly in tears. Young master, it really is you. Young master. You're incredible. You're like a god descending from heaven. Boruto stood there with his hands on his hips, looking proudly at Taku's. You are? Taku's asked in panic, but before he could finish, Mura's voice rang out. You're the ninja who bravely stood against the Otsutsuki invasion before. At the same time, you're also the son of the 7th Hokage. Mura slowly walked over, his face full of smiles. I didn't expect you to know me. Boruto was a little surprised. Since when had he become this famous? When my plan is complete, I intend to wipe out all the Kage and the families around them. So I investigated you in advance. I apologize for conducting that investigation without permission. An apology? Boruto sneered inwardly. He hadn't expected the mastermind behind all this to be this polite. It's fine. Everything you've done is going to amount to nothing anyway. Mura chuckled. No matter what, welcome to Zero Base. Boruto guessed you're that guy called Mura, right? Mura nodded. He didn't hide it at all and directly admitted it. That's right. I am the one who leads Zero and guides this ninja world. I will surpass pain and ascend into a true god. Boruto burst out laughing. A god? What a load of nonsense. You can really spout big words without even blushing. Putting on airs to this extent is seriously hilarious. If a child can't understand, then so be it. Mura gently shook his head. He had never expected these children to understand his grand plan. In this world, the only person who could truly sympathize with him was probably Lord Pain. But Lord Pain was already gone. Still, it didn't matter. Lord Pain, I will avenge you. The 7th Hokage who killed you, and this entire ninja world, I'll make all of them pay. So, you came here to save them and defeat me? Isn't that obvious? Boruto rolled his eyes. This guy really talked way too much. Momoshiki had talked a lot too back then. Didn't villains know they died from talking too much? But you missed one thing. I'm also here to save Mume, the one you've been using. Is that so? Let me talk to Mume, Boruto said, waving his hand. And what do you say? That clearly wasn't directed at Boruto. The figure dropped down and Boruto looked over. It was Naruto. When Boruto saw Mume, joy instantly appeared on his face, and he hurried toward her. Mume also walked toward him. I wanted to talk to you, so that's why I came here, Boruto said happily. Mume replied expressionlessly. I have nothing to say to you. But Boruto answered firmly, you may not, but I do. Mume felt a little helpless. This guy was still exactly the same, always saying whatever he wanted without caring how anyone else felt. In the game or in real life, you're equally annoying. As the Uchiha clan S1 and only Tsukomi machine, Mume's snark was exceptionally sharp. Stop worrying about me. You still have a chance to go home now. That was Mume's warning to Boruto. Boruto waved a hand and said at once, quit joking. I finally got to meet you in person, and you want me to just go back like this? Only this way can my voice truly reach you directly. Mume froze for a moment, her gaze shifting slightly. She didn't understand it. They had only known each other for a few days, so why was this brat so fixated on her? She simply couldn't understand it. At the same time, sorrow appeared on her face. In the end, it was already too late. There was no turning back anymore. The moment she thought about the ninja from the Warring States period who had treated her with such cruelty, anxiety surged through her uncontrollably, and all she wanted was to destroy the entire ninja world. Her eyes gradually turned firm. Holding a kunai, she charged at Boruto, and Boruto refused to back down, immediately clashing with her. In the distance, Miraz smiled. Haha, interesting. Fight, fight. Only like this can your value truly be revealed. Mume. Kunai collided, and the two stared at each other. Boruto still couldn't help but say, Mume. Stop. Go back to your home. If you want to leave, then die. Mume said coldly on purpose. I'll only go back if you come with me. Boruto's tone was extremely firm. If he couldn't bring Mume back, then he absolutely would not leave this place. Boom. The two exerted force at the same time. Without using ninjutsu, their strength was nearly equal, and both of them were forced back several steps. Mume said, you really are an idiot. Boruto sincerely tried to persuade her. I don't want to fight you. So annoying. Seriously, enough already. Just disappear from in front of me. As soon as the words fell, the two began fighting again. If they were only comparing their current strength, then Boruto couldn't even come close to Mume no matter how hard he tried. But Mume had no intention of killing him. She was only using simple taijutsu and ninjutsu to fight him. This battle was one-sided to an absurd degree. Panting heavily, Boruto said, honestly, I originally thought that if I just talked to you I could change your mind. But now it looks like I was too naive. Boruto wiped the scarlet blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. But thinking about it carefully, just like you said, I've only known you for a few days. Saying I understand you would be complete nonsense. We grew up in completely different environments. I was born in the modern era and grew up without worries. But you were born in the Warring States period. You were used in battle. The knots buried deep in your heart are even heavier and darker than I imagined. The positions we stand in are completely different. Hearing this, Mume's voice trembled slightly. She thought Boruto was about to give up, so she pretended to stay calm as she said, looks like you finally understand. You and I are completely different. But very quickly, Boruto's answer shattered her defenses completely. But even so, I still don't want to give up on you. If our positions are different. Boruto slowly stepped forward twice and stopped right in front of Mume. Then all we have to do is work hard to get closer to each other. Right? Ah? Mume froze, completely at a loss. No one had ever said words like that to her before. She looked at Boruto's handsome face, and something different seemed to flash deep within her eyes. Boruto continued, I don't have enough time to understand every thought you have, and I can't understand the pain you've felt either. But that's only for now. We can take it slowly. Tell me everything about you. Let out all the resentment you've been bottling up in your heart, and then think about what comes next. You can tell me a little at a time. Slowly is fine. Use happy memories to cover up the ones you hate. At that point, Boruto put his hands on his hips. Just like Mume, he smiled brightly. At least through Ninja Heroes, I'm really happy that I got to know you. We're not strangers anymore. We're friends, so we can do it, right? Boruto sincerely extended his right hand. Mume stared fixedly at that hand. At this moment, no one knew what she was really thinking. She wanted to step forward and take that hand, but her anger and hatred toward the ninja world stopped her from moving. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through her mind, being sealed by those ninja, and meeting Boruto in the Ninja Heroes game. Everything flashed through her mind like a movie. She took a deep breath and violently shook off Boruto's hand. Are you an idiot? You're definitely an idiot. Did you even hear what I said? I hate this ninja world. I hate it so much. That's why I want to destroy it so my hatred can disappear. What do you mean? Replace hateful memories with happy ones? Something like that doesn't matter at all. I just need to destroy this ninja world. That's all, just that alone. No matter what you say, my wish won't waver in the slightest. Mume clutched her collar tightly, lowered her head, and let out a powerless roar. Seeing this, Boruto only said lightly, stop lying. Mume broke down and shouted, I'm not lying. Boruto gently shook his head. Liar. You're so annoying. If you're not lying, then why are you crying? Mume's Sharingan was already filled with tears, which slid down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Hearing Boruto's words, Mume was startled and hurriedly wiped the tears from her face. You actually, so annoying. The Uchiha exclusive roar, a roaring power that no one else could ever learn. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You're the one who made my head become a complete mess. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell was she even saying? It felt like a young couple bickering and flirting. Hey, do you think Boruto really came to save us? Inajin couldn't help but complain. I don't think so. Even his best buddy Shikadai said that, which showed just how outrageous Boruto was being. Shikadai thought anxiously to himself, bro, can you not flirt with a girl right now? Save us first and talk romance later, okay? You're making us look really dumb here. At this moment, Maratsu couldn't sit still either. If this kept going, Mume might really be turned against them. Mume, quickly get rid of the one causing your confusion. Kill him. Calm your hesitation, and you'll obtain the future you've longed for. Maratsu's tone was anxious. If a major combat asset like her fell into the enemy's hands, they would be in danger. Hearing that, Mume seemed to suddenly come to her senses. She picked up her kunai again, preparing to attack once more. Mume, don't listen to him, he had just wanted to say you are free. But before he could finish, Mume cut him off. Didn't I say it already? You're so annoying. Didn't I say it already? You're so annoying. Enough. Don't make me suffer anymore. Mume cried out hoarsely, her face covered in tears. Enough already. Stop disrupting my thoughts. You, who understand nothing, don't come into my heart. Mume's Mangekyo suddenly opened wide as she charged at Boruto again. Boruto refused to back down. Rather, at a time like this, he absolutely could not back down, and so he continued fighting Mume. Yeah, that's right. I don't understand anything. I only learned about your past not long ago. But you've endured a lot of pressure, so you're in pain. I understand that very well. Mume was stunned in the middle of the fight. What do you understand? What exactly do you understand? You, who live in a peaceful world. How could you possibly understand the sorrow of that trash Warring States era? Then tell me all those painful feelings first. Shut up. Mume cried out sorrowfully. Boruto was completely no match for Mume and was kicked away again and again. But Mume couldn't bear to truly kill Boruto either. The two remained locked in the stalemate. Boruto charged forward, got kicked flying back, then got up and stubbornly rushed at her again. This time, Mume didn't continue attacking. She only stared blankly at him. What exactly was this person? Why was he so persistent? Why did he insist on dragging her back? But very soon, she thought of her past, of the will for revenge that had always supported her. How could she abandon her hatred of ninja over something this small? Her hands formed seals, and an enormous fire release, great fireball technique roared toward Boruto. Feeling the blazing heat, Boruto didn't dare take it head-on. Without a second word, he quickly jumped backward. The great fireball hit the ground and exploded with a boom. Mume's assault didn't stop. Under the cover of smoke, she gripped her kunai and rushed straight toward Boruto. At this distance, he couldn't dodge. By the time Boruto saw Mume, she was already right in front of him. Mume! Boruto shouted, cold sweat running down his forehead. But thankfully, the kunai stopped right at his forehead and didn't move forward any further. What exactly do you want? The girl's voice was mournful. Boruto had never heard a voice like that before. He knew Mume had to be suffering deeply inside. He wanted to help her, but before he could speak, Mume continued in a tearful voice. Why are you always in my head? Before, there were only painful memories. So why does your smile appear now? Why? Even when I think you're such a nuisance, does your face still show up? Why you? The girl's hand holding the kunai was trembling nonstop. Boruto knew it. Mume was wavering. Deep down, she was hesitating over whether everything she had done was really right. Thinking that, Boruto took a deep breath and spoke sincerely. I said it before. Right now, I can't understand your pain. Even if I'm unwilling to accept it, there's nothing I can do about that. But I can slowly turn those memories of yours into happy ones. We can play ninja heroes, and we can go out and have fun with everyone too. Anyway, all the things we did before, we can do them many more times. Those things, the current me can do them too. So can you give me a chance? Give me one last chance. I'll make you come to like the current ninja and the ninja world. Pat, pat. The sound of tears falling to the ground was so clear. Mume didn't speak. She seemed to be thinking, but her tears simply wouldn't stop. After a long while, she collapsed to the ground and sobbed. Boruto, she said several in a row but couldn't get the words out. Mume. Maratsu panicked and quickly spoke. You really disappoint me. Wasn't it for revenge that you wanted to destroy the ninja world? Is your hatred only this much? In the end, you're just a brat. Before Maratsu could even finish speaking, Boruto firmly declared, I'm taking Mume away. A thing that has lost its use value, whether it's discarded or given away. Whatever, I don't care. Do whatever you want with something that's already been used up. Maratsu felt like he was back in control again. It was simple. By using Mume's dojutsu, most of the chakra was already on him, while Mume was now nearly completely exhausted, both mentally and physically. This was the perfect time to get rid of him. What do you mean, use value? Thing. Boruto was furious. What would someone like you know? Mume is not a tool. You're exactly like those people from before. Aren't you? You only ever treated Mume as a tool to use. From the perspective of one who has practically become a god, whether it's the daimyo, the 5 kage, or the inheritances of the past. All of it is nothing more than insects. A god? Boruto looked at Maratsu with a sneer. What kind of god are you supposed to be? You're just a mere criminal, and you dare speak such nonsense about being a god? You know what? The last one who called himself a god already has grass 3 meters high on his grave. Boruto was talking about Momoshiki here, but Marutsu obviously didn't know that. Hearing Boruto's words, anger appeared on Marutsu's face, but it quickly settled down. Just a brat. What could you possibly know? You're nothing more than a boy who follows behind adults with no thoughts of his own. Hearing that, Katasuke couldn't help but look toward Tezuka, as if he still wanted to persuade him back. Did you hear that? In his eyes, you're no different from the rest of us. Doesn't that bother you at all? Tezuka chuckled. I'm just a scientist. I only want to research scientific ninja tools. I don't care how other people see me. Thanks to him, I've been able to develop many scientific ninja tools. I'm truly so happy. Takuse spread his arms and burst into loud laughter. Katasuke's eyes turned sharp. He only felt that this guy had gone insane. He never thought he had actually taken in a madman. TCH. Even though your idea really pisses me off, I'll be taking Mume with me. Mers nodded, his tone full of amusement as he said, Of course you can. But only after I'm done using her. What do you mean? His heart was full of doubt. But the next second, powerful chakra erupted from Mume's body, blasting Boruto away. Mume herself was lifted into the air by that overwhelming chakra. But very quickly, the pale blue chakra around Mume disappeared, and she crashed heavily onto the ground, clutching her chest as she cried out in pain. What are you doing? At this moment, Katasuke noticed Takuse was constantly fiddling with the scientific ninja tool on his wrist, while letting out a creepy snickering laugh. Under his control, Mume kept clutching her head and crying out in pain, as if something was affecting her. Takuse laughed loudly. Did you really think we'd undo her seal without any plan at all? Don't judge me by how I look. I'm actually very careful and cautious. Mers said, Have you heard of the confinement curse tag? As long as a curse tag is placed on someone, they can be controlled at will. Even if they're given a certain degree of freedom, they absolutely betray the caster. When necessary, their actions can even be controlled completely. To control a weapon with self-awareness, don't you think this is the ideal method? Takuse burst out laughing. Of course, I also upgraded it to be very modern. Little girls will definitely like it. Look at her hair accessory. Pretty, right? Cute enough that people would think it's just decoration. I'm a considerate man who even thinks about appearances. Mume slowly raised her head, but at this moment, she was very different from before. Her eyes were empty, as if even her thoughts were gradually fading away. In those Sharingan eyes, there was no emotion left at all. To realize my ideal, she still has her use. I'm going to release the terrifying power she once had as a weapon. Come on. Uchiha's inherited weapon. Destroy everything. Mers laughed wildly. Victory was right in front of him. He would definitely destroy the entire ninja world and become the god of the new world. Mume slowly stood up. The chakra spilling out from around her body continuously released crackling arcs of lightning. Mume. Seeing Mume walking toward him, Boruto's face was full of pain. Shikadai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, Boruto, don't hesitate. Fight now or you'll die. Katasuke said, Don't worry. Just fight like you normally do. Once Mume loses consciousness, I'll find a way to save her. Takuse looked at Katasuke, his face full of mocking amusement. Save her? You can barely save yourselves. And you still want to save Mume? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Your opponent is Uchiha's weapon. A mere genin has no chance of winning. Boruto, there is no time to worry about this. Focus on the fight. Shikadai shouted. Whether for his own sake or for Boruto's safety, Shikadai had to do everything he could to persuade him. Boruto gritted his teeth, and the battle immediately began. Not long after, the two of them were panting as they stared at each other. Mers's eyes were full of shock. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to actually suppress Mume. Takuse analyzed from the side. Maybe it's because she still has a bit of self-awareness left, so she is not fighting at full strength. Uchiha Mume is the most famous weapon of the Uchiha clan. If this is all the strength she has, then she doesn't deserve the title of weapon at all. Strengthen the control. As long as she completely loses her sense of self, that LL do. Sure enough, the very next second, Mume's body instantly appeared in front of Boruto. She kicked him hard, sending him flying dozens of meters before he smashed heavily into a distant stone pillar. Wah! A large amount of blood sprayed from Boruto's mouth. As expected of someone from the Uchiha clan. Just like teacher, Uchiha clan members really are strong. Mume! Boruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Takuse laughed loudly. Looks like he got beaten to death. The corner of Mers's mouth also curled into a smile. That troublesome brat was finally dead. But Boruto wasn't about to satisfy the wishes of those two. Instead, he stubbornly forced himself back to his feet. Mume, don't worry. The next hit will finish it. Although Takuse was a little surprised that Boruto had stood back up, it didn't matter at all. He could still keep controlling Mume through the machine. Whoosh! Just as Takuse was about to operate the device, he saw a streak of black flames flying toward him, landing directly on the control device on his wrist. The machine. My machine. Takuse cried out in panic. But once he realized the flames were Amaterasu, he immediately tore the device off without another word. Then a flash of golden light streaked by. An arm formed from golden chakra smashed straight toward Mers. It was only a feint, but it still drew Mers' attention. What? Mers was startled, but he quickly sensed something was wrong and turned his head to look behind him. Sure enough, Uchiha Sasuke had arrived without anyone noticing. Mers gritted his teeth and immediately used a kunai to stab toward them. Sasuke remained expressionless and used a Menotajikara to bring everyone out of the attack. Appearing in front of Naruto, Mers also leaped up without any expression and landed behind Mume. Dad? Boruto's dad? Dad had finally arrived. If there hadn't been so many people around, Boruto might have burst into tears on the spot. He had really suffered too much. Dad, you finally came. Your son got bullied to death here. Naruto said, leave the rest to us. A smile appeared on his face, the same as always, carrying that same confidence he showed whenever facing a powerful enemy. But that smile was only for his son. Naruto turned his head, revealing an expression he almost never showed. It was hard to say whether it was anger or something else, but that expression was enough to make people feel fear. You two really made a huge mess. So you've come, you two sinners? Mers said calmly. Naruto said, sinners? Had this guy lost his mind? Naruto didn't even have the energy to mock him. Sasuke said, what right do you have to say that? You threw the ninja world into chaos, and you still have the nerve to accuse others. Mers laughed in disdain. Looks like you still don't understand how grave your sins are. What are you talking about? Naruto frowned. It was a bad habit, arguing with people in the middle of a fight, but he had been like this for so many years that there was no changing it now. The reason our organization is called Zero is because of our ideal of returning the ninja world to zero. Then why must it return to zero, when this era is clearly so peaceful? Because the era you created is a mistake. Sasuke was not Naruto. He only said coldly, anyone who wants rebellion says things like that. It seems someone as familiar with the dark side as you also knows very well about the monsters spreading at the bottom. But Zero is different. Everyone follows me because they hope I can change this era. Although I was the one who founded the organization, all of its members joined willingly. They actively assist me and agree with my ideas. What are you trying to say? Fine, then I'll start with the conclusion. Mers seemed extremely patient. Not only did he not attack immediately, he instead began explaining to the two of them. This world longs for battle. Perhaps for people like you, an era of peace and tranquility is already deeply satisfying. But peace removes conflict, and tranquility erases the existence of ninja. After experiencing the Fourth Great Ninja War, the new era you created gave rise to a distortion without conflict. In this era that no longer pursues battle, where are those troubled by that distortion supposed to go? That is why they seek a place to belong within Zero. For some people, the meaning of survival is battle. Some want to test their skills. Others make their living as mercenaries. Among them are also those who lost their families in past wars, and are now searching for someone to vent their anger on. They long for battle, long to hurt others, and long for an era filled with blood where they can release their emotions. This was practically identical to Pain's ideology, using power to rule everything. Hearing that, Naruto's expression changed. You're wrong, Pain. What Nagato wanted to see was the peace that came after all that. What you're doing is just rationalizing those meaningless battles. I can't take this anymore, Conan. We have to find this bastard. I'm definitely going to kill him. Nagato was furious to the point of smoke practically coming out of all 7 orifices. This bastard was wantonly twisting his will. Was that what I wanted? I obviously only wanted peace. Peace, damn it, you bastard. Don't worry, Nagato. I'll definitely find this bastard. The one who's changing the will of our Akatsuki however he pleases. I definitely want to let him off. Conan's face looked awful too. She was utterly speechless at this bastard. She was a lady, for God's sake. And yet he had actually made her curse like this. Konoha year 83. Mume looked at Mers with cold eyes. If I said what was shown in the light screen was fake, would you believe me? Cold sweat covered Mers' forehead. At this point, the cursed seal tag still wasn't mature. It simply couldn't perfectly control Mume. And now Mume already knew what the thing on her head was. She could take it off at any time. Sure enough, the moment that thought appeared, Mume reached up and removed the cursed seal tag from her head. Tade started yelling from the side. What are you doing, Mume? How can you take off the cursed seal tag? Mume gave him a cold glance and flicked out a shuriken. Ah! Tade let out a miserable scream. His entire chest was pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. But Mers didn't dare move. Tade's artificial eye had only just been given to him. Although it could copy dojutsu, it needed a huge amount of time. Right now, he had no way to fight Mume. I truly wanted to help you destroy the ninja world. I treated you as a companion, not a tool, and even less as a weapon. Mers hurriedly explained. But even Mers himself didn't believe those words, much less Mume. Do as you like. For the sake of you people unsealing me, I want to kill you. From here on, I'm leaving Zero, Mume said calmly, then walked out of the laboratory without hesitation. Mers shouted in breakdown, if you leave now, where can you even go? Other than Zero, who else would accept you? Mume slightly turned her head and glanced at him. There's still Boruto. The era will continue to cycle. After conflict ends, it moves toward peace. And then it will once again welcome conflict. That is the law of the age. And although I agree with Pain's idea, I do not intend to do the same thing he did. I am me. I will use his ideology as a foundation to create my ideal era, that is, to destroy the current ninja world and return once more to an age of war. Then I will surpass Pain and become a god. Mers spread his arms, his face full of a smug smile. He could already see that era filled with war, and the image of himself becoming a god. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. So that's your wish? How shallow. What you're doing now, both internally and externally, demands far too much sacrifice. All you're doing is spreading misfortune throughout the ninja world. Mers dismissed it with contempt and said directly, great undertakings always require sacrifice. My subordinates all had that awareness before joining Zero. And Mume was the same. She joined the organization to destroy the ninja world and longed to use her power to her heart's content. Hearing that, Boruto got angry and shouted, the current Mume doesn't want that at all. Mers sneered. Yeah. Because of some idiot's boring instigation. She lost the will to fight and even became impossible to control. As he spoke, Mers lowered his head and looked at Mume, speaking indifferently. At the end of the day, she's just dead weight now. But luckily, she still has a little value left. Oh right, Boruto Uzumaki. You said just now that you wanted to take Mume away, right? Boruto frowned at him. I did say that. Got a problem with it? No, do as you like. I don't need her anymore. As he said that, he grabbed Mume and violently threw her toward Boruto. Boruto was startled. What a complete bastard. Still, he did his best to catch Mume. When Naruto saw that, anger rose in his heart. But in that brief moment of distraction, Mers seized the chance. He instantly turned into an afterimage and charged at Naruto with a kunai in hand. You bastard! Naruto's right fist slammed directly into Mers' arm, knocking him back several steps. But Mers didn't give up the attack. Instead, he leaped up and kicked Naruto in the stomach, forcing him back several steps as well. After that exchange, both of them took some damage. Mers didn't continue pursuing and instead retreated a few steps, because Uchiha Sasuke was still nearby and could attack him at any moment. You've really got some skill. As expected of the 7th Hokage, Mers said with a sigh. Sasuke said, with just this much strength you want to defeat us? Aren't you being a little too full of yourself? Hearing that, Mers burst into laughter. Sure enough, my chance at victory is right now. Luring all of you here was the right choice. Still spouting nonsense when death is already at your doorstep. Mers was actually very clear about his own strength, and he said bluntly, under normal circumstances my power should be far inferior to yours. Quite regrettable. But what about now? After fighting until this point, you've already used up a lot of your strength. You're almost exhausted, aren't you? And yet I'm still standing here perfectly fine. That alone is the best proof. Sasuke glanced at him. So this is your chance to win? Naruto laughed. Then you're very mistaken. No matter how big the handicap is, the final winners will still be us. The earlier battle had consumed a huge amount of chakra. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the two of them were close to exhaustion now. But fortunately, Kurama was helping gather chakra for him. The longer the fight dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Naruto had no idea what confidence this Mers had to actually fight them. Ha ha ha. Mers laughed, and that laughter made the others feel baffled. Tadase had already moved far away from Mers, as if he knew what was about to happen. Have you ever heard of Yatsumahoko? This ability can freely control the chakra of those linked to it. It can even continuously send that chakra back to the user without end. That's why, in the past, the Uchiha clan wanted to use Yatsumahoko to strengthen all dojutsu. Although they ultimately all failed, the existence of Yatsumahoko still shocked the world. That was Uchiha Mume's ability? Sasuke asked. Mers didn't hide it and said frankly, that's right. That is Mume's unique ability. Only Mume's Sharingan can use it. But one day, I heard a piece of news. A new kind of artificial eye appeared in this world. Even though the higher-ups denied it, there were still rumors that once installed, could restore sight and grant powerful abilities. Katasuke was greatly shocked. Even though he had been standing in the back, he couldn't help running over, only to be stopped by Naruto. Tadase, don't tell me you gave him that artificial eye. Tadase laughed. That's right, I gave it to him. So what? Not only that, I also got some excellent data. At first, I was troubled over the source of chakra supply. Later, I found a method that could solve every problem at once. At this moment, Katasuke said to Naruto 7th Hokage, you must be careful. The artificial eyes Tadase created can copy dojutsu. Hearing that, both Sasuke and Naruto were greatly shocked. Copy dojutsu? Was this guy really that much of a genius? If that's true, Then doesn't that mean? Tadace burst into laughter. That's right. Looks like, 7th Hokage, you've already realized it. It's the ultimate dream function that can remove the restrictions of bloodline and let anyone use dojutsu. This ultimate artificial eye is the greatest masterpiece of my entire life. Sasuke muttered, if it really has that kind of ability. His expression gradually turned serious. He knew things might get troublesome next. Mers was laughing loudly at the side, looking extremely pleased. That's right now. As he spoke, he removed the ceiling cloth that had been wrapped around his head this whole time. I now possess Yatsuma Hoko. Naruto and Sasuke stared at Mers' eyes. They had already taken on the shape of the Sharingan. Sure enough, this guy had already copied the dojutsu of Yachihoko. Looks like you've already realized how dangerous these eyes are. Haven to you? Mers said smugly. But it's too late. As he spoke, Mers formed hand seals with both hands. The next second, the mark on the back of Naruto's hand lit up with red light again, and right after that, Naruto's chakra began to be drained away by Mers. In just a few breaths, more than half of Naruto's chakra was gone. And not just that. Everyone across the ninja world who had previously been branded with Yachihoko by Mume, whether ninja or ordinary civilians, was now having their chakra rapidly drained away as well. Right now, everyone in the ninja world has the connection of the infinite Tsukuyomi mark on them. You should both understand what that means, right? Their chakra is all under my control. I can manipulate their chakra however I want, and with that accumulated massive chakra, I can draw out the greatest power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I can even recreate that power. As he spoke, a massive Susanoo rose up from the ground. Judging by its size, it seemed even larger than Sasuke's by quite a bit. It's not the original, so the appearance is a little twisted. But it's already more than enough to bury you here. Because right now, you two are no longer the strongest of this era. Mers' face was full of pride. Even if this power was only borrowed, it was still strong enough. Once he killed these two strongest people in the ninja world, he would become the new strongest in the ninja world. As he spoke, he drew his tachi and slashed down fiercely. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly activated his Susanoo to protect everyone behind him. But compared to Mers' Susanoo, Sasuke's looked like a child standing against an adult. The gap was just too huge. Of course, Mers' Susanoo was formed from the gathered chakra of countless people. It was even far bigger than a complete body Susanoo. The surrounding area was nearly flattened by the storm from that slash. Boruto clung tightly to Mume, refusing to let go. You people right now are just insects that can be wiped out with a wave of my hand. Standing inside the forehead of the Susanoo, Mers mocked them wantonly. Naruto and Sasuke struggled to lift their heads. They had never expected Mers to still have a move like this. To be honest, if the two of them were in their peak condition, then no matter how much Mers' Susanoo grew, it would still be useless. But the problem was that the two of them had almost exhausted all their chakra, and even their bodies were utterly worn out. They simply had no extra strength left to fight against Mers. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke still weren't dead, Mers couldn't help but say, how tenacious. But it's over now. The gigantic Susanoo swung its tachi again. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then forcibly squeezed out their chakra to activate Susanoo and the Nine Tails, forming majestic attire Susanoo and barely blocking the strike. But even so, the two of them were still forced back continuously. Can this even count as resistance from you two? You're just squeezing out nearly dried up chakra and desperately stalling for time. Who would have thought that the two who created history would end up like this? How miserable. Ha ha ha. Your era is over. Next comes my era. As he spoke, he kept pushing down harder, determined to split the two of them in half. But the next second, the massive tachi was struck by a heavy blow. Its direction was actually bent away, and it slashed somewhere else. Naruto looked up and saw that the one who had launched the attack was actually Boruto. At this moment, the chakra on Boruto's body was more massive than ever before. It was even overflowing, just like Naruto in his golden chakra mode. Mers was stunned. How are you here? Weren't you already? He had thought that slash just now had already killed Boruto and Mume. But to his utter shock, Boruto was completely unharmed. Boruto's face was expressionless, but the rage in his eyes looked ready to burn everything down. Time rewound a little. Mume and Boruto had been blasted away by the aftershock and crashed onto the ground. The powerful impact also caused Mume to briefly return to normal. She woke up before Boruto did. When she saw Boruto lying on the ground, panic overwhelmed her. She wanted to stand up, but her exhausted body left her only able to crawl toward him. Boruto, I hate the ninja world and I hate ninja. But as long as you're here. Mume tightly held Boruto's hand, tears streaming down her face. This world. Boruto. As she spoke, she transferred all of her remaining chakra into Boruto. But because her chakra was completely exhausted, she fainted as well. Not long after, Boruto opened his eyes. Looking at the unconscious Mume, he gently covered her with his own clothes and softly said, wait for me. It'll be over soon. Thanks, Boruto. Naruto said as time returned to the present. Even though they were father and son, Naruto was still very polite. Looks like Mume did something again at the very end. But this battle isn't something a kid can interfere in anymore. Mers' expression changed, turning ice cold. Boruto said in a deep voice, "You've gone too far." He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "This era was built by Dad and the others after overcoming all kinds of hardships. But you want to destroy all of it. I can't forgive you. What I can't accept even more is that you used Mume, someone with such a painful past. You never treated her like a person at all." Mers burst into laughter. "Foolish. Mume was a weapon to begin with. What's wrong with using a weapon?" Boruto roared in anger. "Mume is my friend, and you dared to hurt my friend like that. I will never let you off." The chakra on his body suddenly exploded, and his entire aura underwent a huge change, startling Mers. Feeling the dampness on his neck, Mers found it hard to accept.
I'm sweating.
Against an opponent who's only relying on Mume to supply him chakra? Teenage Sasuke sneered when he saw this. That guy looks strong, and his Susanoo is huge, but he's just flashy on the outside and empty on the inside. He's not really that impressive at all. That's right. If Naruto and I hadn't used up too much chakra back then, dealing with him should have been easy. Sasuke Uchiha nodded in agreement. Susanoo isn't better just because it's bigger. Otherwise, Indra wouldn't have lost to Azura. Back then, Indra's Susanoo was much larger than Mers', but didn't it still get shattered in the end? This guy stole the power of the Uchiha clan. He absolutely cannot be forgiven. At the same time, Sasuke Uchiha's thoughts were a little extreme. If Mers were beside him right now, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to make that guy spend the coming days trapped in Genjutsu. The next target should already be obvious. Mers got defeated. The things happening in this future really are coming one after another. There's not even any time to catch your breath. 7th Hokage Naruto let out an emotional sigh. Things had been happening far too frequently. Even he himself was starting to feel like the ninja world might really be heading toward destruction. The Otsutsuki invasion, the Zero organization, and Kawaki Shinjutsu. Every one of those was a powerful force capable of shaking the entire ninja world. Yet they had all appeared repeatedly within the span of just one short year. If he and Sasuke hadn't been strong enough, the ninja world probably would have been finished long ago. That's just how the world is. The strong live, the weak die, Obito said, his tone full of emotion. Fortunately, he was one of the strong now. Otherwise, he might have ended up as cannon fodder too. The Sage of Six Paths remained silent. He couldn't understand why the ninja world had become like this. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. The world changed too quickly. It was far beyond what an outdated old man like him could interfere with now. He could only hope these young people would lead the ninja world toward a better future. Otherwise, if this continued, then even if the ninja world didn't perish at the hands of the Otsutsuki clan, it would die by the hands of the ninja themselves. Inside the mysterious cave, Mers' expression changed again and again. Mume had already left, and from the light screen, he had also learned of his future ending. Without question, he would fail. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a Kawaki storyline afterward. How had things developed to this point? Where exactly had it gone wrong? Pain. Could it be that my way of thinking was really wrong? Mers muttered to himself. Leader, what should we do next? Yeah, leader, what do we do? Then why don't we just start a war directly? Before the 5 great nations have time to prepare, we attack first. Maybe we can even crush them. Yeah, I think that method sounds pretty good. Hearing the lackeys below him, Maruzu's face instantly turned pitch black. What a bunch of idiots. They did want to start a war, but not go looking for death. With his current strength, if he ran into Sasuke and Naruto, forget fighting both of them at once, even against just one, they would be dead for sure. The two known as the strongest in the ninja world. Did these people think that was some kind of joke? Or were they just that confident in their boss? Maruzu was rolling his eyes inside, but he was also helpless. There was no way around it. If they still wanted to fight against the 5 great nations now, that would just be suicide. They might as well disband the organization and hide. Maybe then they could still survive. He gave 2 light coughs to quiet everyone below. Everyone, quiet. I have a plan that can let Zero organization rise from the dead. Please speak. Leader. The people below instantly got fired up like they'd been injected with chicken blood. That is, you guys run for it. The moment he finished speaking, Maruzu used the body flicker technique and left. At the same time, his voice rang in everyone's ears. From today onward, Zero organization is disbanded. Everyone, go home and find your own moms. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was this supposed to mean? What the hell? Their boss had already run off, so as his underlings, were they supposed to stay here and starve? In the end, they all cursed Maruzu for being less than human, but they also didn't dare linger. They were afraid the 5 great nations would come attacking. He took a deep breath and said flatly, forget it. Anyway, this plan will eventually wipe out everyone connected to the Kage. In that case, you'll disappear first. As soon as he finished speaking, Maruzu controlled the giant Susanoo and attacked Boruto. But Boruto stood firm without moving at all, showing no fear whatsoever. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke also stood up. My son is still fighting. As his father, how can I just stand by and watch? Naruto slowly stood on Boruto's right. Sasuke also said, I agree. How could a master lose to his disciple? One on the left, one on the right, like two guardian kings. I won't lose to you. Let's settle this once and for all. But reality very quickly slapped Maruzu in the face. At this moment, he was actually being suppressed by all three of them. He couldn't understand it at all. Just a moment ago, Naruto and Sasuke had still been getting suppressed by him, so how had it suddenly turned around now? Just because one more person had been added, Uzumaki Boruto, the whole battle situation could change this much? His face was filled with disbelief. But reality was relentlessly slapping him in the face. I am a god who will establish a new era. How could I possibly accept something like this? As he spoke, his hands formed seals. The Susanoo's great sword was raised high, gathering countless amounts of chakra. A blood-red light shone from it. The winds and clouds changed color. If the strike fell, everything within several thousand meters would be wiped clean. I absolutely cannot accept this. The giant sword came down. Naruto also refused to be outdone. During this time, the chakra Kurama had gathered was already more than enough. He immediately transformed into the true form of the Ninetales and blocked the giant sword. But the giant sword's power was so overwhelming that even Naruto found it somewhat troublesome. Kurama was slowly being forced down. Sasuke. Naruto had no choice but to call out to Sasuke. I know. On the other side, Sasuke was already sprinting at top speed. At the same time, he covered the Kusanagi sword in Amaterasu flames. Then he leaped high into the air and hurled the Kusanagi sword with all his strength. It slammed into the hexagonal crystal and shattered it open. A flaw appeared. Sasuke's face lit up with joy. Go, Boruto. On the other side, with help from Naruto's shadow clone, Boruto shot high into the air, carrying a Rasengan as he flew toward Maruzu. At this moment, Maruzu was gasping for breath. Both his mind and body were at their limits from exhaustion. Sure enough, using a Sharingan that wasn't originally his was incredibly taxing. Woa! Boruto shouted out uncontrollably. Maruzu quickly turned his head to look, gritting his teeth. You damn brat. The era is built by humans. We don't need a self-righteous god making decisions for us. Holding the Rasengan, Boruto charged forward with unstoppable courage. Maruzu frantically tried to use chakra to patch the opening Sasuke had smashed into the crystal, but it was already too late. The Rasengan shattered the crystal prism and slammed heavily into Maruzu's body. Impossible. I was actually defeated by a brat like this. Maruzu's eyes were full of disbelief. How could he possibly lose? Lose to a brat like this? You bastard. Don't underestimate ninja. Maruzu instantly turned into a shooting star and flew off toward the distant horizon. In this battle, Maruzu was defeated, and Uzumaki Boruto won. Right at that moment, Katasuke suddenly shouted, Young master! Boruto immediately snapped back to himself and ran toward them. Mume was lying on the ground, covered by Boruto's jacket. Her breathing was weak, with more going out than coming in. The chakra she had transferred to Boruto just now had nearly exhausted all of her own chakra. The only reason she had lasted until now was purely because of her own willpower. Mume, are you okay? Boruto asked anxiously, and the panic on his face was clearly real. It's okay. I know my own body. Mume gently shook her head. She opened her eyes, but those eyes were no longer as lively as before. Instead, they were vacant, as if they could close at any moment and never open again. Boruto, I'm really happy that I could become friends with you, but I'm still in so much pain. So much pain. Tears flowed from Mume's eyes. I still can't forget what happened before. I've been suffering so much, but I'm sorry. Mume's voice grew weaker and weaker. Boruto quickly said, Enough, I get it. You don't need to say any more. Cough, cough. Mume suddenly coughed violently. Hey Boruto. Where did you go? Boruto's body trembled. He knew Mume's life was about to reach its end. When a person gradually approaches death, the first thing they lose is their sight. Boruto tightly held Mume's little hand and said softly, I'm right here, Mume. Don't worry. I'm right here, right by your side. His voice was already carrying a sob. Clearly, he couldn't accept Mume's ending. A smile suddenly appeared on Mume's face. The hand Boruto was holding suddenly gave off a fluorescent glow, and a brilliant stone appeared in Boruto's palm. This is my brilliant stone with Boruto. Even though it's small, I treasure it very much. Can you keep it? Boruto's blue eyes were already filled with tears. He softly answered by Mume's ear, I can. I'll keep it. But you know, this brilliant stone still has to keep getting bigger. Later, let's go out and have fun everywhere together. Okay? As he said that, Boruto forced a smile onto his face. That kind of forced smile really didn't suit him. Everyone could see just how sad Boruto was right now. This is so awful. Why does this have to be the end? I wanted to go together. I wanted to go everywhere with Boruto. I really can't accept it. Suddenly, Mumei's right hand dropped weakly. The tears at the corners of her eyes slid down her cheeks. Mumei! Boruto's heart-wrenching scream echoed in all directions. Shikadai softly comforted him. Boruto, the dead can't come back to life. You need to pull yourself together. But Boruto was still crying, completely unable to hear what Shikadai had said. Elsewhere, Tess had avoided the battle from earlier. Seeing this scene, a sinister smile appeared on his face. This time I failed. But next time I definitely won't. You won't have a next time. Shikamaru Nara appeared from who knew where and said coldly. Then, with a single ninjutsu, he bound him and captured him. The sun rose as usual. Thanks to Boruto and the others, the turmoil in the ninja world recovered quickly this time, and everyone was happily celebrating the end of the war. No one knew that a young girl had paid for this war with her life. And just like that, the rebellion caused by Zero came to an end. None of the 5 great ninja villages suffered any major damage. There was only one casualty, a single young girl. Why had things turned out this way? In the beginning, it had clearly just been a trivial matter. Next is the news report. After the above investigation, more than 10 mission-assigned suspected spy ninja who aided the rebellion have already been arrested. The investigation into influential figures who provided funding to Zero is still ongoing. From here on, the search will be led by the Hokage's office. At Naruto's house, a thoughtful look flashed across Boruto's face as he listened to the broadcast. Not long after, Himawari came over to him. There seemed to be hesitation on her face, like she wanted to say something but couldn't. Boruto smiled, took a necklace out of his pocket, and said softly, Himawari, I have something for you. It's not what I promised, though. It was the bright stone necklace forged from the stone connected to Boruto and Mumei. Wow, it's so pretty. Delight appeared on Himawari's face. Since I couldn't get Dad's necklace in the end. But this is only being kept with you for now, okay? This is Big Brother's treasure. So don't lose it. Himawari asked hesitantly, if it's that important, can I really accept it? Boruto nodded lightly. It's fine. Just take it. She stayed in darkness all this time, so I want her to get some sunlight. Himawari was born facing the sun, while Mumei lived in darkness. So Boruto wanted Himawari to accompany Mumei. What a good idea. But my missions are going to be busy after this, and if I keep it on me, I might lose it. So I'm leaving it to you, Himawari. Himawari looked completely confused. Even though I don't really understand. I just need to protect her properly, right? Boruto laughed and rubbed Himawari's head. Yeah. Little Hima is amazing. Boruto did well. 7th Hokage Naruto praised him sincerely. In the end, he even let Mumei, who had been trapped in darkness, stay by Himawari's side, someone who symbolizes sunlight. That arrangement was really good. Boruto shook his head. Not really. What's the point of handling things well after someone has gone? Dead is still dead. His tone was a little downcast, as if he still couldn't accept it. Such a good girl had actually been forced to death like that. It was just too much. Mumei, who was currently on her way to Konoha, sighed in her heart when she saw this. Good thing she had run fast enough. Otherwise, she might really have ended up like that version in the light screen. Somehow, if I don't kill Maruzu, I just can't feel at ease. Mumei shook her head. Forget it. What's done is done. Right now, finding Boruto is what matters most. She already couldn't wait to see him. Only Boruto could redeem her. Only Boruto could let her feel even a little warmth in this filthy ninja world. In the distant Warring States era. Seeing this, Mumei's heart trembled. She stopped waiting and acted without another word, directly using her eye power to destroy the fence. Pitch-black flames quickly broke the seal, and then she used Amaterasu to destroy the shackles on her hands and feet. Feeling much lighter, she quickly left the old house. The people outside were scared out of their minds when they saw Mumei, but under the power of the Mangekyo, they were controlled with ease. Then Mumei marked them with Yakimita. With the support of a massive amount of chakra, her stamina gradually recovered as well. Finally, after waves of shouts of Mumei escaped, rang out from the prison, Mumei successfully escaped from the Uchiha clan compound. Looking at the sunlight slowly rising in the sky, a smile appeared on Mumei's face. Alright, next, let us begin a grand escape straight into the sunlight. It was over. After more than half a month, the light screen's broadcast had ended once again. Everyone sighed inwardly, feeling as if something in their hearts had suddenly gone missing. Actually, everyone probably understood this feeling. Like when you're watching some TV drama or reading a novel, and one day it suddenly ends, leaving you with a strange sense of emptiness. At this moment, most people in the ninja world felt exactly like that. But they had no way to affect the heavenly screen. Unlike ordinary people like us, they couldn't just go back and watch it again. That's life. Gain and loss. Boruto took one last look at the heavenly screen, then seemed to make up his mind and turned to look at 7th Hokage Naruto. What, is there something you want to say to Dad? 7th Hokage Naruto asked curiously. Dad, can we bring Mumei here? Bring Mumei here? That suggestion made all the men present turn to look at Boruto at the same time. Especially Sarada. Her eyes were practically spitting fire. What do you mean by that? Why bring her here? But Sarada still had the pride of an Uchiha that belonged to herself. No matter how upset she was inside, she still didn't say it out loud. Among everyone there, Tonari was the most jumpy. Young Naruto had become much more mature in both strength and mindset because of his huge growth in power and the return of his parents. Far beyond what Tonari was now. As for Sasuke, he had always been cold by nature, so there was even less to say. So Tonari waggled his brows and said, I know. Boruto's basically just like I was back then. Yes, in heat. Boruto's face instantly turned red. He glared at Tonari, completely losing the respect he had at the beginning. Bullshit. You're the one in heat. Your whole family's in heat. But seeing him roar so helplessly only made everyone laugh. None of them took it seriously, and instead they became even more convinced that Tonari was right. Boruto had hit that stage. 7th Hokage Naruto coughed twice, preparing to fulfill his role as a father. Boruto, you're still young. You're not old enough yet. At the very least, wait until you're 17 or 18 before thinking about stuff like this. Got it? Hearing that, Boruto's stubborn side flared up, even though he really didn't have those kinds of thoughts. Why should I? I heard from Uncle Shikamaru that when you were about my age, you were running after Aunt Sakura all day long. What right do you have to lecture me? The disdain on Boruto's face was practically overflowing. 7th Hokage Naruto immediately froze in embarrassment. He wanted to argue back, but after thinking about it, Boruto was completely right. How was he supposed to argue against that? He scratched his head. Then couldn't help shooting Shikamaru a hard glare. Shikamaru said awkwardly, Boruto, don't talk nonsense. I never told you that. After Boruto finished watching Naruto and Sasuke's battle against Momoshiki, the grudge in his heart toward his father gradually faded away. After that, he often went around asking people about Naruto's childhood. Back then, Shikamaru hadn't been careful with his words at all, and he had directly told Boruto everything he knew. And so, today's awkward situation was born. Off to the side, Sarada gave a cold snort, then turned and walked away. Sarada, where are you going? Boruto quickly asked when he saw her leave. What does it have to do with you? That one sentence left Boruto speechless, and she kept walking. Boruto pouted. What's with her? I was obviously worried about her. Samaire said softly, maybe Sarada's feeling a little uncomfortable inside. Boruto glanced at her and asked in confusion, uncomfortable? I'm uncomfortable too. Anyway, Boruto couldn't understand why Sarada was acting like that, so he simply looked at Naruto instead. So, can we or not, old man? Just give me a straight answer. Naruto scratched his head, his face helpless. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't asked, I still would found a way to bring Mume here. That girl is just too pitiful. Boruto nodded excitedly. Thanks, Dad. As for Sarada leaving, Boruto already felt like it didn't matter much at this point. After all, there was Mume, a proper and traditional Uchiha. I've been on Team Boromume ever since the Warring States era. As for Sarada, let her become Hokage instead. On a distant planet in a distant age. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the gradually fading light screen and let out a cold snort in his heart. Enjoy yourselves. You won't be able to stay smug for much longer. Then he waved his hand, directly creating a hurricane in the starry sky that swept across heaven and earth. A small planet exploded with a thunderous boom, turning into a giant firework in the cosmos. That planet, 1/10 the size of the ninja world, was just smashed apart like that. My power has increased again. But it's still not enough. Compared to the Otsutsuki god, I'm still too weak. Too weak. I need to refine more Otsutsuki into pills. I need to become even stronger, Momoshiki muttered. During this period, he had continuously locked onto members of the Otsutsuki clan, then absorbed them all through his own ability. Only then had he finally evolved to this stage, though he had also suffered endless pursuit from countless Otsutsuki. But none of that mattered to him. Those Otsutsuki were all just coming to deliver themselves to him. However many came, he would devour them all. That was also one of the main reasons his strength was growing so quickly now. With his original personality, once his strength increased, he would have rushed straight back to the ninja world for revenge. But now he had learned his lesson. Without absolute crushing strength, he would never return to the ninja world. If he overturned and failed, how miserable would that be? He would also be letting down the power the light screen had gifted him. Just wait for me, Boruto Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, and all you trash of the ninja world. I definitely won't let any of you off. This time I will refine every last one of you into pills, Momoshiki thought coldly. Meanwhile, on the other end of the starry sky, Ishiki was still avoiding the Otsutsuki clan's pursuit. During this period, through an Otsutsuki anchor spike, he had returned to the Otsutsuki ancestral planet and stolen the clan's supreme treasure, which directly caused the Otsutsuki clan to hunt him down without rest until one side died. The treasure was called Flowing Years. It only had one effect, accelerating the flow of time within a certain area. Its ability was terrifying, and it consumed nothing at all. It was practically a super weapon. If used properly, it could even instantly kill an enemy. He had also used this ability to plant quite a few god trees and eat quite a few fruits. So rather than saying he was hiding from the Otsutsuki clan's pursuit, it would be more accurate to say he was using the Otsutsuki clan to conveniently feed the Ten-Tails. These people will all become my nourishment. Ninja World. Naruto Uzumaki. Kawaki. I will return. Just wait for me. And Amato too. That damn traitor. At the thought of Amato, Ishiki gritted his teeth in rage. He had worked so hard for so many years, only to make wedding clothes for someone else. How could he possibly accept that? Once I devour 3 more fruits, I can return to the ninja world. Ishiki thought to himself that the first thing he would do after returning to the ninja world would be to plant the god tree. It seemed there was still an Otsutsuki staying in the ninja world. What was his name? Momoshiki. Even if Momoshiki was an Otsutsuki noble, strength was what truly mattered. Trash like Momoshiki was only fit to be fed to the god tree. A cold sneer rose in his heart. He was claiming victory in this war. Right, and that bitch Kagaya too. Even though I don't know where she's been sealed, it shouldn't be hard to find her. Once I find her, I'll make sure she experiences every kind of torture. Ha ha ha. The moment that thought came to him, Ishiki felt a rush inside his skull and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ninja World. Boruto. Mume. Boruto. Mume. Shikadai, standing to the side, felt like his ears were about to grow calluses from listening to them. Enough, you two. Are you done yet? How many times have you called each other's names already? Even if you're not annoyed, the rest of us are. Yesterday, Mume had successfully arrived in Konoha. At the time, Boruto had been overjoyed. Looking at this authentic and traditional little Uchiha girl, the excitement on his face was obvious to anyone. Mume had still been full of caution back then, but the moment Boruto came out, her expression changed immediately. So after just 1 day of getting along, things had completely turned into this. Little Naruto also spoke up from the side. Boruto, girls are great and all, but you should still control yourself a little. Boruto curled his lips. You shut up. Who knows what you and little mom are doing every day? Ah, you brat, you're asking for a beating. That one sentence made Naruto's face turn bright red on the spot, and he immediately moved to rush over and beat Boruto up. But at the critical moment, Mume stepped in front of Boruto. Her Mangekyo Sharingan glared furiously at Naruto, as if saying, if you dare come forward, I dare use Amaterasu to burn you. Looking at it this way, I still feel like Mume looks a lot like Sasuke, Tonari said from the side while stroking his chin. You already said that. You don't need to say it again. Sasuke shot him a glare, his Rinnegan practically glaring out of its socket. Tonari jumped in fright and said aggrievedly, fine, I won't say it, but I have a question. Tonari suddenly spoke up, and everyone's gaze instantly turned toward him. They all wanted to know what kind of thing this guy was about to spit out now. Ever since Tonari came down from the moon, his mouth had become more and more annoying. What he said was usually right, but every sentence stabbed people straight in the heart. Felt even more outrageous than Sai. If they didn't know Tonari's background, Nara Shikamaru would absolutely have thought those two were sworn brothers. Go ahead, Naruto said faintly. To be honest, he really didn't want to hear Tonari talk right now. That guy still hadn't given up on Hinata, and if Naruto weren't putting the bigger picture first, he definitely would have taught that bastard another lesson. Tonari grinned and said, I suddenly got very curious. If Sasuke were a girl, Naruto, would you have fallen for him? Huh? Everyone present was dumbfounded. What kind of question was that? What kind of relationship did Naruto and Sasuke have? They were best friends. Naruto had chased after Sasuke for hundreds of episodes. But after thinking about it carefully, everyone felt like Tonari might actually have a point. If Sasuke were a girl, and Naruto had chased after him for hundreds of episodes, then maybe the two of them really would have naturally ended up together. There wouldn't have been any Hinata or Sakura situation at all. I think that's possible, Boruto said after thinking for a moment. During this period, he had also learned about his father's and master's childhood story, and he couldn't help sighing over it. If that possibility were real, maybe Naruto really would have ended up with Sasuke. Idiot, no way. Little Sasuke suddenly smashed a fist onto Boruto's head and shouted angrily. He was a genuine straight man. Don't pin that kind of impossible nonsense on him. But speaking of that, I'm actually pretty curious. If the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan had children together, would they directly give birth to an Otsutsuki? Nara Shikamaru said thoughtfully from the side. He had long known about the inheritance of the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan. For example, the Uchiha inherited Indra, while both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan were descendants of Ashura. If an Uchiha and an Uzumaki or a Senju got together, maybe they really could give birth to an Otsutsuki. At that, everyone fell silent, then turned to look at the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths gave 2 light coughs, and a thoughtful look also appeared on his face. That does seem like it might really produce an Otsutsuki. Of course, The prerequisite is that both people must be strong enough, and their bloodlines must have the possibility of atavism. But Boruto and Mume don't need to worry about that problem. Mume herself is already very strong and has awakened the Mangekyo, while Boruto already counts as half an Otsutsuki. If the two of them were to unite, they really might have an Otsutsuki child. Boruto's face instantly turned bright red from those words, and he blurted out, "Grandpa Sage, what are you even talking about? What do you mean having kids? Mume and I are friends. Very good friends. I've never thought about that kind of thing." Hearing that, Mume's expression changed. She let out a cold snort, turned around, and left. Boruto really had no tact at all. "I already ran out of the Zero organization, and you really think a simple word like friends can brush me off? Wish on. You don't want to have children with me? Then I insist on having them with you. I'll make you give me 10 or 8 of them. Just so happens the Uzumaki clan is practically on the verge of extinction anyway. That way, I can also become the woman who revives the Uzumaki clan. Boruto, hurry and go after her." 7th Hokage Naruto quickly said. "Ah!" Boruto let out a confused sound, his face full of puzzlement. He had no idea why Mume had suddenly gotten so angry, or which sentence he had said wrong. And Sarada had run off too. What kind of situation was this? Seeing this scene, adult Sasuke's expression became a little complicated. He also glanced at Sumire Keikei and sighed inwardly. It looked like the title of Konoha's succubus was about to change owners. This brat's charm was even greater than his old man's. At this moment, Sumire Keikei was also lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking. "Class rep, help me out here. Go ask the two of them what's wrong. Why did they leave without saying a word?" Boruto shuffled over to Sumire Keikei's side and whispered softly to her. Sumire Keikei's expression gradually stiffened. "Ah? You want me to go? Can't you see the look on my face?" But in the face of Boruto's request, she had no way to refuse at all. In the end, she could only nod helplessly and follow after them. Seeing this, Sasuke let out a sigh. He stepped forward 2 paces, patted Boruto on the shoulder, and said with feeling, "Boruto, your life is basically over. There's a good chance you'll be single forever." Kakashi stared at him in shock. "Huh? You'd actually say something like that? Are you kidding me? You can't even handle your own daughter calling that thing little peanut. And now you're planning to teach someone how to fall in love? Are you sure you didn't T-switch to the wrong channel?" If Sasuke knew what the 6th Hokage Kakashi was thinking, he would definitely curse him out. "What the hell would a forever alone guy like you know? No wonder you stayed single your whole life." But it was really strange. In the past, every time the video finished playing, rewards would be sent out. So why was there nothing this time? It had already been 2 days since the light screen closed, yet there was still no sign at all of any reward being distributed. That couldn't help but make Naruto suspicious. "Yeah, it does feel weird," Tonari said with a sigh. "It's possible the video isn't actually finished yet. Maybe there's still more to come." Nara Shikamaru analyzed. "That really doesn't fit the usual pattern. Logically, there should have been rewards by now. Right now, they were all counting on the rewards from the light screen. Otherwise, when facing the Otsutsuki, the ninja world would still be under quite a bit of pressure." Meanwhile, Boruto sat off to the side, still thinking about why Mume and Sarada had left. Then suddenly, he jolted in shock as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Those two both like me? The moment that thought appeared, he couldn't stop it anymore. He quickly got to his feet and chased after them. Even though half an hour had already passed, he should still be able to catch up. "Boruto, where are you going?" The 7th Hokage Naruto shouted. "To go after them." Boruto shouted back. "Go after them?" Naruto was a little confused, but then he suddenly understood. He was probably going after Mume and Sarada. I wonder which one that guy Boruto is going to choose in the end. Tonari wore a clearly ill-intentioned grin, his expression downright lecherous. Combined with his pale skin, the whole thing looked creepy no matter how you looked at it. "What is it to you? If it's none of your business, then don't talk nonsense. The waters here run deep. You can't handle it," Naruto said as he glanced at him calmly. Tonari was startled. He shot Naruto an annoyed look, then squatted down resentfully and started drawing circles on the ground. "Bastard. I was the one who saw through your son's feelings, and now you're throwing me away once the job is done. Truly heartless." Tonari muttered curses at Naruto while drawing circles. Everyone present knew exactly what little scheme he had in mind. Wasn't it just that he wanted to become Boruto's dad? Naruto snorted at him, feeling utterly helpless inside. Back when they were watching the light screen, Tonari had seemed like a cold and aloof handsome man. But why was it that once he came down from the moon and entered reality, he turned into such a goofball? He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, while Boruto was rapidly chasing after Mume and Sarada, his body suddenly stiffened. Right after that, a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind. "I want to name her Hikari." "Hikari?" The man sounded puzzled. He didn't understand why his wife wanted to give their daughter that name. "Uchiha Hikari. I want her to release her own light in this dark ninja world. The man burst out laughing, the smile on his face growing wider and wider, as if he found his daughter's name especially beautiful. Hikari. Good. Uchiha Hikari. I hope that in this dark ninja world, you'll always be able to pursue the light in your own heart. The husband and wife smiled at each other, and the memory ended there. Boruto rubbed his head, feeling baffled, but he quickly reacted. Uchiha Hikari was Uchiha Mume. Hikari. What a beautiful name. So your parents didn't abandon you. They had such high hopes for you. Boruto muttered, his face full of sadness. He hesitated over whether or not he should tell Mume about this. He could roughly guess what would happen once he did. She would most likely break down in tears. But even so, he still wanted her to know. This was Mume's right. No. It should be Uchiha Hikari. Starting today, she'll be light that chases the sun, with a dazzling future ahead of her. Boruto clenched his fists, a trace of determination flashing across his face. No matter what happened in the future, he would protect Mume well. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Not the Otsutsuki. Not even gods. Then, by sensing chakra, he barely managed to find Mume. When Mume saw him, a flash of delight first appeared in her eyes, but very quickly, that joy turned into calmness. Why are you here? Weren't you talking with the 7th Hokage? Boruto looked at Uchiha Hikari and Sarada, who were chatting happily, and an awkward look flashed across his face. He said sheepishly, looks like I came at the wrong time. You came at the perfect time, Sarada hurriedly said. The moment she said that, her face turned red. What a strange line. The fact that words like that had actually come out of her mouth felt unbelievable to her. And no matter how she listened to it, it sounded weird. She secretly thought so to herself. Fortunately, Boruto didn't seem to catch any special meaning in it. Whereas the class rep. Boruto looked around but didn't see Samaire Kekiai anywhere, and couldn't help asking curiously. Samaire had come looking for the two of them even earlier than he had. So why wasn't she here right now? If she were here, wouldn't that make it an even more unbelievable scene with 3 people? No wait, did I just awaken some weird attribute or something? Boruto quickly shook his head and drove away that impossible thought. Didn't he see her? It doesn't look like the class rep came this way. Sarada shook her head. She hadn't seen Samaire either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing this close to Mume. Forget the class rep for now. Mume, I came here because there's something very important I need to tell you. Seeing Boruto act so serious, Mume also nodded solemnly and listened carefully. Then Boruto told her about the sudden memory he had received. Just as Boruto had guessed, Mume's eyes instantly turned red and filled with tears. Hikari, Hikari. So I have a name too. I'm not some so-called Uchiha weapon, but an Uchiha clanswoman with a name of my own. After learning that her name was Uchiha Hikari, Hikari's expression kept shifting between excitement and sorrow. If her mangekyo had not already reached its limit, Boruto felt that at this moment, she might even have awakened the mangekyo once more. Boruto, from now on you have to call me Hikari. Hikari said at once. I understand, Hikari. Boruto nodded gently. Naturally, he didn't want to disappoint Uchiha Hikari. Sarada revealed an awkward smile from the side. Felt like there was no place for her here anymore. A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. But she still forcibly held back her tears and rubbed her reddened eyes. I got sand in my eyes. If Gar were standing here, he would definitely say, if you're crying, then you're crying. Don't make the sand take the blame. Sand isn't taking that blame. Boruto's expression stiffened a little. Although he had just realized the feelings of the 2 girls, having him accept it right now was still pretty difficult. As expected, the title of Konoha Succubus really was something he still couldn't bear. Dad, how exactly did you deal with so many women back then without making them angry? If Naruto were here, he would definitely say because they were all movie characters, not people from the main story. They never even met each other, so there was naturally no need to worry about stopping them from fighting. Day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye another 5 days went by. During this time, everyone continued training step by step as usual. The only difference was that Amato's experiment had succeeded. Otsutsuki Shirbai's karma had been successfully implanted into little Naruto's body, and it was a 100% perfect adaptation. At the time, everyone had been shocked. After all, among so many people, the highest compatibility had only been Boruto's, and even that was no more than 10%. But the moment Naruto stepped in, it was directly as high as 100%. Even Amato, who had conducted countless experiments, could hardly believe such a fusion rate. And this also meant that if Naruto grew normally, then his lower limit would be the Otsutsuki god. With Naruto's current strength plus the karma of the Otsutsuki god, he had already surpassed the true Otsutsuki god. If Momoshiki and Ishiki still don't show up, we're gonna run out of time, Naruto complained. Even the advanced version of the space-time traversal gate only lasted 1 month, and now 28 days had already passed. There were only 2 days left before it ended. Minato Namikaze also let out a sigh. If this keeps going, we'll have to go back and recharge first. They weren't afraid of recharging. What they were afraid of was Momoshiki and Ishiki suddenly attacking while they were away. If that happened, the ninja world would be finished. Even though they had quite a few top-tier fighters now, to be honest, everyone felt the odds were still slim if they wanted to defeat two greatly empowered Otsutsuki. But right at that moment, the light screen in the sky suddenly lit up, and a voice rang out at the same time. Everyone's sorry about that. This system was away on business recently, and I forgot to send out the rewards from the last video. My apologies. I'll send them now. Everyone immediately felt relieved. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The light screen hadn't forgotten about this, or the pressure of dealing with the Otsutsuki clan would have become even greater. Now that the light screen was giving rewards again, it should at least raise the ninja world's strength a bit more and reduce the power gap. In the Boruto era, Naruto Uzumaki is rewarded with 10 times chakra, Kurama is rewarded with 10 times chakra, 5 million points, and the divine technique from another world, Turtle Destruction Wave. Sasuke Uchiha is rewarded with 10 times chakra, the divine technique from another world, Divine Firmament Heavenly Lightning, and 5 million points. Boruto Uzumaki is rewarded with perfect mastery of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's Kama, cannot be used for Otsutsuki reincarnation, 50 times chakra, and 1 million points. Shikamaru Nara, chakra increased by 10 times. Hikari Uchiha, chakra increased by 50 times. Sharingan evolves into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Resistance to sealing techniques greatly increased. Sarada Uchiha, chakra increased by 30 times. Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mitsuki, chakra increased by 30 times. Sage mode fully mastered. All other characters who appeared will uniformly receive a tenfold increase in chakra. In an instant, the entire ninja world was shaken. Everyone turned to look toward Konohagakure, especially the other 4 great ninja villages. They all understood that Konoha had now become even stronger, but they were also secretly glad, because the main force against the Otsutsuki was Konoha. That was for the best. Otherwise, if ordinary ninja like them were sent to the front lines, they would probably all get one shot in an instant. In addition, because of little Naruto Uzumaki's outstanding performance, he is specially rewarded with the Otsutsuki Stake Divine Technique, as well as instant movement. Little Naruto was completely dumbfounded. He smacked his lips, eyes wide open. My outstanding performance? That's not right. When did I ever perform? Naruto was full of confusion, but he was also very happy because the logic was simple. Anyone who turns down free benefits is an idiot. What is the Otsutsuki Stake Divine Technique? Naruto, Sasuke quickly asked. After reading the reward memories from the light screen, Naruto's expression turned a little strange. It lets me directly lock onto an Otsutsuki, then instantly move to their side. This power was very strange. He had no idea why the light screen had given him this ability. After all, among Otsutsuki Shirbai's powers was the ability to turn Otsutsuki into pills and swallow them to increase one's own strength. During this period of time, Naruto and Otsutsuki Shirbai had already completely fused together, so naturally he could use that ability too. Interesting. A trace of a smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's face. That smile made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Very soon, Naruto told everyone his idea. A moment later, everyone stared at Naruto in complete shock. You're saying you want to devour the Otsutsuki and take their power for yourself? The Sage of Six Paths was stunned. He knew Naruto had gotten a lot bolder lately, but he hadn't expected him to be this bold. That's right, Grandpa Sage of Six Paths. And my first target is Kaguya. Huh? Kaguya? Minato Namikaze almost slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. What the hell was this little brat saying? Even if Kaguya hadn't exactly been a proper mother, she was still the Sage of Six Paths' mother no matter what. Wasn't he saying that way too hurtful? The Sage of Six Paths' shocked expression froze on his face. He had never expected Naruto to say something like that, but very quickly he gave a heavy nod. All right, no problem. I'll leave Mother to you, but I hope you can let her go without pain. After all, the Sage of Six Paths had been revered as a sage of the ninja world for thousands of years. He had always put the ninja world first. Even if the other party was his own mother, he would not show mercy. All right, I understand, Grandpa Sage of Six Paths. Don't worry. I'll make Kaguya's power become a part of me, an important force for driving out the Otsutsuki. I'll also make Kaguya shine and contribute to the ninja world. Kaguya had committed too much evil against the ninja world in the past. Now it was time for her to shine and contribute. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Just sealing her for 1,000 years was far from enough. A qualified capitalist should squeeze out every last bit of value from them before letting them die. Then Naruto activated instant movement and sensed Kaguya's aura throughout the surrounding space. Back then, Naruto and Sasuke had not sealed Kaguya inside this space. More accurately, she had been sealed in another dimension. But with the power of the Otsutsuki god to freely traverse space, combined with instant movement, it was very convenient for Naruto to travel through alternate dimensions. At last, Naruto found Kaguya in a world of ice and snow. It was a gigantic moon, even larger than the moon in the ninja world. This was the best proof of how Naruto and Sasuke, at the peak of their power, had sealed Kagaya. What terrifying might! It was practically world-destroying. Sensing Kagaya's aura inside that massive celestial body, Naruto moved with a thought and directly entered the internal space of the planet. Kagaya, who had been sleeping, looked at the suddenly appearing Naruto, her eyes going wide. "Naruto Uzumaki, how are you here?" Her voice was light and clear, but broken and intermittent. Clearly, the long period of sealing had caused problems with her ability to speak. Naruto gave a faint smile and slowly explained everything. "So, you want to devour me?" Otsutsuki Kagaya asked blankly. "That's right. And you don't have any right to choose, do you?" Naruto replied calmly. "I imagine you know very well just how serious your sins are. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you damaged the ninja world and killed who knows how many people. Now I'm giving you a chance to atone. I'm sure you should be very willing, right?" Naruto said with a smile. Kagaya stared at Naruto in shock, as if asking what nonsense he was even talking about. "The ninja world? Ninja? Do you know that if it weren't for my chakra, would you even have been able to produce ninja? Obviously not. You ninja should be thanking me instead. That chakra was all mine to begin with." Kagaya was so furious she almost started smoking from all 7 orifices. But with her eloquence, she simply couldn't compete with Naruto. Then her face darkened and she said in a deep voice, "What if I refuse? Bullshit. Who would willingly give up all their cultivation and become someone else's nourishment? I already said you don't have a choice. But I promised Grandpa Sage of 6 Paths that I'd make it less painful for you. So even if you refuse, I still want to kill you in a painful way." Naruto looked completely serious, and Kagaya could tell that this matter was not going to end easily. If things went badly, she really might die here today. Kagaya took a deep breath and attacked first. All-killing ash bones. Countless pitch-black bone spikes shot toward Naruto. But with Naruto's current strength, he would have known what Kagaya was doing even with his eyes closed. Using instant movement, he appeared behind Kagaya in the blink of an eye, then savagely kicked her in the waist. After that, he shot downward at extreme speed toward the falling Kagaya and slammed a fierce punch into her chest. The pain instantly twisted Kagaya's face. No matter how strong she was, a woman was still a woman and still had bodily limits. Even if Naruto might not have done it on purpose, that punch had truly injured her. The injuries weren't serious, but they were extremely humiliating. Kagaya's face flushed red with rage, and she fired another all-killing ash bones. Naruto let out a mocking laugh. This woman had lived for so many years for nothing. Her raw power was terrifying, but her combat skill and technique were absolutely bottom tier. In the next instant, he used instant transmission again and appeared behind Kagaya. His right hand clamped tightly onto her head. Then he activated the power of the Otsutsuki. "Be refined into a pill, Kagaya." Naruto laughed loudly. Then Kagaya's body twisted like a wrung rope, followed immediately by her miserable screams. The sound was shrill and tragic, but Naruto didn't waver in the slightest. For the greater good, he had to become stronger no matter what. Besides, this was just an Otsutsuki. There was no need for mercy. He had seen too many tragedies through the light screen. By now, Naruto's heart was as hard as steel. No matter what happened, he could endure it. In just a short moment, Kagaya turned into a blood-red pill. Feeling the powerful energy within it, Naruto revealed a smile, then swallowed the entire pill in just a few bites. Whoosh! The chakra throughout his body instantly erupted. The magma inside the planet suddenly went berserk, bubbling and surging as if it could erupt at any moment. A sharp glint flashed through Naruto's eyes. Since Kagaya was already gone, there was no point leaving this place intact.
Yin Yang rilis, Ruin Rasengan.
A half-black, half-white Rasengan appeared in his hand. Naruto lowered his palm, and the Rasengan dropped into the magma. At first, nothing unusual happened, but only a few seconds later, the magma began to churn violently, then splash upward. Goodbye. The instant Naruto used instant transmission to leave, the planet could no longer bear the strain and exploded, becoming a mysterious firework in the alternate dimension. But after devouring Kagaya, Naruto did not return to the ninja world immediately. Instead, he continued sensing the aura of the Otsutsuki clan throughout the vast expanse of the universe. He wanted to devour more Otsutsuki and use them to make himself even stronger. If he wanted to defeat the Otsutsuki, then he first had to become an Otsutsuki himself. After sensing one, a faint smile appeared on Naruto's face. This Otsutsuki's aura was much weaker than Kagaya's. It looked like he had never eaten a fruit before, but that didn't matter. As long as it could raise his strength, that was enough. Using the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine technique together with instant transmission, Naruto arrived before Otsutsuki Sanshiki in an instant. That gave Otsutsuki Sanshiki a huge scare. What the hell was this? How had a human suddenly appeared right in front of him? Who are you? Naruto didn't waste words with him. Without another word, he charged straight in. Otsutsuki Sanshiki froze for a moment. Was this human an idiot? He was a noble member of the Otsutsuki clan. Who gave some human the courage to attack him? He let out a savage grin. Inferior creature courting death. But in the very next moment he was dumbfounded. The human in front of him vanished without a trace. Then, before he could react, he felt a heavy punch slam into his lower back. The next instant, his whole body was sent flying sideways. The force was so great it nearly blasted him out into the starry void. What the hell was with this guy? Otsutsuki Sanshiki rubbed his lower back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, disbelief filling his face. His eyes were practically bulging out. What was wrong with this human? Why was he this strong? Naruto looked at his own fist in confusion. He really hadn't used his full strength in that punch just now. At most, he had used about 55% of his power. But with the strength of the Otsutsuki in front of him, that should have been enough to punch straight through him. So why was he fine? Looks like your taijutsu is pretty good. You've tempered your body well. Naruto's smile became even more arrogant. His own taijutsu was decent, but even he had no confidence in taking a blow from himself at half strength. The toughness of this Otsutsuki's body had definitely exceeded his expectations. After devouring him, his own physical strength should rise by a huge margin too. He was getting more and more impatient. A surge of joy and greed rose in Naruto's heart as he used instant transmission to appear behind Otsutsuki Sanshiki. When did this guy get here? Otsutsuki Sanshiki was shocked, but relying on his powerful taijutsu instincts, he sensed Naruto's movement and reacted immediately, whipping his leg around in a vicious kick toward Naruto. Good. The stronger your taijutsu, the more I like you. Naruto was overjoyed. Instant transmission activated again, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Otsutsuki Sanshiki, his right hand clamping tightly onto his head. Otsutsuki Sanshiki's expression changed drastically, panic surging in his heart. It's over. Even if he didn't know why this guy was so obsessed with grabbing him, he could tell with his ass that nothing good would come of it. Sure enough, in the very next instant, he felt his entire body begin to twist. This was devouring refinement. Otsutsuki Sanshiki was filled with shock. He simply couldn't understand how a power that belonged to the Otsutsuki clan could be wielded by an outsider. It made no sense at all. It completely defied theory and reality. Even so, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. His dojutsu activated, and his body instantly turned intangible and vanished. By the time Naruto noticed him again, Otsutsuki Sanshiki had already appeared 1,000 meters away. What kind of dojutsu is this? Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at his right hand, trying to recall the sensation from just now. It had felt like flowing water, impossible to grab, yet impossible to pass through. A space-time dojutsu similar to Kamui? Naruto thought to himself. He escaped. Sanshiki was overjoyed. He looked at Naruto from far away, then immediately turned and fled without another word. He was truly afraid of this guy. Naruto was leagues beyond him. There was no way he could win. If he stayed here, death was the only outcome. He moved so fast that he broke the sound barrier. Waves of sonic booms ringing out as the surrounding space trembled non-stop. This guy isn't just strong in taijutsu. Even his speed is pretty impressive. Naruto sighed in admiration. But so what if you're fast? Could you possibly be faster than instant transmission? He sneered, and his body instantly appeared right in front of Sanshiki. Sanshiki was stunned. Then he took a deep breath. What kind of jutsu is this? Why is your speed so fast? He had already realized that escaping from this guy's hands was harder than ascending to heaven. And while running away, his openings were wide open, making it easy to get caught and refined into a pill. Still, one thing puzzled him. Just now had clearly been the perfect chance. So why hadn't Naruto taken that opportunity to seize him? Though his heart was filled with confusion, the powerful composure of the Otsutsuki clan still supported him. He remained calm.
Instant transmission. Instant transmission?
Sanshiki felt an indescribable shock. Even without understanding it, the name alone was enough to tell him this jutsu was terrifying. Huff! Huff! After several deep breaths, he finally steadied himself. Then he suddenly rushed forward and threw a punch at Naruto Uzumaki. The fist tore through space itself. Naruto had just been about to sneer when he sensed the force of another punch coming from behind him. His expression changed. He reached back with his right hand and grabbed that fist tightly, then delivered a savage kick toward the Sanshiki in front of him. Whoosh! The powerful force sent Sanshiki flying backward, but because his arm was still tightly caught in Naruto's grip, the entire arm was ripped off at the root. He can move through space at will? Naruto's face turned serious. This ability looks like his earlier guess had been wrong. In terms of pure ability, this Otsutsuki's dojutsu might be even more threatening than Kamui. And this guy clearly didn't know how to use it. Naruto closed his eyes and thought of the power of the Otsutsuki god, the ability to extract dojutsu powers. He couldn't hesitate any longer. If the other side figured out the true use of this power, then the one who would lose might be him. Naruto took a deep breath, used instant transmission to appear behind Sanshiki, and unleashed all his strength at once while also empowering himself with wind release. The sharp slicing sensation stabbed into Sanshiki's skin, but he had no time left to react. This instant transmission ability was practically cheating. Sanshiki cursed furiously in his heart. But he could only curse in his heart now, because very soon he wouldn't have a heart anymore. In the next second, Naruto tore his heart straight out. Whack! He coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood. His whole body instantly went limp and weak, and with his eyes wide open in rage and disbelief, he twisted his head to look back. You don't have a heart anymore, Naruto said flatly. Then he used his power to refine him into a pill. The pill was green all over, completely different from the blood-red one refined from Kaguya. It was probably because the two of them had different power attributes. Naruto pondered for a moment, then stuffed it into his mouth. This time, unlike last time, his chakra did not surge wildly. Instead, his physical strength rose at high speed. The muscles all over his body swelled by several sizes, and even his pupils clearly changed, turning pitch black. A moment later, he browsed through the memories in his mind. A dojutsu, dimensional domain traverse. It allowed him to freely traverse any space he designated, but the prerequisite was having sufficient chakra. Naruto's eyelid twitched. Sure enough, it was just like he had guessed. This ability was ridiculously overpowered. Good thing that guy didn't know how to use it. Otherwise, if he had directly used that ability to warp his hand into Naruto's internal organs, then even if Naruto didn't die for sure, he still would have suffered horribly. What an idiot. Naruto had figured it out by now. These Otsutsuki were basically all stat monsters, but purely in terms of actual combat strength and fighting skill, they were completely inferior to the ninja. Though sometimes they didn't even need fighting skill. They were simply too strong. One force could crush 10 techniques. For the next 2 days, I'll keep searching for Otsutsuki. I need to raise my strength as much as possible, to the point where I can completely crush Momoshiki. If I remember correctly, that guy Momoshiki also obtained the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Shinjutsu. On top of that, he and Otsutsuki Shirbai share the same source of devouring power. He's probably already very strong by now. Naruto thought for a while and felt it was somewhat troublesome. Momoshiki was scheming and ruthless. During this period, he was definitely lying low and quietly developing, so his strength was definitely increasing quickly as well. And with that guy's cautious personality, if he didn't have absolute confidence in victory, he probably wouldn't return to the ninja world. Since that was the case, there was no need for Naruto to worry about Momoshiki launching an attack. As for Ishiki, with Boruto, Kawaki, and the two Sage of Six Paths brothers there, it should not be too much of a problem. The ninja world of Konoha year 83. Naruto has been gone for a long time now. Nothing happened to him, right? The older Hinata asked worriedly. 7th Hokage Naruto smiled and said, Don't worry, Hinata. That guy is stronger than any of us now, so don't worry. With his strength, dealing with Kaguya would be more than easy. If he still hasn't come back, then there's probably only one reason. That is, he went to search for other Otsutsuki. Only then did everyone remember that Naruto had obtained the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Shinjutsu and instant movement, and on top of that, Otsutsuki Shirbai's devouring and refining power, which allowed Naruto to absorb the power of Otsutsuki. So that's how it is. No wonder Naruto still hasn't returned. Tonari nodded. At the same time, his heart was full of relief. Luckily, he had switched sides quickly enough. Otherwise, he might have become Naruto's nourishment too. If those guys still don't come, then we really have to head back, Obito said. There were only 2 days left. In the blink of an eye, they would be gone. Alright, sensei, if Naruto can't come back when the time is up, will he be forcibly sent back? Minato nodded. That's true. According to the rules of the spacetime gate, that is indeed how it works. But don't worry. Naruto has instant movement and can sense our chakra, so he'll be able to return very quickly. He's probably just busy right now. Namikaze Minato looked toward the starry sky, his eyes full of melancholy. Time was almost up, yet the enemy still had not arrived. If things went badly, then the moment they returned, the Otsutsuki clan might suddenly invade, and at that point, the ninja world would be finished. Forget it. Everyone focus on your training, Namikaze Minato said to the group. At present, the only top-tier combat power was 7th Hokage Naruto, Sasuke, Uzumaki Boruto, Kawaki, the two Sage of Six Paths brothers, Tonari and young Sasuke. To be honest, while he, Obito, and Kakashi were not weak either, they had already reached their limit. In the coming war, they were most likely going to end up in support roles. In short, it was an extremely awkward position. Although Namikaze Minato knew a large number of sealing techniques, he was not sure whether they would be useful against the Otsutsuki. Even that old man Amato did not think sealing techniques would be effective. All in all, Namikaze Minato was in a very awkward position right now. He had once been the 4th Hokage, but now he had become little more than support cannon fodder. Another day of training passed. Tonari and Uzumaki Boruto were playing video games. Before long, Tonari cried out in pain, "Ah, I lost again. He sat down in the chair, utterly dejected, with a completely lifeless expression on his face. He had already lost 10 times in a row. Even after using different characters, he still lost. Uzumaki Boruto rubbed the tip of his nose and said with a cheerful grin, "This is the hottest fighting game right now. It's pretty hard to get into. You've never touched a game console before, so being able to play like this is already really good. What's the point of being good? Aren't I still getting completely stomped by you?" Tonari curled his lips, not taking Boruto's praise seriously at all. Wasn't he saying that just another way of praising himself? Uzumaki Boruto laughed. "Because I'm an expert. In the whole server, I'm one of the top players. It's normal that you can't beat me." In this game, Uzumaki Boruto was a top 10 ranked player. In the entire ninja world, there were not many people who could beat him at it, much less a beginner. "Alright, this era is pretty nice, I senti it?" Suddenly, Uzumaki Boruto put away the game console and asked in a serious tone. Tonari nodded. "Very nice. Compared to Konoha Year 63, the development of this era is changing with each passing day. Whether it's travel or entertainment, everything is far better." At this point, he sighed. "If not for those Otsutsuki, this ninja world would have remained peaceful forever. But that's just our wishful thinking." Uzumaki Boruto froze for a moment. "Yeah. How did those damned alien parasites even appear?" The few companions around them who had been playing games together immediately fell silent. Complex expressions flashed across their faces. "Don't worry, Tonari. I'll definitely drive out all the Otsutsuki and wipe them out completely." As he said that, Uzumaki Boruto even made a gesture to reassure Tonari. Tonari joked, "What are you saying? I'm Otsutsuki too." Uzumaki Boruto froze, then said awkwardly, "You don't count. You're not pure-blooded after all." That line left Tonari speechless. Still, what Uzumaki Boruto said was not wrong. He was only Kagaya's descendant. His bloodline had merely reverted slightly to the ancestral line, and his strength was relatively high. But in terms of Otsutsuki bloodline, it was possible that he wasn't even as pure as Uzumaki Boruto. Whoosh! Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the two of them. Uzumaki Boruto's face lit up with joy as he asked, "How did it go, Grandpa?" "Hikari?" Uchiha Hikari said happily, almost asking for credit. "It's basically done. We've already marked about 10% of the people in the ninja world. Tonight, once I use imprint Tsukuyomi again, I'll be able to place the 8,000 spears mark into at least 80% of the people in the ninja world. This is all thanks to Uncle Minato's instant movement." That's not the case at all. "It's Hikari's ability that's powerful," Namikaze Minato said modestly. This had actually been everyone's idea from the start, to use 8,000 spears to connect everyone in the ninja world and link all their chakra together. That way, when they fought the Otsutsuki, having such massive chakra reserves would let them seize the initiative. And Uchiha Hikari could also transfer the chakra of the people of the ninja world to others. She was basically a relay station. With such a useful ability, if they didn't use it, wouldn't that be a complete waste? So Namikaze Minato decided to first have Uchiha Hikari use 8,000 spears to mark a portion of the ninja, test the effect, and then use imprint Tsukuyomi to implant 8,000 spears into the bodies of all the ninja. Judging from the current results, the plan was an outright success. Uzumaki Boruto said with a smile, "If that's the case, then our chances of success just went up by a lot." The Otsutsuki were indeed strong, that was true, but their chakra was also limited. With the 8,000 spears empowering their ninja, though, their chakra was practically endless. Even if they used up all the chakra brought by the 8,000 spears, other ninja would continue refining more. An inexhaustible, endless supply. Now all they had to do was wait for the Otsutsuki to attack. Boruto Uzumaki thought to himself that this way, even if Minato Namikaze and the others went back, they would still have the power to resist for a short time. After all, the gate of spacetime only needed 3 days to recharge. Boom! All of a sudden, the skies changed drastically. Dark clouds covered everything overhead, and it was as if the whole world had gone dark. The clouds in the sky rapidly gathered toward one direction, twisting into a massive vortex. Thunder then erupted everywhere, and the apocalyptic scene instantly filled everyone in the ninja world with fear. What was happening? Boruto Uzumaki frowned tightly, uncertainty flashing across his face. Could it be the Otsutsuki? Was it Momoshiki? Or Ishiki? There's a very powerful aura. Minato Namikaze's expression turned grave, disbelief flashing across his face. So this is an Otsutsuki? This was terrifyingly strong. It was his first time directly facing such overwhelming horror. He suddenly felt that the pressure he had sensed from the light screen before was nothing at all. The pressure from the person in the sky felt as if just by standing there, he could suppress heaven and earth. Boruto. Suddenly, the sage of Six Paths brothers, Naruto, Sasuke, and several others turned into streaks of light and flew over. Leave the village immediately. We absolutely cannot fight inside it anymore. 7th Hokage Naruto said with a serious expression. Adult Sasuke nodded and said, "That's right. If we fight inside the village, Could probably one T even take a few exchanges before the whole village is flattened. Hearing that, everyone immediately rushed toward the outside of the village. Those who could fly flew and those who couldn't ran. Either way, every single person used the fastest speed they had ever used in their lives to charge out of the village. And so, these people gathered outside Konoha. Rinnegan Kakashi, Dual Rinnegan Sasuke, Single Rinnegan Sasuke, 7th Hokage Naruto, Boruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Hikari, Eternal Mangekyo Kamui Sharingan Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Minato Namikaze, Kawaki, and the Sage of Six Paths brothers. At this moment, all of the ninja world's peak combat power had arrived here. A look of terror flashed across Uchiha Hikari's face. So this is an Otsutsuki? It was simply too terrifying. Compared to this, the conflicts back in her Warring States era now seemed laughable. This was a war concerning the survival of the entire ninja world. At the same time, she also felt some regret. She had not used imprinted Tsukuyomi sooner. She had failed to connect the entire ninja world as one line, and that would put them at a severe disadvantage in the coming battle. Boruto Uzumaki saw her worry and softly comforted her. Don't worry, Hikari. This isn't your fault. And you've already worked very hard. Even though Boruto Uzumaki comforted her like that, Hikari's eyes were still full of self-blame. Meanwhile, inside the village, Mitsuki, Samaire Keiki, and Sarada were sitting together. Sarada clenched her fists in frustration, feeling wave after wave of helplessness. She had done nothing. She could do nothing. In a battle like this, she simply had no way to interfere at all. Samaire Keiki blankly stared at the massive heavenly phenomenon in the sky, then let out a sigh. She really wanted to send out her summon, Nu, to help. But the problem was that while Nu could absorb chakra, it also had a limit. If it forcibly absorbed too much, it would only end up exploding from overload. This kind of war was no longer something ordinary ninja like them could take part in. Once they were dragged into it, not even their bones would remain. Seeing how helpless Sarada looked, Samaire Keiki quickly comforted her. It's okay, Sarada. We also have things we can do. We can help out in the village and take care of any wounded who might appear next. Sarada froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile before nodding. For now, this was the only thing they could do. There was no better choice. On the other side, outside Konoha, everyone stood ready and waiting for the Otsutsuki above to descend. 7th Hokage Naruto said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, be careful. No matter what, do not let his attacks land inside the village." Before anyone could respond, a green beam suddenly shot down from the sky, heading straight for Konoha. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were just about to act, but to everyone's surprise, Kawaki moved first. Kawaki turned into a streak of pale blue light and rushed toward the green beam, while his whole body gradually transformed into an Otsutsuki state. Raisin Shuriken. Whoosh! The shuriken tore through space and slammed into the green beam, instantly scattering it. The Raisin Shuriken itself then landed on a mountain several thousand meters away. With a thunderous boom, the towering mountain instantly turned to dust and vanished between heaven and earth. That mountain was only the beginning. In the battle to come, countless things would become sacrifices to this war. 7th Hokage Naruto let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Kawaki had reacted quickly. Otherwise, that move might have flattened all of Konoha. High in the air, Kawaki's expression gradually darkened, because the closer he got, the more he felt a familiar aura. Is him? Otsutsuki Ishiki. There was no way he could be mistaken. That guy had actually come. For a moment he felt his body trembling. This was the psychological shadow left by years of abuse under Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kawaki, get down here now. Staying in the air makes you an easy target. 7th Hokage Naruto's voice rang out, instantly snapping Kawaki out of it. That's right. He was in Konoha now. He had elders here who truly cared for him. There was no need for him to keep fearing that demon anymore. Kawaki took a deep breath and flew back down. After he came down, Naruto said to Kawaki and Boruto Uzumaki, "The moment the enemy lands, you two need to prepare your karma and open a passage to another dimension. We absolutely cannot fight in the ninja world anymore. Otherwise, even if we win, the losses will be catastrophic." "We understand." Boruto Uzumaki and Kawaki both nodded. If they won only to leave behind nothing but ruins, then what was the difference between that and not winning at all? Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The fierce wind formed by the high-speed pressure made several people's clothes flutter slightly. Such terrifying speed. Minato Namikaze sighed, staring into the sky with a grave expression. Not long after, the Otsutsuki landed on the ground. Ishiki? 7th Hokage Naruto's eyelid twitched. He hadn't expected this guy to be the first one to arrive. That really was unexpected. Had Momoshiki run into trouble? Or what exactly was going on? Long time no see, 7th Hokage. The moment Ishiki landed, his face was covered in a smug smile, and it wasn't strange for him to be smug. In fact, during this period of time, he had absorbed a total of 18 fruits. His strength had risen drastically, and he even had the illusion that his former self might not be able to survive even one of his attacks. Of course, that was referring to his former self at his peak. In other words, if his feeling was correct, then even the current Kawaki might not be able to withstand a single move from him. He had finally experienced the joy the gods once felt. By his estimate, if he devoured more than 80 more fruits, he should be able to ascend into a god. Unfortunately, there was no time left. He could no longer wait to come here and take revenge. The journey alone had already wasted a huge amount of time. But fortunately, he had also planted quite a few god trees. When this battle ended, he could go enjoy their fruits. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said to Kawaki, "Kawaki, my son, if you stand on my side now, I can still acknowledge you as my son." Ishiki genuinely meant those words. After all, he no longer needed reincarnation now, so Kawaki no longer served any real purpose. He truly did want to treat Kawaki as his son. Of course, this son was probably not the same as what people usually meant by the word. Boruto Uzumaki immediately shouted, "Don't listen to him, Kawaki. Keep carrying out our plan." Kawaki looked at him and snorted coldly. "You don't need to tell me that." Agree to Ishiki? Unless his brain was broken, even if he died here, there was no way he would agree to become Ishiki's so-called son. That was basically just asking for trouble. Really making Dad sad here. Since that's the case, you can die here together with these inferior races. Ishiki burst into laughter. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed a powerful suction force appear behind him. It startled him for a moment, but he quickly reacted. An alternate space? Boom! Felt like his body had been struck by something heavy. His body instantly tilted backward and entered the alternate space. Right after him, Obito Uchiha followed in. "Everyone, follow up. This time we have to kill him completely," 7th Hokage Naruto shouted, and everyone immediately stepped into the alternate space as well. At this moment, they were about to fight to the death in the alternate space. Yellow earth filled the sky, endless dust and sand surged everywhere. This world looked like it was made entirely of yellow sand. Floating grains were everywhere, and with one glance, they couldn't even see beyond 300 feet. Everything was buried under the sand. Where did we get sent to? 7th Hokage Naruto froze, a trace of confusion flashing across his face. Boruto and Kawaki exchanged a glance, seriousness flashing through their eyes. When the alternate space had just been opened, it had seemed like something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. It felt like someone had interfered with it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds like war drums rang out, followed by purple light scattering everywhere. The towering Susanoo swung its great blade and swept through everything, clearing out all the surrounding dust and sand. Minato Namikaze shouted, "It's Obito. He's already made his move." Then he used chakra to wrap around everyone and used flying Raijin to instantly transfer them to Obito's side. Rasengan. 7th Hokage Naruto's eyes widened. The massive great blade was already about to slash onto Otsutsuki Ishiki. Seizing the chance, he immediately formed a Rasengan. Whoosh! A shadow clone slammed the Rasengan into Otsutsuki Ishiki, but Otsutsuki Ishiki only stared coldly and didn't even bother counterattacking. Boom! The great blade hacked down onto Otsutsuki Ishiki. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to crack. The ground caved in, and all the surrounding dust and sand were blown away. How did it go? No effect? Hope rose in everyone's hearts. In truth, they also knew that Susanoo probably wouldn't be very effective against Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, the Otsutsuki Ishiki from the light screen had been able to shatter Susanoo and the Nine-Tails true form with a single kick. Wanting Obito's Susanoo to deal any meaningful damage to Otsutsuki Ishiki was still a bit too difficult. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it had no effect at all. 7th Hokage Naruto thought to himself that this guy's strength had risen quite a bit. His whole aura had completely changed. The gap in strength was still far too obvious, but that wasn't a reason to give up. He took a deep breath, mobilized all the chakra in his body, then softly said to Uchiha Hikari beside him, "Hikari, carve the Yakimita mark onto me." Uchiha Hikari didn't hesitate in the slightest, and immediately carved the Yakimita mark onto 7th Hokage Naruto. Although she didn't know what he was planning to do, she knew that 7th Hokage Naruto's judgment absolutely couldn't be wrong. 7th Hokage Naruto closed his eyes and felt the massive chakra inside his body. The Nine-Tails, his own power, the rewards from the light screen, and the amplification from Yakimita. At this moment, the chakra inside him had become so vast that words couldn't describe it. "You all go first. I'm preparing a big move," 7th Hokage Naruto said. In an instant, everyone attacked together. Several Susanoo surrounded Otsutsuki Ishiki in a square formation. Then the massive great blade swung out again, while everyone else unleashed long-range ninjutsu from the side. Even though these ninjutsu weren't very effective, they were still pretty good for interference. At the very least, they could give Otsutsuki Ishiki a headache for a moment. But in reality, things were a bit different from what they had imagined. Otsutsuki Ishiki only gave a faint smile, then exploded with all his chakra. Whoosh! Wild winds erupted. The earth was torn open, and everything around them was blown away. The huge bulk of the Susanoo wasn't damaged, but the people standing on the ground around it suffered badly. Their bodies were tossed through the air like kites. Obito, Kakashi, adult Sasuke, and young Sasuke were all shocked. Adult Sasuke hurriedly shouted, "Seventh Hokage Naruto." But 7th Hokage Naruto didn't hear Sasuke's cry at all. Instead, he was completely focused on sensing something. Seeing that 7th Hokage Naruto had no reaction, Uchiha Hikari could only bring out her own Susanoo. The reason she hadn't joined the others earlier in using Susanoo to besiege Otsutsuki Ishiki was simple. She still couldn't perfectly use Susanoo's power. Even though she had already awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, she still hadn't fully drawn out the complete body Susanoo. She needed time. But now, in this critical situation, she directly activated the complete body Susanoo. The giant chakra construct covered everyone inside it, preventing them from being blown away by the violent wind. Only then did adult Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Inside the Susanoo, Minato Namikaze stared at Otsutsuki Ishiki with a grave expression. This guy was absurdly strong. Just a chakra burst alone was enough to stir up winds at nearly hurricane level. What level had he actually reached? Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at everyone's miserable state, held his stomach, and laughed loudly. "You people are way too weak. You're like dogs." At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly felt that he had truly been wise. Good thing he had devoured a large amount of god tree fruit before coming back. Otherwise, dealing with this many people really would have been a bit troublesome. These people's strength had been forcefully boosted by the light screen. They had almost all reached the very peak of the ninja world. Especially that 7th Hokage guy. His strength was probably the greatest among them all, and it seemed like he was plotting something right now. A cold smile appeared on Ishiki's face. "No matter what you're plotting, I won't let you succeed. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me look too stupid?" Using his dojutsu, a tiny black rod, so small it was almost invisible, shot towards 7th Hokage Naruto. As long as that black rod struck 7th Hokage Naruto and blocked his chakra flow, then no matter how heaven-defying his abilities were, he wouldn't be able to use them. Whoosh! But suddenly, just as the black rod was about to pierce 7th Hokage Naruto, it instantly returned to its original size and was caught in someone's hand. Otsutsuki Ishiki frowned and looked over. Then a smile appeared on his face. "My obedient son, I didn't expect you to treat your father like this. Really makes Dad sad." Kawaki looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki with an icy expression and coldly said, "I only have one father, and that's the 7th Hokage. Trash like you belongs in the sewer." Hearing that, the closed-eyed 7th Hokage Naruto felt so moved inside he could barely describe it. He really hadn't raised him for nothing. This kid really was a good child. "Is that so? Then go to hell together with your father." Otsutsuki Ishiki let out a savage laugh, and his body suddenly vanished. "What is this? Instant movement?" Minato Namikaze was horrified, but he quickly reacted. This wasn't any kind of jutsu at all. His speed was simply so fast that no one could see him. Gritting his teeth, Minato used all his strength to sense Otsutsuki Ishiki's presence. Then he used Flying Raijin, and a Rasengan came crashing down from above onto Otsutsuki Ishiki's back. Otsutsuki Ishiki was startled. How had this guy gotten here? He hadn't sensed any presence at all. Even though he was shocked, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. A black rod shrank into dust-sized form and directly stabbed into Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Right after that, a heavy kick slammed into Minato Namikaze's chest. Splash! Minato Namikaze's face turned deathly pale. He vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood as his body flew backward without stopping. "Teacher." Rinnegan Kakashi was startled and used Universal Pull to drag Minato Namikaze over. "Teacher, are you alright?" Rinnegan Kakashi hurriedly asked. "I'm fine." Minato Namikaze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then forcefully yanked the black rod out of his shoulder. Blood immediately flowed down from the wound. "Careful. This guy is very hard to deal with. His speed is insane. I don't even have time to activate Flying Raijin." Minato Namikaze's expression was grave. His pale face made it obvious that his injuries were severe. "Got it, sensei." Rinnegan Kakashi took a deep breath. A resolute look flashed across his face. If everyone could trade their lives for even half of Otsutsuki Ishiki's life, then this battle would be their victory. After all, they had several pairs of Rinnegan and Senzu beans. Even if they had to drag it out, they could still wear Otsutsuki Ishiki down to death. On the Sage of Six Paths side, the two of them had just entered the different space when they vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had gone. "Brother, do we really have to use that move?" Hamura asked. The Sage of Six Paths stroked his beard and nodded. "That's right. At the moment, if there's any move that can defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki, it can only be a sealing jutsu. If we use our lives as the price, and add in the space itself, then in theory we should be able to seal Otsutsuki Ishiki away. But sealing is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If we still can't deal with Otsutsuki Ishiki now and have to leave it to future generations, Will they really be able to solve it? The Sage of Six Paths shook his head with a smile. That's not how it is. Our current strength still isn't enough. But Boruto, Kawaki, and little 7th Hokage Naruto all have a very high chance of completely dealing with Otsutsuki Ishiki in the future. Once they grow to that level, they can kill Otsutsuki Ishiki then. Right now, we're only buying time for them. Hamura was stunned, but he understood. Then he nodded heavily. I understand, brother. The two closed their eyes and, in an instant, raised their chakra to its peak. They were preparing their final trump card. On the other side, Rinnegan Kakashi also focused completely and pushed his chakra to the limit, then used the unique eye power of this pair of Rinnegan. Mighty God! It was the right eye ability of Kamui. Kakashi's body vanished in an instant. Holding a lightning cutter, he immediately stabbed into Otsutsuki Ishiki's abdomen. This Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had just been about to continue attacking, froze. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head in shock and looked at Rinnegan Kakashi. Understanding suddenly dawned on him, and he let out a light chuckle. So that's it. It's the ability of those Rinnegan. Mighty God allowed instantaneous short-range teleportation. It had a similar effect to Sasuke's Ameno Tajikura, but the difference was that it didn't require any anchor object. It was also direct space-time teleportation, far superior to Minato Namikaze's movement within the same space. Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes. He had discovered one of Otsutsuki Ishiki's weaknesses. This guy had absolutely no way to deal with abilities like instant movement. One hit guaranteed. Kakashi's body vanished again. What an annoying ability. Otsutsuki Ishiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Poochie. All of a sudden, Kakashi spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Minato Namikaze was startled and hurried over to help Kakashi up. Kakashi, are you alright? Kakashi himself was also shaken. He had absolutely no idea when the other side had launched the attack. What happened to you? The moment Minato Namikaze finished speaking, 4 or 5 black rods suddenly burst out from his body. What? Kakashi's face instantly turned pale, and he stared in horror at the black rods that had pierced into his body at some unknown time. How did you do this? I have the Sharingan. If you launched an attack, there's no way I wouldn't have seen it. Kakashi forced himself to stand, then asked calmly, as expected of copy ninja Kakashi. That composed attitude alone was enough for many people to learn from. Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed loudly. I didn't launch any attack at all. I just shrank these black rods down to a size smaller than cells, then let you breathe them into your body. That should be easy enough to do, right? In the distance, Kawaki raised a brow. He actually had not thought of that method. Otsutsuki Ishiki had really given him a wake-up call. But his mind spun rapidly. Since Otsutsuki Ishiki had come up with this method, then he had to improve it. Otherwise, it would only be at the level of something people could dodge. Thinking of that, he immediately entered his Otsutsuki form. A horn grew out from his head, and he charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki at top speed. Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed. Son, I didn't expect you to be so much like your father. As he spoke, countless black rods appeared in front of him. Otsutsuki Ishiki let out a sneer, then kicked toward Kawaki's head, instantly sending him flying. Son, you really underestimate me. I came up with this method, so how could I not have a way to deal with it? And it seems you've forgotten where the source of your ability comes from. Competing with me in dojutsu right in front of me. Don't you think that's too stupid? Clearly, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not take Kawaki seriously at all. But after being kicked away, there was not the slightest trace of regret or unwillingness on Kawaki's face. Instead, he revealed a smile. When Otsutsuki Ishiki saw that smile, confusion flashed across his face. His scheme had been broken, yet Kawaki showed no panic at all. But very soon, he sensed that something was wrong. Felt like there was something inside his body. Explode! The next moment, several black rods directly pierced through his body, bursting out from the inside and spraying a large amount of blood. How is this possible? I was clearly on guard the whole time. Otsutsuki Ishiki stared at Kawaki in shock. He could not understand it at all. Good chance. Boruto, Minato Namikaze, and the two Sasukes attacked at once. Their chain of attacks immediately left Otsutsuki Ishiki unable to keep up. Although he was an Otsutsuki, and the suppression effect of the black rods on him was much smaller than on ordinary ninja, it still had some effect. At this moment, the flow of his chakra had almost ground to a halt. On top of that, with all these people attacking him at once, his brain instantly blanked out. But very quickly, he reacted and shouted, "Don't look down on me." He was furious. Otsutsuki Ishiki was completely enraged. He had originally come here for revenge, but after arriving, he had become the one getting beaten up instead. He barely forced his chakra to circulate, used his eye power, and shrank the black rods to move them elsewhere inside his body. His chakra came back. A flash of joy appeared in Otsutsuki Ishiki's heart. Then, using overwhelming brute force, he instantly blasted all of them away. How did you do it just now? Otsutsuki Ishiki did not press the attack. Instead, he looked at Kawaki, who was standing in front of the wounded group, and spoke. You think I tell you? Kawaki sneered. What a joke. We're enemies. How could I possibly tell you our side's intelligence? Do I look like an idiot to you? You think I tell you? Kawaki said coldly. Did this man really think there was some so-called bond between them? Ridiculous. Good. Otsutsuki Ishiki was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This brat had really grown bold, daring to resist him, his so-called father. But after Otsutsuki Ishiki finished laughing, his expression darkened. You brought this on yourself. The moment his words fell, Otsutsuki Ishiki charged forward again. He was so fast that people could only see after images. Kawaki, be careful. Boruto shouted and immediately entered his Otsutsuki form as he rushed toward Kawaki. He wanted to fight alongside Kawaki, but his speed was still nowhere near Otsutsuki Ishiki's. In the blink of an eye, Kawaki spat out blood and was sent flying. His body almost turned into a meteor as he streaked through the air. Minato Namikaze's expression turned ugly. He had not expected that in less than a single exchange, Kawaki, one of the strongest among them, would be blown away. But now was not the time to hesitate. He immediately used instant movement and brought Kawaki back. Pale-faced Kawaki rubbed his chest and gave his thanks. No need to be polite. It's only right. Minato Namikaze's expression remained grave. He could feel the situation becoming thornier and thornier. This guy was too strong. Did they really have any way to win? Fall back, Big Sasuke roared. At that moment, everyone with space-type abilities all retreated, leaving only Otsutsuki Ishiki on the battlefield. Great five elements thunder. The sky and earth suddenly darkened. Violent lightning descended from above. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet divine thunder, mixed with the unmatched power of the five elements, struck straight down toward Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression changed. What kind of jutsu was this? It was way too broken, wasn't he it? He had no doubt that if the strike split into the planet's core, the entire planet would turn to ash in an instant. He wanted to dodge, but without teleportation, how could he possibly avoid the speed of falling lightning? That was obviously unrealistic. But he couldn't just sit there and wait to die either. Just as he was about to fight back, black rods burst out from inside his body again, and his chakra fell into disorder once more. This time, Otsutsuki Ishiki was truly anxious. He glared fiercely at Kawaki in the distance, his face full of rage. After being hit twice in a row, he roughly understood how Kawaki's move worked. Most likely, there was one large black rod and one tiny one. The large rod drew his attention, making him restore it, but the extremely tiny rod was still absorbed into his body, which caused him to get hit. But now that he understood it, there was no way he would fall for it again. At worst, he would just use his dojutsu for large-scale coverage. He had just been about to pull the black rod out, but it was already too late. The falling lightning had already crashed down with a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire alternate dimension shook. The ground caved in, and in this world already filled with yellow sand, dust now completely swallowed everything, making it impossible to see even a hand in front of one's face. The strange rumbling never stopped. Taking this chance, everyone gathered beside Naruto. Even though they didn't know what Naruto was doing, they knew the move he was preparing next might be the key to turning defeat into victory. At the same time, without waiting for Naruto's command, the Nine Tails burst out of Naruto's body and used its chakra to heal everyone's injuries. They did have senzu beans, but no one was on the verge of death yet. Using one now would be a waste. Besides, the power of the Nine Tails was excellent at healing injuries, and the recovery speed was also very fast. Thank you, Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze sensed his injuries gradually improving and quickly gave his thanks. No need to thank me, the Nine Tails said sunderily. To be honest, it still held some resentment toward Minato Namikaze. After all, this was the guy who had reinforced its seal multiple times, leaving it without freedom. But now wasn't he the time to think about that? If everyone lost here, then it would have even less hope of ever being free. Everyone, attack together. While he's down, finish him. Hearing little Sasuke's words, everyone attacked at once with a loud shout, unleashing long-range ninjutsu. Thunder God descends. At this moment, the complete body Susanoo looked like the Thunder God himself. It drew its bow and set its arrow, arcs of lightning flickering across the shaft. Every single strand of electricity carried world-shaking divine might. Little Sasuke took a deep breath and poured all of his chakra into it. This was also a move capable of destroying a planet. If he wanted, if he smashed it into the ninja world, the entire ninja world would turn into ruins in an instant. Kamui, Uchiha Obito and little Kakashi used Kamui together, and something astonishing happened. Their two enormous Susanoo gradually fused into one, becoming even larger while gaining even more terrifying power. The spatial force wrapped around this giant Susanoo was enough to make one's heart tremble. Obito, you know what we're supposed to do, right? Little Kakashi still seemed to be confirming whether Obito really understood what they were about to do. Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Even though he understood, he was still extremely tense. There was no other reason. They were the backup for the final attack. If they failed, the consequences could be disastrous. Just thinking about that outcome was enough to make his scalp go numb. Spiral seal. Minato Namikaze gave a low shout, and heaven and earth seemed to change. Countless sealing jutsu in the form of curse marks fell onto Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was still being struck by the great 5 elements divine lightning. Whether it worked or not, they had to use it first. Maybe it could interfere with Otsutsuki Ishiki and buy them more time. At this moment, Kawaki and Boruto used the resonance power of karma and unleashed the strongest move the two of them had. That's right, it was the Rasengan. Naruto had already taught Rasengan to Kawaki long ago. Kawaki's talent was quite good, and he had fused his own fire nature chakra into the Rasengan, greatly increasing its power. With lightning fueling the flames, the two of them now used all their chakra and their own karma to compress the Rasengan down to an extremely tiny size. It was like a marble, but that tiny marble contained world-destroying power. The slightest mistake would lead to the destruction of the world. Boruto, it's up to you. Kawaki lay on the ground, panting heavily. If he used even a little more chakra, his fate would be death by chakra exhaustion. I know, brother. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then Boruto looked toward Minato Namikaze. Grandpa, I'm counting on you. Minato Namikaze nodded and used his ability to bring Boruto to the edge of everyone's bombardment range. We can't go any farther in or it'll be dangerous. Can you hit him from here? Boruto nodded. Of course. Then he took a deep breath and opened the Jogan, the same kind of eye as the Otsutsuki goddess. Right after that, he threw the Rasengan. But strangely enough, even though it had broken past the speed of sound, it didn't create a sonic boom. Instead, after flying for a while, it actually disappeared. It hit. Sensing that the Rasengan had struck Otsutsuki Ishiki, Minato Namikaze instantly left with Boruto. He had also sensed the power inside that Rasengan just now. In terms of might, it was no weaker than Big Sasuke's great 5 elements divine lightning. Then came another chain of explosions, and the entire world cracked apart. Uchiha Obito glanced around. If we don't take this guy down first, this world might be the first thing to end. Even though he didn't know what planet this was, he still felt pretty bad about destroying someone else's planet like this. So what? Compared to some unknown planet, isn't the ninja world more important? And don't worry, this is an uninhabited planet. It won't hurt any humans. At most it'll hurt a few small animals or something, Kakashi explained. Only then did Obito relax a little before looking back toward the battle. The great 5 elements divine lightning was still attacking, but the force of it had clearly weakened a lot. Seeing this, Big Sasuke no longer stayed where he was, and instead quickly rushed to Naruto's side. How is he? The Nine-Tails asked. Big Sasuke's expression was ugly. It did injure him, but don't expect too much. Even Boruto's move just now didn't cause any serious damage. At most, it only consumed a bit of his power. The Nine-Tails muttered, consumed a bit of his power? But that should be enough. A trace of sorrow flashed through the Nine-Tails' huge pupils. Just now, the Sage of 6 Paths had transmitted a message to it and told it what might happen next. Old man Sage of 6 Paths. Are you going to die? The Nine-Tails felt grief in its heart. No matter how much time passed, hearing news of the Sage of 6 Paths' death would still make it sad. After all, the Sage of 6 Paths was more or less its father. Even though it was grieving, it still hoped the Sage of 6 Paths' next move would have a miraculous effect. Otherwise, both the Sage of 6 Paths and Otsutsuki Himura would have died for nothing. At the center, Otsutsuki Ishiki was biting down so hard his teeth were almost breaking. He couldn't understand it. He had clearly devoured more than a dozen god tree fruits, so why had he still ended up in such a miserable state? It was simply unbelievable. Although he hadn't suffered much actual damage, this humiliation could never be washed away. So, to lessen his disgrace, even burning his lifespan was worth it. Boom! The chakra around his body erupted once more, but this time the amount was more than dozens of times greater than before. He had burned nearly 1,000 years of lifespan in one go. Even though that was only 1% of his total lifespan, it still filled him with abnormal fury. He actually had to burn his lifespan just to deal with these lowly bugs. Boom! 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 The world was trembling, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes burned with rage. If he hadn't devoured a huge number of god tree fruits, then this round of lifespan burning alone would have seriously damaged him, even if the Otsutsuki clan naturally had very long lifespans. But 1,000 years was no small amount either. It was enough to leave him weakened for a long time. It broke through. Everyone was shocked. This guy's aura had gotten even stronger again. Huff! Huff! After breaking through the attack, Ishiki Otsutsuki gasped for breath. He glared furiously at everyone. What a bunch of pests. Maybe they couldn't really bite, but they were disgusting enough. You're all finished. Ishiki Otsutsuki roared angrily as he burned another 1,000 years of lifespan. The fiery red chakra around his body almost seemed to ignite space itself. It was obvious just how terrifyingly powerful Ishiki Otsutsuki was right now. Do not touch him no matter what. He's very strong right now. The moment any of us makes contact with him, we could die, Minato Namikaze warned. The Otsutsuki clan's bodies were already far tougher than ordinary humans to begin with, let alone Ishiki Otsutsuki in his current state. Ishiki Otsutsuki's roar rang out, followed immediately by his body vanishing in a flash. No, the only one dying will be you. The Sage of Six Paths and Himura Otsutsuki descended from the sky. The two of them dropped down together and shouted at the same time. Six Paths Super God. Planetary devastation. Rumble. A pitch-black sphere flew into the air. Its terrifying gravitational pull dragged in everything around it. Everything was pulled upward. The ground had already been cracking apart inch by inch, and now it could no longer bear the strain. In just a few seconds, all of it broke away and was sucked into the sky. With no footing left below, the Uchiha who possessed Susanoo hurriedly activated their Susanoo and carried everyone into the air. Naruto alone was different, because at this moment, he was actually floating in the air on his own, without borrowing the Ninetales power, and without borrowing anyone else's power either. What exactly is Naruto doing? He feels completely silent, and his entire aura is almost fully restrained. Minato Namikaze thought to himself, then focused his gaze back on Ishiki Otsutsuki. Petty tricks. Ishiki Otsutsuki laughed loudly. What could a mere planetary devastation possibly do to him? Hearing that, a faint smile appeared on the Sage of Six Paths' pale face. Otsutsuki, do not underestimate ninjas. And even more so, do not underestimate the ancestor of ninjas. Suddenly, Ishiki Otsutsuki's expression changed drastically. He could actually feel his chakra gradually draining away. What did you do? Why is my chakra disappearing? Ishiki Otsutsuki shouted in panic. Hearing that, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. His chakra was disappearing? What was going on? Since you don't have long to live anyway, I'll tell you. The Sage of Six Paths smiled as he spoke. Six Paths Super God. Planetary devastation can lock onto a target and forcibly absorb the target's chakra. At the same time, it draws in all things from heaven and earth to seal the target away. If it does not complete its purpose, it will continue absorbing the target's chakra. This process is irreversible. Even if you kill the caster, you still cannot escape it. So your fate can only be sealed. Ishiki Otsutsuki panicked. This time, he was truly panicked. His entire expression changed as anxiety filled his face. He could feel his body gradually floating upward, yet he was powerless to resist. That gravitational force was just too strong. It felt just like encountering a black hole while traveling through the starry skies. That overwhelming pull left him completely helpless. At this point, all the ground in the entire separate dimension had been completely stripped away. Ishiki Otsutsuki's body was gradually being dragged into midair as well. In just a little more time, Ishiki Otsutsuki would be completely sealed. Everyone. Farewell. Himura and Hagoromo looked toward the people of the ninja world. This jutsu comes at the cost of our lives. Even though we haven't spent long with everyone, we were very happy. Smiles appeared on Himura and Hagoromo's faces. Their bodies gradually turned illusory, as if they could disappear at any moment. Sage of Six Paths. Everyone cried out together, their eyes full of reluctance. Kurama, you've done very well. I'm proud of you. At the moment of parting, the Sage of Six Paths said this. The Ninetales trembled, then laughed. All right, old man, go on. The Sage of Six Paths smiled, then gradually disappeared together with his younger brother. At this moment, inside the super god, planetary devastation, Ishiki Otsutsuki was furious like a fighter jet. The expression on his face kept shifting between green and white. In any case, it was anything but pleasant. He truly had never expected that this so-called ancestor of ninjas in the ninja world still had a move like this. He could actually absorb another person's chakra. And not just that, it was targeted and exclusive absorption at that. That one move had completely thrown him into chaos. His whole mind was in a dazed state. By now, half of his chakra had already been absorbed, and that was after he had already burned 2,000 years of lifespan. If he had still been in his original state, he probably would have been drained dry long ago. Anxiety filled his heart. He looked up at the terrifying black sphere and gritted his teeth. He suddenly unleashed an attack. A pale blue chakra cannon shot out, but the instant it approached the black sphere, it directly scattered into points of light and vanished. As expected, even the chakra contained within an attack could be absorbed. Ishiki Otsutsuki was almost in despair. Under this suction force, he had no ability to resist at all. If this continued, he would either be drained dry or sealed directly. So then, how was he supposed to break this? His brain was running faster than it had in thousands of years. Just now, did that black sphere absorb Ishiki Otsutsuki's attack too? Adult Sasuke asked in shock. That's right. Attacks contain chakra too. It makes perfect sense for them to be absorbed, young Sasuke explained. Before the group even had time to grieve over the deaths of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, they witnessed such a shocking scene. The Sage of Six Paths really is worthy of being the ancestor of ninjas. That move is just too incredible, Obito Uchiha exclaimed. But unfortunately, the Sage of Six Paths had directly turned into nothingness. What a pity about his pair of Rinnegan, and Hamura's Tensigen too. Tonari narrowed his eyes as he stared into the sky. He seemed to see something different. Two glimmers flickered faintly. Suddenly, Tonari's eyes widened. Holy shit! Tensigen! Tonari cried out in alarm. That's right, he hadn't seen wrong. Those two glimmers really were Tensigen. In the very next moment, the Tensigen flew straight toward him and merged into his eyes at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that even he almost failed to react. What was this supposed to mean? He already had a pair of Tensigen. Why could this pair still fuse with his? Though confused, he still waited for the fusion to finish. Not long after, once the fusion was complete, a huge amount of information flooded in. The rough message was that Tensigen had not originally existed in this world at all. After all, even the Otsutsuki clan only possessed the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. The true Tensigen had actually been evolved by Hamura himself. At the very beginning, through a stroke of chance, his Byakugan had evolved into the Tensigen. Originally, he had wanted to specifically research an evolution path to make it easier for his descendants to upgrade their Byakugan. But in the end, he discovered it was simply too difficult. The method by which he had evolved into the Tensigen in the first place could not be replicated by a second person. Later, however, he still came up with a method. That was to transplant a pair of Tensigen into the eyes of a Byakugan clansman. That way, it might induce the Byakugan to evolve and upgrade into the Tensigen. But before he could test it, he was brought by the Sage of Six Paths to Konoha year 63, and after that, he came to this era. Still, it was precisely thanks to arriving in this era that he came into contact with Tonari and learned of the later generation's ideas regarding the Tensigen, as well as its special method of evolution, that caused a new idea to arise in his heart once more. Fusion. What would happen if two pairs of Tensigen fused together? The moment that thought appeared, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. That feeling was beyond control. He urgently began deducing it, and with the help of the Sage of Six Paths, that theory was successfully completed 3 days ago. Just like how two Sharingan could combine into a Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly increasing chakra and usage time, the fusion of two pairs of Tensigen would produce a similar effect. Attack power would rise. Defense would rise. All attributes would increase across the board. And it could even launch attacks without relying on chakra. The power of the attack would depend on how much natural energy he could absorb. An attack that didn't rely on chakra? Tonari fell silent for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki high in the sky. Interesting. Otsutsuki Ishiki, even the heavens want you dead. You can't blame me for this. He slowly flew into the air, a trace of amusement flashing across his face. Let me see the power of this new Tensigen. Tonari, what are you doing? Boruto hurriedly shouted. He had a pretty good relationship with Tonari, and he was afraid Tonari might lose his mind and do something stupid. Without even turning his head, Tonari laughed loudly. Don't worry, Boruto. I already have a way to deal with him. Just give me a few minutes. At this moment, Naruto was still charging with all his focus, as if he had merged with nature itself. The battle had already gone on for nearly 10 minutes. This entire alternate space was almost blown apart, yet Naruto remained in the middle of charging. No one knew what he was doing. Although his aura was restrained, they could still sense the terrifying explosive power hidden within him. Naruto, what exactly are you doing? Big Sasuke let out a sigh, his face full of helplessness. He hadn't explained anything beforehand and had just entered this state on his own. But Naruto clearly had no way to answer him right now, so he could only helplessly shift his gaze back to Tonari in the sky. Those eyes of his. Big Sasuke noticed something was off. Tonari's eyes carried far more pressure than before. Had something happened? Though he didn't understand, he still hoped Tonari could produce some unexpected result. After all, the current Otsutsuki Ishiki was simply too hard to deal with. He sighed. Why were these Otsutsuki so hard to handle? If the ninja world was already struggling this much, then other planets were probably in even worse shape. Tonari flew into midair and coldly stared at the struggling Otsutsuki Ishiki. This guy had to die. There was no way he could forgive that bastard. Then he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the natural energy around him. In less than a moment, a huge amount of natural energy poured into his body. He could feel it. This natural energy was wailing, grieving, suffering. Is that so? You also feel sorrow for this world ravaged by the Otsutsuki? Tonari said softly. But if this natural energy could speak, it would definitely say, bullshit. You're the real culprits who wrecked this world. In truth, that was indeed the reality. Otsutsuki Ishiki hadn't used any especially destructive techniques so far. On the other hand, looking at the ninja world side, Great Five Elements Divine Thunder, giant Raisengans, and Susanoo hacking at each other. Every single one of those attacks was world-destroying in power. The fact that this world had held on until now was already no small feat. That was what this natural energy really wanted to complain about. But then again, if the world was being destroyed by these ninjas, why were these natural spirits still willing to help Tonari? The answer was simple. Who was good and who was evil? Every person gave off a different aura, benevolent aura and malicious aura, and the natural spirits could sense that. That was why they were willing to help Tonari. Of course, even if the world was destroyed and every single one of these people died, they still wouldn't directly intervene. Tonari hurriedly absorbed the natural energy into his body. But he failed to notice that a crack had appeared in the black sphere high in the sky. The furious Otsutsuki Ishiki didn't notice it either, because he was still attacking non-stop. He calmed himself and carefully calculated. He should still have more than 300,000 years of lifespan left. If that was the case. He took a deep breath. He had figured it out. The black sphere in the sky was not something that could be broken with attacks. It was like a container capable of absorbing outside power. And if it was a container, then it had to have a limit. There was no way it could absorb endlessly without restraint, right? That was Otsutsuki Ishiki's conclusion. He planned to burn a massive amount of lifespan to obtain chakra and force this black sphere to burst. So how much should he burn? A flicker passed through Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes. 200,000 years. As long as he killed these people, he could roam the stars afterward, plant divine trees, and replenish it all. So there was no need to worry about lifespan at all. With his strength, among the currently declining Otsutsuki clan, he would definitely rank near the top. Capturing them and planting divine trees would be effortless. The moment he thought it, he acted. He drew in a deep breath. 200,000 years of lifespan. Burn. Blood red. Blood red. Blood red flames spread across the entire sky. Otsutsuki Ishiki had now completely turned into a bloody figure, his entire body covered in crimson. What is he doing? His chakra is increasing exponentially? The ninja world below was completely stunned. They had never seen such a thing before. How could a person's chakra suddenly surge like this? It was completely absurd. The Nine Tails seemed thoughtful for a moment, then suddenly realized it and roared, "Everyone, this is lifespan burning. That bastard Otsutsuki Ishiki is burning his lifespan." Only now did Kurama understand why Otsutsuki Ishiki's chakra had suddenly skyrocketed earlier. But with chakra on this level, just how much lifespan had he burned? Did Otsutsuki really live that long? Doubt rose in Kurama's heart, and worry flashed across his face. Could the black sphere be burst apart? At this moment, the chakra absorbed by the black sphere had already formed into a pillar of light. From afar, it looked like a pillar separating heaven and earth. Won't that black sphere explode? Kawaki cried out in shock. Boruto glanced at him and mocked. How is that possible? That black sphere was made by the Sage of Six Paths. If it were that easy to burst, then he... But before Boruto could finish, the black sphere exploded with a massive bang, its force shaking the entire world. Rumble. The world trembled. The sky shook. The earth quaked. The ground cracked inch by inch, and fractures spread through space itself. It's over. That was the thought in everyone's heart. No one had expected the black sphere to actually be burst apart. How could it have exploded? They couldn't understand it at all. That was something created by the Sage of Six Paths. Was it really that flimsy? Everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. It was as if they could already imagine what was coming next. Otsutsuki Ishiki was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! It finally shattered. He was free. Though he had burned 200,000 years of lifespan, being able to break the black sphere was already a blessing among blessings. Then he turned his gaze toward the crowd. You're all dead. He spoke coldly, rolling his neck as he pushed his body into its absolute peak state. Seeing this, Tonari no longer cared how much natural energy he had gathered. He fused the natural energy with his own chakra, and his whole body burst with golden light. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, the innate dojutsu of the Tensigen. Back when Tonari fought Naruto, that single move had split the moon in half. His power needed no explanation. And now, with the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion empowered by 2 pairs of Tensigen, its might had risen exponentially. Whoosh! Just as Otsutsuki Ishiki's body moved, he sensed an incomparably vast force. What is this? He turned to look at Tonari, disbelief flashing across his face. How had this guy's power suddenly increased so much? But now was not the time to hesitate. He immediately formed a chakra barrier. Whoosh! A gigantic blade of light split heaven and earth as it crashed down toward Otsutsuki Ishiki. Boom! The tremendous impact slammed Otsutsuki Ishiki straight into the ground. The alternate space was split open. Lava surged. Heavenly lightning raged. Violent winds howled. Every natural disaster appeared in an instant. This planet won't last much longer. Minato Namikaze shouted, while at the same time linking his chakra with everyone else's. If anything went wrong, they would return to the ninja world in an instant. No matter what, he had to get through this crisis first. Otsutsuki Ishiki's Otsutsuki anchor spike only worked if there were other Otsutsuki nearby, and in this era, Kagaya had already been taken down. In a short time, he definitely wouldn't be able to find the Ninja World's location. Since that was the case, hiding for a while wasn't bad either. After unleashing that attack, Tonari's face went pale as he fell from the sky. Young Sasuke quickly rushed forward and caught him. Are you okay? Tonari shook his head.
Mi fine.
I just used up too much. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a figure shoot into the sky. Otsutsuki Ishiki shouted in fury. Bastards! You bastards all deserve to die. A massive amount of chakra formed into an energy sphere, ready to smash down on everyone. Watch out! Don't let it hit you! Adult Sasuke roared at once. That power was simply too terrifying. But Tonari's Golden Will reincarnation explosion hadn't failed to injure Ishiki either. On the contrary, his injuries should be pretty serious now. Just as the huge chakra energy sphere was about to hit the ground, Naruto finally opened his eyes. Lightning flickered within his pupils. It's here. He looked at the enormous energy sphere, and a smile flashed across his face. Naruto, you're awake? You have to be careful. Minato Namikaze shouted. Don't worry, Dad. I'll win. With absolute certainty, Naruto declared victory in advance. Then he took his stance and shouted, Kamehameha! A huge amount of chakra formed into a wave of light that shot out instantly, colliding head-on with Otsutsuki Ishiki's energy sphere.
Impossible.
How is this possible? Ishiki's face changed drastically. He could only watch helplessly as his own energy sphere was forced back. And then he saw the Kamehameha carrying unstoppable power slam into his body. In that instant, he felt even his cells shattering, his body turning to ash in a moment. How could this be? Crack! Ishiki completely shattered. This battle was the Ninja World's victory. Kamehameha! The beam burst out and instantly crushed Ishiki. Amid his unwilling roar, the Ninja World finally welcomed victory. We won! We won! Tonari was stunned at first, then overjoyed. He had never expected them to win just like this, to actually defeat Ishiki. A monster-like enemy had still fallen at their hands. Ha ha ha! We finally killed that bastard. Obito Uchiha laughed loudly. Adult Kakashi wanted to symbolically tug at his eye patch, but then realized he hadn't worn one in a long time. He touched his Rinnegan, and both eyes were full of emotion. Obito, we won. Shock was written all over Naruto's face. He knew this move was strong, but he had never imagined it was this strong. He felt that even without the chakra provided by Minato, he should still have been able to kill Ishiki. The techniques of that other world were just too powerful. Dad, we did it. Boruto cheered excitedly. Yeah, we got him. Let us head back now. This world won't last much longer. Naruto said. Within 3 minutes, this planet would probably explode. If they stayed here any longer, they would all die without a doubt. After saying that, Boruto and Kawaki stood side by side and used karma to open a space portal. After returning to the ninja world, everyone held a symbolic celebration. But they all knew this was far from over. There was still Momoshiki watching them like a tiger stalking its prey. Momoshiki's rewards were almost on the same level as Ishiki's. If Ishiki had already become this strong, then Momoshiki, who possessed the power to devour Otsutsuki, would only be even stronger. A few days later, why isn't Naruto back yet? The time is almost up. Young Sasuke's face was full of worry. Naruto had been gone for a long time, but there was still no sign of him. Minato Namikaze said in thought, Don't worry, he'll be fine. Let us head back first. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's figure appeared in front of everyone. You're back, Naruto, Minato Namikaze said in surprise. Speak of the devil and he appears. Naruto had a smile on his face. Not bad. I gained a little. Once I realized the time was about right, I hurried back. Obito Uchiha smiled. You've become a lot stronger. Before, Naruto's aura spilled out in all directions. One look was enough to tell he was extremely strong. But now his aura was completely restrained. It was almost impossible to tell he was even a ninja. He looked nearly the same as an ordinary person. And it was precisely because of that that everyone was truly shocked. This was the bearing of a true powerhouse. The current Naruto had probably really become the strongest in the ninja world. I'm doing okay. As they chatted, the group stepped through the portal. But before parting, 7th Hokage Naruto gave young Naruto a gift. What is this? 7th Hokage Naruto smiled warmly. Something good. Make sure you study it carefully after you go back. Filled with confusion, young Naruto returned to Konoha year 63, while Minato Namikaze and the others also returned to the era that belonged to them. To be honest, the battles that came next were no longer something they could interfere with. In the fight against Ishiki, they had been almost no help at all. But before leaving, Minato Namikaze also gave Naruto a gift. It was his insights on flying Raijin and instant transmission. He hoped Naruto could teach these two techniques to the people of the ninja world. With these two arts, they would have a better chance against the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto actually knew instant transmission too, But clearly he didn't have Minato Namikaze's ability to systematically organize everything. With Minato Namikaze's notes, quite a few people in the ninja world should be able to learn instant transmission. After returning to Konoha, Naruto greeted his friends, then hurried home without delay. Sure enough, nothing was more comfortable than home. He prepared a cup of instant noodles, then lay comfortably on his bed. Naruto, are you not going to keep hunting Otsutsuki next? Kurama suddenly asked. Naruto nodded. Of course I am. But right now I need a little rest. I've been fighting for so many days straight, so I'm kind of tired. And besides, there are way too many Otsutsuki in this timeline. The Otsutsuki of each timeline didn't belong to one another. The number of Otsutsuki he could devour was practically unlimited. After hearing that, Kurama sighed with emotion. I really wonder just how strong you're going to become, brat. To be honest, even the Nine Tails now felt almost optional. Its only use seemed to be providing Naruto with a massive amount of chakra. But the problem was that Naruto also had plenty of chakra now. In several battles, he had never once run out. That left Kurama in a very awkward position. How strong? At the very least, strong enough to protect this world, Naruto murmured. Far too exhausted, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. He didn't even get the chance to eat the cup noodles he had just made. The Nine Tails sighed and didn't remind him. Just let him rest properly for once. The next day, after saying goodbye to everyone, Naruto once again headed into the starry universe to devour Otsutsuki. Of course, the first place he went was the moon. With Naruto's current strength, even if all killing ash bones struck his body, he wouldn't feel a thing. With a single move he subdued Kaguya, and even did a few unspeakable things. Then he found Ishiki, who was hiding in the ninja world, and killed and devoured him with thunderous force. When Naruto found Ishiki, Ishiki was still full of disbelief. He had hidden himself so well, so how had Naruto found him? Filled with unwillingness and hatred, Ishiki was completely sent off to reincarnation. At the same time, Naruto also found the corpse of Otsutsuki Shirbai that Ishiki had hidden away. Otsutsuki Shirbai was an Otsutsuki god. Although Ishiki only possessed part of Otsutsuki Shirbai's corpse, after Naruto devoured it, his strength rose by another level once again. Then let us begin now. Naruto gazed across the starry sky, cosmic starlight scattering over his body. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed out. A few seconds later, he was already standing in the starry void, eyes closed as he sensed his surroundings. Found you, Otsutsuki, Naruto said with a smile as he used instant transmission. In half a month, Naruto had nearly devoured all the scattered Otsutsuki across the starry sky. No, that wasn't quite right. It should be said that within the sensing range of his teleportation, Naruto had already devoured every Otsutsuki. So how come I still can't find the Otsutsuki homeland? Naruto felt a little depressed. He had searched for so long, yet still hadn't found the Otsutsuki clan's ancestral land. Was it just too far from the ninja world? Or was there some other reason? Even using the Otsutsuki anchor nail divine art, he still hadn't been able to locate the Otsutsuki ancestral land. It wasn't that he couldn't find it at all. It was that every time he tried to anchor onto the Otsutsuki homeland, he would end up anchoring onto some random Otsutsuki clan member instead, which left Naruto quite frustrated. But it should be fine now, right? I've practically eaten all the Otsutsuki in this stretch of space. I shouldn't anchor onto some other Otsutsuki again, right? Naruto scratched his head. Thinking here was useless anyway. Better to just try first. The next moment, he activated the anchor nail divine art. A few breaths later he sensed it, as expected, and there were a huge number of Otsutsuki there too. Found it. The Otsutsuki homeland. A faint smile appeared on Naruto's face. His body vanished at once, and in the next second, he arrived at the Otsutsuki homeland. Who are you? The Otsutsuki clansmen in the middle of a ceremony were stunned when they saw a whiskered boy suddenly appear on the high platform. This was the Otsutsuki homeland. In the starry sky, what race would be so blind as to come here? And how had he gotten here? The defenses were so tight that let alone a human, even a high-ranking Otsutsuki couldn't possibly arrive here unharmed without triggering any sensory detection at all. The one who's here to take your lives. Naruto snorted coldly. Hearing that, the Otsutsuki below all turned red in the face. It wasn't anger. It was laughter from being so absurdly amused. Helpless, mocking laughter. To them, the human standing on the platform was like an ant. Would a human get angry over an ant's wild threats? Obviously not. But Naruto clearly had no intention of wasting words with them. After the crowd's laughter died down, he attacked. Vast, heavy chakra burst out instantly, whipping up violent winds and sending all the surrounding Otsutsuki flying. The Otsutsuki were shocked, but before they could react, countless threads stabbed into their bodies. Their chakra had been disrupted. Fear flashed across the faces of the several thousand Otsutsuki present. How could an ordinary human possibly reach this level? Was he really even human? Although their own chakra had been disrupted, Otsutsuki were still Otsutsuki. They could still barely launch attacks. Several dozen powerful Otsutsuki broke free in an instant, but those with weaker strength were all refined into pills. You actually possess an ability of our Otsutsuki clan? Someone shouted in a deep voice. Even among the Otsutsuki, the ability to refine one's own clansmen was extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands, fewer than 100 possessed it. Naruto paid them no attention. Instead, he flew into the air and raised his right hand. Rasengan. It was still a Rasengan, but this one was obviously far larger, nearly blotting out the sky. At the same time, Naruto used chakra to pull over the refined pills and swallowed them all. Counterattack now. All the Otsutsuki were terrified. The energy inside that Rasengan was simply too horrifying. Once it fell, an entire planet might be reduced to ashes. But even if Naruto stood there without moving, their attacks had no effect on him at all. He was just too strong now. It's useless. It's completely useless. Who the hell is this guy? Someone shouted in despair. Forget that. Burn your lifespan. Blood-red light covered the entire sky. The whole planet was covered in crimson, and everything was dyed blood-red. Whoosh! The Rasengan hit the ground, instantly burrowing underground while heavily injuring countless Otsutsuki. Naruto sneered and struck again, refining all of those Otsutsuki into pills and swallowing them. Then he flew away. Back in the boundless starry sky, Naruto did not leave immediately. Instead, he simply watched quietly. Boom! The planet exploded, becoming a brilliant firework in the starry sky. Celebrate. Your deaths have painted the starry sky with fireworks, Naruto said softly. Then he began sensing for Otsutsuki again. Over the next half-month, Naruto swept through the remaining Otsutsuki like dry weeds before a storm, refining them all away. But what puzzled him was that he still hadn't found Momoshiki. That's strange. Logically, Momoshiki should exist in this era. Why would he disappear? Naruto frowned tightly, disbelief flashing across his face. Momoshiki had actually vanished. In this era, there was no trace of him at all. What exactly was going on? Though confused, Naruto did not stop moving. After buying a space-time traversal gate, he immediately headed to Konoha Year 56. And just like that, every half-month, Naruto would sweep through the Otsutsuki in the starry sky once. Time eventually reached the Warring States era. During this period, aside from devouring and refining Otsutsuki, Naruto was devouring and refining Otsutsuki. Occasionally, he would also return to the original timeline to chat with his friends and the like. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and Naruto also returned from the Warring States era. But no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand why Momoshiki didn't exist in any timeline. It made no sense to him at all. Could it be that Momoshiki hadn't been born yet? But that was impossible. Momoshiki should have been at least several hundred years old. Kurama, why do you think Momoshiki doesn't exist? Naruto asked after returning home. Kurama chuckled. My guess is that you accidentally killed him. After saying that, Kurama sighed inwardly. This guy was just too powerful. Those Otsutsuki were like toddlers in his hands, with no power to resist at all. Naruto rolled his eyes. Quit talking bullshit. Forget it. I'm not asking anymore. But it's already been 3 years, and the future still hasn't sent out a distress call. That Momoshiki guy is really patient. That's honestly unbelievable. During these 3 years, he had also gone to Konoha Year 83 to take a look. Life was very peaceful. Many people seemed to have completely forgotten about the Otsutsuki clan. But Naruto knew that Momoshiki was definitely waiting quietly for the right opportunity to counterattack the ninja world again. Let's sleep for a bit, Naruto thought to himself. But just as he closed his eyes, he heard someone knocking at the door. Hinata? Naruto called out in surprise. Thinking about it, he really hadn't seen Hinata for many days. And this time after coming back, he hadn't gone looking for his friends either. Originally, he had planned to rest a little before heading to Konoha Year 83 again. After all, there was no telling when Momoshiki would return. I heard you came back, so I came to see you. Hinata seemed a little shy, but with the relationship between the two of them now, they were basically no different from husband and wife. Yeah. I wasn't planning to stay long. I'm leaving again tomorrow, so I didn't tell you. Naruto nodded, thinking it was probably the sensory unit who had reported it. Still, those people in the sensory unit really are unreliable when it comes to sensing enemies, but they're amazingly accurate when it comes to sensing their own people. Even while complaining inwardly, he still welcomed Hinata inside. Sit, Naruto said. 3 years had passed, and Hinata had already grown into a mature young woman. Her figure was full, her appearance delicate and beautiful. Even compared to the version of her in the light screen, she was not inferior in the slightest. And so, Drywood met Raging Fire, and the two of them entered baby-making mode ahead of schedule. Maybe Boruto and Himawari would be born early too. The next day, Naruto headed to Konoha Year 83. No, it should be Konoha Year 86 now. And Naruto, you have to be careful, Hinata said reluctantly. Those Otsutsuki are all hard to deal with. After a night of passion, Hinata had gained a trace of a married woman's charm. Though she was not very old, she was indeed very attractive. Naruto nodded lightly. After bidding everyone farewell, he stepped into the gate of spacetime. Compared to the last time I came, there've been quite a lot of changes again. Naruto looked around and sighed. The number of high-rise buildings around them had increased more and more. Even Konoha's area had expanded a lot, probably several times bigger than it had been 3 years ago. The population had also risen in a straight line. The current Konoha probably couldn't even be called a village anymore. It was more like a large city. Naruto's face was full of smiles. The ninja world was developing better and better. But very soon his expression darkened. If it weren't for those Otsutsuki, the ninja world would definitely be even better. Momoshiki, where are you? I miss you so much. Naruto. The seventh suddenly appeared in front of him and called out excitedly. What are you doing here? The last time Naruto had come was already half a year ago, and Momoshiki still hadn't shown any trace of himself, so they hadn't contacted Naruto either. After all, they also knew that Naruto was hunting down the Otsutsuki. He was extremely busy the whole time. Naruto said, let's talk about this after we get back. Hokage's office. After Naruto explained why he had come, the seventh Naruto's face filled with disbelief. You're saying Momoshiki is missing? Naruto nodded. That's right. I crossed countless eras and killed an immeasurable number of Otsutsuki, but I still never saw Momoshiki. The strange thing is, a lot of Otsutsuki have heard his name, but no one has ever seen him. It's like he disappeared a long time ago. To be honest, Naruto didn't think the possibility of Momoshiki going missing really existed. After all, Momoshiki was also quite powerful. In the starry sky, there shouldn't be many who could deal with him, but the truth was that Momoshiki had vanished. No matter what method Naruto used, he couldn't find Momoshiki, and that gave him quite a headache. But then he suddenly thought of something. Momoshiki had obtained rewards in this era, so maybe he could find Momoshiki in this era. The seventh Naruto, Sasuke, and the others all fell into thought. This matter really was a bit unbelievable. Probably wouldn't be easy to solve. If that's the case, Naruto, then stay in this era and rest for a while first. There's plenty of time. Let me tell you, in these past 3 years, a lot of good new things have appeared in the ninja world. They'll definitely satisfy you. The seventh Naruto burst into laughter. Naruto nodded. Right, where are Boruto and Kawaki? Kawaki is at Mount Myaboku. That kid, in order to raise his strength, has already learned 2 kinds of sage art. Now he's only missing Mount Myaboku's sage art. When Kawaki was mentioned, Naruto also looked full of emotion. That child seemed to be carrying greater pressure than most people. The seventh Naruto wasn't Kawaki, but he could still understand some things. Kawaki had suffered too much since childhood. After Konoha took him in, he experienced warmth. But there was still an Otsutsuki staring at him from the side. There was no way he could truly relax. He would definitely work hard to raise his strength. Sage art was a completely different kind of power from the Otsutsuki clan's power. Even for Kawaki, who was half Otsutsuki, it could still raise his strength. The current Kawaki was far, far stronger than the Kawaki from 3 years ago. What about Boruto? Boruto? A strange look appeared on the seventh Naruto's face. He sighed and said, that kid. I'm really afraid he'll get hacked apart by a cleaver one day. A cleaver? Naruto froze for a moment, not quite understanding what the seventh Naruto meant. Seeing his confused expression, the seventh scratched awkwardly and said, I forgot. That meme came from a TV drama in this era. You probably don't know it. After that, the seventh Naruto gave a simple explanation. After hearing it, Naruto also wore a strange look on his face. That guy isn't juggling 3 boats at once, is he? Sumire Keiki, Sarada Uchiha, and Hikari Uchiha. All 3 were good girls. There really was a chance that Boruto was stepping on 3 boats at once. It's hard to say for now, but there is a bit of that trend. So I'm really kind of worried. The seventh Naruto shook his head like he had a headache, with an indescribable expression on his face. But Naruto knew that deep down, this guy was definitely thinking, nice one, brat. You've got guts. After all, Naruto himself was the kind who attracted women. The man known as the ninja world's first kiss harvester hadn't gotten that title for nothing. Naruto stood in front of the window and unconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. Only then did he suddenly notice that the light screen had already disappeared. His heart jolted. Then he let out a sigh. So the light screen was gone. A year ago, the light screen had already disappeared. And when it left, it seemed to have said something. Everyone, this system has another path to take, so I won't keep wandering around the ninja world anymore. I'm making a run for it. Everyone, if fate allows, we'll meet again. That sentence left countless people across countless timelines in the ninja world completely dumbfounded, only able to stand there in the wind in a mess. They couldn't understand what the light screen meant at all. The only thing they knew was that it was running away. After accompanying them for several years, the light screen had suddenly vanished. To be honest, Naruto still missed it a little, and if it hadn't been for the existence of the light screen, there was no way he could have become this strong. Strong enough to protect the ninja world. All of that had come from the rewards the light screen gave him. Noticing the change in Naruto's mood, the seventh Naruto said, It's already been a year since the light screen left. The ninja world does seem a lot calmer. Naruto only smiled and said nothing. After a short while, he said, "You keep working. I'm gonna find Boruto, alright? That guy's been slacking off a bit lately. You'd better train him properly." The seventh Naruto said cheerfully. Naruto gave him an okay hand sign, telling him there was absolutely no problem. One of his favorite things was bullying newbies. "Hikari, Boruto, Hikari, Boruto." Shikadai Nara complained from the side. "Are you two done yet? You're always like this. We're seriously getting tired of watching it." Ever since Hikari Uchiha came to Konoha, Boruto had practically become inseparable from her. Although Shikadai knew this guy had a dream of building a huge harem, the problem was, wasn't he spending way too much time with Hikari Uchiha? Both Sarada Uchiha and Sumire Keikei were already unhappy about it. Although Shikadai was complaining about all this in his heart, he didn't dare say it to their faces. Otherwise, Hikari Uchiha would definitely hit him with a Tsukuyami. He didn't even know how many Tsukuyami he had already eaten. By now, he had experience with it. Hikari Uchiha glanced at him and said unhappily, "You want another Tsukuyami?" Even though her tone was teasing, it still startled Shikadai. He thought to himself that he had only just been thinking about that, yet Hikari Uchiha had said it out loud directly. He immediately laughed awkwardly and shook his head. No, I was just joking. After saying that, he quickly dragged Inogen away. This place was no longer suitable for him to stay in. He even started wondering whether he should find a girlfriend too. When he got back, he should talk to his mom and ask her to check whether there was anyone suitable for him in Sunagakure. Watching Boruto date all day was getting unbearable for him too. But before he could even walk out of the burger shop's entrance, he saw Naruto coming straight toward him. The seventh? Shikadai felt puzzled. Why had the seventh become younger? But he quickly reacted. "It should be little Naruto. So it's you, Naruto. You're here." Shikadai's tone was full of delight. He had gotten along very well with little Naruto during that period, so seeing Naruto come back to this era made him very happy. "Yeah, I'm here to take care of something," Naruto said with a smile. Hearing their conversation, Boruto and Hikari Uchiha hurried over as well. "Naruto, why are you here?" Boruto asked curiously. He hadn't seen Naruto for half a year already. Naruto sized Boruto up, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He really did look so much like him, as expected of his son. If strangers saw them standing together, they would definitely say they were brothers. "Let's go. This isn't a place to talk." The group headed toward the forest. "Why did you suddenly come here?" Boruto asked curiously. "Your old man told me to train you a bit. I heard you've been slacking off in your cultivation lately," Naruto said with a grin. Training juniors was one of his favorite things. Years of non-stop killing had left his mind exhausted. An occasional training battle was also great. At that, Boruto's face filled with dissatisfaction. "Who said that? I've been working hard in training lately." Boruto's talent was quite a bit better than Kawaki's. He had already become fully proficient in using 3 kinds of Sage Mode, and he even had an idea to merge the 3 Sage Modes into one, hoping to evolve once again. He had also completely mastered the Otsutsuki Kama, and at the same time learned quite a few new ninjutsu such as Flying Raijin and Rasengan. But his Flying Raijin was also very different from the authentic Flying Raijin. Boruto's Flying Raijin was not only capable of moving through the same space, but could also travel into different dimensions. That meant that even without activating Karma, he could still enter other dimensions.
AS for Rasengan.
He had developed a special form of it. Rasengan Yuzuhiko, using the power of a planet's rotation to attack the enemy. Its power was so great that even an ordinary Otsutsuki would definitely die if hit by it once. For example, Code had died to this move. During these 3 years, the ninja world had not been doing nothing either. With Amato's help, they had resolved the problems left over from before. Even Ida and Demon had come to Konoha. Of course, they were nowhere near as arrogant as they were in the Light Screen's broadcast. The reason was simple: Boruto and Kawaki were too strong. Not even mentioning Boruto, Kawaki alone could already fight Demon to a draw. As for Ida, it was completely impossible for her to fight Kawaki. Just like in the Light Screen, the moment she saw Kawaki, she fell deeply in love with him. This Kawaki, cold and powerful, really fit her tastes perfectly. But unfortunately, even after a whole year had passed, Kawaki was still neither warm nor cold toward her. But honestly speaking, Konoha still very much wanted to match the two of them together. After all, whether it was strength or talent, both of them were top tier. If they had a child together, that child would definitely be absurdly strong. But regrettably, Kawaki seemed to have little interest in that. He had put all his thoughts on the 7th Hokage Naruto and Konoha. "I recently developed a new jutsu. It'll definitely open your eyes." Boruto laughed and had Uchiha Hikari and the others move farther away. Naruto smiled. "Open my eyes? Then I'll be looking forward to it." Of course, Boruto didn't dare be careless either. He knew very clearly just how strong the Naruto in front of him was, so the moment he made his move, he went all out. Karma activated, and Rasengan Yuzuhiko was instantly formed and slammed into Naruto. Naruto felt his movements become a little sluggish, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This jutsu really was pretty good. It actually managed to make his current self feel slowed down. Indeed, pretty good technique, but that's all. Naruto chuckled, and chakra erupted, stirring up a storm. But under his deliberate control, the power of that storm only affected Boruto alone. After all, they were still within the bounds of Konoha. He had no desire to have Konoha rebuilt again after it had finally been constructed with so much effort. Boruto was blown away directly, drifting freely in midair. Even though he could fly under a storm comparable to a level 30 tornado, he still felt his own powerlessness. "Stop! I surrender!" Boruto shouted. Anyway, that was still his old man, so surrendering wasn't embarrassing. Besides, he had no way to counterattack at all. The other side hadn't even really made a move yet, and he had already ended up like this. If Naruto really wanted to attack, he probably wouldn't even be able to react at all. "See? I told you your training's been a little slack, didn't I?" After Boruto landed, Naruto came over in front of him and said cheerfully. Boruto gave a bitter smile. "You're strong. Whatever you say is right." "Boruto, are you okay?" Uchiha Hikari asked in a flustered hurry. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy." Well, obviously he was dizzy. He had been spinning at high speed for so long. It would be strange if he wasn't dizzy. Right, what was up with that jutsu just now? At that, Boruto got excited. "See? That jutsu's strong, right? I worked insanely hard to develop it." Naruto nodded. "It really is strong. Can even restrain me slightly for a moment. Against other people, it'd probably crush them outright." Boruto continued explaining, "The principle behind Rasengan Yuzuhiko is actually pretty simple. You inject chakra into someone else's body, and that chakra rotates along with the planet's rotation. As long as the planet's rotation doesn't stop, this attack will never stop. The principle is simple." Nara Shikadai's mouth twitched. "Easy for you to say. It's hard to actually do. That's only simple for you." Naruto frowned slightly, using the principle of planetary rotation. So that was it. But its limit was only this much. Was there any way to raise the upper limit of this move? After all, Naruto's current opponent was Momoshiki. Even though no one knew where Momoshiki had been these past 3 years, his strength had definitely increased drastically. He might even, like Naruto, be able to destroy a planet with a wave of his hand. Honestly speaking, against that level of power, Yuzuhiko had no way to resist. Or rather, even if the other side got hit, he could probably break free through sheer power alone. But if planetary rotation wasn't enough, then what about a star? What about a star system? Or even the entire universe? Naruto felt that he had found a direction for research. Afterward, Naruto asked Boruto for Yuzuhiko's training method. Since it came from the same origin as Rasengan, Naruto learned it very quickly. In just 3 short days, he had completely mastered Yuzuhiko. That left Boruto dumbfounded. A ninjutsu he had spent so long developing had unexpectedly been mastered so easily by the other side in only 3 days. By the way, Naruto, with your strength, you shouldn't need Yuzuhiko, right? Boruto had a very deep understanding of Naruto's strength. The Yuzuhiko he had used on him had no effect whatsoever. But even so, Naruto had still decided to spend time learning it. It had to be known that Naruto would only be staying here for 1 month. Yet he still chose to learn it, and that made Boruto curious. Naruto smiled. "Your jutsu actually still has a lot of room for development." Boruto let out an "oh" and looked at him curiously. "I'd love to hear it." Naruto pondered for a moment before saying, "Over the years, I've been traveling through the starry sky, and I've seen too much. But the thing that left the deepest impression on me was that everything in this world is in motion, unceasing motion at every moment. Whether it's planets, stars, or even star regions, all of them are rotating in their own different ways. So I was thinking your Yuzuhiko uses planetary rotation as its core. Then can it be improved so that stellar rotation becomes the core? Or even make a star region the core?" Boruto was dumbfounded. This was a path he had never imagined before. But very quickly, excitement appeared on his face. Without a doubt, if Naruto's idea was correct, then Yuzuhiko's development potential was enormous. Could even become the strongest ninjutsu. Whether it was the power of stellar rotation or the rotation of a star region, it was far stronger than planetary rotation, completely on a different level. If it could really be developed successfully, Yuzuhiko's power would absolutely rise exponentially. Of course, that's just my current idea. If you really want to use stellar rotation as the source, it'll definitely be unbelievably difficult. Naruto shook his head. Although he had already learned Yuzuhiko, for now he still had no clue how to merge the power of stars or star regions into Yuzuhiko. Boruto said excitedly, "How is that a problem? That's an amazing line of thought. A line of thought I never considered before." Naruto smiled. "That's the benefit of broadening your horizons. You can think of things other people can't. We can exchange ideas and see if we can develop the ninjutsu in a short period of time." Naruto also understood that working behind closed doors was not advisable. There had to be broad discussion because every person understood ninjutsu differently, and someone might have a unique idea. We can gather Konoha's scientific community and hear their opinions too. After all, they've also done a lot of research into the stars. Nara Shikadai spoke up. During this time, he had also been following Boruto in learning Rasengan Yuzuhiko, but unfortunately, he had made no progress at all. In fact, he had learned the Rasengan a year ago already. After all, his clan's jutsu were extremely strong in terms of control, but they had very few offensive techniques. Even though the clan's inherited jutsu were good too, who wouldn't he want to learn the signature ultimate move of Lord Seventh? After begging his old man, Nara Shikamaru got Konohamaru to personally teach him. Even though he didn't have Boruto's terrifying level of talent, he still became proficient with it within a year. Actually, over this past year or so, there were simply too many people in Konoha who had learned the Rasengan. The reason was simple. The story of the 7th Hokage was just too eye-catching. Everyone wanted to become the second 7th Hokage. And if they wanted to become him, then of course they had to learn the 7th's signature ninjutsu. Actually, quite a few people also wanted to learn the sexy technique. But the key point was that this was the one technique the 7th absolutely refused to let anyone learn. Because it was way too lewd. Back when the 7th Hokage gave that order, a lot of people who knew him well roasted him for it too. You were the one who developed that jutsu yourself and even you think it's lewd. And on top of that, your own son even learned it. Back when you were teaching Konohamaru, that definitely wasn't what you said. Still, jokes were jokes. Everyone fully supported 7th Hokage Naruto's decision. After all, the sexy technique really wasn't suitable for ordinary people to learn. It wouldn't be good to corrupt children. Hearing that, Boruto smiled. That really is a good idea. They were ninjas, so their horizons might be broader than scientists in many ways. But when it came to professional knowledge, they definitely weren't as good as them. If those people joined in, it would definitely deepen their understanding of the starry sky. And when the time came to create a ninjutsu, they would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Now that they had decided, the group quickly arrived at the Hokage's office and found 7th Hokage Naruto, hoping he would step in. Sure, of course there's no problem. But Boruto, you're really amazing, huh? Naruto also let out a sigh of admiration. Even though he knew his son had great talent, he had never expected the ninjutsu he created to have such terrifying potential. To make use of fixed stars and star fields. Just hearing it sounds interesting. Very quickly, with the help of 7th Hokage Naruto, all of Konoha's scientists researching the universe were brought to the Hokage's office. But the office was simply too small. So 7th Hokage Naruto specifically set aside a much larger place for them to conduct their research. When those scientists heard Naruto's idea, shock appeared on every one of their faces. They had never imagined that ninjutsu could be developed in a way like this. But very soon, every single one of them became excited. This was a chance to leave their names in history. As long as they could help Naruto and Boruto complete this research, then in future history textbooks and ninjutsu manuals, there would definitely be a place for them. So under that kind of stimulation, every one of them brought out all the knowledge they had accumulated in their lives. In the distant starry sky, on an unknown planet. This planet was filled with a fiery red color. If one stood out in the cosmos and looked at it, it seemed like a glowing fireball hanging in the void, almost no different from the sun. But it was actually a life-bearing planet. That was truly a bit unbelievable. Sitting cross-legged within the core of the planet, Momoshiki slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. At last, he had succeeded. By connecting with his countless selves across parallel worlds and joining together with countless Momoshikis, his strength had finally reached the absolute strongest possibility he could attain. That was right. This was the reason Naruto had never been able to find Momoshiki. Because the Momoshikis from countless parallel worlds and countless timelines had all been absorbed into this Momoshiki's body, increasing his power. Sure enough, no matter how powerful those other Otsutsuki were, in the end, none of them were as suitable as himself. This was something Momoshiki had already understood 3 years ago. Although he could refine fellow Otsutsuki clansmen into pills, the degree to which he could use them was far inferior to Otsutsuki Shirbai, whom Naruto had inherited. And so, he thought of a method. If other people wouldn't work, then what about himself? Same origin, same power. In that case, the efficiency should be extremely high, right? Back then, even Momoshiki himself had been shocked by this terrifying idea. But very soon, he began to act on it. No matter how much you think, if you don't do it, it's all meaningless. After spending 3 days, he finally connected to one Momoshiki. That was the Momoshiki from 3 years ago. Then, using the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Divine Art, he located that Momoshiki and devoured him instantly. But this method was simply too slow. Later, he thought of another way. That was to make those Momoshikis willingly merge into him. But Momoshiki understood himself best. It was completely impossible to make the other Momoshikis willingly give up their lives. But as had just been said, Momoshiki understood himself best, and naturally understood his own weakness as well. So he made use of that weakness and absorbed Momoshiki's from countless times and spaces. As for how strong he was now, even he himself didn't understand. But there was one thing he could be absolutely certain of. He would not lose again. He slowly stood up and extended a finger. A beam of light shot out and smashed into the planet's core. Immediately, the magma there began to surge, like the omen of an imminent volcanic eruption. Right after that, it started to fluctuate violently, like raging waves on the surface of the sea. Boom! After several seconds, that built-up force finally shot into the sky, broke through the crust and reached the surface. But the energy Momoshiki released was far more than just that. The crust began to split apart. The heavenly phenomena above the ground changed drastically. The sky, which had originally been fiery red, now turned pitch black. What is happening? The humans living on this planet were filled with fear and unease. How had the sky, unchanged for all eternity, suddenly transformed? But before their confusion could be answered, they felt the earth shaking. An earthquake. Everyone looked into the distance. In the next instant, they were all dumbfounded. The crust was splitting open. Lava was erupting. Storms were ravaging the world. This is the end of the world. Countless people screamed. I don't want to die. Please, someone save me. Even those in high positions and with great authority were screaming themselves hoarse. No matter how high they sat, they were still only ordinary people. Not to mention them, even the strongest experts on this planet, what could they amount to in front of a disaster like this? All anyone could do was watch helplessly as the planet that had birthed and raised them gradually moved toward destruction. Meanwhile, Momoshiki was already standing in the void. He merely watched coldly. The screams humans made before death were his favorite sound. To be honest, this planet was truly enormous. Compared to ordinary stars, it was not inferior in the slightest. It was even much larger than the Otsutsuki clan's homeland. So naturally, there were many powerful beings here as well. If the original Momoshiki had come to this planet, he would have had to keep his head down and behave himself. But the current Momoshiki? Even if he stood there without moving, those people still wouldn't be able to hurt him. This was the inferiority ingrained in humanity. A lower race could never survive in the starry sky. As for the Otsutsuki clan, even an infant could survive in the cosmos. And after growing just a little, they could possess tremendous power. That was also why the Otsutsuki clan regarded humanity as an inferior species. Boom! After half an hour of heaven-shaking changes, this massive planet finally could not hold on any longer and exploded. Fireworks. More fireworks. The fireworks formed by a planet's destruction were not rare at all in this cosmic galaxy. If anything, planets were exploding and being born every moment. Momoshiki felt no emotional ripple whatsoever. And that was without even mentioning that this planet had been destroyed by his own hand. As for his next target, it was not the ninja world. It was the Otsutsuki clan's homeland. Within that homeland was a secret treasure. One that would be of enormous help to his next actions. Although with his current strength he no longer feared the ninja world, he was afraid that damned light screen might once again grant benefits to the people of the ninja world. But what he never could have expected was that after going through immense hardship to return to the homeland, he found that his house had been robbed. The Otsutsuki homeland had actually exploded. The entire planet had turned into nothingness. Momoshiki was dumbfounded, and his eyes turned red. Who did this? Anger made him lose his mind. In the starry sky, he released his power wildly, and the nearby planets were completely destroyed by that overwhelming force. A few more fireworks appeared in the cosmos once again. If Naruto were here, he would definitely say proudly, "That's right, it was yours truly." During this period, he hadn't just been researching how to upgrade Spiral Face with Boruto. He had also been determined to destroy the Otsutsuki clan's homeland of this era. And after destroying so many Otsutsuki homelands before, he was already extremely familiar with it, like returning to his own home. First, he flew into the galaxy. Then he released an ultra-compressed Rasengan and directly blew up the Otsutsuki homeland. Momoshiki roared in fury, but it was all useless. Did they think he was grieving over the deaths of his clansmen? No. He was only enraged because that supreme treasure had disappeared. The planet had already been blown apart. No one knew whether the treasure still existed. After his anger faded, Momoshiki gradually calmed down and began searching everywhere for the treasure. That treasure had been forged by the Otsutsuki god back then using the cores of dozens of stars. It could negate all ocular power and also possessed powerful defensive abilities. Naturally, it was also extremely sturdy. It should have survived the planet's explosion. After searching for a long time, Momoshiki finally found it. It was a ring. If his strength hadn't risen so much, he really might not have been able to see something so tiny. With joy on his face, he slowly picked up the ring, his expression full of excitement. Then he put it on his hand. Feeling the vast power contained within it, Momoshiki sighed in admiration. As expected of a supreme treasure created by the Otsutsuki god. Even though my current combat power far surpasses his, I still can't create such a precise treasure. In terms of pure combat power, Momoshiki had actually already surpassed the Otsutsuki god by far. But the problem was that he hadn't mastered many divine arts at all. Although he had lived for many years and knew of many divine arts, his former strength had been insufficient to learn them. And now, most of his time had been spent increasing his power for revenge, leaving him with no time to study them. But in the future, he would evolve into the true Otsutsuki god. After destroying the ninja world, he would become the true god of this universe. I can hardly wait. With that, he flew toward the ninja world. The ninja world. After a month, Naruto had finally fully developed Spiral Face S advanced forms. Including the original form, Spiral Face now had a total of 3 forms. The basic version of Spiral Face, powered by a planet S rotation. The upgraded version of Spiral Face, powered by a star S rotation. The plus version of Spiral Face, powered by the rotation of a star region. Momoshiki, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Naruto raised his head and looked toward the cosmic galaxy, his face full of a smile. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, as if the city itself would collapse. The entire ninja world was now filled with the atmosphere of a coming storm. Ordinary people were still living happily, but the higher-ups knew that the true final battle was not far away. Even across the stars, they could sense a powerful force rushing toward the ninja world from afar. Naruto, with his speed, how long will it take him to get here? 7th Hokage Naruto asked with a frown. If it's just pure flight plus space traversal, he can arrive within a day, Naruto replied. 1 day. 7th Hokage Naruto pondered for a while, then gave the order. Notify the other 4 Kage and have them come to the land of fire immediately. Tell them Momoshiki is about to arrive. This, Naruto, even if all 4 Kage are called here, it'll still be useless. Their strength isn't that great. If they come here, they might only make things worse. Shikamaru Nara said. Although his own strength wasn't much either, those people truly weren't suited for appearing on the battlefield. If anything unexpected happened, Naruto and the others might even have to save them. Now isn't the time to think about that. We must unite every force we can. Otherwise, in the coming battle, the only ones who will lose will be us. Naruto's face was serious. It wasn't that he was overreacting. It was just that Momoshiki was too strong. Even across countless distances, they could still sense Momoshiki's aura. Even little Naruto probably didn't have such power. But why did little Naruto still look so calm and composed? Could it be that he was already confident in dealing with Momoshiki? Bring Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi here as well. Sasuke Uchiha was startled. You're not planning to use the Impure World Reincarnation, are you? That's right. Impure World Reincarnation. If the 2 of them revive the previous generations at the most perfect level, they should be able to bring out their power to the greatest extent. And since those revived by Impure World Reincarnation have immortal bodies, they should be able to help us gather intelligence as much as possible. Now that the ninja world was facing life or death destruction, Naruto was no longer as stubborn as before, saying things like messing with the corpses of the dead. And he wasn't afraid that those revived through Impure World Reincarnation would betray them either. Very simple. He only wanted to use the people of the previous generations as tools to gather information. Right now, there were plenty of people in the ninja world stronger than the previous generations. Not to mention Boruto and Kawaki. Even he and Sasuke were stronger than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Although those revived by Impure World Reincarnation have immortal, undying bodies, and their chakra recovers quickly, they're helpless against 6 Paths power, Shikamaru Nara said with a frown. Can this really work? Ninjutsu formed from Inyang release can easily scatter them. Young Naruto spoke up. Don't worry about that. Those Otsutsuki are just pure stat monsters. None of them use Inyang release. Based on my experience fighting so many Otsutsuki, their entire power system is completely different from ours. It doesn't belong to ninjutsu, so naturally they have no way to deal with Impure World Reincarnation. That's right. In the end, although the Otsutsuki clan's power and ninjutsu come from the same source and both belong to chakra, the way the power is used and developed is completely different. They have absolutely no way of dealing with Impure World Reincarnation. After hearing Naruto's words, the hesitation still lingering in 7th Hokage, Naruto's heart, immediately vanished. Then it's decided. No one needs to persuade me anymore. If the previous generations blame me, then when I go down to the Pure Land, I'll personally apologize. Very quickly, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were summoned over. After hearing 7th Hokage Naruto's order, Kabuto was shocked, while Orochimaru revealed a smile. 7th Hokage Naruto frowned and asked, "Is it that funny, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru let out a soft laugh. "Not exactly funny. I'm just surprised that you, Naruto, would change your old way of thinking. Back then, you used to shout that toying with the will of the dead was a despicable act. But I never thought that now you'd take the initiative to ask us to do exactly that." Kabuto Yakushi said nothing. He only gave Orochimaru a calm glance, but his thoughts were probably about the same. Seventh Hokage Naruto was stunned for a moment, then said, "If the ninja world is destroyed, everyone will die. For the sake of the ninja world, changing my original beliefs a little is nothing." Orochimaru burst into laughter. "Good. Since you've made such a decision, Naruto, we naturally won't disappoint you. There should still be white Zetsu left, right?" "Yes." White Zetsu had been cultivated by Madara Uchiha in preparation for war. Back then, they had not all been completely cleaned out. The remaining ones had been divided among the major nations for experiments. Konoha had kept the most, around 400 or 500 bodies. "Good. Gather all the white Zetsu. If Kabuto and I cast the jutsu together, we should be able to summon them all very quickly." As for the cells of the previous generations, there was no need to even think about that. Naruto didn't believe Orochimaru would be that obedient. Sure enough, hearing Orochimaru say that, he immediately knew that guy definitely had some hidden stock he didn't know about. But now wasn't the time to argue over that. After the white Zetsu were prepared, Orochimaru had also already prepared the cells of the various predecessors. Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru stood side by side, then shouted loudly, "Impure world reincarnation!" Whoosh! Streams of blue light drifted down from the sky and entered the bodies of the white Zetsu. Then those white Zetsu began twisting violently, letting out painful screams. A few seconds later, dozens of people revived through impure world reincarnation appeared before everyone. The moment Tobirama Senju saw Orochimaru, his brows instantly furrowed. "You again? You're really hard to kill. You're still not dead even now." Tobirama Senju felt utterly depressed. Why had this guy been reincarnated again? Hashirama Senju looked at Orochimaru and asked curiously, "What's going on? Don't tell me the war has started again?" Before Orochimaru could speak, Madara Uchiha said, "Hashirama, you're still this naive. See? I told you your way of thinking was wrong." Hashirama's face lit up. He hadn't expected even Madara Uchiha to be reincarnated. "Madara, you were reincarnated too? What exactly happened?" Madara Uchiha had been the strongest enemy in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Under normal circumstances, anyone would know how terrifying Madara Uchiha was. How could anyone possibly summon him out again? Minato Namikaze looked around curiously. Then his face lit up, and he quickly looked toward the seventh Hokage, Naruto. "Is that Naruto? You've grown this much already?" The moment they heard the name Naruto, everyone turned to look at him. Even Obito Uchiha ran over. "Good kid, you really became Hokage. But why are you the seventh?" Obito Uchiha was quite puzzled. Logically speaking, with Naruto's strength and influence, he should have been the sixth Hokage. Who was the sixth Hokage? The seventh Hokage, Naruto, was also a little happy to see Obito and his father. It was Kakashi-sensei. "Kakashi?" Obito Uchiha's expression changed again and again. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. "Kakashi, that bastard. He still ended up becoming Hokage." "Obito, you were reincarnated too," Minato Namikaze said happily. "Not just me. That old guy is here too." Obito Uchiha jerked his chin toward Madara Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi also walked over. "Naruto, what exactly happened? Why did you bring all us old guys back with the impure world reincarnation?" Only at this moment did Tobirama Senju and the others notice Naruto. They thought this hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War was probably the one behind bringing them back. And all of them grew curious. But before Naruto could speak, Madara Uchiha charged forward. Before he could get close to Naruto, Kawaki kicked him away with one foot. "Kawaki, what are you doing?" Boruto hurriedly pulled him behind himself. "He's got too much hostility on him. I won't allow him to get close to the seventh." Kawaki said it just like that. "That's enough, Kawaki. These are all seniors. Don't mess up the seniority," the seventh Hokage, Naruto, said. "You!" Boruto quickly helped Madara Uchiha back up. "Senior, are you alright?" Madara Uchiha still hadn't recovered from the shock. That kid was ridiculously strong, wasn't he? "I'm Fine." Looking at the boy, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. "You wouldn't happen to be Naruto's son, would you?" Boruto grinned. "Yep." Minato Namikaze looked over with joy written across his face. But he still held back his excitement and didn't step forward. Itachi Uchiha said, "Something incredible must have happened, right?" Jiraiya patted the seventh Hokage Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Amazing. You became the seventh Hokage." Naruto smiled. "Without Pervy Sage's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today." Jiraiya said helplessly, "I told you already. Stop calling me Pervy Sage." Nagato stared at Jiraiya in a daze for a long time, then directly dropped to his knees.
"Jiraiya-sensei, I'm truly sorry."
He had waited a very, very long time to say those words. Now he had finally done it. Jiraiya quickly helped Nagato up and said earnestly, "You don't need to apologize. A ninja doesn't need to regret the things he's done. And looking at the result, you did pretty well." Nagato froze, then let out a bitter smile, as expected of Jiraiya-sensei. Itachi Uchiha hesitated a little before asking, "Naruto, Sasuke is alright, right?" The seventh Hokage Naruto smiled. "Don't worry, big brother Itachi. Sasuke is doing fine in Konoha. He even has a daughter now. A daughter? Itachi Uchiha was overjoyed. He had thought the Uchiha clan would go extinct. He hadn't expected Sasuke to be this dependable. At this time, Tobirama Senju spoke up. What exactly happened? Bringing all of us here? Naruto fell silent for a moment before speaking. It's a long story. Then Naruto told everyone everything. Everyone was stunned. So that was what had happened. Hashirama Senju scratched his head. What a pain. I didn't expect that after the ninja world finally found peace, there would still be so many enemies beyond this world. And then there's that light screen too. It really feels unbelievable. Madara Uchiha looked a little absent-minded. He hadn't expected peace to really be achieved. But the problem was that there were still enemies beyond this world. Of course, no one had expected enemies from beyond this world. After all, who the hell would know there were people on other planets besides the ninja world? And they were this powerful too. Tobirama Senju frowned. You mean you want us to use these impure world reincarnation bodies to gather intel? That's right. Over the years, Momoshiki has probably become abnormally powerful from the rewards of the light screen. Who knows how many abilities he's gained? If we use living people for the testing, we'll just be wasting lives for nothing. So, I'm really sorry, seniors, the 7th Hokage Naruto said with a face full of apology. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. What are you saying? Naruto, everything you're doing is for the sake of the ninja world. The ninja world finally achieved peace with great difficulty. We can't let those alien bastards destroy it. Hashirama Senju also nodded. That's right. The ninja world belongs to us shinobi. It's not some place for those aliens to plant divine trees. Seeing how understanding all the seniors were, Naruto finally relaxed. Naruto, the Kage from the other villages have already arrived. Alright, I know. Have them properly hosted at the foreign guest's residence for now. I'll head over in a bit. Everyone, you all already know the situation. Momoshiki should arrive in about 12 hours. So take this time to have a good look around Konoha. Seniors from the other ninja villages, please come with me. Your juniors are currently waiting for you at the foreign guest's residence. After that, the 7th Hokage Naruto brought the seniors from the other ninja villages to the foreign guest's residence. After speaking with the 4 Kage about some matters, he brought Jiraiya, Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze back home. As for Nagato, he wanted to look around on his own. Gathering all kinds of information in Ninja World Society now was very easy. After all, they already had the internet. Dad! Hinata shouted the moment she saw Minato Namikaze. Grandpa? Himawari called out carefully. Minato Namikaze was full of joy. This was wonderful. After going back, he could make Kushina happy too. Naruto, you've done well. Jiraiya looked excited. Konoha had changed so much that he had nearly failed to recognize it. Not really. This is the result of everyone's efforts, Naruto said modestly. Before long, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Sasuke's family also arrived.
Nisan.
Itachi Uchiha's face was full of relief. His little brother had finally grown up. Then he looked at Uchiha Sarada behind Sasuke. Sarada had already grown into a young girl, youthful and beautiful. Uncle. Uchiha Sarada was also a little excited. She had never met this uncle before. All she knew was that her uncle was the man who massacred the Uchiha clan. But now that she saw him, her uncle was really handsome, and he looked a lot like her dad. Itachi Uchiha happily rubbed Uchiha Sarada's head. This is great. If only I hadn't died. But very quickly he shook his head. That wouldn't do. He was about to become attached to life in the real world, and for a dead man like him, that was definitely not a good thing. Tsunade, you've gotten old.
Bang!
Bastard. What kind of crap are you saying? With one fierce punch, Tsunade smashed Jiraiya right in the forehead. This guy had completely ruined the feeling of reunion from just a moment ago. Jiraiya only laughed it off and didn't mind. After all, it had been a long time since he had taken one of Tsunade's punches. If anything, he had said it on purpose. Being alive really is great. Even in an impure world reincarnation body. His heart dimmed a little, but he quickly shook his head and went back to chatting idly with everyone. Before long, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju also arrived here, while Hiruzen Sarutobi ran off to find Konohamaru Sarutobi. At this moment, Naruto's home was full of life. If only there were no Otsutsuki. Under the astonished gazes of all the predecessors, this journey of broadening their horizons had finally come to an end. For them, the changes in the ninja world were simply too great. In just a little over 10 years, it had developed to this extent. And the world had truly achieved peace just as Naruto had once promised. Although there were still some frictions in certain places, that was unavoidable. After all, war had always been humanity's theme, but there had never been any large-scale battles. That alone was already very good. After all, the ninja world was so vast, and only small-scale frictions happening was enough to prove that there was no problem with Naruto's governance. That also let Nagato breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really had been a little worried that Naruto wouldn't be able to do it. It wasn't that he doubted his junior brother would lie to him, But making the ninja world achieve peace was extremely difficult. Otherwise, the ninja world wouldn't have been plagued by wars for thousands of years. But now, the facts told him that his junior brother had not lied to him. The ninja world really had achieved peace on a large scale. If only there were no Otsutsuki. Nagato took a deep breath. Those Otsutsuki really were worse than beasts. They could have stayed peacefully in their own home. Yet they insisted on coming to the ninja world to throw their weight around. What normal person could stand that? Luckily, Naruto and the others were strong enough to block the Otsutsuki's repeated invasions. Otherwise, the ninja world would probably have already fallen by now. When will peace truly be realized? Damn Otsutsuki. I will definitely make you pay the price. The next day, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's overwhelmingly powerful aura was getting closer and closer to the ninja world. The reason little Naruto had not stayed to catch up with everyone was because he was now in the starry sky outside the ninja world. Kawaki and Boruto were also here at this time. Although little Naruto had repeatedly stressed that he didn't need them, both of them still wanted to do their part. Even if they were weak, they still had to fight against the Otsutsuki. Inside the light screen, it was because of those Otsutsuki that their lives had become so miserable. Especially Boruto. He hated that bastard Otsutsuki Momoshiki to the bone. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Boruto, Kawaki, the two of you go back right now. I'll give you the coordinates to the other world. Bring all the predecessors into that world immediately. Naruto said with a serious expression. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was getting closer and closer. He would probably arrive before long, in at most half an hour. Boruto and Kawaki were both shocked. Hearing Naruto's words, Boruto immediately used Flying Thunder God to take Kawaki back to the ninja world. Ninja world. When 7th Hokage Naruto saw Boruto and Kawaki return, he was startled and quickly asked, "Why are you back? Did something happen?" Boruto said quickly, "Otsutsuki Momoshiki is here. We need to enter the other dimension immediately and prepare for battle." Everyone quickly nodded. Then, according to the coordinates little Naruto had given them, Kawaki and Boruto opened a passage to the other dimension. Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes. So this is a dimensional passage? What a peculiar kind of power. He still vividly remembered the kick Kawaki had given him at the start. The power behind it had been far too strong. Those Otsutsuki really weren't human. Just a human using karma could wield such terrifying power. He couldn't even imagine how powerful a true Otsutsuki would be, and how powerful Naruto and Sasuke had to be to stop the Otsutsuki outside the ninja world. Yesterday, he had also asked people to confirm the intelligence from after his defeat back then. In the end, he learned for certain that Naruto and Sasuke had joined forces to battle the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and had successfully sealed her away. But now, Otsutsuki Kagaya had already been completely devoured by Naruto. Just thinking about that made Madara grind his teeth in rage. Damn Black Zetsu. If he ever saw him again, he would make sure Black Zetsu suffered a fate worse than death. Seeing everyone enter the other dimension, Madara no longer hesitated and also walked in. Kawaki raised his eyes and looked around. This other dimension was strangely barren. It was also an uninhabited planet, but judging from the surface, it was even more outrageous than that other dimension filled with endless yellow sand. Because this place was a vast expanse of white. Sea and sky seemed fused into one, and for some reason, it was almost impossible to distinguish the ground from the heavens. What planet is this? A trace of shock flashed across 7th Hokage Naruto's face. This scenery was very similar to one of the dimensions from when he had fought Kagaya back then, but also somewhat different. Because that had been an ice dimension. While this place didn't feel cold, it was just a boundless whiteness. Boruto whispered into Uchiha Hikaru's ear, "Hikaru, how's the Yachihoko binding going?" Uchiha Hikaru nodded. "It's already successful. I've bound everyone in the entire ninja world. In this other dimension, chakra transmission might be a little slower, but it can definitely still come through." The moment she entered this other dimension, Uchiha Hikaru had already tested it out once. Just as she had expected, although the transmission speed was slower, it was stable. Chakra could still be sent over. Originally, she had wanted to carve the Yachihoko mark onto 7th Hokage Naruto as well, so it would be easier to transmit chakra to him. But afterward, 7th Hokage Naruto said that the strongest one here right now was little Naruto. Left with no choice, Uchiha Hikaru placed the Yachihoko mark on little Naruto instead. To be honest, Uchiha Hikaru didn't think her Yachihoko could provide little Naruto with much effective help at all. That was simply because that guy had way too much chakra. The entire ninja world's chakra was only about 1/10 of little Naruto's. Of course, Naruto devouring that many Otsutsuki was no joke. The total number of Otsutsuki across so many timelines was no less than the number of humans in the ninja world. Even if some was lost during the devouring process, the chakra accumulated over so many years was still an astronomical figure. Outside the starry sky, half an hour later, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally arrived at the ninja world. "What's going on with your chakra?" The very first thing Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked when he saw young Naruto was exactly that. He really couldn't be blamed for it. The chakra Naruto was displaying alone was already no weaker than what Momoshiki appeared to have on the surface. How could he possibly accept that? No matter how you looked at it, all the chakra in the entire ninja world shouldn't be able to reach this level. So how could a mere single person have achieved this? Naruto gave a faint smile. Take a guess? After Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength had increased, even his brain seemed to work a lot better. He immediately said with a cold face, "Don't tell me you've devoured my clan to extinction?" Of course, that was only his guess. He had also known about the light screen reward back then. That kid had obtained the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Shinjutsu. First, he had also thought it was obviously abnormal for that damned light screen to hand the Otsutsuki Anchor Nail Shinjutsu to a human. But once he thought of Ishiki having the corpse of the Otsutsuki god in his possession, along with Amato, that absurdly exceptional scientist, he immediately understood. Most likely, Naruto already had Otsutsuki Shirbai's karma on him, allowing him to obtain part of the Otsutsuki god's power. That was why Naruto also possessed the same ability to devour Otsutsuki as he did. Correct. Naruto let out a cold laugh. However, things may not be quite the way you think. What I devoured wasn't just the Otsutsuki from this timeline, but the Otsutsuki from countless timelines. But what I can't understand is this. Why did you disappear? I think the you from this timeline should be able to give me an answer, right? Otsutsuki Momoshiki burst into laughter, not the slightest bit saddened by the deaths of his clansmen across countless parallel worlds. Ha ha ha, you want to know? Idiot. Hearing the other party call him an idiot, Naruto showed no anger at all. He only smiled calmly and said, "Of course. I really want to know. Please, tell me." Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, "Just like you, I also devoured countless Otsutsuki. But they weren't my clansmen. They were myself." Naruto raised an eyebrow. So that was it. He had no idea what method Momoshiki had used, but he had actually devoured countless versions of himself from parallel worlds. That instantly made Naruto feel like things had become troublesome. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki had done what he did and devoured large numbers of fellow Otsutsuki, Naruto might not have cared that much. After all, he himself had devoured so many Otsutsuki, so he naturally understood that if it wasn't your original self, there would always be some degree of loss. But if they came from the same source, then the loss would be extremely small or maybe even non-existent. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength had probably already reached an unimaginable level. When I devoured myself, the feeling I gained is something a lowly human like you could never understand. The rise in power, the leap in the level of life itself. How could stupid humans possibly comprehend it? Naruto let out a chuckle.
Stupid humans.
In that case, let me see who's really the stupid one. Naruto's body moved even faster than his words. Before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could even hear what Naruto had said, Naruto had already grabbed him tightly, then kicked him away like a ball with brutal force. And behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the moon.
So fast.
Otsutsuki Momoshiki was inwardly shocked. In that instant just now, he had reacted, but because he had been in the middle of mocking Naruto, he hadn't been able to counterattack at all. And Naruto's speed when making his move had been far too fast. It hadn't given him even the slightest chance to strike back. This brat's strength is probably no weaker than the strength I'm showing on the surface right now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki thought. He was surprised, but he still didn't care too much. Boom! His body smashed through the moon, piercing straight through the entire celestial body. And right behind him, a streak of yellow light shot after him. Naruto, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The two roared at the same time. The explosion of chakra from both of them seemed to dim even the sun's light by a few degrees. Bang! The two collided. In the vacuum of outer space, where a violent crashing sound should have erupted, there was only utter silence. But storm after storm of terrifying power exploded outward from the center of their clash. And in no time, it had swept across the entire solar system. Every planet trembled non-stop, but Naruto wasn't worried about the safety of the ninja world in the slightest, because he had already split off tens of thousands of shadow clones to protect it. At this moment, in the cosmic starry sky, only one yellow and one red streak of light remained, weaving around each other. Their speed was so fast that it seemed they had truly reached the speed of light. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This guy's strength had really increased far too much. He was completely incomparable to how he used to be. There was no way to decide a winner in a short time. In that case, continuing to waste chakra here had no meaning at all. With that thought, he quickly made contact with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and in the next instant, the two of them arrived together in a different dimension. They're here. Boruto and the others, who had been waiting in the different dimension, all stiffened, then immediately spoke. Everyone, do it just like we agreed before. The seniors revived through the impure world reincarnation go first and gather information for us living people. 7th Hokage Naruto roared. Boom! Naruto, who was gripping Otsutsuki Momoshiki tightly by the head, slammed his body into the ground. In an instant, the crust caved in, and the surrounding earth was thrown violently upward. So strong. Minato Namikaze sighed inwardly. Although he had never met little Naruto, he had already learned of his existence from 7th Hokage Naruto. Now that he had seen it for himself, this level of strength was even more outrageous than what 7th Hokage Naruto had described. Everyone, attack! Hashirama Senju roared, charging forward without hesitation. As the strongest among the reanimated shinobi present, Hashirama Senju was currently fully equipped. Sage mode, sage body, and the moment he moved, he went straight for a big move. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. But once he used that technique, the others around him had no way to attack freely anymore. The only ones who could still make a move were Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, because the two of them had Susanoo. Even Nagato couldn't get close right now, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Even though they were in reanimated bodies and didn't need to fear death, the problem was that if their bodies were destroyed, recovery would still take time. The endless sound of explosions rang out non-stop. Obito Uchiha controlled his Susanoo, his face full of excitement. He had never expected Susanoo to feel this amazing. No wonder Sasuke used Susanoo even when facing a dog back then. What a pity, though. He hadn't gotten to enjoy this while he was alive. But it wasn't too late now. Once he got back to the Pure Land, he definitely had to brag properly to Rin about how he had driven a Susanoo into battle against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Looking at these ants, Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered inwardly again and again. What could these attacks possibly do? His body was so tough that even a planet exploding wouldn't be able to harm him, much less attacks this crude and pitiful. Since you want to try, then I'll completely break your backbone. So Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood in place without moving, staring at the crowd with a cold smile. Want to probe my abilities? Dream on. Naruto watched from the side with a blank expression. Sure enough, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had become smarter. This guy really doesn't take us seriously at all. Madara Uchiha gritted his teeth, and there seemed to be anger on his face. It was the first time he had ever felt this kind of anger. The anger of being completely ignored by an enemy. Madara, watch your attack. This guy has moved away from the center of our offensive. Nagato narrowed his eyes. It's time for me to act. Universal pull. He had wanted to use the Rinnegan's power to drag Momoshiki into the center of the attacks, but Nagato discovered in horror that he couldn't pull him at all. Momoshiki's power had already exceeded the upper limit of Nagato's imagination. The Rinnegan could no longer have any effect on him at all. The complexity of the situation had far exceeded Nagato's expectations. At first, Nagato had still been thinking that no matter how powerful these Otsutsuki were, it was impossible for them to completely ignore these godlike eyes, right? But now it seemed he had been horribly wrong. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had completely ignored universal pull. That contemptuous gaze made Nagato tremble all over. Even though Otsutsuki Momoshiki hadn't deliberately attacked him, that chilling aura alone still left him somewhat at a loss. He took a deep breath. Things had already come to this point. How could he possibly retreat now? Not to mention that he was in a reanimated body anyway. Borrowing chakra from everyone else, Nagato charged out first. Nagato! Jiraiya shouted, shock filling his heart. This kid was still just as impulsive as ever. But when he was alive, he had failed to protect his disciple. Now that he was dead, how could he let him go alone? The moment his words fell, the natural energy accumulated through multiple shadow clones immediately fused into his body. Jiraiya's sage mode. Souls in the Pure Land had no real awareness. They were muddle-headed and confused. But under the influence of the Pure Land's pure power, Jiraiya's ability to absorb natural energy had actually risen by more than one level. Now, he was already able to use sage mode perfectly. When Nagato saw Jiraiya charging toward Otsutsuki Momoshiki alongside him, gratitude flashed through his eyes. At the same time, his regret deepened, and his determination to protect the ninja world became even firmer, even if he couldn't do anything right now. But he still had one final move. Planetary devastation. But because the Rinnegan wasn't originally his, using planetary devastation would drain him dry in an instant. Still, that didn't matter. Watching the crazed Nagato, surprise flashed across Madara Uchiha's face. But very quickly he realized something. That brat. He isn't planning to use the Rinnegan to forcibly fight Otsutsuki Momoshiki, is he? That would be like throwing an egg against a rock.
Pure suicide.
Nagato, stop. Our goal is only to gather information. Don't get any closer. We still don't know whether Otsutsuki Momoshiki has a way to destroy souls. Madara Uchiha shouted. Hashirama Senju immediately looked at him in surprise. Madara Uchiha was actually reminding others to be careful. That was unbelievable. Why are you looking at me like that? Nagato's brat is still my junior no matter what. What's wrong with reminding him once? Uchiha Madara let out an arrogant cold snort and stopped talking, turning all his attention to Momoshiki Otsutsuki instead. Nagato heard Uchiha Madara's words, but he didn't stop. If he could obtain intel, then even if he died, it wouldn't matter. That brat. He is not seriously planning to use Chibaku Tensei, is he? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and simply jumped down from his Susanoo, arriving at Nagato's side.
Brat.
I'll do it with you. This was the only technique Uchiha Madara could think of that might be able to injure Momoshiki Otsutsuki. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya had once been sealed with Chibaku Tensei. Nagato glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. He still had anger toward Uchiha Madara in his heart. If not for his schemes back then, Yahiko would not have died, and he himself would not have walked down that wrong path. Brat, give us support first. I need to use Chibaku Tensei together with Nagato with full focus, Uchiha Madara directly said to Jiraiya. With Uchiha Madara's status and age, calling Jiraiya brat was completely fitting. Jiraiya nodded. In truth, his support was hardly needed at all. There were already far too many people launching attacks on the battlefield. The only three who still hadn't made a move were young Naruto, the 7th Hokage Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Even Uchiha Hikari was attacking. Although she possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in a situation like this, her strength was clearly a bit lacking. But honestly speaking, among everyone present, aside from those few monsters, the only ones probably stronger than Uchiha Hikari were Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and Obito. The others were likely still a little short. Minato Namikaze was the same. Compared to Uchiha Hikari, he might actually be a bit weaker. The 7th Hokage Naruto was gathering energy. Since Kawaki and Boruto Naruto had participated in the battle against Ishiki, the 7th Hokage Naruto was about to unleash that ultimate killing move again. Kamehameha? Young Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched. It really was a very powerful move. If he used this move himself, he could probably blow apart dozens of planets in an instant. But if the 7th Hokage Naruto used it, at most he could destroy Jupiter. That was already the limit. I wonder if it can hurt Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Naruto once again shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. Before long, a trace of complexity appeared on his face. He had figured it out. These Otsutsuki all shared one exact same trait. They were floaty, absurdly floaty. The moment they gained a little power, they became completely full of themselves. At first, he had thought Momoshiki Otsutsuki was very cautious. But now it seemed he was nothing more than that. Chibaku Tensei. Just as he was laughing to himself, two furious shouts rang out across the battlefield. The ground suddenly began to float up. The surrounding earth was slowly pulled into the sky by a powerful gravitational force, and even Momoshiki Otsutsuki was swept up into the air. Momoshiki Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes. At first, he had planned to directly blast all of this away with chakra, but then a thought stirred in his mind. Why not see what kind of tricks these people were going to use? It wasn't like he had never seen this move before. Back when the light screen had shown Naruto and Sasuke fighting him, they had used it too, and its power had been far greater than this. But clearly, these people didn't know any of that. There were actually still people who didn't know about the light screen. That sparked a bit of interest in Momoshiki Otsutsuki's heart. Very soon, Chibaku Tensei tightly sealed Momoshiki Otsutsuki inside. Sasuke took a deep breath. His aura had already gathered to its peak. Naturally, he knew Chibaku Tensei could never work on Momoshiki Otsutsuki. It hadn't worked before, let alone now, against an even stronger Momoshiki Otsutsuki. He glanced toward the 7th Hokage Naruto. Now all their hope could only be placed on him. The memory of that Kamehameha was still fresh in his mind. That guy Ishiki had been blasted into scraps before he could even use his full power. If Ishiki had a spirit in heaven, he would definitely be saying, I absolutely would not mess around again. I'd use all my power from the very start and wipe all of you out immediately. At this moment, Chibaku Tensei had already become a gigantic stone sphere dozens of kilometers wide, and it was still expanding. Did it work? Did we kill him? The crowd began to murmur, excitement showing on all their faces. Minato Namikaze used Flying Thunder God and arrived in front of Naruto. How is it, Naruto? Standing before the 7th Hokage Naruto, Minato Namikaze asked softly, almost there. 1 more minute and the charge will be complete. Everyone hold on for 1 more minute. Momoshiki Otsutsuki 1TB defeated that easily, the 7th Hokage Naruto immediately said. But what no one expected was that during this 1 minute, Momoshiki Otsutsuki unusually did not launch any attack. Young Naruto's mouth twitched. This guy really was confident in himself. Or was it that he wanted to see the despair on everyone's faces before truly going in for the kill? Here, the 7th Hokage Naruto's eyes sharpened. He raised both hands toward the giant stone sphere. Sensing Momoshiki Otsutsuki's chakra, he gave a low shout. Kamehameha. Whoosh! A pale blue beam shot straight toward it. Inside the Chibaku Tensei, Momoshiki Otsutsuki's expression changed. He had actually sensed an extremely powerful energy. This energy was even capable of injuring him. His expression changed rapidly. With a fierce punch, he smashed Chibaku Tensei apart, and countless chunks of stone crashed down to the ground. Whoosh! The pale blue energy beam had already reached him. Momoshiki Otsutsuki's face changed drastically. What kind of technique was this to be this strong? And it wasn't even ninjutsu. It was completely impossible to absorb. With no other choice, Momoshiki Otsutsuki could only cross both arms in front of his chest in a defensive stance. Boom! With a massive explosion, Momoshiki Otsutsuki was blasted flying. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling even his muscles trembling. The energy inside his body seemed to be suppressed. In that instant, he was completely unable to use it. He could only grit his teeth and rely on his own immense power to barely move his body aside. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, then looked at the crowd with a half-smile. This move is indeed very strong. Even I would probably be injured if hit head-on. But unfortunately, it goes straight in a line. It's very easy to dodge. Seeing this scene, everyone below immediately grew grim. Sure enough, Momoshiki Otsutsuki was not easy to deal with at all. The 7th Hokage Naruto let out a breathless bitter smile. Sure enough, the ultimate move he had used against Ishiki now looked like child's play in front of Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Sorry, everyone. I let you all down. Minato Namikaze comforted him. It's fine. You already did more than enough. Don't lose confidence. The 7th Hokage Naruto grinned. Lose confidence? I don't have that. Naruto, it's time for you to take the stage. Young Naruto nodded. Although they hadn't tested out his intel, there was no need anymore. Young Naruto had already roughly understood Momoshiki Otsutsuki's strength. Very strong, but not strong enough. He flew down and did a bit of stretching. Next up is your turn? Momoshiki Otsutsuki also flew down, wearing a playful smile. Isn't it obvious? Who else here can beat you? At this moment, everyone had already gathered behind young Naruto, quietly waiting for this battle of the century. Hearing that, Momoshiki Otsutsuki spread his mouth into a grin. So what you mean is you can beat me? Naruto shook his head and said seriously. No. Momoshiki Otsutsuki immediately laughed. So you do have some self-awareness. I'm going to kill you. The smile instantly froze on his face. He coldly stared at young Naruto, his expression icy to the extreme. I admit you're very strong. But kill me? You're not qualified. Whoosh! Momoshiki Otsutsuki shot toward young Naruto. His speed was terrifying, almost turning into a streak of light. Speed was power. At this moment, even space itself was trembling. Everything Momoshiki Otsutsuki passed turned into thick, viscous liquid. Under that overwhelming pressure, everything was being reduced to nothingness. Gravity. Gravity. A gravitational force even more terrifying than Chibaku Tensei. What kind of monster is this guy? He was only moving at extreme speed, yet it actually created such terrifying gravity. Nagato was shaken to the core. If young Naruto hadn't been standing in front of them, then, without a doubt, all of them would have been sucked over in an instant and smashed into dust by Momoshiki Otsutsuki. A faint smile appeared on young Naruto's face. Nice speed. But speed was almost useless against him. Perfect. This was a good chance to test the power of boundary traversal. Boundary traversal was a dojutsu Naruto had obtained from an Otsutsuki. It was even stronger than Kamui, allowing him to move any part of his body to anywhere within his line of sight. The practical applications of this ability were extremely high. If that Otsutsuki back then had known how to use it, Naruto might have died long ago. Naruto's pupils flickered, and he immediately activated his dojutsu. But very soon, his expression changed slightly. His dojutsu had no effect at all. Momoshiki Otsutsuki burst into laughter. His body had already arrived right in front of Naruto, his right hand locking tightly around Naruto's throat before flying upward. This is payback. Clearly, Momoshiki Otsutsuki still remembered what Naruto had done to him in the starry sky just now. Are you wondering why your dojutsu doesn't work on me at all? Momoshiki Otsutsuki sneered. You calculated everything, even destroyed the Otsutsuki ancestral planet, but did you ever think about whether that planet had any secret treasures? I'll tell you. The Otsutsuki ancestral planet had a ring-shaped secret treasure refined from the cores of dozens of planets. Can resist all dojutsu. You idiot. You only thought about destroying things, but never thought to check whether there were any treasures. Naruto frowned tightly. He really hadn't expected this move. So the Otsutsuki ancestral planet had so many treasures after all. Looks like he would need to search for them later. They should still exist, right? He had blown up the Otsutsuki ancestral planet, yet that guy Momoshiki Otsutsuki was still able to find it. There was no reason he wouldn't be able to. Even though Momoshiki Otsutsuki was laughing, inwardly he felt extremely relieved as well. Luckily, he had found the ring. Otherwise, Naruto's power just now might really have killed him. A dojutsu that directly affected the internal organs. It was truly unheard of. Just who in the Otsutsuki clan possessed such power? But there was no way to find out now. Other than him, there was no one left in the Otsutsuki clan anymore. Drawing up his knee, he slammed it heavily into Naruto's abdomen. At the same time, Momoshiki loosened his right hand, and Naruto's body instantly shot off like a meteor toward the distant outer starry sky. Kawaki! Let us go help! Boruto shouted. At this point, the only ones who could help were him and Kawaki. Kawaki nodded without the slightest hesitation, and the two of them charged upward at once. Facing the powerful resistance, Naruto quickly flew out of the atmosphere, and only after crashing into the Planet S satellite did he finally come to a stop. Looking at the pitch-black starry sky, the stars still shone with eternal, unchanging radiance. The only thing that might change was that this planet would, in the near future, turn into fireworks in the depths of space. Naruto, die! Whoosh! 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 Light bullets condensed from chakra blasted into the starry sky like artillery shells. The densely packed barrage filled Naruto's entire field of vision. But Naruto didn't move at all, as if he had been scared stiff. A moment later, Naruto finally moved. The corners of his lips curled up, and a pale blue barrier suddenly erupted around his body. When the light bullets struck it, they directly scattered apart. The scattered light bullets shot off into space, and countless nearby planets suffered for it. Like meteors crashing to the ground, they instantly smashed dense craters across the planet's surfaces. A chakra barrier? Momoshiki Otsutsuki thought to himself. It really was vast and abundant chakra. After defending, Naruto didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, he quickly flew backward. Momoshiki Otsutsuki being able to defend against dojutsu had truly caught him off guard. From the very start, he had planned to use boundary traversal to deliver a fatal blow to Momoshiki Otsutsuki, but he hadn't expected him to block it so directly. For a moment, Naruto was left a little at a loss. Still, it didn't matter. His strength wasn't limited to dojutsu alone. He himself was the greater power. Got it. I'll use that move. Thinking of this, Naruto directly created countless clones. In an instant, the clones flew off into the distance. Momoshiki Otsutsuki frowned and roared. We're already at this point and you're still making so many shadow clones? What's the point of that? Momoshiki Otsutsuki knew at least a little about shadow clones. While they could create countless copies, chakra would also be evenly split. In a battle at this level, shadow clones should have been completely useless. You'll know soon enough. Naruto's voice came from all directions. The dense, overlapping voices made Momoshiki Otsutsuki's head ache. He couldn't tell at all which one was Naruto's real body. Back when Naruto and Sasuke fought, even the Rinnegan couldn't tell which ones were clones, much less now that Naruto's strength had risen so much. It was only normal that Momoshiki Otsutsuki couldn't tell. For a moment, Momoshiki Otsutsuki felt irritated and unsettled. Left with no choice, he could only fire light bullets everywhere again, trying to blow up all of Naruto's clones. The result was obvious. Naruto's clones were indeed being blown apart, but there were still many left. This guy. Momoshiki Otsutsuki's mouth twitched. What a shameless fighting style. After creating shadow clones, chakra would indeed be evenly divided. But when the clones dispersed, the chakra inside them would return to the original body. And Naruto's shadow clones had barely used any power at all. That meant when they returned, they would still bring back nearly all that chakra. By the end of it, the one consuming huge amounts of energy would only be him. But Momoshiki Otsutsuki understood that Naruto couldn't possibly be using such a stupid method to fight him. He had to be planning something Momoshiki didn't know about. And Momoshiki Otsutsuki had guessed right. Under the cover of the shadow clones, Naruto's real body had long since retreated tens of millions of kilometers away. O Earth, planets, universe. Lend me a little of your energy. Naruto raised both hands high, his expression solemn as he spoke those words. That's right. What Naruto was using now was the ultimate move from another world, the spirit bomb. This had been one of the rewards from the light screen. Naruto had carefully studied it before. The spirit bomb was absurdly powerful. It specialized in attacking evil people, and it could even automatically track the enemy's ki. It was practically the ultimate weapon against enemies. Although there was the prerequisite that the target had to be evil, Momoshiki Otsutsuki clearly met that condition. No, rather than Momoshiki alone, the entire Otsutsuki clan met that condition. Because they fed on planets. Every time a planet was destroyed, countless people died in agony. If someone still said they weren't evil, then even the Otsutsuki clan themselves probably wouldn't be able to accept that. Evil was evil. There was nothing to argue about. Naruto thought to himself, faster, faster. I need it even faster. Otherwise Momoshiki Otsutsuki will notice something soon. Momoshiki Otsutsuki wasn't stupid. He was just arrogant. With so many clones not taking the initiative to attack and instead only dragging things out and interfering with him, any normal person should have been able to tell something was wrong. And so, tiny traces of energy from across the universe gathered together like a great river and flew toward Naruto. In the blink of an eye, the spirit bomb had turned into a gigantic sphere of light several kilometers in diameter. This should be enough, right? Naruto lifted his head and gave it a slight glance, speaking uncertainly. At first, he had wanted to test whether it could defeat Momoshiki Otsutsuki, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, he only had one chance. If it failed to kill Momoshiki Otsutsuki, then he would probably have to step in personally. And that would be troublesome. Naruto made up his mind. Better wait a little longer. Another 2 minutes passed. The spirit bomb had already grown to 100 kilometers in size. comparable to a small asteroid, and Momoshiki Otsutsuki finally noticed that something was wrong. Tearing open space, he crossed tens of millions of kilometers and arrived right in front of Naruto. Bastard! Otsutsuki Momoshiki shouted in exasperation. You used a shadow clone to stall me, but who would have thought you were secretly charging up a big move here? Momoshiki was furious, and judging from the terrifying energy of this technique, if he got hit once, he would definitely die. It wouldn't even leave a corpse behind. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a deep breath. This was no time to hesitate. He directly unleashed his maximum output, entering a fully Otsutsuki transformed state. The elegant aura he had at the start was completely gone. Maximum output. Release chakra. Whoosh, whoosh. A beam of red light shot into the sky. But at this point, there was no sky anymore. More accurately, it shot toward the depths of the universe. A red light cut straight through both above and below. The surrounding planets trembled under that terrifying power. If this had been on a planet, Momoshiki just releasing his chakra alone might have caused a natural disaster. This guy really is strong. His chakra is almost 1/10 of mine, Naruto thought to himself. Good thing I didn't get tangled up with him back then, or the fight definitely would be dragged on for a long time. To be honest, after fighting so much, Naruto was already tired of it. Once he killed Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he would go back and marry Hinata. He wouldn't even be Hokage anymore. From now on, he'd spend every day arranging flowers and enjoying life. And once they had children, he'd play with them and live a happy life. Just thinking about it made Naruto excited. Haha, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Catch this. This is my strongest move. Whoosh. The enormous spirit bomb was thrown out instantly. Otsutsuki Momoshiki cursed in rage. You damn bastard. You really don't play fair at all. But Momoshiki didn't dare be careless in the slightest. He spread both hands. Watch me send it right back. But the moment he actually tried to push it, he discovered that the thing's weight far exceeded his imagination. What the hell is this thing? Why is it this heavy? Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face changed drastically. He immediately tried to use the Rinnegan to absorb it, but he found that it was very similar to the energy the 7th Hokage Naruto had just used. It wasn't T-chakra at all, so the Rinnegan simply couldn't absorb it. Could this be another world's power system granted to them by the light screen reward? Momoshiki's mind raced. He felt that was the only possible answer. Looking at the spirit bomb right in front of him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly sneered. Idiot. It's so huge. There's no need for me to tank it head-on. I can just dodge it. In a flash, his body had already appeared 100 kilometers away. Moron. Such a huge mass of energy. There's no reason for me to take it head-on. Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed loudly. Naruto only gave a faint smile and pointed at the spirit bomb, as if he were trying to tell Momoshiki something. Otsutsuki Momoshiki frowned. What does that mean? But very quickly his expression changed. The spirit bomb didn't stop. It flew straight toward him. Why? Otsutsuki Momoshiki froze. Naruto's voice came from the distance. I forgot to tell you. This thing automatically tracks its target. Even if you run to the end of the universe, it'll still follow you. There's only one way to make it stop. That's for you to die completely. Otsutsuki Momoshiki exploded with rage. You damn thing. His face twisted viciously as he glared at Naruto. If I survive this, the first thing I'll do is blow up the entire ninja world. I swear I will. At this point, there was only one option left. Burn his lifespan. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a deep breath. With his current strength, his lifespan had reached a full 5 million years. Then he would directly burn 4,999,990 years. Anyway, after wiping out the ninja world, he could plant a god tree. By then, the lost lifespan would be replenished right away. What he didn't know was that Ishiki had once thought the exact same thing. Unfortunately, the current Ishiki had already been reduced to trash. The surging blood aura lit up the cosmic starry river. In an instant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's lifespan dropped straight down to 10 years. Naruto's brows twitched. Without another word, he used instant transmission and appeared directly behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he unleashed all his power. 100% power. Boom! He threw a punch. Space itself shattered, revealing a pitch-black existence. No one knew what it was, but Naruto's fist had already slammed into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's kidney. Whoosh! Otsutsuki Momoshiki instantly turned into a meteor and smashed heavily into the spirit bomb. Bastard! Otsutsuki Momoshiki cursed loudly, then hurriedly struggled, trying to break free from the spirit bomb as fast as possible. But it had already been said before, the spirit bomb was specifically made to deal with beings filled with evil aura. How could Otsutsuki Momoshiki possibly break free from it? That was obviously impossible. Naruto Uzumaki. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart-rending scream echoed out. A ghost? I'm afraid you won't have that chance, Naruto said with a cold laugh. He was full of disdain. The souls in the Pure Land were all in a muddled state. Forget becoming a ghost, even that chance didn't exist. He looked up at the starry sky and slowly let out a breath. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been killed. The Otsutsuki clan had been completely ended. This was humanity's victory. After that, Naruto returned to the alternate space and announced this victory. Boruto and Kawaki both had somewhat complicated expressions. They hadn't even made it to the battlefield yet. But the fight had already ended. Uchiha Madara's expression was even more complicated. In the end, he could only let out a deep sigh. They really were old now. Suddenly, he remembered that line from when he fought Sasuke back then. A relic of the old era. He gave a bitter smile. Sure enough, old men were still old men. They no longer had the qualifications to contribute even the last bit of their strength in a battle like this. In the ninja world of Konoha year 86, after the reincarnated dead spent some time accompanying their families, they could only helplessly return to the Pure Land after Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi released the impure world reincarnation. Naruto, keep working hard. Sasuke, do your best and have children. Revive our Uchiha clan. Tsunade, I hope you find happiness. Konohamaru, work hard and become Hokage. With the heartfelt exhortations of their predecessors, the living continued striving on with their lives. A few more days passed. Amid everyone's reluctant emotions, the young Naruto also returned to the time that belonged to him, Konoha year 59. After returning home, Naruto spent some intimate time with Hinata, then brought up his idea to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unite the ninja world. Not exactly complete unification but something close to it, a massive alliance. The moment this idea was proposed, it gave Hiruzen Sarutobi quite a shock. Still, he agreed to it. The reason was simple. The current Konoha was the strongest in the ninja world. Once the alliance was formed, Konoha would naturally become its leader. After the news was announced to the ninja world, although many people were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They feared Konoha's military strength and could only reluctantly agree. Thus, half a year later, the Ninja World Alliance was established. Led by Konoha, supported by the 4 great ninja villages, along with countless smaller ninja villages. At the same time, Naruto announced the abolition of the daimyo, fully unleashing the initiative of the shinobi themselves. The existence of the daimyo was fundamentally a cancer on the ninja world. It could be said that the reason the ninja world had stagnated for so long was inseparably tied to those daimyo. From now on, the system would be shinobi villages governing the nation. Of course, this proposal met with quite a bit of opposition, but many also supported it. For example, the Hokage. That guy had disliked the daimyo for a long time already. If not for all sorts of reasons, he would wipe them all out long ago. Another half year later, after a series of reforms, the ninja world was bursting with vitality, and its level of productivity rose dramatically. At the same time, with the help of many high-level shinobi, more and more ninjutsu began appearing for agricultural use. Like magic, ninjutsu was no longer used only for combat. Production-type ninjutsu began popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and all of it rapidly accelerated the development of the ninja world. Another year passed. Konoha had now completely changed. And today, the whole village was decorated with lanterns and colorful ornaments, as if it were celebrating some major event. Brother Naruto is getting married. It feels like the days when we were watching the light screen were still right in front of us, Konohamaru said with emotion. Yeah. That guy is still the first among us to get married. Shikamaru let out a laugh as he looked toward the center of the bustling venue. He was truly happy for Naruto. From that kid everyone used to reject, he had transformed in one leap into the hero of the entire ninja world. The gap was so huge it was no different from a poor beggar becoming the richest man in the world. Shikamaru, hurry up, the wedding's about to start, Ino called out. At the center of the venue, Naruto and Hinata walked out hand in hand, both wearing smiles. Thank you all for coming to Hinata's and my wedding today. I really, truly thank all of you. Tucci smiled and said, not at all. You're the hero of our ninja world. Konohamaru added, yeah, you're being way too polite. Jiraiya sat in his seat with his arms crossed, watching with a face full of joyful smiles. A moment later, he slowly stood up, raised the cup in his hand, and shouted loudly, Naruto, congratulations on your marriage. As if they had all been called to action, everyone shouted one after another, congratulations on your marriage. The story is over. Thank you for watching. See you in the next story.